I transmigrated into a desperate world in China without any extraordinary inheritance, enduring endless humiliation. In a fit of rage, I awakened the Divine Cultivation University System, and decisively rejected the unequal study abroad treaty. Starting with a century of cultivation, directly reaching the foundation establishment stage, stepping on a flying sword, choosing Kunlun Mountain as the site, the system instantly transforms the mountain range, raising a 10,000-meter floating immortal island as the main campus. The entire nation is shocked. However, the real challenge has only just begun. The next mission is to construct a spiritual containment array that covers the entire Huaxia. The resources required are astronomical in scale. But I must complete this invincible cultivation academy before the foreign enemies invade. Chapter 1: The Transcendent Era. I heard there's another spatial rift appearing within Daxia's borders. Now we'll have to deal with even more mystical beasts. What are we going to do about this? What else can we do? We can only pin our hopes on the higher-ups to secure more admission slots at foreign transcendent universities for us. When will our great Xia have its own university for the extraordinary? That would be wonderful. In the classroom of a senior class at Tianjin City First High School, the students seemed to be discussing something with worried expressions. Luan sat at a desk not far from them. Upon hearing the content of their conversation, he clenched his fists, his heart restless. What is going on with this world? With the 5,000-year heritage of Daxia, how is it possible that there isn't a single ancient legacy capable of supporting the establishment of a supernatural university? Indeed, he wasn't from this world but a transmigrator who had crossed over just yesterday. This world closely resembles his original one, yet with many differences, the most notable being the spatial rifts those classmates were just talking about. About 50 years ago, a massive fissure appeared above the country of sunset. From it poured endless creatures known as mystic beasts. Mystic beasts possess no intelligence whatsoever, acting purely on instincts driven by only two things: feeding and reproducing. Their sustenance? Human flesh and blood. Their method of reproduction? Laying eggs within the corpses of their victims. Thus, this creature was once proclaimed to be humanity's natural enemy. Initially, humans could still rely on highly lethal thermal weapons to combat these mysterious beasts. However, as time passed, thermal weapons became increasingly ineffective, ultimately leading to the fall of the Sunset Kingdom. Countless mysterious beasts descended from spatial rifts upon the Sunset Kingdom, slaughtering its people with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, the entire kingdom was reduced to nothing but cries of despair. Just as the people of the Sunset Kingdom were sinking into hopelessness, a man who called himself King Arthur emerged. He claimed to have obtained the ancient inheritance of the Sunset Kingdom, acquiring a divine sword and learning an extraordinary swordsmanship that could grant ordinary people immense power. Under his leadership, a large number of Sunset Kingdom citizens mastered that extraordinary swordsmanship, becoming powerful superhumans. Working together, they finally eradicated all the mystical beasts. To prevent future invasions by the mystical beasts, the Sunset Kingdom established the first superhuman university on Blue Star, systematically teaching selected individuals the extraordinary swordsmanship to cultivate combat strength. During this period, spatial rifts appeared above an increasing number of countries on Blue Star, and just like those over the Sunset Kingdom, these rifts continuously spewed forth mystical beasts. Correspondingly, one after another, figures resembling King Arthur emerged, each obtaining the ancient heritage of their own nations and beginning to propagate methods of mastering supernatural powers among their people. Even a historically rootless nation like the Lighthouse Country plundered the ancient heritage of a smaller nation. Thus, one extraordinary university after another sprang up, ushering the world into an era of superhumans. At present, spatial rifts have spread to every corner of the planet, appearing above nearly every nation, yet not every country has individuals who have obtained ancient inheritances. For instance, Daxia has never had anyone obtain an ancient inheritance. Though relying on its immensely powerful national defense capabilities, Daxia managed to repel wave after wave of mystic beast tides. However, as time passed, the number of mystical beasts continued to increase, and the casualties in Great Xia grew ever larger. In order to minimize casualties, the officials of Daxia were forced to sign several humiliating treaties with countries that had obtained ancient legacies, which in exchange secured opportunities for Daxia students to study at various supernatural universities and become transcendents. Moreover, even this small number of exchange students would have restraints placed on them by those countries under the pretext of fearing the leakage of ancient heritage. Once this type of restriction is placed on someone, not only are their every word and action monitored, but they can also be controlled at will. This directly results in any powerful supernatural individuals among Daxia's international students being forcibly detained, a policy that targets Daxia exclusively. At this thought, Luan's eyes narrowed to slits, and an involuntary surge of anger emanated from his gaze. In other words, the Great Xia now has to face not only mystical beasts but also the covetous gaze of other nations. It could even be said that the only reason other nations haven't taken action against Great Xia while it battles the mystical beast tide is because Great Xia's technological prowess still carries some deterrent power. But as supernatural beings and mystical beasts grow increasingly powerful, Great Xiao's technological deterrence will inevitably weaken. Once this deterrence declines below a certain threshold, foreign invasion will follow. Just as I was pondering Great Xiao's precarious future, a woman in high heels and a uniform entered the classroom, instantly silencing the entire class. Luan instinctively lifted his eyelids and recognized the woman as their homeroom teacher, Chen Wanting. But now was the break between major classes. What was she here for? Moreover, in his memory, this homeroom teacher of theirs usually wore a stern expression and was quite serious, so why did her face today radiate sheer delight? Not only was Chen Wanting smiling, but she also mysteriously scanned the room before finally speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. I have good news to share. One of our classmates has been selected to study at the Transcendent University. Hearing this, all the students widened their eyes, and their hearts began to pound violently. The opportunity to study at Transcendent University represents the highest aspiration for these senior high school students. Just getting into the Transcendent University could mean becoming a transcendent being in the future, someone revered by the masses upon returning to the homeland. How could they not be thrilled? Gazing at her classmates' exceedingly expectant eyes, Chen Wanting turned directly to look at Luan. Luan, congratulations on earning the qualification to study at Brahma College. Study hard, and return to serve our motherland after completing your studies. At this moment, the entire class was shocked, looking at Luan with expressions of disbelief. In their eyes, Luan was just an unnoticed presence in class, usually quiet and unremarkable, so why did he get the chance to study at a Transcendent University? For a moment, Luan sensed a variety of gazes from all directions, some filled with envy, some with jealousy, and even a few with hatred. However, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on these looks, merely furrowing his brow with confusion. Wasn't the list of students admitted to Transcendent University published just yesterday? And I don't recall there being a college called Brahma Academy at Transcendent University. Hearing Luan's words, the rest of the students also realized these two discrepancies and turned their attention to Chen Wanting. Not long ago, someone from India suddenly obtained ancient heritage and established a supernatural university, namely the Brahma Academy. As it's a new supernatural institute, the admission list will be delayed by 1 day. Having received the answer, the other students stopped dwelling on these two questions and redirected their gazes back to Luan, filled with resentment. In their eyes, studying abroad at a supernatural university equates to becoming revered supernatural beings. Now that the opportunity has gone to Luan, how could they possibly accept it? Yet, there wasn't the slightest hint of joy on Luan's face. Instead, he frowned deeply, visibly displeased. Without a doubt, to make Bharat agree to allow Daxia students to study at Brahma College, the Daxia authorities must have lowered their stance significantly and offered Bharat numerous benefits. Because no one had obtained the ancient heritage, a great nation like Daxia was forced to bow and scrape to Bharat, a country that defies description. A disgrace, an absolute and utter disgrace. Just as Luan was seething with rage, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host's anger level detected as meeting activation threshold. Cultivation University System has been activated. Host may follow this system's mission guidance to establish and develop a cultivation university, teaching the people of Daxia the methods of cultivation. Chapter 2, Selecting a Location for the Cultivation University. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Luan's heart began to race wildly. He had actually awakened a legendary system. Moreover, this system wasn't one of those outdated systems from a century ago, but one that would allow him to establish a cultivation university. For Daxia, which had once fallen into crisis due to the lack of an extraordinary university, this was nothing short of a godsend. According to the system's explanation, all he needed to do was follow the system's task guidance to create and develop a cultivation university. What kinds of tasks are these? As if detecting his thoughts, the system's ethereal voice echoed in his mind once more. Current mission, university site selection. Mission reward, upon completion of the task, the system will grant the host generous rewards based on the quality of the address. Mission deadline, 3 months. Failure penalty, system unbinding. Upon hearing the current mission, only one thought remained in Luan's mind. Find a suitable location as soon as possible to select the site for the Academy of Immortal Cultivation. The current state of Daxia could be described as precarious. Every day the establishment of the cultivation university is delayed, the entire nation faces greater peril. Thus, speed is absolutely crucial. Luan raised his head and looked at Chen Wanting, preparing to request a long leave of absence so he could devote himself entirely to selecting a site for the cultivation university. Just then, she handed him a document. This is the confirmation letter for your exchange program to Brahma Academy. Please sign it. Although Luan had already decided not to go, he took the document out of courtesy and gave it a quick glance. With just that one glance, he saw it densely covered with various unequal treaties. International students from Daxia receive equal treatment to the lowest caste classmates at Brahma Academy. Students from Great Xia are prohibited from learning the core curriculum of the Brahman Academy. After returning to their home country, Great Xia students must be unconditionally recalled to serve Ashoka if needed. Luan was fuming after reading all those outrageous demands. Having to endure humiliation for the sake of studying abroad was bad enough, but now, after returning, they expected him to leave his own country and serve them at their mere command. Is there any shameless treaty more outrageous than this in the entire world? In a fit of anger, he directly made a move that shocked the entire class. He slowly crumpled the document into a ball and threw it straight into the trash can. After finishing all this, he also glanced at the bewildered Chen Wanting and shook his head. I voluntarily give up the opportunity to study at Brahma Academy. When the words landed heavily in the classroom, everyone was stunned. It wasn't until they saw Luan tear the confirmation letter in his hands to shreds that they realized they hadn't misheard, and their expressions immediately shifted from envy to utter shock. That's right, it's sheer astonishment. A student of Luan's caliber being qualified to study at a superhuman university was already shocking enough for them. And now, this guy who somehow stumbled upon incredible luck is actually giving up this opportunity. He's insane. Luan must be out of his mind. In astonishment, everyone thought the same. Luan, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how rare this opportunity is? Wanting Chen widened her eyes, staring fixedly at Luan with a deep frown, loudly interrogating him. Faced with the questioning, Luan took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. The current situation in Daxia is far too perilous. Even becoming a superhuman won't be enough to save Daxia from its dire straits. That's why I've decided to take leave to seek out the ancient heritage of Huaxia. Luan naturally couldn't speak the truth after all. Both his identity as a transmigrator and the existence of the system were secrets he must keep. Now that the system required him to search for a suitable location to establish the Cultivation University, he would inevitably need to travel extensively across the country. As long as he claimed he was searching for ancient Chinese traditions, no one would question what he was really doing. No one expected that after he finished speaking, the entire class would fall into a deathly silence, with all expressions frozen on their faces. The silence didn't last long before being shattered by a burst of laughter. Ha! I only had doubts earlier, but now I'm certain this Luan has definitely gone mad. If the ancient heritage of Huaxia could be discovered by a madman like you, Great Xia would have had its own transcendent university 800 years ago. Ha! Faced with her classmates' mockery, Chen Wanting not only didn't stop them but instead looked at Luan and said seriously, every year, the official authorities spend unimaginably huge manpower and resources searching for ancient Chinese heritage, yet even so, they found nothing. You're just one person with little money, so it's impossible for you to succeed. Is it wrong to give your all and strive forward even when you know the hope is slim? You're crazy. I think you're truly out of your mind. Luan no longer felt like saying anything more. Under the mocking and puzzled gazes of everyone, he simply walked out of the classroom and began traveling across the country to select a site for the Cultivation University. 3 months later, Luan stood at the foot of a continuous mountain range. Shaoan, please listen. Stop searching for ancient Chinese heritage. If you don't want to go to that superhuman academy, then don't. Just return to school and study, okay? Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Refusing to attend that so-called superhuman academy in India and searching alone for ancient Chinese heritage, that's commendable, truly my son. If you run out of money, just let me know. Mom, the path I've chosen, I'll walk it to the end even if I have to cry along the way. Dad, thank you for your support. I will definitely uncover our ancient Chinese heritage. After hanging up the phone, Luan looked up at the majestic mountain before him, a glimmer of tears surprisingly flashing in his eyes. For the past 3 months, he hadn't taken any breaks either searching for the right location or on the move to the next potential site, even sleeping only during transportation. During this time, he had visited the 5 great mountains, scaled Mount Everest, paid homage to the 4 sacred mountains of Taoism, and even the 5 sacred mountains of Buddhism. None were left unexplored. Countless lesser-known peaks also bore his footprints. But none of these mountain ranges met the system's requirements. Today marks the final day of the mission deadline, and he has arrived at the legendary Daxia's foremost sacred mountain, Mount Kunlun. If this mountain still doesn't meet the requirements, it means he'll be unbound from the system, with no hope of establishing a cultivation university. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and spoke resolutely. Submit the task. Detecting surrounding environment. Host selected location detected as Kunlun Mountain Range. Feng Shui, passes inspection. Topography, qualified. Ley line, qualified. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the system mission and receiving the mission reward. Reward 100 years of cultivation. Current host level is Foundation Establishment Stage. Reward, 1 top-grade flying sword. As the system's voice faded, Luan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had been standing all his life and suddenly discovered the bliss of lying down. Before he could check what the next system task was, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again, transforming the Kunlun Mountains in progress. The next second, the entire massive mountain range began to tremble, and an event that would shock the entire Great Xia occurred. Chapter 3, Heroes Emerge in Youth. After the tremors subsided, the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains began to float. Not only that, but the mist clinging to the mountainside seemed to come alive, gathering together to form a thick fog that then rose upward. In mere moments, it descended beneath the floating peaks, dragging them upward in its wake. Ultimately, a vast, ethereal floating island appeared above this already mysterious mountain range. Terrain modification complete. The floating island observed by the host will serve as the main campus for the future Cultivation University. Gazing up at the floating island shrouded in mist, hovering tens of thousands of meters above, Luan felt himself as insignificant as a speck of dust. After a long moment, he finally murmured two words. Holy! That was the highest praise Luan could muster. His utter astonishment stemmed not from lack of experience, but from the sheer magnificence of this floating island. Set against the mist, it resembled a paradise on Earth, like an ethereal island from another world. And its size? Larger than some entire cities. If such a magnificent floating island served as the main campus, and perhaps more floating islands were built as additional campuses in the future, just how awe-inspiring would this cultivation university be once fully completed? As if struck by a thought, he swiftly glanced at the current task displayed on his system panel. Current task: construct the spirit sealing array. Mission description: establish a spirit sealing array centered on the Great Xia territory, covering the entire nation to prevent future flows of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy into other countries. Reward: the combined celestial energy of an entire multiverse. This task has no time limit and no failure penalty. The method for constructing the spirit sealing array has been implanted into the host's mind. Scanning the lines of text on the system interface, Luan searched his mind and indeed found the method for constructing the spirit sealing array. This spirit sealing array served a single purpose: to lock down the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy within its range, preventing its escape. Moreover, the system provided an extremely simple construction method: iron as the primary material and electricity as the energy source. Constructing one was indeed simple. Luan, with his foundation establishment cultivation, could accomplish it with a flick of his fingers. The crucial challenge, however, lay in the scale of the formation. It had to cover the entire nation. The size of the array had to match the vastness of the Great Xia Empire. The amount of steel and electricity required was beyond imagination. While the task had no deadline, and Luan, having reached the foundation establishment stage, possessed a lifespan of at least 100 years, allowing him to endure the strain, the Great Xia Empire could not afford to wait any longer. What could be done? At this moment, the deeply troubled Luan remained utterly unaware that the emergence of the floating immortal island had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia Empire, including its highest echelons of power. Cities near the Kunlun Mountains were in an uproar. People stared upward in disbelief at the absurdly massive, extravagant floating immortal island overhead. Their reactions were strikingly identical to Luan's. Holy! What the hell is that thing? A meteorite from the sky? Is this the end of the world? Meteor? Meteors fall from the sky. Someone clearly saw this thing rise up from below. Must be some transcendent beings doing, right? Cut the crap. That thing looks half the size of the demon city. Let's see if all the extraordinary beings in the world combined can even lift it. Countless people scrambled to capture footage of the floating immortal island and uploaded it online, where it also reached Luan's former class. Staring at the grainy footage of the floating island on their phones, some couldn't help but gasp. Look, this might be a gigantic secret beast. We're done for. Daxia is truly finished this time. Hey, that looks like the Kunlun Mountains. I heard Luan has been there these past few days. Should we call him and ask what's going on? Why waste time calling that lunatic? Soon, videos of the floating celestial island spread across the globe, going viral both domestically and internationally. Some claimed it was merely a phenomenon of the world entering the supernatural era, nothing to make a fuss about. Others claimed the floating immortal island was actually a colossal secret beast in hibernation, and its awakening would spell the end of Great Xia. Others even claimed the floating immortal island was the legendary paradise of Great Xia, inhabited by immortals. Its sudden appearance signaled the descent of these celestial beings to save the perilous Great Xia. Of course, it wasn't just these individuals who were alarmed. The highest echelons of the Great Xia government were also on high alert. Within an unassuming building in the capital city lay a room brimming with technological sophistication. The table was covered with photographs of the ostentatious immortal isle, captured from every conceivable angle. An elderly man stared intently at the computer screen before him, watching videos of the extravagant fairy island uploaded by netizens, his expression grave. According to current intelligence, that thing was part of the Kunlun Mountains. For reasons unknown, it had floated into the air, forming such a massive, extravagant fairy island. But what kind of person or entity possessed such immense power to make an entire island float in the sky? First, we can rule out transcendence. Few transcendents possess the ability to levitate objects through the air, and even collectively, they couldn't achieve 1/10,000th of such a feat. Second, we can rule out the secret beasts. Those mindless creatures, driven only by the urge to slaughter humans, are incapable of such a feat. So what could possibly be the cause of this extraordinary sight? Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? And that these immortals, unable to bear witness to the suffering of the Great Xia Empire, have decided to manifest their divine presence to aid it? Just as he was utterly perplexed by this, a young man sprinted over and thrust a photograph into his hands. Elder Fong, a major discovery. Someone is flying on a sword near the floating island. Hearing this, Elder Fong's pupils contracted sharply as he snatched the photograph. His gaze locked onto the image, and he was stunned. Beyond the magnificent, extravagant floating island, there truly was a young man standing on a flying sword, soaring through the heavens as if surveying the floating celestial island. Most crucially, this sword-riding youth was dressed in modern clothing. Could this be a photo doctored by netizens? Impossible. This was captured by our satellite just moments ago and hasn't been released to the public yet. Quickly investigate this person. Find out if he's one of our great Xia citizens. We must act fast. The investigation into the young man's identity in the image immediately became the top priority for the Great Xia No. 1 Intelligence Department. Within a few short hours, a report appeared before Elder Fong. Name, Luan, age, 18. After securing a scholarship to study at the Vishnu Academy 3 months ago, he refused to attend, declaring his intention to seek out ancient Chinese traditions alone. Recent travel records indicate he headed toward Mount Kunlun. Upon reading the report, Elder Fong froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Truly, heroes have always emerged from the young. Ha ha ha. Chapter 4, The Strange Magnetic Field. In the photograph Elder Fong examined, the figure flying on a sword could be none other than Luan. His current system quest was simply too difficult to accomplish alone. Therefore, he made a decision. He would leverage the power of the state to complete the system task. But to enlist the nation's power, he had to connect with official channels. Luan reasoned that with an extra floating island appearing here, the authorities couldn't possibly overlook it. Once the authorities arrived to investigate, he would reveal that he had obtained an ancient inheritance and demonstrate his foundation establishment stage cultivation. At that point, he was confident the authorities would be more than willing to cooperate in constructing the spirit sealing array. But Luan wasn't just sitting around waiting. Instead, he took out the top-tier flying sword rewarded by the system and studied it. The system's reward of a century's worth of cultivation wasn't merely about advancing his realm or strength. It felt as though he had genuinely cultivated for a century, granting him near-perfect control over the spiritual energy within his body. Even as he drew the exquisite flying sword from the system's storage space, the techniques for sword riding spontaneously surfaced in his mind. After a brief study, he could effortlessly mount the flying sword and soar through the skies. This was sword flight, the childhood dream of countless Chinese men now realized by Luan. Riding the flying sword, he surveyed the entire floating immortal isle. He discovered this floating island was far more than just a mountain peak suspended in the air. It was an entirely new ecosystem. For instance, one area was dotted with caves, each roughly the same size inside. Luan surmised this area would be designated for student dormitories, cave dwellings. Another area teemed with small animals, all contained within natural barriers like rocks and trees. That spot would likely become the beast taming garden. Beyond these two areas, numerous other intriguing spots existed. One could only imagine how fascinating the Cultivation University would become once completed. Meanwhile, the outer perimeter of Kunlun Mountain had been completely sealed off by the military, leaving no gaps. Not far from Kunlun Mountain, within the 3rd military district of the Great Xia Empire, a state-of-the-art fighter jet from the latest generation of the Jian series took off. Typically, deploying such aircraft signaled either foreign military harassment or an impending secret beast tide. This time, however, it was to retrieve a young man. Inside the fighter's cockpit, 2 men clad in camouflage uniforms were conversing. Do you think that young man might have discovered an ancient Chinese legacy? I doubt it. If he truly possessed ancient heritage, he wouldn't be trapped inside Kunlun Mountain, unable to leave, needing us to come get him. The man in the co-pilot's seat nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. Looking at the experiences of those who had obtained ancient traditions in other countries, every inheritor had mastered superhuman strength the moment they acquired it. And the more powerful the ancient legacy, the greater the initial strength of its inheritor. It certainly couldn't be like this. The floating immortal island had appeared hours ago, yet he remained hidden in the mountains, requiring satellite tracking to pinpoint his location and forcing them to deploy fighter jets to find him? Since the photographs of Luan flying with his sword were classified as top secret, they had no idea of his capabilities and naturally couldn't have guessed he was waiting for them. So if he was still stuck deep in the mountains for hours without food or water, he must have gotten lost and couldn't find his way out. The thought of bringing Luan back only to disappoint their superiors weighed heavily on them. As 2 elite pilots flying top-tier fighter jets, their mission wasn't combat, it was retrieving an ordinary civilian. The prospect left them feeling deflated. The fighter jet speed was swift, and in the blink of an eye, they approached the Kunlun Mountains. Following their plan, they began searching for Luan. Everything proceeded smoothly until several of the fighter jet's instrument displays suddenly became wildly unstable. The next second, all readings spiked off the charts. The propellers ground to a halt instantly, and it seemed as though every electronic system had failed. What's happening? Engine failure. Radar failure. Even the control stick is malfunctioning. 1126 calling headquarters. 1126 calling headquarters. We're done for. We're under extremely powerful jamming, even our communications are down. Though both were highly experienced pilots, they had never encountered this situation before and there was nothing they could do. The fighter jet was now nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal, offering no room for maneuver as it plummeted vertically toward the ground. Feeling the accelerating descent, both pilots instinctively closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable. Over a full minute passed, yet the expected death never came. Strangely, the fighter's descent even began to slow. Confused, they slowly opened their eyes and witnessed a scene that left them utterly stunned. Outside the fighter's window, Lewin stood parallel to them, smiling as he watched. This was high above the ground, for crying out loud. What the hell was going on? Driven by curiosity, they looked down and saw that the fighter jet was being held aloft by a massive sword. It was precisely this sword that prevented the aircraft from crashing. Lewin himself stood atop the sword, which explained why he appeared to be flying alongside them. Facing the pilot's stunned expressions, Lewin simply smiled with ease. This top-tier flying sword is truly extraordinary. It can actually grow this large. Amidst the conversation, Lewin skillfully guided the colossal flying sword, safely bringing the fighter jet and its two pilots down to the ground. After disembarking, the two highly trained pilots found their legs unexpectedly weak. Staring at Lewin and the flying sword that had returned to its normal size, they were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. This couldn't be some ordinary person lost and stranded in Kunlun Mountains. He was clearly the protagonist stepped straight out of a fantasy novel. Could it truly be someone who had obtained ancient Chinese heritage? But could someone who had just obtained ancient heritage be this powerful? Earlier, it was mentioned that inheritors of ancient traditions from other nations gained immense power upon receiving their legacy. But that power was only relative to ordinary people. It certainly couldn't be strong enough to stop a rapidly descending helicopter. At this thought, both men instinctively turned their gaze toward the helicopter. A fighter jet like that, loaded with ample ammunition, weighed at least 50 tons. To not only intercept a 50-ton fighter jet in freefall but also land it smoothly on the ground, what immense power would that require? Wasn't Lewin now stronger than every extraordinary being in the world? One of the pilots shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and extended a hand toward Lewin. Hello. We have a senior commander who wishes to see you. Would you be available to come with us? Seeing this, Lewin's heart leapt with joy. He immediately reached out and grasped the hand. Of course I can. He had been pondering how to broach the subject with these two about wanting to meet someone influential, but they had taken the initiative instead. After Lewin spoke, the two pilots turned their gaze back to the fighter jet, now little more than scrap metal, and fell silent. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Chapter 5, Secret Talks. Noticing the pilots' expressions, Lewin suddenly realized how deeply aircraft meant to pilots, especially fighter pilots. He quickly reassured them. Don't worry. I was very careful just now. I didn't use much force. I absolutely won't damage this fighter jet. The reason it malfunctioned is simply because of the unique magnetic field here. It's only temporary. Once we leave this area, it will be fine. His words stunned the pilots once more. He had caught a helicopter weighing dozens of tons, plummeting at high speed, with just careful handling and no force. Just how terrifying must Lewin's true abilities be? If Lewin truly possessed the ancient Chinese legacy, just how formidable must that legacy be? One of the pilots could no longer contain his curiosity. He looked at Lewin and asked, Mr. Liu, have you truly obtained the ancient Chinese legacy? Facing their questions, Lewin merely offered a mysterious smile. I believe you'll find out soon enough. Hearing Lewin's response, the two pilots wisely nodded before entrusting him to guide the fighter jet out of the magnetic field's range. Using his flying sword to transport both the fighter jet and themselves out of the magnetic field, the jet indeed took off again, eventually landing on a platform perched on a sheer cliff face. The moment Lewin stepped out of the fighter jet, the two pilots immediately flew away without lingering for even a second, clearly indicating the high level of secrecy surrounding this location. Before he could fully survey his surroundings, a middle-aged man in formal attire appeared before him, extending a hand. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm with the Secret Service. Hello. Please follow me. With that, the man led him into a dimly lit tunnel. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lewin finally saw a faint glimmer of light. Looking toward the light, he saw an extremely simple room that gave the feeling of stepping back into the 1990s. A tea table stood in the center of the room. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit sat beside it, beckoning Lewin over with a wave, gesturing for him to take a seat. Lewin didn't hesitate, sitting down confidently across from the old man. You've acquired the ancient Chinese legacy? The old man cut straight to the point. What level are you? Lewin didn't back down. His current goal was to construct the spirit sealing array. This plan absolutely couldn't be known to too many people, lest those with ulterior motives interfere. Therefore, if the person wasn't sufficiently ranked, telling them would be pointless. They might even spread rumors. It was better not to say anything at all. Hearing Lewin's question, Elder Fawn couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, you young man are quite something. So what rank are you? Take out your phone now, go to the official news homepage, and click into the recent high-level national conference. Lewin looked puzzled but complied, pulling out his phone. Within a second, the expression on his face shifted from calm to utter shock. You're Elder Fong. One of the current elders of the Elders' Council, a true heavyweight. So, can you tell me now whether you've obtained the ancient Chinese inheritance? I have. Hearing Luan's admission, even Elder Fong, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but be visibly moved. Then you must immediately submit the contents of the inheritance to the state. It will be protected and utilized by the nation, and you will receive rewards beyond your wildest imagination. Well, Luan was stumped. He hadn't even completed the system's second task yet. What inheritance content was he supposed to have? Is there some difficulty? There is a bit of a problem. Just tell me whatever I can do, I'll do everything in my power to help. The ancient Chinese inheritance seems different from foreign ones. To fully utilize it, it appears certain prerequisites must be fulfilled. Like what? For instance, constructing something akin to an array formation that must span the entire Great Xia. This demands an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. Luan spoke as he fetched a sheet of paper and a pen from nearby, sketching a structure resembling an iron tower. This contraption. We need to build a ring of these along the borders of Great Xia. Then, we must construct additional structures within the perimeter to form an array. Finally, we'll energize the entire system. Hearing Luan's request, Elder Fong's face clouded with confusion, which quickly turned to gravity. Are you certain this is an ancient Chinese legacy? Whether it's ancient heritage or not, it's something beneficial to our Great Xia. This formation included it will bring boundless advantages to our nation in the future. Under normal circumstances, constructing such an array would pose no difficulty for Great Xia. With our infrastructure capabilities, it could be completed within a month. But the situation is different now. Luan understood the implication in Elder Fong's words. The pressure bearing down on Great Xia was simply too immense. Every single resource within the nation needed to be utilized rationally. Only then could sufficient combat strength be guaranteed. Constructing such a massive formation rashly, consuming so many resources, could very well threaten the national defense of the Great Xia. Therefore, if Luan wished for official assistance in constructing his formation, he would need to offer something substantial in return. But that was precisely the problem. Beyond his foundation establishment cultivation base and the top-tier flying sword rewarded by the system, he had virtually nothing to offer. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head and spoke. Until this formation is completed, the Great Xia cannot establish its own extraordinary academy. At present, I truly have nothing to offer the Great Xia except my sweat, my resolve, and my burning passion. What do you intend to do? Since the authorities are unwilling to assist me due to their own difficulties, I will build it myself. Even if it takes 10 years, or even 100 years, I will see it completed. Looking into Luan's eyes, Elder Fong nodded. Very well. This is precisely the spirit our young people of Great Xia should embody. Though I cannot decide the matter of constructing the formation alone, I choose to place my trust in you. Thank you. No need for formalities. I'll have someone escort you home now. I'll notify you when there's further progress on this matter. One day later, inside the technological tower of the capital city, 9 elders including Elder Fong sat around a table, each wearing a solemn expression. Elder Fong had already informed the others about Luan's situation. As expected, the matter met with fierce opposition. That kid claims to be the recipient of an ancient inheritance, yet he can't produce any evidence of it? This joke is taking things a bit too far. But what if the young man is telling the truth? Are we to abandon this hard-won ancient inheritance for nothing? How many years has Great Xia suffered in frustration due to lacking ancient inheritance? Do you wish to continue that frustration? Fine, let's consider this. Suppose we follow the kid's instructions only to discover we've been deceived. The resulting losses could very well plunge Great Xia directly into the secret beast tide. Who would bear the responsibility then? Those supporting Luan clung to this sliver of hope. Those opposing Luan were unwilling to gamble, knowing the stakes were far too high to risk losing. The argument only ceased when the elder seated at the center cleared his throat, finally restoring silence to the room. Elder Fong turned to the one who had coughed, the most influential figure in this meeting room, and asked, Elder Grandmaster? What is your opinion? Chapter 6, The Extraordinary Among Us. As all the elders turned their gaze toward the Grand Elder, the entire room fell silent, waiting for his opinion. The Grand Elder's gaze remained serene, betraying no emotional ripple. He slowly produced a set of documents that had clearly been prepared in advance and distributed them to each person present. These are the statistical records of the losses inflicted upon Great Xia by each secret beast tide since the spatial rifts first appeared within our borders. Please review them. Even these leaders, accustomed to handling matters of national importance daily, couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat upon seeing the figures. Their expressions grew grave. Their reactions spoke volumes about the sheer devastation revealed in those figures. Each wave of secret beasts brought immense catastrophe to the Great Xia Empire. If that were all, it might be bearable. The critical issue was that these secret beast surges grew increasingly ferocious with each occurrence, demanding ever greater sacrifices from the Great Xia. Sometimes, a single wave could be 10 times larger than the previous one. Faced with this reality, every one of them understood clearly the Great Xia Empire might not even survive 3 such waves. Even if, by some miracle, the Great Xia Empire managed to survive 3 waves, by that point, the other nations would undoubtedly move against the empire, already teetering on the brink of collapse. Elder, what is your decision? The Great Xia is on the brink of collapse. What we must do is seize every shred of hope. My choice is naturally the Great Xia's only hope to support Luan. I too choose hope. Madness. Utter madness. You've all lost your minds. To recklessly expend such immense manpower and resources supporting some unknown upstart, do you comprehend the consequences of this? After 3 beast waves, even if the Great Xia falls, it could be called a natural disaster. But if our support for that boy hastens its collapse, that would be a man-made catastrophe. And we, who decided this fate, would be the guilty ones. The national-level conference finally concluded. Until the very last moment, several elders remained unwilling to take such immense risks to support Luan. But the minority yielded to the majority. The meeting's outcome was official. The Great Xia Empire would spare no effort in supporting Luan's reconstruction. Of course, Luan remained unaware of this official decision at the time. Shortly after returning home, his mother insisted he go back to school to complete the final 2 months of his senior year and attempt the college entrance exam. Though he felt studying was utterly unnecessary at this point, he returned to his class to spare his mother any worry. Luan planned to quietly observe the class for a few days, gauge the authorities' stance toward him, and then formulate his next course of action. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, he saw his classmates gathered around something, each face glowing with excitement. This puzzled Luan. After all, it was the critical period leading up to the college entrance exams. Logically, his classmates should have been fully focused on their studies. How could they possibly have time to gawk at a spectacle? Curiosity piqued, he extended his foundation establishment stage cultivator's divine sense to investigate. He discovered the center of attention was a male classmate named Fang Yan, considered one of the top students. But Fang Yan wasn't wearing his school uniform. Instead, he was dressed in an extremely bizarre outfit, wearing a mysterious smile. Just as Luan was puzzling over this, a scene unfolded that shocked everyone. From the sleeve of Fang Yan's right arm, another hand emerged, meaning this guy had grown a third arm out of thin air. The sight stunned the surrounding classmates, who began gasping in disbelief. Fang Yan, is this a supernatural ability? I never imagined you could master it in just 3 months. That's incredible. To witness such extraordinary abilities up close in my lifetime, I die satisfied. Facing his classmates' praise, Fang Yan lifted the corners of his mouth, raised his head proudly, and feigned modesty. No. My mentor at the Three Kingdoms Academy said my talent only ranks in the top 10 in the entire school. Damn impressive. Luan stared at Fang Yan's newly sprouted little hand, and images of his favorite braised chicken feet instantly flooded his mind. He couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark. How come this thing looks just like chicken feet? Indeed, this hand was far too small and stubby, looking almost exactly like a chicken claw. His muttered remark wasn't loud, but it still drew the attention of his classmates. All eyes turned toward him. When they realized it was him, their expressions became truly entertaining. I was wondering who was being so sour. Turns out it's Luan, the one who got snatched away for that extraordinary academy scholarship. Luan's back? Did you find that ancient Huaxia inheritance yet? Ha ha ha. Shortly after Luan's departure, his spot at Brahma Academy was given to another classmate, Fang Yan. Turns out Fang Yan was a genius. After arriving at Brahma Academy, he mastered the basics in just 3 months, learning the ability to grow an extra limb. Even Brahma Academy marveled at Fang Yan's talent, making an exception to allow him to study the core inheritance of the 3 kingdoms. Today, Fang Yan had finally returned to Daxia and rushed straight to the classroom to show off to his former classmates, stealing the spotlight. In contrast, Luan seemed like a joke to them. He had given up his chance to enter Brahma Academy and wasted 3 months of study just to search for the ancient Huaxia legacy that might not even exist. Now, Luan was saying things like this. Wasn't that just sour grapes? Luan merely shook his head at their sarcastic remarks, choosing not to dwell on them. Just as he was about to return to his seat, Fang Yan addressed him. Hey, Luan! What did you just say? You called this chicken feet? I only said it looked a bit like chicken feet. I never said it was chicken feet. Ah, ignorance really is bliss. Fang Yan narrowed his eyes with a cold smile, waving that third hand that resembled a chicken claw. He continued, care to come over and shake my third hand? See for yourself just how powerful this so-called chicken claw really is? Exactly, Luan. You got the guts to try it? Luan, you wouldn't just talk big and then not even dare to shake hands, would you? Stop picking on the guy. He's already mentally unstable. If he gets hurt by supernatural powers, how's he supposed to live? Ha ha ha. Watching Fang Yan's arrogant demeanor and the classmates around him egging him on like spectators craving drama, Luan frowned and began walking toward Fang Yan. He considered himself a patient person, but even a clay Buddha has its limits, especially for a young man brimming with youthful vigor. He'd really picked up a few superficial tricks abroad and now thought he was invincible. This was the perfect opportunity to test just how much strength these so-called extraordinary beings from abroad truly possessed. Witnessing this scene, the other students couldn't help but think. Luan truly lived up to his reputation as a madman. There was nothing he wouldn't do. As Luan approached Fang Yan, extending a hand with utter composure, the other students couldn't bear to watch. A normal person against an extraordinary being, even someone like Fang Yan, who was just starting out, wasn't even remotely comparable. Luan's fate was bound to be utterly miserable. Fang Yan stared at Luan's outstretched hand, a twisted grin spreading across his face. He reached out with his third hand and grasped it firmly. In his mind's eye, he could already see Luan writhing on the ground in agony as his hand bones shattered. The next second, that grin froze solid on his face. Chapter 7, Who Will Regret? The instant Luan made contact with Fang Yan's third hand, he did indeed sense a faint force. But the moment this force collided with his spiritual energy, it vanished instantly, fleeting, as Luan perceived it. For Fang Yan, however, the situation was entirely different. As an exchange student hailed as a prodigy by Brahma Academy, he had returned to Great Xia with an air of superiority, convinced he was above others. So when Luan remarked that his third hand resembled a chicken claw, Fang Yan felt an unprecedented surge of rage. Fury that Luan, a fool who had turned down the chance to study at Brahma Academy, dared mock him, a lofty transcendent being. This demanded a profound lesson for the other party. Thus, the moment Fang Yan made contact with Luan, he unleashed his full power. You see, the transcendent ability the Brahma Academy had taught him was to store all his power in his third hand. Thus, when he exerted himself, even steel could be easily crushed and deformed, a force no ordinary person could withstand. Yet after unleashing his full force, he was utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, he felt like an ant standing beneath a towering ancient tree, foolishly attempting to shake its very foundations. Worse still, he was overcome by an overwhelming sense that if Luan so desired, he could make him vanish from this world in an instant without lifting a finger. What was going on? Why was Luan so powerful? Was this the confidence behind his refusal to study abroad in the Three Kingdoms and his contempt for their abilities? By the time he snapped back to reality, Luan had already released his short third hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he turned and walked back to his seat. The surrounding classmates first watched Luan depart with effortless grace, then turned their gaze to Fang Yan, who stood frozen in place, clearly terrified and stunned. Instantly, they understood Fang Yan had suffered a major setback. For a moment, disbelief washed over every face. Why? Why would Fang Yan, an extraordinary being, be outmatched by an ordinary person like Luan? Observing Luan's unremarkable appearance, he dismissed the possibility of Luan being powerful. That left only one conclusion. It had to be that Fang Yan, as a newly initiated extraordinary being, wasn't powerful at all. Everything Fang Yan had just told them was nothing but bragging. At this thought, their eyes involuntarily drifted toward Fang Yan's third hand. At that glance, many instantly agreed it did resemble what Luan had described, a tiny chicken claw. Put! One student couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. One laugh led to another, and soon the classroom was filled with cheerful laughter. Only Fang Yan stood frozen in place. The discrimination and suffering he endured in the Third Kingdom flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. What had he endured all this for? Was it just to come back and be mocked by these former classmates, to be utterly outclassed by an ordinary person like Luan? In an instant, a torrent of negative emotions erupted within him, distorting his expression into a grimace before finally erupting into a loud, raucous laugh. Laugh all you want. Keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Especially you, Luan. Luan turned around. What about me? Ha 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 ha. Since we were classmates back in the day, I'll show you mercy and tell you one thing: the Great Xia Empire is about to collapse. Fang Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not talking nonsense. The price Great Xia has paid to fend off the secret beast tide is simply too horrific. And each wave of the tide grows stronger than the last. Within 3 more waves, Great Xia will fall. Then you'll all be fodder for the secret beasts. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Great Xia your country too? With it facing such dire peril now, you still have the nerve to laugh? My country? Do you even know why I came back? To process the paperwork transferring my family's citizenship to the Triple Kingdom. From now on, I'm an Triple citizen. You lot can stay here in Great Xia and wait to die. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yan's unrestrained words, paired with his shrill laughter, silenced the entire class. One by one, they lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Luan watched it all unfold, clenching his fists in frustration. If Fang Yan's previous actions had merely annoyed him, then what he was doing now had ignited his fury. Right there in front of the entire class, he clenched his fists tightly and took step after step toward Fang Yan. You, what do you think you're doing? As Luan drew nearer, Fang Yan was so startled he could barely form coherent words. Before he could finish, Luan's fist slammed into him. The single blow sent Fang Yan flying backward like a kite whose string had snapped. He slammed into the wall before crashing to the floor, blood gushing from his nostrils like a fountain. Luan stood calmly in place, surveying the surrounding classmates before speaking in a detached tone. The Great Xia shall not fall. Fang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Wiping the blood from his nose, he stared at the crimson smear on his hand, seething with rage. Luan, I'm a transcendent being protected by the Great Xia Agreement. Do you know what will happen to you for hurting me? Oh? What consequences? Just you wait. Fang Yan spat out the threat before swiftly pulling out his phone and dialing a number, seemingly recounting something. Classmates nearby witnessed the scene and gathered around Luan. Luan, you're in big trouble. This guy is a superhuman, protected by the relevant regulations. Luan wore a look of utter disdain. Regulations? You mean those unequal treaties China signed with foreign countries for international student quotas? I've never recognized any of those treaties. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Two men in uniform appeared within the students' view. They entered the classroom and flashed their credentials. We're from the State Security Bureau. Is there a student named Luan in your class? Seeing this, Fang Yanxiao laughed even more brazenly, quickly pointing at Luan. Ha, the efficiency of the Great Xia government is truly impressive. That guy is Luan. Quick, arrest him. The two uniformed men looked puzzled but turned their attention to Luan. Are you Mr. Luan? I am. Mr. Luan, Elder Fang has requested your presence. Would you be available? Hearing this, Luan instantly realized the authorities were ready to support his formation construction. He turned to glance at Fang Yan, who had fallen into a daze. Let's see which one of us will regret this. Chapter 8, Luan's Resolve. Capital City, Technology Building. Luan, following deliberation by the Elders Council, you are formally appointed as the Chief Director of the Celestial Array Project. During the project period, you have full authority to allocate all steel and power resources within the Great Xia Empire, with funding essentially unrestricted. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the nation's expectations. After signing complex confidentiality agreements and completing all preparatory work, Luan was formally appointed by the Council of Elders as the Chief Director of a top-secret project. This project was named Project Heavenly Array. Its level of secrecy was so high that, aside from the Elders themselves, only Luan knew the plan's true purpose, to construct the soul-sealing Great Array. Luan immediately began traversing the nation on his flying sword, scouting locations suitable for the array's focal points and marking them on maps. In less than a week, he successfully sketched a preliminary array diagram onto a map of Great Xia. He submitted this blueprint and began mobilizing manpower and resources to construct this spirit-sealing array, which would require nearly 100,000 pinholes. It must be said that the Great Xia truly lived up to its reputation as a construction powerhouse. With an effort that could almost be described as mobilizing the nation's entire resources, the array took shape within just 3 months. The sudden appearance of nearly 100,000 unexplained structures across the Great Xia Empire sent shockwaves through both domestic and international public opinion. The structures erected atop the array's focal points resemble iron towers, interconnected by high-voltage cables poised for activation. Numerous foreign experts speculated that these tower-like structures were actually electromagnetic towers. When the secret beasts breached the defense network and began attacking the Great Xia mainland, these electromagnetic towers would unleash super-strong high-voltage electricity for a final act of resistance. This development clearly indicates that the Great Xia government has truly run out of options, already preparing for the inevitable fall. Meanwhile, domestic discourse is all over the map. Some claim the nation has achieved a major breakthrough in a certain field, asserting these tower-like structures can effectively repel the secret beasts. Others take a pessimistic view, believing the government is desperate, grasping at straws, and preparing for a final, futile resistance. In short, nearly everyone believed these towers were preparations for resisting the secret beasts. Initially, this public discourse had little impact on Luan's plan. But trouble arose when all the towers were completed and preparations were made to energize them for testing. Charging the array required an enormous amount of electricity, necessitating a nationwide blackout lasting an entire day, exempting only critical facilities like hospitals and military bases. When official media announced the impending day-long blackout, the internet erupted. Countless voices declared survival impossible without electricity. Soon after, people realized this one-day blackout was merely for testing the towers, meaning they would likely be used frequently in the future. If each activation of these towers necessitates a blackout, wouldn't that mean they'd be tormented to death? Not to mention they had no idea what these towers were even for. On the day the final tower was completed and ready for power testing, a large crowd gathered near the towers. They chained themselves to the structures, preventing the authorities from energizing them. When Luan heard the news, he was stunned. Were these people just bored? A single day without power, it wasn't like they'd die from it, was it? Shaking his head helplessly, he summoned all the key personnel responsible for the Sky Array project to hold an emergency meeting. Once everyone was present, Luan scanned the room. Have the military forcibly separate those people from the towers and proceed directly with the charging process. The single sentence left the entire conference room stunned. However, due to the project's extremely high level of secrecy, only Luan knew what the so-called Heavenly Array truly was. The others were completely in the dark, still believing it to be a new weapon against secret beasts, just as rumored online. This meeting was ostensibly to discuss how to proceed with the Iron Tower test despite widespread opposition. In truth, every attendee believed the test was impossible to complete today and must be postponed. Yet when they relayed the situation to Luan, they were utterly stunned to learn he intended to force the Iron Tower test regardless. This left them all speechless. After a full 3 minutes of silence, a woman with an impeccable figure finally spoke up. Luan, have you lost your mind? Do you understand the consequences of this? If there are consequences, I alone will bear them. You take responsibility? Can you really handle it? If we proceed as you suggest and it gets exposed, how will others view our official organization? It won't be something you can simply take responsibility for, we'll all be implicated. Once the charging is complete, none of this will matter. But? No buts about it. I'm the project lead. I have the final say when necessary. Do as I say. Luan's gaze was unwavering. He understood that the Great Xia Empire was in dire straits, so perilous that it might not even survive the next wave of secret beasts. And when would the next wave arrive? No one could say for certain. He could only push forward as quickly as possible to establish the Cultivation University. No one would stop him. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Luan as if he were a madman. It was merely a test of those iron towers. Why couldn't it wait? Why did it have to be today? If this incident sparked public outrage, their fate would be too dreadful to contemplate. Perhaps reading something in their expressions, Luan sighed before speaking slowly once more. If anyone fears this will jeopardize their career, they may withdraw now. I guarantee they will have absolutely no connection to the Heavenly Array project afterward. You lunatic! You're courting death and dragging me down with you? Anyone else who wants to keep playing along with this madman can stay. I'm out of here. A middle-aged man, enraged by Luan's words, stood up abruptly and strode decisively out of the conference room. With one leading the way, the remaining attendees exchanged glances before one by one exiting the room, announcing their departure from the team. Within 10 minutes, only 2 people remained in the room, Luan and the woman who had initially challenged him, Ruan Qing, his secretary. Luan surveyed the empty conference room, suddenly feeling utterly abandoned. He turned to Ruan Chang and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Ruan Chang was so flustered she couldn't speak. As the granddaughter of Elder Fong, she had been specifically instructed to support Luan as much as possible, and she had agreed to do so. So now, all she could manage was to say, her voice tinged with resentment. "I'll trust you one last time. Then do as I say. Have the troops disperse those troublemakers, then force charge the Iron Tower." Chapter 9, Charging Complete. The array points Luan selected were mostly in remote, rarely visited areas. In these areas, forget towns, even villages were scarce. Therefore, anyone who made a special trip to the array's vicinity to cause trouble was likely up to no good. This was one reason Luan dared to issue such a firm order. At this moment, a coastal mountain valley that normally saw almost no visitors was unexpectedly filled with people. They had gathered near a towering iron tower, arguing incessantly with the official personnel surrounding it. Some had even chained themselves to the tower, declaring that if the tower was to be energized, they would be the first to be electrocuted. As the standoff intensified, a military truck pulled up beside them. Without a word, burly soldiers yanked the protesters down from the tower. Similar scenes were unfolding across the nation. From the shadows, a man witnessed it all and immediately made a call. "Mr. Stav, it seems the Great Xia authorities intend to forcibly conduct power tests on the tower despite such fierce opposition. This tower appears far more extraordinary than we imagined." On the other end, a white man with a full beard and wearing a suit took a puff from his cigar. Slowly exhaling the smoke, he spoke in stiff Great Xia Mandarin. "In that case, we absolutely cannot let the Great Xia have its way. Film everything you see and post it online, stir up as much public outrage as possible." Understood. Truthfully, Luan didn't dare open his phone now. The moment he did, it would be flooded with negative information about the Heavenly Array project. After the military forcibly removed the troublemakers, a large, organized group began systematically releasing related videos and manipulative commentary online. Public pressure had reached its peak. "So, Luan? Still think you can handle the consequences alone? As long as we successfully charge the Iron Tower, nothing else matters. By the way, are all the preparations before charging complete?" "Everything is prepared. But think carefully, if it doesn't yield the results you expect, you'll bear the wrath of millions of Great Xia citizens. Even the Elders' Council won't be able to protect you then. Then hurry up and activate it." The nation's expectations, the distrust of countless people, and months of relentless, sleepless effort, all of it had condensed into pressure, crushing down on Luan until he could barely breathe. If the spirit sealing array failed, he would face unimaginably severe consequences, so severe he dared not even contemplate them. Calling Sky Array Command Center, commence powering up. Copy that. At the command, a display screen before Luan lit up, flickering with countless points of light. Each dot represented an array node. A green dot signaled normal operation, while a red dot indicated a problem. It took roughly 3 seconds for the array node data to transmit here. Luan could affirm these were the most agonizing 3 seconds of his 2 lifetimes. He dared not even breathe. Please, heavens above, don't toy with me now. This has to succeed. 3 seconds later, the screen was completely filled with green dots. Success. Submit mission. Detecting Great Xia. Detecting formation integrity. Detecting energy sufficiency. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You have obtained the task reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the cultivation technique Qi cultivation decision. Qi cultivation technique, a foundational Qi cultivation method with no prerequisites, anyone may practice it. Channeling heavenly Qi throughout the entire realm of Great Xia. Luan immediately began reviewing the third task. Current task, usher in the era of universal cultivation. Task description, enable over 20% of Daxia's citizens to begin cultivation, from which to select those with exceptional aptitude as preparatory students for the Cultivation University. Task reward, floating island fully converted into Cultivation University. Task duration, 6 months. Failure penalty, host's cultivation base stripped. Glancing at the task, Luan sighed helplessly. It seemed he'd have to rely on official channels once more. Half an hour later, Luan appeared in Elder Fong's office. Now that the formation is complete, it's time for you to hand over the ancient inheritance, isn't it? I can, but you must agree to one condition. Ha? Another condition? Fine, just spit it out. I can only hand over part of the inheritance at this time. And after I entrust this portion of the ancient legacy to your official authorities, you must make this inheritance public to all citizens. Make it public to all citizens? Do you know how many foreign spies are currently hiding within Great Xia? Making it public to all citizens is no different from making it public to the entire world. Seeing Elder Fong's puzzled expression, Luan's lips curved into a faint smile. Do you know why I'm determined to build that formation covering the entire Great Xia? Why? The ancient traditions of Huaxia are fundamentally different from those of any other nation. To cultivate using Huaxia's ancient traditions, one must be immersed in an environment saturated with spiritual energy. I see. So the formation you've constructed essentially helps the Great Xia Empire harness spiritual energy while preventing it from leaking into other nations, right? As expected of Elder Fong. That's pretty much it. But what if other nations learn to build this formation too? All the spiritual energy is already monopolized by Great Xia. Other nations won't get a single shred of it. Ah, you youngster. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Those old fools in the Elders' Council who opposed you, they won't be able to hold their heads up in front of me anymore. Luan then produced a seemingly ordinary booklet bearing 3 large characters, Nurturing Qi Decision. This is ancient Chinese heritage. Follow the teachings within to cultivate strength. Ordinary practitioners can master the basics within 3 months. Once initiated, they'll surpass newly initiated extraordinary beings from other nations by a significant margin. With this in hand, I'm confident the Great Xia's national defense capabilities will rise to a new level. Elder Fong took the booklet and couldn't put it down. He examined it from every angle before finally nodding with a broad smile. Ha ha ha. Heaven has not forsaken our Great Xia. I shall immediately have this converted into an electronic version and disseminated nationwide. With that, he instructed his subordinates to handle the matter, then turned his undiminished smile toward Luan. Technically, this meeting should have been with all members of the council. Do you know why only I am here with you now? Why? Because back when we were deciding whether to launch the Heavenly Array project, several old fools in the council flat out refused to agree. Ha ha ha. Now they'll have to keep their heads down in front of this old man for quite some time. By the way, you've shown such great congratulations to the Great Xia. What reward do you desire? Even if it's a national level honor, the council won't be stingy. No reward is necessary. It's just that I may need official assistance in the future. When that time comes, I hope Elder Fong won't refuse. Ha, that goes without saying. Chapter 10, The Descent of Spiritual Energy. After completing all this, Luan bid farewell to Elder Fong and prepared to leave. After all, the current system quest only required waiting for the official release of the Qi cultivation technique. It wouldn't take long to complete, and he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Moreover, having signed a confidentiality agreement these past months, he hadn't contacted his family. It would be best to return and let them know he was safe. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped onto the first floor of the technology building, he spotted the former leaders who had withdrawn from the Heavenly Array project, along with Yuan Chang, who had been forced to stay, all gathered together. Through the perception of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could hear them discussing him. He had assumed they had learned of the Heavenly Array project's success and were now shamelessly trying to convince Luan to overlook their earlier withdrawal so they could share in the fruits of victory. But upon closer inspection, every face except Yuan Chang's wore a smug, gloating expression. When they looked at Luan, it felt like they were staring at a joke. Luan was utterly bewildered by this scene, unable to fathom why they were looking at him like this. Just then, Yuan Chang walked over to him and asked, "The Heavenly Array plan has failed, hasn't it?" "Failed? Why do you say that?" Because after those towers were charged, nothing changed in the Great Xia. Not even the towers themselves showed any signs of activity. Yuan Qing's words suddenly made everything clear to Luan. Although the Great Xia was now saturated with spiritual energy, it was still in its infancy. The environment and spiritual energy hadn't fully integrated yet, so no visible changes were apparent. But in just a few more minutes, the spiritual energy would cause visible changes to unfold across the Great Xia. This likely explained why those former leaders of the Heavenly Array Project had looked at him with such expressions. Once he grasped this, he addressed Yuan Qing directly. Rest assured, the plan is a success. Before Yuan Qing could respond, the middle-aged man who had exited first spoke up. Successful? Still talking tough when death is upon you? As he spoke, the man gestured toward the doorway. The place is swarming with reporters from all the major media outlets. Didn't you say you could handle the consequences? Go on then, ha ha ha. The former leaders who had already withdrawn burst into laughter, seemingly relieved by their own exit, while Yuan Qing wore an expression of helpless resignation. They're using their early exits as cover to dump all the blame on you. Looks like we're both in big trouble this time. Luan hadn't expected this young woman, who'd become his secretary through connections, to stand by him at a time like this. At least she was better than those others who'd bailed at critical moments and now came back to mock him. Luan sighed helplessly before turning his gaze to the group. Are you sure you want to completely distance yourselves from the Heavenly Array Project? Rather than certain, we're relieved. Thank goodness we didn't lose our minds like you did and came to our senses midway to pull out. Ha ha ha. Very well. Remember your own words. With that, Luan stepped forward without hesitation, facing the swarm of reporters head-on. It wasn't just Yuan Qing and the others who felt this way. Virtually all citizens of Great Xia now believed the Heavenly Array Project had failed. After all, they had originally anticipated the need for continuous energy recharge to the Iron Tower, which is why the Great Xia government had announced a one-day power outage. What Luan hadn't anticipated was that the moment the tower was charged, the system quest was completed, and spiritual energy flooded into Great Xia. Moreover, with the presence of spiritual energy, the array no longer required electricity to sustain it. It could now operate solely on the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth, rendering the day-long power outage unnecessary. Thus, the situation the Great Xia people now faced was this: one moment they discovered the power outage and were still indignant, demanding an explanation from the authorities, only for the electricity to return the very next moment. To ordinary people, this could only mean one thing: the power outage was averted precisely because the plan to charge the transmission tower had failed. Compounding this perception, the transmission towers showed absolutely no reaction after being energized, further cementing people's belief in their theory. To construct these towers, enormous human and material resources were expended. Even to energize them, the military was deployed to forcibly remove people from the towers. Now they were being told the plan had failed, that all that effort had been wasted. How could people not be furious? Spies from various nations lurking in the shadows sensed an opportunity and immediately began spreading rumors, pushing the public's anger to its peak. Clearly, Luan hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. He walked out the door with a carefree expression, thinking that simply revealing the truth about spiritual energy would calm the crowd's fury. But he never imagined that the moment he opened the door, a barrage of rotten eggs, rotten vegetables, and other filth would rain down on him. A mob shouted threats, charging forward to beat him. Only through his foundation establishment cultivation and the security presence did the situation barely stabilize. Before Luan could catch his breath, a wave of reporters swarmed him, bombarding him with questions. Sir, did you propose the Heavenly Array Project to defraud state funds? Sir, what do you have to say about the failure of the Heavenly Array Project? Sir, are you truly a foreign spy who proposed the Heavenly Array Project solely to drain the resources of the Great Xia Empire? Sir! The sharpness of these questions ignited anger within Luan. Was this all he got for working so hard to build the spirit sealing array? Just as he was at a complete loss for words, he suddenly sensed a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy. Instantly, he understood the celestial and terrestrial energies had finally fused perfectly with the Great Xia. At this realization, a faint smile finally touched his lips. Sir, what are you laughing at? Did we hit the nail on the head? Guess what? Not a chance. Luan took a deep breath and spread his hands toward the crowd before him. Everyone, the Heavenly Array Project has not failed. On the contrary, it can be considered a tremendous success. But after energizing those towers, there wasn't a single reaction. And while the plan called for a full day of power, it only lasted a few seconds. Look behind you. Everyone felt puzzled by Luan's words and turned to look behind them. There lay a patch of greenery, an ordinary, unremarkable strip of grass. Yet in the next instant, it began to surge upward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the green belt transformed into a small patch of primeval jungle. The scene left the journalists utterly speechless. Before they could react, the ground began to tremble faintly. As Luan's words fell, the Great Xia Empire began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 11, The Transformation of Da Xia. According to the system, the spiritual energy currently possessed by the Great Xia Empire equaled the combined spiritual energy of an entire Great Thousand World. Luan had once asked the system what a Great Thousand World was, receiving the answer, a world 1,000 times larger than this one. Moreover, within such a world, the spiritual energy alone was sufficient to sustain the emergence of a cultivation civilization, a testament to its immense total quantity. Previously, Luan had worried that even if he successfully founded the Cultivation University, the slow pace of cultivation might mean that by the time the secret beast tide erupted, scarcely anyone would have reached the threshold of cultivation. Now it seemed he had overthought it. With such high-density spiritual energy, even a pig-taught demonic cultivation methods could ascend to become a great demon. Once this spiritual energy fully integrated with the Great Xia environment, the land transformed like parched farmland suddenly drenched by rain. It burst forth with vitality previously unimaginable. The earth trembled, beasts roared, and all vegetation began to grow wildly in an instant, transforming their original forms. Rivers polluted for years suddenly became crystal clear. Moreover, every soul within the borders of Daxia felt an overwhelming sense of ease. It felt as though they had been standing their entire lives and had suddenly learned to sit. What they did not know, however, was that this spiritual energy not only brought profound comfort but also quietly transformed their bodies from within. Simply living within this spirit energy-rich environment required no effort. Cancer cells and other harmful substances within their bodies would gradually be purged. In fact, it could be said that in a few months' time, you won't see many people in hospitals anymore, which also helps save a significant amount of medical resources for the Great Xia Empire. The sudden shift left the journalists bewildered. Just as they were about to ask what was happening, they noticed that the official media of the Great Xia had issued an urgent announcement. The notice contained 3 main points. The first point concerned the descent of spiritual energy upon Daxia. Since the Qi Cultivation Manual contained descriptions of spiritual energy, the official explanation came effortlessly. Essentially, it was a substance beneficial and harmless to the human body. The second point addressed cultivation practices. The Great Xia government decided against the foreign approach of keeping cultivation methods secretive and instead publicly released the cultivation techniques, declaring that all citizens of Great Xia could cultivate. The third point addressed the Heavenly Array project, detailing its purpose and refuting rumors of its failure. This official announcement, coupled with the visible, massive transformations occurring throughout the Great Xia Empire, was like playing a pair of aces in a card game. Played simultaneously, they form an unbeatable trump card. Instantly, a nationwide fervor erupted as countless individuals rushed to practice the Changchun decision. At this moment, the Great Xia entered a brand new era. In a rented room of a coastal town, an obese man was furiously tapping away at his keyboard. That Heavenly Array project is nothing but a scheme to deceive the people. Everyone, don't be fooled. In my view, the government fears we'll realize Great Xia is cornered and flee prematurely. That's why they've erected all those useless towers to create a smokescreen. I was one of those forcibly dragged off the tower. Look at my hand. That injury happened right then. After hours of relentless typing, he slumped back in his chair as his phone buzzed with a payment notification. Making money while lounging at home? Awesome. But as soon as he uttered those words, he spotted the official media's latest announcement and instantly furrowed his brow. Spiritual power? Cultivation? This isn't some fantasy novel. How could cultivating immortality be real? Yet, feeling the profound sense of ease that had washed over his body since moments ago, he followed the cultivation method outlined by the official media and began breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After practicing for a short while, his expression turned to shock as he slowly shifted his gaze to his heavily bandaged right hand. He was one of many online trolls, and a fairly high-level one at that. To spread false information online and smear the government, he had even broken his own hand and framed the Daxia military for it, claiming he was one of those dragged down from the tower. To make it seem as authentic as possible, he had genuinely broken his hand and even obtained a hospital certificate stating it would take at least 6 months to heal. Yet after practicing the Qi cultivation technique for only a short while, he suddenly felt his hand brimming with strength. When he tentatively moved it, the hand beneath the cast felt completely pain-free. He was utterly stunned. Before he could react, the door burst open. Uniformed officers pinned him to the floor. We suspect you're involved in espionage activities. Please come with us. Previously, the Great Xia Empire had turned a blind eye to these online trolls solely because of those unequal treaties, which had caused the empire to exercise restraint. Now that the Great Xia possessed spiritual power and had entered an era of universal cultivation, there was no longer any need to send students abroad to study at extraordinary universities. Those unequal treaties were naturally null and void. With no remaining reservations, it was time to settle accounts with this online troll army. And this man, who had sold his own country for money, now shed tears of regret. But it was too late. Back in the capital, beneath the technology tower, the reporters who had just been grilling Luan now hung their heads in shame. They had believed Luan to be a fraud embezzling state funds, only to discover he was a hero silently bearing immense pressure to serve them. This shame left them speechless. Within moments, they all left with heads bowed. Especially those who had hurled objects at Luan, claiming they were teaching him a lesson upon learning the truth. They fled faster than anyone else. Only one or two had the courage to stay and offer Luan an apology. Luan could only smile at it all. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and turned to see Yuan Chang and the former leaders who had withdrawn from the Heavenly Array project midway. They had all seen the official media announcement, and their gazes toward Luan had transformed into profound respect. Yuan Chang finally understood why Luan had always radiated such confidence, believing that once the Heavenly Array was completed, all problems would resolve themselves. It turned out Luan was the inheritor of ancient Chinese traditions. Luan, I'm sorry for doubting you so much before. It's fine. At least you stuck with me until the end, unlike certain others who, let alone responsibility and commitment, lacked even the courage to see a path through to the end. As Luan spoke, his gaze drifted deliberately toward the others standing beside Yuan Chang, his lips curling into a cold smile. I. The others flushed crimson. The first middle-aged man to back out stepped forward, coming face to face with Luan. Luan, we were just joking earlier. When we said we were quitting, the plan was practically done. It couldn't have been serious, right? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the others frantically nodded, hoping Luan would accept their explanation. Poof. Never mind that you contributed almost nothing to the plan. Instead, you constantly questioned me and sabotaged my efforts. Just moments ago, you admitted yourselves that you have no connection to the Heavenly Array plan whatsoever. What the hell are you doing crowding around me now? Luan finished speaking and turned to leave immediately, giving them no chance to respond. Watching Luan's retreating figure, the few who had withdrawn midway wished they could slap themselves. Had they stayed, regardless of their contributions, the success of the Heavenly Array plan would have earned them credit enough to land them in textbooks. But because they couldn't fathom Luan's intentions, they chickened out at the last minute and chose to withdraw. Now, not only did they gain nothing, but whenever this incident was brought up in the future, they would be utterly humiliated. How they regretted it now. Chapter 12, The Lighthouse Nation Assassin. Shortly after Luan departed, sensing it had been some time since the official release of the Cultivation Chi decision, he attempted to submit a task. Detecting cultivation practitioners in Great Xia. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward acquired. The floating island is undergoing comprehensive restructuring toward the Cultivation University. The moment the system's voice faded, a pillar of light suddenly descended from the distant sky. The pillar was so immense it could be seen even from where he stood. Luan gazed toward the pillar of light, knowing it pointed directly toward the direction of the floating island. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Finally, this moment had arrived. His cultivation university was finally being built. Though his return home would be delayed a few more days. Just then, Yuan Chang hurried over. Seeing the girl who had been his assistant for months, Luan couldn't help but offer her a smile. What's up? Those guys still haven't given up? Trying to get you to plead your case to me? Not exactly. After I told them you'd given up all the rewards, they left in shame. I came to ask what you plan to do next. Yuan Chang's words reminded Luan, who immediately checked the system's current task. Current task, build influence. Task description, make 10% of Xia Nation citizens aspire to attend Cultivation University. Reward, Scripture Hall unlocked, host gains 300 years of cultivation. Task duration, 3 months. Failure penalty, deprivation of Great Xia's spiritual energy. Upon seeing this task, Luan glanced toward the floating island. He wondered what his cultivation university would truly look like. Would the people of Daxia genuinely yearn for it? Yuan Chang followed Luan's gaze. Upon seeing the pillar of light, astonishment immediately flashed across her face. What is that? The cultivation university I'm about to establish. A cultivation university? Is it Xia's extraordinary academy? But hasn't the ancient Huaxia legacy already been made public? Is there really a need to establish a university? You'll find out soon enough. You're quite sharp. Now hurry back and practice the Qi cultivation technique. You might just qualify for admission to my cultivation university. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Yuan Chang tried to press Luan for answers, but in the blink of an eye, Luan vanished before his eyes, leaving no trace, as if he had never been there at all. Luan's parting words echoed in her mind. She clenched her fists, seemingly resolved to something. Meanwhile, Luan piloted his flying sword swiftly toward the floating island, where he beheld the fully constructed Cultivation University. The entire university was divided into several distinct zones, reminiscent of the style seen in Xianxia TV dramas, yet with its own unique flair. Simply put, every structure here surpassed the grandeur and otherworldliness of those seen on screen. Even the bricks and tiles radiated an aura of immortality. There was even a grand pathway resembling a celestial ladder, spanning between the floating island and the ground below, facilitating access for those without cultivation. Now that the Cultivation University was fully built, Luan could see the distinct areas. Just as he had imagined, the university contained everything: cave dwellings for student housing, a beast-taming garden dedicated to raising spirit beasts, and a scripture hall for storing cultivation manuals and spellbooks. Other facilities like alchemy labs and artifact forging halls were also present, making it indistinguishable from the legendary immortal realms of the Great Xia. However, some areas remained closed off, inaccessible even to him. Though he was currently alone here, merely imagining the scene made it clear how bustling this place would become once classes officially commenced. While Luan was touring his cultivation university, in a corner of the Great Xia Empire, staff, reviewing online news reports and intelligence gathered by his subordinates, angrily flung his cigar to the ground. God! Why did Great Xia discover the ancient Huaxia legacy at this very moment? As a secret spy planted in Great Xia by the Lighthouse Nation, he understood all too well the Lighthouse Nation's ambitions toward Great Xia. He understood even more clearly the impact Great Xia's discovery of the ancient Chinese legacy would have on the Lighthouse Nation's plans. Shaking his head in resignation, he narrowed his eyes and fixed them on a man drinking before him. Nock, I want you to go kill Luan, the one who obtained the ancient Huaxia legacy. Upon hearing this, Nock slowly set down his wine glass and looked at Stav with an expression of utter bewilderment. This confuses me. He's already handed over the contents of the legacy to the authorities. What good would killing him do now? What do you know? As long as the inheritor dies, the ancient legacy is doomed to remain incomplete. That alone could shake the very foundations of Great Xia's destiny. If that's the case, then this Luan must be crucial to Great Xia. Killing him recklessly, won't that provoke their wrath? What if they decide to keep us both in Great Xia? Rest assured. Since Great Xia unexpectedly obtained the ancient legacy, the president personally contacted me. As long as you eliminate Luan, the Lighthouse Nation authorities will protect you at all costs. Hearing this, Nock finally stood up. Slowly pulling out his phone, he found a photo of Luan during an interview online. A sneer spread across his lips. The recipient of ancient heritage, huh? If this were 2 years from now, I'd never stand a chance against him. But right now, he's nothing but a weakling. Don't underestimate this guy. We must complete the mission as soon as possible. Don't worry. I'm a B-rank extraordinary being. Dealing with someone like him will be a breeze. A supremely confident smile spread across Nock's face as he stared at Luan in the photo, as if looking at an insect he was about to crush underfoot. The Cultivation University was so vast that Luan spent an entire day exploring it. Only after thoroughly familiarizing himself with every corner did he reluctantly depart. He had been away from home far too long. It was time to return and let his parents know he was safe. Piloting his flying sword, he swiftly returned to Tianjin City. The once bustling city streets now held only a handful of people. The reason for this was obvious. The effects of the qi cultivation technique were simply too powerful. Nearly everyone had holed up at home, practicing the technique, unwilling to venture out. Luan understood this frenzy wouldn't last long. Due to individual differences in aptitude, the amount of celestial energy one could absorb and release daily was limited. There was simply no need for such frantic cultivation. In a few days, the city would return to its former bustling self. Upon returning to his familiar neighborhood, Luan's smile vanished in an instant as alertness replaced it. From the shadows, someone seemed to be directing murderous intent toward him. And this person wasn't ordinary, they were significantly more powerful than even Fang Yan, an entry-level extraordinary being. It seemed that after his identity was exposed, some random nobodies had caught wind and come sniffing around. Chapter 13, The Powerful Luan. Luan sensed the other's aura and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The target was undoubtedly him. He could sense the presence of his parents within the neighborhood, unchanged and unthreatened. If that was the case, why hadn't the enemy made a move yet, even though he was clearly within their sight? Could it be that he had accomplices nearby, waiting for them all to gather before launching a coordinated attack? But if his allies were all at this level, then no matter how many there were, it wouldn't matter. After pondering for a while, Luan decided not to tip his hand. He would use his divine sense to observe for a moment, confirm whether the other had accomplices, and then decide what to do. The moment he stepped through the door, his mother embraced him tightly. Why did it take you so long? Didn't you even call home? Father Lu rose from the living room sofa, his eyes brimming with concern as he looked at his son. Words formed on his lips several times but never quite made it out. Finally, he spoke slowly. Don't listen to your mother. A man should focus on his work outside the home without constantly worrying about family matters, especially when you're handling matters of national importance. Clearly, Luan had become a household name. Dad, Mom, I'm truly sorry. These past few months have been incredibly hectic. It's fine, we understand. Let's not talk about it. Dinner time is almost here. What would you like to eat? Nothing special. Just braised pork belly, dompa pork hock, and eggplant with green beans. Just as Luan was basking in the warmth of family in a corner of the neighborhood, Nock answered a call with fear etched on his face. Luan just appeared right in front of you. Why haven't you made your move yet? I. Nock stammered for a long while, unable to form a complete sentence. He simply didn't know how to explain. He had indeed seen Luan and recognized him. The sole reason he hadn't acted was that he had sensed the aura emanating from Luan. Extraordinary beings in their lighthouse nation possessed a unique ability called absolute perception, which allowed them to sense the threat level posed by a person or object. The instant he saw Luan just now, every hair on his body stood on end. He felt a threat unlike any he had ever encountered since becoming an extraordinary being. It felt like being singled out by an invincible tiger in the wild. A clash would leave no chance of survival. This overwhelming terror paralyzed him completely. He could only watch helplessly as Luan vanished before his eyes. Now, facing Stav's interrogation, he could only grit his teeth and say, "That guy is dangerous. I might not be his match." "What? Are you saying you were afraid?" Nok was an arrogant man, and such individuals typically possessed immense pride. Hearing Stav speak to him this way, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet, recalling the terror Luan had instilled in him moments before, he conceded. "Yes. Do you have any idea how many resources the Lighthouse Nation invested in training you? Now you're assigned such a crucial mission and you tell me you're scared? Are you even a man?" But that guy isn't as simple as we thought. The aura emanating from him is terrifying. A guy who only gained ancient inheritance a few months ago? How powerful could he possibly be? You're a B-rank extraordinary being. And don't you have compound number 3 on you? If you use it, how could that kid stand a chance against you? At the mention of compound 3, Nok felt as if injected with adrenaline, his expression gradually steadying. "Alright, I understand. Give me one more chance. This is your final chance. If the mission fails, neither of us can shoulder the consequences." After hanging up, Nok pulled a syringe filled with blue liquid from his coat. This syringe was the compound 3 staff had mentioned, an enhancement serum produced by a secret laboratory in the Lighthouse Nation, specifically designed for use by extraordinary beings. Once injected, it would triple the flow rate of energy within an extraordinary individual's body, effectively tripling their power. Since the syringe had only recently entered use, no one knew if it had side effects. Therefore, Nok would never use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, facing such a crucial mission where he sensed the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, he had no choice but to use it. Over 10 minutes later, Luan emerged from his home. Knowing a strange individual lurking in the neighborhood targeted him, he couldn't send his parents grocery shopping. He had no choice but to go himself. He planned that if no new strange figures appeared nearby after he returned from shopping, he would deal with that person. Nok watched Luan, the fear in his heart resurfacing. Slowly, he drew out the blue syringe and plunged it into his own neck artery. In the next instant, thick, bulging veins spread from his neck across his face, an utterly terrifying sight. The fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by endless madness. He stared at Luan like a venomous snake fixated on its prey within striking distance. The next instant, seizing the moment Luan turned away, he struck, convinced he'd found an opening. The primary ability of the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings was telekinesis. They could manipulate force, controlling distant objects at will. He extended a hand toward Luan, then slammed it downward with brutal force. A tremendous force materialized out of thin air, crushing Luan toward the ground. The surrounding pavement shattered, forming a massive crater that sent clouds of dust billowing upward. For anyone else, this strike would likely have reduced them to a pulp. Yet Luan merely shrugged slightly upon feeling the force, as if bearing the weight of a backpack. Withstanding it posed no significant strain. He then turned his head with an air of casual ease, fixing his gaze on Nok. In Nok's eyes, Luan should have been nothing but a corpse. Yet not only was he still standing, but he was calmly looking right at him. This left Nok stunned. As a grade B extraordinary being, enhanced by compound number 3, he was immensely powerful, capable of using psychokinesis to uproot an entire forest. Yet such a devastating, full-power strike hadn't inflicted even the slightest injury on Luan? This couldn't be possible. Before he could recover, a chill ran down his spine. Before he could turn, a hand slammed onto his shoulder, sending searing pain through him. Now, Luan had him pinned down completely. He could feel that the slightest movement would result in swift death. There was no chance of escape. Nok, an A-class extraordinary being, faced Luan with no room to fight back whatsoever, completely overwhelmed. Why was this inheritor of ancient Chinese traditions so powerful? Spill it. Who sent you? Chapter 14, The Lighthouse Nation's Plan. Though Luan merely pressed his hand against Nok's shoulder without further action, Nok felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The slightest movement would mean instant death. Upon hearing Luan's icy voice, he sensed an overwhelming threat of death. Unable to understand the Great Xia language, he had no idea what Luan was saying. Thinking Luan intended to kill him on the spot, he was so terrified he began to babble incoherently. "I'm just passing through. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Seeing Nok in this state, a hint of resignation flashed across Luan's face. He repeated his earlier words in Lighthouse Standard. "Who sent you here?" "Staff." Faced with overwhelming power, Nok felt nothing but despair. As a free citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, he possessed no spirit of dying rather than revealing secrets. To save his own life, he betrayed Stav without hesitation. Who is Stav? He's a high-level agent tasked with gathering intelligence on Great Xia and disrupting its official operations. His codename is Woodpecker. Born in Slavic province, his father was an agent of the Zhongqing Bureau. Nok was clearly panicking, desperately clinging to any sliver of hope for survival. In his nervousness, he was ready to spill every last detail about Stav to Luan. Enough, enough. Luan cut him off urgently. Tell me where he is now. I always arrange meeting locations with him beforehand. To know where he is, I need to contact him first. Hearing this, a plan formed in his mind. Slowly, he shifted his hand from Nok's shoulder to his forehead, then swiftly channeled a surge of spiritual energy into him. As mentioned earlier, the system's reward to Luan wasn't merely a simple realm advancement, but a century's worth of cultivation, as if Luan had truly cultivated for 100 years. Therefore, even without formal spell training, Luan possessed a solid grasp of basic spiritual energy applications. For instance, now that he had infused spiritual energy into Nok's mind, whatever Nok saw or heard would be shared with him, a highly practical ability. Nok remained unaware of this. He merely felt a sudden tremor throughout his body, followed by the sensation that something had entered his mind. Before he could fully comprehend what it was, Luan spoke again. I've placed a restriction within your mind. Now, whenever I choose, I can take your life at any moment. What? Nok touched his head, his face frozen in horror. Given Luan's earlier actions and the sudden presence in his mind, he had no reason to doubt the man's words. What do you want? Staying alive is actually quite simple. Just do exactly as I say. Soon after, Nok successfully met with Stav. Unlike the supremely confident man who had set out, Nok now looked utterly exhausted, covered in wounds, his eyes as vacant as a stray dog on the street, stricken with a terminal illness and waiting to die. My merciful God, what on earth happened? Cough cough. My senses didn't deceive me. That Luan is far stronger than we imagined. Even with Compound 3, I couldn't stand against him. In Nok's account, he and Luan had initially fought evenly, but as his strength depleted and his disadvantage became apparent, he gradually lost ground. Only by expending his last ounce of energy did he barely escape Luan's grasp. It must be said that under the threat of death, Nok's performance was nothing short of Oscar-worthy. After hearing this, Stav showed no hint of doubt, only profound shock etched across his face. Nok was a Class B extraordinary being cultivated by the Lighthouse Nation at considerable resource cost, and he had even used Compound 3. His strength was undeniable. Yet even with such formidable power, he had been beaten into this state by Luan. In just a few months, he's attained such power? The ancient Chinese legacy is no ordinary thing. We must inform those above. A new round of sanctions against Great Xia must be imposed. Having spoken his mind, he wasted no time in initiating the report. After a while, his tense expression gradually eased, even giving way to a faint, cold smile. Mr. Stav, what did those people say? Stav glanced at Nok, his smirk no longer concealed. Ha 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 ha. I just received word that the Lighthouse Nation intends to strike against Great Xia immediately after the next secret beast tide. That will be the day of Great Xia's downfall. Luan and that so-called ancient Chinese legacy will become utterly meaningless. No one could have predicted that the moment Stav finished speaking, Nok's eyes widened in shock. The very next second, he lay dead before him. In his own room, Luan's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of anger. He felt no surprise at the Lighthouse Nation's arrogance. After all, the Great Xia Empire was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Who could say how weakened it would be after the next secret beast tide struck? If the Lighthouse Nation then allied with other nations to strike against Great Xia at that moment, the situation could truly become perilous. But such a scenario could only unfold if Luan failed to establish the Cultivation University. If he succeeded in establishing the Cultivation University and trained the first batch of cultivators, Great Xia could easily withstand the secret beast tide's assault. Other nations would naturally hesitate to attack. After careful consideration, he felt it necessary to inform the authorities about this matter. He immediately called Elder Fong. After recounting the entire incident involving Nok and Stav, he practically laughed himself silly. Ha! Those cowardly rats hiding in the shadows actually dared to attempt your assassination? Rest assured, within 3 days, this old man will eliminate them completely. You won't have to deal with such troublemakers again. Receiving this response, Luan's thoughts turned back to his current system task. The mission required him to build the influence of the Cultivation University, making 10% of the nation aspire to attend it. He had already seen the Cultivation University himself, so he had complete confidence in it. Anyone, especially young people, would develop an aspiration for the university after just one glance. Therefore, to complete this task, he only needed to open it up for the entire nation to visit. With that thought, he continued. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of the government. The government owes you a great deal. Whatever you need, just ask. Nothing major, really. I just want you to announce that Great Xia has completed construction of its own Transcendence Academy. It's located on the floating island above Mount Kunlun and will begin accepting students in 2 months. People can visit the floating island now for a preview. When did we build it? How come I don't know about this? Elder Fong froze at this. As one of the highest-ranking officials in the Great Xia Empire, how could he not know about the construction of a Transcendent Academy? I built it myself. Suffice it to say, ancient Huaxia traditions are complex, hard to explain. You understand. You're becoming more and more unpredictable, kid. Rest assured, such minor matters are insignificant to the authorities. Chapter 15, The First Man to Reach the Summit. After sharing what he knew with Elder Fong, Luan flopped onto the bed, finally getting some long overdue rest. The pressure he'd endured recently had been overwhelming. Simply lying there brought him immense satisfaction. Before he knew it, he drifted off. He slept straight through until noon the next day. He casually pulled out his phone and scrolled through it, only to find that both news websites and short video platforms were dominated by a single trending topic: the Stairway to Heaven Challenge. The so-called Ascending the Heavenly Ladder Challenge referred to the staircase beneath the Cultivation University. Following the official announcement that Great Xia now possessed its own supernatural university open for public tours, its location was revealed to be beyond the floating island above Mount Kunlun. Countless curious individuals flocked to the base of Kunlun Mountain. But the moment they arrived, they were stunned. The only way to reach the floating island housing the Cultivation University was to climb that seemingly endless stairway. Though most had practiced the Qi cultivation technique, having only trained for a day or so, they were at best relatively healthy ordinary people. Ascending this stairway, which towered over Mount Everest, was utterly impossible. As time passed, a few daring souls began attempting the ascent. Unsurprisingly, not a single one succeeded, all turned back the way they came. Thus, the Sky Ladder Challenge was born. Some companies even devised reward systems for publicity stunts, offering bonuses for each record broken. They went so far as to boast that anyone who successfully climbed the ladder to the floating island would receive a $10 million prize. Luan merely smiled at all this. Although so many people were paying attention to Cultivation University, the vast majority were merely curious. They fell far short of the system's requirement of aspiration, that is, a strong desire to actually attend Cultivation University. Still, he remained unhurried. Judging by the current trend, he believed it wouldn't be long before the task of building the university's influence was accomplished. So, Luan waited confidently for half a month. Then, he was stunned. Not only had the task progress not increased at all after a full fortnight, but it had actually started to decline. He opened his phone and was stunned. Half a month had passed and not a single person had successfully ascended the ladder to see the legendary Cultivation University. For the countless citizens of Great Xia who had been filled with anticipation, this was like a bucket of cold water poured over their enthusiasm, dealing them a heavy blow. Spies lurking within the country sensed an opportunity to sow discord, frantically spreading rumors online. They claimed there was no such thing as a transcendent university, it was merely a lie fabricated by the Great Xia government to placate its people and demonstrate strength to the outside world. Their arguments were presented with seemingly sound reasoning. For instance, at such an extreme altitude, it was impossible for the Great Xia to have quietly constructed a transcendent university within the mere months since acquiring the ancient Huaxia legacy. Even if built, its quality would undoubtedly be subpar. They also pointed out that the reason the Great Xia Empire had set the sky ladder's altitude so high was precisely to render modern equipment useless within the floating island's range. The island was constantly shrouded in clouds and mist, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. All of this was deliberately orchestrated by the Great Xia government with one sole purpose. The Great Xia government never intended for anyone to successfully reach the summit and witness the true nature of the floating island. This explanation immediately convinced a large number of netizens, leading to overwhelmingly negative online reviews of Cultivation University and naturally extinguishing any sense of aspiration. Luan scrolled through his phone for a full 3 hours, encountering opinions that grew increasingly absurd. Some even claimed they'd successfully reached the summit only to find not a single brick up there, let alone any sign of Cultivation University. Worse still, upon descending, they'd been threatened by authorities, dare to reveal what they saw, and they'd be assassinated. They'd risk their lives to share this story. But that wasn't the most absurd part. The most absurd part was that some people actually liked his post and believed his story. What kind of people are these? Luan could only shake his head helplessly at all this before returning to his state of resignation. He understood better than anyone that the Cultivation University existed, its sheer scale and grandeur unparalleled throughout all of human civilization's history. The reason the Great Xia people couldn't ascend now was purely due to their physical limitations. Given just a little more time, once the spiritual energy completed its transformation of the Great Xia people's bodies and they mastered the basics of the Qi cultivation technique, ascending the celestial ladder to see the Cultivation University would pose no problem at all. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, public opinion had fermented to an alarming degree, causing a sharp decline in the number of people attempting the celestial ladder. Even online discussions about it had dwindled significantly. Despite this, countless individuals persisted in attempting to ascend the seemingly endless stairway. Wang Hui was among them. Unlike others, his motivation wasn't curiosity about whether the floating island held a transcendent university. It stemmed purely from the fact that his physical prowess, honed through the Qi cultivation technique, had reached superhuman levels. He sought to traverse this ladder to gauge the true extent of his superiority over others. Though his senses had become remarkably acute through cultivating the breath cultivation technique, his heart still skipped a beat when he gazed upon the ladder. His exceptional vision allowed him to see farther than others. Yet even so, the ladder stretched endlessly into the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. Swallowing hard, he nevertheless took the first step, beginning his ascent up the ladder to the heavens. Then he regretted it. His regret wasn't that he couldn't take more than a few steps, but rather that the height he had reached was simply too great an unprecedented height. When he tried to turn back, he realized the path below had also stretched beyond his sight. Had I really come this far? Though utterly exhausted, the thought of turning back now, of rendering all his previous effort meaningless, made him grit his teeth and choose to keep climbing upward. A day later, he was stunned once more. Seriously, is this ever going to end? I've been climbing for a full day, and I still can't see the top. His provisions were exhausted. This time, he truly intended to turn back, otherwise, he'd likely perish on the stairway to heaven. But the moment he turned to head back, he froze in shock. The path he had walked had vanished into nothingness. After standing rooted to the spot for over an hour, he had no choice but to steel himself and continue upward. Dragging his exhausted body over the final step, he collapsed, too weary to stand straight. Just as he prepared to sit down and rest, a single glance at the scene unfolding on the floating island froze him solid. He was stunned. Before him lay countless buildings radiating an ethereal aura, arranged with perfect harmony. Occasionally, a few cranes soared gracefully overhead. No matter where he looked, one phrase echoed in his mind: a sacred realm of immortals. Though he'd been on the verge of collapse from exhaustion, he suddenly felt a surge of energy. Drawn by the sight of the Immortal Cultivation University, he kept walking forward. He beheld springs of water so pure they seemed crystalline, bamboo groves so verdant they resembled jade, and even the most ordinary stones radiated an extraordinary luster. This place. What on earth is this? Chapter 16, Wang Hui's Funeral. Wang Hui was utterly stunned. Ever since the official release of the Qi cultivation technique, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. But whenever he glanced at his phone and saw the online discussions, he subconsciously assumed there couldn't possibly be any so-called extraordinary universities on the floating island. Even if one existed, he assumed it would be no different from ordinary universities, certainly not comparable to the lavishly magnificent transcendent universities abroad. But when he finally reached the summit and beheld the legendary Transcendent Academy of Great Xia, the Cultivation University, his entire being froze in utter stupor. He appeared completely frozen, unable to move a muscle, not even blinking an eyelid. This state lasted for an extended period until a crane, seemingly stepping out of a painting, flapped its wings and slowly approached him. Only then did his eyes flicker slightly. Gazing at the crane before him, a vague sensation washed over him. He felt as though he wasn't in the mundane human world, but had arrived in a legendary fairyland. Driven by this sensation, he instinctively reached out to touch the crane, wanting to confirm whether this was reality or merely a hallucination born of exhaustion. But the moment his hand reached out, the crane flapped its wings and soared away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Though the crane had flown away, it left behind a pure, translucent feather on the ground. Wang Hui bent down and carefully picked up the feather. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary feather felt warm to the touch. Held up to the sunlight, it shone with a translucent brilliance like the finest jade. Any normal person could see this feather was no ordinary thing. It's real. Everything is real. Wang Hui finally snapped out of his daze and began exploring the grounds of the Cultivation University. He lingered by the spring, listening to the soothing sound of flowing water that calmed the heart. At other times, he approached a building and touched its walls, which felt unlike anything ordinary. For an ordinary person, Cultivation University was simply too novel. Wang Hui lost all sense of time while exploring its grounds. When hunger struck, he'd pluck some deliciously ripe-looking fruit from the gardens. When thirsty, he'd simply kneel beside the crystal-clear spring and drink his fill. 3 full days and nights passed. Though he hadn't rested, he felt more energetic than ever, even better than before climbing the celestial ladder. Honestly, Wang Hui desperately wanted to capture this scene on camera and post it online to prove wrong those who claimed the floating island was barren. Unfortunately, the magnetic field here was far too strange. Not only were phones or cameras useless, but even lighters wouldn't work. But he wasn't stupid. Before leaving, he deliberately collected some items from the island like that crane feather, a few freshly picked fruits, and even 2 stones he'd casually picked up. Even these seemingly ordinary stones possessed an extraordinary aura on the floating island, radiating a pearlescent luster that made them appear anything but commonplace. Had he not feared taking too much would hinder his descent down the stairway, he might have stripped off his clothes to use as pockets, filling them to the brim before leaving. Returning to where he had ascended, he looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The paths that had vanished were now visible again. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here forever. During the days Wang Hui spent atop the floating island touring the Cultivation University, domestic public opinion erupted once more. Shocking. First death on the stairway to heaven reported. What will the authorities say? Breaking news, witnesses claim to have seen Wang Hui's body on the stairway. Even after a fatality, the authorities still haven't halted access to the floating island, allowing tourists to visit freely. What exactly is their purpose? Indeed, since Wang Hui had spent an unusually long time ascending the stairway to heaven and lingering at the Cultivation University, those closely monitoring the stairway's movements naturally assumed he had gone missing. Then this rumor spread online, turning into the claim that Wang Hui was dead. Given that Wang Hui had reached the highest altitude recorded to date, no one could ascend the stairway to heaven to search for him. This directly led to the rumor fermenting unchecked, with no way to debunk it. Until today, when an internationally active non-profit organization operating within the Great Xia territory, the Human Rights Protection Association, suddenly began investigating the matter. After conducting an investigation that was not particularly rigorous, they published an article on their official website. The gist of it was as follows. The so-called Supernatural Academy is a complete fabrication. The only thing truly existing on the floating island is a terrifying secret human experimentation facility. The celestial ladder exists solely to screen individuals with suitable physical constitutions to serve as their living test subjects. Such organized, premeditated rumors often sound remarkably plausible, especially given the floating island where the Cultivation University is located, an area with magnetic fields and thick fog. Not only is visibility severely limited from the outside, but the island was only recently opened to the public, previously heavily guarded by military forces. This made it impossible to debunk even the rumors. Finally, the Human Rights Protection Association played their trump card. We are a non-profit public welfare organization. We would never fabricate rumors and tarnish our own reputation. With that statement laid bare, how could anyone bring themselves to doubt them? Thus, a flood of people unaware of the truth began condemning the Great Xia government. Some even dug up Wang Hui's background before he ascended the heavenly ladder. They discovered that his ability to ascend the heavenly ladder to such heights stemmed from cultivating the qi nurturing technique, which had elevated his physical prowess to superhuman levels. As this information surfaced, a new conspiracy theory emerged. The Great Xia government was indeed conducting human experiments, and the subjects were those who had mastered the nurturing qi technique. Only such individuals could ascend the heavenly ladder to reach the floating islands. Those who encountered this conspiracy theory couldn't help but think. It made perfect sense that the Great Xia government, having only recently acquired this ancient legacy, would conduct human experiments to understand how the qi cultivation technique transformed the human body. Unconsciously, they accepted it as truth. Within a short time, countless people became deeply convinced by this narrative. Organized by the Human Rights Protection Association, wave after wave of protesters took to the streets. To amplify public opinion and influence, the association even began holding memorial services for Wang Hui beneath the floating island. At that moment, Luan watched Wang Hui walk away, letting out a helpless sigh. If he hadn't pushed Wang Hui to the brink, making him believe he had no way out and forcing him to tap into that sliver of potential, the guy would have turned back halfway. Still, things had gone smoothly enough. As long as Wang Hui carried the news of the Cultivation University back, debunked those absurd online rumors, and attracted more people capable of reaching the floating island here, his mission would be nearly complete. Just as he was about to turn tail and leave, he suddenly sensed a commotion below. Hovering mid-air on his flying sword, he paused within the range of his divine sense and froze in shock. His divine sense clearly detected a large crowd holding a memorial service for Wang Hui. A woman in a Human Rights Protection Association uniform stood holding a black and white photo of Wang Hui, scattering flowers into the sky as she conducted a funeral blending Eastern and Western traditions. Wang Hui, you died so tragically. You were merely answering the government's call to climb that damn sky ladder. What wrong did you do? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Those around her wept in sympathy, lamenting the tragic loss of Wang Hui while vehemently condemning the Great Xia government. They insisted Wang Hui had undoubtedly been dissected and studied by the authorities. The scene truly evoked the mournful atmosphere of a classic Great Xia funeral. They wept with such intensity that they failed to notice a figure slowly descending the ladder, laden with numerous items. That person was none other than Wang Hui. Chapter 17, The Awkward Memorial Service. As the saying goes, climbing up is easy, but descending is hard. Yet for the celestial ladder, the opposite was true. Coming down was far easier than ascending. When Wang Hui ascended the heavenly ladder, it took him several days, nearly exhausting him completely. Yet descending took him less than a day. Holding the specialties he'd smuggled out of Cultivation University, he didn't immediately recognize the gathering as his own memorial service. He assumed some overconfident fool had attempted the heavenly ladder only to fall to their death. He paid it little mind, intending to push through the mourners to share his experiences and treasures with the outside world. But he had barely taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a woman wearing the uniform of the Human Rights Protection Association. The items in his arms obscured his face, preventing her from seeing his features clearly. Wiping away tears she forced herself to shed, she demanded in a questioning tone. Did you just come down from the stairway? Wang Hui froze at the question but answered nonetheless. Yes. Why? Don't you know what's been happening on the stairway lately? How could you still go up? Wang Hui glanced around at the scene, which clearly resembled a funeral or memorial service. He paused to think. When he had descended, he hadn't seen anyone climbing the ladder. Could it be that after someone fell to their death, they've closed the ladder? He quickly explained. Sorry, I went up a long time ago, so I didn't know. Poof. Now that you know, get out of here. Mr. Wang Hui paid with his life to warn us not to climb this ladder. Going up now would just make his death meaningless. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Though the woman's words were harsh, Wang Hui was so desperate to leave that he didn't bother arguing. He didn't even realize the problem and turned to walk away. But the moment he turned, a giant question mark appeared on his forehead. Wang Hui? Could it be someone with the same name? A sense of foreboding washed over him, compelling him to glance at a black and white photograph. He shouldn't have looked. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. The person in that black and white photo was none other than himself. Seeing Wang Hui standing there frozen, the woman seemed to grow annoyed. Why are you still standing there? Of course she was angry. In her eyes, Wang Hui was someone who had chosen to climb the stairway to heaven despite their warnings. Their Human Rights Protection Association had taken money from the Lighthouse Nation specifically to prevent people from climbing the stairway to heaven. At this critical moment, someone had not only climbed it but also descended safely. Wasn't that justifying them? The reason the Lighthouse Nation funded them to do this was because, though corrupt, its high-level officials were far from stupid. They understood perfectly well that if Great Xia dared to announce its extraordinary university was on the floating island, then that floating island undoubtedly housed Great Xia's extraordinary university. And when the Great Xia government encouraged its citizens to climb the skyladder in search for this so-called extraordinary university themselves, it surely had mysterious objectives, just like building those ion towers that the Great Xia leadership itself didn't fully grasp. The mere thought of how Great Xia's construction of those enigmatic iron towers had transformed the entire nation, bringing about so many positive changes, convinced the Lighthouse Nation's leadership that whatever Great Xia attempted in the future, they would sabotage it whenever possible. Since Luan had encountered an assassination attempt by Lighthouse Nation assassins, leading to staff being secretly eliminated, other spies hidden within Dahua found it difficult to act. They could only rely on seemingly neutral organizations like the Human Rights Protection Association to handle matters. Hearing the woman's prompting, Wang Hui snapped out of his shock and turned to ask. Can you tell me how he died? What? You haven't heard? No. A hint of resignation flashed across the woman's face at Wang Hui's response. She then began recounting the extraordinary deeds attributed to Wang Hui. Indeed, that absurd rumor had fermented over several days and, fueled by deliberate dissemination, had grown even more outrageous. It had reached the point where Wang Hui was supposedly a member of a Human Rights Protection Association who accidentally discovered that the Great Xia government was conducting human experiments. He then risked his life to verify this, ultimately being dissected and studied by the Great Xia authorities. Honestly, if the protagonist's name had been changed, Wang Hui would have been genuinely moved by the woman's sincerity and believed the story wholeheartedly. But the crux lies in the fact that the other party kept mentioning Wang Hui coming and Wang Hui going. It genuinely made him uncomfortable. And most importantly, when exactly was he dissected? The woman kept talking. Mr. Wang Hui sacrificed his life to expose the Xia government's ugliness. So climbing this damn sky ladder now is nothing but trampling on the life he gave. Staring at this woman who might as well be insane, Wang Hui finally couldn't hold back and interrupted. Is there any possibility that Wang Hui isn't actually dead? That all this is just a rumor born from some misunderstanding? The moment the words left his mouth, the noisy memorial service fell instantly silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze toward Wang Hui. Eyes like owls in the night locked onto Wang Hui, slowly creeping toward him. What did you say? Are you implying we've been spreading rumors all along? Exactly. What nonsense is this about Wang Hui sacrificing his life to expose the Xia government's corruption? Do you really think people would believe that? Wang Hui seemed oblivious to the reactions around him. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. He mocked the absurdity of the rumor itself and the people who believed it. He was essentially trampling the faces of everyone present underfoot, grinding them over and over again. Kid, you claim Mr. Wang Hui's deeds are rumors. Can you back that up with any evidence? The question came from a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. His clenched fists and menacing stance were intimidating, but Wang Hui remained unfazed. No, bro. Let that stuff go in one ear and out the other. It didn't stop you from growing this tall. That rumor's so absurd. If you guys weren't looking so dead serious, I think you were telling me a joke. Proof to debunk it? Seriously? Who knew that after Wang Hui uttered those words, over a dozen people, including the burly man, suddenly flashed menacing glances, ready to lay hands on Wang Hui, a young man who looked barely 17 or 18 and was rather slight in build. This was precisely why rumors spread so widely. Anyone who questioned their narratives faced either online mob attacks orchestrated by paid trolls or outright intimidation. Luan observed every detail from the shadows. A cold smile spread across his face. Those who had intended to attack Wang Hui would soon realize one thing. Times had changed. Combat prowess could no longer be judged by physical stature alone. Wang Hui's cultivation of the Qi nurturing technique was nearing the entry-level stage. Though these burly men also practiced the technique, their progress lagged far behind his. This battle would be a crushing victory for Wang Hui. No contest. Chapter 18, 300 Years of Cultivation. Just as Luan had predicted, this group of relatively strong ordinary men was no match for someone like Wang Hui, who had achieved success in cultivating the Yangqi decision. Even with Wang Hui's movements severely restricted by the object he held, none of them lasted 10 seconds before collapsing to the ground, whimpering in defeat. The gap in strength was that immense. After dealing with them, Wang Hui sighed and turned his gaze toward the woman in the Human Rights Protection Association uniform who had approached him first. Feeling his gaze, she instinctively took a step back before abruptly declaring, "If you don't believe our words, you could have presented evidence to refute us. What kind of man resorts to violence to silence us?" Wang Hui nearly laughed at her words. Hadn't he acted because they'd attacked first, forcing him to defend himself? Now, through this woman's words, he was being portrayed as the one resorting to violence to solve problems. But he couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply lowered what he was holding, revealing his face. "Proof, huh? My face is proof." The woman started to retort, but then she saw Wang Hui's face. Then she glanced at the black and white photo nearby. For a moment, her mind went blank. You're Wang Hui?" Wang Hui didn't answer. He simply walked away, silently cursing under his breath. What a bunch of lunatics. But no sooner had he stepped outside the floating island's perimeter than an almost identical scene unfolded before his eyes. A large crowd was causing trouble there. Whenever someone expressed a desire to enter the floating island's perimeter to climb the stairway to heaven, they would violently disrupt them, determined to prevent entry at all costs. Their arguments were all similar. They'd recount how gruesomely Wang Hui had died, asking if you really wanted his death to be in vain, or to become the next person sliced open for research. This tactic proved remarkably effective. The vast majority were blocked outside the floating island's perimeter, unable to enter and thus unable to climb the stairway to heaven. Then, Wang Hui walked over, utterly speechless. "Everyone, listen up. The rumors about the floating island being a human experimentation lab and Wang Hui being dissected are all lies. The floating island truly houses our own Great Xia Supernatural University and it's absolutely stunning." His voice boomed, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. All eyes turned toward him. Upon recognizing Wang Hui, shock washed over their faces. A few even thought they were seeing ghosts and turned to flee. But upon hearing Wang Hui's words, they snapped back to reality. Consciously or unconsciously, they began gathering around him, listening intently as he recounted his bizarre experiences. When Wang Hui displayed the various items he'd brought back from the floating island, everyone around him stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Any normal person could tell these items were extraordinary. Moreover, most people in the Great Xia Empire had practiced the qi cultivation technique to some degree. They could vaguely sense that these items were far from ordinary. Thus, a deep curiosity about the floating island and the extraordinary academy upon it began to stir within them. This location was no longer within the Kunlun Mountain's influence, so the magnetic field couldn't interfere here. Cameras and other devices functioned normally. Wang Hui's recent remarks and the items he displayed were all captured on camera, uploaded online, and began spreading rapidly. Today, the streets of Daxia were filled with an awkward atmosphere. Those who had marched in protest demanding answers from Wang Hui now hung their heads, staring at their phones showing Wang Hui speaking animatedly about the Cultivation University. One by one, they dispersed silently, pretending nothing had happened. In truth, they were still the fortunate ones. Some, too engrossed in the moment, hadn't received the news immediately. Take the vice president of the Daxia branch of the Human Rights Protection Association, for instance. At that moment, the vice president stood atop a city plaza, delivering a passionate speech. Wang Hui's death. This is a grave matter. If we don't stand up for Wang Hui's death today, the authorities' claws will surely reach for us tomorrow. We would rather die at the hands of the secret beasts than be stabbed in the back by the authorities. Yet as he spoke, the crowd below him dwindled steadily. By the end, only a handful remained, all staring at him with mocking expressions. Just as he was puzzled, several uniformed officers approached him. "You're the vice president of the Human Rights Protection Association, correct? You are suspected of orchestrating a rumor campaign that caused significant social disruption. Please come with us." Seeing these men, the vice president remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Everyone, look over here. The authorities are using force to suppress public opinion. What a disgrace. Where's our freedom of speech?" Yet at that moment, he resembled nothing more than a clown, largely ignored by those around him. This left the vice president utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Seeing the utter bewilderment on his face, the officers conducting the arrest couldn't bear it any longer. One of them pulled out his phone and flashed the top trending news story right in front of him. Wang Hui returns triumphantly, shares his experiences. The Supernatural University of Great Xia is filled with the legendary aura of immortals. At that moment, the vice president finally fell silent, his eyes vacant as his mind fixated on one thought. How could this be? Hadn't the Lighthouse Nation assured him that Wang Hui was confirmed dead, and that Great Xia absolutely couldn't produce any evidence to refute it? Clearly, he had been completely deceived and used as a pawn. Thanks to Wang Hui's advocacy, the people of Daxia had finally rekindled their interest in the floating islands beyond the celestial ladder. Especially those who, like Wang Hui, had mastered the qi cultivation technique to a high degree, eagerly joined the ranks of those climbing the celestial ladder. As more and more people successfully reached the summit, witnessed the Cultivation University, and returned to share their experiences, the rumors were utterly shattered. Moreover, a master painter, drawing from their descriptions, created a vision of the immortal Cultivation University as he imagined it. The campus, radiating an ethereal aura, combined with the master's extraordinary artistic skill, resulted in an utterly breathtaking depiction of the Cultivation University. With the painting's release, the people of Daxia's attitude toward the Cultivation University finally shifted from mere curiosity to earnest aspiration. Who wouldn't want to study at such an incredible place? Luan hesitated not a moment, instantly choosing to submit the system quest. Detecting number of individuals yearning for the Cultivation University. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a system reward. The Cultivation University Scripture Hall is now accessible. As the host is bound to the university, all contents within the Scripture Hall may be accessed at any time within the host's mind. Congratulations, host, on gaining 300 years of cultivation. Current realm, Golden Core. Chapter 19, an outrageous task. The moment the system's voice faded, a section of the Cultivation University began to glow. Where once stood bare bookshelves, now stood rows upon rows of books. This scripture hall surpassed even the world's largest library, the Sunset Kingdom Library, boasting a collection of 500 million volumes. Clearly, the entire scripture hall area had been fully activated. Simultaneously, Luan felt his mind go completely blank. Inside his body, it was as if a vortex had formed, ceaselessly gathering his spiritual energy into a single focal point. When he finally regained his senses, the situation within his body had completely transformed. Originally, his body contained a qi seed that stored spiritual energy, which flowed within it like liquid. However, after receiving the system's reward of 300 years of cultivation, nearly all his spiritual energy had converged into a single point, gradually solidifying into a form resembling an egg. The moment doubt flickered in his mind, a torrent of information flooded his brain, revealing the truth. Spiritual energy existed in multiple states. During the qi cultivation stage, when a cultivator possessed relatively little spiritual energy, it remained in a gaseous state. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, if the spiritual energy remained gaseous, it could easily rupture the cultivator's body, thus transforming into a liquid state. Luan had now reached the golden core stage, where his spiritual energy content had risen to a new level. Consequently, the spiritual energy within his body transformed from liquid to solid, appearing as an egg. This is the origin of the golden core stage's name. His knowledge of these matters undoubtedly stemmed from the opening of the Cultivation University's Scripture Hall. According to the system, he could now access the knowledge of every book within the library through his mind at any time. In essence, he had become a walking library, possessing comprehensive knowledge of cultivation techniques, spells, alchemy, artifact forging, beast taming, and countless other disciplines. Luan had now become a true prodigy of cultivation, mastering everything. Previously, he possessed cultivation but lacked any spells. Now, however, whenever he closed his eyes, hundreds of thousands of spells suitable for golden core cultivators would appear before him. Armed with these spells, even if cast into the most brutal cultivation world, he possessed the means to protect himself. Feeling his immense power, a faint smile touched Luan's lips before he hurriedly checked the next system task. Current task: recruit instructors for Cultivation University. Task description: recruit 4 suitable candidates to serve as instructors in cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and beast taming. Task reward: all formations of the Cultivation University unlocked. Host receives 1 divine beast. Task duration: 1 month. Failure penalty: host undergoes tribulation prematurely. Upon seeing this task, Luan froze in place. His face twitched violently before he took a deep breath and couldn't help but vent. System, are you out of your mind? How long has Great Xia even had spiritual energy? You want me to find people who can cultivate, refine pills, craft artifacts, and tame beasts? Where the hell am I supposed to find them? Yet the system remained as aloof as ever, offering no response to Luan's protest. Seems like this crappy system only cares about handing out quests and rewards, not whether they're actually achievable. When he saw the failure penalty, Luan sucked in a sharp breath. Such an absurd task, with a deadline of only 1 month, and failure meant facing the tribulation early. He'd already researched tribulation information in the Scriptures Hall. His current cultivation level was the Golden Core stage, with the Nascent Soul stage lying just above it. To break through from Golden Core to Nascent Soul, one must endure the tribulation, the devastating 77 Thunder Tribulation. The so-called 77 Thunder Tribulations meant enduring 49 colossal bolts of heavenly lightning striking one's body, each one to be braced against head-on. The sheer terror of it was enough to make one shudder at the thought. He could very well be struck dead by the heavenly thunderbolts. The thought of his unfinished university enrollment, the precarious state of the Great Xia Empire, and most crucially having lived 2 lifetimes without ever having a girlfriend filled him with dread. He felt he absolutely couldn't die in such a frustrating way. At the very least, he had to try his hardest to complete this mission. With that thought, he returned to his room, booted up his computer, and began searching online for records of the Great Xia Immortal. He reasoned that the system wouldn't assign such a task without basis. Perhaps immortals did exist in Daxia, he just hadn't known about them yet. But after searching high and low, he only discovered one immortal, and that person was himself. What a letdown. Before the Great Xia dynasty, there was absolutely no spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, how could anyone possibly succeed in cultivation? Though he thought this, a sliver of hope remained in his heart. He suspected that any information about immortals might be highly concealed, making it unknown to ordinary people. So he called Elder Fong, hoping to find out if the authorities knew anything. The result was brutal. The authorities had no information about immortals either. It seemed everything was confirming one thing: no so-called immortals had ever appeared on this land. Even now, Luan refused to accept defeat. Unwilling to give up, he began piloting his flying sword, scouring the land for any trace of cultivators from the Great Xia era. After 3 days of relentless searching, he finally arrived at a place, Dragon Tiger Mountain. Inside the Taoist temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Luan sat across from an old Taoist priest, sipping tea and chatting. Ah, time truly flies. The last time we met, you were just a young fool searching alone for ancient Chinese traditions. Now, you've become the hope of Great Xia. Not at all. Perhaps it is as you say, all is merely the will of heaven. I was simply chosen by the Tao. Being chosen is an accomplishment in itself. Heaven's way wouldn't select someone incompetent. Earlier, in search of a location for the Cultivation University, Luan had traveled across the nation, visiting renowned mountains throughout the land. Among them were several famed peaks associated with Taoism. During his visit to Dragon Tiger Mountain, Luan had accidentally tumbled down a slope. Had it not been for the assistance of the Qingyang immortal before him, who brought him to the Taoist temple to recover, he likely wouldn't have reached Kunlun Mountain in time. During his recovery, the two had many conversations. Though Master Qingyang was an old Taoist long removed from worldly affairs, he deeply admired Luan's solitary quest to uncover the ancient Xia legacy. Luan distinctly remembered the old man once calling him a friend across generations. Thinking back now, it seemed rather amusing. As they chatted and laughed, they seemed like old friends reunited after years apart. Yet mid-conversation, Master Qingyang shifted his tone, lifting one eye to look at Luan. This visit of yours can't be just about catching up, can it? Hearing this, Luan saw no need for further pretense and spoke plainly. Ha, shame on me for saying this, but I do have other purposes for coming. Oh? Feel free to speak plainly. Truthfully, I came to ask you something. Do you believe that before the Great Xia dynasty, there were any true cultivators? Chapter 20, Spirit Charms. Qingyang Jinran understood Luan was referring to those immortal cultivators who could ascend to heaven and descend to earth, seemingly capable of anything. He fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he seemed to recall something. He asked Luan to wait a moment before rising and heading toward a room. He emerged over 10 minutes later, holding an antique-looking wooden box. Returning to Luan's side, he sat down and opened the box as he spoke. Had you asked me this question before, I would have said that those celestial beings rumored to traverse heaven and earth are nothing but legends. We cultivators, even after a lifetime of practice, could never reach that level. By this point, he had opened the box and lifted his eyes to meet Luan's. But now, I dare not speak so lightly. Look at this image. Luan peered into the box and saw a yellowed, tattered scrap of paper. It was genuinely tattered, looking as though someone had casually torn it from a larger sheet of paper. Had it not been carefully preserved in the box, Luan would have mistaken it for discarded street litter. When Master Qingyang took the tattered paper out of the box and placed it before Luan, he noticed a faint, flower-like pattern sketched on the yellowed surface. Drawing on the knowledge stored in his mind from the scripture hall, Luan instantly recognized this was no ordinary flower, but a second-tier spirit herb. Spiritual herbs were ranked from 9th to 1st tier. Though second tier represented a low quality, it was still a genuine spiritual herb, one that could never grow in an environment devoid of spiritual energy. Judging by the paper's condition, it had likely been preserved for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Yet the presence of spiritual energy in the Great Xia Empire was a recent development. Therefore, it was highly probable that the Great Xia Empire had possessed spiritual energy before, only for it to gradually dry up for reasons unknown. Master Qingyang added from the side. This was originally a book detailing all manner of plants and flowers. After being passed down for so many years, only this single illustration remains. Before, flowers like the one depicted here weren't just unseen, they were unheard of. But not long ago, after the great upheaval in the Great Xia, I actually found this flower nearby. Doesn't this prove that my ancient ancestor foresaw the changes in the Great Xia today? Such divine power, perhaps he truly was an immortal. Clearly, Qingyang Jinran had misunderstood. As mentioned earlier, the current concentration of spiritual energy in the Great Xia Empire is absurdly high. Even without arrays or elixirs to aid cultivation, this absurdly high concentration alone could boost efficiency 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Thus, though the Great Xia had only recently gained access to spiritual energy, it was not difficult for ordinary herbs to advance into spiritual herbs. Yet even if Qingyang Zhenren misunderstood, his final statement held truth. This so-called ancestor was most likely a cultivator himself. Otherwise, why would he have recorded spiritual herbs, even compiling them into a book? Recalling his current mission and the thunderbolts awaiting failure, Luan urgently inquired. What about this ancestor of yours? They're all figures from 1,000 or more years ago. Of course they're dead. Are you certain they're dead? Couldn't they be hiding somewhere in seclusion? Most likely dead. After all, their spirit tablets are displayed right there. Besides, even if they weren't dead, if they really went into seclusion somewhere as you suggest, we wouldn't know about it anyway. Luan pondered this. It seemed undeniably true, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. It seemed he was destined to be struck by lightning. The only question was whether he could withstand it. Still, it wasn't all bad. At least this trip revealed that the Great Xia might have contained spiritual energy in the past, some sort of gain, after all. After comforting himself with this thought, Luan rose to take his leave. But just as he was about to leave, Master Qingyang suddenly called him back. Why are you so intent on investigating the cultivators of the Great Xia? Is this matter truly that important to you? Luan didn't hide anything from Qingyang Zhenren. Sighing, he answered directly. It's more than important. If I can't find the immortals of the Great Xia, then all my hard work searching for the ancient Great Xia inheritance, all the pressure I endured building those iron towers across the Great Xia, and every other effort I've made, it would all be for nothing. Upon hearing Luan's words, Qingyang Zhenren merely nodded, his expression serene as he spoke. You've come all this way to see me, bringing such fine liquor, yet I've been unable to assist you. I feel rather ashamed. If you're leaving, allow me to offer a small token of my appreciation. Master Qingyang spoke as he pulled a folded yellow talisman from his pocket. The talisman was sealed in plastic film, appearing utterly ordinary. What is this? Nothing much. Just a souvenir. Ordinary folks visiting our Dragon Tiger Mountain can buy one for 10 or so yuan. It's just a small gift. Luan nodded upon hearing this. Though he felt somewhat awkward accepting a gift after intruding uninvited, he didn't mind much if it was just a cheap trinket costing a dozen yuan or so. After Luan departed, a child dressed in Taoist robes appeared beside Master Qingyang. Master, wasn't that our temple's most treasured artifact? Why did you give it away so easily? The Taoist order has its rules: cultivate in times of peace, descend the mountain in times of chaos. The same applies to objects. With such immense peril facing this land now, we can offer little help ourselves. All we can do is support those who can make a difference. Then why didn't you just tell him you wanted to give it to him? I feared he might feel awkward accepting it. This way, we avoid the trouble of him refusing. But what if he truly believed your words and then discarded it as trash the moment he returned? Ha ha. Oh no. He might not be far off. Hurry and chase after him to warn him. Unfortunately, Qingyang Zhenren's legs were no match for Luan's flying sword. By the time he caught up, all he could see was Luan's fading afterimage disappearing into the horizon. All he could do was take a deep breath and tilt his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. Everything is fate. Luan had returned home. Lying on his bed, he sighed and began searching online for information about the heavenly tribulation. When he saw the descriptions of the heavenly tribulation in anime, movies, and even novels, his skin crawled. He truly didn't want to face the tribulation prematurely. But what could he do? Everything seemed to be telling him one thing: within the borders of the Great Xia Empire, immortals simply couldn't exist. Out of sheer boredom, he removed the yellow talisman Qingyang Zhenren had given him from its plastic sleeve and examined it closely. Interesting. It's actually a communication talisman, and one imbued with spiritual energy at that. How did Longhu Mountain manage to accidentally create a genuine spirit talisman? The scripture hall also held numerous books on talismans. Through these texts, Luan learned that as long as the materials for drawing talismans were authentic and the patterns were perfectly executed, even ordinary people had a minuscule chance of creating genuine spirit talismans. The one in his hands was likely the product of that minuscule probability. It seemed the ancient patriarch of Dragon Tiger Mountain was indeed a cultivator, capable of leaving behind genuine talismanic teachings. Alas, so many years had passed, and the Great Xia had endured such a long period without spiritual energy. Even if he had been a cultivator, he would likely have long since turned to dust. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he began to activate the talisman according to a method described in one of the books. The next instant, a tiny flame ignited beneath the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the entire paper burned away, releasing a massive surge of spiritual energy. Before Luan could react, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Who dares to summon this old man? Chapter 21, The Ancestral Dragon. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Luan instantly snapped to attention, sitting bolt upright in bed. He knew all too well that this voice wasn't heard through his ears, but had been transmitted directly into his mind. Apart from system notifications, only one method could achieve this: divine consciousness transmission. But then came the question: only cultivators could wield psychic transmission. Yet his divine sense had been scanning the surroundings constantly. There shouldn't be any cultivators nearby at all. As he froze in confusion, the voice echoed in his mind once more. What's going on? Isn't that the communication talisman I left behind in my homeland? There's not even spiritual energy there. How could someone be using my talisman? Only then did Luan shift his gaze to the pile of ashes on the ground, swallowing hard. He finally grasped the truth. He had undoubtedly been deceived by Qingyangzhenren. That talisman paper wasn't some cheap souvenir worth a few bucks. Instead, it was a talisman passed down from true cultivators, its origins lost to time. Communication talismans required a pre-existing imprint from the sender for the user to establish contact. This was precisely why Luan had attempted to use it. He assumed the talisman was merely a coincidental creation by some Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain, unlikely to bear the imprint of any cultivator. But to his utter astonishment, it worked the moment he activated it, and he actually connected with some kind of being. Why didn't Qingyangzhenren just tell him about such a valuable gift? Was he afraid Luan was too shy to ask? Perhaps the talisman was simply too ancient, or perhaps the cultivator on the other end had severed the connection. When Luan tried to communicate with the voice in his mind, he found it utterly useless. Damn it, no way! I finally connected with someone who might be a cultivator from the Great Xia, only to hear 2 sentences from them before the link cut off without me even getting a chance to respond? Luan crouched on the ground, meticulously examining the ash left behind by the completely burned out talisman, hoping to find something useful. Naturally, he found nothing. Damn it! This is bull. Luan felt like dying. He had clearly connected with a Xia cultivator. If he could just arrange a meeting, he might uncover more Xia cultivators. Then, by selecting 5 suitable candidates from among them, the mission would be completed. He wouldn't have to endure being struck by lightning and could move on to the next task. But now? All because he'd spaced out for a few seconds and hadn't sent a single reply. The feeling of squandering such a golden opportunity was driving him to the brink of collapse. Yet, as the sun set that very day, the voice echoed in his mind once more. Kid, I'm already at the summit of the mountain near you. Come find me. The moment he heard those words, Luan's eyes widened in shock. The other party was actually coming to find him. Heaven hadn't abandoned him after all. There was only one mountain near him, the one behind his house. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately cast a spell, moving it near teleportation speed to the summit of the mountain behind his home. Since this mountain had never been developed, not even a proper path existed, and it was nighttime. Naturally, there was no one around. No matter how Luan extended his divine sense to scan the area, he could only detect a few nocturnal animals. Beyond that, he found nothing. Feeling the emptiness of the mountaintop, Luan felt a pang of loneliness. Could it be that he was hallucinating due to the overwhelming pain of missing his chance? Just as he was about to shout out to see if anyone was around, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly descended upon him. Who would have thought this place we long ago abandoned could yield such an interesting little fellow as you? As the voice faded, Luan felt a gust of wind behind him. Turning his head, he saw an old man with a long beard, dressed in a white robe, gazing at him. His robes billowed without wind, his hand constantly stroking his beard. Every movement radiated the legendary grace of an immortal. But none of that was what caught Luan's attention most. What truly shocked him was this. Even though the old man stood right before him, Luan's divine sense failed to detect him. It felt as though the old man was merely an illusion, not a real being. He understood there was only one possible explanation for this phenomenon: the old man's power far surpassed his own. It made sense. An old man who might have lived hundreds or even thousands of years would naturally possess formidable cultivation. Luan was acutely aware of one crucial fact: this old man was likely his last hope in finding the Xia cultivators. He must treat him with utmost courtesy and ensure he didn't slip away. He promptly bowed deeply. This junior greets the senior. My name is Luan. Might you be the venerable patriarch of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist Temple? The old man narrowed his eyes, studying Luan for a long moment before shaking his head and speaking slowly. The patriarch of Dragon Tiger Mountain? He passed away many years ago. I suppose I could be considered his friend. That talisman I left behind on Dragon Tiger Mountain was meant for them to contact me in times of crisis. As for titles, many call me Zulong. Oh, so you are ancestral dragon. The words had barely left Luan's mouth when he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Ancestor. Dragon? Wasn't that the title of the first emperor? In that instant, a bold thought took root in his mind. You wouldn't happen to be the legendary one who unified China, would you? Oh, such a distant achievement, and yet people still remember it? Such matters are hard for later generations to forget, wouldn't you agree? Upon learning the other's identity, Luan's tone grew unconsciously more respectful. Hearing Luan's words, Zulong couldn't help but glance around, as if admiring the realm he once ruled. Yet after so many years, everything had changed beyond recognition. What must his feelings be? Through my divination, I've learned of recent events here. You must be the one chosen by the way of heaven, correct? He wasn't lying. Through his calculations, he had uncovered 3 significant events. One was the spatial rifts appearing across the entire blue star, allowing secret beasts to invade in great numbers. Another was the recent emergence of spiritual energy in Great Xia, and Luan's rapid ascent to the golden core stage within such a short time. The third was the emergence of the Cultivation University in Great Xia. Both the concentration of spiritual energy in Great Xia and the opulence of the Cultivation University's facilities were staggering enough to leave him awestruck. Most crucially, both phenomena were highly likely to be Luan's doing. A young man barely in his 20s had not only endowed the Great Xia with such concentrated spiritual energy but also built a cultivation university unlike anything he had ever seen. For an entity like him, who had lived for over 1,000 years, all of this was utterly incomprehensible. If forced to speculate, there was only one plausible explanation: Luan was a chosen one of the Tao. Only someone favored by the Tao, aided by its divine will, could possibly accomplish such feats. Faced with the ancestral dragon's inquiry, Luan's mind raced with countless thoughts. Ultimately, all those thoughts crystallized into a single word. Yes. Chapter 22, Luan's Scheme. Upon hearing Luan's admission, Zhu Long's face remained expressionless as he merely nodded. I can tell you plainly, China once experienced a period of unparalleled splendor. That history has merely been concealed. I hope you will restore China to its former glory. Luan nodded. As a descendant of Huaxia, and now chosen by the way of heaven, this is a responsibility I must shoulder. By the way, you actually used that communication talisman from who knows how many years ago. I assume you have a request for me? Tell me what it is. Truly, one who unified China is as perceptive as ever. I do indeed have a matter requiring your assistance, honored elder. Oh? What is it? You must have noticed the situation on that floating island over there, right? It resembles a sect, yet differs from traditional sections. Its scale is truly top tier. What exactly is that place? It's actually a cultivation university. A cultivation university? Exactly. It's a gift bestowed upon China by the way of heaven, hoping that in the future, the Chinese people may study the ways of cultivation there. I see. It seems our Huaxia civilization truly has hope of restoring its former glory. Exactly. But right now, the school is short on teachers. Is this the will of heaven? That's a bit of a problem. The spiritual energy of Great Xia has been depleted for so many years. Those immortal cultivation lineages have likely been severed long ago. Where on earth are we supposed to find suitable people to teach? Indeed, where on earth would we find them? As they spoke, their gazes met. Just as Zhu Long was about to say something, Luan spoke first. China now faces a tremendous crisis. Whether the Great Xia has teachers is crucial to its very survival. I wish to invite you to become a teacher at the Cultivation University. Zhu Long was visibly stunned by Luan's words. Just as he was about to refuse, he felt a powerful force of law surge through his entire body, leaving him with a distinct sensation. If I refuse to teach at this so-called Cultivation University, I'll likely face punishment from the way of heaven. The sensation was so intense that even he dared not resist in the slightest. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Luan's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a teacher capable of instructing students in cultivation. Current task progress has increased. It recruited them without even needing their consent? This system is amazing. But Luan's joy barely had time to blossom before it vanished. His actions seemed to have provoked the being before him, whose power was beyond estimation. You insolent brat! How dare you rely on the heavenly Tao to forcibly impose restrictions upon me? The voice carried overwhelming fury. As the words left his lips, a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, obscuring the starry heavens. Countless thunder dragons slithered through the clouds, an utterly terrifying sight. Luan took a step back and hurriedly explained. Please calm down. I don't quite understand what's happening either. All this is the way of heaven's doing, it has nothing to do with me. Had you properly pleaded with me and shared some of the benefits you gained from the way of heaven, I might have spared you out of loyalty to my homeland. But now... Zhu Long's fury continued to surge. Mid-sentence, he raised a hand, gathering spiritual energy within it, poised to strike Luan directly. Yet in the next instant, an invisible chain descended from the heavens, binding his arm tightly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of intimidation pierced straight into Zhu Long's heart. It seemed to warn him, if he dared harm Luan, the consequences would be far worse than mere death. With no other choice, he slowly lowered his hand and spat out harshly. Listen well, boy. I care not whether you're chosen by the heavenly Tao, nor do I give a damn if you bear the fate of China's future. If you dare force me to do anything, I'll make your death a gruesome spectacle. Every word in his voice carried an authority that weighed heavily on Luan, making it hard for him to breathe. But remembering the responsibility he bore, he stubbornly lifted his head. Regardless, you're now a teacher at the Cultivation University. Surely you should come with me to take a look? This time, Zhu Long stared at Luan for over 10 minutes before finally nodding slightly. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I'm quite interested in that place myself. I'd definitely go take a look. A faint smile touched Luan's lips. He understood perfectly well that this hot-tempered Zhu Long must know other cultivators from Great Xia. His current attitude toward Luan stemmed entirely from the discomfort caused by the sudden restriction imposed upon him. He believed that if he spent more time with the other party and allowed their relationship to ease, asking for his help later on should be feasible. With this thought in mind, the two arrived at the Cultivation University. The moment they arrived at the Cultivation University, even Zhu Long, who had witnessed the vastness of the Milky Way, could not help but be stunned. As a cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm, he understood all too well the immense value of the facilities here. Not only did Great Xia possess extraordinarily dense spiritual energy, but it also housed this unfathomably profound cultivation university. It seemed Heaven's path had chosen not just Luan, but the entire Great Xia. This thought made him realize that staying here as a teacher might be a wise choice after all, and his anger dissipated considerably. Luan, oblivious to the ancient dragon's shifting mood, promptly led him to a cave dwelling. According to the heavenly Tao's will, this is where you shall reside. Not bad, is it? Zhu Long lifted his eyelids slightly, replying coldly. Not bad. He could tell that despite its unassuming exterior, the cave dwelling was protected by intricate formations and surrounded by an environment that felt comparable to a celestial paradise. In truth, the moment he returned to Great Xia and sensed the concentration of spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth, he had already resolved to cultivate here. After all, the cultivation speed here would likely be hundreds of times faster than if he cultivated on his own. His anger at becoming a cultivation university instructor stemmed from fear that teaching duties would encroach upon his cultivation time. Thus, when Luan offered him lodging, he accepted it gladly. From that day forward, Luan spent every day with Zhu Long. He would tell him stories about how this world had come to be, recounting the events that had unfolded, hoping to awaken the spirit of China within him. He was confident that within a month, their relationship would grow strong, and Zhu Long would surely assist him when the time came. Then everything would turn out wonderfully. Ha ha ha. 1 month later, with only 1 day remaining until the system quest deadline, Luan and Zhu Long's relationship, still at freezing point. That day, Luan's face was ashen. He made his final plea to Zhu Long. Could you share any tips for surviving the tribulation? What tribulation is a golden core cultivator facing? Don't mock me. But I really have to undergo the tribulation tomorrow. Oomph. Can you even predict the exact timing of the tribulation at the golden core stage? If what you say is true, I'll grant any request you make. Luan was speechless. Could anything be worse than this? The answer was yes, because the Lighthouse Nation had developed a new black technology capable of accelerating the deterioration of spatial rifts, bringing forward the tide of secret beasts. Chapter 23, The Otherworldly Being. 1 month prior, Lighthouse Nation, highest level conference room. Suit-clad figures sat around the conference table, their gazes fixed on a young man in a white lab coat and glasses. His face radiated excitement as he spoke. This is undoubtedly the greatest discovery for the Lighthouse Nation, no, for all of humanity since the dawn of the new era. Standing beneath a massive screen, the young man finished his sentence and pointed upward. The screen above his head displayed 2 distinct entities, a ferocious secret beast and an adult male from Lighthouse Nation. As his finger traced across the screen, the 2 vastly different creatures, the secret beast and the human, miraculously fused together, forming an entirely new entity. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I've discovered that it's entirely possible to integrate the remains of secret beasts into the human body, thereby enhancing all aspects of human physical capabilities. Moreover, the consciousness of the modified individual remains completely unaffected. The audience fell deathly silent, not a single voice daring to speak. They understood what this meant. If this technology were deployed, the combat effectiveness of Lighthouse Nation soldiers would surge dramatically, marking a qualitative leap in military capability. Yet it also presented a colossal dilemma. Could the altered subject still be considered human? Witnessing this, the young man's smile grew more maniacal as he continued. In fact, this isn't mere speculation. My lab has already successfully modified 2 individuals, granting them the power of secret beasts with a 100% success rate. With that, he clapped his hands, and 2 figures shuffled stiffly through the conference room's back door. No, these 2 could no longer be called human. While they retained human bodies and heads, their limbs were completely twisted and deformed, with nearly 30% of their bodies originating from secret beasts. Even their skulls bore circular openings, each covered by a glass dome. Through the glass dome, one could clearly see countless wires resembling circuitry connected to their heads. It was painfully obvious. Whether judging by their behavior, their eyes, or their appearance, one could see the bloody truth. These 2 beings could no longer be called human by any stretch of the imagination. They were more like humanoid secret beasts. Far from feeling disgust or fear toward these humanoid secret beasts, the young man's eyes held an expression of fondness, as if he were looking at 2 of his own masterpieces. See? Their combat prowess isn't just superior to humans, it surpasses that of ordinary secret beasts. Their strength rivals that of F-rank extraordinary beings. Just imagine if all our Lighthouse Nation soldiers became like this, the threat posed by spatial rifts would be utterly insignificant. Finally, a middle-aged man couldn't bear it any longer. Slamming his hand on the table, he glared at the young man and snapped. Charles, you madman. Do you intend to turn our freedom fighters into monsters? Do you realize the grave consequences if we agree to your insane plan? Sir, please calm down. I don't think monsters is the right term for them. If you truly believe they're no longer human, you could call them strange beings. And frankly, I can't imagine what severe consequences strange beings could possibly cause. Setting aside how utterly inhumane and depraved you is, how could you possibly convince every single soldier to agree to undergo it? The conference room fell silent once more as all eyes turned to Charles, waiting for his response. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing the challenge, Charles's smile grew even more unrestrained, gradually twisting into something grotesque. Consent? Why would they need to consent? The statement stunned everyone present. What do you mean? The transformation doesn't require direct surgery. I've developed a drug that can gradually alter human blood. All we need to do is mix this drug into the soldier's food. You're insane. You've completely lost your mind. Someone, take him away for a psychiatric evaluation. The middle-aged man bellowed across the conference room, yet received no response whatsoever. A wave of unease washed over him as he scanned the room, only to find everyone staring down in silence. What do you all mean? Are you tacitly endorsing this madman's extreme methods? Seeing his reaction, Charles slowly approached him, smiling as he walked. Have you heard of resonance reactions and spatial rifts? Isn't it just that all spatial rifts worldwide are interconnected? What does this have to do with your insane experiment? Actually, we've developed a device targeting resonance reactions. Its sole purpose is to trigger a global runaway effect in all spatial rifts, accelerating the arrival of the secret beast tide. At that moment, the middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded. You wouldn't be planning to maximize the military strength of the Lighthouse Nation, then use the damn device to trigger the secret beast tide early so you can seize other nations' resources, would you? Smart. Charles admitted without the slightest pretense. This is anti-human. You're pushing the entire human race into the flames. The only outcome of your actions is... Before he could finish, his heart lurched. Looking down, he saw the two anomalies had silently approached behind him and thrust their arms into his chest. The remaining dissenters, witnessing this, fell silent. The meeting concluded abruptly. Everyone present wanted nothing more to do with the place and quickly departed. Moments later, only the enraged Charles and the president of the Lighthouse Nation remained. The president looked at Charles, rose to his feet, and spoke in a steady tone. Do not forget your promise. Once the Great Xia is completely dealt with, you must cease all research concerning the others. Rest assured, you are my most revered leader. How could I possibly break my promise to you? I hope so. In the president's eyes, Charles was nothing more than a pawn, posing no real threat whatsoever. The president departed, leaving Charles alone in the conference room with his two anomalies. The smile vanished from Charles's face in that instant, his eyes flashing with the same green light as the secret beast. You'll soon understand who's truly using whom, foolish humans. 1 month later, on the day Luan's mission remained unfulfilled, requiring him to face the system's punishment and early celestial tribulation. The Lighthouse Nation had already assembled a force of over 100,000 metahumans. Since soldier modification was considered utterly inhumane, the American High Command concealed this operation from the world by hiding all the mutants within a secret military base in the Pacific Ocean. Today marked the day these anomalies would be transported to the Lighthouse Nation's mainland. Once positioned near the spatial rifts within the nation, they planned to activate a mysterious device, triggering the global secret beast tide prematurely. These 100,000 anomalies held immense strategic value for the Lighthouse Nation, warranting the deployment of 3 aircraft carriers for their transport. However, midway through the transport, the weather underwent a drastic change. The sky, which had been clear moments before, was now thick with dark clouds. Yet no one paid it much mind. After all, these 3 aircraft carriers represented the pinnacle of Lighthouse Nation's technological prowess. Weather conditions would never disrupt their mission. Little did they know these clouds were no ordinary storm, they were the tribulation clouds formed by Luan's impending tribulation. Chapter 24, The Arrogant High Command of the Lighthouse Nation. Luan had fully accepted reality that Old Dragon had no intention whatsoever of helping him. In fact, without the system's protection, he likely would have been eliminated outright. But then again, it made sense. After all, the other was a former emperor. He had always been the one manipulating others when had it ever been his turn to be manipulated. It would be abnormal if he felt nothing at all. With no other choice, Luan began preparing for the tribulation based on the relevant texts in the scripture hall. The sheer power of the thunder tribulation was overwhelming, and Luan feared it would cause too much disruption if he underwent it within the country. So he traveled to the distant Pacific Ocean, intending to face the tribulation there. Fortunately, this area lacked spiritual energy, which would significantly weaken the tribulation. After selecting a suitable location and floating into position to sit, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected, host failed to complete system task within specified time frame. Initiating punishment. As the voice faded, vast swaths of dark clouds began gathering in the sky. The once cloudless expanse was swiftly filled with oppressive, pitch-black masses. By now, Luan had completely calmed his mind, devoting his entire being to confronting the thunder tribulation. After all, this was a tribulation prepared for peak golden core cultivators. If he were carelessly struck dead by lightning here, it would be a tragedy beyond measure. So absorbed in his task, he failed to notice that directly below him, 3 aircraft carriers were rapidly sailing toward the lighthouse nation. Meanwhile, within the Blue Star Federation building, a secret meeting was underway. Only 2 individuals participated, Elder Fong, an old acquaintance of Luan, and a high-ranking official from the lighthouse nation. Mr. Fong, it's been ages. I recall our last meeting was over a decade ago, wasn't it? You went to such lengths to summon me here, surely it wasn't merely for reminiscing? Elder Fong radiated an authority Luan had never witnessed before, every word dripping with dominance. His eyes locked onto the white man before him, his very presence screaming 4 words, not an inch of ground will be conceded. Ah, after all these years, you're still the same. It's just a meeting, is it really necessary to be so serious? Based on past negotiation experiences, it absolutely is. The Lighthouse Nation in Great Xia had held numerous secret meetings before, but each time, the Lighthouse Nation representing several other nations had exploited Great Xia's lack of ancient heritage to force it into signing unequal treaties. This was precisely why Elder Fong wore such a grim expression now. Fine, you win. Truthfully, this meeting is much like the previous ones. We seek to sign mutually beneficial treaties with your nation. At the mention of the word treaty, Elder Fong's expression remained unchanged, still serene yet commanding, but his hands clenched tightly together as he asked, each word deliberate. Oh? And what mutually beneficial treaties are these that require my personal presence here to discuss? The treaty is simple, with only one main clause. What is it? That the Grand Xia Elders Council, along with all Grand Xia citizens, become subjects of our Lighthouse Nation. The entire Grand Xia shall be governed by the Lighthouse Nation, allowing us to protect you. Elder Fong paused for a moment upon hearing this, then continued. Isn't that too troublesome? Why not just hand over all of Great Xia's resources to the Lighthouse Nation outright, then have everyone commit suicide? Are you joking? Weren't you the one joking first? Making Great Xia a vassal state of the Lighthouse Nation was utterly unthinkable before Great Xia obtained the ancient inheritance and established the Cultivation University. Now, not only had Great Xia obtained the ancient legacy, but it also possessed spiritual energy. Even the Cultivation University had been established by Luan. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Yet the other party immediately demands to Xia become a vassal state of the Lighthouse Nation. If that's not a joke, what is? The Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking official smiled faintly. I knew you'd react this way, so I came prepared. As he spoke, he produced a spherical object. The sphere was palm-sized, composed entirely of glass and steel. Its interior was densely packed with circuitry, wiring, and various chips, radiating a distinctly technological aura. This is called God's Wrath, a miniature version, of course. Care to guess what the larger version does? Seeing the small device, Elder Fong's face remained as still as a well, responding calmly. It destabilizes spatial rifts, hastening the arrival of the secret beast tide. It might even expand the rifts, causing the scale of the tide to multiply exponentially. Ha 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 ha. The Great Xia's intelligence system is truly formidable. What do you think would happen if I activated this device, given their current defense systems against secret beasts? Poof. Elder Fong sneered with disdain. You've never deployed this contraption, so you have no idea the sheer scale of the beast tide it could unleash. Using it would be nothing short of courting death. True, theoretically speaking. But our Lighthouse Nation possesses something else. Charles, come in. As the words fell, Charles, who had been standing outside the door in his white lab coat, finally stepped inside with a sinister grin, followed by 2 otherworldly beings. Upon seeing the 2 anomalous beings behind Charles, Elder Fong first felt a wave of nausea, then his heart lurched violently. An ominous foreboding instantly rose within him. He could tell these creatures were hybrids of secret beasts and humans. Charles seemed quite pleased with Elder Fong's reaction and immediately began explaining the anomalies. After finishing his explanation, he displayed an image to Elder Fong showing the 100,000 aberrations standing together within the Lighthouse Nation's secret Pacific base. His smile twisted once more. Armed with specially designed thermal weapons, these 100,000 aberrants possess combat capabilities far beyond your imagination. Thus, even if we unleash the wrath of God, we can still achieve self-preservation. You're playing with fire. Not necessarily. After hearing this, Elder Fong finally fell silent. He understood all too well what would happen if a secret beast tide one growing exponentially in scale were to strike Great Xia at this moment. Yet he also understood the consequences of yielding to the Lighthouse Nation's unreasonable demands. In the end, he could only take a deep breath and say, I cannot make a decision on this matter alone. I must return to Great Xia and consult with the other elders. Very well, there's no rush. After all, you still have 1 day. If by this time tomorrow, the Great Xia faction has not agreed to our terms, prepare to face a secret beast tide powerful enough to wipe your entire race from existence. Ha ha ha. After Elder Fong departed, Charles and the Lighthouse Nation official continued laughing incessantly. Their laughter seemed to mock Elder Fong's initial imposing demeanor, now starkly contrasted by the worry etched on his face as he left. It also appeared to mock the Great Xia's utter helplessness. Mid-laugh, both men simultaneously turned their gaze to the photograph of the maritime military base, a sea of densely packed, otherworldly figures. This was the source of their arrogance. However, at that very moment, a high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation received a call. "Chairman, the carrier transporting those 100,000 outsiders seems to have run into trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Well, it's hard to explain. First, the weather suddenly turned extremely severe. Then, all the sensors on those 3 carriers malfunctioned. Now, they've completely lost contact with us." Chapter 25, No Compromise. After his meeting with the Lighthouse Nation's leadership, Elder Fong wasted no time. He immediately convened a meeting with the other elders to address the situation. Seated around the conference table, all the elders were perplexed. No matter which path they chose, it seemed untenable. Accepting the Lighthouse Nation's terms would undoubtedly seal the Great Xia Empire's fate, turning it into a resource reservoir for the Lighthouse Nation and reducing its people to slavery. But if they refused, and the Lighthouse Nation truly unleashed the wrath of God, then Great Xia would likely be overwhelmed by the secret beast tide, leading to the nation's collapse and the extinction of its people, completely erasing 5,000 years of Great Xia civilization. The meeting concluded without reaching any resolution. They simply dared not make a choice. As afternoon arrived, the Grand Elder sighed deeply and gazed out the window. Due to the spiritual energy, the entire Great Xia now radiated vibrant vitality. Smiles adorned the faces of people on the streets, and hope shone brightly in everyone's eyes. Yet, the moment he recalled the threats from the Lighthouse Nation's high command and contemplated the future of the Great Xia, the world before him seemed to turn bleak and gray. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming urge to step outside, to savor the essence of this nation one last time. He dismissed his bodyguards, instructed the driver to take the car to a subway entrance, then sent the driver off to get something to eat. Alone, he entered the subway station. It was the height of evening rush hour. The station was packed with people, each absorbed in their own affairs. Combined with his cap pulled low over his face, not a single soul recognized him. Without a second thought, he boarded the first train that pulled up in front of him and stepped aboard. "Sir, I have a seat here." No sooner had he boarded than a boy who looked like a middle schooler stood up, smiling as he offered his seat. This act drew praise from others on the train, who gave the young boy thumbs up in approval. The elder merely shook his head. "You're the future of our nation. You've had a long day at school, you should sit down." "It's no trouble at all, Grandpa. You should sit down." Seeing that refusal was futile, the elder smiled and sat down. Before he could thank the boy, the youngster spoke first. "Grandpa, I think I've seen you in my textbooks." "Yes, you seem to be some kind of grand elder." With that single sentence, the entire train car fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward them. When they recognized the elder's face, they erupted in chaos. "Elder, is it really you? I see you on TV all the time." "Wow, I never imagined an ordinary person like me would get the chance to see the Grand Elder in person." The Grand Elder responded to each remark with a gentle smile. After finally calming the crowd's heightened emotions, he turned his thoughts back to the challenges facing the Great Xia Empire. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the crowd and asked slowly, "If I told you that Great Xia now faces a choice of survival or extinction, a choice between annihilation and becoming slaves to foreign lands, what would you choose?" The question instantly silenced the crowd, whose smiles vanished as confusion spread across their faces. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have dismissed it as a joke. But coming from the mouth of this powerful and influential Grand Elder, they couldn't help but ponder its meaning. Could it be that the Great Xia truly stood at such a crossroads? Every face grew solemn, each person struggling to discern which path held hope and which promised ruin. At that moment, the little boy spoke again. "Why are there only these 2 options?" "Because after entering the modern era, Great Xia discovered its ancient heritage too late, leaving it at a disadvantage. But I read in books that the Great Xia also entered modernity quite late, yet it has caught up with other nations now. Why does discovering ancient traditions late mean we can only make passive choices?" The boy's words left the Grand Elder momentarily speechless. Indeed, it wasn't the first time Daxia had lagged behind other nations. They'd managed to persevere before, why couldn't they do so now? At that moment, the others in the vehicle also caught on, chiming in one after another. "Exactly. Why should we compromise with either of these options? We won't compromise. Absolutely not." Hearing the resounding never echoing around him, the Grand Elder stood up abruptly. "Well said. The Huaxia people have never been a nation that compromises. We will never compromise." Just then, the train pulled into the next station. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder stood up and walked out, instructing the driver to come pick him up. Upon returning to the technology building, he convened another elders' meeting. Unlike his previous pessimism, this time he addressed the other elders directly. "I've made up my mind. If a tiger has sunk its teeth into your head, reason and compromise will never save you. The only way to fight for survival is to resist to the very end. After uttering these words, a brief silence fell over the room, followed by thunderous applause. I agree. We will never compromise. Fight to the end. At the conclusion of the meeting, the elders resolved one crucial matter. Should the Lighthouse Nation unleash the wrath of God, the Great Xia Empire would commit every last man and resource to resist, even if it meant fighting until the very last soul remained. After Elder Fong exited the conference room, he intended to contact Luan to gauge his thoughts on the matter. Unfortunately, Luan was currently occupied with undergoing his tribulation and was utterly unable to receive the call. Yet as he stepped out of the technology building, intending to seek Luan at his residence, he discovered the building's exterior swarming with reporters, so many that security personnel could barely contain them. The moment the reporters spotted him, they became as excited as if injected with adrenaline, rushing forward to ask questions. Elder Fong, is the wrath of God real? Elder Fong, does the Lighthouse Nation truly intend to destroy Great Xia? Elder Fong, what countermeasures will the Great Xia government take? It turned out that the Lighthouse Nation had made everything public to pressure the Great Xia government. Facing this barrage of questions, Elder Fong did not evade them, responding with unyielding resolve. The Great Xia will never compromise with any hostile forces. Even if we perish, it will be in the midst of resistance. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving no opportunity for reporters to press further. Countless Great Xia citizens who witnessed this interview felt their blood boil with rage and determination, vowing to stand with their nation until the very end. Of course, a significant number boarded planes and began frantically fleeing to foreign lands. Far away in the three nations of A, within the Vishnu Academy, Bang Yan sat in his dilapidated little room. Without air conditioning, the stifling heat made him sweat profusely. Yet when he saw the news about Dasha flash across his phone, a faint smile actually appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, Luan, now you know who should be regretting things, huh? The Lighthouse Nation's government kept up the pressure, eager to force the Great Xia government to compromise. The reason for their urgency was simple. They dared to unleash the wrath of God, unconcerned about being destroyed by the secret beast Tide themselves, solely because they possessed 100,000 special weapon-equipped superhumans. Now, through a twist of fate, these and the aircraft carrier transporting them had been utterly annihilated by Luan's heavenly tribulation. Chapter 26, The Might of the Thunder Tribulation. Time had come for the high-level talks between the Lighthouse Nation's leadership and Elder Fong. Over the Pacific Ocean, Luan had been waiting for a long time. The calamity clouds in the sky had coalesced into a dense mass, within which countless thick, violent thunder dragons churned and twisted. The immense energy contained within the calamity clouds and thunder dragons had completely isolated this region from the outside world, transforming it into an entirely new space. Inside the command center of the three aircraft carriers, a man with a thick beard stared at the massive display screen, a satisfied smile on his face. In his view, transporting 100,000 superhumans from a secret military base to the mainland of the Lighthouse Nation was a mission practically guaranteed to succeed. But his smile didn't last long. News came in from the three carriers that, for some unknown reason, the weather had suddenly turned extremely harsh. Upon seeing the report, the commander glanced at the carrier's status screen. Noticing only a few dark clouds gathering overhead, not even a single raindrop in sight, he dismissed the concern and issued an immediate order. Speed up. Reach the mainland of the Lighthouse Nation before the storm hits. But those were tribulation clouds used by cultivators to endure their trials. How could they be as simple as they appeared? Thus, with that single command, he had effectively sent all three carriers straight to their doom. Inside the carriers' cockpits, the pilots remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They chatted casually as they maneuvered the ships, just as they always did. Once we get the carriers back to the mainland and get some sleep, maybe by morning we'll wake up to news of Great Xia's destruction. Oh? So that means we'll be among those witnessing history, huh? It's a real shame, actually. The quality of the beauties in that place called Dasha is truly top-notch. I'm afraid I won't get to savor them anymore. But as they spoke, several displays in the cockpit suddenly went dark. Various gauges began twitching erratically, swaying wildly from side to side. Even the simplest light bulbs began flickering on and off. It all seemed to point to one thing: something was seriously wrong. They immediately abandoned their idle chatter, scrambling into a flurry of activity as they began conducting comprehensive checks on the carrier. But it all proved futile. The entire carrier seemed teetering on the brink of paralysis, ready to sink to the ocean floor at any moment. My God, what the hell is going on? No clue. Contact headquarters immediately. At that very moment, the bearded man at headquarters received distress signals from all three carriers simultaneously. Completely unaware of what was happening, he could only order the carriers to abandon their original routes and seek shelter. But it was already too late. For the crews aboard these three carriers were about to witness the true wrath of God. The calamity clouds required for Luan's tribulation had finally gathered at this moment. A dense, dark cloud cover enveloped the entire sky, while countless thunder dragons churned within the clouds, emitting a thunderous roar that instilled primal fear. As a piercing flash of light split the heavens, a thundercloud brimming with power struck Luan directly. In that instant, Luan's clothes vaporized, leaving only a black mark upon his body. Yet this was merely the beginning. Without a moment's respite, a second, even more ferocious thunder dragon reared its head from the calamity clouds and charged directly at Luan. The piercing sound of tearing through the air echoed across the heavens, engulfing Luan entirely. After enduring this thunder tribulation, Luan staggered slightly before opening his mouth and expelling a cloud of black smoke. Then came the third, the fourth. While Luan endured the thunder tribulation, the 3 aircraft carriers from the lighthouse nation caught in the storm suffered catastrophic damage. After striking Luan, the first bolt of heavenly lightning plummeted straight downward, crashing directly beside one of the carriers. Though it didn't inflict direct damage on the carrier, the thunderbolt's impact on the water created waves that nearly capsized the vessel. Before it could recover, another bolt of lightning struck, landing near the same carrier once more. As more and more thunderbolts struck, the 100,000 dormant aboard the 3 carriers opened their eyes. Their eyes glowed with the faint green light unique to secret beasts, and they began to run amok. It must be understood that their brains had been altered. Logically, as long as those controlling them did not wish for them to awaken, they would never stir. The reason for this situation was actually quite simple. Abnormal beings were, by nature, the result of humans and secret beasts being forcibly stitched together hybrids of both. For humans, the fear of thunderstorms, especially massive lightning, is hardwired into their very genes. For secret beasts, the instinctive dread of chaotic power is equally primal. Thunderstorms perfectly embody both elements feared by humans and secret beasts. This dual fear caused them to awaken instantly under the thunder, plunging into a frenzied state without any controlling presence. A full 100,000 aberrations descended. The ordinary people aboard the aircraft carrier had no chance to fight back. They were torn apart and devoured outright. Yet this was only the beginning. Finally, the 30th bolt of lightning struck with pinpoint accuracy, landing squarely on an aircraft carrier. As the pinnacle of Lighthouse Nation's technology, the aircraft carrier, which could withstand cannon fire unscathed, now appeared as fragile as cardboard before the thunderbolt's wrath, reduced to nothingness in an instant. Witnessing this, the other 2 carriers' creatures seemed to grasp the danger. They leapt off their ships en masse, seeking refuge in the ocean. After all, with their partially beast-like bodies, surviving briefly in seawater was within their capabilities. But with their intelligence, it never occurred to them that seawater was damn well conductive. No sooner had they hit the water than bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning began crashing into it like there was no tomorrow. The sea was no longer water at all, it had become a veritable pool of lightning. Amidst a chorus of eerie, guttural screams, the 100,000 elite Xians who had possessed formidable combat prowess sufficient to withstand an entire wave of secret beasts collapsed en masse. For Luan, this tribulation was finally drawing to a close. In truth, he had little consciousness left. The prolonged bombardment of heavenly thunder had nearly eroded his perception, and his life force was draining at an alarming rate. Through the haze, he gazed up at the sky above and mustered his last ounce of strength to flip it off. "You ing bastard, if you've got the guts, strike me dead. Come on." Boom. 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 The heavenly thunder responded without hesitation. His last shred of consciousness vanished completely after several more bolts, and he plummeted from the sky toward the sea. The world seemed to dissolve into utter darkness at that moment. Detected host successfully accepting punishment. Mission duration extended. When Luan awoke again, his blurred vision revealed he was lying within a cave dwelling at the Cultivation University. He was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Had it all been a dream? After blinking a few times, he forced himself to sit up on the bed. There, he saw a familiar figure, Zulong. Before he could utter a word, Zulong's voice reached his ears. "My greatest virtue is keeping my word. I never imagined you could actually advance to the golden core stage early enough to undergo the tribulation and even accurately predict its arrival. Impressive. Now, whatever you desire, just ask. I'll do my best to grant it." Chapter 27, Heaven's Will. In truth, Zulong spoke thus partly because of a casual remark he made earlier, and partly because during Luan's tribulation, he witnessed everything the Great Xia Empire had endured. Faced with a threat that could wipe out their nation and extinguish their race, the Great Xia displayed an unprecedented unity. Everyone was willing to contribute their utmost strength to prevent the empire's downfall. This scene reminded him of the fundamental reason behind the downfall of the dynasty he had once established. Later generations attributed it to his excessive cruelty, to the incompetence of his successors, or to the emergence of countless heroes opposing the Qin. But in his view, none of these were the root cause. There was only one fundamental reason: the people were not united. As the first unified dynasty, the people of that era felt little sense of belonging to it, still clinging to their former homelands. This realization left him disillusioned, convinced that the Huaxia people were a nation lacking foresight, forever incapable of true unity. A nation incapable of true unity, no matter how powerful, was merely a hollow shell. In his despair, he serendipitously discovered a glimmer of the path to immortality. By feigning death to sever worldly ties, he embarked on the journey of cultivating immortality. When the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to deplete, he abandoned the Great Xia without hesitation, setting his sights on the vast cosmos. Yet, as Great Xia now faced the threat of the lighthouse nation, a series of coincidences allowed him to witness the present-day Huaxia people, a people utterly transformed from his memories. Only then did he truly grasp the reality. Over the years, the transformations in Great Xia extended far beyond the marvelous technologies visible on the surface. The nation had undergone a profound metamorphosis, changing from the inside out. Previously, he had always told Luan that his goal was to restore the Great Xia to its former glory. But now it seemed the old Great Xia was utterly insignificant. With a chosen one like Luan, Great Xia would surely surpass its past and ascend to entirely new heights. Weighing all these factors, he resolved to aid Luan. Yet upon finding Luan, he discovered the young man had been struck by heavenly lightning, left barely clinging to life. With no other choice, he had to break out one of his treasured pills and bring Luan back to his cave residence at the Cultivation University for recuperation. In less than a day, Luan finally regained consciousness. Luan blinked at the ancestral dragon before him, then lay back down. What a shock! This cold-blooded bastard actually offered to help me. Who do you call a cold-blooded creature? Half an hour later, Luan finally convinced himself this wasn't some hallucination. He glanced at the system first, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. After the system's punishment, it had merely extended the mission deadline instead of canceling it outright. Actually, what I mentioned to you earlier was that I wanted you to help me find other cultivators from Great Xia and have them become teachers at the Cultivation University. How many exactly? And are there any requirements for these people? Luan thought for a moment. The system had originally asked him to find 4 people to serve as instructors in cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and beast taming. Now that he had found someone for cultivation, the remaining positions were 1 skilled in alchemy, 1 in weapon forging, and 1 in beast taming. Zulong froze when Luan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Go on. That's it. That's it? This entire cultivation university, and you begged me for so long just to find 3 such ordinary cultivators? Pretty much. Zulong was momentarily speechless before directly producing a jade slip. He crushed it instantly before Luan's eyes. Anyone who can hear me, return to your homeland immediately. He then turned to Luan. All right, wait for them to arrive. Is this the efficiency of an emperor's affairs? At this moment, Luan remained unaware of the unfolding events outside. In truth, the entire Great Xia Empire was equally in the dark. From the Elders' Council at the highest levels to the billions of ordinary citizens below, all believed the Lighthouse Nation was about to unleash that so-called wrath of God. They were now frantically preparing their defenses. Throughout the entire history of the Great Xia, from ancient times to the present, nothing like this had ever occurred. Countless people lifted their heads, gazing silently at the sky, awaiting the arrival of the secret beast. It seemed the very survival of the Great Xia Empire hung in the balance during this brief moment. In truth, it wasn't just the people of Daxia watching. The entire world was observing Daxia at this moment, especially those Chinese who had fled abroad, represented by Fang Yan. For if the Lighthouse Nation activated God's wrath, spatial rifts worldwide would collapse, precipitating the secret beast tide. Thus, the third country had deployed all its extraordinary beings to the peripheries of major spatial rifts. As a former student from Great Xia, Fang Yan remained unwelcome despite his naturalized citizenship in the 3 nations. Now that the Tri-Nation government learned the secret beast tide might be coming, they'd actually sent him a student deemed unnecessary to the front lines, clearly intending to use him as cannon fodder. Fang Yan dared not voice his anger at this injustice. Now stationed at the front lines, huddled in the most rudimentary, dilapidated brick hut, he endured the suffocating stench. He took a large gulp of Ganges water that seemed to contain the entire periodic table inside. But did he regret it? Not at all. Slowly, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through photos from his school days in Great Xia. Back then, his face still held a smile. But that smile vanished the moment he arrived in the 3 nations of A. Even so, he consoled himself. At least I got out. And I brought my parents with me. Otherwise, I would have died in Daxia. Thinking of Daxia, he began researching its current state of heightened alert online. Suddenly, a sickening madness flared in his eyes. What's the point of all this? Without extraordinary beings to counter the secret beasts, piling on more lives is utterly futile. Ironically, at this critical moment, the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation who usually paid the most attention to Great Xia were now ignoring it. They sat huddled around the conference table, heads bowed so low they couldn't utter a single word. Yesterday, they had been brimming with confidence, certain they could crush Great Xia in one decisive blow. Who could have imagined that the 100,000 extraordinary beings they had painstakingly cultivated, along with 100,000 sets of priceless equipment, would be utterly destroyed in an instant? Finally, the president spoke. Judging by Great Xia's reaction, they seemed completely unaware of this incident. So who caused this tragedy? Or was it all coincidence, an unprecedentedly severe weather event that just happened to strike that day? Still, no one spoke. They knew the probability of coincidence was minuscule, almost impossible. At that moment, the door burst open. Charles pushed past several people blocking his way and stormed in. Mr. President, this was purely an accident. Let's proceed with Project Alien once more. This time, it will succeed. Get this lunatic out of here. Are you kidding? A single Operation Alien cost 100,000 lives, immeasurable wealth, and shattered relations with Great Xia, even the entire world. Another attempt would likely shatter the very foundation of the Lighthouse Nation. Before the Lighthouse Nation's meeting could reach any conclusions, the Great Xia finally showed signs of trouble. Chapter 28, The Immortal Descends. After an agonizingly long wait, a faint glimmer finally pierced the skies of Great Xia. Every heart skipped a beat at the sight of that light. For whenever a new spatial fissure appeared in the sky, a streak of light would manifest. Moreover, the brighter the light, the larger the spatial fissure and the more secret beasts would pour forth from within. Judging by the size of this light, the Great Xia Empire was likely about to gain a massive new spatial fissure. It's activated. The Lighthouse Nation must have triggered God's wrath. This new spatial fissure is undoubtedly caused by that device. This thought crossed many minds, and even the military had already mobilized in full readiness. The tension reached its peak, with everyone prepared for a life or death struggle. This news quickly spread across the internet, filling the global web with nations gloating over Great Xia's misfortune. South Korean netizen, ha 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 ha, it's begun. Great Xia is finished for sure this time. Sunset Nation netizen, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the dawn of a new era. Without Great Xia, the world will undoubtedly become a better place. White Flag Nation netizen, can't figure out why that Korean guy is laughing so hard. You're so close to Great Xia, once they fall, you're next. Lighthouse Nation netizen, ha, only we can truly laugh. After Great Xia's collapse, the Lighthouse Nation will become the world's sole superpower. As for Fan Yen and Distant Tri Nation, he'd completely forgotten he was cannon fodder, grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, hurry up and come. I can't wait to see what happens next. Luan, you'll soon pay for your arrogance. Even the elders were tense to the extreme, staring at the mysterious light point without daring to blink, afraid of missing anything. But as time slowly passed and the light gradually grew larger, everyone realized something. If this light were the precursor to a spatial fissure, it shouldn't keep growing larger, right? Moreover, after such a long time, the spatial fissure should have begun to take shape by now. Why was there still no reaction in the sky? Could it be that this light wasn't caused by a spatial rift forming at all? Could it be something like a meteorite hurtling toward them? Before anyone could examine the light with professional equipment, it vanished. In its place emerged a spectacle capable of setting the entire world ablaze. Amidst the churning white clouds in the azure sky, three figures both ethereal and tangible appeared, seemingly descending to the mortal realm in various ways. One arrived enveloped in countless sparkling starlight, another rode in on a crane, and yet another commanded a chariot drawn by 9 black dragons. The reason that white speck had appeared in the sky earlier was precisely because of the one riding upon that dazzling cascade of starlight. Even the special effects in those fantasy TV shows aren't this over the top. Upon closer inspection, people grew even more astonished. These three eerie figures were heading straight for the floating island above the Kunlun Mountains, the very location of the Cultivation University. Could these be the legendary immortals? The moment this thought took hold, the entire Great Xia Empire erupted into a frenzy of excitement. For everyone understood one thing: if those three figures truly were the legendary immortals, then the Great Xia Empire would have nothing to fear from the secret beasts. In this age, news travels fast. Reports of Xia's suspected divine beings swiftly spread to every corner of the world. Almost simultaneously, the Lighthouse Nation released an official statement. According to their own statement, they suddenly realized that unleashing God's wrath would inflict too great a blow upon all of human civilization. They couldn't just look out for themselves, so they abandoned the plan. In plain terms, the Lighthouse Nation publicly declared it would no longer wield God's wrath. This announcement, combined with the reports of immortals appearing in Dacia, created a powerful chemical reaction. Nearly everyone worldwide following these events realized the Lighthouse Nation had backed down. So does this mean the three figures appearing in Great Xia are indeed the omnipotent, exalted immortals of Great Xia's legends? And why would these immortals go to the floating island? Could they have some connection to the Great Xia's supernatural academy? Or could it be that the Great Xia's ability to construct such magnificent academies in such a short time was actually aided by immortals working behind the scenes? The entire world was left speechless. They had expected to witness Great Xia's downfall, only to confront its terrifying might instead. Meanwhile, Great Xia's netizens felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They launched a counterattack across online platforms. Where's that American guy from the Lighthouse Nation now? Why's he gone silent? Did your country's leaders chicken out? Hurry up and activate that Wrath of God thing already. And you Korean bastard, come on, give us another smile. Who are all those predicting the Great Xia's demise? Step forward now. Open your dog eyes wide and look, has the Great Xia fallen? Fan Yen, who had already received orders to withdraw from the front lines and return to study at Brahma Academy, felt worse than eating poison when he saw these messages. Why? Why did this happen? He had left the Great Xia Empire precisely because he saw no hope for it to obtain the ancient Huaxia inheritance. Such a vast nation, if unable to obtain the ancient heritage, would inevitably be destroyed by waves of secret beasts growing larger and larger. To save his own skin and to learn the true core heritage of the three kingdoms, he had changed his nationality and fully joined the three kingdoms. Yet barely had he departed when Great Xia discovered its own ancient legacy and gained spiritual energy envied by all other nations. He began questioning the wisdom of his choice. Yet within a short span, Great Xia constructed an extraordinary academy that surpassed all other transcendent universities in both grandeur and excellence. Consider this: at Brahma Academy, his dormitory suffered massive power outages every 3 days and water shortages every week. Suffering through sweltering heat without air conditioning was bad enough, but having to bathe in filthy rivers was unbearable. Compared to that, this place was no place for humans to live. He had regretted it from that moment on, though he refused to admit it. Now, with the emergence of legendary immortals in Daxia, everything seemed to foreshadow that Daxia would follow its previous pattern, starting behind, then surging forward at an astonishing pace. The regret in his heart, even if he didn't want to admit it, could no longer be hidden. Yet this regret quickly turned to fury, making him clench his fists and grit out. Why hasn't the secret beast tide come yet? Hurry up and bring on a secret beast tide to utterly destroy the Great Xia. In the words of the Great Xia, he had completely lost his mind. Of course, Luan had long forgotten about such a minor figure as him. He was currently occupied with meeting the immortal mentioned by those three outsiders. You must be young friend Luan? I am Immortal Crane, skilled in the art of alchemy. You may simply call me Crane. I am Obsidian Star Lord, skilled in weapon forging. I'm Litiniu, master of the dragon pasture. I raise beasts. Nothing fancy to offer on first meeting, but here take these 9-headed dragons. They make splendid draft animals. Chapter 29, Divine Beast Egg. Luan could tell these three seemed utterly terrified of the primordial dragon, barely daring to breathe heavily in its presence. Perhaps it was precisely because they were cowed by the primordial dragon's formidable presence that they addressed Luan with such deference. It's been so long since I returned. How much my homeland has changed. Who would have thought that one day, people wouldn't need cultivation to soar through the heavens? How exactly did they achieve this? Not only that, but I've noticed people from our homeland in the cosmos. They seem to have been surviving there for ages and can even communicate with us back home, something even nascent soul cultivators might not manage. Yeah. Back in the day, we wouldn't have dared to even dream of such things. All three marveled at the transformations here. Yet what astonished them most was the sheer, almost absurdly dense spiritual energy permeating Great Xia. Yet none voiced it aloud, fearing that mentioning spiritual energy might make Luan suspect they'd come specifically to plunder it. As the trio discussed, Luan couldn't help but interject. Actually, I asked Lord Zulong to summon you here because I have a favor to ask. Young friend Luan, you're too polite. What help? Since we're all from the same homeland, we're practically fellow countrymen. Helping each other out is only natural, isn't it? Go ahead, what is it? That said, I must give you fair warning. I possess the supreme laws of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, once I state the matter I wish you to handle, you must agree. At these words, the three cultivators exchanged glances, each spotting the suppressed amusement in the other's eyes. A mere golden core cultivator claiming to wield the laws of heaven. It was like a primary school student gleefully running up to his college student brother and announcing he'd received the State Council's Medal of Honor, utterly impossible, bordering on comical. But glancing at the ancestral dragon glaring menacingly beside them, they dared not show their amusement. They could only say, "It's fine. Just speak your mind. Then I'll be blunt. The place you're in now is the Great Xia Cultivation University, akin to a sect in the cultivation world. I want you to stay here and serve as teachers at this cultivation university." The moment they heard they'd be required to stay as teachers, which would consume a significant chunk of their time, the trio immediately sought excuses to refuse. But before they could voice their objections, the system had already intervened. Congratulations, host, on completing the current system task. Reward acquired. All formations within the Great Xia Cultivation University have been fully charged. Formation data has been transmitted to the host's mind. The host may activate them at any time. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ancient divine beast Bifong 1 Bifong egg. Simultaneously, the three cultivators felt themselves pinned down by a force of rules so overwhelming they couldn't resist, binding them irrevocably to this cultivation university. For a moment, the look in their eyes as they stared at Luan was filled with utter disbelief. Luan, that weakling at the golden core stage, actually wielded the supreme rules of the Tao. And with just a single command, he could bind several of them cultivators at the transformation of the spirit stage using only his golden core body. This wasn't merely mastering the power of the Tao, this was being chosen by the Tao itself. He was the legendary chosen one, perhaps even an incarnation of the Tao. Noticing their expressions, Zulong finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped before them. Ha. Forgot to mention it earlier, my apologies. From now on, you lot are teachers at this so-called cultivation university, just like me. The immortal Crane still refused to accept reality and asked Zulong. What do you mean? This can't be some scheme of yours, teaming up with this young friend to prank us old fools, can it? Indeed. We cultivators mustn't trifle with the way of heaven lightly. I still need to go back to raising dragons. Can't stay here too long. Zulong gave them a wicked smile. Then I'll be blunt. Crane, you needn't return to that lifeless of yours. Prepare to move all your treasure vaults and such over here. This place happens to have alchemy chambers, and the environment is far superior to yours. Heya, you won't need to roam the cosmos daily searching for antimatter annihilation materials to forge peerless divine weapons. We happen to have a treasure forge here, you can stay there from now on. You're the luckiest one here, Litiniu. Just look at the dense spiritual energy and this environment. There's a vast expanse to the north. Not only could you raise a few of these inferior black dragons, but if you ever found a legendary golden dragon, keeping it here wouldn't be a problem at all. Under the persuasion of the primordial dragon and the overwhelming pressure of the Tao's laws, the three cultivators finally came to terms with reality. Luan must be the one chosen by the Tao of Heaven. Otherwise, how could his ancestral land possess such an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, let alone host a cultivation university of such extraordinary caliber? Now that they had been chosen by Luan to become teachers at this cultivation academy, leaving would mean defying the heavenly Tao itself. Indeed, some cultivators did defy the Tao of Heaven, but those were reckless demonic cultivators. Moreover, they usually face divine retribution, needing fates beyond mere misery. What's more, demon cultivators couldn't truly defy the Tao itself. If they abandoned their duties, it would be tantamount to rebelling against heaven, a fate too horrific to even contemplate. One by one, they had no choice but to suppress their resentment and grit their teeth to accept this arrangement. Luan understood the reluctance of Zhu Long and these three cultivators. To them, the Cultivation University represented a different form of sect, one with limitless potential. How long did such sects typically endure? 100 years? 1,000? 10,000? 100,000? Now Luan had tied them to the Cultivation University without promising any benefits whatsoever. Wasn't this akin to a free-spirited individual suddenly being told to work somewhere without pay, only to labor until death? Moreover, judging from their conversation with Zhu Long, these three cultivators weren't ordinary practitioners. They seemed to have their own pursuits, perhaps even businesses. But all Luan could do was understand. The burden on his shoulders was simply too heavy. Completing the tasks assigned by the system had to be his top priority. With that thought, he pulled out the bifang egg awarded by the system. But the moment he did, his face darkened. The reason was simple: this so-called divine beast egg looked exactly like an ordinary bird egg, save for a few peculiar patterns on its surface. At that moment, Luan desperately wanted to roar in frustration. Where was the promised divine beast? If there was no divine beast, giving an egg would have been acceptable. But this was such a tiny egg? Was this some kind of joke? Luan felt utterly deceived by the system. Just as he was seething inwardly, Litinia's voice suddenly reached him. Young friend, may I see the egg in your hand? Sure, go ahead. Luan casually handed over the egg. The moment Litinia took it, shock gradually spread across his eyes. He handled it with extreme care, as if afraid the slightest bump might damage it. This can't be, absolutely impossible. Ancient divine beasts should have died out hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chapter 30, Ghostly Deceptions. The moment the words ancient divine beast were uttered, Zhu Long and the others instantly turned their gaze toward Litiniu, their faces lighting up with interest. When they noticed the bifang egg, their expressions instantly fell. How did you connect a bird's egg to a divine beast? Zhu Long, ever blunt, spoke his mind without reservation. Litiniu seemed to ignore Zhu Long entirely, grabbing Luan's shoulder instead. Young friend, where exactly did you get this egg? If you're willing to tell me, I'd not only let you teach here, I'd even be your servant. Luan was momentarily at a loss for words. This thing had been given to him by the system. He certainly couldn't tell the truth. Left with no choice, he blurted out a casual response. Just picked it up around here. Found it around here? A huge question mark appeared above Litiniu's head. He then scanned the floating island with his divine sense, and the question mark grew even larger. What exactly is this place? Judging by the environment and spiritual energy concentration, calling it a fairyland wouldn't be an exaggeration. Why would such a place suddenly appear in the homeland? This involves secrets concerning the Tao itself. I really can't tell you. Litinio nodded thoughtfully, then a gleam flashed in his eyes. So that's why something defying the Tao could exist here. It's because this place was forged by the Tao itself. Pretty impressive. Since Luan possessed the entire contents of the scripture hall in his mind, he grasped the meaning behind Litinio's words. To cultivators like them, everything was ultimately governed by heaven's will. The extinction of a species was simply fate. The divine beasts of ancient times had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. If one were to reappear now, wouldn't that defy heaven's will? The only plausible explanation was that this creature had been brought forth by the way of heaven itself. At that moment, Litinio seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to look at Zhu Long. You said you'd give me that vast expanse up north. Still standing? Don't ask me, I was just saying. Luan is the real boss around here. Hearing this, Litinia turned his hopeful gaze toward Luan. What could Luan say? That northern section was essentially the Beast Taming Academy's beast training grounds, and as the future instructor responsible for teaching beast taming, it naturally fell under his jurisdiction. He could only nod in agreement. It's yours. No one can touch it. Seeing Luan's consent, Litinia's smile grew even broader. A great opportunity. This is my great opportunity. With this prime feng shui spot, I might just awaken the ancient bloodlines of some fierce beasts. This place is practically my lucky spot. At this point, Zulong's explosive temper finally boiled over. He unleashed his overwhelming pressure, crushing it down upon Litiniu. I asked you a question. Are you deaf? How did you connect this egg to those ancient divine beasts spoken of in legends? Even someone as powerful as Zulong couldn't sense anything extraordinary about this egg. Judging by its size, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary bird's egg. I won't keep you in suspense. I'll tell you straight, young Master Luan has truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. This egg is undoubtedly laid by the ancient divine beast of legend, none other than the Bifong. What? Clearly, everyone had heard of the Bifong, a legendary divine bird. Yet none could connect this egg to it, leaving them utterly stunned. Your shock is understandable. Beasts like the Bifong possess divine power even before hatching from their eggs. That's why ordinary cultivators like us can't discern what makes this egg different from others. So how did you recognize it? When I first saw the patterns on it, I recalled ancient texts. But once I took it in hand, I knew for certain. Look. Litiniu opened his palm, and a cluster of tiny white flames rose up, illuminating the egg until it glowed translucently. Before the others could wonder what this meant, the patterns on the egg suddenly began to shift. Eventually, they transformed into a majestic, vibrant bird soaring through the world, its feet treading fiery flames. This is the marvel of divine beasts, they retain memories from their past lives. The patterns on this egg are the memories of the Bifong within, from its previous existence. Litiniu then proceeded to recount the Bifong's formidable prowess and overwhelming abilities, his eyes brimming with affection for the egg. So, how long will it take to hatch the Bifong from this egg? Not long, 300 years should suffice. At the mention of 3 centuries, Luan lost the last shred of interest in the egg and waved it off. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Consider it a return gift for the 9 dragons carriage. Really? Then I'll thank you right here, Principal. Well, while no longer addressing him as young Master Luan, but now calling him Principal. Indeed, the most effective way to win people over is by giving gifts. Yet no one noticed that although Litinio held the Bifong egg, a tiny eye within it never once ceased its intense stare at Luan. After settling the arrangements for these 3 new Cultivation University instructors, Luan turned his attention to the next system task. Current task, recruitment. Task description, recruit 5,000 citizens of Great Xia under the age of 20 with cultivation aptitude of Heavenly Spirit root or higher to serve as the first cohort of students for the Cultivation University. Task reward, 800 years of cultivation, Heavenly Eye. Task duration, 3 months. Failure penalty, 1 day in the Divine Void Ghost Realm. Upon seeing this task, Luan blinked and turned to look at Zulong beside him, posing 2 questions. How many individuals under 20 in Great Xia today possess Heavenly Spirit root talent? Celestial Spirit roots? Those are rare prodigies indeed. But with this Xia's population, there should be at least 4 or 5, right? At the very least, 1 or 2. 4 or 5? 1 or 2. Luan sucked in a sharp breath, yet a sliver of hope flickered within him as he pressed on. Then do you know what the Divine Ruins Ghost Realm is? Ha? Haven't you ever left your homeland? How do you even know about the Divine Ruins Ghost Realm? I heard about it by chance. So what exactly is that place? It's basically the ruins of a supersized sect. Hearing Zulong describe it so casually, Luan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this punishment wouldn't cost him his life after all. But before he could fully exhale, his breath was caught again. Because Zulong continued. But since that sect courted disaster by collectively practicing an extremely dangerous demonic path, the place has become utterly perilous. It's teeming with gods, ghosts, demons, and monsters. Some of these specters have even reached the level of immortals. For cultivators to go there is no different from walking into certain death. What if it's just for 1 day? Only 1 day. Forget you. Even if I were to linger there for a mere moment, my soul would be annihilated, condemned to eternal torment. Damn it, the system is trying to kill me. Chapter 31, An Impossible Mission. After Luan confirmed with Zulong that celestial spiritual roots were indeed extremely rare, so rare that even in the vast population of Great Xia, there could be no more than 5 or 6 such individuals, he felt like dying. Last time, forcing him to undergo the tribulation early was essentially a death sentence. His success hinged on 2 factors. One was that the location of the tribulation had no spiritual energy, which somewhat reduced the power of the heavenly tribulation. Second, his cultivation base was bestowed by the system, making the spiritual energy within him utterly pure. As everyone knew, even the purest water did not conduct electricity. Similarly, extremely pure spiritual energy could, to some extent, mitigate the effects of the heavenly tribulation upon him. It was only because of these two reasons that he barely survived the tribulation. In fact, if the ancestral dragon hadn't given him a powerful restorative pill, he might have died outright. All this made it abundantly clear, failing his system mission could genuinely spell disaster. The previous task was to recruit a teacher. To Luan at the time, if that could be described as nearly impossible, then this current task was utterly impossible. 5,000 heavenly spirit roots versus the 5 or 6 at most mentioned by the ancestral dragon? The gap was simply too vast. Seeing Luan's troubled expression, Zulong tried to reassure him. Honestly, our cultivation university doesn't need to set such high standards for disciples. Requiring heavenly spirit roots is indeed overly strict. That's a threshold only top-tier sects dare to set. Besides, cultivation isn't solely about innate talent, and spiritual roots factors like comprehension are equally crucial. As he spoke, he cited Li Tiniu as an example. Take Li Tiniu, for instance. You might not believe me, but he started out as a cowherd boy with only an average triple spirit root. Yet now he's a spirit transformation cultivator who runs the Dragon Pasture Dojo and is thriving. He had assumed Luan was the type to pursue perfection, wanting only those with heavenly spiritual roots admitted to the cultivation university. Luan felt like crying. If he had the power to choose, he'd have only one criterion for recruiting students: as long as their body and heart belonged to the great Xia people. He wouldn't have cared about heavenly spirit roots at all. Left with no choice, he made up an excuse about needing to attend to business and left the cultivation university. The moment he stepped off the floating island, he saw numerous missed calls from Elder Fong dating back to the day of his tribulation. He immediately called back. "Elder Fong, you sought me out?" On the other end, Elder Fong sounded slightly nervous when facing Luan. "Luan, were you in the Pacific Ocean the day before yesterday?" "Huh? I didn't tell anyone about that." "How did you find out?" Luan was taken aback. Only Zulong knew about his tribulation, and Zulong couldn't possibly have been in contact with Elder Fong. How did Elder Fong find out? Yet Elder Fong was even more shocked than he was. Just moments ago, the Great Xia Intelligence Organization had received a classified report. The intelligence explicitly stated that the reason the Lighthouse Nation had abandoned activating God's wrath was entirely because 100,000 extraordinary individuals, along with their accompanying expensive equipment, had been completely wiped out by a mysterious force in the Pacific. The Great Xia was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the nature of this mysterious force and unwilling to believe it was mere coincidence. Then, the very next day, the peculiar occurrence of an immortal descending upon the mortal realm unfolded in Great Xia. This led Elder Fong to connect the dots to Luan, suspecting he might be the one who had eliminated those extraordinary beings. Now, with confirmation that it was indeed Luan, Elder Fong was utterly bowled over by Luan's prowess. The location of those 100,000 supernatural beings had eluded even the highest-level intelligence organization of the Great Xia at the time. Even if they had obtained the information, there would have been little they could do, given that besides the 100,000 supernatural beings, there were also 3 aircraft carriers. Luan, however, not only knew their location in advance but also quietly slipped in and wiped them all out in one fell swoop: the outsiders, the carriers, and all their accompanying equipment. This wasn't just impressive, it was downright godlike. In response to Luan's question, Elder Fong merely smiled. Never underestimate the intelligence network of the Great Xia Empire. Impressive, impressive. Luan's too impressive carried no sarcasm. He genuinely admired the Great Xia intelligence network. After all, the Pacific wasn't Great Xia's territory, and he'd traveled there on a flying sword at speeds countless times faster than an airplane. Yet they'd still managed to track him down. As for the 100,000 supernatural beings and the aircraft carrier? At the time, his entire focus was on surviving the tribulation. He hadn't a clue about any of that. By the way, Elder Fong, what was all that calling about? Of course I had matters to discuss when I called. But now, there's nothing left to discuss. Then, Elder Fong, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you announce a message on my behalf? Say that in 2 months, the Cultivation University will open enrollment to the public. Anyone under 20 years of age who has mastered the foundational level of the Qi cultivation technique may apply. What? Are we finally starting enrollment? Don't worry, I'll get this message out as fast as possible. On the other side of the world, in the high-level conference room of the Lighthouse Nation. This meeting had only one agenda item: how to sanction the increasingly powerful Great Xia under the current circumstances. Yet after hours of deliberation, they still found no viable approach. Finally, a counselor spoke up quietly. Mr. President, with all due respect, why must we target a nation like Great Xia, one with immense potential and little external ambition, instead of establishing diplomatic relations early on? No sooner had the legislator finished speaking than the president turned his gaze toward him, his eyes blazing with fury. I do not wish to hear such remarks again. But why? The Xia is a sleeping dragon. It may seem harmless now, but the moment it awakens, it will be a catastrophe for the entire world. The president's voice boomed, his eyes burning not only with rage but also with a hint of terror. As for what exactly he feared, only he knew. The meeting ultimately yielded no concrete results. Everyone left the conference room, but the president remained seated. Moments later, a man in a shirt entered, his face breaking into a smile as he looked at the president. "My supreme leader, what's wrong? Why the gloomy face? Don't you know? The prophecies from when you acquired the ancient inheritance have come true. There really are immortals in Great Xia, and they've already reached the damned floating island." The visitor was none other than Bambest, the ancient inheritance recipient from the Lighthouse Nation, though this inheritance had been obtained through the plunder of a small country. Bambest's smile faded, replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. "So what if there are 3 immortals? As long as we have more immortals, what can those 3 possibly do?" "What do you mean?" Bambest slowly drew a shimmering stone from his pocket. "I've actually discovered a way to resurrect the mighty heroes from the previous era. With their aid, we can easily deal with those immortals." Chapter 32, Resurrecting the Remnants of the Previous Era. Across the entire world, every inheritor of ancient traditions received not only methods to grow stronger but also something else, the history of the previous era. All nations possessing ancient legacies united, piecing together this history through special means. Ultimately, they uncovered a startling truth. The Great Xia Empire had once been so overwhelmingly powerful that it subjugated other nations for millennia, its might even compelling extraterrestrial civilizations to bow in submission. The source of Dacia's unparalleled might? Immortals. The knights and mages of other nations were utterly insignificant before these immortals. Their only option was submission. Upon learning this history, they suddenly realized something. If the Great Xia were allowed to develop unchecked, once it uncovered the ancient legacy, the world might revert to the conditions of the previous era. They would once again find themselves forced to submit beneath the Great Xia's dominion. To prevent this, these nations united and devised a comprehensive strategy to confront the Great Xia, determined to destroy it before its rise could be completed. Everything seemed to be proceeding normally. They were even convinced that the Great Xia Empire was destined for destruction. But then, unexpectedly, Luan emerged. Not only did he acquire the ancient legacy, but he also restored the empire's spiritual power right under their noses. Having studied the historical records, the leaders of these nations understood all too well what spiritual power meant to immortals. Panic seized them, and they launched into frantic action. This explains why even the Lighthouse Nation could discern the self-destructive nature of unleashing God's wrath, a tactic that would inflict heavy damage on the enemy but also cause immense harm to themselves. They were terrified, utterly terrified. If the Great Xia truly reached the level of the previous era, it would be an apocalyptic blow to them. This time, the president summoned Bambester to seek his insights. Bambest dropped a bombshell right off the bat, claiming he'd discovered a method to resurrect heroes from the previous era. In truth, the heroes they spoke of were individuals from the previous era who had cultivated extraordinary strength through unique methods. A significant number of these individuals, upon death, had employed a curse technique to imprison their souls, all for the purpose of one day being resurrected. However, resurrection required more than just a soul. It also demanded a physical body compatible with that soul. Finding such a body was nearly impossible in the previous era. Searching through 10 million people might not yield a single suitable candidate. This led to countless souls from that era being preserved for hundreds, even thousands of years, persisting to this day. After inheritors of ancient traditions across nations fully assimilated all inherited knowledge, they discovered the locations of these sealed souls. Thus, nations led by the Lighthouse Nation conceived a terrifying plan. In the previous era, finding suitable physical bodies for these souls was virtually impossible. But in this current era, after several waves of technological explosions, human science has advanced to a mind-boggling degree. Using technology to create physical bodies according to specifications no longer seemed an absolute impossibility. If these beings could truly be revived, the benefits would be beyond measure. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation's plan was to invest massive funds into research on the human body, particularly human augmentation, to prepare suitable vessels for those souls. It is worth noting that Charles, the mad scientist capable of researching metahumans, was specifically cultivated within this very program. In fact, the Lighthouse Nation had already mastered the method of cultivating human bodies according to specifications a full year prior. Yet a new problem emerged. The souls had been dormant for far too long. Even when provided with perfectly suited bodies, they remained unable to awaken, seemingly trapped in a state of perpetual slumber. Consequently, the project was essentially abandoned. The president even dubbed it the most costly yet least productive endeavor in the history of the Lighthouse Nation. The returns were indeed meager. In fact, there were none at all. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a year later, Bambester appeared with a stone of unknown origin, claiming to have discovered a method to resurrect heroes from the previous era. This news stirred his excitement. After all, the Great Xia Empire currently had only 3 immortals, while the souls they could resurrect numbered far more. If all those souls could be resurrected, 3 immortals alone would be utterly insignificant. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Why would I joke about something like this? My goodness, you're practically a great hero of the Lighthouse Nation. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and revive them. Your Excellency, please do not rush. Do you know why I only revealed this to you today, when you came to me? Could it be that reviving those damned souls requires some condition? Clever. This stone in my hand is actually the resurrection stone used in the Gama tribe's rituals, an ancient artifact from a bygone era. Its sole purpose is to awaken souls, but the conditions are rather unacceptable. Speak quickly. What is this condition? Could even the Lighthouse Nation not fulfill it? To awaken one soul, 10 souls must be sacrificed. Where on earth would we find that many souls? Can it be any soul? Yes, any soul will do. At these words, a wicked smile spread across the president's face. What are you laughing at? Have you thought of some clever plan? The president's smile grew even more sinister. What exactly are you laughing about? Spit it out already. Do you know where the most people are, and where no one cares whether they live or die? Where? The slums. The slums of Lighthouse Nation could be described as a veritable hell on earth. They were rife with violence, drug addicts, shadowy forces, and a large number of people from Great Xia who, believing their homeland was truly doomed, had fled here recently. Today, a notice like this could be seen in nearly every slum. The government had created a large number of jobs with extremely high benefits and very easy work. Anyone who wanted to work could start anytime. Most crucially, Great Xia citizens were given priority. Thus, countless slum dwellers yearning for a better life began applying for these so-called jobs, only to enter a true hell. After over a month, the Lighthouse Nation finally resurrected its first hero from the previous era, one of the renowned 12 Knights of the Crusader expedition. In a secret laboratory within the Lighthouse Nation, human bodies lay submerged in bizarre apparatus. Finally, one human body seemed to gain consciousness. First, it twitched its fingers, then opened its eyes. A powerful force erupted from its entire body, propelling it straight out of the apparatus. Surveying the utterly unfamiliar surroundings, he glanced at the mad scientist Charles standing before him, smiling. Have I been resurrected? Where is this place? Charles calmly extended a hand. That's correct. You have been resurrected. But unexpectedly, the newly resurrected man reached out and tore Charles's arm clean off. Power. This is what power feels like. I'm truly resurrected and in the prime of my youth. This is incredible. At that moment, the president arrived. He paid no attention to Charles, who was wailing in agony with one arm severed, instead turning his gaze toward the newly resurrected figure. Lord Knight of Light, I have long admired you. Congratulations on your resurrection. Poof. You must be the leader, right? Care to tell me why you resurrected me? Ha ha ha. Actually, I am your descendant. We are now facing the threat of the Great Xia Immortal and wish to request your. Before he could finish, he saw utter horror spread across the Light Knight's previously ecstatic face. What did you say? Immortal? You dared provoke an immortal? Chapter 33, The 12 Knights. In the president's eyes, this renowned Knight of Light had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation before him. One moment he had been supremely arrogant, seemingly brimming with confidence in his own strength. The next, he cowered like a mouse before a cat, all confidence gone, replaced only by fear. To placate the Knight of Light, the president could only offer words of comfort. Sir Knight, times have changed. Those immortals may not be quite what you remember them to be. Over the next several hours, the president did his utmost to explain many things to the Knight of Light, what had transpired in recent years, how the world had transformed, and the matter of the spatial rifts. Several hours passed before confidence finally returned to the Knight of Light's face. I understand. So you're saying that Great Xia now has only 3 immortals, and that Great Xia has only recently obtained the ancient inheritance? These 3 immortals have all appeared quite recently? Exactly. And we don't intend to revive only you. In the coming days, we will resurrect all 12 of the once glorious knights. With these bodies crafted specifically for you, your power might even surpass your peak strength. Upon hearing the president's words, the Knight of Light extended his hand, clenched his fist, and once again sensed his current power before nodding. Indeed. I've completely shed the limitations of old age. I'm a new powerhouse now. I feel I can conquer any challenge. If you're so confident in your strength, why did you fear the Great Xia's immortal so much? At the mention of immortals, the Light Knight's expression darkened once more. He turned to face the president with grave concern. After so much time has passed, people have forgotten far too much. Relying solely on that so-called ancient legacy, you have no true grasp of the immortal's terrifying power. What do you mean? Even though history was erased by some unknown mystical force, you should be able to guess what the previous era was like based on the ancient traditions acquired by nations today, right? It must have been an era where swords and magic coexisted with psychokinesis, psychic powers, and other extraordinary abilities. You're correct, but I must tell you a fact, the origin of these extraordinary powers. In truth, at the very beginning, swords and magic, psychokinesis, none of it existed in the world. There was only one extraordinary being, the immortals of Great Xia. These immortals of the Great Xia knew of us, but we knew nothing of them until ancestors from across the world stumbled upon the Great Xia. Faced with cultivation powers so overwhelming they seemed beyond compare, any mortal would be filled with longing, and our ancestors were no exception. So they went to great lengths to join an organization called the Sect, beginning their quest to become immortals. Yet the brutal reality soon confronted them. To become an immortal required not only extraordinary, heaven-defying talent, but also relentless day and night cultivation, a feat almost impossible for anyone to achieve. So some began sweeping floors within the sect, others washed clothes, and still others served as guards. By the time the Night of Light reached this point, the president was utterly bewildered. What does any of this have to do with the origin of supernatural powers? You'll soon find out. The Night of Light took a deep breath before continuing. Over time, those immortals of Great Xia, to make life easier for our ancestors doing menial tasks, began teaching them things they themselves looked down upon. Take magic, for instance. In the eyes of the Great Xia immortals, it was the most lowly of spells. The one who originally learned these arts was a mere sweeper. That's why those magicians loved to fly around on broomsticks all day. Then there were those divine arts that could make people sprout 3 heads and 6 arms, nothing more than a practical way to gain an extra hand for menial tasks, boosting efficiency. Telekinesis and psychic investigation abilities? Absolute jokes. Telekinesis is merely the Great Xia immortal's most basic skill of manipulating objects with qi, while psychic investigation is the most fundamental form of divine perception imaginable. After the Night of Light's explanation, the president was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined the so-called previous era was actually like this. The Night of Light continued. So when you say the world's history was concealed and all supernatural powers including the Great Xia immortals vanished, I find it hard to accept. What kind of entity could possibly annihilate those terrifying beings? The Night of Light hadn't lived to see the end of the previous era, so he knew nothing of the events that unfolded during that time. In fact, Luan had once asked Zhu Long and the others what exactly had transpired at the end of the previous era, and why the world had undergone such a cataclysmic change. But the response he received was, "Young man, I, Zhu Long, can tell you with full responsibility that knowing certain things would not benefit you. So, don't pry into matters you shouldn't. Just follow the will of heaven and focus on establishing the Cultivation University." Noticing the expression on the president's face, the Knight of Light smiled and spoke. "If what you say is true, and the Great Xia Empire only recently obtained the ancient inheritance, then its immortals have cultivated for no more than a few months at most. Their strength couldn't be that high. Otherwise, they would have already destroyed your nation. Therefore, if you can revive the other members of our 12 knights, we can completely eliminate those 3 immortals before they have a chance to grow." As the Knight of Light spoke, his voice grew excited. For among their knightly order, a tradition had long prevailed, severing the heads of mighty foes to wear as badges of honor. Throughout the entire history of knighthood, there had never been a record of slaying a Great Xia immortal. He might just be the first. He understood clearly that the reason the Xia immortals were powerful was because they required long periods of cultivation to accumulate strength and break through realms. According to the president, the Great Xia had only recently acquired the methods to become immortals. Therefore, these 3 immortals couldn't be exceptionally powerful. Perhaps he would feel hesitant to act alone. But once the other members of the 12 knights were resurrected, they could unleash their combined ultimate technique. As the peak warriors of their nation in the previous era, he had confidence in facing 3 so-called immortals who had only cultivated for a few months. Thus, the Knight of Light couldn't help but glance toward the east, a faint smile playing on his lips. Immortals of Daxia? The mere mention of immortal strikes fear into the hearts of every knight throughout history. If our order could eliminate these 3, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Cultivation University, Zulong, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his dragon-like eyes and gazed toward the direction of the lighthouse nation. After a moment of silence, he turned to the immortal crane grooming his mount's feathers. "Do you remember, long ago, when we encountered a group clad in thick iron armor, boasting of conquering the entire world? That was back in the Great Han era, right? I recall they were all wiped out by that emperor's single decree. Do you recall what he said? Those who defy the majesty of the Great Han shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. You know, it does sound pretty badass." Luan, who had been fretting over his system quest nearby, overheard their conversation and frowned in confusion. "Why are you suddenly reminiscing about the past?" Zulong ignored Luan, continuing his meditation with eyes closed. The immortal crane, however, wore a faint smile as he glanced toward the direction of the lighthouse nation. Someone here sensed the aura of the old era, recalled some long-forgotten memories, and got a bit nostalgic. Chapter 34, The Confident Knights. Of course, just because Zuluo could sense the Light Knights didn't mean the Light Knights could sense Zuluo and his group. The Knight of Light was now staying in the most luxurious hotel in the Lighthouse Nation, enjoying the conveniences of modern technology. Last night, he had spent the entire night in passionate encounters with several modern beauties. Through the secretary assigned by the president in modern information technology, he gained a thorough understanding of the current world. His mood grew increasingly cheerful. For he saw that the Great Xia had grown weak. The thought of the once glorious Great Xia, so arrogant and unrivaled, sent shivers down the spines of nations across the world whenever its name was mentioned. They would invariably utter, "The Celestial Empire reigns supreme." Now he felt he could go and plunder some treasures for himself. Indeed, the knights, a euphemism for state-sponsored bandits, were essentially official thieves tasked with plundering. He was even itching to head to the Great Xia Empire to take on the immortals himself. But to play it safe, he chose to wait until the other members of the Knight Corps were in position. Finally, after more than half a month, the 12 individuals who had once been renowned across the Western lands as the pinnacle of strength, the 12 knights, were all gathered. Since all but the Knight of Light had just been resurrected, it fell to him to explain their purpose and the changes that had occurred in the world. However, having the Knight of Light, a man whose mind was filled with nothing but fighting and killing, deliver this explanation made it less compelling than a presidential address. In his account, Great Xia had long since fallen from its status as a heavenly empire to become an ordinary small nation. The immortals who once graced Great Xia had all perished, leaving only a handful of newcomers who had barely begun their cultivation journey and possessed no real power. He even claimed their bodies had undergone special modifications, making them several times more powerful than in their prime. With their current state, defeating the Great Xia immortals would be nothing short of a crushing victory. He then began painting a rosy picture, promising that successfully slaying the 3 Great Xia immortals would not only bring supreme glory but also substantial rewards personally guaranteed by the president. His wildly exaggerated claims, amplified by the president's embellishments, quickly swayed the group. They believed the Knight of Light's words and agreed to journey to Great Xia to slay the immortals. Now only 2 problems remained. First, their former weapons had long since become relics buried beneath the river of time. They might pass as museum pieces, but relying on them in combat? That seemed a bit far-fetched. Just then, Charles, whose arm had been torn off earlier, slowly approached. With one arm forcibly torn off, he had fitted himself with an incredibly imposing mechanical arm, making him look even more like a mad scientist than before. 2 other worldly beings followed behind him. After all this time, their transformations had become more complete. Barely any human features remained beyond their humanoid forms. Of course, their presence here wasn't because Charles had new plans involving the abnormals, but rather to have them carry something for him. A massive iron crate was hauled over, and at Charles's command, the 2 beings pried open one of its panels. The next second, all 12 knights stared in stunned silence. For inside the iron crate lay nothing but the equipment they had used in their previous lives. Unlike the standard gear they had before, all of these weapons had been modified and upgraded by Charles, radiating a futuristic technological feel. Every knight who received these weapons found them exceptionally comfortable to wield. But that wasn't all. Charles then brought out 12 horses, which were of utmost importance to the knights. These steeds had all undergone Charles's modifications, incorporating the genes of secret beasts. Compared to ordinary horses, their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. Furthermore, they were clad in high-tech armor, making them look incredibly cool. These 12 knights from a bygone era, now decked out in this gear, instantly transformed their aesthetic from medieval movie vibes to full-on sci-fi movie vibes. If they had harbored even a shred of apprehension toward the Great Xia immortal before, their confidence now swelled to the brink of arrogance. They had even begun discussing plans. After slaying the Great Xia immortal, they would seize control of the Lighthouse Nation. Armed with its advanced technology, they would cultivate a powerful faction, personally instructing knights in methods to grow stronger, ultimately conquering the entire world. And they weren't even bothering to hide these discussions from the president. Perhaps in their eyes, this so-called president was nothing more than a weakling, an ordinary mortal they didn't even bother to acknowledge. A cold smile spread across the president's face at their arrogance. After dismissing Charles, he asked directly, "Are you certain your device can control them?" "Rest assured. That device was originally designed to control 100,000 anomalies. Controlling just 12 of them now is more than sufficient. Besides, even if it fails, micro-remote bombs have been implanted in their hearts. Their lives can be ended at any moment." Once everything was prepared, the president finally commenced his operation. Inside the Blue Star Alliance building, the Triennial General Assembly was underway. Representatives from every nation on Earth had gathered for this grand conference to collectively deliberate on the fate and choices of human civilization. During this assembly, the representative from the Lighthouse Nation made a request to the representative from the Great Xia Nation. They hoped Great Xia would open its extraordinary academy to the outside world, allowing journalists from various countries to visit and take photographs. The reasoning was compelling. When extraordinary academies were established in other nations, they were always open to the public for a period, permitting visitors from other countries to tour under supervision. Moreover, whenever extraordinary universities were established in the past, the Great Xia had always sent representatives to observe. Now that it was the Great Xia's turn to establish its own extraordinary academy, it seemed unreasonable to deny other nations the opportunity to visit. This news quickly reached Elder Fong. Elder Fong naturally sought Luan's opinion, but Luan seemed utterly unconcerned. "If they wish to visit, let them come. Those who attend will be under your supervision anyway. They wouldn't dare cause trouble. Besides, with that ladder, could they even climb it?" Thus, the Great Xia representative directly agreed to the Lighthouse Nation's request and warmly invited representatives from all nations to attend the conference. A week later, after the Great Xia government finalized all preparations, they announced that nations worldwide could arrange representatives for a 3-day visit, no extensions granted. Upon receiving this news, the president immediately dispatched agents to a bar where 12 knights were guzzling drinks surrounded by numerous women. They were informed. You may now proceed to the realm of immortals within Great Xia. Whether you can locate and eliminate these immortals depends entirely on your own abilities. In response, the 12 knights who had been enjoying the pleasures of the bustling metropolis for quite some time all declared. Their power is absolutely at the pinnacle of this world. They recently crushed a so-called S-rank extraordinary being. Slaying 3 so-called immortals would be a breeze. Chapter 35. No humans or animals allowed. There sure are a lot of foreigners today. Luan stood atop the floating island, looking down at the dense sea of heads below. The vast majority of these people were foreign envoys sent to visit the Cultivation University. The Great Xia government, as the host, had certainly fulfilled its duties diligently, arranging numerous buses to transport them to the Kunlun Mountain region beneath the floating island. But that was all. Before their arrival, the Great Xia government had made it clear they were only responsible for getting them here. Whether they could ascend the celestial ladder and see the Great Xia's Cultivation University depended entirely on their own abilities. Initially, the group was brimming with confidence, determined to see what the Great Xia's Cultivation University looked like. But when they beheld the sky ladder stretching endlessly into the distance, their spirits sank one by one, and they abandoned the idea outright. The Great Xia authorities had anticipated this reaction. They had preemptively set up numerous wooden frames throughout the area, displaying various paintings depicting the Cultivation University for the visitors to view. Though they couldn't witness the true nature of the Great Xia's extraordinary academy firsthand, they couldn't complain after all. Failing to climb the stairway was entirely their own fault. The 12 knights, concealed within the crowd, exchanged glances and then flashed confident smiles. Others might struggle to climb this absurdly tall ladder, but for the 12 of them, it was a piece of cake. Soon, they began walking toward the staircase, drawing the attention of the other foreigners along the way. The 12 knights were acutely aware of these gazes. And as knights, they valued honor above all, or, to put it bluntly, they were fiercely proud. So, upon realizing they were drawing so much attention, their strides unconsciously lengthened, radiating pure confidence. They even began fantasizing, if these unworldly fools were so shocked by merely climbing the ladder, imagine the awe they'd inspire when they ascended and severed the heads of the Great Xia's immortals. Lost in these thoughts, they soon arrived at the base of the celestial ladder, where nearly every pair of eyes turned to watch them. Just as they prepared to begin their ascent, they were stopped by Xia staff nearby. Several uniformed Great Xia staff members politely began explaining the various precautions required for ascending the ladder, aiming to prevent accidents. But before the explanation was complete, a hot-tempered fire knight slapped the staffer's hand away. "Do you think we're incapable? How could we possibly fail to climb such a short staircase?" This outburst immediately drew the displeasure of the other staff members. "We're just following protocol, explaining the risks to prevent accidents. How could you hit us?" "Exactly. Didn't you sign the relevant agreements when you arrived? Don't you know you're under our jurisdiction? I advise you to apologize immediately to avoid unnecessary diplomatic incidents." The fire knight paid no heed to the staff, instead flashing a sneer as he addressed the other knights. "See? We were right all along. So much has happened over the years. Those once proud Great Xia people have turned into such cowards now." The Great Xia staff gritted their teeth in fury at their behavior, but to prevent the conflict from escalating, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. "Forget it. Don't bother with these people. They'll never reach the top of the floating island anyway. Soon enough, they'll have to come crawling back down and follow our arrangements." Yet those 12 knights heard every word clearly. "Ha ha ha ha. You foolish Great Xia people. Let me make this perfectly clear, we didn't come here to tour some damn school. We came to take the heads of your 3 Great Xia immortals." As the words faded, 12 distinct beams of light flickered around them. As the glow gradually faded, the knights were clad in battle armor radiating modern technology, their war horses already saddled and ready. "Brothers, charge upward." At the Light Knight's command, the 12 men began their ascent up the celestial ladder on horseback, under the stunned and bewildered gazes of countless onlookers. Yet a harsh reality soon confronted them. Kunlun Mountain possessed a powerful magnetic field that rendered all modern technology useless here. Their high-tech gear, far from aiding them, now became a burden. Their war horses, freshly released through special means, nearly choked under the weight of their armor. Now, burdened by these armored, burly riders, it was a miracle they hadn't collapsed on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into waves of laughter. "Ah, so they're a bunch of superhumans. But superhumans riding horses? That's a first for me. Did these guys watch too many sci-fi movies? Trying to dress up like knights from another era? Fine, if you want to look silly, at least have some consideration for the horse's feelings." I'm dying laughing. Thought these guys had some god-tier skills, but turns out they just wanted to get up there with horses and tech? If it were that easy, the place would be packed to the rafters already, ha ha. For these 12 knights, whose pride was their most cherished possession, the crowd's mockery felt like the sharpest blades in the world, stabbing repeatedly at their most vulnerable sense of self-worth. In less than a minute, the 12 erupted. Instantly, a powerful aura engulfed the surroundings. In that fleeting instant, the 12 knights light, darkness, fire, water, wind, thunder, life, earth, ocean, time, creation, and destruction unleashed every ounce of power they commanded. Without a doubt, if one disregarded the weak links like Luan and Zhu Long, these 12 were undoubtedly the mightiest beings in existence, capable of crushing all other extraordinary beings. Thus, the overwhelming pressure emanating from these 12 was utterly beyond what the ordinary people present could endure. Within moments, vast numbers collapsed to the ground, plunging into unconsciousness. To put it more plainly, after being mocked, these 12 knights had had enough. After completing this, the 12 men lifted their proud heads. Using their own methods, they tore off all the high-tech components from their weapons and horses before addressing the crowd. "You foolish mortals, witness this. We, the great 12 knights, need no external aid to ascend this so-called ladder to the heavens." With that, they channeled their power into their steeds and charged toward the celestial ladder. In that moment, they seemed to reclaim their dignity, their faces once again radiating confidence and arrogance. Until the Knight of Light charged forward, arriving at the base of the very first step of the ladder. The instant his horse's hoof touched that step, the Knight of Light felt a crushing weight descend upon him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Horse and rider plunged straight down. He scrambled to his feet and looked ahead, only to freeze in shock. Floating above the stairway were words that shone brightly. "Xiaoxian University, non-Daxiao ethnicities and livestock forbidden." Luan stood atop the floating island, looking down at everything below. He had always noticed these things, but he'd only ever scratched his head in response. This cultivation university wasn't that the premise all along? Chapter 36, Elders' Affairs, Youngsters Should Stay Out. In Luan's eyes, these so-called 12 knights were indeed extraordinary, possessing strength comparable to his own foundation establishment stage. After all, according to the system's standards, the foundation establishment stage required a century of cultivation. For ordinary people without cultivation methods to possess such strength was truly formidable. He had assumed this group was merely curious, coming to see what the cultivation university looked like. He had even prepared how he would introduce the university once they approached. But he never imagined these guys would be so brazen, attacking without a word, then shouting about slaying immortals. Who could tolerate that? He'd been thinking that once these reckless fools reached the top, he'd show them what real power looked like. Then came the scene unfolding before him. Whether it was the ladder's inherent restrictions or some formation of the cultivation university at work, these uninvited guests were abruptly halted at the base of the ladder. This actually put Luan at ease. He assumed these 12 would retreat upon realizing the difficulty and slink back home. Reality proved him wrong once again. These beings resurrected from the previous era possessed an arrogance and contempt for the great Xia far beyond his wildest imagination. The 12 knights had earned their legendary status, their tales persisting even into this era, not only due to their immense power but primarily because they had once conquered the entire world. Thus, they were truly men of the world. Among them, the Knight of Wind was particularly proficient in the Great Xia script. Though the Great Xia script had undergone earth-shaking changes over the centuries, he could still discern the meaning conveyed by these characters. His eyes narrowed into slits, his face etched with displeasure. "I know what this passage means. He's saying that we, like animals, are forbidden from entering this place." These words ignited fury within the knights. Flames began to blaze fiercely upon the Fire Knight's body. "No one in this world can stop me, the Knight of Fire." As he spoke, the surrounding temperature rose noticeably. Enveloped in a vast wall of flames, he charged toward the celestial ladder. Had he not charged, others might have merely seen them stumble while walking, assuming it an accident. But with that charge, the towering flames seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. They extinguished instantly, transforming into billowing black smoke. The Knight of Fire now bore little resemblance to his former self. Smoke Knight would be a more fitting title. When the black smoke finally cleared, the crowd witnessed this scene. The once imposing Knight of Fire now lay sprawled beneath his warhorse, his hair standing on end like an afro, his face blackened by soot. As if that weren't pitiful enough, someone nearby delivered the final blow. The Great Xia staff clearly stated that this ladder has inherent risks. They told you to listen carefully, and they even used sunset language. Can't you even understand your own mother tongue? Ha 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 ha. This arrogant attitude and haughty demeanor? It fits my impression of the Lighthouse Nation perfectly. With skills like that, yet you dress yourselves up as the legendary 12 Knights? How utterly embarrassing. It seems the tendency to revel in others' misfortune is a universal human trait. As the crowd chattered back and forth, someone suddenly brought up the legendary 12 Knights, prompting an involuntary snort of derision. That's nothing but a fabrication of Western nations' history. If those 12 were truly that powerful, how could they have been intimidated into halting their eastward advance by a single decree from the Great Xia Emperor? With people from all corners of the world gathered here, their humiliation felt like a global embarrassment, inflicting 1,000 cuts on their pride. Now that the old story was being brought up again, the rage boiling within them reached its peak. You ignorant commoners! How could you possibly know the full truth of what happened back then? Their 12 knights were the most renowned knightly order of that era, though not the most powerful. Why were so many stronger orders unknown, while theirs became the most celebrated? Because those so-called mighty orders all perished on a single expedition, and that expedition's ultimate target was none other than Great Xia. Given that outcome, would they dare go? To put it bluntly, they chickened out. And every knight among them had crafted an image of extraordinary bravery, fearless in the face of death. So this became their dark history. Now, having that dark history brought up by a group of ordinary people they viewed as no better than ants, their fury was understandable. The Knight of Light took the lead, raising his lance before everyone and gathering a blinding white light at its tip. Anyone who dares question the prowess of the 12 knights will learn just how formidable we truly are. Translated, this means, we may not be able to ascend the celestial ladder to find the 3 immortals of Great Xia for a fair 12 against 3 duel, but surely we can handle you unarmed, defenseless commoners? As the white light appeared, the surrounding crowd instantly sensed trouble and began scattering in all directions. The Great Xia masters lurking in the shadows witnessed this and flashed a look of shock. They were all extraordinary beings officially stationed here to handle emergencies. Having graduated from foreign extraordinary universities, they possessed some understanding of other nations' cultures and had naturally heard rumors of the legendary 12 knights who had fought across the world. Witnessing the methods employed by these 12 knights now, they couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the ancient legacies of those 12 knights had been preserved separately? Were these 12 individuals the inheritors of those ancient legacies? But the urgency of the situation left no room for further thought. They burst out of the shadows, ready to take forceful action against these 12 individuals. After all, if anything happened to these foreigners here, the international backlash facing Great Xia would be immense. Besides, with the magnetic field present, no cameras could operate anyway. Any incident here would be impossible to explain. Yet before these 12 knights, the extraordinary beings were utterly insignificant. They had barely materialized when the Knight of Winds swept them off their feet with a whirlwind, only to be firmly pinned down by the Knight of Earth using soil. Weak. So weak. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought the people of Great Xia would become this feeble nowadays? The Knight of Light seemed to rediscover the thrill of his past rampages. Raising his fully charged lance, he lunged toward one of the Great Xia extraordinary beings. Witnessing this, Luan could no longer sit idly by. He summoned his flying sword and cast spells, rushing downward at full speed. But his movements were still too slow. In the blink of an eye, the Light Knight's lance was less than 10 centimeters away from the Great Xia Transcendent. It seemed that if he blinked just once more, the Great Xia Transcendent would fall victim to the immense disparity in power. At this critical moment, a voice echoed within Luan's mind. Boy, these people aren't your match. By the rules, it should be my turn to act, not yours. Chapter 37, The Ancestral Dragon Strikes, Slaying 12 Knights. The voice entered Luan's ears through divine sense, lasting only an instant. Before Luan could even comprehend its meaning, a figure materialized beside the 12 knights. His eyes were as cold as venomous snakes. His robes fluttered without wind, revealing glimpses of several legendary true dragons. An indescribable aura of dominance radiated from his very being. Who else could it be but the ancestral dragon? With a smile on his face, he slowly extended a hand. With effortless ease, he reduced the Knight of Light's spear, that source of his immense pride, to dust in an instant. In that moment, the ancestral dragon captured the full attention of the 12 knights. As they turned their gaze toward him, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock. Their minds seemed to short-circuit, leaving them frozen in place, utterly motionless. For Zhu Long's appearance reminded them of an existence. The legendary immortal king of the Great Xia immortal world. But that couldn't be possible. Hadn't the immortal civilization of Great Xia been severed? Hadn't all the immortals of the past perished? Even an existence as powerful as a celestial king should have been lost to the annals of history. Moreover, the Great Xia immortals were famously reverent of the way of heaven, never defying the cycle of reincarnation. They certainly wouldn't abandon their physical forms and seal away their souls like this. How could any human possibly survive for such an immense span of time? Before they could recover from their shock, a voice resonating with imperial majesty echoed within their minds. Those who defy the heavenly might of the Great Han shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Most of them did not understand the Great Xia language, yet they all grasped the meaning of these words. For in ancient times, after uttering these very words, the Great Xia Emperor had reduced 90% of the world's knights to ashes. It was impossible for them not to know. This was undeniable proof. The man who had suddenly appeared before them was either the legendary Supreme Immortal King whose might shook the entire world, or someone who had inherited the legacy of that Supreme Immortal King. Faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhu Long, the 12 individuals once again crumbled completely, just as they had when they first heard those words long ago. When confronted with mortal peril, the human mind operates at a far faster pace than usual. That was precisely what was happening to these 12 men now. Their brains were racing at breakneck speed. After a brief moment, they finally arrived at the optimal course of action under the circumstances. That was to kneel, kowtow, and confess their mistakes, a seamless three-step combo. In their minds, this seemed to be the highest form of etiquette in Great Xia. The 12 knights, who moments ago had been arrogantly vowing to slay the Great Xia immortal, now knelt in unison on the ground. They began banging their heads on the floor repeatedly, muttering in extremely broken Great Xia language. Divine King, please spare us. Zulong watched it all unfold with a cold smile, uttering 4 words in a detached tone. What gibberish is that? Having said that, he was about to execute these 12 men on the spot, but was stopped by the great Xia Transcendent who had nearly been killed. Honorable Immortal, though these men have acted wrongly, we cannot execute them here. Such an act would place the great Xia in a disadvantageous diplomatic position. At these words, the smile on Zulong's face grew even more pronounced. Diplomatic disadvantage? Another 4 words escaped his lips. This time, Zulong showed no hesitation whatsoever. He drew a long sword from his waist and, with a speed no one could react to, severed the heads of all 12 men. 12 heads fell in succession, not a single drop of blood staining his body. If Great Xia hesitates over every action, even when executing bandits who defy us, then Great Xia will never regain its former glory. With that declaration, Zulong lingered not a moment longer, vanishing swiftly from the spot. It all happened too fast, so fast that those present doubted whether they were dreaming. Yet the 12 blood-soaked corpses on the ground, along with the 12 severed heads frozen in terror, screamed at them that this was real. After a brief silence, punctuated by the retching of several individuals whose nerves couldn't withstand the gory scene, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Is this the Immortal from Great Xia? He's incredibly powerful. Who would have thought 12 of the Lighthouse Nation's envoys were so dangerous? If not for the Great Xia Immortal's timely intervention, we'd all be dead. With strength like this, they dared boast about slaying immortals? Yet the moment they saw one, they were so terrified they could only kowtow and beg for mercy? The foreigners cheered wildly, while the surrounding Great Xia staff wore grim expressions. Before arriving here, their superiors had specifically ordered that no accidents could occur, especially no deaths. Now look, 12 dead, and all from that troublesome Lighthouse Nation. Though not their fault, they couldn't help but worry about the diplomatic fallout for the Great Xia Empire. At that moment, the extraordinary being who had nearly been killed stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury. I think that Immortal spoke the truth. Once Great Xia grows powerful, diplomacy won't matter a damn. Why should we grovel? Next time something like this happens, I'll kill them myself before the Immortal even has to lift a finger. His fury stemmed from the knight's gaze, which reminded him of his own experiences studying abroad in the White Flag Kingdom. Back then, Great Xia was at its most humiliated. Whether it was his classmates or his teachers, the look in their eyes when they looked at him was identical to that of the Knight of Light just now. That thing was called contempt. And it wasn't just contempt directed at him alone, it was contempt directed at the entire Great Xia. Therefore, he believed that the very first thing the Great Xia must do upon its rise was to show zero tolerance for such contempt. As Zulong had just put it. Those who dare to violate the majesty of Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Yet what no one noticed was that within the cornered delegation from the 3 kingdoms, Bong Yan wore a hat pulled low over his face, his skin trembling uncontrollably. How long had it been since he abandoned his identity as a Great Xia citizen? Why had the Great Xia changed so drastically already? And the rumors about immortals were actually true? And these immortals were powerful to an almost absurd degree? Didn't his act of renouncing citizenship back then make him a complete fool? But now it was too late to dwell on it. All he could do was continue deceiving himself, telling himself he had no regrets. Even just gaining admission to Dasha's Transcendent Academy was incredibly difficult now. When the time came, surely few students would enroll. If another wave of secret beast invasions struck soon, Dasha would fall swiftly. Once this incident passes, the people present from all corners of the world will swiftly spread their accounts, greatly enhancing Great Xia's prestige. It's worth noting that because the Great Xia Empire possesses spiritual energy and its chi cultivation technique is publicly available, many wealthy foreigners are now scrambling to come here to cultivate. Thus, the foreigners who seized this opportunity to visit the Great Xia Empire were all social elites whose influence was immense. As for what unfolded later, Luan paid little attention. He was deep in conversation with Zulong. Who would have guessed? You're usually so cold-blooded, yet you stepped in at such a critical moment. Poof. I was merely helping an old acquaintance keep his word on the threats he made. Chapter 38, Cultivators of the Demon Path. At Zuluan's words, a row of question marks appeared above Luan's forehead. Old acquaintance? What old acquaintance? Didn't you mention before that you couldn't interfere with anything here? Why did you suddenly intervene now? What exactly happened in your era? This time, Zulong didn't bother responding. He glanced toward the sky before heading straight back to his cave dwelling. Just as Luan was puzzled by this creature's behavior and filled with curiosity about the previous era, the immortal crane stepped forward. Back then, when the spiritual energy of the homeland began rapidly dissipating, vast numbers of cultivators fled to the outside world. During their escape, they all swore an oath to the Tao that they would never again interfere with anything here. So even if you return now, you can't kill anyone or help the Great Xia defend against secret beasts? Exactly. That's why we were furious when you asked us to teach at this cultivation university. We feared it would violate our oath and invite its backlash. But now that you've become teachers at this cultivation university, training cultivators for the Great Xia Empire, aren't you afraid of breaking your oath? We feared breaking our oath because doing so would invite retribution from the Tao. But since you were chosen by the Tao to find teachers for this academy, it is the Tao's will. Therefore, we have no fear of the Tao's wrath. Upon hearing this, Luan immediately sensed trouble. So the reason Zhu Long had initially refused to help him wasn't due to losing affection for this land or fear of trouble, it was because of his own oath. Even his later compromise stemmed entirely from viewing Luan as the spokesperson for the way of heaven. But what if they later discovered he wasn't the heavenly Tao's representative at all? That would be the end of him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pressed on with his questions. What about those 12 men earlier? That wasn't heaven's will either. Zhu Long intervened directly. Wasn't he afraid of breaking his oath? Those 12 fellows just now? For some reason, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on Crane's face. First, those 12 existed long before we left our homeland. Second, they were beings who should have died ages ago but defied heaven's way to avoid reincarnation. Killing them was actually an act of respecting heaven's way. So you're saying those 12 were remnants from the previous era? Exactly. And it doesn't end there. This group was once warned by an old acquaintance of the ancestral dragon they must never set foot in the Great Xia realm. No wonder the ancestral dragon said he was merely helping an old friend uphold a threat he had made. After Luan grasped the full picture, his curiosity about the previous era only deepened. When I first met Zhu Long, he kept ranting about restoring Great Xia's former glory. Just how magnificent was that era, anyway? Let me put it this way, on this planet, all nations came to pay homage. When the Son of Heaven grew angry, the entire world trembled 3 times over. Beyond these borders, many civilizations dared not approach this place lightly. That impressive? Luan was utterly stunned. He had assumed the Great Xia Empire had at most dominated the entire Blue Star, never imagining that even extraterrestrial civilizations feared it back then. So just how powerful was the Great Xia back then? Meanwhile, the president of the Lighthouse Nation had already learned of the 12 Knights' fate. Seated in a small room, his face betrayed no trace of anger. Instead, an occasional smile graced his lips. Beside him, Bambest, the inheritor of the Lighthouse Nation's ancient legacy, looked on in confusion and asked. We poured so much effort into reviving those 12 arrogant fools. Even this resurrection stone in my hand is nearly drained of energy. And you're smiling? He genuinely couldn't comprehend it. Though he held the ancient legacy of a small nation and served as the nominal headmaster of the Lighthouse Nation's Transcendent Academy, he remained fundamentally an ordinary man. He couldn't match the cold-blooded ruthlessness of the Lighthouse Nation's elite. Thousands of lives were taken without hesitation, and even 100,000 people could be forcibly transformed into extraordinary beings without their consent. To him, the cost of resurrecting those 12 knights was immense. But to this president, those lives were utterly insignificant. As long as it preserved the Lighthouse Nation's hegemony, he wouldn't bat an eye even if another 100 million perished. Glancing at the bewildered Ben Best, he waved him off. All right, I've heard enough about the 12 knights. You may leave for now. I have matters to attend to here. Hearing this, the confusion on Ben Best's face deepened. His purpose in seeking the president was to inquire about the next course of action following the knight's demise, whether to resurrect other relics from the previous era. Instead, the president seemed utterly indifferent to their deaths, appearing rather cheerful, and made no mention of reviving more powerful beings. Still, there was little he could say about it. After being dismissed, he departed. Once Van Best was gone, the smile on the president's face grew more pronounced, eventually morphing into a sinister grin as he murmured to himself. Immortals? Demons? The extraordinary powers of Great Xia are truly fascinating. With that, he abruptly turned his head toward a certain direction, where an ancient painting in the distinct style of Great Xia hung. The painting depicted neither serene landscapes nor beautiful maidens, but a figure shrouded in black mist. Its eyes glowed crimson, clad in bizarre robes, and wearing a terrifying mask. If Zhu Long and the others had seen this creature, they would have cried out a single word in unison. Demon! And now, as if possessed of life itself, the painting began to move its mouth after the president had stared at it for some time. Oof! How dare these mere outsiders from foreign lands presume to discern the difference between immortals and demons? Of course I can't discern the differences between you two, but I don't need to understand them either. All I need to know is that our goals are the same. That's precisely why he felt no anger over the death of the 12 knights. Instead, his face was filled with joy. Since the 12 knights had been struck down by Zhurong himself, his aura was now exposed across the vast cosmos, drawing the attention of entities hostile to Zhurong and his kind. This being, who called himself a demon, had proactively sought out the president of the Lighthouse Nation. Through this demonic cultivator's explanation, the president now understood that those so-called Great Xia immortals dared not interfere in other affairs on Blue Star. At most, they merely taught disciples at the Cultivation University. Moreover, this demonic cultivator proposed a collaboration, claiming that if the president would assist him, he possessed the means to bring down the Cultivation University. All the president needed to do was provide some minor support. The president had no grounds to refuse. After all, once the Cultivation University collapsed and could no longer train powerful students, the Great Xia Empire would still suffer severe damage when the secret beast tide arrived. Thus, he immediately agreed. In truth, from the demonic path's perspective, the Cultivation University was merely an unconventional sect. Beyond murder and defying the way of heaven, their greatest expertise lay in luring disciples of the righteous path into the demonic way. Now, these remnants of a bygone era could not interfere in the affairs of the present age. But unlike Zhu Long and the righteous cultivators, he was of the demonic path. Though he dared not break his own vows, he dared to tread the fine line of the way of heaven. This meant he dared to seek out the hidden legacies of major sects buried deep within this land from the previous era, the remnants left by powerful solitary cultivators, and even countless heavenly treasures and rare herbs, though he dared not search for them directly. Therefore, as long as he successfully cultivated disciples of the demonic path, his successors on Blue Star, he could send them to seek out these hidden treasures. At present, spreading the demonic path through the Cultivation University was clearly the optimal route. Once he obtained those treasures, he could begin forging a demonic sect. At this thought, the demonic cultivator within the painting revealed a chilling smile. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty? The Ancestral Dragon? You shall pay for everything you have ever done. Chapter 39, the list is out. 1 month later, responding to the official call, all young people wishing to study at the Cultivation Great Xia and who had already mastered the basics of the Qi cultivation technique submitted their information through online registration. Now, all this information was in Luen's hands, plunging him into deep contemplation. Despite the passage of time since the Great Xia's restoration of spiritual energy, only a little over 5,000 youths had managed to cultivate the Qi nurturing technique to the foundational level, reaching the first stage of Qi cultivation, and expressed interest in attending the Cultivation University. Luen had once inquired with Zhu Long, who explained that under normal circumstances, advancing from an ordinary person to the first layer of Qi cultivation required at least 3 to 5 years of cultivation. That 5,000 people had managed it was already quite impressive, largely thanks to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the atmosphere and the cultivation decision's suitability for beginners. Holding the list of over 5,000 names, Luen thought of the system quest inside. What are the odds that every single one of these people possesses a heavenly spirit root? Celestial spirit roots? Back when I roamed the entire cultivation world of Huaxia, I heard of no more than a dozen such individuals. Each one was a prodigy, a gift from the heavens. So, the probability of all these people possessing celestial spirit roots? You figure it out yourself. The moment Zhu Long spoke, Luen's heart sank. The system quest was crystal clear. Recruitment was limited to citizens of Great Xia, all of whom must possess heavenly spirit roots. And they needed a full 5,000 of them. Currently, only 5,000 individuals in Great Xia met the requirements and wished to attend the Cultivation University. This meant every single one of them had to possess a heavenly spirit root. Even without Zhu Long spelling it out, Luen knew how minuscule the odds were. This time, the system was truly trying to kill him. Why don't you just teach me how to survive in that treacherous realm instead? What exactly are you implying? Who forced you into the divine void ghost realm? Just tell me straight up, and I'll go seek justice for you. The way of heaven. Then it's fine. Just remember to meditate and cultivate non-stop while you're in the divine void ghost realm. Constant meditation and cultivation will keep me alive in there? Not exactly. It'll make it look like you're attaining enlightenment. It'll make your death look better. You can tell others you went there to attain enlightenment through death. Sounds pretty good. Damn it. Luen had completely given up on relying on the unreliable Zhu Long. Instead, he chose to cling to a last shred of hope, going to see just how many heavenly spirit roots existed among these academies. Taking a closer look at the list, he spotted 2 familiar faces. One was Wang Hui, the first to reach the floating island back then. The other was Ruan Qing, who had served as his secretary for a long time, the granddaughter of Elder Fong. Seeing Ruan Qing, Luen couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. This girl can't even be 20 yet? He had spent several months with Ruan Qing, chatting during their free time. While he didn't know her exact age, he knew she had graduated from a prestigious university. Surely she couldn't be under 20? Could it be that Elder Fong had concealed her age to secure her admission into the Cultivation University? Curiosity piqued, Luen searched for Ruan Qing on the Baidi Encyclopedia. To his surprise, he actually found her. Ruan Qing, 18 years old, nationally renowned female prodigy, one of the leaders of the famous Heavenly Array project. Entered university at 15, graduated after skipping grades at 17? What the hell kind of being is this? Shaking his head, Luen decided to investigate the others first before approaching Ruan Qing. With that thought, he set off. The Cultivation University was located closest to Lingyao City, making it Luen's first destination. This city was rich in a specific mineral resource, making its economy relatively prosperous. But precisely because of this, various black industries spawned by the developed economy continued to thrive within its walls. At that moment, a young man stood at the entrance of a hidden underground parking garage, his hands clenched tightly as his gaze fixed intently on a security camera. If you don't release my father now, don't blame me for being ruthless. The youth, Xiao Chun, was an ordinary figure in Lingyao City. After the great Xia announced the enrollment requirements for the Cultivation University, he quit his odd jobs and devoted himself to cultivating the qi nurturing technique at home. But today, he received a sudden message. A group claimed his father had racked up massive gambling debts at a casino and demanded he bring money to secure his release. As someone just beginning to cultivate the qi cultivation technique, could he possibly tolerate this? He came empty-handed, determined to forcibly take his father away. As his voice faded, the gate slowly creaked open. A man with a long scar across his face emerged, his expression plastered with a broad, insincere smile. Haha, young man, no need to panic. Your father is enjoying himself inside right now. We just wanted to use this method to get you here to discuss some matters. What? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's anger flared even brighter. He had assumed his good-for-nothing father, who did nothing but eat and wait to die, had genuinely owed them money, which was why he hadn't taken immediate action. But now it was clear these scoundrels had lied to lure him here. Driven by rage, spiritual energy began gathering in his hands. He was clearly about to strike. But just then, the man in front of him spoke again. Young man, don't be so hasty. If my information is correct, you've applied to the Cultivation University, haven't you? If you beat us up and end up in jail, it might just ruin your chances of getting into that university. One sentence successfully extinguished the flames of rage burning within Xiao Chen. Yet, his face still twisted with fury as he spat out each word. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Get the person to me immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. I told you not to get worked up. We just want to talk something over with you. Come inside first. Once we're done talking, we'll let them go. You have 9 minutes left. Honestly, you have nothing to fear from us. You know your own strength. Even if we wanted to keep you here, could we really hold you? A flawed attempt at provocation, yet it seemed to work wonders on this inexperienced young man. Fine. I'll come in to talk. But let me make this clear, if you don't release my father after we're done, I'll make sure you vanish from this world completely. Xiao Chen finally followed the man through the gate, eventually arriving at an extremely secluded corner of the underground parking garage. A door stood in the corner. The moment it swung open, deafening noise flooded out. A crowd had gathered here to gamble. Shouts, heart-wrenching cries, and excited screams blended together, causing Xiao Chen's brow to furrow. We're here, we're almost there. Finally, Xiao Chen was led into a room. The room's layout resembled a KTV lounge. In front of several large sofas sat a massive glass table laden with various premium liquors. Guided by the man, Xiao Chen sat down on the sofa. Two beauties around his age quickly surrounded him, flirtatiously teasing him. Xiao Chen shoved the two beauties aside and shouted at the man. What the hell do you want? Before the man could respond, a white man dressed in formal attire approached, speaking in extremely broken Great Xia language. Don't be nervous. I just want to make friends with the future students of the Cultivation University. Chapter 40, Gillis' Purpose. The moment he heard the words Xiaojin University, Xiao Chen's pupils twitched violently. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose in summoning me here like this? Ha, I told you not to be nervous. I just want to be friends with you. The white man spoke while extending his hand with a smile. You're Xiao Chen, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Gillis, from Sunset Country. Pleased to meet you. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen pushed his hand away. I don't want to be your friend. Release my father now, and I'll leave. We can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for making things unpleasant for everyone. Gillis shrugged helplessly at the words, then sat down on the sofa. In that case, let's see just how impolite you can be. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Chen could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. Spiritual energy surged through his body, coalescing in his hands before shooting toward Gillis at lightning speed. But the instant his hand moved, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His consciousness rapidly faded into darkness. In the split second before his vision went completely black, he distinctly saw Gillis staring at him with a smirk, seemingly mocking him. When Xiao Chen awoke, he found himself in a dark room, surrounded by over a dozen young people. The youngest among them appeared to be only 11 or 12, a little girl. He instinctively tried to rise from the floor, but found himself utterly drained of strength. His entire body felt as if all spiritual energy had been sucked out, leaving him completely immobilized. At that moment, a boy beside him spoke up. You've also mastered the foundational stage of the cultivating qi technique and enrolled in Cultivation University, right? You guys too? That's right. We all successfully enrolled in the Great Xia Cultivation University. These bastards are holding us captive here. They must be plotting something sinister. It must be so. All of Great Xia's hopes now rest on that Cultivation University. I've made up my mind, no matter how they threaten me, I won't give it an inch. As the group discussed their situation, Gillis arrived, dressed in a white formal gown and leaning on a cane. The smile had completely vanished from his face, replaced by an almost infinite coldness. You're all sorely overestimating yourselves. Not only have you not been formally admitted to the Cultivation University, you've merely applied, but even if you were accepted, what impact could a few ordinary students like you possibly have on the institution? One sentence successfully captured the young men's attention. One with a short temper flared up on the spot. FCKU. If you've got the balls, fight me fair and square. Bring more people if you need to. Think you're some big shot using dirty tricks? But before the words had fully left his mouth, Gillis was already standing before him. As he raised his hand, a ball of flame suddenly materialized in his palm, slapping straight toward the man's face. Fair fight, huh? You got your wish. With a single slap, a black handprint instantly appeared on the man's face, accompanied by the sizzling sound of roasting meat and billowing white smoke. The youngest girl, barely 12 or 13, gagged at the smell of roasting flesh in the air, vomited, and then burst into tears. The others were stunned by the scene, too frightened to utter another word. But this guy was unexpectedly tough. After taking such an exaggerated slap, he gritted his teeth and spoke up. Sunset Country, huh? Your country's size probably isn't even as big as that slap you just gave me. What's there to be so cocky about? If you've got the guts, go ahead and beat me to death right here. What did you say? I said, even if you beat me to death right here, it won't change the fact that Sunset Nation is just a tiny speck of a country. Ha ha ha. This statement incensed Gillis completely. His eyes blazed with fury as he lashed out, delivering blow after blow to the man. He didn't stop until the man collapsed unconscious from the pain. Stop it. Watching his compatriot, half his face nearly stripped of flesh, Xiao Chen could no longer bear it. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. If you continue this, whatever cooperation you seek from us later, we won't agree to it. Hearing this, Gillis turned his head toward Xiao Chen. Oh? Didn't I tell you before? You're overestimating your importance. Perhaps you're right. If you want to influence the Cultivation University, recruiting us unadmitted students is pointless. But you brought us here anyway. Surely we must be of some use to you? You've got some brains, kid. Too bad you're only half right. With that, Gillis tossed the unconscious youth in his arms into the corner, leaving him in a state of unknown survival. Only one of you holds any value to me. In other words, among all of you, I need just one willing collaborator. The rest can die. He wasn't lying. In truth, he'd gathered this group for one purpose only, to aid the Lighthouse Nation in cultivating a young talent in demonic arts. This seedling would infiltrate the Cultivation University, poisoning every student within. Moreover, this seedling couldn't be just anyone. He had to meet two conditions. First, they had to be guaranteed admission to the Cultivation University. Second, they couldn't be overly righteous ideally, someone willing to betray everyone else just to save their own skin. This explained why he had struck down the man who dared to curse him without hesitation. After all, such individuals were far less susceptible to demonic corruption. As for why the Sunset Nation was tasked with this mission instead of the Lighthouse Nation, it was purely because the Lighthouse Nation had been largely purged. The few remaining members were under close surveillance by the Great Xia government. Thus, out of necessity, the Lighthouse Nation authorities colluded with their allies the Sunset Nation government to orchestrate this operation. Why, I don't want to go to the Cultivation University anymore. I want to go home. Please let me go back. The little girl's sobs grew louder and louder. Perhaps all this was simply too heavy a burden for someone her age to bear. Hearing the sobs, Gillis strode toward the girl without hesitation, his face radiating unmistakable malevolence. You lunatic! What do you think you're doing? Ignoring the angry murmurs from the others, Gillis lifted the girl off the ground and swept his gaze across the crowd. I made myself clear. One of you step forward and cooperate with me, and I'll kill the rest of you starting with this little one. As he finished speaking, flames flared once more in his hands, as if he would strike at any moment. Everyone stared at him with tense expressions, yet not a single soul stepped forward. It seemed they had all resolved themselves to die. Fine. Playing dumb, are we? Then I'll start the slaughter. Lu Anrun was utterly dumbfounded. He had come to Lingyao City searching for those who had enrolled in the Cultivation University, yet why couldn't he find a single one? If he couldn't find one or two, he could still console himself, thinking they might have left their residences for some reason. But finding none at all, not even a single family member, was impossible to ignore. To fail to grasp the significance of this would be pure idiocy. Finally, as his divine sense scanned the area, his face twitched. The rage in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He muttered softly under his breath. Daring to touch even my future students? Their nerve is truly audacious. Chapter 41, The Underestimated Little Girl. Back to Xiao Chen and the others. Gillis' eyes flashed with a vicious glint. He didn't believe everyone was a tough guy. He was certain that when death was staring them in the face, someone would inevitably back down. Wait. I'll cooperate with you. I'm willing to cooperate. Xiao Chen finally stepped forward, shouting at Gillis. Young man, ever since our first meeting, I've sensed you're the most extraordinary one among them. Congratulations on making the wisest choice. Gillis finished with a smile, yet showed no intention of releasing the little girl. Instead, he produced a yellowed piece of paper and continued. Simply drip your blood onto this paper and swear an oath in accordance with the command within your mind. You will become the sole survivor among this group. As Gillis released his grip, the yellowed paper fluttered to the ground before Xiao Chun, revealing its design to everyone nearby. A green-faced demon with fangs, shrouded in black mist. It wasn't just the young people who could tell this wasn't a good omen. Even if you brought a cute little kid over, they'd know this wasn't something good. And to top it off, one must swear an oath? Following Gillis' instructions would be nothing short of walking into a fiery pit. All eyes were now fixed on Xiao Chen and the paper before him. Brother, if it comes to it, we'll die together. But if you do as he says, you're not just sending yourself down a path of no return, you could also bring utter ruin upon the great Xia. Cut the nonsense. Let me make this crystal clear, if you dare follow his orders, you become a traitor. Even if you survive, you'll live as one. And traitors never meet a good end. We both know how dire the Great Xia's situation is now, don't we? The cultivation Great Xia is truly the nation's last hope. If you become a traitor, you'll go down as the greatest traitor in Great Xia's history. Under the gaze of the crowd and the weight of their words, Xiao Chen's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his cheeks, one by one, landing on the ground. But in the end, he still picked up the yellowed piece of paper from the ground. Traitor! This is treasonous behavior. Are you that afraid of death? You must understand that your actions could lead to the deaths of countless innocent people. Many of them, just like you, don't want to die. Xiao Chen ignored them. Swallowing hard, he turned his gaze toward Gillis. First, I must drip my blood onto it, then make the oath, right? That's right. Once you do both, you'll live. Hurry up. But I'm completely drained. You'll have to let me regain some strength first, then give me a knife to cut my finger and draw blood, right? Hearing Xiao Chen's request, Gillis narrowed his eyes and stared at him for 3 or 4 seconds. I advise you not to entertain any illusions. Otherwise, your fate will be far more miserable than you could ever imagine. Without further thought, Gillis fetched a small blade and a pill. This pill will alleviate some of the toxins in your body, restoring a tiny bit of your strength, but only a tiny bit. He didn't believe for a moment that Xiao Chun, having regained only a fraction of his strength, could pose any threat to him. So he decisively placed the 2 items before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen, as if having made up his mind, swallowed the pills directly. Once he regained a bit of strength, he took a knife and slit his own finger. Traitor! You damned traitor! You bastard, I'll never forget you, not even as a ghost. Just you wait. To Gillis, the furious roars of the others sounded like the most exquisite symphony in the world. He reveled in it, feeling utterly exhilarated. Of course, he was also contributing his own part to this symphony. Hurry! Hurry and drip the blood on it. But the moment the words left his mouth, a figure appeared before him with near teleportation speed, a sharp blade clutched in its hand. That figure could be none other than Xiao Chun. Before the revival of spiritual energy in Great Xia, Xiao Chen's goal had always been to study abroad at the major extraordinary academies. Therefore, he possessed a certain understanding of the extraordinary systems of each nation. He recalled clearly that the ancient traditions of the Sunset Nation emphasized manipulating various elements for attack. However, this transcendent system had a fatal flaw: its defense was extremely weak. If caught off guard by a surprise attack before he could manipulate the elements, he would be injured. Xiao Chen's plan was simple: once he had recovered a fraction of his strength, he would instantly expend all the spiritual energy within his body. This would propel his speed to its absolute limit, allowing him to thrust the dagger through Gillis's throat in a single, swift motion. In fact, from Xiao Chen's perspective, the blade of his dagger was closing in on Gillis with every passing moment. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Just as the blade neared Gillis's neck, seemingly poised to pierce it in the next instant, the man suddenly raised the little girl in his arms before himself, using her as a human shield. Bang! That split-second hesitation completely altered the course of events. Xiao Chen was sent flying by the flames Gillis unleashed, crashing into the wall. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The little girl, who had been held by Gillis all along, rolled out of his arms. Yes, in that final split second, he had thrown himself over her with all his strength, shielding her beneath his body. Big brother, are you okay? Wah! The incessant sobbing resumed. Following the sobs came Gillis' furious roar. I clearly warned you not to scheme. Why didn't you listen? All you had to do was follow my orders. Why did you have to go and do something unnecessary? Amidst the roar, raging flames erupted from Gillis' entire body, transforming him into a legendary flame god as he strode step by step toward Xiao Chen. At that moment, everyone else finally understood. Xiao Chen wasn't a traitor at all, he was fighting for a sliver of hope to secure victory. Recalling their earlier tirades, each of them felt profound shame. They began crawling painfully toward Xiao Chen and the little girl. They had foolishly attempted to halt Gillis' advance with their own defenseless, flesh and blood bodies. But alas, as a grade A extraordinary being from Sunset Nation, Gillis was beyond their reach even at their peak, let alone now. One by one, they were kicked aside with a single blow. Just as Gillis reached Xiao Chen's side, extending a hand completely engulfed in flames to grab at his throat, the little girl threw herself in front of him. With a voice choked with tears, she pleaded. No, I beg you, don't. Ah, interesting. Then I'll stick to our earlier agreement. I'll start by killing you, little girl. With that, towering flames instantly engulf the little girl. Just as everyone thought this seemingly most fragile little girl was about to be reduced to ashes, her voice grew even louder amidst the flames. I said no. As the words echoed, a pair of pale blue wings materialized behind her. Her once clear, luminous eyes began to glow with a deep blue light, making her entire being appear almost unreal. This can't be possible. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the little girl, Gillis instinctively took a step back. Then, with a single flap of those blue wings, all the flames were extinguished. A powerful force swept over him, instantly knocking Gillis to the ground, where he tumbled several times. As he struggled to rise from the ground, he saw the little girl slowly approaching him. What's happening? Why is this happening? His body began to tremble. Facing this power, he felt as though he could be obliterated at any moment. Truly the flower of our nation impressive. Hurry up and kill this lunatic. Big brother will buy you candy. Encouraged by the crowd, the little girl's steps grew faster and more ethereal, as if she were moving with some kind of martial art technique, and then, she fainted. Chapter 42, Special Bloodline. In the most critical moments, the atmosphere often freezes in dread. This was precisely the situation now. The girl, who looked barely 10 years old yet possessed astonishing power, was on the verge of killing Gillis. But at the critical moment, she collapsed straight onto the ground. It was as if she'd simply dropped dead. After hitting the ground, she didn't move a muscle, clearly unconscious. The tension in the air thickened. Gillis froze for over 10 seconds before slowly rising from the ground. Once he sensed no further threat from the girl, a smile returned to his face. Ha 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 ha. As you Disya people would say, heaven hasn't abandoned me yet. Since that's the case, then you'll all die here. Gillis, his eyes bloodshot as he recovered from the brush with death, had clearly descended into utter madness. An unprecedented, colossal flame erupted from his body. This time, he chose to annihilate everyone present immediately, leaving them no chance to resist. As the room's temperature surged to unbearable levels in an instant, everyone closed their eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate, waiting for death to arrive. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, they felt no hint of death approaching. In fact, the room seemed to have cooled considerably. Curiosity piqued, Xiaochen opened his eyes and glanced toward Gillis. But the moment his gaze landed there, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Beside Gillis, Lewin had appeared at some point, one hand clamped down hard on Gillis's head, allowing flames to engulf his own body. Lewin now resembled a fiery god of war, his eyes blazing with rage so intense it seemed to solidify, merging seamlessly with the flames surrounding him. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my future student? Lewin was furious, truly furious. Never before had he felt such rage as he did today. He indeed, the entire Great Xia Empire now placed its sole hope in this cultivation university. And the reason this cultivation university represented hope was precisely because of these future students. If anything happened to them, disrupting the system's mission, it wouldn't just be a minor setback like being sent to some godforsaken wasteland. It would jeopardize the entire nation's destiny, causing Great Xia to miss its developmental window and perish beneath the tide of secret beasts. That would be a catastrophe. Under these circumstances, how could he not be furious? If the little girl had earlier given him the feeling of being utterly crushed, as if she could kill him effortlessly, then Lewin gave him the feeling of being completely annihilated. It felt as though ending his life was merely a matter of a single thought. Not even the slightest spark of resistance could stir within him. You have 3 seconds left. If you don't tell me, I'll make you experience pain unlike anything you've ever known in your life. After uttering these words, Lewin immediately retrieved a spell from the mental library within his mind, one that would inflict excruciating agony without killing. He began its execution. In an instant, Gillis felt every agony he had endured from birth to adulthood erupt within him. It wasn't just physical agony, it was mental torment too. The pain of heartbreak, betrayal by friends, and witnessing family members die before his eyes all amplified 10,000-fold. This agony far surpassed the human experiments conducted by the Sunset Nation government to unlock his potential and accelerate his growth. I'll talk. It was all the government's idea. I was just the one carrying out the plan. To escape this agony, Gillis blurted out everything he knew. But he knew nothing about the demonic path. All he understood was that the authorities needed future students of the Cultivation University to drip blood onto a piece of paper and make a certain oath. Thus, Lewin also knew nothing of the demonic path. He merely picked up the yellowed paper from the ground and examined it. In the library of knowledge stored within his mind, he found no records connected to this paper. Thus, he concluded Gillis was lying. He promptly shredded the paper and executed Gillis on the spot. After completing this, he turned to the stunned young people surrounding him and declared with conviction, I am Lewin, Chancellor of the Great Xia Cultivation University. You all performed exceptionally well during this operation. Only then did they realize something: they had been saved. Xiaochen was about to thank Lewin, but his mind, stretched to its limit for so long, suddenly relaxed and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Lewin immediately cast a healing spell, treating all of them. During the healing process, as he examined the young people's bodies and communicated with them, Luan's expression grew grave. Poison specifically designed to target cultivators? Is this truly something technology could achieve? Finally, he gently lifted the little girl into his arms, his expression growing even more grave. For unlike the others, a panel appeared beside her. Name, Long Mingting. Possesses the Supreme Azure Bird bloodline. Upon enrolling her as a disciple at Cultivation University, completing the mission will increase the mission reward. Had he just completed a hidden quest? But at this point, he couldn't afford to be picky. While he could still treat the others with less severe injuries, this little girl and that man with extensive facial burns, his skin practically peeling off, left him feeling helpless despite his best intentions. He had no choice but to bring them back to the Cultivation University first and ask that Guy Xianhe for help with the treatment. After all, as an alchemist, he should have his own methods for such matters. What Luan didn't know was that at this very moment, deep within the cosmos, on a planet shrouded in pitch-black darkness, a world so eerie it resembled a black hole, a strange entity had taken notice of him. A figure sitting there, identical to the portrait in the Lighthouse Nation President's chamber, slowly opened its eyes. As his eyes opened, countless crimson talismans began drifting around him, igniting into flames within seconds. The taste of heavens will indeed. Ha ha ha, ascending from mortal to golden core in mere months, how utterly fascinating. As he rose to his feet, it became clear that the burning blood talismans had now turned to ash, forming 4 crooked characters on the ground. Defy heaven. Several hours later, Luan stood outside a cave dwelling, conversing with a crane. Enough. They're merely superficial injuries. With just a slight effort from this old man, their physical condition could surpass their peak. After listening to the crane's self-praise for nearly 10 minutes, Luan finally asked. You are, after all, a senior with vast experience. Could you tell me if something like bloodlines exists in the path of cultivation? The moment the word bloodline was uttered, the crane's expression changed abruptly, as if a trigger had been pulled. Nonsense. I can't speak for other matters, but the notion of bloodlines is utter nonsense. Why? Because according to this bloodline theory, there exists an extremely rare group of people in the world whose bodies carry the bloodline of divine beasts. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, they can wield powers only divine beasts can master. Isn't that a common trope? Why call it nonsense? Have such individuals never existed? Legends speak of them, but I can't vouch for their authenticity. In any case, I've never encountered one in my lifetime. Luan Chuan thought to himself, the system interface wouldn't lie to him, would it? So he pressed further. Then how can you be so certain it's nonsense? Poof. The crane snorted coldly. According to bloodline lore, I should be of the Yunming crane lineage. Yet all these years, even after reaching the transformation stage, I've never discovered any divine beast power within myself. Chapter 43, The Ancestral Dragon's Shock. Ha! This. Through the crane's account, Luan began to grasp certain truths about bloodlines. Legend had it that long ago, the world had experienced an era known as the Ancient Age. That was the zenith of immortal cultivation civilization, a time when great cultivators were as common as dogs and earth immortals walked the earth everywhere. Crucially, the world was in utter chaos. Powerful cultivators slaughtered weaker ones not for loot, but simply because they took a dislike to them. It was precisely this environment that drove every cultivator to pursue strength at any cost. This era gave birth to many extraordinary methods, such as the demonic path, or the practice of fusing divine beasts into one's body to gain their power. As the ancient era declined, countless divine arts were lost to history, and the method of fusing divine beasts into one's body vanished. However, the bloodlines of those who once fused divine beasts into their bodies have persisted through the generations. Therefore, in theory, even now, the descendants of those beings might still carry the bloodline of divine beasts, albeit with an extremely low probability. At a very young age, Xianhe was identified by his clan as possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. Yet tragically, despite dedicating his entire life to it, he never once harnessed the power of this bloodline. And it wasn't just him. Looking across the entire cultivation world over his 1,000-year lifespan, he had never seen anyone successfully harness the power of any divine beast bloodline. Thus, he concluded that the entire concept of divine beast bloodlines was utter nonsense. How many years had passed since the ancient era? No one could say for certain, but it was at least tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years. How many generations of inheritance have humans undergone in such an immense span of history? Could such a trace of bloodline truly endure to the present day? Even if it had, it would be so diluted as to be utterly useless, incapable of manifesting any power whatsoever. Hearing this, Luan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that even if he truly possessed some divine beast bloodline, it wouldn't be of much use. Perhaps sensing the disappointment in Luan's eyes, the crane looked puzzled. Why are you asking about this? Did someone tell you that you also possess the bloodline of some divine beast? Before Luan could formulate a response, the crane spoke up to console him. Don't overthink it. Even if you truly possess the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, it wouldn't amount to much. Take me, for example. Legend says the Yunming crane possesses the ability to transform into mist, blending seamlessly with the clouds in the sky. Now look at me. The crane extended one of its hands as it spoke. Now, do you think it's possible for me to turn this hand into mist? I think it's very possible. You're stubborn as a mule. I've been trying for centuries and never succeeded. I gave up long ago, yet here you are still talking about possible. Because. There's no because. Accept your fate. That so-called ancient bloodline is nothing but a legend. No one has ever successfully unlocked the power of their bloodline. But I understand how you feel. When I first discovered I possessed the Yunmeng crane bloodline, I was overjoyed too, convinced I'd surely unlock its powers. But reality is brutal. Stop. Don't say another word. Look at your hands. Only then did the crane look at the hand he'd extended. The sight left him stunned. His hand, which had been perfectly intact moments ago, had now transformed into a cloud of mist, slowly drifting away into the sky. What? The crane man was dumbfounded. He instinctively shook his hand, which was on the verge of turning completely into mist, and then his hand vanished. An awkward silence hung in the air as Luan and the crane stared at each other for 3 or 4 seconds before the crane finally flew off toward the sky. My right hand, come back. No way? The reversal happened this fast? Zulong, seemingly noticing the commotion, suddenly appeared beside Luan. He looked in the direction the crane had flown and asked, "What's going on?" It seems like he's awakened some bloodline. It appears the situation in Great Xia is far more complex than I imagined. To awaken a bloodline so faint. Zulong, clearly more knowledgeable than the crane, showed little shock at the revelation. After assessing the situation, he prepared to leave. Fortunately, Luan acted swiftly, intercepting him. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Actually, this time I brought along several students who applied to the Cultivation University. Could you help me determine their spiritual roots? Although Luan possessed an entire library of scriptures in his mind, which included methods for identifying spiritual roots, he had also noted that some spiritual roots possessed inherent concealment. Without extensive experience, one might easily overlook them. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be better to have Zulong examine them. As a teacher at Cultivation University, Zulong had no reason to refuse such a minor favor. He followed Luan into the cave dwelling ahead, chatting as they walked. Checking spiritual roots is certainly possible, but let me be blunt, among this group, I doubt there's a single heavenly spiritual root. If you're only interested in recruiting students with heavenly spiritual roots, be prepared to send them all away. This cave dwelling served as the Cultivation University's dedicated convalescent facility for injured disciples. Under the operation of its array formations, the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a unique form. If someone was injured or ill, lying here required no active treatment, merely breathing in this transformed spiritual energy would alleviate ailments and wounds. So much so that the moment Zulong entered, the corners of his mouth actually turned up in a smile. An interesting formation. In truth, beyond his extraordinarily powerful cultivation and strength, he harbored a particular interest in studying arrays. He had been wandering the grounds of the Cultivation University these past days, eager to observe the array formations he had never encountered before. Upon seeing the young people lying within the cave dwelling, Zulong immediately drew out a silver needle. All of you, extend your arms. The youths glanced at Zulong's stern expression, swallowing hard as fear crept into their hearts. But upon seeing Luan standing beside Zulong, they hesitated no longer. One by one, they extended their arms towards Zulong. Seeing the young men seemed a bit nervous, Luan spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. He's your future teacher, here to guide your cultivation. He's a very kind person. What? This guy who looks like he could kill them at the drop of a hat is actually going to be their teacher? For a moment, their fear only deepened. Unexpectedly, his words of comfort had backfired. Left with no choice, Luan stood aside and waited quietly for the outcome. Without a word, Zulong seized Xiao Chen's hand and plunged the silver needle in without hesitation. He then released his divine sense, guiding it along the needle into Xiao Chen's body. Moments later, Zulong slowly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Next. After repeating the procedure, Zulong's eyes fluttered slightly this time, though his expression remained unreadable. Next. After the third young man underwent the examination, Zulong's brow furrowed. Next. By the time the fourth and fifth young men had both been examined, Zulong could no longer sit still. He turned to Luan and asked, "How long did it take you to find these people?" Chapter 44, All Qualified. Zulong's question caught Luan completely off guard. What do you mean, how long? They're all from the same city, I brought them back together as a group. Zulong pondered for a moment. It seemed Luan had brought this group back from outside not long after leaving here, so he didn't press further and resumed the inspections. After examining all the others, only the youngest girl remained. The girl clutched her elbow tightly, clearly terrified of pain, stubbornly refusing to let Zulong examine her. If it had been anyone else, Zulong would likely have knocked them unconscious and forcibly conducted the examination. But for some reason, seeing this little girl dreading the needle and refusing to be pricked reminded him of his own beloved daughter. Back then, his daughter had required acupuncture treatment from the imperial physician due to her health issues. She had reacted exactly the same way, refusing to accept the treatment. Shaking his head, he pushed those old memories aside and addressed the girl. The path ahead will be incredibly arduous. If you can't endure even this minor discomfort, you'd be better off abandoning any thoughts of studying here. Others who witnessed the scene offered words of comfort, but Xiao Chen's consolation stood out the most. He clutched the spot where the silver needle had just pierced his skin, hissing through clenched teeth as he sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Then, forcing a faint smile, he declared, "It doesn't hurt. Not a bit." This only succeeded in frightening the little girl even more. Seeing this, Zulong had no choice but to pull out a glowing stone. "Alright, quickly place your hand on this stone." At last, the little girl relented, obediently placing her tender little hand on the stone. Zulong probed the stone with his divine sense. Moments later, he nodded. "All right." The others watched this procedure unfold, their faces twitching uncontrollably. So testing doesn't necessarily require needles? They knew all too well that even when restrained, Zulong's ferocious divine sense entering their bodies through silver needles had been unbearably uncomfortable, even painful. After enduring that agony, learning a gentler method could achieve the same result only made the disappointment all the more bitter. What are the results? How do they measure up? Zulong slowly rose to his feet, still struggling to accept his own examination results. After a long pause, he finally spoke. There are 13 of them in total. 12 possess heavenly spirit roots, qualifying them to become students at the Cultivation University. At this news, Luan visibly perked up. Such a high success rate? If this probability held true for everyone, then the current system quest could be completed without issue. But he quickly realized something and asked, "Then who is the one without a heavenly spirit root?" Zulong pointed directly at Xiao Chen without hesitation. "This little guy right here." Luan and Zulong's conversation was clear to all the young people present. They weren't stupid, they understood this was essentially an entrance exam. Of the 13 of them, 12 had passed and only one had failed. All eyes were fixed intently on this side, eager to discover who had failed. When they saw Zulong pointing at Xiao Chen, everyone except Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, followed by wild elation. Only Xiao Chen hung his head in dejection, his face etched with bitter disappointment. His yearning for Cultivation University far surpassed that of anyone else. Even when he first saw the painting of the Cultivation University, he had secretly resolved within himself that no matter the cost, he would attend. Yet now, with opportunity staring him in the face, he had squandered it all because of his lack of talent. Talent, what a heavy, despairing word. Given what had transpired earlier, these individuals still held a measure of admiration for Xiao Chen. Now, upon hearing that he apparently failed to meet the university's admission requirements and was about to be rejected, they all offered words of consolation. "Bro, you're sharp as a tack, got serious skills, and keep your cool under pressure. Even if you don't get into this university, you're bound for great things. Yeah, bro, don't dwell on it. You can still cultivate at home using the Qi cultivation technique. Big brother, don't be sad. I'll forever remember how you saved my life. You'll always be a hero in my heart." Just as their consolation reached its midpoint, they heard Zulong continue speaking. His spiritual root isn't like the ordinary talent found in someone like Tian General. His is a primordial spiritual root, a genius among geniuses. In all my years, I've heard of only a handful such cases. This is my first encounter. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of those who had been comforting Xiao Chen instantly darkened. One of them even twitched his mouth. "You deserve to die." Xiao Chen could scarcely believe his ears and hurried over to Zulong and Luan. "Is my talent really that exceptional?" Zulong nodded without hesitation. "Exceptional. Only slightly inferior to my own abilities in my youth." Seeing Xiao Chen's expression gradually shift to excitement, his smile growing so exaggerated it bordered on nauseating, Zulong added, "Spiritual roots are merely one aspect of talent. True talent lies in comprehension and character. The road ahead is long. Geniuses often perish mid-journey. Don't get too excited too soon." Yet even these words couldn't dampen the wild elation surging through Xiao Chen's heart. He was finally qualified to study at this school that felt like a fairyland. It was absolutely amazing. While the young people who knew they could enroll were overjoyed, Luan was even happier than them. For them, failing to detect a heavenly spirit root merely meant they wouldn't study at the Cultivation University. But for Luan, if they failed to detect a heavenly spirit root, he would have to venture into that dreaded place known as the Divine Void Ghost Realm. Just hearing Zoluo describe it filled him with dread, let alone actually going there himself. Now that it was confirmed the probability of these young people possessing heavenly spirit roots was far higher than usual in Great Xia, Luan didn't hesitate. He immediately set out to find the others who had successfully enrolled. Although he had entrusted Elder Fong to have the authorities protect the other applicants to the Cultivation University after rescuing this group, delays could still lead to unforeseen complications. Using magic to send all the dozen or so people back, allowing them to bid farewell to their families and prepare for enrollment, Luan was ready to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and asked Zulong. "Oh, right, have you seen this symbol?" After asking, he sketched the pattern he had seen on that yellowed piece of paper from Gillis onto a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the design, Zulong shook his head. "What is this? Some kind of gibberish? It looks like something a 3-year-old might draw in the mud. Looks like that guy was pulling my leg after all." Luan didn't dwell on the matter and set off immediately. After Luan left, Zuluo slowly picked up the sketch he had drawn, his expression growing increasingly grave. "The more I look at it, the more it resembles those creatures from hundreds of years ago?" After muttering to himself, he casually tossed the paper aside. "But I eradicated that entire group long ago." Yet his eyes soon darkened once more as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. "Very well. If they truly exist, then I shall crush them." A seemingly casual mutter, yet every word carried a palpable aura of dominance and murderous intent. Chapter 45, The Beastmaster Genius. It must be said, this recruitment mission proved far simpler than anticipated. It was as if every recruit they found possessed at least a heavenly spirit root, and occasionally, a mutated spirit root would emerge, something that even Zuluo found astonishing, like a mixed primordial spirit root or an eternal source spirit root. As Zulong put it, the Great Xia Empire must be blessed by the heavenly Tao itself, otherwise, how could every single recruit possess such outrageously exceptional talent? At this rate, he felt he could complete the system's task soon and begin formally cultivating those students. Consider the Xia Empire's spirit energy so dense it defied conventional explanation, along with the Cultivation University's vast array of intricate formations and the scriptorium's treasure trove of immortal-level cultivation techniques. In just a few months, Cultivation University could cultivate a large number of powerful cultivators, directly overtaking other extraordinary academies. With this thought, Luan worked even harder. With over 10 applicants in the city, he quickly finished locating them all. He sent them to Zulong for spiritual root testing and then issued them admission notices. Just as he was in the thick of things, his eyes suddenly flickered. He now soared high above the distant landscape, not riding a flying sword but one of the 9 black dragons Li Tinio had gifted him. The black dragon flew far faster than any flying sword could ever hope to match. More importantly, it looked incredibly cool, giving him the aura of a true dragon rider. Why didn't he ride all 9 dragons at once like Li Tinio, like a chariot drawn by 9 beasts? Wouldn't that be even cooler and faster? Truth be told, Luan had tried it. But he quickly resigned himself to the reality. These fiercely temperamental, immensely powerful creatures simply refused to obey his commands. Even this single dragon only agreed to be ridden after he bribed it with food from the beast taming garden and employed various tricks to win its trust. Seated atop the dragon's back, he flipped through the list and nodded. "Very well. We've finished searching this city. Onward to the next." But just as he prepared to depart for the next city, his eyes darted, and he immediately commanded the black dragon to dive downward. This city was called Dongchuan City, located in the eastern region of the Great Xia Empire. As dusk fell, several clearly drunk thugs were harassing a young woman in one of the city's narrow alleys. "Hey, sweetheart, just listen to your big brother. Come with us to the inn for the night, and we'll make sure you're well taken care of." Not a trace of fear crossed the girl's face. What was visible was only disgust and contempt. "Get lost." She turned to walk away, only to be grabbed again. "Hey, sweetheart, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Come with us now, and we'll treat you gently. Keep refusing, and don't blame us for getting rough." The speaker was a yellow-haired man who, after uttering those words, immediately released his aura. This guy had also cultivated the Qi cultivation technique, and his proficiency far surpassed most practitioners. He was likely just a month or 2 away from reaching the entry-level stage. His formidable power had allowed him to thrive within the city's underworld. After drinking with his men today, he happened upon this girl and suddenly felt compelled to take her by force. Faced with this aura that would intimidate most, the girl's look of disgust and contempt not only didn't fade but grew even more intense. A grown man, cultivating the Qi nurturing technique for so long, yet stuck at this level? And he has the nerve to show off? If I were you, I'd hide at home and never dare step outside. As a man, and one who made his living on the streets, Wang Mao's temper flared instantly at being mocked like this in front of his crew. "What did you say? Say it again." Veins bulged on his face as spiritual energy surged through his body. He lunged forward, aiming to grab the girl by the throat. But the moment his hand extended before it even touched her, he felt an overwhelming force push him back. Before he could react, he was sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall before crashing to the floor like a dead dog. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he finally realized. The girl before him, seemingly young and harmless, was actually a master of the foundational cultivation technique, the breath cultivation decision. "Go! Quickly!" After barking orders at his henchman, the blonde-haired man fled without a moment's hesitation. As someone who had cultivated the breath control technique to a respectable level, he knew full well that facing such an opponent, he had absolutely no chance of victory. Watching the fleeing yellow hair, the girl showed no intention of pursuing him. She merely gave a cold snort before leaving the area. Luan, who had concealed both himself and Xiao He with magic, witnessed the entire scene. Clearly, this girl had mastered the basics of the breath cultivation technique and was no older than 16 or 17, perfectly qualified to apply for the Cultivation University. The only question was why she hadn't applied. In fact, based on Luan's understanding, there were quite a few individuals like this young girl. Their reasons for not entering the Cultivation University varied widely. For instance, the university's magnetic field rendered modern technology unusable, and some were utterly devoted to gaming and surfing the web. This alone was enough to deter them. Others feared death, knowing graduates would inevitably join the resistance against Secret Beast's mission with unpredictable mortality rates. Thus, the timid rarely applied. Numerous other reasons existed, all varied and distinct. Luan respected their choices and never forced recruitment. His attention was drawn to this girl not only because she had mastered the foundational level of the breath cultivation technique, but also because a panel appeared beside her. Name: Chu Mengyuan. Possesses the rare Spirit Beast Mastery Constitution and exceptional talent in beast taming. Recruiting her as a Cultivation University disciple will increase mission rewards upon completion. The system wouldn't deceive him, so there was no doubt this girl was an absolute prodigy in beast taming. How wonderful it would be if she could be recruited as a student at the Cultivation University. But Luan merely entertained the thought. After all, she hadn't even applied to the Cultivation University, clearly showing no interest in the path of cultivation. There was no need for him to force her to join. Sighing, he prepared to depart atop the Black Dragon only to be completely taken aback. Heizi, where did you go, Heizi? Heizi was the name he'd given the Black Dragon. Though the dragon had vehemently protested, it was to no avail. After all, Litinio had gifted it to Luan. Now, because of this girl named Chu Mengyuan, he'd been distracted for just a few seconds and Blackie had vanished right beside him. What the hell was going on? Glancing over, he saw Heizi had shrunk to the size of a house cat and flown onto Chu Mengyuan's shoulder, nuzzling her neck. Holy crap, Luan exclaimed. This black dragon had always treated him with utter aloofness, reluctantly agreeing to be ridden whenever he needed it for tasks. And now it was actually running over to this little girl, rubbing against her like some kind of pet? If the girl saw this, wouldn't she be scared half to death? Just as he was about to pull the disobedient black dragon away, he saw Chu Mengyuan extend a fair hand and begin gently stroking the dragon, a faint smile playing on her lips. To her, this strange creature, one she'd never seen or even heard of before, seemed like a pet she'd raised for years. Truly a genius in beast taming, how terrifyingly so. Chapter 46, Black Lizard. Beast taming sounds simple enough, just subduing fierce spirit beasts. But only those who've tried it understand how truly difficult it is in practice. Take Heizi, for instance. As a relatively high-level spirit beast, taming Heizi proved exceptionally difficult. Even after Litinio had successfully tamed it, Luan still struggled immensely to control it. Only with Litinio's assistance did he finally succeed. But when it came to Chu Mengyuan, she didn't even utter a word to Heizi before he was drawn to her. He behaved as docile as a pet cat, which caused a deep sense of imbalance within Luan. This alone was proof of just how extraordinary the young Chu Mengyuan's beast-taming talent truly was. Watching Chu Mengyuan stroke Heizi as casually as she would a stray cat, a thought suddenly formed in Luan's mind. What if he let her stay with Heizi longer? Might she discover her own beast-taming talent and decide to enroll in the Cultivation University? With that thought, Luan dismissed the dragon and its owner, heading off to find other students who had enrolled in the Cultivation University. He planned to return to this area later, after all his business was taken care of, to see what the situation was. After all, Heizi was immensely powerful. It was highly unlikely anything on this planet could threaten him. Even if something happened, as his spirit beast, he could sense Heizi's location, so Luan felt completely at ease as he walked away. Shortly after Luan departed, a highly nearsighted Chu Mengyuan cradled Heizi in her arms. She snapped a photo with her phone, posted it on the reptile forum, and added a caption. Heading home after dinner when I stumbled upon this black lizard, what luck. Not sure if it was abandoned or escaped from somewhere. If anyone recognizes this little guy, please reach out. After posting, she tucked what she believed to be a black lizard little black into her clothes and headed home. In truth, she possessed a unique gift since childhood. Wild animals instinctively became affectionate around her, even ferocious beasts in zoos were no exception. Perhaps because of this, she also developed some unusual hobbies. She was particularly fond of creepy crawly creatures like spiders and lizards. But her parents disapproved, so she never managed to keep one or two as pets. Recently, she had just been admitted to the prestigious high school in the area. Her mother rented an apartment near the school for her, and she usually stayed alone in the rented room. Now, having coincidentally encountered Heizi, she was tempted to secretly keep him as a pet. If it turned out to have an owner, she could always return it later. After returning home, she rushed back to her room, placed Heizi on her bed, and began stroking it. But then her phone started buzzing like crazy, as if it were being bombarded with text messages. She pulled it out to check. To her surprise, the post she'd uploaded to the reptile forum had gone viral, flooded with comments from netizens. Seriously, your lizard looks like this? I'd believe you if you said it was a legendary dragon. Is this how you fish these days? You know what? Whoever photoshopped this image is seriously skilled. Even as a pro, I can't spot any flaws. Actually, this is the one that escaped from my house. Give it back ASAP. I'll pay you. Seriously, people actually fell for such an obvious troll? And dude, your IP address doesn't even match theirs. Reading these comments, Chu Mingyuan's brows furrowed as a deep sense of confusion took root in her mind. What else could it be but a black lizard? With that thought, she began channeling her spiritual energy to restore her vision to normal, carefully examining Heizi. The reason she had severe myopia yet refused to wear glasses was that after cultivating the chi nurturing technique to a certain level, she could see clearly with just a little spiritual energy, making glasses completely unnecessary. However, she wouldn't use spiritual energy to restore her vision all day long, as doing so allowed her to see things invisible to ordinary people. For instance, when she looked at Heizi now, she could clearly see an egg-like object floating inside his body. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that this egg-like object contained an incredibly potent energy far more abundant than the spiritual energy within her own body. What is this? She didn't yet realize that she had independently discovered the method to open her spiritual eyes without any formal cultivation training. This wasn't just genius, it was downright monstrous. With her vision restored, she could now see Heizi more clearly. Especially when Heizi stood up, revealing its full form, every hair on her body stood on end. This isn't a black lizard. What the hell is this thing? Facing a completely new and unknown creature, and knowing through her spiritual eyes that this being was immensely powerful, far stronger than herself. This meant that this creature she'd mistaken for a lost pet could pose a grave threat to her, perhaps even a deadly one. And now, he had actually brought such a dangerous creature into her home. Forget being a 16-year-old girl, even a grown man would be terrified. Paralyzed by fear, she scrambled backward several steps until she collided with a cabinet, knocking a glass cup off its shelf with a sharp clatter. Just then, her mother returned home. Hearing the commotion from her daughter's room, Mrs. Chu's brows immediately furrowed as she asked, "Did you break something?" Just as Chu Mingyuan instinctively prepared to cry out for her mother's help, a voice echoed in her mind. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." The voice was soft and distinctly feminine, sounding like it belonged to a young girl with a high-pitched, childlike tone. Hearing this voice, Chu Mingyuan stared at Heizi in utter disbelief, her pupils dilating. You can actually talk? Well, I just didn't want some nasty thing riding me back and forth. I wanted to play with you instead. If Luan had witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly shocked beyond belief. Not only had he never communicated with Heizi before, but whenever he spoke to it, Heizi had always ignored him completely, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Yet with Chu Mingyuan, communication was possible, and in a soft, gentle voice that starkly contrasted its usual aloof demeanor. If Litinia had witnessed this, he would have been even more stunned than Luan. Litinia understood how incredibly rare it was to communicate directly with a spirit beast. Despite years of beast taming, he'd never achieved that level of connection, relying instead on interpreting their behaviors to guess their intentions. Just then, her door swung open. Her mother glared at her, eyes wide, and shouted sternly. "Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Why aren't you studying properly? What are you doing?" Chu Mingyuan had already hidden Heizi behind her back as she stammered out an explanation. "I was just looking for a book and accidentally broke a cup. I didn't dare make a sound because I was afraid you'd scold me." Her mother shot her a skeptical look before finally snorting coldly. "As long as you study hard and get into a good university, stop daydreaming about nonsense. What's one cup?" Chapter 47, I want to attend Cultivation University. After saying this, Chu's mother set down the milk and college entrance exam practice papers she'd bought, then left without lingering a moment. Watching her mother's retreating figure, Chu Mingyuan sighed helplessly and pulled Heizi out again. "What exactly are you? Why can you talk?" "My name is Heizi." "Ha!" Chu Mingyuan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. But seriously, why did your parents give you that name?" "My parents didn't give me this name. Some annoying jerk came up with it, claiming it's a badass name." "A jerk? Ha, no wonder it's so tacky." After laughing, Chu Mingyuan's face softened with a hint of resignation as she ruffled Heizi's fur. "I'll play with you later, okay? I need to study now." "Study? Why study?" "Because only by studying hard can you get into a good university, and then find a good job in the future." "A good university?" Heizi couldn't help but think of Luan and Luan's Cultivation University. These past days, he'd been tagging along with Luan during the recruitment tour across the Great Xia Empire, witnessing countless students' ecstatic expressions upon learning they'd been accepted. Plus, it loved running wild at the Cultivation University. The place was undoubtedly the best it knew. So it figured, shouldn't the Cultivation University count as a good university? It asked directly. "Then why aren't you going to the Cultivation University?" The moment she heard the words Xiaojing University, a flicker of unease crossed Chu Mingyuan's face. "My mother strongly opposes me attending that school. She even forbids me from practicing the chi cultivation technique to ensure I focus on my studies. All my current cultivation was achieved through secret practice." "Why? Isn't Cultivation University a good school?" "It's complicated. Mainly, she thinks a girl like me shouldn't go to a school where you have to fight tooth and nail after graduation. She just wants me to have a stable life. Besides, I've already missed the application deadline. As Chu Mengyuan spoke these words, though a smile graced her face, her eyes betrayed a deeper sense of resignation. Hey Z, of course, noticed this and spoke directly. Don't worry about that. That annoying guy I mentioned earlier? He's actually the principal of Cultivation University. He just saw you and commented on you. Ha? That annoying guy is Principal Luan? And he's already seen me? He even commented on me? That's right. Chu Mengyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. In her eyes, Luan was an utterly unapproachable figure. Yet such a person had not only seen her but also commented on her without her knowledge. How could she not be thrilled? So what did he say about me? He said that a genius like you would be perfect for the Cultivation University. Unfortunately, such matters depend on voluntary choice and cannot be forced, so it must be abandoned. At that moment, Chu Mengyuan felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that someone as esteemed as Luan held such high regard for her? Her longing for the Cultivation University surged even stronger. Reading her thoughts, Heizi walked straight to the window and opened it a crack. How about I take you to see the Cultivation University? It's definitely a great place. Is that really possible? Absolutely. Assuming she'd agreed, Heizi used his magic to lift Chu Mengyuan onto his back. Mid-air, he transformed into a colossal dragon and soared toward the university. His speed far surpassed any plane or rocket. Before Chu Mengyuan could fully recover from the shock, Heizi had already arrived at their destination. This is the beast taming garden, my former master's territory. Though night had fallen outside, this place remained bright as day. Across an endless expanse of grassland, countless strange and wondrous spirit beasts roamed freely, leaving Chu Mengyuan utterly speechless. The moment these spirit beasts noticed her, they all rushed over at lightning speed, rubbing against her body. To these spirit beasts, Chu Mengyuan evoked a special feeling, one that made them willingly submit to her. Chu Mengyuan, equally enamored with these creatures, began stroking each one gently with her hands. Just as the human and beasts were enjoying this harmonious moment, Litinia suddenly approached. His eyes flickered slightly at the sight before him. He turned to Chu Mengyuan and inquired, "Are you also a student recruited by Luan?" Chu Mengyuan turned her head and saw Litinia's earnest expression. She replied with a touch of embarrassment, "I didn't apply to this school." "Oh." Litinia let out a long "oh," showing no emotional fluctuation. He merely waved his hand slowly. With that single gesture, every spirit beast in the entire beast taming garden seemed to receive some kind of signal. They all began running, gathering before Litinia, including the few that had just been playing with Chu Mengyuan. Witnessing this scene, Chu Mengyuan could only think one thing: how incredibly cool is this? But this was only the beginning. Litinia began murmuring softly, his words accompanied by subtle hand gestures. Instantly, the spirit beasts began performing a dazzling array of coordinated movements. The creatures soaring through the sky and those dashing across the ground worked in perfect harmony, each seeming to transform into the most accomplished artists, creating an extraordinary sense of beauty. Simply put, it was a supercharged version of a circus performance. Even after the performance ended, Chu Mengyuan's eyes remained wide with astonishment. She found herself asking Litinia without thinking, "It's not something I can personally teach, but I am a professor in the beast taming department at Cultivation University. If you enroll here and choose that major, I believe with your talent, you'll master it in no time." As mentioned earlier, Chu Mengyuan adored strange and exotic creatures and longed to raise one herself. But now, before her eyes, lay all manner of extraordinary spirit beasts she had never imagined possible. And if she enrolled here, she could interact with these creatures daily, learning how to command them. How incredibly tempting this must be for Chu Mengyuan. Noticing the sparkle in the young girl's eyes, Litinia smiled without a trace of emotion, then placed a small, entirely white bird into her hand. "This is a confession bird. Just look into its eyes, and it will help you voice your innermost thoughts. Care to try?" "Ha?" Chu Mengyuan stared at the bird's eyes in bewilderment. The next moment, the bird opened its beak and began speaking human words in Chu Mengyuan's own voice. "I really want to go to Cultivation University." "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." Litinia asked from the side. "I said I really want to go to Cultivation University." The voice came not from the bird of confession, but from Chu Mengyuan herself. With the bird's help, she had finally managed to evade her mother and confront her own thoughts for the first time. The words had barely left her lips when Luan appeared behind her. "Fine. I grant your wish." Chapter 48, The Terrifying Nature of Chu Mengyuan's Constitution. Hearing Luan's voice, Chu Mengyuan whirled around to see him standing not far away, clad in a plain-colored robe, smiling at her. His robe fluttered wildly in the wind, and his eyes shone exceptionally brightly in the sunlight. Only then did Chu Mengyuan realize what she had just said. As if by reflex, she asked, "But I've already missed the application deadline for Cultivation University." "No problem. The principal here pulled some strings for you. Congratulations, you've been accepted." After saying this, Luan casually waved his hand twice in the air. A gleaming admission letter, adorned with the Cultivation University emblem, materialized in his palm. He tossed it casually toward Chu Mengyuan, and the letter landed right in her hands. The start date hasn't been finalized yet. Get everything ready once you're back. Tuition is 0 yuan. He'd repeated this speech to at least 1,000 people before, but never had he felt such genuine joy as he did now. This joy stemmed not merely from accidentally discovering a beast-taming prodigy, but from what Chu Mengyuan had revealed to him. Among the young people of Great Xia, so many had cultivated the Qi cultivation decision to perfection. Though they hadn't applied to the Cultivation University, it wasn't because they didn't want to attend. Rather, it was due to many other reasons. Therefore, his recruitment efforts must not be confined to those who applied. He would ensure every truly talented individual who genuinely desired to attend the Cultivation University could enroll. He absolutely could not allow Xia to lose a future great cultivator, nor let anyone forfeit a life of boundless potential, all because of trivial, extraneous reasons. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted acceptance letter in her hands, Chu Mengyuan's eyes welled up with tears. The long-suppressed hope of attending the Cultivation University erupted within her at that very moment. Finally, she bowed deeply, expressing her profound gratitude to Luan. Thank you, Principal. I will cherish this opportunity. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll escort you back so you can prepare. Actually, there's one more thing. My mother strongly disapproves of me applying to the Cultivation University. I'm afraid she still won't agree. It's fine. Decisions about your own life ultimately rest with you. Have a good talk with your mother. I believe she'll agree in the end. Alright. Just as Luan was about to use his magic to take Chu Mengyuan back, Haizi suddenly ran over, baring his teeth as if trying to convey something. Go on, go play somewhere else. Your master's busy. I'll feed you when I get back. He assumed Haizi was hungry again and was about to shoo him away when Chu Mengyuan spoke up. Hey. Haizi isn't hungry. He says he wants to send me back. Her words plunged the entire room into silence. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it says. He told me in my mind that he wants to take me home. Can't you hear him? This time, Luan lost his composure and turned to look directly at Haizi. You can communicate with her directly? Haizi nodded, shooting Luan a look of utter contempt as if to say, you can't communicate with me? That's on you. Luan was unsettled, but Li Tiniu was even more so. He pulled Chu Mengyuan over, scrutinizing her from every angle before finally nodding. I thought she possessed the 1,000-spirit beast taming constitution, which I already considered formidable. But it seems I underestimated this young lady. She actually has the 10,000 spirit beast taming constitution. This is a beast taming prodigy of unprecedented rarity. What is the 10,000 spirits beast taming constitution? Those with this physique possess an innate ability to attract all spirits in the world. I've only read about it in ancient texts. Such a prodigy hasn't appeared in over 10,000 years. After uttering these words, Li Tiniu actually bowed directly to Chu Mengyuan. One blessed with such innate talent must surely be the reincarnation of the legendary progenitor of the Beastmaster's way. Please allow me to pay my respects. Teacher, please don't do this. Teacher. In the end, Chu Mengyuan rode off on Haizi. She believed that the next time she returned here would be the day the Cultivation University opened its doors. Luan didn't dwell on the matter. He left the Cultivation University and called Elder Feng. You brat, why haven't you come to take that dead girl Wanchang away yet? She's been pestering me non-stop these past 2 days, asking about you and the Cultivation University. I'm nearly driven mad by this girl. Soon. This call isn't about her. I need to ask you for a favor regarding something else. I don't need you to say it. When have you ever called me without wanting to leverage official connections? Spit it out. What is it? Honestly, if this were Luan from a few months ago, hearing Elder Feng's sarcastic tone might have made him blush for a second or two. But after all this time, he'd grown accustomed to it. After all, the authorities were his powerful backer. Why not ask for favors when he could? Luan then shared his plan with Elder Feng, hoping he could mobilize as many resources as possible to investigate why those who met the enrollment criteria hadn't applied. He wanted to ensure every eligible student who wished to attend the Cultivation University received an acceptance letter. Only then could he, as the principal, proceed with the opening ceremony with peace of mind. Elder Feng readily agreed to this request, emphasizing that the Cultivation University now represented the hope of the entire Great Xia. He assured Luan that if he had any further requirements, he should not hesitate to voice them directly. After completing these arrangements, Luan made no further delays and proceeded to other locations to seek out enrolled students. What he did not know was that within Sakura Nation, which had remained silent since the dawn of the new era, as if the entire nation had gone into hiding, underlying currents were now churning. Sakura Nation had been among the second wave of nations to discover ancient legacies. It had swiftly followed others in establishing its own extraordinary academy, beginning to cultivate its own extraordinary individuals, namely, ninjas and samurai. Yet strangely, despite the passage of so many years since the dawn of this new era, the perpetually ambitious Sakura nation had remained conspicuously silent on the international stage. Even during the Great Xia Empire's most perilous times, Sakura nation refrained from forcing unequal treaties upon it, unlike other nations, to weaken and humiliate the empire. Many claimed this silence stemmed from Japan's guilt over past events, a sense of indebtedness to the Great Xia. Yet if Japan's leadership heard such claims, they would laugh themselves silly. For only they knew what secrets lay hidden within the ancient legacy they had acquired. Chapter 49, The Ancient Legacy of Sakura Nation. Within a renowned extinct volcano in Sakura Nation lay a hidden ruin. Today, a portly middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by 6 warriors with swords at their sides, walked directly into this ruin. Needless to say, this man was clearly a high-ranking official of Sakura Nation. As the warriors released their auras, torches suddenly flared along the passageway, illuminating the scene before them. The surrounding walls were entirely composed of stone, covered in patches of green moss from the passage of time, lending the place an air of mystery. As they ventured deeper, murals began to appear on the stone walls. Had they paused to examine them closely, they would have discovered with horror that these murals depicted neither historical scenes nor local deities, but grotesque, twisted monsters devouring humans. After traversing further, the figure resembling a high-ranking official finally approached an altar. He took a pitch-black sack from one of the warriors beside him, then astonishingly pulled out a human corpse from within. He placed the body upon the altar. After completing this act, he exchanged glances with the surrounding warriors before suddenly beginning an extremely bizarre dance in place. As the dance grew faster, black smoke began rising from the corpse on the altar. After several minutes of dancing, the corpse's eyes suddenly opened. There was no white in them at all, only a pitch-black void. When the eerie dance finally ceased, the corpse spoke. "You have awakened me. Have you made any new discoveries? Serpent Lord, we have found the being you spoke of. She truly exists within the Great Xia." Upon hearing the man's words, the corpse hurriedly continued speaking. "Then stop wasting my breath. Hurry up and bring her over here. That's the only way we'll escape this godforsaken place." "But..." The high-ranking official from Sakura Nation seemed hesitant, but finally spoke. "Actually, the Great Xia established some sort of cultivation university. The person we found has already been admitted there and is now under official protection. It's tricky to act against them." The moment the word cultivation was uttered, the corpse's eyes widened to more than double their size. "What university did you say? A cultivation university? What's wrong?" In that instant, the entity concealed within the corpse was suddenly flooded with a torrent of unbearably painful memories. "Those damned cultivators again. We've been sealed away for centuries, why won't they just leave us alone? Ha? What does that even mean? Forget it. Since Xia already has cultivators, there's no hope relying on you useless bunch. Only by risking my life and taking matters into my own hands can we possibly achieve our goal. Quickly, give me all the information on that guy." Without hesitation, the Sakura Nation's high command retrieved a dossier. At the top of the file sat a photograph none other than Shu Mengyuan, the bearer of the 10,000 spirits beast-taming constitution. Gazing at the photograph, a gleam ignited in the corpse's eyes as it murmured softly. "You will become our demon clan's holy maiden. You can only be our demon clan's holy maiden." After uttering these words, the corpse began to wither and dry, as if drained of all blood. Finally, a black shadow emerged from behind the corpse. This shadow was not human in form, but serpentine, a twisted, slender shadow that vanished before the eyes of the 7. Indeed, the ancient traditions of Sakura Nation held a secret. For ordinary people to become ninja or samurai beings possessing extraordinary power, they needed not only rigorous training but also to sell their souls to demons. Consequently, the nation's elite had long initiated contact with these supernatural beings, though they remained sealed away, unable to manifest freely. Through these demons' accounts, they had also learned much about the previous era, such as how all supernatural powers originated from Great Xia. To fully unlock their ancient heritage, Great Xia must not be destroyed too swiftly. As revealed earlier through the 12 Nights, magic and similar arts were merely the tip of the iceberg in cultivation methods. However, the ancient traditions of the land of cherry blossoms held an even more unique position compared to those of other nations. After all, the abilities of other nations were at least learned by their people during the previous era, allowing them to use them directly. Sakura Nation is entirely different. It was because the Great Xia's cultivation civilization flourished to such an extent that the demonic tribes could no longer survive there, forcing them to flee to the land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, the demonic race itself required absorbing human vitality to survive. At that time, the land of cherry blossoms had far too few people to withstand their unrestrained consumption. Thus, in the previous era, the demonic race reached an agreement with the people of Sakura Nation. The demonic race would lend the Sakura people extraordinary powers, while the Sakura people would provide the demonic race with human life force. It could even be said that the extraordinary powers of Sakura Nation were entirely dependent on the demon race. Without them, the Sakura people were nothing. However, as the previous era drew to a close and the world's spiritual energy began to rapidly dissipate, cultivators who chose to remain on Blue Star traveled specifically to Sakura country to seal away nearly all the demonic beings, seeking to prevent future chaos among them. This sealing lasted centuries until a Sakura nation citizen, who stumbled upon incredible luck, arrived here. Through the already weakened seal, he made contact with the demon race. Needless to say, this incredibly fortunate individual was mistakenly hailed as the inheritor of Sakura nation's ancient legacy, deceiving the entire world. Though the seal had weakened so much so that the demonic tribes could even grant power to the Sakura nation's people to resist the secret beasts, they remained trapped. To break free, they must find the legendary being, the one possessed of the 10,000 spirits beast-taming constitution, whose very presence attracts all creatures under heaven. Only by awakening their long slumbering bodies through this individual could they break the seal and reappear in the world. It must be understood that the reason these demonic beings were not killed, but merely sealed away and even managed to escape from the grasp of the Great Xiao's supreme beings to reach the land of cherry blossoms was solely because they were far too powerful. At this level of power, they are essentially immortal and indestructible. They were far beyond the likes of those 12 knights. Should they break free from their seals and return to the world? Then annihilating the Great Xiao would be utterly effortless. In truth, their plan was clear. The moment they broke free from the seals, they would immediately annihilate the Great Xia Empire. After all, leaving the Great Xia Empire intact meant the risk of powerful cultivators emerging again in the future, potentially sealing them away once more. This explains why Sakura Nation had never targeted Great Xia before. As Great Xia's former adversary, they knew all too well the resilience of this nation and its people. International sanctions and pressure alone would never bring the Great Xia down. The only viable way to destroy Great Xia was to follow the demon clan's instructions, help these demons break through the seal and let them annihilate Great Xia. As this thought crossed the mind of the high-ranking Sakura Nation official, a repulsive grin spread across his plump face, and he chuckled incessantly. Daxia will ultimately fall by our hands after all, ha ha ha. Chapter 50, The Great Demon of Sakura Nation's Scheme. After being escorted back by Heizi, Zhu Mengyuan sent him back to the Cultivation University first. She needed to have a private conversation with her mother and didn't want any interruptions. She usually lived alone. Her mother worked multiple jobs to afford her education at this prestigious high school, leaving her extremely busy. She rarely returned home at night to sleep, only occasionally visiting her daughter. So she wasn't worried and planned to wait for her mother's next visit to bring up the matter. But strangely, not only did her mother fail to visit for several days straight, she didn't even call once. This made Heizi feel something was off. Just as she was about to call her mother, a knock sounded at the door. A look of confusion flashed across her face. Who is it? She had no friends here, no relatives either. And when her mother came back, she usually opened the door directly to avoid disturbing her studies. So who could it be? But her question went unanswered. With no choice, she walked toward the door and peered through the peephole. Standing at the door was her mother, yet something seemed different from usual. Zhu Mengyuan's mother stood motionless at the doorway, like a well-trained soldier. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead, her face revealing absolutely no emotion. Though her mother usually wore a stern expression, her eyes often betrayed a hint of weariness. But generally, there was still some expression on her face, albeit rather monotonous. Moreover, whenever her mother visited her before, she would always bring some food or drink to supplement her nutrition. This time, however, she came empty-handed, bringing nothing at all. Besides, when she had just asked who it was, her mother had no reason not to respond. What was going on? Why did everything feel so strangely off? Could it be that something had happened to her mother? Though Zhu Mengyuan felt a vague unease, even a chill running down her spine, she slowly opened the door. Mom, didn't you bring your keys? Her mother didn't answer the question. Instead, she sat down on the sofa and motioned for her to sit beside her. Mom? Did something happen? You could say that. Starting today, you won't have to study so hard anymore. That single sentence left Zhu Mengyuan frozen in place for several seconds. She couldn't fathom how her mother, who had always valued her academic success and getting into a top university above all else, could say something like this. Huh? What do you mean? I met a friend from Sakura country a few days ago. He has connections there and can get you into one of their top universities, no money needed. After graduation, your degree will be even more prestigious than one from Peking or Tsinghua. Zhu Mengyuan was even more dumbfounded. What? Japan? Yes. Staying in Sakura country not only means free education, but also safety. They acquired ancient traditions early on and possess formidable supernatural powers. After weighing everything, I've decided to send you there. Are you kidding me? At that moment, Zhu Mengyuan thought her mother might have lost her mind. How could she trust a Sakura country person she'd only known for a few days? That was just absurd. Even if we take that as true, even if that Sakura country person wasn't deceiving her mother, there was no way she could go. Even Sakura country's extraordinary university couldn't compare to Cultivation University. Seeing her reaction, her mother only sighed. Mengyuan, just listen to your mother this once. I'm so exhausted, I need to rest. If you promise to go to Sakura country, I'll finally be able to rest. I absolutely cannot go to Sakura country. Actually, I've already received my acceptance letter from Shojin University. Chu Mengyuan laid her cards on the table, revealing her acceptance to Cultivation University outright to make it clear she'd never set foot in that rotten Sakura country. The moment the words left her mouth, she saw her mother's eyes turn bloodshot. Her face began to twitch violently as she demanded in a threatening tone. What did you say? Say that again. I said I'm going to attend Shojin University. There's absolutely no way I'm going to that damn Sakura country. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely across Chu Mengyuan's face. Though Chu Mengyuan's cultivation of the Qi cultivation technique shielded her from physical harm, the emotional blow struck deep into her heart. At that moment, Chu Mengyuan didn't feel the same sense of injustice and urge to cry that other little girls might after being hit. Instead, she was overcome by a profound sense of unease. From childhood onward, no matter what mistake she had made, her mother had never once struck her. Now, looking at her mother's expression, she saw nothing but rage and tense, overwhelming fury that had never graced her mother's face before. This expression was hard to believe. To make sure she wasn't seeing things, she instinctively channeled her spiritual energy and activated her spirit eyes. What she saw through her spiritual eyes was a serpentine shadow, twisted and coiled, lurking within her mother's body. But the shadow appeared only for an instant, vanishing before she could get a clear look. In that same moment, her mother erupted completely. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for you? Your father died right after you were born. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to raise you alone? Do you have any idea? Is it really that hard for you to just listen to me now? Every word cut like a knife. Outside, a torrential downpour began. Mother Chu's roar seemed to merge with the rain, becoming thunder itself, crushing Chu Mengyuan with overwhelming pressure. Chu Mengyuan was utterly speechless. Her world seemed to plunge into darkness. She could only clench the admission letter from the Cultivation University tightly in her hand, silently weeping. Meanwhile, Luan had finished assessing all the other applicants for the Cultivation University. As he had expected. Those capable of mastering the Qi cultivation technique in such a short time possessed exceptionally high innate talent. Over 98% possessed the Heavenly Spirit Root qualification, meeting the system's requirements. Once these students enrolled, his system quest would be completed. The imagined need to venture into some mysterious realm of spirits and ghosts was entirely unnecessary. Now only two individuals remained, Wang Hui and Wan Chang. The reason he'd left these two until last was purely due to Luan's own twisted sense of amusement. Wang Hui had clearly possessed the ability to ascend the celestial ladder and reach the Cultivation University. Yet he chose to abandon it prematurely. In the end, Luan had to cast a spell himself, forcibly propelling him upward. This was his way of doling out a small punishment for Wang Hui's lack of resolve. As for Wan Qing, Luan simply wanted to see her panic over not receiving her acceptance letter. Due to distance constraints, Luan headed to Wang Hui's location first. Wang Hui, 19 years old, was originally a shut-in and a hardcore novel enthusiast. He possessed an innate fascination with cultivation, which allowed him to quickly cultivate to a certain level after the revival of spiritual energy in Great Xia, successfully gaining admission to the Cultivation University. Now, besides his daily cultivation, he had another pursuit, live streaming online to teach cultivation techniques. In a residential building in Longlin City, Wang Hui, clad in a cultivation robe of unknown origin, shouted into the camera. Hey fellow cultivators, keep those gifts coming. Thanks to his status as the first person in Great Xia to conquer the floating island, his livestream enjoyed considerable popularity. Just then, Luan appeared behind him. Am I 666? Chapter 51, Not What You Think. That single sentence nearly scared Wang Hui to death. He whipped his head around to find Luan standing there, hands behind his back, smiling at him with an otherworldly grace. Though this was their first meeting, Wang Hui had seen Luan's face countless times online and recognized him instantly. Your principal Luan of Cultivation University? Who else could it be? I'm here to assess your aptitude. Quickly, extend your hand. Indeed, after testing the aptitude of over 1,000 students, Zhu Long had grown weary of doing it himself. He had given Luan a specialized artifact designed for assessing aptitude. Though ostensibly testing Wang Hui's talent, it was merely a formality. Beside Wang Hui stood a transparent panel. Name, Wang Hui. Possesses a innate Dao body, demonstrating far superior comprehension of spells than others. Upon enrolling as a disciple of Cultivation University, task rewards will increase upon completion. A panel like this absolutely confirmed he possessed a heavenly spirit root. Even if he didn't, Luan would still enroll him in the Cultivation University not for any other reason, but to prevent the university from losing such a talent. Well, the main draw was the increased mission rewards. Just as he was assessing Wang Hui's aptitude, the chat in Wang Hui's livestream exploded. Holy crap! No way! The rumor about the Chancellor personally assessing every student's aptitude is actually true? How many people in Great Xia actually got into Cultivation University? Is Principal Luan really traveling all over the country personally testing everyone's talents? Does a principal this dedicated and responsible even exist in real life? And it doesn't stop there. Principal Luan is worried that some might miss out on applying to the Cultivation University due to special circumstances, so he's rolled out a whole bunch of new application methods. He really isn't afraid of working himself to death. Principal Luan, please take a break. After completing Wang Hui's talent assessment, Principal Luan reached into the void just as he had that day, pulling out a golden admission letter. He handed it to Wang Hui and uttered the words he'd repeated thousands of times. Congratulations on your successful admission to Cultivation University. All tuition, accommodation, meals, and other fees are fully covered. With that single sentence, the live stream exploded once more. Thanks to Luan's arrival, the live stream's viewership had skyrocketed over tenfold in mere moments, now boasting hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers. With a look of sheer ecstasy, Wang Hui grabbed the acceptance letter and immediately stepped in front of the camera. Whoa, I accidentally got my acceptance letter. Wonder if any of you did? His smug expression drew a wave of angry curses from viewers in the chat. You deserve to die. Damn it. I was so close, just a little bit more. Give me 2 more months, and I could have applied too. Wake up, man. By the time he's done training for 2 months, he'll be climbing the celestial ladder to Immortal Cultivation University. At that moment, Wang Hui noticed the earlier comments flooding the chat and quickly stopped Luan, who was about to leave. Principal Lu, wait a moment. It seems the viewers in the chat have a lot to say to you. If you're not too busy, could you respond to them with a word or two? Hearing this, Luan shrugged. Even if I'm busy, it won't take more than a couple of minutes. His down-to-earth demeanor was completely different from everyone's imagined image of him. The chat exploded with renewed energy as Luan agreed to address the viewers' questions. As a young man, Luan was quite familiar with the live streaming industry. He first adjusted his appearance, cleared his throat, and then began answering the various questions in the comments. Actually, I wasn't the only one conducting aptitude tests for students applying to Cultivation University, but I did personally meet every single one of them and even escorted quite a few to the university. Those immortals circulating online? They're actually teachers at Cultivation University. They're genuinely decent people. Calling them immortals isn't too far off. Holidays. I don't have any specific plans yet, but in keeping with the principle of learning through enjoyment, there will definitely be plenty of time off. Failing a course? So be it. Cultivation is like this, the master guides you in the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Is it unfair that I'm the only one working so hard? Actually, that's not the issue. If we pursued fairness in everything, Great Xiao wouldn't have fallen into crisis after crisis. In times of peril, only responsibility matters. Once Luan had answered most of the questions, he waved at the camera. I've got some things to attend to, so I'll have to take my leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll be sure to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Luan was indeed famous now, but people knew little about him personally, only what they imagined. Through this live stream, however, nearly everyone gained some understanding of Luan. This would prove immensely beneficial for the future development of Cultivation University. After leaving Wang Hui's location, only Ruan Cheng remained. He wondered if the young girl had grown impatient waiting for him. In truth, Ruan Cheng was even more impatient than Luan had imagined. Especially lately, she practically visited her grandfather, Elder Fong, every single day to ask about Luan. She wanted Elder Fong to call Luan and ask what exactly he was busy with. After all, everyone who had signed up in her city had been tested, so why hadn't it been her turn yet? Now she lay on her bed, hugging a pillow, her pale little feet scuffing back and forth across the mattress. At first glance, she looked like a lazy little snake. Her reaction stemmed entirely from Wang Hui's recent livestream, which had exploded online. Especially when she saw that golden, ethereal-looking acceptance letter, the restlessness in her heart became impossible to contain. Put. And to think we're old acquaintances. I even assisted you for so long, and you told me about Cultivation University when you left. Yet you just forgot about me like this. The thought of it all made her feel so wrong that she buried her face in the pillow. Why, do I mean absolutely nothing to him? Did your boyfriend dump you, or did your pet die? What are you crying about? Luan materialized out of thin air, appearing directly inside someone else's home once again. By the way, he only did this when looking for Wang Hui and Ruan Cheng. When visiting others, he still knocked on the door. Upon hearing Luan's voice, Ruan Cheng was initially incredulous. She whipped her head around to find Luan staring silently at the pillow in her arms, smiling. Luan's reaction stemmed entirely from how strikingly similar Ruan Cheng's pillow was to him. He could almost suspect some merchant had designed it using him as a model. As if realizing something, Ruan Cheng's face flushed red. She hurriedly pushed the pillow away and explained. It's definitely not what you think. What's that supposed to mean? This isn't meant to be a pillow at all, it's a punching bag. I don't know why, but looking at this thing really pisses me off. So whenever I'm in a bad mood, I take it out and beat the crap out of it. Luan was speechless. Chapter 52, Ruan Cheng's reaction. Seeing her lie about to unravel, Ruanqing quickly changed the subject. You're here to conduct my aptitude test, right? Let's get started. Looking into Ruanqing's beautiful eyes, clear yet filled with anticipation, Luan felt a mischievous urge rise within him. He smiled and said, "Ha? You applied to Cultivation University too? I had no idea. Enrollment's already closed, and the student list is finalized. I'm here to see your grandfather today. Where is he, by the way?" At those words, Ruanqing felt as if her world had collapsed. Her body froze the instant Luan finished speaking, the anticipation in her eyes vanishing completely, replaced by utter disbelief. Are you kidding me? I'm not joking. Did you really apply? That's too bad. You'll just have to see if the Cultivation University has any plans to expand enrollment later. Luan had been holding back laughter the entire time. Seeing her now looking so dejected and aggrieved, the stark contrast to her usual aloof, Ice Queen persona nearly made him burst out laughing. But the next second, a single tear glistened at the corner of Ruanqing's eye as she spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. When you left with me back then, you clearly told me to cultivate diligently, and then I could get into Cultivation University. I listened to you and cultivated hard, and I applied to Cultivation University. Why? Why did it turn out like this? As she finished speaking, her sobs grew louder. Wah! What kind of Cultivation University president is that? He's nothing but a fraud, a big, fat fraud. We had everything agreed upon back then. Wah! Luan couldn't laugh anymore. As a super straight guy who'd been single for 2 lifetimes, if there was one thing he feared, it was girls crying. He feared it even more when a beautiful girl like Ruanqing cried, and feared it most of all when this beautiful girl cried because of his joke. But what terrified him most was the thought of Ruanqing telling Elder Fong about this incident, making the elder think he'd done something to her granddaughter. Without time for further thought, Luan hurried over to Ruanqing and patted her shoulder. Stop crying. I was just joking with you. Does that mean enrollment isn't over yet? The student list hasn't been finalized? No, I'm not joking about that. Admissions are definitely over, and the student list is finalized. You big liar. You tricked me again. Wah! Luan sighed helplessly, then pulled out the admission letter he'd prepared earlier. It's true the student list is finalized, but how do you know your name isn't on it? Gazing at the golden admission letter in Luan's hand, the very document she'd longed for, Ruanqing finally wiped the tears from her eyes, her gaze filling with renewed hope. Is this my acceptance letter? No, you're not on that list. You! Get out! Ruanqing sprang to her feet, snatched the acceptance letter from Luan's hands, and opened it. When she saw the words Ruanqing written in Luan's own handwriting on the letter, a smile finally spread across her face. Cradling the letter carefully in her arms, her gaze toward Luan was now filled with hostility. Seeing that look, Luan swallowed hard. How had he never noticed this adorable side to the girl before? But he quickly dismissed those scattered thoughts and said indifferently, "Due to your outstanding performance during the execution of the Heavenly Array project, I hereby grant you admission without examination in my capacity as the Chancellor of Cultivation University." This was a lie. In truth. Beside Ruanqing, there was also a panel. Name, Ruanqing. Naturally possesses meridians, with extraordinary talent in alchemy. Admitting him as a disciple of Cultivation University will increase system quest rewards. With this interface alone, Luan didn't even need to test Ruanqing's talents. To express his apology for having joked too far earlier, he'd settle for saying she'd earned her admission to Cultivation University without testing. Holding her acceptance letter, Ruanqing listened to Luan's words without a flicker of emotion, merely nodding. Oh, is that all? Then you may leave. Luan. I'll be going then. Oh. I'm really leaving. We've known each other for ages, you know. You're in such a rush to kick me out? Cut the crap. How am I supposed to change if you don't leave? Hearing this, Luan finally noticed that Ruanqing seemed to be wearing nothing but a sheer nightgown the entire time. Looking closer, large swaths of things he really shouldn't be seeing were on full display. Moreover, the distance between them now felt a bit too close. Luan merely sniffed the air and could even catch the distinct scent emanating from Ruanqing's body. Catching Luan's gaze, Ruanqing's fair cheeks flushed crimson. Aren't you leaving? Go, go, go. Afterward, Ruanqing personally cooked for Luan, well, a rather indescribable 3-dish and 1 soup meal. After finishing the meal, Luan felt profoundly grateful for his cultivation, otherwise, he might have been poisoned by that outrageous food. Why did the scrambled eggs with tomatoes taste like laundry detergent? Could it be that this silly girl mistook laundry detergent for salt? After watching Luan finish, Ruanqing stole a glance at him, her face breaking into a mischievous grin. That'll teach you to trick me. Luan remained there until evening, waiting for Elder Fong to return after a long day of work. Having spent so much time with Elder Fong, Luan had learned some of his hidden secrets. For instance, both of Elder Fong's sons were dead. His eldest son had perished on the battlefield defending against the secret beasts, while his younger son, detained by the Lighthouse Nation during a diplomatic incident, had been barred from returning home and ultimately took his own life. His only surviving daughter had become utterly disillusioned with him because of these two tragedies and had completely cut off contact. His grandchildren also refused to visit him, leaving only Ruanqing by his side. Therefore, if Ruanqing were to leave for the Cultivation University, Elder Fong would truly become a lonely old man. Luan felt somewhat guilty about this. He had once asked Elder Fong if taking Ruanqing away would leave him lonely. Elder Fong had replied thus: "With so many people in Great Xia united with me, how could I feel lonely staying here?" Now, seeing Luan appear at his home, Elder Fong instantly understood that Luan had finally come to take Ruanqing away. For a moment, he felt a pang of reluctance. Following his usual hospitality, he placed a cup of clear tea before Luan. The two sat facing each other, chatting about this and that before Elder Fong called Ruanqing over. She kept saying she must diligently learn cultivation from Luan, that she must take good care of herself. Finally, tears streamed down his aged face. "Grandpa is sorry to your two uncles, and even more sorry to your mother. Now I must send you off to the Cultivation University myself, and you'll have to join the battles against the secret beasts in the future. Please don't ever blame Grandpa for this." Ruanqing was deeply moved. Luan said that although modern communication technology isn't available there, students can write letters home. "I'll definitely write to you often." The two chatted like this for most of the day until Luan couldn't bear to watch any longer. The semester starts in 3 days, so Ruanqing doesn't need to leave with me right now. You two don't have to be like this." With that one sentence, the heartwarming scene of grandfatherly affection and filial devotion shattered instantly, leaving the atmosphere strangely tense. Chapter 53, Back to School. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the long-awaited opening day of Cultivation University had finally arrived. This opening ceremony was the center of attention, drawing immense importance from the Great Xia government and intense coverage from countless overseas media outlets. Amidst this fervor, a procession of nearly 6,000 students arrived in full force beneath the floating island, brimming with anticipation to formally become students of Cultivation University. Then they froze in shock. Before them stretched the same endless sky ladder, its summit lost to the horizon. We're not actually supposed to climb that stairway, are we? No way. Climbing that would kill us. Could this be the first trial on our path to cultivation? At that, Wang Hui suddenly perked up, raising his arms high in the crowd and shouting, "Everyone, follow my lead. I'm the first one to climb this ladder. I've got experience with this." The crowd's gaze quickly turned toward Wang Hui. Some recognized him and shouted excitedly, Yeah, I saw you on my phone. But seriously, how long is this stairway anyway?" A confident smile spread across Wang Hui's face, easing the crowd's nerves. Perhaps the ladder only appeared long with their cultivation levels, ascending it should be quite manageable. "I don't know exactly how long it takes, but we've all mastered the basics of the qi cultivation technique, so reaching the summit is absolutely achievable. I only took 2 days and 1 night to reach the top back then. And after returning, it was merely due to exhaustion that I rested in bed for a week, nothing to worry about at all." With that, Wang Hui stepped forward and began ascending the celestial ladder. A mere ladder? Not worth mentioning. This guy really intends to spend another 2 days climbing the ladder again. Besides the students, journalists from Great Xia and around the world were present. Upon witnessing this, they immediately fled beyond the magnetic field's range and relayed the situation to the outside world. In an instant, people around the world were laughing their heads off. Ha, they're suffering a bit too much, aren't they? I heard several others who had also perfected the Yang Qi decision nearly threw up blood when they climbed this ladder. I can vouch for the post above. I'm also a master of the Yang Qi decision. Climbing that ladder nearly killed me from exhaustion. Hey, if you mastered the Yang Qi decision, why weren't you accepted into the Cultivation University? Did you forget about the age limit? I was actually bummed about not getting into Cultivation University, but seeing these students have to climb the celestial ladder makes me feel way better about it. Domestic reactions mostly took a joking tone, but foreign media coverage was entirely different. Is this the Great Xia's Academy of the Supernatural? They sure know how to torment freshmen. An old tradition in Great Xia designed to crush these freshmen's confidence for easier control. Poor kids. I bet this is hands down the worst orientation ceremony ever. While the entire world buzzed with heated discussions about this incident, Wang Hui had already walked a considerable distance. As he walked, he waved toward the hesitant crowd of students lingering at the mountain's base. "Everyone wants to get enrolled quickly, right? Then hurry up and keep pace with me." Bathed in sunlight, he radiated such confidence, a true picture of a bright, cheerful young man. In truth, he was genuinely confident. Having devoured countless cultivation novels, he knew this trope inside out. This stairway undoubtedly symbolized the first major hurdle on the path to cultivation. If one lacked the courage to overcome even this initial challenge, what was the point of pursuing immortality at all? With this thought, he climbed with renewed vigor, almost seeing Luan clap him on the shoulder and say, "You're the most outstanding among the first batch of students at Cultivation University." This thought spurred him onward with renewed vigor. As the other students watched Wang Hui's retreating figure, they exchanged hesitant glances. It wasn't that they found the heavenly ladder too arduous to climb and were simply too lazy to ascend. The main reason was that the official notice clearly stated they must arrive at Cultivation University today to register. How could they possibly make it there today by just scrambling up like this? Forget it. We can't just stand here staring into space forever. Let's climb first and worry about the rest later. At last, the crowd began to stir. Everyone prepared to battle the celestial ladder, their youthful fervor ignited in that very moment. But just then, a loud voice boomed down from the sky. Sorry, everyone. Something came up, so I'm running late. Everyone was drawn by the voice, lifting their heads to gaze skyward. What they saw left them utterly stunned. There, Luan was piloting a chariot descending from the heavens. No, not an ordinary chariot, but a colossal one drawn by 9 black dragons. The 9 black dragons twisted and contorted through the sky, their piercing screams shaking the heavens. The surrounding space itself seemed warped by their immense presence, making Luan, seated atop them, appear utterly majestic. Only after Luan landed the chariot did the crowd get a clear look. What kind of carriage was this? It was an immense, otherworldly train radiating divine energy. Seeing the looks of awe mixed with admiration in his classmates' eyes, Luan felt that all his efforts had been worth it. After all, he had paid a heavy price to get these 9 unruly black dragons to cooperate. Considerable sacrifices, he'd studied numerous methods of beast control, sought guidance from Latinia, and scoured the Cultivation University campus for delicacies to feed these 9 creatures. He gave the 9 black dragons a supremely cool pat on the head. Behave yourselves, all of you. Don't scare my students. With that, he waved directly at the crowd. Students, board the vehicle. The principal will take you directly to Cultivation University. The words barely left his mouth before the scene erupted in deafening cheers. The principal truly lives up to his title. He's incredible. To think he can even tame the legendary dragons. I'd only heard of 1 dragon service before, but never imagined I'd get to experience 9 dragon service in my lifetime. Long live the principal. The principal is mighty. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Wang Hui, who had already climbed a considerable distance, was dumbfounded. Watching his classmates below methodically queue up to board the enormous carriage pulled by the 9 dragons, his expression shifted repeatedly. After nearly everyone had boarded, he began sprinting down the slope. But before he could take a few steps, the massive carriage pulled by 9 black dragons took flight. I didn't get on. I didn't get on yet. Principal, wait for me. Principal, how am I supposed to live without you? Watching the chariot grow ever more distant, Wang Hui slumped helplessly onto the steps, overcome with sorrow. Just as expected, novels are all lies. Wah! Just as he prepared to stand and resume climbing the seemingly endless stairway, a gust of air enveloped him, pulling him directly onto the carriage. Rest assured, Principal Luan would never abandon any student. Chapter 54, The Dominant Birth. After news spread that Luan had commanded 9 black dragons to transport all the students to Cultivation University, those who had mocked him before were left speechless. Online discourse underwent a complete reversal. The once mocking chatter transformed into a sea of envy. Many who had perfected the chi cultivation technique but were barred from enrollment due to age restrictions flooded social media with posts showcasing their cultivation levels. If only I were 2 years younger, I'd absolutely pursue studies at that paradise like Daxia University. The international internet was abuzz, but rather than envying the students, most focused on nitpicking Luan's ability to command 9 black dragons. Silly questions like, black dragons don't have wings, so how can they fly? After much ado, all the students finally arrived at the Cultivation University. Standing beneath a platform at the entrance, they gazed excitedly at Luan on the stage. Luan nodded, then beckoned Zulon, Litinio, Xiena, and even the usually taciturn Black Jade Star Lord who had barely exchanged 2 words with Luan to join him on stage. Just as he was about to announce the students' successful enrollment and submit the system task for a happy ending, Heizi, transformed into a little dragon, suddenly appeared beside him, flailing wildly. Hey Z, go away. I'm busy. Don't bother me. Luan remained as clueless as ever about what these spirit beasts were trying to convey. At that moment, Litinia chimed in from the side. Spirit beasts like black dragons are usually incredibly proud. They might not even acknowledge you if you approach them. This kind of behavior must mean something urgent. Think, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Luan blinked, then scanned his surroundings. The students were here, he was here, it was just an opening ceremony. What could he possibly have forgotten? Just as he was about to voice his confusion to Litinio, he saw Heizi start pawing at Litinio again. This time, even Litinio, the seasoned beast tamer, was baffled. He furrowed his brow and scanned the crowd, looking for Chu Mengyuan to translate. But what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Where's my apprentice? Where's my apprentice? He demanded, turning to Luan. Where did you take my apprentice? Your apprentice? Luan paused only briefly before recalling Chu Mengyuan, whose constitution was exceptionally suited for beast taming. He immediately scanned the crowd as well. Right, where was that girl named Chu Mengyuan? Where had she gone? Noticing the commotion, Zhu Long inquired. This is essentially a founding ceremony for a sect. As the university president, shouldn't you be announcing the opening of classes instead of standing there? After all, he was still an ancient man, a former emperor, no less, and he placed immense importance on ceremonial propriety. Moreover, today was the auspicious date he had personally chosen. He certainly didn't want Luan to miss it over some trivial matter. One student is still absent. Let's pause the opening ceremony. I'll go find that student. It's just one student. If they're not here, they clearly don't want to come. Since they have no karmic connection with the immortal gate, why force it? Let them be. Absolutely not. I cannot abandon a single student, not one. At that moment, Xianhe approached as well. But instead of asking why the ceremony hadn't started, he pointed toward Wan Qing's direction. From afar, I could tell that girl possessed the heart of a Dan Dao cultivator. If possible, might I take that young lady as my disciple? That sly old fox spoke while slipping a pill encased in a fancy box into Luan's pocket, clearly trying to bribe him. No. Don't bring that cultivation world nonsense here. In this place, students choose to study entirely of their own free will. Though I do see she has aptitude for alchemy, but this is a one-time exception. Luan had barely stowed the pill away when he saw the Obsidian Star Lord approach him carrying a large, pitch-black object. He pointed it directly at Wang Hui. This is abyssal mystic iron. I want it. One time only. After stowing the pills and mystical iron in his storage space, Luan seemed to suddenly realize something. He addressed the three elders. I'm off to find my student. You lot hold down the fort here. With that, he swayed slightly and vanished from the spot, leaving the four elders behind. They stared at the dense crowd of young people from the new era before them, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after these days, Xu Mengyuan had been transported to the land of cherry blossoms through official channels, in broad daylight. Compared to before, the clarity in Xu Mengyuan's eyes had vanished, replaced by a dull gray. The lively innocence of a pure young girl had faded from her face, leaving only an endless sense of desolation. Upon arriving in Sakura country, she received an unimaginably warm welcome, even attended by numerous high-ranking officials. Even when presented with a state banquet-level feast, she couldn't muster any enthusiasm, her entire being manipulated like a marionette. After sleeping through the night like this, she sat blankly in the most luxurious hotel room in Sakura country until her mother came to her side. Alright, a prominent figure in Sakura Nation has something he wishes to discuss with you. Come with me. Xu Mengyuan seemed like a different person. Facing her mother's command, no resistance stirred within her. Without uttering a single word, she stood up and followed her mother out of the room. The moment they stepped outside, she saw ninjas and samurai of Sakura country densely packed on both sides of the street, seemingly placing immense importance on her safety. Was she truly that important to Sakura country? The thought barely formed before a mysterious force within her suppressed it, leaving her even more numb. Following her mother's footsteps, she approached a portly middle-aged man. This man was none other than the figure who had appeared at the ruins that day. His name was Gofu Inu, a powerful elder of the Sakura Nations Council, holding immense authority. The instant he saw Xu Mengyuan, Inu Musum Gofu's plump face broke into a broad smile, and he addressed her directly in the Great Xiao language. Miss Xu Mengyuan, on behalf of all the people of Sakura Nation, I welcome you to our land. Xu Mengyuan showed no reaction, suppressing even the disgust welling up inside her. Clearly, Gofu wasn't one to dwell on such matters either. He promptly arranged for a luxury vehicle to transport both Xu Mengyuan and her mother to the ruins they had visited earlier. After traversing a long corridor, they entered a room filled with all manner of bizarre statues. These statues were bizarre and grotesque, black cats with wicked grins, serpentine creatures with sinuous forms, even nine-tailed foxes. Not a single one resembled a human. Even those vaguely humanoid had either absurdly oversized heads or multiple arms and legs, none were normal. At that moment, the light in Wan Qing's eyes finally flickered back to life, revealing a faint trace of fear and panic. Before she could react, her mother slowly approached and knelt before her. Fixing her gaze directly on Wan Qing's eyes, her voice was utterly cold, as if she were a different person. Don't be afraid. Try to communicate with the power within you. Awaken these long-slumbering entities. Communicate with the power within me? In her panic, Wan Qing instinctively summoned her spiritual energy and activated her spiritual eyes, gazing at the statues. But the sight made her scream in horror. For everywhere she looked, the air was thick with the souls of the brutally slain. They swarmed densely, their resentment overwhelming. Among them were those from the land of cherry blossoms who had died to worship the demonic tribes, soldiers who perished in its wars, and civilians from other nations cruelly murdered. Since the demon clan required absorbing these spirits' power during their physical slumber, the souls were forcibly bound here, condemned to eternal torment. They could only express their agony through endless, wailing cries. Chapter 55, The Demon Clan's Great Revival. Witnessing this scene, Xu Mengyuan snapped completely out of her dazed state. While frantically scanning her surroundings in terror, she turned to her mother and demanded, "Where exactly is this place? What do you want from me?" But the moment the words left her lips, she froze in shock once more. Her mother's form began to twist and contort like seaweed in the ocean, twisting and turning wildly. The crimson in her eyes grew more intense, and her voice became increasingly unfamiliar as if she were a completely different person. Chu Mengyuan, be obedient. Quickly awaken the creature slumbering within the statue. Once this is done, you shall become the exalted holy maiden of the demon clan. Mother will then share in your glory. Be obedient. The voice was eerie, and once it entered Chu Mengyuan's ears, it echoed relentlessly in her mind, repeating over and over. If I awaken those terrifying monsters, Mother, will you finally be able to relax completely? That's right. Mother believes you're a dutiful child. Now listen to me and awaken those beings. Unconsciously, a crimson hue began to tint Chu Mengyuan's eyes. She placed her small hand upon the first statue and, following an almost instinctive urge, began to awaken it. It was a statue of a monster with a human face and serpentine body. The human-like face, in particular, was unsettling, with an extremely long tongue protruding from its mouth, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. As Chu Mengyuan channeled her spiritual energy into the statue, a flood of information suddenly filled her mind, fragments of the monster's memories. The memories were chaotic, filled almost entirely with endless slaughter, carried out in every conceivable manner. Such as turning people into delicacies to feast upon, finding amusement in human suffering, forcing innocent parents to choose one of their own children, then devouring that child right before their eyes. As these flashes of memory surged through her, agony contorted Chu Mengyuan's face. She struggled desperately to stop the influx, but her mother's hand clamped down on hers. You're a good child. You must obey. No. Think of all the sacrifices your mother has made for you. Can't you even manage this small task? The same tactic worked again, plunging Chu Mengyuan back into a haze as she began repeating the same actions over and over. Witnessing this, a new emotion flared in Chu Mengyuan's mother's blood-red eyes, a murderous intent so overwhelming it threatened to consume everything. Once all the demonic tribe's physical bodies were awakened, they would storm into the Great Xia Empire. They would crush the fledgling cultivation civilization in its cradle before it could fully develop. Indeed, Chu Mengyuan's mother was no longer her mother. Days ago, the Serpent Lord, whom the dog woman had been fawning over, had begun influencing her mother, completely brainwashing her. As time passed, the Serpent Lord gained complete control over her mother's mind. Now, as the physical body neared full awakening, the Serpent Lord's power grew ever stronger, nearly achieving complete possession. Just as the Serpent Lord felt immense excitement about the imminent realization of the Demon Clan's revival, Luan had already arrived in the land of cherry blossoms. Luan's gaze was heavy, his teeth clenched so hard they ground audibly. Anger had long since been replaced by a cold, unyielding resolve, a resolve now entirely consumed by murderous intent. I never expected someone from the land of cherry blossoms to lay a hand on my student. Well, then, it's best I don't uncover anything. Otherwise, every single person connected to this affair will die. With this resolve, he followed the intelligence gathered to the vicinity of the volcano and unleashed his full divine sense. In this state of nearly full spiritual sense deployment, his eyes began to turn a deep azure blue, like the sky itself, piercing through everything on the ground. Finally, he detected a location where numerous ninjas and samurai gathered, emanating an aura he couldn't quite define yet, one that stirred an instinctive revulsion within him. Without hesitation, he teleported at near light speed to the warrior with the strongest aura and presented Chu Mengyuan's photograph. Have you seen her? The warrior was stunned. One moment there was nothing before him, and the next, a stranger appeared out of thin air, brandishing a photograph of Chu Mengyuan, a figure of immense importance to them and demanding answers. Though he couldn't understand a word Luan was saying, he sensed trouble brewing. His hand shot to the blade at his waist, ready to draw. But before he could make his next move, his gaze shot upward toward the sky, then plummeted downward. In that split second, Luan had acted. With just a slight use of his spiritual energy, a wind blade sliced cleanly through the man's head. He never expected to extract any information from the man's mouth. His sole purpose was to observe the subtle shift in the man's eyes upon seeing Chu Mengyuan's photo, a shift that would reveal whether Chu Mengyuan was present here. After the killing, he instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. In an instant, a pattern resembling an array though far cruder appeared beneath his feet. Power surged through the pattern, coursing through his body as if attempting to bind him. Simultaneously, all the ninjas and samurai in the vicinity crept toward him. The distant roar of military helicopters confirmed they were preparing to concentrate their fire on him. Naive. Luan murmured the word before stomping his foot against the ground. Instantly, the earth began to violently shake. One after another, earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing every warrior and ninja from bottom to top. They had no chance to resist, departing from this world without understanding why. Far away, the helicopter pilot's eyes widened at the sight. Realizing what had happened, he immediately unleashed all the weapons on the helicopter, opening fire on Luan. After a barrage of machine gun fire and artillery shells, Luan's position was reduced to a vast cloud of dust, completely obscuring the area. Nothing could be seen. Without hesitation, the pilot activated the life detection system to scan the area. Upon confirming no survivors remained, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to report the incident to his superiors, he turned his head and saw Luan's expressionless face. Ah! The blood-curdling scream echoed as the helicopter plummeted. Before it crashed, Luan had swiftly located the entrance to the ruins and entered. Snake Lord seemed to sense the commotion outside. He glanced in one direction and saw Luan walking in, a flying sword in hand, his aura radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon seeing him, the Serpent Lord spoke in a detached tone. "Release Chu Mengyuan, and I'll let you die painlessly." Far from showing any fear at Luan's appearance, the Serpent Lord wore a smile. "A golden core cultivator? The revival of the cultivation civilization is progressing far faster than I imagined. But, you're too late." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the statue with its human face and serpentine body began to shatter. A pair of eyes on the statue slowly shifted, then fixed their gaze directly on Luan, emanating an aura so powerful it could make heaven and earth change color. Chapter 56, Luan captured. The transformation occurred so swiftly that Luan had no time to react before witnessing Chu Mengyuan's mother's eyes rolled back. The next instant, she collapsed face first onto the ground. Almost simultaneously, a lightning-fast black shadow burst from her body and vanished into the statue. Luan was utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? Though he couldn't grasp the situation, the aura erupting from the statue made it clear this place was no longer safe. He immediately tried to lead Chu Mengyuan away. But it was too late. "Damned cultivator. You think you can escape my grasp?" As the words left his mouth, the entire world seemed to be drenched in a crimson hue. An overwhelming aura surged once more from all directions, bearing down upon them. Unlike the previous outburst, which had radiated outward without a clear target, this pressure bore down on Luan with devastating force. This time, however, the immense aura had a singular, precise target, Luan himself. In that instant, Luan felt dizzy and disoriented. His internal organs churned violently, his heart felt like it might burst at any moment, and a wave of nausea surged up, impossible to suppress. Battling the intense physical discomfort, he turned his gaze toward the statue. It could no longer be called a statue. The stone had shattered completely, revealing a monstrous, serpentine figure with a human face. It had taken on a flesh-like quality, becoming a veritable living entity. Judging by its aura, Luan surmised that this entity before him likely hailed from the previous era, much like Zhu Long and the others. And unlike those 12 knights, it was likely a super-powered being from that bygone era. With that realization, Luan clenched his teeth and demanded, "What exactly are you? What am I?" The Serpent Lord repeated Luan's question. Memories from the past began surfacing in its mind. Fear flickered in its eyes, followed by rage, unquenchable fury. "I am the embodiment of hatred for cultivators. All cultivators deserve to die." As the words fell, a cloud of black smoke completely engulfed Luan. The black fog completely blocked Luan's vision, plunging him into utter darkness where he could see nothing. Just as he prepared to search the scripture hall for a suitable spell to escape his predicament, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Forcing his spiritual energy to focus on his eyes to open his spiritual vision, he quickly glanced down at his thigh. But that single glance sent a chill down his spine. Beneath him, the floor was densely packed with writhing venomous snakes. These venomous snakes were clearly no ordinary breed. After biting Luan, they immediately injected their venom into his body. While this venom didn't threaten his life, it subjected him to unbearable agony. Holy! How could one describe Luan's sensation at that moment? It felt like every nerve, every capillary, every single cell in his entire body had been dragged into a nightclub. And now, they were all dancing wildly to the most explosive heavy metal music imaginable. And with every beat, Luan felt an utterly exaggerated, excruciating pain. This relentless cycle left Luan drenched in cold sweat, wishing he were dead. Isn't there a saying in Great Xia? The wise know when to yield. Come on, tell me, where are all the other cultivators in Great Xia who've truly reached the foundation establishment realm besides you? Luan was now certain this guy must be from a previous era. How else could he possibly know about the cultivation stages of cultivators? When subjected to torture, especially excruciating torment, a person's willpower inevitably weakens. Luan was no exception. Every second, he felt certain death was imminent. Upon hearing the Serpent Lord's voice, his instinct was to reveal the Cultivation University after all, for unfathomably powerful elders resided there. He wasn't sure whether this snake-faced monster was stronger than those 4 old men, but either way, they were both stronger than him. But before he could speak, another thought struck him. The Cultivation University wasn't just home to 4 old men, but also thousands of students. If such an unfathomably powerful creature were to go there, who knew how many students would die? The thought made him clench his teeth tightly, refusing to utter another word. Seeing Luan's silence, a teasing expression flickered across the Serpent Lord's human face. Then, tracing a finger along Luan's neck, a soft, feminine voice emerged. "I adore a man of your fierce resolve. But it matters little. Even if you refuse to speak, I have ways to make them offer themselves. What exactly do you want?" Luan summoned every ounce of strength to force out the question. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The Serpent Lord erupted into an eerily unnerving laugh, her laughter becoming almost maniacal as she cackled incessantly. Of course she wanted to laugh. The thought of being sealed away for so long only amplified her hatred toward cultivators. Then, realizing that the cultivation civilization had fallen and the current one was only just beginning, she could finally exact revenge for her imprisonment. Overcome with excitement, she couldn't help but let out a sinister cackle. I'll slaughter every last one of you damned cultivators. Then I'll exterminate the entire population of Great Xia. I'll wipe the cultivation civilization from the face of the earth. Ha 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 ha. You! Upon hearing these words, Luan instinctively began channeling his spiritual energy, determined to muster every ounce of strength to blast this monster to pieces right here. But this action caused the venom injected by the poisonous snakes within him to boil violently. Before he could make any move, his entire body collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading into darkness. Not far away, Xu Mengyuan had already approached the next statue, repeating the actions she had performed before. She seemed to have completely lost all perception of her surroundings, driven only by the urge to awaken the monsters hidden within the statues. 1, 2, 3, 4. It must be said, her constitution was truly formidable. In less than a morning, a large section of the room, once filled with statues, was now devoid of them. Correspondingly, the room was now filled with numerous bizarre-looking monsters, all descendants of the demonic tribes from the previous era. A crimson fox with 9 tails slowly emerged from the crowd of demons. As it walked, it transitioned from crawling to upright posture, eventually shedding its fur to reveal an ancient, peerless beauty. She gently smoothed her flowing robes, her eyes and brows practically radiating hearts as she murmured softly to herself. What are you waiting for? Hurry to Great Xia and find those damned cultivators. I can't wait to charm them to death, ha ha ha. You think you can find those cultivators in Great Xia now? I always thought you were just a Thai fox, but it turns out you're also a dumb fox. What did you say? You stinking maggot who can only wriggle around. Just as Lord Snake and the 9-tailed fox were about to come to blows, a burly man with a bull's head stepped forward and pulled the two demons apart. Perhaps we should hear what the Great Serpent has planned. After all, she's always been our liaison with the outside world. Hearing this, the 9-tailed fox finally turned her head away, no longer bothering with the Serpent Lord. Lord Snake, meanwhile, extended his long tongue and flashed a wicked grin. The plan is simple. Today, with the opening of the Cultivation University, the attention of nearly every major media outlet worldwide was focused on Great Xia. Yet, just as everyone speculated on the progress of the university's opening ceremony, news arrived from Sakura Nation. President Luan of Cultivation University, who attempted to steal Sakura Nation's sacred relic, has been detained by Sakura Nation's authorities and sentenced to death. The execution is scheduled to begin in 2 hours. In that instant, the entire world erupted. Chapter 57, Something's Fishy. After Sakura Nation released this news, the internet was instantly flooded with skepticism. No one could believe that Luan, the same man who had just commanded 9 black dragons and performed a majestic birth, would suddenly travel to Sakura Nation, let alone attempt to steal its treasures. Luan was the president of the Cultivation University. With the backing of the Great Xia government, how could he covet the treasures of a mere island nation like Sakura country? Though many remained skeptical, Luan's continued absence prompted numerous media outlets to turn their attention to Sakura Nation. What they discovered left them stunned. Sakura Nation bore no resemblance to a world of mortals. It was clearly midday, yet the entire land was bathed in a blood-red glow, an eerie sight beyond description. Moreover, upon learning of the media influx, the Sakura Nation authorities dropped a bombshell. They released Luan already tortured beyond recognition and bound to a pillar for public display. Luan had been tortured until he vomited blood, not a figure of speech, but literal blood. Under the eerie crimson glow enveloping the land, the blood at the corners of Luan's mouth appeared even more vividly red, and the wounds covering his body were even more horrifying. Yet, amidst his dejected expression, a faint yet unmistakable resolve shone through. Upon seeing Luan in this state, online discourse finally erupted. Foreign netizens seemed to have found the key to turning the tide online. One by one, they transformed into Sherlock Holmes, dissecting the entire incident. Now I finally understand why the president of that Cultivation University in Great Xia made such a high-profile welcome for the new students. Turns out he was going to Japan to steal something and establish an alibi there. Exactly. That's what I thought too. Otherwise, shouldn't the president of a Cultivation University be swamped with work on opening day? How could he possibly make time to personally welcome students? Ha ha ha, I see the Sakura Nation officials weren't lying. Xia has been thieves since ancient times. All that culture was stolen. Hey, upstairs, may I ask which country you're from? Korean, why? What do you mean, the thief cries thief? Meanwhile, the domestic situation was far from optimistic. While no sane person would believe that Luan stole treasures from Sakura country, many still insist that a small nation like Sakura country wouldn't detain someone of Luan's stature without cause. He must have done something wrong. Some even speculated wildly, could it be that Luan was attempting to retrieve artifacts rightfully belonging to the Great Xia Empire from Sakura Nation, leading to his arrest? As for the authorities, the elders were all frantic with worry. They knew all too well just how crucial Luan was to the regime at this moment. It was no exaggeration to say that if Luan were killed by Sakura Nation now, the Great Xia Empire would inevitably return to its previous state of extreme peril. Elder Fawn, in particular, grew utterly frantic after repeatedly failing to contact Luan. With no other choice, the Great Xia government began attempting negotiations with the Sakura Nation's officials. The meeting took place in the same conference room within the Blue Star Alliance building. However, the usual regulars, the representatives from the Lighthouse Nation, were absent. Only two parties were present, the representatives of the Great Xia and those of Sakura Nation. Release the hostages. The Great Xia representative wasted no words. There was little to discuss with a nation like Sakura country anyway, so he cut straight to the point. Yet, the Sakura Nation representative, who had always been meek and submissive since the dawn of the extraordinary era, now displayed an unexpected firmness. He violated Sakura Nation's laws. Both reason and justice demand the death penalty. We expect your nation's representative to respect our legal system. Law? Setting aside the fact you haven't produced evidence that Luan stole the treasures, let's just say that securing a death sentence in your Sakura Nation is harder than climbing to the heavens. Even if Principal Luan did steal, it wouldn't warrant immediate execution, would it? Poof. The Sakura Nation representative seemed to have anticipated the Great Xia representative's response, immediately producing a videotape. In this footage, Luan effortlessly dispatched dozens of ninjas and samurai with a mere flick of his wrist. The sheer brutality of his methods would make anyone watching involuntarily wince. This is Luan, the principal of your Great Xia's Supernatural Academy. To steal that artifact, he slaughtered every supernatural guardian protecting Sakura Nation. Are you certain this is Luan? Absolutely certain. If you doubt it, I can give you the footage. Have your experts authenticate it. The Great Xia representative hesitated briefly before taking the footage away and submitting it to experts for verification. Upon confirming the footage was genuine and the man in it was indeed Luan, his face drained of color. After reporting the incident to the Council of Elders, they issued a directive. At any cost, Sakura Nation must hand over Luan. Thus, the Xia representative, who had been seething with rage moments before, suppressed his fury and began presenting various demands to Sakura Nation. Yet the Sakura Nation representative sat across from him, legs crossed, merely shaking his head repeatedly at every proposal. We refuse. We will not accept it. Today, Luan and the entire world must learn the consequences of violating Sakura Nation's laws. Such unyielding resolve instantly ignited the Great Xia representative's fury. Do you truly understand the consequences of your actions? Are you not afraid of the Great Xia's wrath? The wrath of the Great Xia? In the past, Sakura Nation would have been terrified. After all, an army armed with modern technology, while somewhat ineffective against secret beasts, was utterly devastating against other forces, especially a small island nation like Sakura country. But now. Sorry, I've never actually witnessed the wrath of the Great Xia. Could you hurry up and show me what it looks like? That smug expression, that mocking tone, it was enough to send any Great Xia citizen's blood pressure skyrocketing. Yet the Great Xia representative could do nothing but remain silent. As time ticked away, the moment of Luan's execution drew nearer. The nine-tailed fox, disguised as a human, approached Luan and fluttered her eyelashes at him. This look, it does have a certain scholarly charm. It's making this sister's heart flutter, ha ha ha. Get lost. Luan's response was a single, curt word. He simply didn't have the strength to say more. Don't be like that, little brother. Just tell me where the other cultivators of Daxia are, and I'll keep you company all night long. How about it? Luan had no interest in engaging with this fox. His gaze remained fixed on the direction of Great Xia. It had been so long. Zulong and the others should have sensed something by now, right? Why hadn't they arrived yet? Could it be that even Zulong and the others were intimidated by those monstrous things? At that moment, within the floating island Cultivation University, Zulong stood before thousands of freshmen, his expression one of utter helplessness. All because he'd accidentally slipped up with a single word, revealing his identity. Now he was swamped like a celebrity spotted by fans while out shopping, completely surrounded. Every student bombarded him with questions about those long-forgotten events, leaving him utterly speechless. He couldn't understand why anyone would still be interested in events from so many years ago, especially when the world had changed so drastically since then. If only Luan were here. He could hand this crowd over to Luan and let him answer for him. Speaking of Luan, wasn't he just out looking for someone? Why hadn't he returned yet? The thought made him instinctively twitch his fingers, beginning to search for something with his powerful divine sense. But the moment he closed his eyes, he snapped them back open, wide with shock. Demonic energy. Chapter 58, Saving Luan. Though he sensed the demonic aura, Zulong showed no reaction. After all, those demons were nothing more than insignificant pests in his eyes, minor creatures he could wipe out with a mere flick of his wrist, incapable of posing any significant threat. His sole concern now was where Luan had gone. Seeing that Luan still hadn't returned, the auspicious time he had carefully chosen for him was slipping away. So he addressed the immortal crane directly. Hold your ground. I'll go find Luan. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. To the ancestral dragon, it was inconceivable that Luan's disappearance could be linked to those minor demons he regarded as insignificant. Yet when he released his divine sense and searched carefully, a look of puzzlement appeared on his face. With a casual flick of his wrist, he plucked a shimmering spirit talisman from the void. Upon activating the talisman, Luan's voice echoed in his mind. My life is in peril. Rescue me at once. The message was brief, yet brimming with urgency. That kid has at least reached the Golden Core realm. Who in our homeland could possibly threaten him now? Though doubts lingered, he employed his divination techniques, using the communication talisman Luan had left him to trace the young man's location. After a series of calculations, he turned his gaze toward the location of Sakura Nation and unleashed his divine perception technique. With his Huatian stage cultivation, it took only moments to perceive all information within the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Without the slightest effort, he witnessed Luan's current pitiful state. For the truth was utterly absurd. A few minor demons, colluding for reasons unknown, had dared to kidnap Luan, a figure he regarded as the chosen one of heaven. Moreover, in his eyes, the Cultivation University was a cultivation sect. As the university's principal and his teacher, wasn't Luan essentially his sect master? Now a bunch of lowly demons had snatched away his sect master and tortured him into that state. How was this any different from standing before him and delivering a resounding slap across his face? The thought made him grind his teeth in fury, his hair standing on end with rage. A bunch of arrogant little demons. After uttering these words in a low voice, he fixed his gaze directly toward the direction of Sakura country. Today, he would unleash a bloodbath. Meanwhile, the international community was in an uproar over Luan's situation. Rumors of the Great Xia Empire's impending collapse, long since dormant, suddenly reignited and resurfaced across the internet. Naturally, Fang Yan of the Three Kingdoms caught wind of this news. His eyes instantly lit up, and the grin spreading across his lips revealed his utter excitement. Ha! Ha ha ha! Luan! It absolutely has to be Luan. I'd recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha! So this is your day? Now you know who's going to regret it, huh? No sooner had he uttered these words than a soldier gave him a shove forward. Hurry up and go. Security's lax right now. This is your only chance to return to Great Xia. Miss it, and you'll never get back. Indeed, after everything that had transpired, Fang Yan had finally made the right decision, to do whatever it took to bring his family back to the Great Xia. His purpose in leaving was to sneak back to Daxia and find a way to transfer his nationality. But upon seeing Luan's message, he flicked the soldier's hand away and puffed out his chest with smug satisfaction. Return to Daxia? What would I do back in that country? I'm a proud citizen of Asango this lifetime and the next. I absolutely refuse to go back. With that, he ignored the bewildered expression on the soldier's face and returned to his own small house, cold in winter and hot in summer. He couldn't wait to share Luan's current situation with his family, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Once Luan is finished, the Cultivation University is finished too. Everything Great Xia invested in that place will be utterly wasted. Then, with another wave of secret beast invasions, Great Xia will surely fall. Ha 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 ha. The Great Xia government hadn't abandoned negotiations with Sakura Nation either. Yet the Sakura Nation representatives showed no sign of yielding from start to finish, repeating one phrase over and over. Even if your Great Xia Empire were to cede all governmental authority to Sakura Nation, Luan cannot be released. Sakura Nation's laws are sacred and inviolable. This stance instantly pushed a large number of frustrated young people in Daxia over the edge. They began scrambling online to snap up plane tickets and ferry tickets bound for Sakura Nation. Let's team up to save Principal Luan. Count me in. Damn it, these little bastards are pushing their luck. We'll show them what the Great Xia Empire is made of. What they didn't know was that the Great Xia government had already dispatched personnel to the land of cherry blossoms. The Great Xia government placed immense importance on Luan, dispatching over a dozen teams each comprising 3 extraordinary individuals. Their sole mission was clear: rescue Luan at any cost. Even if it meant completely severing ties with Sakura Nation. Yet despite this, only one team of extraordinary individuals ultimately succeeded in reaching Luan. Seeing Luan bound to a pillar, his consciousness already fading, all 3 clenched their fists. One of them turned to a man wearing sunglasses and asked, "Captain, there are at least 15 A-rank warriors surrounding us, and who knows how many high-level ninjas lurking in the shadows. Rescuing Luan under these circumstances is practically impossible." So what if it's impossible? We've climbed the celestial ladder at the Cultivation University before, can't we do the same here? The captain's gaze was unwavering as he issued a direct order to the other 2. I'll distract them shortly. You 2 must take Luan away at all costs. Understood? But Captain, what about you? If rescuing Luan means saving the entire Great Xia, then I'll die without regret. Captain. Enough. Though I am but a commoner, I would gladly sacrifice my life for my country. Captain. Didn't I tell you to stop talking? The captain gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, tears glistening in his eyes as if he had already prepared himself for death. No, Captain, I mean let's get started quickly. We don't have much time left. The longer we delay, the worse it gets. Captain. This captain had once studied abroad in a nation called Xiongshigua, mastering the extraordinary ability to transform himself into a ferocious beast, unleashing immense power. Seizing his chance, he unleashed his extraordinary ability in a single bound. He lunged forward, knocking a warrior to the ground and sinking his teeth into him. The warrior, who had been lively and energetic just moments ago, was instantly transformed into a bloody mess, undoubtedly beyond saving. Seeing this, the surrounding warriors began converging on him, only to be knocked down one by one and torn apart. Just as he turned his head to see if the remaining two in the group were moving, a voice full of enchantment appeared at his ear. "Are you looking for these two little ones?" He whipped his head around to see his teammate, who had been speaking with him moments before, now impaled through the chest. Like a skewered meat skewer, the man was held aloft by a humanoid serpent creature. Chapter 59, The Ancestral Dragon Strikes. In that instant, the captain froze. The immense power disparity left his mind unable to formulate any effective strategy in the brief instant. He could only stare blankly at the opponent and the two teammates who had been with him, now dangling helplessly in the creature's grasp. Seeing his expression, the serpent lord visibly grew disappointed. He gave the human skewers a shake, his eyes gradually narrowing into slits. The next second, the two who should have been dead opened their eyes, their faces contorted with terror. They turned to their captain and began wailing. "Captain, it hurts so much. Can you save me? Captain, I've never had a girlfriend. I don't want to die yet." Hearing these desperate whimpers, the captain's hollow eyes fluttered, followed by his entire body beginning to tremble. Within moments, the aura emanating from him amplified more than threefold. "Release them." The captain's voice was quiet, his tone utterly calm. Yet somehow, within those four simple words, one could sense the overwhelming pressure only a lion could command. Witnessing this, Snake Lord visibly perked up. His serpentine eyes gleamed with excitement, and the smile spreading across his face grew increasingly unsettling. That aura, it truly is the art of illusory demons. In his excitement, Lord Snake bared a mouthful of terrifying fangs and beckoned to the captain with a flick of his finger. "Come here, little kitty." By now, the captain's fur stood completely on end. His eyes bore no resemblance to human eyes, radiating the fierce intensity unique to felines on the hunt. Seeing Snake Lord beckoning with a provocative expression, he felt like a deliciously spicy snack being taunted before him. Who could resist that? Especially since he'd lost all sense of reason. He lunged straight at the Snake Lord. But the instant his claws were about to strike, the Snake Lord vanished like a phantom before his eyes. In their place were the two teammates the Snake Lord had seized. It all happened far too quickly for the captain to react. His claws slammed down on his two teammates. The two already gravely wounded teammates, defenseless against his blow, had their flesh sliced open instantly. They shattered before his eyes. If everything that had happened before had merely been a shock to him, this scene shattered him completely. His mind went completely blank for a moment. After a long while, he slowly looked down at his blood-soaked hands, and a thought formed, echoing relentlessly within him. I killed my own two teammates with my bare hands. Just as he began questioning his existence, Orochi appeared beside him, adding fuel to the fire. I told you so. Young people these days are far too hot-headed and impatient. See? You've made a mistake now. The voice was dripping with sarcasm, each word deliberately provoking the captain to his emotional breaking point. No way, no way. Someone actually stupid enough to accidentally kill their own teammate? And kill them for real? If I were you, I'd end it all right now. What's the point of living? To kill more teammates? The Serpent Lord's sorcery was masterfully manipulative, evident in how it had controlled Chu-Mu. Now, with the captain accidentally killing a teammate, compounded by the Snake Lord's spells and barrage of taunts, the captain's emotions finally reached the brink of collapse. Stop it. Just stop it. Oh, but I will say it. Ha ha ha. The moment the words left his mouth, the captain's aura erupted into chaos. Veins twisted and bulged across his body as vast quantities of supernatural energy surged through his veins at breakneck speed, causing his entire frame to swell to twice its size. You're asking for death. The captain, utterly devoid of reason, lunged at Lord Snake with a punch. However, Snake Lord showed no intention of fighting back. He merely dodged the captain's attacks while continuing his verbal assault. Not far away, Luan was drawn by the chaotic aura. With great effort, he lifted his head to witness the scene unfolding before him. Though his severe injuries made channeling his spiritual energy nearly impossible, he could still project a faint thread of divine sense. Through his divine sense, he distinctly perceived an abnormal energy entity gradually awakening within the captain's body, one strikingly similar to the powers residing within those monsters. Combining this with the Snake Lord's peculiar behavior, Luan had a terrible premonition. He immediately sent a telepathic warning. That snake man has no good intentions. You'd better not fall for his trap. But this warning came far too late. After repeated attacks missed their mark, the captain's composure completely shattered. His mental state could only be described as frenzied. If one looked closely, they could even see beastly fur sprouting from his body, and his teeth slowly transforming into those of a ferocious predator. Right then, the timing is perfect. I'll stop playing with you now. Ha ha ha. With that, the serpent lord lunged at the captain, coiling its body tightly around him. Just as the captain felt suffocation closing in, the serpent loosened its grip, granting him a moment to gasp for air. A person on the verge of suffocation instinctively gasps for air when given the chance, and the captain was no exception. What he didn't realize was that as he gasped for air, Lord Snake continuously spewed black smoke toward him, forcing him to inhale the toxic fumes. After about 30 minutes, a spherical object, entirely black and about the size of an egg, formed inside the captain's body. Snake Lord's objective was finally achieved. A cold smile spread across its face as it extended its scaly hand, intending to reach inside the captain and extract the black object. Using someone who's cultivated the illusory demon technique to refine an external, then using that to restore your own power, quite clever, I must say. Of course it is. Don't you know who I am? I am. Faced with the sudden voice, the serpent lord, who had been about to respond with pride, suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his head to look to the side. The moment he turned his head, his eyes began to tremble violently. The smile vanished completely from his face, replaced entirely by utter disbelief. You, who are you? Who else could it be but Zulong? Zulong glanced at Luan in the distance, suppressing his anger and forcing a dry chuckle. Little snake, it seems your memory has grown dim over the years. Have you forgotten even this king? The moment those words touched his ears, a memory slowly surfaced, one that always plunged him into nightmares whenever it resurfaced. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Though it claimed it was impossible, it knew everything. With no intention of fighting, it bolted away in a flash. Watching the serpent's retreating form, Zulong showed no intention of pursuing, merely wearing a look of disdain. For the entire island where Sakura Nation stood was now completely enveloped by his formation. Chapter 60, The True Soul of the Demon Saint. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The serpent lord fled and fled frantically. As a high-ranking serpent demon, it had once taken pride in its kind countless times. But now, that pride had vanished completely, for serpent demons had no legs. If only it had a few more legs, couldn't it run faster? Why wasn't it a four-legged serpent demon? Sometimes it could even disguise itself as a dragon, but that's beside the point. The ancestral dragon showed no intention of pursuing from the start. He simply watched as Lord Snake fled into the distance before flickering instantly to Luan's side. How did you get yourself into this state? Who knew such a monster existed in this world? Luan's heart finally settled as he waited for Zulong to rescue him. But who could have imagined that the moment Zulong placed his hand on Luan, preparing to help him break free, a black light suddenly burst forth from Luan's body, releasing an unsettling aura. Feeling the abnormal power surging within him, Luan's face paled. No! Those monsters placed a seal within me. You must. Luan instinctively urged Zulong to flee, but he clearly underestimated the former emperor's immense power. With a look of disdain, Zulong casually waved his hand. The abnormal energy within Luan dissipated like smoke, and the crisis was averted. Simultaneously, a small red orb appeared in the ancestral dragon's hand. These bastards. After all these years, their methods haven't changed a bit. His decision not to pursue Lord Snake wasn't born of goodwill or mercy. It wasn't fear of divine retribution for slaying a remnant of the old era. Nor was it because he couldn't catch up. It was purely because he understood the demonic race. The phrase cunning and treacherous was the very epitome of their species. Had he pursued the serpent lord, then, while he had a high probability of swiftly slaying it, there was also a chance it would seize an opening. Realizing escape was hopeless, it would turn its fury on Luan. To prevent Lord Serpent from resorting to desperate measures like immediately seeking a one-for-one exchange with Luan, Zulong Shinsher let him escape. After all, he possessed ample means to ensure the serpent lord couldn't escape. He had already utilized the terrain of Sakura Nation to establish an array formation. This formation required no special artifacts as focal points, nor did it demand massive pre-infused spiritual energy. It merely needed to connect with heaven and earth, harnessing natural features like mountains, rivers, and lakes to establish itself. Zulong named it Heaven and Earth Barrier. As Zuluo casually tossed the crimson orb to Luan and began frantically forming hand seals, the entire island nation of Sakura began to violently tremble. In the blink of an eye, numerous famous mountains, rivers, and lakes across Sakura Nation shifted positions to varying degrees. Tourists still in these areas were instantly bewildered. At the summit of Futu Mountain, a young Sakura Nation climber who had successfully reached the top couldn't resist pulling out his phone to capture the breathtaking view. The next second, the entire mountain began shaking violently, sending him tumbling down. He watched helplessly as the mountain, seemingly sprouting wheels, began moving at breakneck speed, occasionally even drifting sideways. The absurd speed left him sprawled on the ground, terror etched across his face. What the hell is going on? Is this a haunted place? When the mountain finally came to a halt, he slowly raised his head, utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. Originally, this mountain had been nestled among many smaller hills. After this massive displacement, it had somehow materialized right in the heart of a city. The vast residential area that had once occupied this space, along with the path the mountain had traversed, lay in utter ruin. Surrounding the devastation, crowds of people scattered in panic, fleeing in terror. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? Similar incidents had occurred countless times across the land of cherry blossoms. Across the entire island nation, the shifting mountains, rivers, and lakes had formed a transparent barrier, trapping everyone including the demonic tribes within its confines. No matter how hard they tried, escape was impossible. Indeed, when Snake Lord reached the borders of Sakura Nation at full speed, he was immediately stunned. For there now stood a transparent barrier at the border, one he couldn't sense at all, completely blocking his path. With its vast knowledge, it instantly recognized this as some sort of formation set by the ancestral dragon. The only way out was to break the formation. Generally, there were only two ways to break an array: either locate the array's focal point and destroy it with a powerful spell, or find a flaw in the formation and force a breach directly. But the problem now was that it couldn't sense the barrier at all, let alone destroy it. As for the array's core, this formation utilized the entire natural terrain of Sakura Nation. Any seemingly insignificant object could potentially be the crucial array core. How was she supposed to destroy it? Level the entire Sakura Nation to the ground? Taking a deep breath to force itself to stay rational, driven by sheer survival instinct, its mind began racing, searching for a solution. Finally, its gaze sharpened. After chasing me this long without catching up, and only setting up this one formation without any other moves, doesn't that mean the once mighty immortal king has fallen from grace? At this thought, its eyes flashed with a bright light. It silently resolved within itself, it must unite all the demon clans and take a gamble. By now, with the help of the ancestral dragon, Luan had nearly fully recovered both his stamina and injuries. He yearned to send Zhu Long immediately into that eerie ruin to rescue Chu Mangyuan, but since Zhu Long was still stabilizing his formation, Luan could only wait. Slowly extending his hand, he held a crimson bean extracted moments ago by Zhu Long from within his body. It was likely connected to the demonic interference within him. Luan strained his entire divine sense to perceive it, yet detected no abnormalities in the red bean. He could only turn to Zhu Long and ask, "What is this thing?" "Those so-called monsters you speak of are actually demons who've cultivated for many years. They likely anticipated someone coming to rescue you, so they placed a curse upon you. This bean is what solidified after the curse was broken. It can be used as material for refining artifacts. Dispose of it as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Luan's face twitched. So this was the thing that nearly killed him. Keeping it on him felt downright unlucky, and he certainly wasn't short on forging materials anyway. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Luan casually crushed the crimson bean between his fingers. The instant it shattered, a massive pillar of crimson light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Zulong was also drawn to the spectacle, turning his gaze toward the commotion. He narrowed his eyes, then spoke in the calmest tone imaginable, uttering the most terrifying words. Truly worthy of being chosen by the Tao. Even a minor action can trigger such a major event. You've released the true soul of the demon saint who nearly destroyed the world in the last era. Ha! Chapter 61, The Cherry Blossom Nation in Human Hell. In the brief moment of their exchange, the crimson pillar of light had already reached the heavens, its fiery radiance now scattering outward. In an instant, the entire sky was completely dyed in a blood-red glow. Combined with the already thick demonic energy permeating the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the entire realm appeared eerily like a living hell from the outside. Witnessing this scene, Luan couldn't help but feel tense. He hurriedly asked Zhu Long. Almost destroyed the world? How powerful must that be? You won't need me to answer that question. You'll understand soon enough. Zulong's words only heightened Luan's anxiety. He couldn't even defeat a demon like Orochi, and now a so-called demon saint had arrived? Wasn't this a death sentence? Before he could react, strange laughter erupted from the ruins. The laughter was truly bizarre, male and female, old and young, even a strange blend of animal and human sounds mingling together. Luan was drawn by the laughter and turned his gaze toward it. What he saw were shadowy figures darting out one after another, morphing into grotesque demonic forms. Under the crimson glow, they headed straight for the city. What's with those things? Why aren't they attacking us? They just ran off. Because they know they're no match for me right now. They need to quickly regain their strength before coming back for us. Ha! What should we do now? Should we take the initiative? No need. The main player hasn't shown up yet. As Zhu Long finished speaking, a flash of snow-white light appeared in Luan's eyes. It was a silver wolf covered in pure white fur, possessing 3 eyes, and radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Yet the wolf wasn't the main player Zhu Long referred to, it was the woman atop its back. She wore a purple robe, her face veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Through the veil, one could clearly see that her eyes were as blood-red as the very heavens themselves. The silver wolf's stride was steady and unhurried as it calmly approached Zhu Long and Luan. Then, the woman spoke slowly. It really has been a long time. Interested in working with me? Before Zhu Long could respond, Luan cut straight to the point. Chu Mengyuan, didn't you know Cultivation University started today? What are you doing on this tiny island? And what do you mean long time no see? It's only been a few days since I sent you that acceptance letter. What kind of partnership are you talking about? Indeed, though the woman before him wore a veil and her voice clearly wasn't Chu Mengyuan's, Luan recognized her by certain physical details. He assumed she was addressing him. But for some reason, this Chu Mengyuan felt a bit different. When Chu Mengyuan heard Luan's words, though his veil hid her expression, Luan could sense her profound exasperation. As the principal, Luan was thoroughly displeased at being treated with such an attitude by his own student. He immediately reached out, intending to pull off Chu Mengyuan's veil. But the moment his hand extended, before it could even touch Chu Mengyuan, a powerful force swept over him, engulfing his entire body. What the hell? Before Luan could even react, explosive energy filled the air around him, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhu Long intervened once more, dispersing all the energy with a wave. He then smiled at Chu Mengyuan. Cooperation? You think you're worthy of partnering with me? I remain the supreme immortal king, unrivaled throughout the ages. And what are you now? A crippled soul that needs to inhabit the body of a novice girl just starting her cultivation to even speak to me? Luan felt the crushing pressure, swallowed hard, glanced at Zhu Long, then at Chu Mengyuan, and finally realized something. Earlier, the ancestral dragon had claimed to have released some demon saint's true soul. Now, he referred to Chu Mengyuan as a fragmentary soul inhabiting another's body. Didn't this mean that the current Chu Mengyuan was no longer herself, but some so-called demon saint? Taking a deep breath, Luan desperately wanted to vent his frustration. Damn it, I just came to Sakura country to retrieve the student who rightfully belongs to me. Why is this getting more and more complicated? Thus, Zhu Long and the so-called demon saint faced off. Meanwhile, the demonic tribes had scattered across every corner of Sakura Nation, slaughtering indiscriminately. They feasted on the life force of its people, rapidly enhancing their power. This was the command issued by the demon saint. Only by doing so would they stand a chance against Zhu Long. But Zhurong, as if some part of his brain had malfunctioned, refused to engage the demon saint or the other demons in combat. Instead, he kept trading verbal jabs with them. Ha 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 ha. So-called immortal kings sounds impressive, but let's be honest, they're nothing but puppets of the Tao. Forgotten puppets at that. Ha 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 ha. You speak well, but if I am a puppet, what are you? A lady who misunderstood the heavenly Tao's intent, was reduced to a wisp of a soul, and nearly brought the entire demon race to ruin? Ha 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 ha. Outside, the situation was no less dire. The waters near the island where Sakura Nation lay had long been swarming with a massive military presence. The Great Xia fleet lingered nearby, using military exercises as a pretext to flex its muscles at Sakura Nation, a clear warning that if Luan wasn't released, forceful measures would follow. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation's armed forces had also arrived. Their presence was inevitable. As Sakura Nation's staunch ally and Great Xia's foremost rival, their involvement was both logical and expected. Inside the Blue Star Alliance building, representatives from the three nations sat across from each other at the table, locked in a tense standoff. But compared to the imposing presence radiating from the Great Xia and Lighthouse Nation representatives, the Sakura Nation delegates seemed to have completely lost his previous confidence. Beneath his forced smile, cold sweat poured down his face. For he alone knew the truth: the entire land of cherry blossoms had been completely cut off from the outside world. Even he could not reach anyone there. No matter what method he tried, he couldn't reach a single person in Sakura Nation. Before the complete severance, the last intelligence he received was that hordes of legendary monsters had emerged, slaughtering ordinary people with savagery reminiscent of a secret beast invasion. If the Great Xia Empire and the Lighthouse Nation learned of this, there was no need for further speculation. The Great Xia Empire would undoubtedly declare war without hesitation, while the Lighthouse Nation would deem Sakura Nation utterly useless and abandon it without a second thought. Therefore, he had to conceal this matter. The pressure he faced was unimaginable. After pondering for a long while, he could only speak slowly. Truthfully, we never truly intended to kill Luan. If we had wanted to, we would have acted long ago. The Great Xia representative glanced at him, his tone calm yet his words carried explosive weight. Enough talk. We're here to deliver a single message. If Luan isn't returned to Great Xia immediately, we advise against exhausting your nation's resources and dragging yours down with us. The Lighthouse Nation representative, seeing this turn of events, couldn't help but beam with delight. He never imagined that he, a minor ally with little presence and limited strength, would succeed where Great Xia had failed to force such a passive situation upon them. He whispered to the representative of Sakura Nation. Fear not. Behind Sakura Nation stands the mighty Lighthouse Nation. We absolutely cannot compromise. Right. We Sakura Nation will never compromise. By the way, why have you stopped releasing updates on Luan's condition to the media? Could it be that you've already killed him? The Great Xia representative's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze directly on the Cherry Blossom Nation representative's eyes. No, not yet. Then show us, the Great Xia delegation, Luan's current condition. I. The Sakura Nation representative was on the verge of tears. Chapter 62, The War Begins. To be a national representative seated at such high-level negotiations, these individuals possessed an extraordinary ability to discern the slightest micro-expressions on others' faces. Upon noticing the Sakura Nation representative's unusual reaction, the representatives from both the Great Xia Nation and the Lighthouse Nation simultaneously narrowed their eyes, fixing him with an intense stare. After a tense silence of 4 or 5 seconds, the Great Xia representative took a deep breath, suppressing his inner agitation, his expression thick with hostility. What on earth is wrong with you? Could it be that you Sakura Nation people have actually executed Luan already? Impossible. We Japanese are renowned for our punctuality. The execution time hasn't even arrived yet. Barely minutes after these words were spoken, the representative from the Great Xia Kingdom tapped his wristwatch. It's time. What? But? The atmosphere was beyond awkward, it was downright tense. The Great Xia representative's eyes held a hint of grim resolve, as if he'd be ready to declare war the moment he confirmed Luan's death. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation had shed his usual arrogance. He turned to the representative from the land of cherry blossoms, his gaze equally sharp, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Don't tell me your Sakura Nation's leadership is insane enough to actually kill Luan under these circumstances. As always, the Lighthouse Nation was indeed cunning, but they were far from foolish. The reason Great Xia struggled so much against the secret beasts at this stage, even facing the risk of collapse, it was purely because modern technology had very limited effectiveness against the secret beasts. To combat them, the role of the extraordinary far outweighed that of conventional weapons. This did not mean the Great Xia Empire had weakened. This is precisely why the Lighthouse Nation has always schemed for the Great Xia's downfall yet never dared to act directly, provoking the Great Xia would spell their own doom. If even the Lighthouse Nation hesitates, then the Cherry Blossom Nation certainly does. Should the Great Xia Empire decide to act in earnest, the Cherry Blossom Nation wouldn't even have the strength to resist, it would be utterly crushed in an instant. At that point, the land of cherry blossoms would become utterly useless to the Lighthouse Nation, rendering his empty boasts here meaningless. In fact, his very presence here was largely to encourage Sakura Nation to eliminate Luan. Now, under the gaze of the representatives from both the Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation, the Sakura Nation's envoy felt he wasn't merely being stared at by two individuals, but by the two superpowers standing behind them. Before nations of the stature of Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation, the land of cherry blossoms was utterly insignificant. Finally, after several minutes, the Sakura Nation representative broke down. I don't know. I know nothing. Sakura Nation has completely severed ties with the outside world. I can't believe your intelligence networks wouldn't know this. Why are you still pressuring me? One sentence silenced the other two at the table. Both the Great Xia Empire and the Lighthouse Nation possessed highly developed intelligence networks. They were well aware of Japan's complete disconnection from the outside world. But in their eyes, this was merely Sakura Nation's self-protective measure aimed at preventing Great Xia from contacting internal personnel to rescue Luan, or the Lighthouse Nation from pressuring Sakura Nation's leadership into forcibly executing Luan. They never imagined Sakura Nation would go this far, cutting off contact even with its own representative. Moreover, judging by the envoy's demeanor, he seemed utterly clueless about the true intentions of the Sakura Nation's government. A thought involuntarily took root in their minds. Could it be that Sakura Nation had actually executed Luan? Then, upon witnessing the chaos unfolding outside, they panicked and regretted it. To prevent the truth from leaking out, they severed all external communications? This thought was terrifying, yet its plausibility was undeniably high. Thus, no one could remain seated at the table any longer. They all swiftly departed, seemingly preparing to take action. The Grand Xia Elders Council swiftly received the full report of the three-party talks. The entire conference room erupted in fury. All the elders instinctively lowered their voices, engaged in heated discussion about whether to take action against Sakura Nation. Finally, they ceased their debate and turned their gaze collectively toward Elder Fong. Elder Fong was the first elder to make contact with Luan, serving as the subsequent liaison between Luan and the council. He also maintained the closest relationship with Luan. At this moment, they were most eager to hear Elder Fong's thoughts. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Elder Fong cleared his throat before rising to his feet. Gentlemen, I know what you're thinking, and you know what I'm thinking. But we must be clear on one thing: the Great Xia Empire has staked far too much on Luan. It could even be said that Luan is the Empire's sole hope. Now that hope may well be shattered by Sakura Nation. Setting aside the need for retaliation, we must at least confirm whether Luan is truly dead, right? The assembly understood Elder Fong's meaning. All eyes turned to the Grand Elder seated at the center, nodding in unison. The Grand Elder had kept his head bowed, seemingly deep in thought. After a long moment, he lifted his head and swept his gaze across the assembly. If the Great Xia were a person, it would be one of immense hardship. Building the Great Xia into what it is today has been an extraordinary feat. If this person must ultimately die, then I hope that before his death, he will not be looked down upon by others. Open fire. As these two words burst forth, the entire world plunged into unprecedented tension. On foreign internet forums, netizens reacted to the Great Xia government's actions with shock, if not outright disbelief. It's really happening. They're actually going to fight. I can't believe the Great Xia would take this step. Xia's response is surprisingly decisive. What exactly is the military of the nearby Lighthouse Nation doing? The Lighthouse Nation military is moving too. They're moving. They're retreating. We're done for. It must be Genghis Khan himself returning. Invasion. Pure and simple invasion. Compared to international reactions, domestic sentiment was even more explosive. Holy crap, is this really happening? Am I dreaming? They've been talking about attacking Little Cherry Blossom for ages. Is it too late to enlist now? Never thought I'd see the day we attack Little Cherry Blossom. Now I can die happy. But just as everyone finished passionately debating the matter, they suddenly realized something else. Why would Great Xia suddenly attack Sakura Nation? Weren't they afraid Sakura Nation would kill Luan? Or had Luan already been killed by Sakura Nation? The mere thought that Luan might have met his end plunged the entire Great Xia into stunned silence. They understood exactly what this signified. Similarly, foreign nations grasped this implication and began gloating over their misfortune. Who would have thought that the rising Great Xia would be dragged down by such a small nation as Sakura Kingdom? Truly surreal. The three nations' dialect-speaking mouth twisted into a grin as he watched the flood of news online, letting out a loud howl. Ha 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 ha. Luan, this is your fate, a fate sealed from the very beginning. Understand? Yet after the laughter faded, a hollow emptiness filled his heart. He couldn't resist opening his photo album, finding pictures of himself in Great Xia, and fell deep in thought. Luan might truly be dead. But did he regret anything before his death? He might be safe now, but did he regret it? While everyone believed Luan was dead, he had already left Zulong's side and arrived in an urban district. The city district was bustling with activity. The desperate cries of ordinary people facing the demonic tribes rose in waves, never ceasing, though each wave never lasted long. For as soon as a person cried out, they were brutally killed by the demonic creatures. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, a middle-aged man in a suit knelt on the ground, watching the demon's actions below. His face was drained of color with fear. Luan recognized this man from television, a high-ranking official from Sakura Nation. He silently approached the man and spoke. Is this truly the outcome you desired? Chapter 63, The Sakura Nation Official Who Still Possesses Humanity. Hearing Luan's words, the middle-aged man slowly raised his head and looked toward Luan. Luan's arrival seemed to hold no surprise for him, or perhaps he simply lacked the energy to show it. Only a bitter expression remained on his face. This has nothing to do with you. Luan smiled at this remark. Indeed. After all, this was all predetermined the moment you chose to communicate with the demonic race and harness their power. These people were all killed because of your decision. What possible connection could I have to this? The middle-aged man remained silent, his eyes turning bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Luan was right. All of this was merely the consequences of mistakes made by those in power, forced upon ordinary people to bear alongside them. Seeing the man's reaction, Luan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his intelligence was accurate. Not all Sakura Nation leaders had been brainwashed by the demon race. There were still one or two clear-headed individuals left, clinging to a shred of humanity. Zulong had told him these demonic beings were once protected by the way of heaven, bearing supreme, unbreakable seals. Even he couldn't completely destroy them, only reseal them. But resealing them would be pointless. Who knew when they'd break free again? To utterly eradicate these demonic beings, one thing was essential, and that was precisely what he had come to seek. Yet neither he nor Zulong knew anything about the ruins where the demons were sealed. After all, it wasn't Zulong himself who had sealed them away, but his subordinates. Thus, Luan had no choice but to seek out the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation, hoping to glean some information about the ruins from them. To this end, he spent several minutes learning the language of Sakura Nation. As a golden core cultivator, he could easily master it using special spells. After searching for ages, he found the Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials were all utterly deranged. They stubbornly insisted the demon race's massacre was a blessing bestowed upon them, claiming they were born to be food for the demon race. With no other option, Luan killed each one he encountered, cutting a path through the crowd until he reached the middle-aged man. Wasting no more time, Luan stated his purpose directly. If you possess even a shred of conscience, even the tiniest shred, you should be thinking about how to rectify your mistakes, shouldn't you? Rectify? How? You're the inheritor of ancient Chinese traditions. Don't you know better than I do about the events of the last era? Don't you know better than I do how powerful those monsters are? In this situation, how am I supposed to rectify anything? What if I told you I have a way to make amends if you just cooperate with me? At these words, the middle-aged man shot a sharp glance at Luan. His eyes narrowed briefly before the corners of his mouth lifted into a broad grin that erupted into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? You want to save the people of Sakura Nation? While that's not my primary goal, you could interpret it that way. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man continued laughing. What exactly are you laughing at? A great Xia man, one who nearly died in Sakura Nation, no less. A mistake. A collective mistake made by Sakura Nation's high command. And now they need a great Xia man to help them rectify it? Isn't that laughable? Ha ha ha. So are you going to make amends for your mistake or not? I intend to. Tell me how to do it. Tell me everything you know about that ruin. Not a single detail should be left out. Meanwhile, along Sakura Nation's coastal regions, artillery fire rained down relentlessly. But soon the military discovered a problem. A transparent barrier seemed to surround Sakura Nation. Not only could the fleet not land, but even artillery shells couldn't penetrate it. They couldn't even see what was happening inside. Sakura Nation telescopes and other equipment were completely useless. Could this be some kind of defense technology developed by Sakura Nation? That's just too incredible. A commander, his chest laden with medals, wore a grave expression but still ordered an all-out bombardment. It was at this very moment that a group of Sakura Nation citizens finally reached the border, desperate to escape the demonic tribe's slaughter. Unfortunately, they too were blocked by the barrier, leaving them frantically gesturing in frustration. The officer witnessed the scene too, slamming his fist on the command table in fury. A bunch of little cherry blossoms daring to provoke me. Increase firepower. Beat the hell out of those bastards. Yet against the formation personally set by Zhu Long, this firepower proved utterly insignificant. News of the situation quickly spread abroad. Though the foreign powers didn't fully grasp what was happening, they knew another opportunity to mock the Great Xia had arrived. Ha 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 ha. One of the 5 great nations, and now they can't even invade a tiny island country? This is hilarious. I was ready to mourn the fallen of Sakura Nation, but who knew the Great Xia army would be so pathetic? Look! Frontline intel reports a massive crowd of Sakura Nation citizens gathering at the border, openly mocking the Great Xia military, and the Great Xia forces can't do a thing about it. While mocking the Great Xia, the periphery began cheering on those at the Sakura Nation's border, urging them to taunt even more fiercely. Even the Lighthouse Nation's government, seeking to humiliate Great Xia, activated satellite live broadcasts to let the entire world witness how those Sakura Nation people were mocking Great Xia. As time passed, more and more refugees poured into the Sakura Nation border. In their desperation, they even began forming human ladders, a truly spectacular sight. But to the rest of the world and the Great Xia military, this was nothing but a relentless barrage of mockery. This is hilarious. The Great Xia military is still bombing away. What good does that do? I can practically see their frustration, helpless and unable to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. The commander-in-chief of the operation gritted his teeth in fury, yet he was utterly powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the Sakura Nation's people performed their mocking actions. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak with the Great Xia military agonizing over how to breach the protective shield and the world watching the Cherry Blossom Nation perform bizarre antics, a bizarre scene unfolded. A colossal bat descended from the sky. With a casual flap of its wings, the entire group of Sakura Nation soldiers clutched their ears in agony, their expressions blank as they collapsed to the ground. Blood seeped continuously from their ears, quickly staining the ground crimson. Before onlookers could react, the colossal bat began feasting on the fallen bodies, its mouth dripping with blood. The scene was too revolting for words. What is this? At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A possibility flashed through their minds. Could it be that the invisible barrier wasn't created by the Sakura Nation's government to protect them, but rather by these monsters to seal off the nation so they could feast at their leisure? Chapter 64, The Hopeless People of Sakura Nation. Over at Luan's End, the middle-aged man had already recounted everything he knew about the demonic race. In the previous era, when the demonic race descended upon the land of cherry blossoms, it swiftly subjugated the realm. At that time, the land of cherry blossoms possessed no formidable human forces to resist. To be blunt, those demons were merely a group of fugitives. To avoid drawing the attention of cultivators, they dared not exterminate the entire nation for their own gain. Thus, the demonic race devised a cunning plan to forge an eternal pact with the land of cherry blossoms, binding all its people to serve them for all eternity. This arrangement guaranteed the demon clan's supply of human vitality while avoiding the wrath of those formidable cultivators, a truly cunning strategy for covert expansion. Thus, even as the previous era ended, a profound curse was imprinted upon the souls of every Sakura Nation citizen. This curse persisted through generations, enduring to the present day. When the age of transcendence dawned, these demonic beings immediately sensed the world's transformation, stirring restlessly and successfully establishing contact with the outside world. The Sakura Nation's leadership, fully aware that a small country like theirs would face dire consequences without transcendent power, chose without hesitation to collaborate with the demonic tribes once more. This ultimately led to the nation's current predicament. After hearing the middle-aged man's account, Luan instructed him to first guide him to the very heart of the ruins. Thanks to the special talisman bestowed upon him by the primordial dragon, the demonic tribes couldn't detect his presence, making the journey relatively safe. That very same high-ranking official from the unnamed Cherry Blossom Kingdom, upon witnessing the tragedy unfolding in their nation, vomited 4 or 5 times along the way. On several occasions, he nearly fled in sheer terror. Fortunately, with Luan by their side, they managed to reach the vicinity of the ruins. Here, the ancestral dragon remained locked in a stalemate with the demon saint, and the situation seemed to be growing increasingly dire. As the demons rampaged, slaughtering ordinary people, the demon saint's aura grew ever more powerful, and he had even begun to test the ancestral dragon. If I'm not mistaken, your power is being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, right? Otherwise, you would have acted long ago. Perhaps you're right. But have you considered this? My weakness doesn't necessarily mean your strength? As their exchange reached this point, Zhu Long swiftly transmitted a message to Luan. The plan remains unchanged. Don't stand here dazed, you might be detected. Hurry and find what I told you about. Hearing Zhu Yuan's words, Luan hesitated no longer. He swiftly led the middle-aged man into the ruins. This ruin had been constructed by cultivators long ago to seal away a group of demonic tribes. To conceal the array's focal point and engrave countless inscriptions, the place had been deliberately constructed like a labyrinth. Crucially, Luan couldn't risk alerting the demons by releasing his divine sense, forcing him to feel his way forward. This is where the middle-aged man's importance became evident. As a high-ranking official of Sakura Nation, he knew nearly everything about this ruin. He led Luan forward. His gaze was eerily calm as he walked silently with his head bowed. Luan didn't dwell on it. After all, it was because of people like them that Sakura Nation had become this mess. Feeling too guilty to speak was only natural. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived before a massive gate. This should be the center of the ruins you mentioned. We've never ventured inside before. Meichem, I know. As Luan spoke, he slowly drew his flying sword from his storage space. But before he could make his next move, the middle-aged man's laughter echoed. I know what you're planning. You intend to kill me, use my blood as a sacrifice, and open this gate, right? Ha? You know? Luan was taken aback. He'd assumed the man didn't know how to open the door, which was why he'd been brought here. He hadn't expected the man to be aware. Did this mean the man was prepared to die to atone for his sins? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the middle-aged man lifted his head, revealing bloodshot eyes and a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. I admit your point holds weight. The state Sakura Nation is in now stems entirely from our decisions back then. But have you considered this? Without the demon clan's aid, Sakura Nation would have perished long ago under the secret beast tide. Rather than letting Sakura Nation perish in obscurity at the hands of the secret beasts, I chose to subject it to this catastrophe. Once the demon race dominates the world, the surviving Sakura Nation people will be the most noble of all humanity. After these words, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew eerie. Pair after pair of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed intently on Luan like prey. The only thing the demon race fears are your great Xia immortals. If we eliminate you here, severing the lineage of great Xia's immortals, these plans can be fully realized. Luan felt the powerful auras surrounding him and couldn't help but grit his teeth. This is going to be tough. At the same time, the demon saint outside seemed to sense something. His gaze toward Zhu Long grew utterly brazen. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of wisdom, you'd be so foolish? That golden core kid is as good as dead now. Zhu Long showed little reaction to this remark, as if Luan were merely an irrelevant figure whose death held no consequence. He merely replied indifferently. Is that so? Then I won't need to hold back. I can swiftly finish you off. Battle was imminent. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Long appeared beside the demon saint, a golden-hued longsword materializing at his side. Without hesitation, he raised the sword and swung it toward the demon saint. The golden blade pierced through Chu Mingyuan's body, striking directly at the demon saint's true soul within her. The dark soul couldn't even withstand a single strike, instantly vanishing into thin air. Yet Zhu Long did not consider the battle over, continuing to watch coldly. Sure enough, within moments, the demon saint's true soul reassembled within Chu Mingyuan's body and taunted Zhu Long. See? This is the power you crave most yet can never possess immortality. Envious? Ha 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 ha. With that, the demon saint dissolved into a purple phantom, merging into the very fabric of the world until not a trace of its form remained visible. Zhu Long's eyes flickered. Instantly, he swung his sword downward toward his right hand. Instantly, demonic cries erupted as the demon saint's true soul was scattered once more. In the time that followed, the same scene repeated itself over and over. Yet the demon saint's true soul truly seemed immortal and indestructible, constantly being scattered only to gather again and again. I can afford countless mistakes, but you can only afford one. The sinister voice had barely faded when the dark shadow split into multiple duplicates, each charging at Zhu Long in rapid succession. Their speed likely surpassed the so-called speed of light. This time, the ancestral dragon chose not to attack. Instead, he dodged every strike with a few swift evasions, then plunged his light sword into the ground. Finally, he turned to face the demon saint, his tone calm. Sorry, you've used up all your mistakes. What do you mean? The demon saint was still reeling when he noticed the sword marks Zhu Long had left in the ground during his earlier attack. Now, those marks began to glow, erupting with intense energy. Realizing the danger, she attempted a swift retreat, but it was too late. Chapter 65, Luan is the Heavenly Tao. The light emanating from the sword marks on the ground swiftly transformed into countless threads that extended outward. Intertwining, they formed a vast net that tightly ensnared the demon saint. Feeling everything that was happening to her, the demon saint was utterly shocked. It wasn't the awe of the ancestral dragon's mastery of array formations after all. Even in the previous era, the ancestral dragon's arrays were legendary. Rather, he was stunned that this was not an offensive or sealing formation, but merely an ordinary binding formation. What good does binding me do? I am immortal and indestructible. That remains to be seen. At that moment, the demon saint's eyes narrowed as if sensing something. It seems that youngster who entered the ruins has some skill. Are you planning to let him find the source of our demonic lineage and destroy it? Ah, you're too naive. Immortality is a gift from the way of heaven itself. You cultivators will never be able to shake the foundations of heaven. That remains to be seen. Zulong remained utterly composed throughout, as if everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. What exactly are you thinking? You knew my soul couldn't be destroyed, yet you kept attacking me time and again. That's not like you at all. Zulong offered no reply, merely waiting in silence. When the moment felt right, he finally met the demon saint's gaze and spoke softly. Chu Mengyuan, can you hear me? As the words fell, the demon saint's eyes fluttered violently, then a smile spread across his face as if he had suddenly understood. Oh, so you thought that method would weaken my control over this body? When did you become so naive? A novice cultivator just starting out, even with your help, how many seconds could she possibly control this body? 1 second is enough. As Zulong finished speaking, the strange light in the demon saint's eyes gradually faded, eventually giving way to clarity. This signaled Chu Mengyuan's return. Confusion and fear had just begun to flicker across her small face when Zulong addressed her. In my capacity as director of the Cultivation Department and Cultivation Instructor at Cultivation University, I formally notify you on behalf of President Luan, Cultivation University has commenced its academic year, and you have successfully enrolled. Simultaneously, a spirit talisman shot swiftly from the ruins, soaring straight toward the heavens. Zulong acted with lightning speed, swiftly opening a breach in the isolation array of Sakura Nation to release the talisman before sealing the opening again. In mere moments, the talisman reached the skies above Cultivation University. By now, all the students were growing impatient with waiting. Where on earth is Principal Luan? He's been gone for ages. Who knows? Probably got something important to attend to. Could be he forgot his speech, haha. The mention of speeches reminded many students of their former school principal's addresses, often lasting hours on end. They simply couldn't endure such marathons. I just hope Principal Luan doesn't go overboard with his speech this time. Just then, the spirit talisman successfully flew onto the floating island, landing before all the students. What is that thing? It kinda looks like those talismans from TV dramas. Amidst the murmurs, the crane approached the talisman with a puzzled expression and activated it. The next second, the talisman began to infinitely expand. When it reached over 10 meters tall, it suddenly burst into flames, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Some students even thought the university was under demonic invasion and turned to flee. But then, Luan's voice boomed from the talisman, loud enough for every student to hear. I am Luan, president of the Cultivation University. Due to certain circumstances, I regret that I cannot be present in person and must instead notify you in this manner. Congratulations on your successful admission to the Great Xia Cultivation University. The academic year officially begins now. The moment his words faded, the entire ruins of Sakura Nation began to tremble. An aura so peculiar it startled even the ancestral dragon erupted from within. Within the ruins, Luan sat cross-legged beside an array disc given to him by the primordial dragon. Under the protection of this needle disc, he could ignore most demonic attacks. Seated cross-legged on the ground, he listened to the system prompts echoing continuously in his mind. Detecting all students' aptitudes. Detecting number of students. Detecting. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward, 800 years of cultivation, Heavenly I1. Due to outstanding task completion, rewards are enhanced. An additional 200 years of cultivation are granted, and the Heavenly Eye has advanced to the Heavenly Dao Eye. When he opened his eyes, his right eye had transformed into a kaleidoscope-like shape. His aura surged beyond measure, 100-fold increase easily. The overwhelming power made him feel more exhilarated than ever before. Game, this is only the beginning. Having already endured the tribulation of the nascent soul stage, the cultivation rewards from the system allowed him to skip any transitional phase. He had directly reached the nascent soul stage. Without hesitation, he shut off the needle array, allowing demonic beings from all directions to attack him. As he sensed their energies, the Heavenly Eye activated instantly, and for a moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. To Luan's eyes, the demons' next moves, their positions, their weaknesses, and even the flow of medicinal energy within their bodies were all laid bare before him. In response, he slowly drew his flying sword, ran his finger along its blade, and murmured softly, 9 heavens sword art. As a piercing sword cry echoed through the ruins, the surrounding demonic creatures hadn't even had time to react before slashes began appearing on their bodies, one after another. Their vitality rapidly drained away, leaving them to collapse into piles of flesh scattered across the ground. Luan understood that such wounds alone could not kill the demonic creatures. Before long, they would recover completely, leaping and bounding about as before. To utterly annihilate these demonic beings, the only solution was to locate their primordial source. His gaze shifted back to the high-ranking official from the land of cherry blossoms. The man was already cold and stiff. After failing to breach the array's defenses, the demons had turned him into an appetizer, leaving only a small portion intact. Luan shook his head, then a thread of flame rose from his fingertips. He forcibly used this mangled corpse to retrieve his soul. He then slipped his soul inside, unlocking the gate before him to reveal the so-called demonic clan's origin. It was a colossal tree, so immense that no other tree in existence could even compare to a single one of its branches. Standing beneath it, Luan felt as insignificant as an ant. The tree bore fruit upon fruit, each seemingly representing a member of the demonic race. After opening the eye of Heavenly Tao, his gaze grew steadily colder. It was time to end all of this. Outside, the demon saint remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still laughing incessantly. To evade the thunder tribulation and directly enter the nascent soul stage, no wonder you're so close to him. You're no ordinary being either. But what good is that? Can he alone destroy the demonic clan's origin, fortified by the Heavenly Tao's restrictions? Ha 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 ha. Ancestral Dragon spoke, gazing at the arrogantly exuberant demon saint. At the end of the last era, the Heavenly Tao forbade us from setting foot here. But do you know why we defied its will and returned? A faint sense of foreboding stirred within the demon saint, his expression turning grave. Why? Because only the Heavenly Tao can alter the Heavenly Tao, and Luan is the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 66, Luan is dead? The moment Zhu Long finished speaking, the demon saint instantly turned his gaze toward the ruins, utterly stunned. Why? Why make it so complicated? You could have simply. Zhu Long could only sigh helplessly at this. Who can blame that fellow for insisting he couldn't abandon a single student? What do you mean? Zhu Long had no desire to waste words further. Raising his lightsaber, he thrust it straight into the demon saint's chest. As the blade sank deeper into the demon saint's body, vast amounts of black demonic energy erupted from him. His agonized howl pierced the heavens and earth. Hearing this sound, all the demonic beings within the entire Sakura kingdom halted their actions and began looking toward Zuluong. They all understood what that cry signified, and for a moment, they froze in disbelief. The momentary stupor gave way to uncontrollable fury, and they began charging madly toward the direction of the ancestral dragon. Yet when they arrived, faces twisted with rage, ready to unleash an epic battle upon Zulong, they found nothing remained. Only a dull, lifeless red orb lay where he had stood. Several highly respected demon elders slowly stepped forward, intending to examine the orb. The moment they touched it, the orb shattered completely. Before they could react, it crumbled into dust across the ground. Then, cracks began to appear in the earth. Countless dazzling rays of light burst forth from the fissures, bathing them in brilliant illumination. The demon clan was now utterly helpless, scattering like headless flies across the entire Sakura kingdom. They knew their doom was sealed. Sure enough, within mere seconds, flames erupted from every demon's body. The inferno engulfed the entire Sakura kingdom, transforming it into a sea of fire. High above in the distant sky, Luan held the unconscious Chu Mengyuan in his arms, watching the unfolding spectacle below. It felt nothing short of magnificent. This formation is beyond belief. Zulong had already informed him this formation was never meant to be a barrier. It was specifically designed for the demon clan, a formation capable of burning away the medicinal power of every demon within its confines. Once activated, there was no chance of survival for any demonic beings trapped within. Zulong remained utterly unconcerned by Luan's astonishment. It's merely an array I recently researched. Nothing to write home about. Recently researched? Did you know this would happen all along? Can divination techniques truly reach such heights? Luan was genuinely stunned. According to the information in the scripture hall, the insights obtainable through divination techniques were extremely limited. While masters of the art could indeed foresee the future, the predicted outcomes branched into countless possibilities, rendering them largely useless. Had Zulong's divination techniques truly transcended the mundane? Zulong didn't answer his question, merely shooting him a contemptuous glance as he thought to himself. Wasn't it you who boasted just days ago about venturing into the realm of spirits and ghosts? That place is overrun with demons and ghosts. I only researched this array specifically to counter them to save your skin. Now you're acting all shocked. Zulong chose not to voice his thoughts aloud, merely sighing in resignation. There's a group outside who seem particularly concerned about you. Go greet them. Ha? Isn't it all sea out there? Before Luan could ask more questions, Zulong swept him away into the distance. Outside, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the external networks or within Huaxiao itself, everyone was rendered speechless by the current situation in Sakura Nation. If they had previously called Sakura Nation a living hell, then wasn't it now nothing short of a hell for carbon-based lifeforms? The entire land had transformed into a sea of flames. Thick smoke, blocked by barriers, made the scene appear even more terrifying. What on earth had happened in there? But the shock was only temporary. After the initial disbelief, they quickly realized a critical issue. Luan hadn't been released from Sakura Nation yet, which explained why the Great Xia military was here. With the entire nation now reduced to this state, could Luan possibly have survived? Upon this realization, the Great Xia forces felt no joy at Sakura Nation's destruction. Instead, they were overcome with despair at losing Luan. They were so close. The Cultivation University had already begun its term. If only it could produce a cohort of qualified students, the Great Xia could finally escape the crisis brought by the secret beasts. Why, at such a critical juncture, had Luan fallen into the hands of a minor nation like Sakura Kingdom only to lose his life? The Elders' Council fell into an even deeper silence. Elder Fong slowly rose to his feet, walked to a window, sighed, and said, "Luan's fate is likely sealed. His contributions to the Great Xia far outweigh our investments in him. The rest is now upon us." No one responded, for they all understood what Luan's death truly meant for the Great Xia. Domestic sentiment is already so pessimistic, let alone those on foreign networks who keep a close eye on Daxia, always ready to mock. They're even ready to pop champagne at halftime to celebrate the Great Xia's downfall. Ha 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 ha. It was just speculation before, but now it's absolutely confirmed Luan is dead for sure, and he took the ancient Huaxia inheritance with him. Now Great Xia is truly finished. Before, they could still cling to a sliver of hope that discovering the ancient legacy might turn the tide, that possessing it would be their comeback. But now they have the legacy, and its bearer is dead. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that Sakura Nation, such a tiny island country, could drag the mighty Great Xia down with it? Even if it perishes now, it will be remembered by the world. Asangwa stared at the news about Luan and Sakura Nation on his phone. Not a trace of joy appeared on his face, instead, a wave of helplessness welled up within him. He took a deep breath and asked himself, "Luan is confirmed dead. Without him, the Great Xia Empire is doomed to perish. Yet why can't I feel the slightest bit of joy?" Moments later, he slowly rose to his feet and began gathering his belongings. The others in the dormitory noticed his actions and asked him in unison, "Hey, you little bastard from Great Xia, packing up like that? Going back to your hole? Ha 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 ha. How dare you call him that? With Great Xia crumbling, it'll cease to exist. You should just call him a bastard instead. Ha 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 ha." Facing their taunts, Fang Yan merely twitched his lips before declaring firmly, "I'm going back to Great Xia." The entire dorm fell silent at his words, followed by an uproar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Go back and wait for the secret beast tide to arrive, then go die, huh? I told you so. Not a single person in the Great Xia Empire has a brain in their head. Ignoring the others, Fang Yan fixed his gaze on one individual, among them a man with slightly fairer skin. This man, like himself, had been an exchange student from Daxia earlier. Later, convinced Daxia was doomed, he chose to become a citizen of the Three Kingdoms. What? You think my actions are foolish too? His face was now twisted into a sneer as he laughed and addressed Fang Yan. Why come back now, of all times? To walk straight into death? What else could it be but foolish? Ha ha ha. Fang Yan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, even sensing a glimpse of his former self in this man. Sighing, his gaze hardened as he continued. Let's play an interesting game. What game? A game to see who will regret it. With that, Fang Yan paid no further attention to the group. Gathering his few belongings, he left the dormitory. Chapter 67, Luan's Resurrection? After Fang Yan left, the laughter in the dorm grew louder. In their eyes, wasn't Fang Yan's behavior nothing short of clownish? Especially that guy who, like Fang Yan, was originally from the Great Xia. Whether he was trying to fit in with this group of Third Kingdom people or genuinely found it hilarious, he laughed the loudest. Just wait and see who ends up regretting it. How amusing. When the next wave of secret beasts arrived, Fang Yan, stuck in Great Xia, would be doomed. He refused to believe anyone could face death without regret. Luan and Zhu Long remained in Sakura Nation at this moment, ensuring every demonic creature was locked within the formation's grasp, leaving no survivors. After all, wildfires never burn them all, spring winds bring them back to life. The demonic beings on Blue Star were exceptionally peculiar. Having once been favored by the Tao, they were utterly unpredictable. Even Zhu Long couldn't confidently declare that this time, they would utterly exterminate every last one. Therefore, they could only spare some time to thoroughly investigate using divine perception. During this period, Great Xia, preparing for whatever might unfold next, once again called upon its people scattered across the world to return to their homeland and fight for the nation. Consequently, Fang Yan returned to Great Xia with remarkable speed. He did not return alone, his family accompanied him. After living in the Three Nations for some time, they finally understood that Great Xia was their true home, even if that home was teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon his return, Fang Yan followed orders and was stationed beneath a spatial fissure not far from Lingchang. It was his first time at a Great Xia defense post, and the environment far exceeded his expectations. Not because it was harsh beyond belief, but because it was remarkably comfortable. Here, unlike in the Three Kingdoms of A, people weren't crammed into tiny tents, sleeping pressed against one another. Instead, they lived in simple cabins equipped with air conditioning, televisions, and even wireless internet. Most crucially, each dormitory housed only 4 people and was exceptionally clean and tidy. In stark contrast, were the facilities at the Indian Defense Outpost even meant for human habitation? When lunchtime rolled around, he'd been so rushed arriving that he'd completely forgotten about mealtime and was still holed up in the dorm. Just as he was resigning himself to going hungry, he saw someone carrying a lunchbox approach him. This person was several ranks above him and possessed strength far surpassing his own. This startled him. In the third country, officers held immense status, yet their combat prowess was generally lacking. They took particular delight in finding amusement at the expense of powerful, extraordinary individuals like him. He remembered it clearly when the Lighthouse Nation was about to unleash God's wrath. He'd been dispatched to a defense post in the Three Kingdoms. On his very first day, an officer, upon learning he was formerly from the Great Xia, had forced him to eat from a slop bucket. The current situation mirrored that past ordeal so closely. Both times, he'd forgotten to eat, and an officer had brought him food. Naturally, it brought back memories of that earlier incident, causing him to tense up instantly. "Sir, I'm sorry, Before he could finish, the officer smiled and cut him off. "No need for formalities during break time. Besides, you're new here, it's perfectly normal not to know the rules. Don't worry about it. I brought you your meal, didn't I?" With that, he placed the lunchbox before him. "Eat up. We got a bunch of new guys like you today, so the food's pretty decent." But to Fang Yan's ears, those words took on a completely different meaning. He couldn't help but recall his time in the Third Kingdom, when that officer had tried to feed him swill, also claiming it was quite delicious. The memory of being bullied by the weak and the taste of that swill still made him feel sick to his stomach. But with the officer personally delivering the meal, he dared not refuse. He steeled himself and lifted the lid. What met his eyes were three neatly arranged dishes atop a bed of fragrant rice. Actually, the beef soup was the star dish today. Too bad you weren't here, it's not something you can easily take away, so there wasn't any left for you. Seeing the hometown dishes he'd been longing for, Fang Yan was so moved he nearly cried. How to describe the food at a sangwa? Not exactly swill, but it might as well have been. Even now, he couldn't fathom why the cook at a sangwa insisted on turning every dish into bizarre, sludgy mash. It wasn't that he was picky, but those unidentifiable slurries genuinely resembled human waste. Every mealtime, the sight of them completely killed his appetite. By comparison, the food in Daxia was fit for human consumption. Watching Fang Yan, who was so moved he was nearly in tears, the commander was utterly baffled. But he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he shifted to a topic that genuinely interested him. "I've reviewed your file. May I ask you a few questions?" Fang Yan, who had just started getting the hang of chopsticks and was ready to dig in, flinched at the question, his hand holding the chopsticks trembling. Truth be told, abandoning Daxia during its crisis to become a citizen of the Three Nations was something he now dreaded recalling more than anything. The commander bringing it up now meant he was going to ask about it, and Fang Yan truly didn't want to answer. But he knew he had made a mistake back then, and facing questions about it was part of the burden he had to bear. So he steeled himself and replied, "Sir, ask whatever you wish. Nothing much, really. I just noticed you and Luan attended the same high school back then, 3 years as classmates. Is that true?" Fang Yan paused slightly, surprised the commander would bring this up. He didn't dwell on it, simply nodding. "Yes, 3 years together." "Then could you tell me what kind of person he was in private?" The captain's words made Fang Yan unconsciously recall what kind of person Luan truly was. "We weren't really close. He was always kind of invisible in class. Then one day, he did something that shocked the entire school." "What was it?" Without any clues, any help, or any guarantees, he traveled across the entire country alone, trying to find ancient Chinese traditions. At the time, no one believed him, including me. We all thought he'd lost his mind. After revisiting his memories with Luan, Fang Yan lost all appetite, his entire being feeling numb and wooden. Only now did he realize that when Luan had made that wager with him, his defeat had been predetermined. Because someone like Luan, even if he truly perished beneath the tide of secret beasts, would have no regrets whatsoever. After hearing all this, the commander made no judgment on Fang Yan or his actions at the time. He merely nodded. A man like that, even without discovering the ancient Huaxia legacy, deserves our respect. It's just such a pity. Before he could finish his words of regret, a tremendous commotion erupted outside. Simultaneously, a figure burst in, phone held aloft with excitement, shouting at them. "Breaking news, Luan is not dead. In fact, he likely traveled to Sakura country to rescue a student and ended up annihilating the entire nation in the process." Meanwhile, on the open sea, the Great Xia forces had already begun their withdrawal, yet now, all warships seemed frozen in place, as if paused. Above them, Luan hovered in midair, his white robes billowing in the wind as he gazed down with piercing intensity. "My apologies for causing such trouble. I'm fine now." Chapter 68, Nuclear Weapons, Targeted at Luan Alone. Luan's sudden appearance caused a sensation dozens of times greater than the uproar over his previous death. The mere release of this brief video sent global public opinion into an absolute frenzy. Those who had previously declared the Great Xia Empire's inevitable collapse now stood utterly dumbfounded. Just how powerful was Luan to single-handedly destroy a nation and then escape unscathed? Foreign media outlets began frantically reporting on the incident, not to promote Luan's resurrection, but to frame him for the destruction of Sakura Nation. A prominent foreign media outlet ran this headline: Luan, inheritor of ancient Chinese traditions, stole Japan's national treasures, was captured, then colluded with the Great Xia government to destroy the beautiful land of cherry blossoms, an utterly heinous crime. The comments section was flooded with people from all nations ranting. Exactly. The Great Xia Empire, relying on its overwhelming strength, tried to seize Japan's national treasures. When their despicable actions were exposed, they annihilated Japan. The world will never forget this day. The Great Xia Empire is utterly despicable. Their entire race is born with an innate, overwhelmingly aggressive nature. We must unite all nations to boycott Great Xia. No more products made by them. Sir, I did exactly as you instructed. My merciful lord, do you know what happened? My house is now empty. Of course, all they could do was spout empty rhetoric. Most of their homelands weren't even as powerful as the island nation of Sakura. If Sakura could be wiped out in minutes, they could be annihilated just as quickly. While the international community viewed this as bad news, the domestic reaction was entirely opposite. Who says Luan isn't a deity? To escape like this and even turn the tables on Sakura Nation, if that's not divine, what is? I've made a decision that defies my ancestors. I'm going to clear out all the ancestral tablets at home and start worshipping Luan instead. He's definitely more powerful than those gods and spirits. I want to express my utter shock, but I'm not educated enough. All I can say is holy. This is insane. Just as everyone was reeling from Luan's resurrection, inside the tallest building in the Lighthouse Nation, a short, mustachioed man stared at the Lighthouse Nation's president, his emotions running high. We had an agreement. You promised maximum support if we took action against Luan. Now is the time to honor that pledge. Move against him immediately. The Lighthouse Nation president was utterly exasperated by the man before him, pressing his hand to his forehead as he replied. Your Imperial Majesty, I still address you as such out of respect. But do you truly believe I'm unaware of the deeds your Sakura Nation has committed? Luan merely hastened the inevitable. Frankly, you've brought this upon yourselves. What good does it do to come running to me now? Indeed, this short man was none other than the Supreme Emperor of Sakura Nation. He understood the affairs between Sakura Nation and the demonic tribes better than anyone. For this reason, foreseeing the danger, he had chosen to hide in the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation's president had even promised him that as long as he could ensure Luan's death in Sakura Nation, the Lighthouse Nation would provide all necessary assistance. Now, seeing this man turn his back on him, seemingly seeking to sever all ties with Sakura Nation, the emperor flew into a rage. You. But after stammering for a long moment, he couldn't force out a second word. He understood that Sakura Nation had become a laughingstock. At best, he was still the emperor. At worst, he was nothing more than a pitiful captive of a fallen nation, utterly lacking the standing to negotiate with the entity before him. After a prolonged silence, forcing his emotions to settle, he spoke once more. My nation is destroyed. I have nothing left. If you do not intervene now and allow Great Xia to continue its expansion unchecked, your fate will not be much better. Upon hearing this, the Lighthouse Nation's president pondered briefly before producing a document. Sign your name and provide your fingerprint on this document, and we will initiate a series of operations against Luan. The emperor took the document, glanced at it, and his expression grew even more agitated. Sakura Nation has already perished. Can't you at least allow it to depart with some dignity? Reputation? Pardon my frankness, but Sakura Nation never possessed any so-called reputation to begin with. Besides, what more do you have to lose? Why not take a gamble? The Lighthouse Nation president's words stung, yet each held undeniable truth, leaving the emperor with no rebuttal. Without further hesitation, he took a gold-plated pen and signed his name firmly on the document, leaving his fingerprint behind. The moment the emperor set down the document, the Lighthouse Nation president pressed down firmly on a red button, murmuring under his breath. Immortals, huh? Then let me show you the mightiest weapon of mortals. At that moment, Luan was exposed under the surveillance of Lighthouse Nation's satellites, and their nuclear weapons had just achieved the precision strike capability enabled by satellite guidance. This situation presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate Luan. Meanwhile, Luan stood atop the ocean's surface, gazing upward at the sky. He was acutely aware of the impending threat, yet he chose not to flee. Because nuclear weapons, with their devastating power, posed a risk of collateral damage to the mainland of Dacia if deployed too close. Therefore, he would face it alone here. He slowly turned his face toward the satellite, offering the world a graceful smile. Then, he drew his long sword and pointed it straight at the heavens. In the blink of an eye, people along the coasts of several neighboring countries witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. A towering wall of flames completely engulfed the area. The seawater beneath that zone evaporated instantly under the intense heat. The deafening explosion itself took 3 or 4 seconds to reach their ears. Then came the tsunami, a colossal, monstrous wave powerful enough to utterly destroy a nation like Sakura country once more. The entire world was stunned by this spectacle. No one was immune to its horror. They all understood one thing. Only two nations currently possess the capability for rapid, precision nuclear strikes via satellite, the Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation. Xia would never use such weapons against Luen. That left only one possibility: the Lighthouse Nation had actually deployed nuclear weapons against Luen alone. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Throughout the entire history of human civilization, this was utterly unprecedented. The Lighthouse Nation was truly ruthless. Before the shockwaves had even subsided, voices began spewing nonsense across the internet. If Luen survives this, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while defecating. Chapter 69, Revenge. Nuclear weapons, by definition, are not meant to target individuals. They are superweapons designed to obliterate entire cities. Yet here, one had been unleashed against a single person. Regardless, the notion of a flesh and blood human withstanding a nuclear blast was utterly preposterous. No matter how advanced humanity became, such a feat remained fundamentally impossible, didn't it? While the international internet buzzed with excitement, the domestic scene remained eerily quiet. Every citizen of Great Xia waiting for Luen, their beacon of hope, to perform another miracle. Yet, under the gaze of billions, the phenomena triggered by the nuclear blast gradually subsided. It was at this moment that the Great Xia government released its satellite surveillance footage. Officials chose to witness alongside billions of ordinary citizens whether Luen could survive this nuclear assault. As time passed, the mushroom cloud, that symbol of annihilation, gradually dissipated in the sky. Only the relentless waves, crashing one after another against the shore, remained. All of this was broadcast live to the entire world via satellites from both the Lighthouse Nation and the Great Xia Empire, reminding humanity once again of the sheer power of such weapons. Prior to Luen's nuclear assault, only Sakura Nation had endured such devastation. 2 nuclear bombs had turned 2 cities into wastelands. Compared to that time, the destructive power of nuclear weapons had increased not just 100-fold, but easily 1,000-fold. Without exaggeration, the single nuke unleashed upon Luen possessed enough destructive force to obliterate smaller nations outright. Under such devastating force, did Luen truly stand any chance of survival? The global live broadcast's viewership continued to skyrocket, reaching unprecedented levels that would likely never be matched again. It seemed as though the entire world was watching, eager to see whether Luen, the embodiment of all Great Xia's hopes, could survive. 10 seconds passed, yet Luen's figure did not appear. 10 minutes passed, and still no sign of Luen. Even after an hour, when the smoke had nearly dissipated entirely under the sea's fierce winds, Luen's figure remained nowhere to be seen. It seemed that even someone as powerful as Luen couldn't possibly survive blocking a nuclear weapon with his bare body. Likely, he had been obliterated long ago by the immense force. Inside the Great Xia Technology Building, several elders watched the live broadcast over the sea with grave expressions. When Luen's figure still failed to appear, one elder could no longer sit still. Contempt. How dare they use nuclear weapons against Luen? What's the difference between this and directly targeting Great Xia's homeland? It's blatant contempt for our great China. Hearing this, several elders rose to their feet, condemning the Lighthouse Nation's shameless act. Finally, one spoke up directly. Since they've chosen this course, we won't be held back from responding with ruthless force. I propose launching a full-scale nuclear strike directly against the Lighthouse Nation's homeland. The Grand Elder merely shook his head at this proposal. Even if Great Xia perishes, we cannot drag all of humanity down with us. Moreover, the Lighthouse Nation has not technically violated the treaty by using nuclear weapons on Great Xia's mainland. The territory falls within Sakura Nation's jurisdiction. Then what should we do now? Are we just going to wait for the Lighthouse Nation to apologize? There's nothing to be done. Keep believing in miracles for Luen. Trust that he's still alive. Don't forget, Luen has never let us down. The Grand Elder remained surprisingly composed, and his words gradually restored a sense of reason among the others. Inside the defense post, Fang Yan was also glued to Luen's updates, her eyes practically bulging from the strain. Her gaze was so intense it could be described as piercing. Luen, you absolutely must not die. You absolutely cannot die. I haven't even told you the outcome of our bet yet. Yet miracles never exist. Everything unfolds according to a predestined outcome. Besides, Luen had long sensed the nuclear weapon's presence. If he'd wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. Not far away, Zhu Long watched the chaos unleashed by the nuclear weapon, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. How could something created by mere mortals possess such devastating power? Of course, that was what he voiced aloud. Another thought remained bottled up inside him, left unsaid. What the hell is the heavenly Tao trying to pull? Humans had pursued the path of technology for only a few years and already created something this formidable. If they continued down this path, wouldn't he live to see mortals chasing after immortal-level cultivators? But this thought only flashed through his mind. Having lived so long, he still hadn't grasped what the Tao truly was, let alone speculate on its intentions. Perhaps the Tao itself possessed no consciousness at all, merely a random pattern governing the world's motion. Who could truly say? In contrast, Luen remained relatively calm. After all, as a modern individual, he'd heard about nuclear weapons since childhood. Their power was as familiar as anything to him. This was merely the first time he'd witnessed it firsthand. The destructive force of nuclear weapons was not to be underestimated, so Luan did not face it alone. Zhu Long stood by his side, offering support. However, it was clear that the nuclear weapon's destructive force had exceeded Zhu Long's expectations. Therefore, the instant the explosion occurred, Zhu Long swiftly moved Luan away to prevent any unforeseen accidents. This was also why satellite monitoring couldn't locate Luan. Taking a deep breath, Luan turned his gaze in one direction, his brow furrowed. He had always lived by one principle: show no mercy to anyone who threatened his life, even if that person was the leader of a superpower. Inside the tallest building of the Lighthouse Nation, the Emperor of Sakura Nation sat on a sofa, an extremely advanced camera before him, his expression intensely excited. Ha 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 ha. No matter how powerful Luan is, he can't withstand nuclear weapons. That's right, this nuclear device was secretly developed by Sakura Nation and temporarily stored in the Lighthouse Nation, so I have the authority to use it. I did this. Ha 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 ha. He was broadcasting live using the official media of the Lighthouse Nation. The livestream instantly flooded with viewers, fueling his growing fervor. Though Sakura Nation is gone, it dragged Great Xia down with it. Not a single loss. The entire world will remember Sakura Nation. They'll remember that Great Xia was defeated by Sakura Nation. Ha ha ha. After confirming the identity of the Sakura Nation's emperor, the chat erupted in cheers, with viewers declaring that though the Sakura Nation was gone, it had been a great nation worthy of humanity's eternal remembrance. Just as the emperor of Sakura Nation grew more and more agitated, a voice appeared at his ear. Does my death bring you such joy? The instant he heard that voice, the Emperor of Sakura swiftly whipped his head around. There, staring intently at him, was Luan, his face aglow with a smile. You. Before he could utter another word, a tremendous force erupted within him. His entire body exploded like a powerful bomb had been swallowed, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. Amidst the sudden bloody spectacle, the livestream was abruptly shut down. When it reopened, viewers saw the pale-faced president of the Lighthouse Nation, trembling violently, announcing one thing through this broadcast. That announcement was the lifting of all blockades against Great Xia. From this day forward, there would be no further violations of Great Xia's sovereignty, allowing the world to return to true peace. With all matters now resolved, there was no reason to linger. Luan, Zhu Long, and the still unconscious Chu Mengyuan, whom Luan carried, prepared to return directly to the Cultivation University. Luan's cultivation had now reached the nascent soul stage, so even without the aid of flying swords or spirit beasts, his flight speed was remarkably swift. Before long, they had returned to the Great Xia. Yet Luan halted midway. Zulo looked puzzled. Hurry up, the students are waiting for you. Luan nodded and said. I know. Give me a moment. I need to handle some personal matters. At the security checkpoint, Fang Yan stared intently at his phone screen, constantly anticipating Luan's reappearance. Just as the official announcement to halt the livestream seemed to settle everything, a familiar voice appeared behind him. You're back in the country? Chapter 70, Return to Cultivation University. Fang Yan had heard Luan's voice more than once in the dead of night. The voice was urgent and unusually deep, always asking him the same question each time it surfaced. Do you regret it? Do you regret it? So much so that even in his waking hours, the mere mention of the word awake would make his body instinctively tremble, while Luan's face would flash through his mind. Now, hearing that all too familiar voice again, Fang Yan couldn't help but shiver once more. But clearly, it never occurred to him that Luan had come to his side. He assumed it was merely a hallucination caused by his own heightened emotions, so he never turned around. Luan watched Fang Yan staring blankly at his phone screen, seemingly oblivious to her voice. She couldn't help but frown, wondering. Could he have mistaken someone else? Was this just someone who happened to resemble Fang Yan and share a similar aura? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luan shook his head and prepared to leave. After all, Fang Yan wasn't a significant figure in his life. Whether he regretted his actions or not held little importance to Luan. But sensing Fang Yan's aura had unexpectedly stirred memories of that time, prompting him to stop by and ask. If it wasn't Fang Yan, he wouldn't bother asking and would head straight back to the Cultivation University. But just then, the captain beside Fang Yan recognized him. Luan? Are you Luan, the recipient of the ancient Huaxia inheritance, the chief director of the Heavenly Array Project, and the president of Cultivation University? A patrolling soldier recognized him and blurted out the name instinctively, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Following the Emperor of Sakura Nation's explosive appearance on a global livestream and the subsequent public apologies from the Lighthouse Nation's president, everyone believed this was Xia's retaliatory move after confirming Luan's death. Thus, the prevailing narrative was that Luan was dead, officially confirmed, practically set in stone. Yet here stood Luan, alive and well, right before their eyes. How could they not be stirred? In an instant, they swarmed around him, desperate to confirm whether this was the real Luan or an imposter. That relaxed yet commanding demeanor, that commanding presence, those eyes as sharp as a blade, it's definitely Luan, no doubt about it. Seeing the growing crowd disrupting the security checkpoint's operations, Luan quickly bowed his head and spoke apologetically. My sincere apologies. I'm merely passing through and will be leaving shortly. At that very moment, Fang Yan's superior officer frantically jabbed at Fang Yan, his voice trembling with excitement. Luan? It really is Luan. He's a god among men, surviving a nuclear blast unscathed. And now is the perfect moment to apologize. I'm sure he's here for this very reason and will forgive you. But Fang Yan seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at Luan, who was surrounded by the crowd, unable to move. His reaction stemmed partly from shock at Luan's arrival, and partly from utter uncertainty about how to face him. Finally, Luan bowed to the crowd before soaring into the sky and departing. Staring at the direction Luan vanished, Fang Yan clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and began breathing heavily. After holding it in for who knows how long, he finally roared toward the direction Luan had vanished. Luan, you win. I'm the one who regrets it, and I've regretted it for a long time. After speaking, the world seemed to fall silent. He didn't expect Luan to hear his words. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. But just then, Luan's voice drifted slowly into his ears. I know. Just coming back is enough. You must have suffered in the Three Kingdoms. Hearing those words, Fang Yan's heart trembled violently before a smile spread across his face. In that moment, he finally emerged from the shadow-like memories that had haunted him. Through this meeting with Fang Yan, Luan realized something. Back in the years before he had bound the system, the Great Xia Empire had sent numerous students to study at extraordinary academies in other nations. These students had been imbued with various restraints by those nations, essentially turning them into puppets. Luan believed that as long as they could return to Great Xia, they were compatriots, and he absolutely could not abandon them. But there were simply too many of them. Removing the restrictions one by one was unrealistic. He wondered if Zhu Long had any effective solutions. Upon returning to Zhu Long's side, he immediately inquired if there was an efficient method to break those restrictions. What? Another new task from the Heavenly Tao? Luan flashed an awkward smile before shaking his head. No, it's just that I genuinely don't want them to be controlled. The system certainly wouldn't assign a task unrelated to the Cultivation University. In fact, Luan's current system mission was Student Cultivation. Cultivate one student each at Foundation Establishment stage, with introductory skills in alchemy, artifact forging, and beast taming. Reward, blessing from the way of heaven. Task duration, 1 year. Failure penalty, deprivation of all functional facilities at Cultivation University. Since that's not the case, I can't help you either. Don't forget, I can't directly interfere with anything here. This matter has nothing to do with you, nor is it the will of the Tao. To intervene would violate my own vows. With Zhu Long speaking so plainly, Luan could not press further and resolved to find another solution later. Truthfully, Zhu Long's refusal had nothing to do with any so-called oath. It was purely because those restrictions were far too rudimentary. In the spirit-rich environment of present-day Great Xia, they required no intervention whatsoever. They would dissipate on their own in no time. His insistence on invoking that ancient vow stemmed entirely from fear that Luan would grow overly reliant on him, constantly seeking his assistance for every matter. He simply dreaded the hassle. Upon returning to the Cultivation University, Luan was astonished to find that despite the passage of time, thousands of students still stood in their original positions, showing no signs of leaving. It seemed they had been waiting for his return all along. Witnessing this scene, Luan was genuinely moved. He first awakened Xu Mengyuan, who had been in a deep slumber, and had her rejoin the student ranks. Then, under the quiet gaze of all the students, he slowly walked up to a raised platform and took a deep breath. My fellow students, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting so long. Still, no one spoke, leaving Luan feeling somewhat awkward. Though it might sound like I'm shifting blame, I must say you'd never guess what I went through today that caused this delay. After uttering these words, Luan looked down at the students below, his heart filled with guilt. Just as he was about to continue, the room erupted in thunderous applause. Principal! We all saw it. You and teacher Zuluong took down the entire Sakura nation by yourselves. You're like max-level humans. So badass. Taking down Sakura nation? That's nothing. Didn't you see the principal shrug off a nuclear blast without flinching, walking away completely unscathed? Now that's what we call badass. Principal, hurry up and teach us cultivation. We want to be as badass as you. Listening to the students chattering away below, Luan was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this place completely cut off from the outside world? How did the students know about the outside world? Amidst his confusion, he saw the usually taciturn Black Star God approaching, holding an object that resembled a crystal ball. They were all worried about your safety. So I contacted Lord Zhu Long and showed the students what's happening over there. Chapter 71, The Teaching Method Dispute. Good grief, so the students knew about everything he'd been through? Hearing the students' praise, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He'd been worried that today's series of events were too outlandish for anyone to believe. Seems he'd overthought it. Now that everything was resolved, Luan could formally announce something. As the president of Cultivation University, although today's events delayed my return, I am back. Therefore, I hereby declare Cultivation University officially open for the new semester. Welcome to your studies. As Luan finished speaking, the venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. At that moment, Xianhe approached with a delighted smile. The semester has begun. The semester has begun. I've already selected the disciples I'll be teaching. It's just. As he spoke, Xianhe began pointing at the students below. The one I mentioned before is definitely mine, and that blonde-haired one, and the one dressed all in white, I want them too. Watching the crane grow more animated by the second, Luan was utterly baffled. What? Selecting students? Isn't the Cultivation University starting classes? If I don't pick students, who am I supposed to teach cultivation to? Who am I supposed to teach alchemy to? Only then did Luan realize their minds were still stuck in the cultivation world's mindset, thinking the Cultivation University was just another form of sect. He immediately resolved to convene a faculty meeting to thoroughly explain the differences between the Cultivation University and a sect, and how they should approach teaching students. But first, he needed to settle the students here. Luan first looked down at the students below, instructing them to produce their acceptance letters. Without hesitation, the students pulled out the admission letters Luan had given them earlier. With a wave of Luan's hand, the admission letters, which already emitted a golden glow, burst into an even more dazzling radiance. Before the students could process what was happening, the admission letters began shrinking in size while thickening. Within mere seconds, each thin sheet of paper transformed into a small booklet. The cover was clean and simple, bearing only a few large characters. The Cultivation University Student Handbook. Upon opening it, they were even more astonished. Inside were detailed instructions on everything from the location of their cave dwellings and how to collect daily necessities to where to eat and how to activate the basic arrays within their dwellings. The final pages even contained an exceptionally comprehensive and detailed map of Cultivation University, complete with automatic positioning and navigation functions. It was practically an encyclopedia of the university. Even if they were first-time visitors completely unfamiliar with the campus, this handbook would allow them to quickly navigate their way around. Most crucially, upon comparing their copies, they discovered that each handbook contained slightly different content. Luan had already assigned them dormitories based on their age and gender differences. All they needed to do was follow the instructions in this handbook. Who would have thought that Luan, the president of Cultivation University, despite being so busy, could still find the time to prepare this for them? Didn't this put those other so-called extraordinary universities 10 streets behind? Alright, settle yourselves in according to this handbook. To help you get acquainted with the place, tomorrow is a day off. That's all for now. Dismissed. Not a single student could resist the lure of a day off. The moment Luan announced the break, they were all gone in a flash. After the students departed, Luan summoned Zhu Long and the other three to his cave residence. They sat down at a table. Though the cultivation world revered strength above all, they had all been bound by the system as his subordinates, so they remained respectful toward him. Principal Luan, what brings us here? We've already selected our students and are ready to formally begin teaching them at any moment. Xianhe smiled, though his eyes betrayed confusion as he inquired. Luan shook his head helplessly before explaining. I called you here precisely to discuss this matter. At our Cultivation University, it is not you who choose the students, but the students who choose you. At his words, the others froze in surprise. Not us choosing students, but students choosing us? What does that mean? They were genuinely bewildered. Since ancient times, sects in the cultivation world had always selected disciples themselves. After recruiting new disciples, they subjected them to brutal trials and only then considered how much to teach them. Typically, masters only passed down their true teachings when their time was near. There was even a saying, the way must not be imparted lightly. While this approach had many drawbacks and risked losing powerful techniques to oblivion. Yet within the cultivation world, this method of teaching disciples had become an ingrained process. Everyone followed it, and naturally, no one had ever considered changing it. Hearing Luan propose allowing disciples to choose their masters, they instinctively found it hard to believe. Seeing their reactions, Luan nodded. You heard correctly. Students will choose their own teachers. To be precise, you will only teach during fixed times, and students will decide whether to attend your lectures. After Luan finished speaking, the four fell silent for over 10 seconds, staring at him intently, trying to gauge whether he was joking. Once they confirmed he wasn't, Xianhe was the first to voice his discontent. No. Absolutely not. If I were to impart all my knowledge so easily, how could I face my own master after death? Though these individuals were considerably older, well, not merely considerably older, even accounting for Luan's 2 lifetimes, they still outlived him by millennia. His age and cultivation level made Luan unconsciously lower his stance around them, instinctively showing them excessive respect. But now that the Cultivation University had opened, he was the chancellor, and they were the teachers, in essence, his subordinates. On ordinary days, it might be acceptable, but now, when it came to determining the university's teaching model, Luan absolutely could not make any concessions. Calm down. No one is asking you to teach your own methods to these students. Tomorrow, I'll give you a book. All you need to do is teach the students what's written inside. That won't do. If we follow your suggestion, the students will never understand the concept of respecting teachers and honoring the way. Moreover, without supervision, relying solely on their self-discipline, who knows how they might slack off. After Crane finished speaking, the other three including Zhu Long nodded in agreement. Zhu Long even stated directly, "The path of cultivation is arduous and tedious. If we let students choose freely, not a single one would ever achieve mastery." Chapter 72, The Cultivation Textbook. Luan understood their concerns were not without merit. After all, humans possess an innate tendency toward laziness, and most would indeed slack off without supervision. But Luan had his reasons for choosing this system. After a few seconds of silence, Luan gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. "I understand your perspective. In the brutal cultivation world, a sect's primary goal is to cultivate as many top-tier powerhouses as possible. But the situation here is different. The foremost objective of Cultivation University is to ensure every student gains as much knowledge as possible. We all grasp that, but allowing students to choose whether to attend lectures is absolutely unworkable." Seeing that the four of them remained steadfast in their stance, Luan sighed and said, "Have you ever considered this possibility? A prodigy in alchemy might be selected by a weapon forging master, only to have their talent buried. Someone who could have become a master alchemist ends up obscure in the realm of weapon forging. Everything happens for a reason. If such a situation arises, it's simply fate, there's nothing we can do about it." This response left Luan utterly speechless. Setting aside whether such a thing as the Tao even exists, even if it did, would the Tao really be so idle as to decide the fate of a single person? With no other choice, he had to rephrase his argument. If we let these students dabble in every subject, they'll naturally discover what suits them best and focus solely on that one course. That's the only way to ensure no talent goes wasted. But what if someone just slacks off, eating and sleeping all day without attending any classes? Regarding that issue, I have 2 points to make. First, every so often, the Cultivation University will evaluate them. If they fail the assessment, not only will they face punishment, but they won't be able to leave this place either. Second, their ability to grasp cultivation fundamentals so quickly shows that while talent matters, character is equally crucial. It's simply impossible for someone with such potential to be lazy. But Xianhao remained unconvinced, continuing to argue. "Oomph. Even a pill-refining prodigy like me would have perished long ago from inadequate cultivation had it not been for my master's strict discipline. Your reasoning is utterly baseless. Unfounded?" Luan lowered his head and thought for a moment before turning to look at Zhu Long. Though Zhu Long's stance had softened somewhat after hearing Luan's arguments, he still showed no sign of yielding, remaining silent by his side. "Zhu Long, you were with me this time. You must have seen just how devastating that thing called a nuclear weapon can be, right?" Zhu Long nodded at first, then frowned in confusion and asked, "Why bring that up? Don't you find it astonishing? Mortals without any cultivation at all manage to create weapons of such immense power." "Indeed." Zhu Long nodded again. He had been genuinely stunned by the nuclear explosion. "And now I'm telling you, the very first person to create the thing was educated through this very system. Not just him, most of the brilliant technological inventors behind humanity's current civilization were educated through this same system." Hearing Luan's words, Zhu Long's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, he had been pondering the educational approach Luan described. Using such a method seemed undeniably more efficient. After all, having lived for so long, he had long recognized the significant flaws in the methods of the sects within the cultivation world. Over countless millennia, these flaws had undoubtedly buried countless geniuses. Implementing Luan's proposed method could indeed significantly mitigate these flaws. But his concern mirrored Xianhe's. He feared that without strict supervision, students might succumb to their inner laziness and inevitably slack off. Upon hearing Luan mention that the creator of nuclear weapons had been cultivated under precisely such a teaching model, he suddenly seemed to grasp something profound, slowly nodding his head. "Luan, as the principal of this school, the final decision on which teaching model to adopt rests with you. However, I would like to ask you to agree to one thing." "What is it?" "That if you find this model doesn't work for Cultivation University, you stop it immediately. The students here are all prodigies, we can't afford to waste their time." "Agreed. Does anyone else have anything to add?" Luan scanned the room. The other three remained silent. After all, Luan was the principal, and for years, Zhu Long had effectively been their group's leader. Now that both of them agreed on something, they had no grounds to object. Only Xianhao remained sullenly sulking, thinking to himself, "Who would have thought even Zhu Long had grown senile? Following this teaching model, they'd likely fail to cultivate a single qualified disciple." Luan could sense Xianhe's discontent, but he chose to ignore it. He understood one thing: people rarely argue over matters they don't care about. Xianhe's strong opposition likely stemmed from genuine concern for the Cultivation University, a positive sign. Once it realized the superiority of this teaching model, it would surely become the most enthusiastic instructor of all. Thus, the teaching model was finalized, and Luan began preparing for the next steps. He slowly entered the scripture hall, leveraging his complete mastery of the space to dissect certain elements, reassemble them, and experiment with various combinations. Ultimately, 4 thick volumes materialized before him. From Cultivation Beginner to Great Immortal. 5 years to master herbalism, 3 years to refine elixirs. How divine artifacts are forged. Postpartum care for sows. Oops, wrong book, it should be spirit beast breeding and taming. These 4 volumes would become the textbooks for Zhu Long and his 3 companions as they taught their students. Luan had dissected countless relevant knowledge from the scripture hall, sifting out the useful bits to compile these 4 volumes. With these 4 volumes as their foundation, the students' learning would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. Compiling textbooks might sound daunting, but for Luan, who held the entire library in his mind, it proved surprisingly straightforward, completed in a single night. He first gave 1 copy each to Zhu Long and the others, instructing them to prepare their lessons promptly. Zhu Long looked utterly disinterested, casually flipping open the volume titled Cultivation, From Beginner to Great Immortal. Yet, the moment his eyes met the text, he couldn't tear them away. A divine text. This was undoubtedly a divine text. It ingeniously fused countless cultivation methods revered as supreme within the cultivation world, taking the strengths and avoiding the weaknesses of each to forge an entirely new cultivation technique. Moreover, every minor step was accompanied by incredibly detailed annotations. Zhu Long felt that even if this book were casually tossed to someone, they could master it without a teacher. If even Zhu Long could manage it, what about the other 3? Shen stared wide-eyed, his gaze lingering for a long moment before he finally asked, "Are you certain you can teach this directly to students without any prerequisites?" "Absolutely. Principal Luan is truly magnanimous. No wonder he was chosen by the Tao. If this book were released in the cultivation world, who knows how many sects would fight over it." Even the usually stoically Tenio couldn't help but praise repeatedly. So this is how one refines artifacts and utilizes materials in such ways. He Yao, however, showed little reaction. He buried his face in the book and showed no intention of lifting his head again. Chapter 73, The Plantation. Luan had intended to ask the 4 of them for feedback, but judging by their reactions, it was clear none was forthcoming. Their reactions were understandable, though. After all, this was a library gifted by the system, filled with nothing but the most elite texts. So elite that any single volume could likely shatter their existing understanding. Now, Luan had synthesized the knowledge from countless such texts, distilling it into these 5 books. Their value was immense, so much so that calling them unique in cultivation history wouldn't be an exaggeration. Given their limited understanding, they couldn't offer any meaningful suggestions, so Luan simply left. After Luan departed, the 4 of them exchanged glances without needing to speak, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Zhu Long spoke first, carefully tucking the book in his hand into his storage space with movements so delicate it seemed he was handling a priceless treasure. "Luan is truly extraordinary. He's never cultivated before. His entire cultivation base is a gift from the Tao itself. Yet he's managed to synthesize countless cultivation techniques into one cohesive system. He's nothing short of a prodigy. Indeed. He's never attempted alchemy before, yet he understands the art of pill refinement and the properties of spiritual herbs to this depth. I can only envy him." Litinio and Black Radiance Star Lord remained silent, but their expressions spoke volumes. These 2 held nothing short of profound admiration for Luan. Previously, they had harbored doubts about Luan's status as the Son of Heaven. But now, it was clear beyond doubt that Luan was indeed chosen by heaven itself and entrusted with some profound mission. To them, this was an incredibly awesome thing. After all, the Tao had never before bestowed its favor upon a single individual. Typically, it chose a specific place or a particular race. Moreover, it had never openly bestowed blessings, let alone granted them repeatedly. Take the demon race as an example. At the height of their fortune, they were hailed as the heavenly Tao's favored children. In essence, the entire demon race had been chosen, and their supreme beings had even mastered miraculous demonic arts of immortality. It was only later that the fortune of the human race surpassed theirs, completely suppressing the demon race. Yet neither the demon race nor the human race had ever received direct assistance from the Tao of Heaven. Moreover, they never received a second or third helping hand after the first. Luan, however, seemed like a loophole. Not only was his cultivation bestowed by the Tao itself, but he was also gifted the Xia Empire's spirit energy so dense it surpassed their wildest imaginations, along with this cultivation university, which even in their eyes, was extravagant beyond belief. Everything seemed to point to one thing: the Tao held Luan in extraordinary regard. Realizing this, they made up their minds. Luan was destined to reach heights no cultivator in history had ever attained. They had to tag along with him, hoping to bask in his glory when the time came. After all, even pigs can fly when they're caught in the wind. Luan remained utterly oblivious to their scheming. He still firmly believed there was no such thing as the way of heaven, convinced he was merely an ordinary system user. That was exactly how he saw it. Since he had granted his students a day off, he still had some time to spare. Using this time, Luan made his way to the plantation area. This area was quite close to the alchemy chamber. According to Crane, the spiritual energy here was relatively mild compared to other places, and its proximity to the alchemy chamber made it ideal for cultivating spiritual herbs. Drawing on the knowledge stored in his mind from the treasure hall of scriptures, Luan knew that among the countless varieties of spiritual herbs in the cultivation world, there were not only medicinal plants used for alchemy but also a vast array suitable for consumption. Take spirit rice and spirit potatoes, for instance. When prepared as traditional Great Xia delicacies, they were absolutely exquisite. Fermented into spirit wine, they were even more delicious. With the first batch of students at the Cultivation University numbering in the thousands, and that number only set to grow, feeding so many students presented a significant challenge. Although the immortal crane had provided him with many fasting pills, claiming that consuming these pills would allow one to sustain their abilities solely by breathing in the spiritual energy of the heavenly ladder, without needing to eat. Luan felt that relying solely on pills for sustenance over the long term was rather torturous. He therefore planned to cultivate spiritual rice and other crops here, then establish a cafeteria to provide meals for the students. Luan was highly proactive, usually putting his ideas into action immediately, and cultivating spirit rice was no exception. So 2 months ago, he asked Xianhe for some spirit rice and spirit wheat seeds to begin planting. The result was Xianhe's merciless mockery. Sure, I can get you as much of that stuff as you want. But let me tell you straight, while dishes made from spirit rice are incredibly delicious and offer countless benefits for cultivators when eaten regularly, hardly anyone in the cultivation world actually grows it. Do you know why? Why? Because cultivating this high-grade spirit herb takes at least 600 years. 600 years. Who in their right mind would invest that much time just to eat a single bowl of spirit rice? Only the top-tier powers would do such a thing. Ha ha ha. Luan was on the verge of giving up, but the thought of that fragrant, steaming bowl of spirit rice made him steel his resolve. So what if it takes 600 years? The ancestral dragons live over 1,000 years. Could he not survive 600? So he gritted his teeth and planted a vast field. To his utter astonishment, the soil in this plantation proved exceptionally unique. The spirit rice, which normally required a full 600 years to mature, actually ripened within a mere 2 months. Moreover, the growth far exceeded their expectations, yielding an incredibly high harvest. At this rate of production, it wouldn't just be enough to feed the thousands of students at the academy. Even if he transported it all back down to his hometown of Tianjing City, it would be more than sufficient to open a restaurant there. Remember when Xianhe saw how well this spirit rice was growing? He immediately brought out all his treasured spirit herb seeds. He even summoned his 5 attendant children to cultivate spirit herbs here. Seriously, a super fertile spot that could accelerate spiritual herb growth hundreds of times over? If he didn't make the most of it, he'd be doing a disservice to the long-departed ancestors of his sect. The moment Luan arrived, 2 childlike figures bowed in greeting. Headmaster, it's been but a few days, yet your cultivation has made such tremendous breakthroughs. Congratulations, congratulations. Though these 2 looked exactly like children, Luan knew the truth. One was over 60, the other over 70. Their youthful appearances were entirely maintained by their foundation establishment cultivation, which kept them looking like teenagers. Reaching foundation establishment in one's 60s or 70s might seem like exceptional talent, but it was far from it. Their cultivation had been forcibly elevated by the immortal crane using elixirs. The consequence of this was that their foundations were damaged, making further cultivation progress extremely difficult. To survive in the perilous cultivation world, they had no choice but to work for Xianhe for the rest of their lives, essentially no different from slaves. As the immortal crane put it, had they not been discovered by him, they would have perished long ago. Even if they had survived, their innate talents would never have allowed them to reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Thus, the cranes believed they owed their disciples nothing but kindness. Yet in daily interactions, they either bellowed or cursed at them, their attitude abysmal. However, as a young man educated in modern ways, Luan naturally disagreed with such thinking. While he might not speak as bluntly as Xianhe, no need for formalities. I'm only here to ask, have you finished processing all the spirit rice? Spiritual rice required far more labor-intensive processing than ordinary rice, and without specialized machinery, Luan had no choice but to delegate this task to the immortal crane's attendant. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. Chapter 74, the first lesson of the new term. As the 2 attendants spoke, they produced storage pouches filled entirely with spirit rice already processed and ready for immediate use. Luan nodded with immense satisfaction. After receiving the storage pouches, he rummaged through his own storage space and retrieved a stone emitting a faint green glow. You've worked hard. Consider this a reward. No. I can't accept payment for nothing. I was just doing my duty. How could I possibly take a reward? This stone was the universal currency of the cultivation world, known as spirit stones. Luan had discovered them in the demonic ruins of Sakura country, and in large quantities at that. Keeping them was pointless, and he'd originally intended to collect them. Now, however, they seemed perfect as rewards. Before the 2 attendants could refuse again, Luan slipped them into their robes. Don't worry, I won't tell the immortal crane. With that, he produced more spirit rice seeds, entrusting them to continue planting them and promising further rewards upon successful cultivation. After Luan departed, the 2 attendants were so moved they nearly wept. As junior attendants to alchemists, they were technically the lowest-ranking disciples, essentially errand boys, or worse, since they didn't even receive a fixed stipend. Now, for merely assisting with the spirit rice, Luan had directly given each of them a piece of high-grade spirit stone. These were high-grade spirit stones. In the cultivation world, such stones were typically used only by super-powered cultivators at the nascent soul stage. They had never even seen one before. For them, this was an act of kindness they would remember forever. Faced with Luan's request, they would naturally spare no effort to cultivate the spirit rice to perfection. After everything was settled, Luan arrived at a relatively large cave dwelling. The Cultivation University had many such caves, vast in size and nearly devoid of facilities they were provided for him to remodel. He could transform them into anything he desired. Without hesitation, Luan immediately began reshaping the space with his magic. Within just a few hours, the vast, empty cave had transformed into a cultivation-style dining hall. Upon entering the cave, one would see rows of neatly arranged seating, with the cooking area further inside. Though not exceptionally large, it was ample enough to accommodate the several thousand students currently enrolled at the university. But that wouldn't be a problem. If they needed to expand enrollment in the future, they could simply build more cafeterias. Surveying the dining hall he had single-handedly created, Luan nodded with satisfaction. He recalled his childhood days at school, when the cafeteria ladies serving meals would tremble incessantly, as if afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Once, just as a piece of meat was about to land in his lunchbox, it was shaken right off. From that moment on, Luan harbored a small dream, to build a cafeteria where the ladies never had shaky hands. Now, that dream had finally come true. Just then, a crowd of students began gathering around. They were students wandering around Cultivation University who happened to spot Luan here. Curious about this principal named Luan, they all stopped to watch and see what he was up to. Noticing their gazes, Luan stepped forward with a smile. Using magic, he summoned a large stone and carved two bold characters upon it, Canteen. He then announced, "From now on, this will be the dining hall of Cultivation University. Classes officially begin tomorrow, and your very first lesson is to come here for a meal." Soon, this news spread to every student through the enchantment Luan had placed on the student handbook. Upon hearing this, their instinctive reaction was utter bewilderment. The very first class of the semester was about eating? Puzzled by this unexpected turn of events, they began discussing it among themselves. "What do you think Principal Luan means by this?" "No idea. And didn't we just pick up those fasting pills this morning?" "I already took mine. Now whenever I get hungry or thirsty, I just need to breathe in some cosmic energy for a bit. It's so convenient I don't need to eat at all." Do you think he's trying to hint at something with this? What could one message possibly imply? Could there be some treasure hidden in tomorrow's meal? While the others were still speculating, Wan Qing decided to go straight to Luan for answers. Truth be told, Luan was somewhat surprised to see Wan Qing come looking for him. In his memory, Wan Qing lived up to her name. She was exceptionally cool and aloof. Back when she worked as his secretary, she never exchanged a single extra word with him after finishing her tasks. If it weren't for Luan's slightly chatty nature, they'd probably still be as distant as strangers. And now she was actually coming to him on her own initiative? "Isn't this my former little secretary? What brings you here?" Ruan Qing clearly bristled at Luan's casual address, though her displeasure was limited to a slight twitch of her lips before she asked, "Can't I come over without a reason?" "Of course you can come. It's not like we're in class right now. We're still friends for now. Once classes officially start tomorrow, you'll have to call me principal, haha." Luan's smug grin was infuriating enough to make Wan Qing stomp her foot in frustration. She couldn't help but issue a warning. "My grandpa said if you bully me, I should tell him. So I suggest you rein it in." All right. Spit it out. What do you need from me?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask, what exactly does the first class of the semester is eating in the cafeteria mean?" That single question sent Luan into a daze. He stared at Ruan Qing, shifting his gaze from left to right, until her face flushed bright red. "What are you doing? Staring like that? I'm just curious, did you hurt your head or something? How could you ask such a question? What do you mean? The first lesson of happiness is eating at the cafeteria. Obviously, it means getting you students to eat. What else could it mean?" Luan's words were entirely truthful. He hadn't thought much beyond simply wanting to treat all the students to a meal. What else could it mean? But when those words reached Ruan Qing's ears, they took on a completely different meaning. To her ears, Luan was clearly implying, No way. You, who's always so sharp as ice, can't even pick up on a hint like that? Is your brain not working right? Fine, I won't say it. Why are you being so sarcastic?" Ruan Qing frowned, made no further stay, and left immediately, leaving Luan even more bewildered. Chapter 75, The Shocking White Porridge. The next day arrived. All the students sat in the cafeteria, brimming with anticipation, buzzing with speculation about what Luan intended to teach them in this very first lesson. Not everyone was so tense, though. Some foodies couldn't care less about such matters. All they cared about was what they'd be eating for their very first meal in the school cafeteria. Take Wang Hui, for instance. He sat in his seat, his eyes practically burning with anticipation, just waiting for the meal to arrive. He was getting a bit impatient, so he casually asked the person next to him, What do you think our first meal will be? As luck would have it, the person sitting next to him was Ruan Chang. Ruan Chang sat with her back perfectly straight, her lifelong refinement evident even in her posture. Hearing Wang Hui's question, she turned her head and caught sight of his pathetic expression. She frowned slightly, recognizing the man before her. She recalled seeing news about Luan personally visiting an internet celebrity for aptitude testing while browsing Cultivation University updates. That celebrity seemed to be the man before her. Though she felt no inclination to engage him, she answered nonetheless, mindful of maintaining good relations with her classmates. I'd advise you not to get your hopes up. I suspect Principal Luan, well, his whole setup is probably just an attempt to use this meal to build rapport with us. So it'll most likely be just an ordinary dinner. After leaving Luan's place last night, Ruan Chang immediately fell into deep thought. From what she knew of Luan, he wasn't the type to play games or be mysterious. He was always straightforward. Take the implementation of the Heavenly Array project back then. Many issues could have been resolved with a bit more tact, but Luan refused to compromise. He always charged straight ahead, tackling problems head-on no matter how difficult they were. When his hardline approach faced opposition, he never considered negotiating with dissenters, he simply dismissed them outright. So for someone like him to think of using a meal to accomplish anything was clearly impossible. Moreover, when she met Luan yesterday, his expression didn't seem deceptive. Consequently, she concluded this was just an ordinary meal, nothing to get excited about. Seeing Ruan Chang's expression, Wang Hui instantly felt annoyed. He didn't know Ruan Chang personally, nor did he understand Luan, so his admiration for Luan was nothing short of fanatical. He couldn't tolerate anyone else looking down on him. Young lady, I think you're underestimating our principal. From what I've observed, he does things with extraordinary flair. Take the Celestial Array project, for instance, 3 immortals descending from the heavens, or the 9 dragons carriage welcoming new students. So I'm convinced the food he's serving us this time is definitely extraordinary. Before Ruan Chang could respond, a classmate seated nearby interjected with disdain. I don't know how your brains are wired to spout such nonsense. Do you think we're sitting here just to eat something? He was Xiao Chen, the one Luan had rescued from Lingyao City, the same Xiao Chen who had been kidnapped by a Class A extraordinary being from Sunset Nation and nearly killed that Class A extraordinary being in the process. Xiao Chen's arrogant tone rubbed both Ruan Chang and Wang Hui the wrong way. Ruan Chang couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person and turned away without another word. Wang Hui, however, was different. As the first to ascend the heavenly ladder, he'd always carried an air of superiority. Now, seeing someone even more arrogant than himself, he immediately shot back. If you're not eating, why are you sitting in the cafeteria? Could it be to watch us eat? Humph, ignorant. Of course I'm here for class. Taking a class in the cafeteria? Are you out of your mind? You're the one with the problem. Think carefully about the message you received. Principal Luan clearly said the first class of the semester is eating. Don't you understand what class means here? Wang Hui thought it over and realized he was right. If it was just about eating, why would they call it the first lesson of the semester? Why not just say to come eat at this time in the morning? Wang Hui wasn't one to stubbornly argue, so he nodded in agreement. Bro, you're right. I didn't think it through. No worries. Once the food arrives, we'll have a proper chat about what Principal Luan is really trying to teach us. No problem, bro. Watching these two chumming up, Ruan Chang felt his scalp tingle, as if new thoughts were sprouting in his head. These two were overcomplicating Luan. Amidst the students' lively chatter, Luan finally appeared. But unlike his previous spirited demeanor, his face now bore a hint of apology. My apologies. I had intended to make this meal more lavish, but an unexpected situation arose. Luan wasn't lying. He had indeed intended to treat his classmates to a lavish feast, but he never imagined that no matter what dish he prepared, pairing it with the spirit rice felt like a waste of its precious essence. After all, this was spirit rice that only matured once every 600 years in the cultivation world. It was typically reserved for the super elite of the cultivation realm. Mundane delicacies from the mortal world simply couldn't measure up. But by the time he realized this, there was little time left. It was impossible to find other ingredients. With no other choice, Luan gritted his teeth and boiled the spirit rice into a thick porridge, serving it to his students. The students had been reassuring Luan that it was fine, that they weren't picky. But when the bowls of porridge were placed before them, every single one of them was stunned. Are you kidding me? After anticipating the first meal of the new semester all day, this is what we get? And it was plain white porridge, seemingly without any ingredients added? Wang Hui was dumbfounded. He'd been fantasizing about some exotic dish he'd never tasted before, only to get a plain, bland-looking bowl of white porridge? He instinctively glanced over at Xiao Chen. The guy who'd been so confident just moments ago was now staring at the white porridge with a serious expression. This made Luan blurt out. What's up, bro? Did you spot something? Xiao Chen slowly nodded and spoke. There's absolutely nothing else added to this porridge. Principal Luan might be hinting that in the cultivation process, we must be as pure as this plain porridge, free from any distracting thoughts. Ha? Are you serious? Overhearing their conversation, Wan Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I told you not to get your hopes up. Luan is a straightforward man, he wouldn't play these convoluted games with you. Besides, getting supplies up here is tough. Just having porridge is a blessing. After her sarcastic remark, Wan Qing picked up her spoon and began eating the porridge. But after just one sip, utter shock filled her eyes. It wasn't just her. After hesitantly taking sips, everyone in the cafeteria froze in place, staring as if they'd witnessed something utterly absurd. Chapter 76, The Miraculous Effects of Spirit Rice Porridge. There was one thing even Luan didn't know. The reason spirit rice required a 600-year growth cycle in the cultivation world was because it absorbed an immense amount of celestial energy from the heavens and earth as it developed from seed to maturity. In the cultivation world, it takes 600 years for spirit rice to absorb that much energy. However, the Cultivation University's plantation had exceptionally dense spiritual energy that was also highly absorbable, which significantly shortened the process. In other words, each grain of spirit rice equated to absorbing 600 years' worth of celestial energy. One could only imagine the terrifying amount of spiritual power contained within a bowl of porridge made from such rice. Consequently, after merely one mouthful, the immense spiritual energy within the grains began to surge through the students' bodies, being absorbed by their spiritual roots. However, the students' cultivation levels were far too low, barely at the entry level. Absorbing such immense spiritual energy proved exceedingly difficult. Even that single spoonful might take them several minutes to absorb. Unless they possessed the innate talent of a heavenly spirit root, that one mouthful of porridge could easily cause them to be torn apart by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Luan sipped the porridge in his bowl, marveling at how distinctly different the flavor of spirit rice porridge was. With every mouthful, the aroma shot straight to his brain. Even without any fancy garnishes, it was truly a masterpiece. It was simply beyond ordinary deliciousness. His cultivation base was so high that he completely failed to notice the problem. After finishing the bowl in just a few mouthfuls, he turned to observe his classmates' reactions. He wondered what kind of reaction they would have after tasting such delicious porridge. But when he looked around, he froze in shock. Why did every student appear frozen in place, sitting motionless like wooden statues? Panic seized him, and he instinctively scanned everyone with his divine sense. Only then did he realize what the students were enduring. In truth, every cultivator possessed a place within their body to store spiritual energy. For Qi cultivation stage cultivators, it was called the Qi Si. For foundation establishment stage cultivators, the Dantian. For golden core stage cultivators, the golden core within their body, and for nascent soul stage cultivators, the nascent soul within their body. This classification existed because as one advanced in cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy required for storage increased exponentially. Without adapting the storage method, the cultivator would explode from the pressure. In other words, every cultivator, regardless of realm, possesses a limit to their spiritual energy storage capacity, only the magnitude of that limit differs. These students, to put it plainly, were merely novice cultivators at the lowest tier. Their capacity to store spiritual energy was extremely limited. Consequently, after drinking a mouthful of spiritual rice porridge, their spiritual energy could only diffuse into other parts of their bodies. Fortunately, though their cultivation was mediocre, their innate talent was truly extraordinary. Each possessed a heavenly spirit root. It was only through these heavenly spirit roots that they could barely refine the spiritual energy within their bodies, using it to strengthen their bone structure, replenish their vital energy, and achieve other positive effects. If their talent were even slightly weaker, exploding from the pressure within minutes would be no exaggeration. Realizing this, Luan Han nearly jumped out of his skin. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from wiping out his entire class. If that had happened, he would have been the most wronged person in the world. After finally bringing spiritual energy to the Great Xia Empire, and after much effort to secure 3 teachers, they had endured so much to finally reach the opening day of school. Only to wipe them all out on the very first day of classes over a meal? All his efforts reduced to nothing. The thought alone was utterly devastating. Fortunately, judging by the students' current condition, the spiritual rice porridge might not boost their cultivation, but it certainly didn't harm them either. In fact, it offered several benefits. For instance, it nourishes the shin bones, fortifies flesh and blood, and strengthens the Qi Si. Put simply, if these students could drink a bowl of this spiritual rice porridge daily, they'd encounter virtually no bottlenecks in their cultivation journey. What does this mean? In the cultivation world, there are those with exceptional talent who remain stuck at a certain realm for hundreds or even thousands of years until death. The root cause is hitting a bottleneck. Without bottlenecks, cultivation would soar relentlessly with dedicated practice. As time passed, the students who absorbed spiritual energy most efficiently finished their porridge. They collapsed into their chairs as if they just survived a world war, wiping sweat from their brows. Luan could clearly perceive with his divine sense that after this baptism of spirit rice porridge, their spiritual roots had improved in quality, their physical constitution had strengthened, and the size of their Qi Sis had expanded to varying degrees. Unlike the side effects associated with elixirs, the spiritual rice porridge has no adverse reactions whatsoever and does not induce drug resistance. It can truly be described as having all benefits and no drawbacks. Luan nodded in satisfaction at this outcome before announcing an important matter. Starting today, the school will provide breakfast every morning. Please be punctual, everyone. Upon hearing this news, the students nearly fainted. Just one bowl of this tiny spiritual rice porridge had nearly drained them dry. Recovering from it felt like it would take days. Now they were being told to endure this ordeal daily? Wasn't this a death sentence? But soon, they felt a change happening within their bodies. An indescribable wave of comfort instantly enveloped them. The previous exhaustion vanished completely, and they felt reborn, brimming with inexhaustible energy. This sensation made their eyes light up one by one as they turned to look at Luan. The fervor in their gazes clearly demanded, "Is there more? We want another bowl." Facing this group of eager students, Luan responded calmly. Not a single drop left. Upon hearing this, some students even began licking their bowls clean. After all, this porridge was truly extraordinary. It felt unlike any food they had ever tasted before. It was almost like something immortals would eat. Only then did the students slowly grasp the significance of this first lesson. Luan was clearly using this bowl of divine rice porridge meant for immortals to tell them that today marked not only the official start of school, but also their complete shedding of their former identities. They were now officially cultivators. Only by fully grasping this truth could they truly embark on their path to immortality. In that moment, every student's face lit up with sudden understanding. They all turned to look at Luan, their eyes filled with admiration. Seeing the looks on his classmates' faces, Luan was utterly baffled, unable to fathom what they were thinking. It's just a bowl of spirit rice porridge, right? Was it really that big of a deal? Ignoring this group of unworldly students, Luan pulled out the 5 textbooks he had prepared in advance and handed one to each student. These are your textbooks. Take good care of them, as I haven't prepared any extras. Your class schedule is in your student handbook. The most fundamental cultivation class is mandatory. For the rest, you may choose subjects that interest you. Exams will be held periodically, so I advise you to attend as many classes as possible and learn as much as you can to avoid failing the assessments. Chapter 77, The Teaching Philosophy of the Ancestral Dragon. Only after leaving the cafeteria did the students begin to savor the lingering deliciousness of the spirit rice porridge. Truthfully, their perception of the spiritual rice porridge as a delicacy fit for immortals stemmed not only from its physical benefits but also from its undeniable deliciousness. So delicious that after each spoonful, once they'd expended considerable effort digesting the spiritual energy within it, they'd instinctively reach for another. Before they could even register it, the entire bowl was gone. Recalling that sensation now, it was nothing short of sublime. It felt as though the porridge melted into sweet, fragrant bubbles the moment it touched their tongues, sliding down their throats before dissolving in their stomachs, leaving their mouths filled with the exquisite sweetness of the spiritual rice porridge. That flavor, that texture. That sheer satisfaction after eating it was something no top-tier delicacy in the mundane world could ever compare to. As the granddaughter of Elder Fong, Ruanqing had seen her share of the world, even attending a state banquet once. Yet after savoring this spiritual rice porridge, she realized those previous meals were scarcely worthy of being called food, mere sustenance to fill the stomach and provide nutrients. Only today did she truly experience what it meant to savor a delicacy. It was that astonishing. Beside her, Wang Hui and Xiao Chen were equally immersed in the porridge's exquisite flavor, lavishing praise on Luan's mastery for elevating a simple bowl of porridge to such extraordinary heights. As for their earlier debate, it now seemed utterly pointless. Each of them had been right, yet none had truly hit the mark. Wang Hui was the first to pull out the student handbook and flip through it, checking today's class schedule. Although Luan had said they only needed to attend classes that interested them, since it was the beginning of the semester, they all chose not to skip any lectures. After all, skipping a class meant missing the chance to see if it suited them. The first class was the most fundamental cultivation course. Cultivation was likely the only subject these students had any prior foundation in. After all, every one of them had been outstanding practitioners in their own right to gain admission to this school. Each of them possessed some level of personal insight into cultivation. In fact, they carried a certain pride in their cultivation abilities, believing others couldn't match their skills, especially Wang Hui. After all, Wang Hui was a live streaming instructor who taught cultivation techniques to others. Arrogant and conceited, he sneered dismissively the moment he saw the course description. Cultivation needs teaching? Just follow the techniques in the manuals. How can something so simple be a required course? I don't get it. Though Wang Hui's words were brimming with arrogance, neither Ruanqing nor Xiao Chen, who stood beside him, dared to contradict him. To them, cultivation seemed straightforward enough, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body, then practicing according to the methods described in the manuals. What was there to teach? Many shared their skepticism, yet they all arrived at the teaching location. It was an ancient-style building, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Its style was clearly ancient, yet its scale and architectural form were entirely different, giving it an exceptionally grand appearance. Upon entering the building, the students were astonished to find no desks or chairs at all. Instead, there were only meditation cushions laid out on the floor, one after another. Clearly, this cultivation class didn't allow chairs, only sitting on these cushions. This only deepened the dissatisfaction among students who were already skeptical of the cultivation course, with some even wearing their displeasure plainly on their faces. Just then, a figure slowly walked in. The figure moved with deliberate, steady steps. Though each stride appeared deliberate, the pace was astonishingly swift. Before the students could react, the figure had already reached the front, surveying each person with a stern expression. "It's Zulong! It's Zulong!" Students who recognized Zulong began shouting, instantly energizing the entire classroom. Although Zulong had previously revealed his identity, only a handful of students close to him had heard it, leaving most unaware. Later, rumors spread that a teacher at Cultivation University was the legendary Zulong. Yet few were inclined to believe such rumors. After all, he was a figure from many, many years ago. The idea that he could still be alive today seemed almost fantastical. But now, seeing Zhurong in person, especially the male students, felt like something within them had awakened. They all came to one certainty. The man standing at the lectern was undoubtedly the legendary Zulong who unified ancient China. If not Zulong, who else could possess such overwhelming presence? Most crucially, after undergoing the baptism of the spirit rice porridge, their spiritual awareness had strengthened to a certain degree. They could now faintly perceive the boundless, cosmic-like aura of time emanating from Zulong. Combined with the rumors they'd heard, the likelihood that he was indeed Zhurong was overwhelming. The cultivation instructor at Cultivation University is actually Zulong. He's just too powerful. This school is undoubtedly the most incredible institution in the world. Some even began shouting in awe. "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" Unexpectedly, that single shout caused the previously silent Zulong to furrow his brow. He shot the person a look that was distinctly angry. Instantly, the entire classroom fell silent. Everyone was frozen in fear by that gaze. This was the legendary wrath of the Son of Heaven. However, Zulong was not one to hold grudges, and his warning was conveyed solely through that piercing gaze. Once the classroom finally quieted down, he spoke. "My name has long been abandoned in the river of history, but it seems the world prefers to call me Zhurong. So from now on, you may address me as Teacher Zhurong." Hearing their suspicions confirmed, the students grew even more excited. Yet, mindful of Zhurong's earlier menacing glare, they restrained their excitement and listened on. "My imperial status is long gone. I wish you would refrain from mentioning that history in my presence. This is also one of my classroom rules." Truthfully, he'd been grilled too many times back then. After all this time, he'd forgotten most of the details and genuinely didn't know how to answer, so this excuse served him well. The students listened intently, nodding frantically. Originally, they had shown little interest in this cultivation course. But now that they realized it was Zulong teaching, their spirits soared. After all, as children of the Great Xia Empire, especially those passionate about history who didn't regard Zulong, the unifier of China, as their greatest idol? Now, not only had they met their idol, but this idol was going to teach them every single day. Could there be anything more blissful in the world? Meanwhile, Luan, hiding in the shadows, watched the scene unfold and breathed a slight sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been that Zulong and his companions, unable to handle so many students, would bring the ways of the cultivation world here ready to discipline anyone at the slightest provocation. After all, during his conversation with Xianhe, he sensed that in the cultivation realm, the weak were treated worse than dogs and pigs by the strong, killed without a second thought. It seemed he had overthought things. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zulong's voice echoed from within the classroom. "Now I'll lay down a few rules. Listen carefully. Anyone caught whispering while I speak will be beheaded. When I ask a question, those who dare to say they don't know shall be beheaded. Whoever acts recklessly upon my entry shall be beheaded." One execution after another, Luan was terrified. Chapter 78, The Terrified Students. If Luan was this shocked, the students in the classroom were even more so. They all froze in place, utterly dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. As if this weren't enough, Zulong seemed unsatisfied. He drew a long sword engraved with a golden dragon, radiating boundless killing intent, and thrust it into the ground to intimidate the students. Feeling the thick aura of death emanating from the blade, it wasn't hard for the students to guess that many lives had likely been taken by this sword. As youth of the new era, they hadn't even witnessed the killing of chickens or dogs, let alone human beings. Instantly, their faces turned deathly pale, not daring to breathe a single breath. They feared any misstep might draw Zhurong's attention, only to be seized and executed as a warning to others. Now finally satisfied, Zulong nodded, picked up his textbook, and prepared to begin the lecture. He might be satisfied, but the students below were so terrified they were practically out of their minds. All they could think about was surviving the class who had the heart to listen to the lecture. Finally, Luan, who had been hiding in the shadows, couldn't bear it any longer. He walked straight into the classroom and beckoned to Zulong. "Professor Zulong, might I ask you to step outside for a moment?" Luan forced a smile as he spoke, his tone polite yet tinged with suppressed anger. Seriously, these students were all hand-picked by him, each one a future pillar of society. If Zulong kept cutting down students like this, two in this class, two in the next, and the rest were only focused on saving their own skins instead of learning, what the hell was the point? Zulong glanced over at Luan, raising an eyebrow in confusion before setting aside his textbook and walking toward him. Clearly, he hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and was still scolding Luan. Can't we discuss this after class? A single lesson is only 2 hours long, with 4 breaks in between. That's hardly enough time. Luan thought to himself. Good grief, 4 hours isn't enough? Not enough for you to slaughter every last student, is it? Luan could only sigh helplessly before speaking up. Lord Zhurong, might our teaching methods be a tad too strict? Harsh? Zulong visibly startled, turning to glance at the students who still dared not move a muscle, his expression puzzled. The lesson hasn't even started yet. How could I possibly be strict? Luan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zulong's expression. The dragon looked genuinely innocent, as if Luan had wronged him. It was beyond words. You start by threatening to kill them. How isn't that strict? How could that be strict? The act of imparting knowledge is profoundly solemn. Those who show disrespect to the Great Way must be cut down. How could that be called strict? Luan's face was a picture of utter speechlessness. Good grief. If his old homeroom teacher had used this standard, he'd have been killed countless times over. No choice. Luan patiently explained how times had changed, how this wasn't the cultivation realm, and what human rights meant, that life deserved respect. But Zulong remained utterly unmoved, forcing Luan to invoke the heavenly Tao itself. Ancestral dragon, I'll be honest with you. Do you know why every student I find happens to possess a heavenly spirit root? Zulong was genuinely clueless about the Cultivation University's admissions process. Truthfully, he was also astonished that Luan consistently found students who were all heavenly spirit roots. At first, he'd assumed the Great Xia Empire had received some divine blessing from the Tao, making everyone a heavenly spirit root. But after returning from Sakura country, he'd taken a rough look around. In a city with so many people, there were only a handful of heavenly spirit roots. While this probability would have stunned those ancient monsters for millennia in the cultivation world, it was still minuscule. So how exactly did Luan manage this? Driven by curiosity, he asked directly. Why? Because it's not so much that I selected these students, but rather that the Tao itself chose them and instructed me to bring them here for enrollment. In other words, every single one of these students is personally designated by the Tao. What do you think would happen if you killed them? With that single sentence, he successfully intimidated Zulong. A look of apprehension spread across Zulong's face, his brows betraying utter shock. Is that even possible? He was stunned, astonished that the Way of Heaven would take such an interest in this so-called cultivation university to the point of personally selecting its students. Seeing his reaction, Luan finally let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared this man would be impervious to reason, insisting on teaching through his usual method of casually executing students. It seemed the man feared nothing, not heaven, not earth, except the Tao itself. Luan had no idea just how brutal the end of the previous era had been. Before that time, Zulong truly feared nothing. He even believed that if the Way of Heaven manifested tangibly, he could simply slay it with a single sword strike. But after experiencing the events of that era, he had come to understand the true terror of the Way of Heaven. From that day forward, his world of eternal fearlessness gained one thing he dreaded above all else, the Way of Heaven. Hearing Luan speak thus, even if Zonglong was utterly unwilling, he could only retort. But surely there must be some form of punishment? Otherwise, how can we teach this class if students disobey and cause trouble? Punishments certainly exist, but they certainly can't be as extreme as yours. We'll discuss this properly later, okay? Luan had made his position clear, leaving Zulong little choice but to concede. Luan and Zulong then entered the classroom together. Seeing the students still tense beyond belief, even swallowing their saliva with extreme caution, Luan felt nothing but heartache. Look at what this group of students had been reduced to. Especially the little girl rescued from the Sunset Nation, only 12 years old, yet so terrified she wanted to cry but dared not, forcing herself to hold it back. It was truly pitiful. Luan waved his hand, forcing a gentle smile before addressing the students. Actually, Teacher Zulu was just joking with you all. Although Cultivation University is a place of immortals, it's still a modern university at its core, a place that values civility. How could we possibly kill people casually? Ha ha ha. As Luan finished speaking, all eyes in the audience turned to the long sword planted in the ground. The sword emitted intermittent whistles like the roar of a golden dragon, yet more akin to the death cries of countless victims who had fallen to its blade. Luan hurriedly instructed Zulong to sheath the sword, and the suffocating tension in the room finally began to ease. Finally, Luan patted Zuluo on the shoulder. Focus on teaching properly. Stop obsessing over slaying students. Come to the conference room after class. We need to discuss disciplinary measures for the students. Chapter 79, the Cultivation University, where rewards and punishments are clearly defined. Despite the minor incident, the first class finally commenced. All the students below the stage gazed at Zulong with eager anticipation, wanting to know what exactly was so special about this cultivation technique that needed teaching. These geniuses had never received guidance themselves, yet the moment they obtained cultivation techniques, they had independently grasped the path of cultivation. Given their existing knowledge and understanding of cultivation, they simply couldn't fathom why cultivation itself would require formal instruction. As an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years, Zhu Long merely swept his gaze across the room and instantly grasped their thoughts. He began his lecture immediately. Do you know what the 5 elements are? At this simple question, many students below the stage eagerly raised their hands. The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ancient sages believed the entire world was composed of these 5 elements. Metal represents gathering, wood represents growth, water represents permeation, fire represents destruction, and earth represents fusion. Some also link feng shui theory to the 5 elements, saying east is wood, south is fire, center is earth, west is metal, and north is water. Zulong nodded at their answers before continuing his inquiry. Do you believe these theories hold true? In other words, since embarking on your cultivation path, have you personally experienced these 5 elements? This single question left every student more or less perplexed. They exchanged glances, ultimately able only to express their denial through silence. Zulong merely smiled, as if anticipating this reaction, and proceeded to speak. Turn to page 3 in your books. This lesson will teach you how to sense the 5 elements within the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby aiding your cultivation. Through Zulong's explanation, the students felt profoundly shaken. Before this lesson, they had all believed spiritual energy to be some kind of substance. They thought that absorbing this substance into their bodies would enhance their cultivation. But after Zulong's explanation, they finally understood. Spiritual energy was actually divided into the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yin and yang. By sensing the attributes of spiritual energy, one could selectively absorb and refine them, thereby increasing cultivation efficiency. The reason their cultivation of the qi nurturing technique didn't require such precision was simply because it was far too basic, merely an introductory method for mortals. Slightly more advanced techniques actually demanded specific elements within spiritual energy. For instance, if you were instructed to absorb fire attributed spiritual energy but went and absorbed water attributed spiritual energy instead, you'd be screwed. At best, one risks losing control and going mad. At worst, one's body explodes and perishes. That's no laughing matter. But that's not all. The primary purpose of distinguishing the 5 elements within spiritual energy is to learn spells after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Without mastering the 5 elements within spiritual energy, casting spells becomes utterly impossible. In short, after this lesson, shock was written all over everyone's faces, as if they had just opened the door to a whole new world. After class, everyone hurried back to their cave dwellings. They began studying the textbook content and reviewing their lecture notes, focusing on sensing the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth to discern the 5 elements within it. This hands-on approach of learning and applying immediately greatly enhanced the students' learning efficiency. After Zulong finished teaching, he made his way to a location not far from Luan's cave residence, the conference room of the Cultivation University. Luan and Xianhe were already seated, so the meeting commenced immediately upon Zulong's arrival. The meeting's purpose was straightforward: to discuss disciplinary measures for students to prevent disruptive behavior in class. In truth, student disruptions were minor concerns. Luan's primary fear was that these teachers, hailing from the cultivation world with their ruthless and decisive nature, might lose their temper and accidentally kill a student with a single strike. First, each of them offered their own suggestions. Zulong spoke first. Since killing is out of the question, let's try another approach. I happen to possess a grade 3 spirit artifact, the soul sealing lock. Using this lock will make students experience the agony of soul reaping, thereby achieving a punitive effect. Luan consulted the mental library in his mind to look up the meaning of the agony of soul snatching. The result stunned him for 10,000 years. The so-called agony of soul seizing involved forcibly stripping the soul from the body and then torturing it, one of the most brutal punishments in the cultivation world. Lingqi execution paled in comparison. Luan could only offer a bitter smile. I don't think we need to be this cruel to students. Crane, do you have any suggestions? The immortal Crane pondered for a moment before speaking directly. I have a pill. After consuming it, one will feel the agony of a raging fire scorching their heart. Next. Luan cut Xianhe off before he could finish. Letinia clearly pondered deeply, taking a long while before voicing his opinion. I reckon punishment should just make students realize their mistakes. So if anyone messes up in the future, send them to the beast taming garden or the plantation to do odd jobs. Luan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Finally, a sensible suggestion. But then the next sentence made him nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. If it's a minor offense, 10 years of menial labor will suffice. If it's a major offense, make them do it for life. Next. Black Obsidian Star God, usually taciturn, suddenly lit up at the mention of punishment. A wicked grin even spread across his lips. I command a black hole space within the vast cosmos. If any student disobeys, I can simply... Enough. Just listen to me. Luan had come to realize that these individuals, hailing from the brutal cultivation world, held no regard for human life whatsoever. But upon reflection, it made sense. In the cultivation world, human life held little value, especially for those with low cultivation levels. They were scarcely regarded as equals by those with higher cultivation. At best, they were merely communicative livestock, ranking even lower than spirit beasts. The meeting finally concluded under Luan's firm stance. Soon after, the students discovered the punishment system outlined in their student handbook, the credit system. Students could earn credits for exemplary classroom behavior, receiving teacher commendations, or contributing to the Cultivation University. Conversely, teachers held the authority to deduct credits for any offenses committed. Credits were tallied during evaluations. High credit totals earned generous rewards, while low totals resulted in punishment. These punishments included menial tasks like cleaning the beast taming garden, removing waste from spirit beasts, or tending to spirit herbs in the plantations. Initially, the students paid little attention to this system. That changed when they saw the reward for the top credit holder. Their eyes lit up with excitement. For the top prize was nothing less than a long sword capable of enabling cultivators to ride it through the skies. To ride a flying sword and soar through the heavens. Who could resist such temptation? Chapter 80, The Crane's Change of Heart. Shortly after the meeting concluded, the second class of the day began a pill refinement lesson taught by Professor Crane. Given the immense complexity of cultivation, only 2 classes were held each day, making this session effectively the final one. Even now, Crane remained deeply skeptical of Luan's proposed teaching model, having only reluctantly agreed to compromise. Consequently, he didn't put much effort into the class, assuming few would attend. He figured he'd just casually cover the required material for the session. After all, it wouldn't be long before Luan realized how unreliable his teaching methods were. He would surely switch approaches then, and proper instruction could wait until that time. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, he was stunned. Every single student from the Cultivation University sat neatly arranged on meditation cushions, their eyes fixed on him with eager anticipation, as if they were genuinely looking forward to his lecture. Seeing this scene, Xianha merely snorted coldly. Every cultivator had once been an ordinary mortal. Those newly introduced to cultivation were inevitably brimming with fervor, their hearts yearning intensely for the path to immortality. Yet the path of cultivation was long and arduous, filled with tedium and solitude beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Once they grasped this reality, their enthusiasm would surely wane. Coincidentally, this alchemy course did not begin with the actual process of refining elixirs. Instead, it started by familiarizing them with a vast array of spiritual herbs, their classifications, properties, and characteristics, laying the groundwork for future alchemical practices. Not only was this incredibly tedious, but it was also extremely difficult. Soon enough, many students would lose focus and start daydreaming. Then, he could use that as an excuse to dock their credits. Ha ha ha. With this thought in mind, he flipped open the textbook and began lecturing without a second thought. Just as he'd anticipated, the dry, lifeless knowledge combined with his emotionless delivery as flat as a third-rate actor reading lines quickly caused students to zone out. As a core formation cultivator, his perception of such things was exceptionally keen. A smirk curled his lips as he turned his gaze toward that particular student. Yes, you. Stop looking around. Stand up and tell me what winter cold grass is. As his words fell, a slightly dopey-looking student wearing glasses stood up, blinking in confusion. Seeing this, Xianha felt a surge of delight. Just as expected, without discipline, students couldn't absorb a single thing. Just as he was about to announce the deduction of this unlucky soul's credits, the student opened his mouth. Actually, there's no such thing as winter chill grass. It's just spirit-gathering grass that grows in extreme cold. When spirit-gathering grass grows in extreme cold, it becomes winter chill grass. When it grows in extreme heat, it becomes crimson flame grass. Only when it grows in normal conditions is it regular spirit-gathering grass. To put it plainly, all three are spirit-gathering grass. But due to differing growth environments, they absorb varying amounts of spiritual energy, leading to significant differences in potency and medicinal properties. Xianha listened as the student before him spoke at length, completely dumbfounded. He was certain the other party had completely zoned out and had been doing so for quite some time. But how did the student know everything he had just explained, and even things he hadn't gotten around to mentioning yet? Slowly descending from the podium, he walked directly to the student's side and asked, "Did you learn all this from listening to lectures?" The student knew full well how sharp these teachers were. They couldn't miss a single slip-up. So he admitted it openly. "No, I learned all this by previewing the textbook beforehand. At my previous high school, they called this previewing." Xianha froze, suddenly realizing that his own lectures followed the textbook exactly. Anyone who had previewed the material could grasp the content without attending class. So the student's words seemed to imply, "Everything you're teaching, we could learn just by reading the book. What's the point of you going on and on up there?" But as a teacher, he couldn't afford to lose face at this moment. He pressed on. "What were you thinking about just now? Don't you know a good student should pay close attention in class?" The student scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, teacher. I was thinking about other things." "What exactly?" Crane pressed. I was pondering why some spiritual herbs look so similar, even identical, and wondering if there's a reliable way to distinguish them to avoid misidentification. This question immediately struck a chord with Xianhe. Indeed, the core curriculum was laid out clearly in the textbooks. Even without his instruction, the students could grasp the essentials through self-study. But textbooks were textbooks, just ordinary books that covered only so much. Many things were left out. As their teacher, if he truly wanted to educate these students well, wouldn't he need to impart knowledge beyond what the books contained? At this thought, he nodded. You're a smart kid. I'll tell you this, when you encounter spirit herbs that look extremely similar, just release your divine sense. Use it to sense the state of the spiritual energy within the herb, and you'll be able to tell them apart. Like this. As he spoke, Crane produced 2 spirit herbs that appeared identical and demonstrated the technique. After the demonstration, he handed the herbs to the student before him, inviting him to try. After the student tried it, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, teacher. Seeing this, the other students all wanted to try it themselves. With no other choice, Xian had distributed identical pairs of herbs to each student for their own experiments. Watching the students conduct their experiments with such excitement, their eyes filled with admiration after finishing, a surge of pride welled up within Xianhe. He couldn't help but say, "This is nothing. Quickly put these spiritual herbs away. I'll show you something far more interesting. Oh, and if you ever have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly. Don't be like him and try to figure it out on your own." The Crane's first lesson concluded in a relatively cheerful atmosphere. He seemed to grasp the benefits of this teaching approach. As soon as class ended, he returned to his cave residence to study the material for the next lesson and prepare the corresponding spiritual herbs. When he realized what he was doing, a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. That kid Luan is actually quite interesting. Meanwhile, Luan sneezed. Who's talking about me behind my back? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and turned his attention to Litinio. Are you sure this will work? The breakfast for thousands of students tomorrow depends on just this one pig? Litinio stood beside a massive black pig, responding to Luan's skepticism. This is a Xianling pig. Though its cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, this kind of spirit pig infuses its spiritual energy into its flesh and blood. In the cultivation world, only disciples from top-tier sects get to eat it once every few years. After speaking, he patted the pig's head, his eyes filled with helplessness, and tears even trickled from the corners of his mouth. But there are thousands of these spirit pigs in the beast taming garden. That entire field is full of them. Picking just one out, isn't that a bit stingy? Stingy? Now you've got me upset. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have a single decent cook here, just eating them like this is a waste of such precious creatures. I'd gladly give you every single one of the Xianling pigs in the entire beast taming garden. Litinia's words seemed to spark an idea in Luan. After a long moment of contemplation, 3 words slowly escaped his lips. Are you sure? Chapter 81, The Fusion of Technology and Cultivation. Seeing Luan's reaction, Litinia froze in surprise. What? You actually have a way to find a suitable chef? Litinia wore an expression of utter disbelief. After all, these were ingredients from the cultivation world, extremely rare and precious ones at that. Preparing them required considerable cultivation base, at least foundation establishment stage. Moreover, one must possess exceptional culinary skills. Such individuals were rare even in the cultivation world. After all, wouldn't it be better to spend time learning alchemy or array formations? Who would even consider learning culinary arts? Where on earth was Luan supposed to find someone like that? Searching the cultivation world was out of the question. After all, the Great Xia Empire was essentially a treasure trove, now a place saturated with the most concentrated spiritual energy imaginable. If word of this reached the rest of the cultivation world, peace here would surely be shattered. Thus, Zhu Long had only brought the 4 absolutely trustworthy individuals, the immortal Crane and the others, to this place. As for the attendants Xianhe brought along, as mentioned earlier, Xianhe didn't regard them as human beings at all. Moreover, they had no personal freedom and were completely cut off from the outside world, so it didn't really matter. As for mundane time, how long had Great Xia even possessed spiritual energy? The cultivation civilization hadn't fully developed yet. In fact, the only cultivation technique available was the qi cultivation method. Relying solely on this technique, one could reach the first layer of the qi refining stage, considered a decent entry-level cultivation achievement. It was utterly impossible to build a foundation using this method alone. That was why Litinia was curious. Why did Luan ask him if he was certain? Luan didn't answer him, but pressed on with another question. Just tell me if you're sure or not. Seeing Luan's arrogant demeanor, Litinia suddenly felt intrigued. He snorted and declared, I'm sure. Absolutely sure. As long as you can find a good chef who knows how to prepare this Xianling pig meat, every single one in the beast taming garden, count them one by one, is yours. Deal. It's settled. With that, Luan hurriedly left the place and dashed straight to Zhu Long. At that moment, Zhu Long was engrossed in playing with a wooden figurine when he saw Luan walk in. This figurine was a teaching aid Zhu Long had prepared for his next class. Inside, it contained meridians identical to those of a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, along with the same bone structure in Qi Si. Through this tool, students could clearly observe how spiritual energy circulated within the body. This detail alone revealed how deeply Zhu Long cared for his students. After all, in his eyes, educating these students felt more like a mission bestowed upon him by the way of heaven. He couldn't afford to be careless, lest he incur divine retribution. Noticing Luan's arrival, he slowly set down the figurine and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I just wanted to ask about some matters concerning formations." Luan showed no hesitation in treating himself as an insider. After stepping into Zhu Long's cave residence, he sat directly on a meditation cushion and continued speaking. "Do you know of any formation that can unleash spells while allowing complete control over the magnitude of those spells?" Zhu Long pondered for only a moment before nodding and replying, "There are many such formations." After transcribing Zhu Long's words verbatim into his notebook, Luan immediately headed toward the immortal crane. The immortal crane was flipping through a textbook, nodding constantly while murmuring to himself, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Enough with the meowing. Do you have any of those pills that enhance flavor and aroma? Get me some. Pills for flavoring and enhancing aroma?" After repeating Luan's words, the immortal crane furrowed his brow. "Do you have any idea what my status and standing are in the cultivation world? How could I possibly have such low-grade, second-rate pills? You don't have any, huh? Then just concoct a few. I happen to have the formula right here. Make me 100 of them." Luan pulled out a jade slip and handed it to the crane, his expression earnest and completely devoid of any hint of jest. Xianhe instinctively took the jade slip, examined it, then looked back at Luan. Anger finally flared in his eyes. "I, Xianhe, am a super alchemist at the extreme realm grandmaster level. You want me to concoct these worthless pills that don't even have a grade? Let me tell you this, even if I had no pills to refine and were to fall to my death beneath the 9 heavens Xinming, I would never concoct a single one. Your usage range in the cultivation garden will double. Deal." The pills Luan requested from Xianhe were all extremely low grade, so Xianhe concocted them without much effort. After taking the freshly made pills, Luan headed to Black Radiance Star Lord's place. How to describe this Black Radiance Star Lord? Usually taciturn, yet associating with the likes of Zhu Long clearly marked him as no saint. His remarks were often shockingly explosive. Right now, he had his head buried in a textbook, reading intently. He was clearly engrossed, so much so that he didn't even react when Luan approached. In truth, he'd been in this state ever since obtaining the book. Luan gently tapped Black Jade Star God, snapping him back to reality before stating his purpose. "I have several blueprints here. Could you craft a few items for me based on the information within? If you succeed, I'll give this to you." Luan spoke as he produced the crimson bead he had obtained from the Demon Saint years ago. Though its energy had been entirely depleted when breaking the Demon Saint's soul seal, the bead remained an invaluable, rare alchemy material. Black Jade Star Lord didn't even glance at the bead. He took the blueprints, examined them, and immediately patted his chest. "The book you gave me contained knowledge I never could have imagined. To me, you're like a savior. How could I possibly accept payment for a favor from someone who saved my life?" Just as Luan prepared to express his gratitude, he saw a look of difficulty return to the Star Lord's face. "What's wrong? Are these blueprints too difficult?" "Not exactly. The main issue is that these artifacts seem designed to integrate with arrays. That requires me to engrave inscriptions onto them, but the engraving technique is exceedingly difficult. Even I haven't fully mastered it. If only your book contained relevant information." Luan was speechless. He immediately searched the scripture hall for extensive information on engraving inscriptions on spirit artifacts, imprinted it onto a jade slip, and tossed it to Black Obsidian Star Lord. "How long will it take at the very least? For these small items, 2 hours will suffice." "Wow, just a moment ago it was too difficult, and now suddenly 2 hours is enough?" Luan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Eventually, he arrived at the back kitchen of the Cultivation University cafeteria and began renovating it once more. After considerable effort, the once Spartan kitchen was now filled with all manner of equipment. Cultivation-grade woks, cultivation-grade steamers, cultivation-grade meat grinders, an entire series of cultivation-grade kitchenware. Not only that, but the tables were piled high with an array of seasonings, all refined by immortal cranes. Their quality was top tier even by cultivation world standards. Now, this kitchen had transformed into a modern culinary space. Any skilled chef with basic cultivation could master these tools and seasonings, enabling them to prepare ingredients from the cultivation realm. At this thought, Luan's face broke into a confident smile. This is the power of modern technology empowering ordinary people to wield formidable means and strength. Chapter 82, Searching for a Chef. After completing all preparations, Luan left the Cultivation University and stepped outside. With practiced ease, he dialed Elder Fong's number. "Luan, ha ha ha. So you were the one behind the incidents involving the Emperor of Sakura Nation and the President of the Lighthouse Nation? I truly underestimated your audacity before. Ha ha ha. Excellent. This is precisely the spirit our Chinese descendants should embody. It was nothing special. He dared to threaten me with nuclear weapons, so he should have expected consequences. Anyway, I'm not calling you about that. I just wanted to ask if you could find someone who's new to cultivation, skilled in Chinese cuisine, and willing to work at Cultivation University? What? Cultivation University has been in session for 2 days already, and you still don't even have a cook? How are the students managing their meals? Elder Fong's question was quite urgent. After all, in his eyes, the students of Cultivation University weren't just students, they were the hope of the entire Great Xia nation. If they were to fall ill or worse from hunger before even facing the secret beasts, he would absolutely give Luan a thorough scolding. Don't worry. The university has substitute food pills. I even cooked for them myself yesterday. But I can't be doing that every day, so I came to ask you to arrange a chef. All right. Elder Fong visibly relaxed before replying, come to me now, and I'll find one for you immediately. My sincere thanks. Enough with the formalities. There's no need for thanks between us. If anyone owes gratitude, it's the Great Xia government. They owe you countless thanks. After hanging up, Elder Fong didn't immediately call upon his connections. Instead, he pondered for a moment before turning to his secretary. It's been a while since little Zhang resigned to cultivate the qi nurturing technique, hasn't it? Last time he mentioned reaching the entry level of cultivation. Why hasn't he returned to work? The secretary smiled. The kitchen has already hired a new head chef, so there's no opening for now. Besides, isn't he busy researching how to cook with spiritual energy? Is that so? Elder Fong nodded, then casually added. Could you have him come see me? I need to discuss something with him. The secretary visibly startled at this request. Elder Fong was perpetually swamped with affairs of state, so busy he scarcely had time to drink water. Why would he suddenly want to see a cook? Still, she didn't press further. She immediately called Xiao Zhang and informed him that Elder Fong wanted to see him. Xiao Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Manfeng, was a native of the capital city. He had dropped out of junior high school after being unable to endure the bullying at school and began working odd jobs at various restaurants in the capital. His honest and diligent nature caught the eye of a master chef, who began teaching him culinary skills. After over a decade of training, he won first place in the national culinary competition and secured a position as a chef in the Tech Tower. Within a few more years, he rose to become the head chef. After the Great Xia Empire gained spiritual energy, he became deeply fascinated by the qi cultivation technique. To better focus on his cultivation, he carefully considered his options and ultimately decided to resign from his position as head chef at the Tech Tower cafeteria to return home and dedicate himself entirely to cultivation. It must be said that his talent was truly remarkable. In just a few months, he reached the entry-level stage of cultivation. As his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly acute, an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Could he infuse spiritual energy into his cooking to make the food taste even better? The thought of succeeding, of completely transforming people's eating habits and potentially going down in history filled him with restless excitement. He immediately set to work. Now, over a month had passed since he began his experiments. Unsurprisingly, his impractical notion failed spectacularly. He curled up in his room, surrounded by scattered ingredients, some already moldy. He showed no intention of cleaning up, instead scratching his head incessantly. How? How exactly should I do it? A new era has arrived, and culinary culture should be ushering in a new chapter. But how? His eyes were bloodshot, his expression filled with despair. He even began questioning whether the path he had chosen was truly the right one. Just then, a phone call came through. Mr. Zhang Manfeng, Elder Fong wishes to see you. Would you be available? The moment he heard the words Elder Fong, Zhang Manfeng perked up instantly. Of course I'm available. As an ordinary cook, Elder Fong had always struck him as kind yet formidable, a figure of high standing who never looked down on the servants like him. Therefore, he held this elder in high regard. When told the elder wished to see him, he had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Before long, he arrived at Elder Fong's office, forcing his exhausted body to knock on the door. The moment the door opened, the first person he saw wasn't Elder Fong, but a familiar yet unfamiliar young man, Luan. Familiar because he often saw him on television, yet unfamiliar because this was the first time he had ever truly seen Luan in person. For a moment, he was lost in thought. He still possessed some cultivation talent. If not for his advanced age, he could have applied to the Cultivation University, becoming a student there and gaining access to deeper knowledge of cultivation. Had that been the case, perhaps he could have used what he learned to cook meals with spiritual energy. But there were no ifs. Everything seemed predestined, as if decided by the heavens themselves. Yes, everything was predestined, as if decided by the heavens. The gears of his fate began turning at this very moment. Upon entering the office, he saw Elder Fong smiling at him and introducing him to Luan. This is Zhang Manfeng, young Zhang Daxia's highest-ranked culinary master. He's prepared state banquets for foreign dignitaries countless times. Back when the Princess of Sunset Kingdom tasted his dishes, she nearly refused to return home, ha ha ha. Young Zhang, this is Luan, the president of the Cultivation University. As soon as Elder Fong finished speaking, Zhang Manfeng began bowing and scraping profusely before Luan. Hello, President Lu. The rumors were indeed true that nuclear bomb couldn't harm you in the slightest. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Luan looked at Zhang Manfeng, his eyes brimming with admiration. Talent. Absolute talent. Without further ado, he waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. We young folks aren't swayed by that sort of thing. Elder Fong summoned you here today to ask one thing: would you be willing to join Cultivation University as a chef in our cafeteria? The moment Luan spoke, Zhang Manfeng's mind went blank. He couldn't believe such an opportunity, one he'd never dared dream of, could actually fall into his lap. Seeing Zhang Manfeng freeze, Luan assumed he was unwilling and shook his head regretfully. It's fine, no pressure. If you're not interested. Before Luan could finish, Zhang Manfeng grabbed his arm, his voice trembling with excitement. I'll go. I absolutely must go. Chapter 83: The Fusion of Cultivation and Culinary Arts. Zhang Manfeng never dreamed that even though he hadn't become a student at Cultivation University, he could directly secure a position there as the university's chef. As an aspiring individual determined to merge culinary arts with cultivation, nothing could excite him more than this opportunity. Fearing Luan might change his mind, Zhang Manfeng pleaded earnestly, his voice nearly breaking. Please, I beg you, let me serve as the chef at Cultivation University. I promise to make both the students and you happy. Luan looked down at this man over 10 years his senior, now pleading with him like this, and felt a chill run down his spine. As he helped the man to his feet, he replied. I came here specifically to offer you the chef position at the Cultivation University. I was worried you might refuse. How could I possibly deny you this opportunity? Zhang Manfeng still found Luan's words hard to believe and pressed on. What about the assessment? Don't you need to pass one to work at the Cultivation University? Or are there competitors? Luan responded to Zhang Manfeng's concerns with a light-hearted joke. With a talent recommended by Elder Fong, how could I dare question anything? So let's discuss the salary and benefits instead. Forget salary and benefits. As long as I can work at the Cultivation University, I don't need anything else. Faced with Zhang Manfeng's fervor, Luan found himself even more at a loss for words. Could there really be such an enthusiastic person in the world? Even if you don't want it, I can't not give it to you. If others found out about this, who knows what they'd say about me exploiting my employees. After saying this, Luan began explaining the benefits of working at Cultivation University to Zhang Manfeng. First, due to the nature of the institution, there were no paid holidays for staff at Cultivation University. The only time off was during student breaks. However, due to the students' current cultivation levels, their absorption of spirit-infused food was limited. Consequently, work hours were short, responsibility extended only to preparing breakfast. The compensation, however, was quite substantial. Not only did it offer triple the salary of a top chef, but it also came with uniquely Cultivation University perks, access to high-level cultivation techniques and various elixirs. Being able to cultivate during off hours was a super benefit no other job in the world could offer. Zhang Manfeng was already eager to take the job, but upon hearing Luan mention spirit-infused food along with access to higher-tier cultivation techniques and elixirs, his desire to join grew even stronger. Just as he was about to kneel before Luan again, Luan acted swiftly, catching him before he could fall. Alright, if there are no further issues, it's settled, you're in. Give me your address, and I'll pick you up tomorrow. Use the remaining time today to properly say goodbye to your family and friends. But no sooner had Luan finished speaking than Zhang Manfeng held up 5 fingers. What? You need 5 days? Zhang Xiafeng shook his head. 5 hours, then? Zhang Xiafeng shook his head again. Surely not 5 minutes? Under Luan's incredulous gaze, Zhang Xiafeng nodded, then quickly added. Just give me a moment. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers, bidding farewell to each person in turn. From their conversations, it was clear these were his friends. After making 3 or 4 calls, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. He gave Luan and Elder Fong a brief smile before slipping away to a corner. There, he quietly dialed one final number. Although he kept his voice very low, Luan, as a nascent soul cultivator, could still hear every word clearly no matter how quiet it was. After the call connected, Zhang Manfeng spoke only a single, brief sentence. I'm heading to the Cultivation University. If I return safely, I'll publicly propose to you. That single sentence froze Luan's smile on his face. It sounded as if his Cultivation University was some kind of dangerous place where one could lose their life at any moment. Zhang Manfeng returned immediately after finishing the call. Principal Lu, my business here is concluded. Let's go. It's already taken care of? Aren't you going to tell your family? I don't have any family. My apologies, my apologies. Luan realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. What about a partner? You must be in your late 30s now. Still not married? I'm not married yet, but I do have someone special in mind. To be honest, I just want to call her. If you have someone you like, why haven't you gotten married yet? You're not exactly lacking in appeal. Surely it can't be that she's not interested? True, for someone of Luan's caliber, Zhang Manfeng was hardly worth mentioning. But for ordinary people, he was already incredibly impressive. He was the former head chef at the Capital Technology Tower, a world-class chef who cooked for state banquets. His credentials were top tier. What girl wouldn't be impressed? The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Manfeng scratched his head awkwardly. She's only been widowed a few years. I've never dared to. Elder Fawn, standing nearby, burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, he spoke directly. So what if she's the Grand Elder's granddaughter? What's there to be afraid of? Elder Fawn's remark was nothing short of explosive, leaving Luan stunned for an entire year. What the hell? The Grand Elder's granddaughter? This. Suddenly, he understood Zhang Manfeng. It was only natural to be afraid. Without further ado, Luan tried to take Zhang Manfeng back to the Cultivation University, only to be stopped again by Elder Fong. Leaving already? Haven't you forgotten something? Nope. I came here just to find a cook. What else could there be? Doesn't your Cultivation University need to procure large quantities of ingredients? I was thinking of having you prepare extra celery. That girl Wan Qing loves it. No need, no need. The Cultivation University can now supply its own ingredients. We won't trouble the state. At this point, Elder Fong feigned annoyance as he looked at Luan. Seeing that expression, Luan dropped his act, chuckled, and pulled out a cardboard box. These are all the letters for the students of the Cultivation University. The official channels will handle the delivery. After saying this, he pulled out one letter separately. This one is for Wan Chung. After receiving the letter, Elder Fong's attitude underwent a complete reversal. Smiling, he said, "Alright, you're done here. Get out of here. Aren't you going to write a reply? No need. Once all the other parents have finished their letters, you can take them all together then." With that, there was nothing more to discuss. Luan took Zhang Manfeng and returned directly to Cultivation University. Like everyone else, Zhang Manfeng was as excited as a 5-year-old child who had just received a new toy upon seeing the true appearance of Cultivation University. Several times, he'd wander off into a daze mid-stride. If not for Luan tugging him back to reality, who knew how long the kid would have stood there spacing out. Finally, they arrived at the cafeteria's back kitchen. Luan began explaining how to use the equipment and handed him several pieces of high-grade spirit stones. All the equipment here runs on these. Make sure to replace them regularly. Luan had thoroughly plundered the Demon Clan's spirit stone reserves accumulated over millennia, so now he had an endless supply of these things. Meanwhile, Zhang Manfeng stared at the equipment, his hands trembling with excitement. So culinary arts can truly be combined with cultivation. Chapter 84, Zhang Manfeng's Culinary Skills. As Zhang Manfeng was already a novice cultivator, he could restore his energy by absorbing and circulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Going without sleep for a night or two posed no problem at all. Thus, Luan spent the entire night teaching Zhang Manfeng how to use these culinary tools. For a chef, especially one considered among the world's elite, mastering kitchen tools was second nature. By morning, though Zhang Manfeng hadn't reached mastery, he'd become quite proficient with the tools. He even sensed that once he truly mastered them, using these tools would feel more natural than handling ordinary kitchenware. After all, ordinary kitchen tools required manipulating various switches and controls, whereas these specialized tools, integrated with cultivation techniques, only needed the control of one's spiritual energy. He could even handle multiple tools simultaneously with ease. By the next morning, Zhang Manfeng's expression grew increasingly confident. Finally, he patted his chest and declared to Luan, "It's almost time for the students to eat, right? Leave the rest to me." "Alright, but I should warn you, it's not just students dining today. There's also a teacher present. If your dishes don't meet his approval, you won't be getting any meat in the future." "Teacher?" Zhang Manfeng instinctively froze for a moment, then his mind began racing. Several seconds passed before he seemed to grasp something, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a light bulb whole. Could the teachers at our Cultivation University be those immortals who descended from the heavens the other day? Luan nodded nonchalantly. You could say that. Strictly speaking, Zhu Long and the others were merely top-tier cultivators, far from being true immortals. But to someone like Zhang Manfeng, they might as well have been immortals. Hearing Luan's confirmation sent Zhang Xiefeng into such excitement that his hands began trembling. Seeing his state, Luan hurriedly spoke to reassure him. No need to get so worked up. Even without meat, plenty of vegetables will be ready soon. It won't be a big deal. But Zhang Xiefeng's next words completely shattered Luan's expectations. No, this isn't nervousness, it's excitement. I've always loved cooking for important figures. The more influential the person, the more energized I get, and the better I perform. That's precisely why I became the head chef at the Tech Tower. Now that I get to cook for immortals, my skills will reach an unprecedented level. Enjoy cooking for important figures? Luan couldn't help but blink, his expression oddly puzzled. But he didn't dwell on it, merely nodding in agreement. Do your best. From now on, if the students don't get any meat, it'll be all on you. Don't worry. After saying that, Zhang Xiefeng began processing the Xianling pig meat with Luan's specially designed cutting machine. Simultaneously, he rinsed rice using the spring water from Cultivation University. His movements flowed seamlessly, easing Luan's mind slightly. Sometime later, though dinner was still hours away, students began trickling into the cafeteria. Their early arrival stemmed from two main reasons. First, the spiritual rice porridge had left them utterly amazed, and they were curious what culinary delight awaited them this morning. Second, once cultivators began formal cultivation, they had little need for sleep, so there was no lingering in bed. The moment these students arrived, they were met by an indescribable aroma of meat, a scent that seemed to push the limits of what could possibly stimulate human appetite. Merely inhaling it made these students, who had already taken fasting pills, feel ravenously hungry and eager to taste it. A little while later, Li Tinyu arrived as promised. Upon entering the dining hall, he first inhaled the aroma of the Xianling pork and spirit rice, then let the corners of his mouth curve upward. I knew it, this Luan has some skills. After muttering to himself, he noticed the surprised stares from his classmates. Noticing this, he immediately flashed his usual goofy grin. I'm Li Tinyu, your beast taming instructor. My class's first period today, everyone make sure to attend. Hearing that this seemingly honest and straightforward fellow was actually their teacher, the students all nodded with smiles. Teacher Li seems really nice. Could you ask simpler questions in class so we can coast through and get our credits? Yeah, Teacher Li. If you're generous with the credits, I won't miss a single one of your classes from now on. Seconded. Absolutely, absolutely. Faced with the students' teasing, Li Tinyu maintained his simple smile throughout, appearing as harmless as a lamb. But anyone who had spent time in the cultivation world would feel a chill run down their spine upon seeing Li Tinyu smile at that moment. For they understood just how formidable this man was, a being who had emerged from the ruins of a vast, lost cultivation civilization. How many had fallen victim to his deceptively simple exterior? After casually greeting his classmates, Li Tinyu walked into the cafeteria kitchen. There he saw Zhang Xiefeng busy at work, with Luan standing nearby, occasionally offering guidance. When he saw the kitchen tools designed by Luan, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. Truly worthy of being chosen by the Tao. He has got some real skill. Though these are all unconventional, shortcut-taking methods, to develop them in such a short time shows considerable mastery. Of course, he only thought this to himself, not voicing it aloud. Seems I underestimated Principal Luan. To create such masterfully crafted kitchen tools that allow ordinary cultivators to effortlessly handle ingredients, truly a modern-day Gongsun Ban. Luan knew that Gongsun Ban was actually the nickname of Lu Ban, the progenitor of carpentry. He seemed to be a cultivator himself, holding an exalted status within that brilliant Huaxia civilization. Facing Li Tinyu's flattery, Luan feigned modesty. Not at all, not at all. The formations I learned from Ancestral Dragon, the tools were forged by Obsidian Star God, the seasonings refined by Immortal Crane, and even the ingredients were graciously provided by you. I merely put all these things to good use. Ha ha ha, why are you being so modest with me? I've lived this long, yet I've never seen anything like this before. Calling you a prodigy that comes once in 1,000 years wouldn't be an exaggeration. As the two bantered back and forth, Zhang Xiefeng's movements grew faster and more elaborate. Finally, with a sharp slap on the wok, he flung everything inside onto the counter. Simultaneously, he swept his large hand forward, catching it all with a mound of freshly steamed spirit rice. Thus, under the influence of spiritual energy, one by one, seemingly ordinary rice balls finally appeared before them, signifying that today's dish was finally complete. Zhang Xiefeng turned to Luan and Li Tinyu with a confident smile. This is my dish for today, the Eternal Life Divine Rice Balls. Please, Principal Luan and this teacher, give them a try. Gazing at the rice balls, Li Tinyu felt nothing but scorn. As a top cultivator in the cultivation world, what rare delicacies had he not tasted? He would never give a second glance to rice balls obtained through such underhanded means. Yet to his utter astonishment, the moment he took a bite, the shock in his eyes became impossible to contain. Chapter 85, The Cafeteria Manager. As mentioned earlier, the cultivation world was deeply stratified by cultivation level. Lower-tier cultivators held no human rights whatsoever in the presence of higher-tier cultivators, who treated them as less than human. It could even be said that even if a late nascent soul powerhouse appeared before Zhu Long and his group, they wouldn't give him a second glance. After all, in their eyes, low-level cultivators were no different from insects. Zhu Long felt this way, and Li Tinyu naturally shared the same view. Simply put, Zhang Manfeng's culinary skills were, in his eyes, akin to an ordinary person reading a news story about an animal cooking a meal. It might be amusing, but he'd have absolutely no expectations for the actual dish. He figured that anything cooked by such a lowly cultivator would be decent if it was even edible, and his expectations were incredibly low. Holding this mindset, he slowly placed the so-called immortal rice ball into his mouth. Instantly, his entire being froze. The soft rice ball instantly burst in his mouth, releasing a savory aroma that hit him like a wave. The salty, rich flavor of the meat blended perfectly with the sweetness of the spirit rice, all enhanced by a hint of spiritual energy. A single bite brought immense satisfaction. Whether it was an illusion or something else, the instant he swallowed the rice ball, he felt as though he had glimpsed the true essence of the Tao. In plain terms, the rice lived up to its name. After eating it, he sensed a hint of immortality or perhaps the taste of immortals utterly exquisite. Though not the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted, it was undoubtedly a dish he would remember for millennia. How is this possible? Litinia took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable astonishment. A minor cultivator at the chi refining stage, attempting to create a dish even remotely connected to spiritual energy for the very first time, could achieve this level of perfection? It was utterly impossible. Could it be that heaven had bestowed upon the great Xia not only thousands of prodigies in cultivation, but also all manner of extraordinary talents, intending to restore the great Xia to its former glory in a short span of time? Yet the truth was, he was completely wrong. While Zhang Manfeng possessed some talent in culinary arts, it was merely that some talent. He was nowhere near the level of a prodigy. The reason he achieved such results on his first attempt with spirit energy-infused cuisine stemmed from three key factors. First, Zhang Manfeng's culinary skills weren't solely his own creation. They were the culmination of thousands of years of Great Xiao's gastronomic heritage, refined and perfected through generations of inheritance and refinement. In the cultivation world, cultivators never dedicated themselves to mastering culinary arts, so no such traditions existed. The so-called top chefs there might have only 100 years or so of cooking experience. Thousands of years of inheritance and generations of dedicated research have created a technical advantage that utterly crushes the culinary skills of the cultivation world. Were it not for Zhang Manfeng's low cultivation level and lack of familiarity with these culinary tools, he could have utterly crushed every cultivator world chef and become a legendary culinary god in that realm. Zhang Xiefeng clearly hadn't considered all this. He merely stared intently at Litinia's expression, watching for any change on his face. It was obvious that the other party was extremely satisfied, which filled him with immense joy. Master, if you're satisfied with the meal, please allow me to deliver the leftovers to the students. They must be anxiously waiting. Hearing this, Litinia flashed an awkward smile. Seems I've been rude. My apologies. Honestly, this immortal rice ball is just too delicious. Go ahead and serve the students first. I need to discuss something with Principal Lu. With that, he reached out and took another rice ball. Seeing this, Luan swallowed the rice ball in his hand in one bite. Savoring this exquisite earthly delicacy, he asked, "Well, time to honor that earlier promise, huh?" Litinia first patted his chest. "I, Litinia, am no man to break his word. But before fulfilling my promise, might I ask for two small favors?" Good heavens, Luan thought to himself. He'd worked his ass off all day just to find this cook, and now he had two more demands? Though reluctant, he nodded stiffly. After all, whether the students could eat meat daily depended entirely on this fellow's willingness to budge. Fine, go ahead. He'd already made up his mind, if this fellow dared make any unreasonable demands, he'd resort to force. Just two small requests. First, I hope to eat here with the students from now on. Second, I hope you can plant a certain spirit herb in the plantation to feed the meat-producing spirit beasts. After all, no matter how many spirit beasts you have, they still need to eat. Only through proper breeding can we ensure a sustainable future. Luan nodded upon hearing this. Neither request seemed unreasonable. But then, his eyes twinkled as he smiled and said, "You've made your requests, so might I make a small request of my own? Principal Lu, go ahead. From now on, besides teaching beast taming, you'll also serve as the cafeteria manager. How does that sound?" "No problem." And just like that, the deal between the two was sealed. Though Litinio agreed readily, he soon found himself a bit bewildered. What exactly is a cafeteria manager? Luan was utterly speechless as he explained. It's basically maintaining safety and order during student meals. Before Luan could finish, Litinio cut him off. He pointed in a certain direction, still wearing that simple, honest smile. Does what those two male students are doing count as disrupting order? Following Litinio's gesture, Luan spotted two boys of similar age arguing heatedly over something. Using his divine sense to listen carefully, Luan roughly understood the situation. Because only one Xinling pig was available today, each rice ball contained only a small amount of pork. One student, having finished his meat, wanted more and attempted to trade the spiritual rice from his rice ball for the meat in a classmate's rice ball. His offer was refused. After a few heated exchanges, the argument escalated into a fierce quarrel. They even began projecting their spiritual pressure and clashing their spiritual energies. It felt like if no one intervened, they would come to blows any second. Regarding this, Luan addressed Litinia directly. Your moment to shine has arrived. Whether you can keep tagging along with the students for free meals depends entirely on how you handle this situation. Litinia heard this, a smile spreading across his face as he slowly approached the two students. What are you two arguing about? Could you tell me what happened? Litinia's tone was gentle, making him seem like an exceptionally honest and straightforward man. Facing this teacher who hadn't yet taught them, the two students felt some apprehension but not much, and they didn't stop arguing. Litinia showed no sign of impatience, asking again. What exactly are you two arguing about? Tell me, and I'll settle it for you. To his utter surprise, the moment he finished speaking, one of the students, a young man with dyed yellow hair, a flower snake tattooed on his arm, and an air of streetwise toughness bellowed back at him. Our business is our business. It's none of yours. Mind your own damn business. The sheer arrogance of his tone stirred in Litinia a sensation he hadn't felt in centuries. That feeling was commonly known as rage. Chapter 86, The Colosseum. The two arguing students didn't notice Litinia's anger. Not just them, not a single student in the entire cafeteria noticed. After all, an ancient monster like Litinia, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Merely observing him with the naked eye, one might not even notice. But that was only part of the reason. More likely, in the eyes of these students, Litinia was simply an image of a kind-hearted, good-natured old man. Faced with such a situation, they would only think he was trying to break up the fight, which seemed pointless. Just as the two quarreling students were getting heated, seemingly on the verge of physical confrontation, a classmate finally stepped forward, intending to help Litinia break up the fight. Yet, Litinia refused the assistance. It's still lunchtime. Don't let this disrupt your meal. You'd better hurry back to your seat. Leave this to me. The student looked puzzled but returned to his seat, unsure how Litinia intended to handle the situation. He wasn't alone. The other students present, including Luan, all turned to look at Litinia with puzzled expressions, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Under everyone's gaze, Litinia slowly approached the two troublemakers and nodded approvingly. Youth is truly wonderful. With that, he plunged his hand into his robe, grabbed a handful of yellow talismans adorned with intricate patterns, and flung them wildly around him. Simultaneously, he murmured incantations under his breath, his words indistinct. The moment these yellow talismans scattered into the air, they began to float eerily, circling frantically around the two quarreling students. Before long, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded throughout the cafeteria. The talismans formed a circle, with only the two quarreling students at its center. All other students were completely isolated outside the circle. But the strangeness didn't end there. The circle seemed to be another space entirely. Within it, the two students couldn't escape no matter what they tried. Moreover, the circle was absurdly large. Though formed within the cafeteria, it felt many times larger than the actual space. While the students were stunned by this seemingly supernatural display, Luan was observing. Unlike the others, however, Luan understood the phenomenon after just one glance. In truth, this circle formed by yellow talismans was a talisman array of formation constructed from spiritual talismans. It was the most basic type of array. Even someone unfamiliar with formations could create one like this using the corresponding talismans. Yet no matter how rudimentary the formation, it was deployed by Litinia, a cultivator at the transformation core stage. The two students trapped within had no chance of escape, no matter how extraordinary their abilities. Realizing this, they now desperately begged Litinia to spare them. But Litinia showed no sign of relenting. Instead, he flashed a wicked grin and spoke casually. Classmates, as your Beastmaster instructor, I may fall short in other areas compared to the other teachers. But when it comes to taming spirit beasts, I'm absolutely the best. I've been doing this for years, and the experience I've gained is beyond your imagination. After uttering this baffling statement, Litinia suddenly raised his hand. The yellow talismans forming the encircling barrier began spinning rapidly. Before the other students could react, he declared in a brutally harsh tone. This formation is called the Arena of Combat. As the name implies, once anyone human or spirit beast enters this formation, they must fight each other. Only the victor will emerge alive. The words sent shockwaves through every student present. What did he mean by only the victor can leave alive? Meaning someone has to die, right? As young people raised in this era, they had never witnessed anything like this spectacle. One by one, they were stunned into speechlessness, staring at the two classmates trapped within the formation, unable to utter a word. Others might have been merely stunned, perhaps a little frightened at most. But those two students, who had been seething with rage moments ago, ready to fight at any second, were now drained of color, their bodies trembling. One must be killed before the other could emerge victorious. Didn't that mean only two paths lay before them? Either emerge as a murderer or be killed themselves. Either path was utterly unacceptable to them. But Litinia couldn't care less about their thoughts at that moment. He seemed to have transformed into a ruthless beast tamer, treating these two living students like spirit beasts to be trained, his eyes filled with utter coldness. You two aren't known for your hot tempers and love of fighting? Well then, get on with it. What are you standing around for? Get moving. His voice carried a heavy weight of authority, pressing down on them like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Under the weight of overwhelming terror, their anger evaporated. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the other's complete reluctance to fight. Their terror had even cooled their tempers. Upon reflection, it was hardly worth all that fuss. But regret came too late. Litinia seemed to take pure pleasure in watching them fight, urging them on relentlessly from the sidelines. Get on with it. Let me see who's stronger. Whoever takes out the other gets to eat his breakfast portion from now on. Cruel, cold-hearted, utterly inhuman. Only now did the students realize Litinia wasn't some honest, straightforward fellow at all, he was clearly a demon. Finally, Ruan Cheng, watching from the crowd, couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward. Teacher Li, while they may have been in the wrong, isn't this a bit excessive? Before she could finish, she saw a pair of menacing eyes staring back at her from Litinia's supposedly simple face. I can go even further. Want to see? The retort left Ruan Cheng utterly speechless. She clenched her jaw and pressed on. As their classmate, I'm willing to apologize on their behalf. Please let them off this time. With Ruan Cheng leading the way, a large group of classmates around them began to speak up one after another. Mr. Li, please spare them. Litinia's response to all this was to turn his head away, as if he hadn't heard a word, his gaze fixed intently on the two students trapped within the formation. It's useless. I made it perfectly clear before, only the victor will walk out alive. His voice pierced through the formation, reaching the ears of the two trapped students inside. The sheer terror of his words sent them collapsing to the ground. This mad teacher was playing for keeps. We're sorry, teacher. We were wrong. Please let us go. Yes, yes, yes. I'll never do it again. Please let us out. The students' pleas fell on deaf ears. Litinia remained unmoved, seemingly resolved to let one of them die. Beside them, Ruan Cheng seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed as he shouted directly at the two trapped within the formation. You too. Shouldn't you apologize to each other first? Chapter 87, International Exchange Conference. Ruan Cheng's voice carried clearly into the formation, startling the two students. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, they began desperately apologizing to each other. I'm so sorry, bro. I shouldn't have been so pushy, trying to trade rice balls for your meat chunks. Please forgive me. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I should have just refused outright. Why did I have to be so rude? That's what made you angry. As they spoke, their sincerity was palpable, tears streaming down their faces. Witnessing this scene, Litinia finally softened his demon-like expression. A faint smile touched his lips as he glanced at Ruan Cheng. You're a clever little thing, this girl. With that, he waved his hand. All right. The one who bows their head in apology is the loser, and the other is the winner. Since both of you have bowed your heads in apology, you are both losers and winners. Come out. The moment his hand fell, the talisman array exploded outward, finally releasing the two unlucky students. The experience inside had been so terrifying that the moment they stepped out, they were overcome with emotion and began sobbing uncontrollably, clutching their heads. To an outsider, they might have looked like the best of friends. It seemed Litinia's approach was quite skillful. He hadn't harmed the two students, perfectly resolved the trouble, and prevented them from becoming enemies. Truly killing three birds with one stone. Not long after handling this matter, lunchtime passed. Once the students had left the cafeteria, Litinia resumed his usual earnest expression and approached Luan. So, what do you think? Am I doing a decent job as a monitor? Truthfully, Luan was utterly dumbfounded by Litinia's entire performance. Others might only see that Litinia had resolved the conflict between two students, but Luan could perceive much more. In his view, Litinia had clearly taught every student a lesson. Through this incident, the students had fully experienced the oppressive pressure wielded by the strong, along with the helplessness one feels when facing adversity. This would undoubtedly fuel their thirst for power, driving them to train even harder in the future. Thus, Luan's assessment of Litinia was, you're truly a seasoned veteran who's been around for ages. You know how to handle things. And from what you're saying, you're also a gourmet in the cultivation world. The cafeteria manager position is tailor-made for you. Luan chuckled as he patted Litinia's shoulder. Litinia chuckled in return. Well, thank you, Principal Luan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Though both men laughed, their thoughts diverged. Litinia, you big goofball, even if you weren't the manager, if you came here to eat, would I really skimp on your share? Ha, now I've got this extra responsibility on my hands and get nothing in return, yet I can still laugh this heartily. Principal Luan is still too young. As long as I take this cafeteria manager job, I'll become the teacher with the best rapport among the students. Then they'll all want to take my classes. With Great Xia's favoritism toward this place, it'll surely rise back to its former glory. By then, these little ones will have grown into super-powered geniuses themselves. Ha ha ha. By then, my influence will be unstoppable. Ha ha ha. Nearby, Zheng Manfeng watched the two men laughing wildly. For some reason, it felt oddly unsettling, even giving him the creeps. Still, he said nothing, silently returning to the kitchen to resume his work, studying the use of the cooking utensils. Thus, matters at the Cultivation University largely settled into place, entering a relatively stable phase of development. The students' cultivation levels soared at a pace that would have left the ancient dragon itself gape-mouthed. 3 months later, Luan, as usual, brought letters written by students to their families to Elder Fong, hoping he would deliver them. Just as he was about to leave, Elder Fong stopped him. Originally thinking he was about to ask about Ruan Cheng again, he immediately said, "Rest assured, Ruan Cheng is an outstanding student. He's even been elected as the first student union president, enjoying his newfound popularity while making significant progress in his cultivation." But then he saw the utterly speechless look on Elder Fong's face. "My granddaughter? As if I don't know her. What I need to discuss has nothing to do with her. I just want to tell you something." "What is it?" "Actually, ever since the Lighthouse Nation announced the lifting of all sanctions against Great Xia, our nation joined an international organization called RAARA, was specifically established to unite humanity against the secret beasts, so all extraordinary universities worldwide are required to participate in RA activities. Not long ago, the Lighthouse Nation's representative openly announced at an RA meeting an invitation for all other extraordinary university presidents to bring their students to the Lighthouse Nation for an exchange. Pressured by this, Great Xia had no choice but to agree." After Elder Fong finished speaking, Luan blinked in surprise, then nearly jumped out of his seat. "What? We agreed?" Seeing Luan's reaction, Elder Fong could only sigh and rub his forehead. There was no choice. Daxia has been sanctioned for far too long. Now that we've finally re-engaged with the international extraordinary community, refusing to participate in any activities would make future relations extremely difficult. Luan understood that Elder Fong still underestimated the power of cultivators. Otherwise, he would never have compromised with those nations. But since the authorities had already agreed, Luan couldn't say much more. He could only ask, "What exactly is on the agenda for this exchange conference? And when is it scheduled?" Upon hearing Luan's question, Elder Fong handed him a piece of paper. The paper clearly stated that the exchange conference would be held in 1 month. Activities included student banquets and exchanges, principals sharing insights, and a martial arts tournament to test strength. Good grief, this was a blatant attempt to gauge the true strength of the Cultivation University. Fine. As long as they showcase their students' strength at the exchange conference, it would make other nations fully understand the reality of Great Xia's rise. That way, they wouldn't act recklessly and cause him trouble. After readily agreeing, Luan hurried back to Cultivation University and summoned the 4 teachers to discuss the matter. The moment these 4 heard the proposal, they immediately responded. This is exactly how the major sects of the cultivation world use their disciples to bolster their prestige. We know it all too well. Let's just give those foreign tribes a little taste of cultivator awe. Seeing none of them object, but rather showing keen interest in the plan, Luan felt reassured. Currently, most students at Cultivation University were around the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Only a handful had reached the 4th layer through exceptionally rigorous cultivation. After all, it had only been a little over 3 months since the semester began. Achieving this cultivation speed was already incredibly fast. Based on his understanding of those so-called extraordinary universities, their students possess little real power, at best reaching C-grade extraordinary cultivators. This corresponded to roughly the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi cultivation. However, compared to those so-called extraordinary beings, cultivators held one absolute advantage. Their attack methods were diverse, allowing them to counter each move as it came. Therefore, the students from the Extraordinary Academy would most likely be no match for the extraordinary individuals from the Cultivation University. After finalizing the plan, Luan began scouting students at the Cultivation University who were willing to join. He had expected the students to be highly interested in this opportunity, but to his surprise, even after spreading the word for a while, not a single student came forward. He had to remember that this exchange conference required him to bring 15 students. Yet, not a single one had shown interest. After pondering for a while, he had no choice but to make another announcement. All participants in this event will receive 5 credits directly. Those who defeat the extraordinary beings will earn even more credits. To his utter astonishment, the moment this announcement was made, his cave dwelling was instantly swamped by a throng of students. Luan summed up the scene with 2 words: absurd. Chapter 88, Arrival at the Lighthouse Nation. Seeing these students, their eyes gleaming with greed for credits and brimming with enthusiasm, Luan felt his head grow a size larger. Originally, no one had shown interest, but the moment credits were mentioned, this many suddenly appeared. But he only planned to take 15 people. Who should he choose? Direct selection would inevitably spark resentment among some classmates, so Luan had to impose certain conditions. At least Qi refining stage 3 cultivation level higher was better. Since they were going abroad, proficiency in a foreign language was preferred. Those skilled in spellcasting and talisman usage would also be prioritized. After applying these criteria, only about 20 candidates remained. Out of those 20-odd students, Luan only recognized 2, Ruan Cheng and Xu Mengyuan. It made sense. Among the students Luan knew, these 2 seemed to be the only academic standouts who could meet the foreign language proficiency requirement. After careful deliberation, Luan eliminated several students at critical stages of cultivation and finally selected 15 candidates. Since Ruan Cheng had been elected student council president by this group, Luan decided she would lead the delegation to the Lighthouse Nation for the event. With the team finalized, Luan began his preparations. First, he sought out Xianhe to procure a large quantity of high-quality elixirs to help them solidify their cultivation bases. Next, he approached the primordial dragon to obtain a large quantity of spirit talismans suitable for Qi cultivation stage practitioners. Finally, he sought out Obsidian Star Lord, commissioning him to forge 15 protective artifacts. Incidentally, the protective gear used in the cultivation realm differed significantly from what extraordinary beings in other nations wore. Those extraordinary beings often wore cumbersome armor for protection, yet their defenses were mediocre at best. In contrast, the protective gear of the cultivation world consisted of items like talismans and jade amulets, compact and portable. Moreover, these were crafted by the Obsidian Star Lord himself. Even if those extraordinary beings exhausted themselves to death, they likely wouldn't scratch his students. Luan could already envision the scene, his students wielding super-powerful spirit talismans and wearing god-tier protective gear, utterly dominating those extraordinary beings. After all, this was essentially cheating. Yet all of this remained merely Luan's imagination. No way. Both Zulong and the Obsidian Star Lord rejected Luan without hesitation, their reasons boiling down to 2 points. First, they believed this was a trial for the students. Relying on outside help would render it meaningless. Second, they were bound by oaths that forbade direct intervention in their ancestral lands. If the students were to use the talismans they drew and the armor they crafted to overwhelm transcendent beings from other nations, they might provoke retribution from the Tao of Heaven. That would spell trouble. Thus, Luan had no choice but to abandon the idea. But it didn't matter. Even without Zulu's talismans, he could craft a couple himself, though they wouldn't be quite as potent. Considering this was indeed a trial for the students, Luan specifically instructed the 15 pupils that the talismans could only be used when those extraordinary beings employed improper means. Over the next period, these 15 students threw themselves into preparation, frantically boosting their combat prowess. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, across the ocean in the Lighthouse Nation, a grand banquet was being held within an immense structure. The banquet hall was filled with people of diverse attire, skin tones, and races. They mingled and conversed, yet the hostility in their eyes was impossible to conceal. At that moment, a man in a suit glanced at his watch and frowned. Good heavens! The Great Xia people truly live up to their reputation for being late. The banquet begins in 10 minutes, yet Principal Luan and his students from Great Xia still haven't arrived. I even suspect they haven't boarded their flight yet. His words resonated with everyone nearby. I checked. The nearest airport hasn't received any landing requests for their flight. Looks like that bunch from Divine Cultivation University is either definitely running late or never intended to show up at all. My guess is they never intended to come at all. After all, this exchange event involves real combat scenarios. Their school only started 3 months ago, their strength can't possibly compare to ours, ha ha ha. Who knew the president of Divine Cultivation University was such a coward? Ha ha ha. In an instant, the gathering's previously tense atmosphere erupted into boisterous laughter. Some students from the supernatural university even began openly mocking Luan. After all, in their eyes, with the Great Xia Cultivation University having only just started classes, they were bound not to show up. Then, just 3 minutes before the banquet was set to begin, a deafening roar split the sky. 9 massive, pitch-black dragons, radiating overwhelming might, streaked toward the venue at speeds exceeding the speed of sound. The smiles froze on everyone's faces the moment they saw the 9 black dragons. Their eyes held nothing but shock and terror. Even as the black dragon arrived here, the weather shifted. What had been a cloudless sky suddenly darkened with thick, ominous clouds, as if a downpour could erupt at any moment. Though they had long known through news reports that the Cultivation University possessed 9 majestic black dragons. But witnessing them with their own eyes for the first time left them profoundly shaken. These black dragons were colossal, majestic, and astonishingly swift. But that wasn't the most crucial point. The most crucial point was that, in the eyes of many nations among them, black dragons were considered extremely ominous beings. Therefore, it was only natural to conclude that Luan was provoking them. As for why black dragons were seen as harbingers of misfortune in their eyes. At that moment, Chu Mengyuan was chatting with Haizi. Surrounded by surroundings vastly different from those of Great Xia, Chu Mengyuan found it all quite novel. This is my first time in a Western country. Have you ever been here before? Haizi thought carefully for a moment before answering without hesitation. No, I haven't. But in the last era, my dad came here. He told me that once, when he felt unwell, he sneezed and wiped out an entire country. He felt guilty about it for a very long time. Chu Mengyuan, ah. As they approached the building, Luan commanded the 9 black dragons to descend to the ground and shrink their forms. Thus, Luan and his 15 students stepped down from the 9 dragons' carriage with remarkable flair. The moment they stepped down, staff from the Lighthouse Nation approached with smiles, inquiring, Mr. Luan, where might your luggage be? Luggage? Luan paused slightly before replying directly. Oh, we don't plan to stay overnight. We intend to return after today's gathering. After all, the round trip takes us less than half an hour. Though spoken with casual ease, the remark made the staff members' face twitch uncomfortably. With no other choice, they escorted Luan and his group to the banquet venue. When Luan's group arrived, the man from earlier glanced down at his watch again, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Right on schedule, not a second off. Coincidence? Or that rumored method of calculation? Chapter 89, The Sharp-Tongued Girl. The banquet commenced as scheduled. After observing the room and confirming no one intended to cause trouble, Luan relaxed, allowing his students to mingle freely with those from other extraordinary universities. Luan seemed entirely at ease, responding effortlessly to questions from other extraordinary university presidents. Mr. Luan, how do you typically manage your students? It must be quite a challenge overseeing so many exceptional young minds, right? Discipline? There's little need for discipline. My students are exceptionally obedient. Mr. Luan, might we ask how much funding the Great Xia government provides to Cultivation University? As the nation's hope, surely the government prioritizes its financial support? You're overthinking it. Our university has no desire to burden the state. Even if the government offered to pour money into us, I wouldn't accept it. Mr. Luan, given the current situation, do you believe the Cultivation University can train students capable of defending against the secret beasts before the next secret beast tide arrives? It doesn't matter. I'll handle it when the time comes. One probing question after another was casually brushed aside by Luan, leaving the other university presidents utterly speechless. What the hell? Students are all obedient and need no discipline? How is that even possible? And with a university that size, feeding and housing thousands of people, you're telling me the government isn't funding it? Realistic? And this "it doesn't matter, I'll handle it" nonsense? Even if you're all powerful enough to survive a nuclear strike, how could one person possibly manage the vast expanse of Great Xia's territory with its countless spatial rifts? Bull. Compared to Luan's calm composure, Wanqing felt utterly overwhelmed. It wasn't until arriving here that she realized a crucial issue. The other 14 classmates were all fluent in various foreign languages. They mingled effortlessly with students from other extraordinary academies, engaging in lively discussions and banter. Upon inquiry, she learned they had taken time to study multiple languages after understanding the mission's purpose. After all, for cultivators, learning a language was a breeze, with a few minor spells a matter of minutes. But she? As the mission leader, she hadn't even considered learning additional languages before arriving. Now, she still only knew one. Now she could only nibble on the small cakes at the banquet to ease her awkwardness. Just then, the headmaster of the White Flag Nation's Transcendent Academy spotted her and addressed one of his students. I've identified her. That's the student leader from Great Xia Cultivation University. Go provoke her. Make her lose her temper publicly here. Then we can use this to attack Cultivation University. Don't worry, my tongue is notoriously sharp. The student who spoke was a Caucasian girl. As she spoke, she extended her long tongue to lick her lips. Her eyes held nothing but confidence and malice. The White Flag Nation's principal gave a slight nod, placing full trust in this student. After all, at Baichi Kingdom's Supernatural Academy, it was commonplace for students to lose their composure after just a few words from her, erupting in rage and violence at least once a month. Her sharp tongue was truly beyond ordinary harshness. Thus, she left her principal's side and casually approached Wanqing, initiating conversation. Hello, my name is Philota. May I ask your name? Though Wanqing didn't speak the White Flag language, she could barely make out such simple everyday phrases and replied directly. My name is Ruan Chung. Nice to meet you. Hearing this, Philota began laughing inwardly. Perfect. The other party did indeed understand Baichi Mandarin. Since that was the case, she would now begin her operation. She glanced at the cake in Wanqing's hand and immediately fired off her second line. I can tell you love cake, just like Princess Fitz of the medieval Sunset Kingdom. She always used eating cake as an excuse to go out and have group activities with the knights. I bet you're just like her, right? After uttering these words, Philota's eyes gleamed with even greater confidence. She knew full well that the Great Xia Empire was still a relatively traditional nation in its thinking. Faced with such an insult, he would surely be unable to restrain himself and become enraged. Staring into Wanqing's eyes, she silently repeated to herself. Get angry. Get angry already. As for her highly complex White Flag Kingdom language, Wanqing hadn't understood a single word, leaving him completely dumbfounded. But being too proud to admit she hadn't understood, she interpreted the other's fervent, expectant gaze as meaning she'd probably told her an interesting story. Ha ha, how amusing. That single phrase made Philota doubt her own ears. Faced with such a level of insult, the other person actually responded with interesting? Shaking her head, she shifted her attacks to other fronts. From appearance to mannerisms, personality to private life, and even extending to her family and the entire race of Great Xia people, she insulted them all without exception. Yet Wanqing remained utterly unfazed throughout. Not only did she show no sign of anger, but she kept praising Philota instead. When Philota insulted her character. You're quite amusing. When Philota insulted her family. Your parents are quite amusing. When Philota insulted the Great Xia Empire. The White Flag Kingdom is quite amusing. Philota was completely flustered. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to launch another round of insults, Chu Mangyuan slowly approached from nearby. She first greeted Ruan Qing, then said, "Let me handle her." With that, she fixed Philota with a cold stare. "I don't know how you had the nerve to say those things. How long did your White Flag Kingdom last in the last World War? Probably not even as long as one session of your parents creating you, huh? Oh, and when enemy troops invaded your territory back then, your country's women actually welcomed them with open arms to serve them. Could it be that you're descended from those women?" The explosive barrage of blunt truths left Philota frozen in place. After the numbness came intense fury. "You filthy whore. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Say it again? White Flag Kingdom. I'll kill you." Indeed, Philota was the first to lose her composure, lunging directly at Chu Mangyuan. Her immense power instantly threw the scene into chaos, instantly drawing everyone's attention. When they turned to look, they saw not only had Philota's attack failed, but Chu Mangyuan had effortlessly countered it. Instantly, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. The people of the White Flag Kingdom have always been like this. Speaking of which, didn't the principal of White Flag Kingdom School teach them any manners? TSK TSK TSK. I suppose it fits my impression of White Flag women perfectly. As for the headmaster of the White Flag Kingdom's Academy of the Extraordinary, he was covering his own old face. This was utterly humiliating. At the same time, his gaze toward Ruan Qing grew increasingly sharp. Truly worthy of being the cultivation representative of Great Xia Cultivation University. Faced with such an insult, even he would have struck back long ago. Yet this girl remained utterly unfazed. Her composure far surpassed what one would expect from someone her age. Chapter 90, The Principal's Meeting. Luan, of course, had perceived everything that happened at the banquet with his divine sense. When he saw Philota being effortlessly subdued by Chu Mangyuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Calling a deaf person deaf, scaring a blind person blind, and lecturing a cute little thing. Someone actually pulled that stunt, and in the end, she even broke down. Ha ha ha. Ruan Qing, however, still hadn't grasped what had transpired. After all, Philota had maintained a smile throughout their conversation. Though her eyes occasionally flashed with hostility, Ruan Qing had always assumed it was perfectly normal for the Great Xia and the West to be at odds. Then Chu Mangyuan showed up. After exchanging words with Philota, the latter flew into a rage, lashed out, and ended up pinned to the ground by Chu Mangyuan. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, leaving her utterly bewildered. This incident instantly dampened the banquet's atmosphere. The president of Baichi Nation's Transcendent University, unable to bear the embarrassment, hurriedly departed with his students. Over the next while, guests departed at intervals. When Luan judged the timing right, he too led his students out. Through this banquet, Luan had gained a clear understanding of the overall skill level among the students of these extraordinary academies. How to put it? The disparity in strength was quite significant. Some students were as weak as Fang Yan had been back in the day beyond what could be described as mere weaklings. Yet others had already reached around C-tier strength. The reason for such a vast disparity was actually quite understandable. Cultivating extraordinary powers required resources. The crux was that ordinary extraordinary academies simply didn't possess such abundant resources. They certainly couldn't match the vast wealth and seemingly limitless supply of resources found at cultivation universities. This forces them to funnel resources toward the most gifted students, artificially inflating the combat power of a select few. Conversely, those with weaker innate talent who actually need resources the most end up deprived of them, causing their abilities to deteriorate further. Over time, a stark divide emerges within these extraordinary academies. The strong grow exceptionally powerful, while the weak become increasingly feeble. Neither the extraordinary academies nor their national governments seem particularly concerned about this. After all, in their eyes, the weak serve perfectly well as cannon fodder, creating an ideal environment for the strong to unleash their power. Why not? Beyond this, Luan learned of another matter. The RA organization was essentially a collaborative platform for extraordinary forces across nations. Since the attack methods of extraordinary forces from different countries were relatively limited, dealing with certain secret beasts that countered them proved quite troublesome. Thus, this organization was established to facilitate mutual personnel deployment during secret beast invasions. Upon learning this, Luan grasped a crucial truth. Every single person here, without exception, was a partner. Except for him and his cultivation university, they were outsiders. The next day, Luan returned to the same place. This time, he didn't bring his students along. Today's agenda was special, a meeting among the university presidents to discuss humanity's future and the use of extraordinary powers to combat the secret beasts. Just as Luan had suspected, these individuals were all allies and partners except for him, who stood out like an outsider. Particularly the presidents of the extraordinary academies from smaller nations kept bringing up Sakura Nation every now and then. If only Sakura Nation still existed. Their ninjas and samurai possessed exceptional mobility, perfect for handling numerous smaller-sized secret beasts. Alas! This fellow was sure Manhwa, the headmaster of an extraordinary academy backed by the land of the setting sun. As he spoke, he shot Luan a glance brimming with sarcasm. Luan merely lifted an eyelid, meeting the man's gaze before uttering a single sentence. What? Missing the land of cherry blossoms? Shall I move my body and send your country to keep it company? The remark instantly sent a cold sweat down the man's back, prompting him to hastily protest. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. After speaking, he instinctively shifted closer to the Sunset Nation's Extraordinary Academy principal's seat, seeking more reassurance. He knew Luan wasn't just talking. Considering what happened to Sakura Country, if Luan wanted to make it happen, he really could. After all, while Sakura Country was small, their own nation was even smaller. Dealing with it would be even simpler. Luan's words plunged the room into an eerie silence. Finally, the headmaster of the Lighthouse Nation's Extraordinary Academy spoke up. Perhaps we should continue discussing how we can cooperate to face the next secret beast tide together. Before he could finish, Luan couldn't help but interrupt. If this meeting's sole purpose is to discuss this matter, then I'd rather leave now. After all, I never intended to cooperate with you, and you never intended to cooperate with me, correct? Mr. Luan, what exactly do you mean? Is this refusal to cooperate the official stance of Great Xia, or your personal opinion? It's my personal stance. After all, I believe only the weak cling together for warmth. The Great Xia has no need for such things. Of course it doesn't. Those so-called extraordinary beings who look like incomplete versions of cultivators would only slow him down if they ever tried to cooperate. I disagree with that statement. Humanity built civilization precisely because we thrive on cooperation. That's because humans back then were all weak. Without cooperation, they couldn't survive. But, no buts about it. You prefer to huddle together for warmth. That's your survival strategy. I respect that. But my Great Xia Cultivation University doesn't need it, and I expect you to respect us in return. Understood? Luan finished speaking, then rose and left without another word. After Luan departed, the headmaster of the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy seethed with rage, his teeth grinding. He shot a furious glance at the elderly headmaster representing the Cherry Blossom Nation. I formally notify you, your academy has been removed from the RA roster. You are no longer required to participate in tomorrow's activities. What? Why? The principal looked utterly bewildered, having no idea what he'd done wrong. He protested his innocence. Of course, he had no idea what the Lighthouse Nation's Extraordinary University president was scheming. In truth, the Lighthouse Nation's Extraordinary University president had already coordinated with the nation's government. They were determined to secure a partnership with the Cultivation University, enlisting several of its students to help the Lighthouse Nation fend off the secret beast tide. Resisting the secret beast tide inevitably meant casualties. Those in the know understood. Then they could study the students from Great Xia's Cultivation University. But now, all of this had become nothing but empty talk. How could the president of Lighthouse Nation's Extraordinary University not be furious? Chapter 91, The Lighthouse Nation's New Plan. After Luan departed, the meeting concluded shortly thereafter. After all, the world had entered the extraordinary era long ago, and these extraordinary academies had been established for quite some time. How they would cooperate had long been set in stone. The convening of this meeting, in essence, stemmed from two primary reasons. First, they wanted to see for themselves this legendary figure, the president of Cultivation University, rumored to survive nuclear strikes, single-handedly destroy nations, and possess godlike prowess. But now that they saw him, he was just a young, impetuous lad. He seemed nowhere near as formidable as the legends portrayed. Nearly 3 hours after the meeting concluded, Charles, the mad scientist who had created the mutants, slowly approached the presidential office door and knocked lightly. The president, long past his former vigor, hid behind his desk. Hearing the knock, he hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Upon hearing this, Charles hastily identified himself. "Mr. President, it's Charles. You asked me to come." "Oh, right. Come in quickly." Once Charles entered, he still kept his body hunched, peeking his head out slightly before continuing. "Are you certain that Luan has already left the Lighthouse Nation?" "Absolutely certain. He departed Lighthouse Nation completely 5 hours ago." "Good. That's good." The president exhaled slightly, though his expression remained one of sheer terror, like a mouse dodging a cat. Seeing this, Charles could only sigh. It couldn't be helped. Ever since Luan had stormed the presidential palace as if it were deserted, slaughtering 7 S-class extraordinary beings right before the president's eyes and instantly eliminating the emperor of Sakura Nation, the president had been reduced to this pathetic state. But one couldn't blame the president. The shock Luan had delivered was simply too overwhelming, bordering on something beyond human comprehension. After all, this was the presidential palace of the Lighthouse Nation, a place boasting the pinnacle of human civilization's security forces, including 7 S-class extraordinary beings, each powerful enough to hold their own against an entire army. The result? The security system failed to detect Luan's intrusion entirely. Those 7 S-class extraordinary beings, upon seeing Luan again, didn't even get a chance to fight back before being instantly annihilated by him, as simple and casual as an elephant crushing an ant. Such an experience would leave a deep psychological scar on anyone. Especially these past few days, after learning Luan could arrive in the Lighthouse Nation at any moment, the president's courage had completely shattered. He spent his days in this state, unwilling even to open the door to his own office. Only after a long while of calming down did he finally sit in his chair and turn to Charles with a question. Any results from the latest research? Yes, and it's a major breakthrough. Now, all we need is a sample of cellular tissue from those students at the Cultivation University. Even the smallest trace would allow me to analyze a vast amount of data. Charles remained his usual self whenever his research achievements were mentioned. An exceptionally confident smile would appear on his face. In truth, the Lighthouse Nation had been preparing a top-secret plan for a long time to exploit the disasters brought upon humanity by the age of supernatural abilities and become the undisputed world ruler, controlling the entire globe. Their plan unfolded thus: first, discover a method to analyze the data of every extraordinary being worldwide, thereby identifying their corresponding weaknesses. Finally, exert control over them. In such an era, controlling the extraordinary powers of any nation would equate to controlling its very survival. Then, no matter how unreasonable the demands, the other party would surely comply. Thus, the Great Xia Empire, which at that time possessed neither ancient Chinese heritage nor extraordinary powers, yet wielded formidable technological might, became the sole variable in this scheme. This explains why the Lighthouse Nation has persistently refused to let the Great Xia off the hook. Just days ago, Charles achieved a monumental breakthrough in his research on this very subject. He discovered that all forms of extraordinary power undergo a series of chemical reactions with the energy within secret beasts. This explains why only humans wielding extraordinary powers could effectively counter the secret beasts, while advanced technological firepower proved so ineffective against them. Leveraging this characteristic, Charles swiftly developed technology capable of analyzing diverse supernatural energy data. Within a short span, the Lighthouse Nation's government had obtained data on all extraordinary powers worldwide except those wielded by cultivators. As for cultivators, they did search for practitioners of the Qi cultivation technique within the Great Xia Empire. However, every single one tested yielded no significant results. The data from those cultivating the Qi cultivation technique merely showed slightly higher numerical values than ordinary people, with no abnormalities whatsoever. Therefore, Charles concluded that only by obtaining cell samples from students at the Great Xia Cultivation University could they obtain genuine data. This would enable the development of specialized countermeasures, such as tailored weapons or viral agents. To obtain cell samples from those students at the Great Xia Cultivation University, the president nearly tore his scalp off. My God. Da Xia. Da Xia. Why always Da Xia? Why must Da Xia be the wildcard in every flawless plan? He had even let out a howl like that at the time. After lengthy discussions with several high-ranking officials from the Lighthouse Nation, adhering to the principle that Da Xia must remain unaware until the plan succeeded, they proposed three highly probable methods. Method 1. Borrow students from Da Xia's Cultivation University, then find ways to obtain their cellular tissue, corpses, or even living specimens. Method 2. Invite those students to the Lighthouse Nation, have them stay at Lighthouse Nation hotels, and collect DNA left behind in their daily lives like hair strands or toothbrushes. Method 3. Provoke a fight with Da Xia Cultivation University students, injuring them during combat to facilitate collection. They naively believed all three methods were highly feasible and would surely yield sufficient cultivation practitioner tissue samples. But unexpectedly, before any of these plans could be implemented, two of them fell apart. Luan did bring the students, but he never intended for them to stay at the Lighthouse Nation Hotel. After each event, he simply took them back. What the hell was the point of that? As for borrowing students? Forget it. Luan dismissed the idea, saying only the weak needed to band together for warmth. He, being strong, had no such need. Then he simply walked away, not even giving them a chance to discuss it. So now, only method 3 remained, finding a way to arrange for the students of Da Xia Cultivation University to engage in combat. At this thought, the president slowly raised his head to meet Charles's smiling gaze. Don't underestimate those students. Prepare Compound 7. Understood. After Charles departed, the eerie painting behind the president stirred. A strange face, previously closed-eyed, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a mocking smile. Do not attempt to use your laughable so-called technology against us cultivators. The consequences will be dire. The moment the eerie face uttered these words, the president glared at it with fury. Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea the price I paid to construct your so-called formation? If its effects fall short of your claims, I'll personally hand you over to the Great Xia authorities. Chapter 92, Mutual Animosity. Luan had a vague sense that the Lighthouse Nation was up to something, but he paid it little mind. The reason was simple: in the face of absolute power, any flashy maneuvers were nothing but clownish antics, utterly meaningless. Time swiftly brought them to the third day of the exchange conference. According to the event schedule, today marked the final day, featuring two main events. Morning sessions involved student representatives debating various topics, while the afternoon featured the tournament, a true test of raw strength. Luan understood it like this. Morning, trading threats to build animosity. Afternoon, fighting to the death. Consequently, he entrusted the student representative of Daxia Cultivation University Ruan Cheng with a daunting task. In the president's office of the Cultivation University, Luan stared intently at Ruan Cheng before him. Ruan Cheng, do you know why I'm participating in this bull event? Because you've lost your mind? Get lost. Luan tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky with a look of profound depth in his eyes. Seeing this, Ruan Cheng's heart skipped a beat. So handsome. No. Could it be that Luan had them participate in this seemingly meaningless activity because he had his own agenda, or because Cultivation University was facing some kind of predicament and needed to build ties with other extraordinary universities? The thought barely formed before Luan spoke. Because your grandpa screwed me over. He agreed to join some organization on behalf of Cultivation University without my consent. I had no choice but to participate. Ruan Cheng's face twitched. Just as she was about to curse, Luan continued. But you know me, I never do anything without purpose. Even if this has zero meaning, I'll make it meaningful. What do you mean? This afternoon, aren't you guys having a tournament in the Lighthouse Nation? So I want you to use this chance to show the whole world just how powerful Xiaojin University students really are. What do I do? When you attend the student representative meeting later, stir up as much hostility as you can. Then, come afternoon during the tournament, declare that you're 15 or challenging every other student present. After hearing Luan's words, Ruan Cheng's eyes flickered with disbelief. But upon closer look, Luan seemed utterly serious. He even patted her shoulder. Do exactly as I say. You have no idea how powerful you truly are. Though Ruan Cheng sensed something was off, she reasoned she couldn't possibly provoke everyone at once and reluctantly agreed. Fine. Remember to learn a few more foreign languages. Don't get caught off guard when you get yelled at, still grinning away. Can we drop this topic already? But let's be honest, Ruan Cheng was just a teenager. He hadn't seen much of the world. When she sat at the conference table as the representative of Cultivation University, facing the other student delegates, she finally grasped something. It seemed she didn't even need to lift a finger. These student representatives already harbored significant hostility toward her. That hostility was only natural. Before arriving, every single one of these student representatives had spoken with the principal. Unlike Luan's instructions to Ruan Cheng, they had received only one directive. Viciously target the student representatives from Cultivation University. Ensure they are provoked into participating in the afternoon tournament without fail, forcing them into combat. Thus, the meeting scene resembled a pack of wolves glaring at Ruan Cheng, their taunts relentless. How dare you from Great Xia Cultivation University even show up for this event? Why wouldn't we dare? After all, your school has only existed for 4 months. You're all freshmen, aren't you? Do you really have the guts to face us in combat? The moment the words left his mouth, the rest of the meeting room erupted in maniacal laughter. The mockery was written all over their faces, as if they were afraid Ruan Cheng wouldn't notice. Ruan Cheng was stunned. If they wanted to provoke her, did it have to be so blatant? Nevertheless, she answered calmly. If nations with mere centuries of history dare show hostility toward the Great Xia civilization with over 5,000 years of heritage, why should we hesitate to face you? Her words instantly silenced most of the room. But soon, another voice cut through the air. As far as I know, the area around the Cultivation University can't tolerate any modern technology. So how do you survive up there? Living like cavemen? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ruan Cheng looked up. Well, it was the representative from the Van Tian Academy of the Three Kingdoms. No wonder his words reeked of curry from the moment he opened his mouth. Well, we can't compare to you Three Kingdoms folks, can we? When thirsty, we drink from the sacred river holding the entire periodic table. When hungry, we eat all kinds of porridge. How incredibly modern. How dare you insult the sacred waters of our great river? You're asking for death. Soon, the representatives from these major extraordinary academies erupted into a heated argument. However, Ruan Cheng wasn't fighting alone. Thanks to the rise of the Great Xia Empire, it had gained numerous vassal states worldwide, and these nations were now backing Ruan Cheng in the dispute. After a full hour of heated arguments, tensions reached a boiling point, and the exchange of threats finally began. Ruan Cheng slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Every last one of you means nothing to this lady. I can't be bothered wasting my breath here. Bottom line, this afternoon, 15 students from our Cultivation University will step onto the stage. If any of you have a problem with that, bring it on, all of you together. The room fell completely silent after this bold declaration. Frankly, their goal was simply to ensure Xiaojin University would participate in the afternoon tournament so they could fight them. They never imagined Ruan Cheng could be this arrogant. To actually lead his students onto the stage first and challenge everyone at once? Was this the kind of threat someone who had only been cultivating for 4 months could make? Wasn't that overconfidence? Once they processed the situation, they all applauded enthusiastically. The meeting finally concluded, with everyone leaving thoroughly satisfied. Ruan Cheng had successfully drawn everyone's ire while articulating Cultivation University's intent to challenge all other students at once. The student representatives, meanwhile, achieved their objectives. Not only did Cultivation University agree to participate in the afternoon tournament, but they also secured the right to challenge every single opponent at once. They couldn't have been more satisfied. Even the president of the Lighthouse Nation couldn't stop grinning when he heard the news. Ha 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 ha. The Great Xia people are truly the Great Xia people. Even a single Great Xia woman is arrogant beyond measure. It seems this plan is destined to succeed. As the Lighthouse Nation president spoke, he produced a deep blue syringe. This was the compound 7 he had instructed Charles to prepare. Back when that assassin attempted to kill Luan, they had used compound number 3. Both compounds served the same purpose, enhancing the power of extraordinary beings. However, compound number 7 was a super advanced version, yielding far superior results. The president grinned savagely as he gazed toward the Great Xia, already envisioning the scene of thousands of students from the Great Xia Cultivation University still undeveloped perishing at his hands. Chapter 93, The Ancestral Dragon's Concern. Though Luan hadn't personally witnessed or heard about the Lighthouse Nation president's underhanded schemes, his understanding of that nation made him doubt the president would refrain from such tactics. Therefore, the moment Ruan Chang returned, Luan immediately handed her a piece of jade, saying, "Here, take this fine piece." Ruan Chang, being a proper young lady from a wealthy family, possessed considerable knowledge about jade. When she saw this piece of jade, she was stunned on the spot. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "This is just fake jade you'd find at a street stall for $5 a piece. You call this a good thing? What?" Ruan Chang was shocked, but Luan was even more shocked and furious. "I paid 30 yuan for this and it's only worth 5? I've been scammed." Ruan Chang. "Never mind. Now isn't the time to dwell on this. Anyway, when you face enemies that leave you feeling drained, just crush this jade. It contains a massive amount of refined spiritual energy. Crush it and you'll absorb it instantly." In truth, spiritual energy exists in various states, such as the gentle energy suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs, or the energy usable by cultivators themselves. The spiritual energy permeating space cannot be directly utilized, it must be refined to become a cultivator's power source. However, there exists a secret technique, a genuine, authentic secret technique. Even Zhu Long and the others had only heard of it, unaware of its specific execution. Employing this technique allows refined spiritual energy to be stored, ready for immediate use when needed, akin to blue potions in online games that restore energy. Of course, this was merely a precaution. The true life-saving tools were the spirit talismans personally drawn by Luan. Though it was Luan's first attempt at talisman drawing, he sensed he possessed some innate talent for it. After pondering all night, he had managed to master drawing some basic spirit talismans. Fortunately, Zhu Long remained unaware of this endeavor. Otherwise, the old man would likely have coughed up blood again. As a cultivator, Zhu Long had started from an exceptionally high baseline. After all, he was the first emperor. Thus, during his cultivation journey, beyond daily practice, he had delved into numerous disciplines, elixirs, talismans, arrays, all within his scope of study. He was a rare genius in this world, yet even so, it took him several full months from beginning to learn talisman drawing to finally crafting his very first spiritual symbol. Moreover, his success rate was extremely low. He often had to draw over a dozen talismans in a row before achieving just one successful one. Luan, however, was completely unaware that talisman drawing could even fail. He succeeded with every attempt, and his skill only improved with practice. This wasn't due to Luan's exceptional talent in talisman drawing, but rather because his cultivation base was entirely bestowed by the system. His spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, a purity unattainable through any cultivation technique. Even the most elite cultivation techniques couldn't match it. Therefore, whether it was drawing talismans or anything else, he grasped things much more easily than others. Once everything was prepared, Luan began organizing the students to head back to the Lighthouse Nation. But before they could depart, they saw Zhu Long walking toward them. "Teacher Zhu Long." All the students bowed in greeting upon seeing him. After all, they had been in school long enough to understand the proper etiquette. In response, Zhu Long merely nodded before unexpectedly producing a small circular disc. "Keep this item safe. Use it when necessary." Luan stepped forward upon seeing the object. "Isn't that a needle disc? Seriously, it's just a student duel. Aren't you being overly cautious? Giving them something like this? And didn't you say this was meant to be their trial, that you shouldn't interfere too much?" Luan had used needle discs before. They were essentially array-based talismans requiring no prior array knowledge. With just the disc, one could instantly deploy a small-scale array. As for its power, back then, Luan had used this very item to fend off the joint assault of over a dozen nascent soul-stage great demons with only his golden core cultivation. It was incredibly powerful. Now Zhu Long wanted to hand such a thing to his students to use against the weaklings from other transcendent academies? It felt a bit unnecessary. Yet Zhu Long remained adamant. "I have my reasons for letting them carry it. You needn't concern yourself." Hearing Zhu Long's words, Ruan Cheng accepted the array without further protest, though his face remained puzzled. "So how exactly do we use this thing? When you find yourselves with no other options, simply channel your spiritual energy into it. At that moment, Luan also sensed something amiss. His brows furrowed as he turned to ask Zulong. Did you discover something through your divination? Zulong neither confirmed nor denied it, offering only an ambiguous reply. You and your students all carry traces of the Tao's influence. How could I dare to calculate so lightly? So did you or didn't you? Don't ask so many questions. You're here anyway, just keep an eye on these youngsters. With that, Zulong turned and walked away without looking back. Luan didn't dwell on it. After all, even if those extraordinary academies tried any tricks, he had two safeguards, his own presence and Zulong's array disk. There was nothing to fear. With this thought in mind, he set off once more on his journey to the Lighthouse Nation. He assumed there'd be plenty of troublesome matters to handle before the tournament began. He had completely underestimated the enthusiasm of those extraordinary academies. No sooner had they disembarked from the chariot drawn by 9 black dragons than they were ushered into a building by a man in a suit who bore an uncanny resemblance to a butler. The moment they entered, Luan could distinctly feel hundreds of unfriendly gazes fixed upon them. But that wasn't the most absurd part. The most absurd thing was that when they reached the center of the building, a massive platform, Luan suddenly discovered a gigantic screen suspended above it. The screen displayed photographs of their entire group, surrounded by text in multiple languages as if to ensure no one missed the message. The translations roughly conveyed: Divine Cultivation University challenges the world's extraordinary academies. Live broadcast of the entire event. Oh my. Wasn't that a bit over the top? Beside him, Ruan Cheng wore an expression of utter innocence. You told me to do this. I'm just following your instructions. Luan shook his head, signaling it wasn't a big deal, then suddenly flashed a smile as he glanced toward a corner. There, larger than an astronomical telescope, sat a camera, likely the main feed for this live broadcast. Luan stared at the camera, his eyes narrowing to slits. Then he turned to Ruan Cheng and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. It's fine. My purpose in bringing you here was to show the world the true strength of our cultivation university. Just be careful when you strike, don't hurt any of our international friends. Though directed at Ruan Cheng, his earlier glance at the camera clearly intended this message for everyone watching the livestream utterly arrogant. Chapter 94, Declaring War on the World's Extraordinary Academies. It turned out that the viewers in the livestream were genuinely shocked by Luan's arrogance. In truth, throughout the months since the start of the semester at Cultivation University, Luan's fate had never been officially disclosed. Although various clues and rumors strongly suggested Luan was definitely still alive, there remained a segment of people who refused to believe it. After all, we're talking about nuclear weapons here. For an organism to survive a nuclear strike was something beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet Luan was indeed alive and well, attending the RA Exchange Conference as the president of Cultivation University, an event that sent shockwaves across the entire world. Before the world could recover from this shock, an even more explosive piece of news broke. The Great Xia Cultivation University has displayed extreme arrogance. Student Representative Ruan Cheng openly declared at the Student Exchange Conference that he intends to challenge every extraordinary academy in the world at once. Everyone froze upon hearing this. What the hell? Hadn't the Cultivation University only just opened its doors a few months ago? And now they're challenging other extraordinary academies with decades of campus history all at once? There must be limits to arrogance, right? Truthfully, Luan himself hadn't realized it, but ever since the world learned he'd survived a nuclear blast, he'd gained a massive global following. So before, when they saw news like this, they just ran online, viciously bashing the Great Xia Empire, the Great Xia Cultivation University, and Luan himself. But now? It's turned into a massive online brawl. I'd heard the Xia people were arrogant, always brimming with unfounded confidence. Never imagined it could reach this level. Seems even becoming extraordinary beings couldn't free them from the corrupting influence of Xia's inferior culture. Daxia people arrogant? I don't know where you heard that. Daxia's motto has always been pride leads to decline, humility leads to progress, so Daxia people are never arrogant. Oh? If they weren't arrogant, why would they challenge every other transcendent academy at once? Especially just 4 months into the semester? Then why are you so certain the Great Xia Cultivation University couldn't pull it off? That's the situation, anyway. It's gotten to the point where people have already set up websites taking bets on whether the Cultivation University can actually defeat all the other extraordinary academies. Of course, most people doubted the university's capabilities. After all, it's merely a fledgling institution that opened its doors just 4 months ago. Its students have trained for no more than 4 months devoid of any real experience. And the other extraordinary academies? The more renowned ones boast over 50 years of experience, and their participating students have spent at least 3 years training within their walls. No matter how you look at it, Xiaojin University's students stand no chance against those institutions. Now, with Luan's words echoing through the venue, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Those watching the livestream were still manageable, merely barking wildly online, claiming Xiaojin University would pay the price for its arrogance. At worst, some might curse themselves in a frenzy. As an Orlando Academy graduate, I can say with absolute certainty, if those 15 Cultivation University students who've only been practicing for a few months can defeat our 15 representatives, I'll live stream myself defecating through my mouth. Orlando Academy was actually an extraordinary academy from a small country. Though small, its lineage is quite powerful, ranking among the top 5 extraordinary academies in terms of strength. Their abilities were quite intriguing, essentially a scaled-down version of storage space. They could store any object in an alternate dimension and retrieve it from anywhere, though they couldn't preserve items for extended periods. Theoretically, it wouldn't be difficult for students from this academy to defecate through their mouths. Of course, this ability's primary purpose lies elsewhere. Their true strength lies in their capacity to store attacks from others or secret beasts within that space, only to release them back at the originator. Upon hearing this fellow make such a remark, someone immediately shot back. Last time someone claimed that if Luan survived a nuclear strike, they'd do a handstand while defecating. That person has since deleted their account and vanished. I'm different from him, I stand by my words. This extraordinary graduate from Orlando Academy was clearly furious. He went so far as to upload his diploma, publicly revealing his identity, vowing to stand by his words. Wow, this guy really isn't leaving himself any escape route. What started as just an online embarrassment could now turn into real-life humiliation. Regardless, the tournament wouldn't be swayed by their rhetoric. Luan had already taken his seat on the viewing platform and beckoned to Ruan Cheng. Without hesitation, Ruan Cheng led 15 students onto the elevated platform. After scanning the crowd below, he declared, "On behalf of the University of Cultivation, I declare war on all 83 extraordinary academies worldwide." The moment the words left his mouth, the venue erupted into chaos. Many students from the extraordinary academies looked furious, seemingly unable to wait to take the stage and fight. Of course, those blokes were merely putting on a show. If asked to be the first to step forward, they wouldn't dare. Just as everyone anticipated which renowned academy would step forward to halt the challenge, a referee walked to the center of the platform. Waving to the crowd, he announced, "The Rolled Academy declares forfeiture. The Bagel Academy declares forfeiture. The Heavenly God Academy." After a lengthy announcement lasting several minutes, it was revealed that out of the world's 80-plus extraordinary academies, over 50 had declared forfeits before the competition even began. Among them were numerous academies of considerable strength. Even Orlando Academy was among them. Reasons for withdrawal varied. Many were now groveling before the Great Xia Empire and naturally couldn't face the Cultivation University under such circumstances. Others feared accidentally injuring Cultivation University students, which would incur the Empire's wrath. In the livestream chat, many clicked on the Orlando Academy graduate's profile page, eager to witness his humiliation. But then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Guys, check this out. That guy actually went live just now. He's defecating with his mouth. Oh my merciful God, what on earth am I seeing? I pay top dollar for a pair of eyes that haven't seen that stream. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. Within minutes of the referee stepping down from the platform, the first challenger from Cultivation University emerged, accompanied by a commentator. Now entering the ring, representing Flying Noodle Academy from Guabu Guajiadu. Hearing this name, the live stream audience froze. After a long pause, someone finally asked slowly, "I saw the news, wasn't that country just founded 3 days ago? When did they get an extraordinary academy?" Chapter 95, The Bizarre Remnants of Sakura Nation. Not just the viewers, even Luan was baffled. As a former high school academic superstar and a young man deeply fascinated by extraordinary powers, he was well aware of which countries existed and which possessed their own extraordinary academies. Yet despite this, he had never heard of such a country or such an extraordinary academy existing in the world. No need to overthink it, this was undoubtedly fabricated recently to probe the strength of Cultivation University. These nations spared no effort in targeting Cultivation University. To conjure up an entire nation and an extraordinary academy out of thin air was utterly absurd. Yet when the students of this so-called Flying Noodle Academy appeared before everyone, the scene suddenly fell silent. For the attire of these 15 individuals was unmistakably that of ninjas and samurai from the land of cherry blossoms. Instantly, murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. But wasn't Sakura country destroyed? Why are there ninjas and samurai here? Sakura Nation may be gone, but ninjas and samurai still exist worldwide. They're like the last embers of Sakura Nation. They're probably here for revenge. Ha! Who'd have thought those Sakura Nation fools still harbored revenge? This should be quite the spectacle. The stands were filled with the elite of the Lighthouse Nation, along with principals and teachers from major extraordinary academies. Their intense interest in the matter was palpable, and that was before the live stream audience even entered the picture. The moment they saw the 15 ninjas and samurai ascend the stage, their mouths twisted into wide grins. The Cherry Blossom Empire hasn't perished. See? They are the embers of that empire, destined to restore its former glory. Ha 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 ha. The strength of these ninjas and samurai is beyond comparison to ordinary students from transcendent academies. Looks like Dasha Cultivation University, which boasted about challenging cultivation academies worldwide, is going to lose its very first match. Go forth, ninjas and samurai of Sakura Nation. You are not fighting as 15 individuals, you represent the countless souls of Sakura Nation brutally slaughtered by Luan. Others questioned why these ninjas and samurai were even participating. They were clearly not students of the Supernatural Academy. Having the RA organization deploy them was undoubtedly inappropriate. Yet these voices were like a pebble tossed into the ocean, they stirred no waves before being swallowed whole. Compared to the others, the students of the Cultivation University couldn't help but frown at the sight of those 15 figures before them. Their frown stemmed not from the ninjas and samurai themselves, but from the profoundly repulsive aura emanating from these figures. This revulsion wasn't emotional, it was instinctive. It was hard to describe, but if pressed, it was akin to a DCI expatriate, longing for home cooking, ordering mapo tofu. Only to discover, when the dish arrived, that the foreigners had added strawberries to the mapo tofu. Who could possibly understand that kind of revulsion? It was like seeing food when starving, yet still feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit. In stark contrast, the 15 ninjas and samurai stood completely motionless atop the elevated platform, frozen like emotionless robots. As the referee blew the whistle, the battle was about to begin. Seeing the ninjas and samurai standing there blankly, showing no intention of striking first, Ruan Qing waved his hand, signaling his side to initiate the attack. Cultivators at the chi refining stage possessed few spells, and they were far from flashy, just the most basic fireball spells, freezing spells, and earth burrowing spells. Though rudimentary, these were the basics for cultivators. Against so-called extraordinary beings, they would certainly suffice. As Ruan Qing lowered his hand, thick ice pillars instantly formed around the 15 ninjas and samurai, completely encasing them within. Before they could react, massive pits began opening beneath their feet, burying them waist deep. Nearby, several students who had been frantically chanting incantations to unleash fireball spells halted their efforts. To them, this match was merely a friendly sparring session between students, certainly not a life or death battle. Now, with those dozen or so ninjas and samurai seemingly subdued in an instant, completely incapacitated, they naturally assumed the match was over. With this thought, they turned their clear yet foolish gazes toward the referee, waiting for the official outcome. But at that very moment, a student from the Cultivation University suddenly sensed an aura of authority approaching, carrying with it a palpable sense of unease. Without a moment's hesitation, his body instinctively leapt to the side, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. In the split second he moved, a black shadow abruptly materialized beneath his feet. An eerily grotesque hand reached out from within the darkness. Moreover, the unsettling aura that had gripped them earlier was now intensifying wildly, seemingly emanating from the very hand that had emerged from the shadow. Compared to the students, Luan, seated in the stands, could perceive far more, such as the true nature of those ninjas and samurai. It must be understood that the source of power for both ninja and samurai, to put it plainly, was the curse of the demon clan. Yet 4 months ago, he and Zhu Long had jointly annihilated the entire demon clan, and the curse had long since vanished. Even if remnants of ninjas and samurai still existed worldwide, they could no longer wield power, they were merely ordinary people. Yet now, these individuals who should have been ordinary people were emitting the aura characteristic of ninjas and samurai, a situation that clearly defied logic. Luan probed them with his divine sense. The results left Luan utterly stunned. The demonic curse that had bound them had indeed vanished completely. Yet, in its place was a power strikingly similar to that of a demonic curse. What on earth was going on? Could it be that demonic beings from the cultivation world had arrived on Blue Star and bestowed new curses upon them? That was utterly impossible. Logically speaking, if the demonic tribes had truly arrived, the ancestral dragon and his kind would have been up in arms by now. To further observe these bizarre entities, Luan kept his findings to himself, patiently continuing his surveillance. Finally, the instant one of them made a move, Luan used his divine sense to capture the flow of energy within its body. What he discovered left him utterly stunned. These beings weren't single entities at all, they were fused from 2 separate life forms. Simply put, those ninjas and samurai on the stage appeared as one person, but in reality, each harbored another life within them. And it was precisely that other life force that was granting them their power. Luan had only one thought about this. Damn, if someone covered my eyes and made me sense them with my divine consciousness alone, I'd swear there were 15 pregnant women up there. Chapter 96, The Alien Project Update. Though Luan couldn't fathom what kind of entity it was or how it managed to fuse with human flesh. But that didn't stop him from instantly spotting their weakness. First, human psychic energy, especially that of ordinary people, was extremely limited. Therefore, every time these strange entities wished to wield power, they had to draw it from another living being within their host. This limitation meant they couldn't wield their power at will. Each use of their abilities left them in a dazed state. Attacking the host providing them with energy during this window was the key. Seeing his students utterly bewildered by these bizarre entities, Luan wasted no time. He immediately transmitted the creature's vulnerabilities to them through telepathic voice. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing narrowed his eyes to slits. Following Luan's instructions, he memorized the exact locations where each creature concealed its bizarre life force before commencing his command. The spells of cultivators were endlessly varied. Even the most basic ones held profound mysteries, often yielding countless different applications from a single technique. Compared to transcendence, cultivators held an undeniable advantage. In truth, these 15 creatures were merely strange and not particularly powerful. Combined with the Cultivation University students now knowing their weaknesses, they were easily subdued through coordinated efforts. The method was straightforward, enveloping the bizarre life forms within their bodies with spiritual energy. Yet a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Though clearly incapacitated, unable even to rise from the ground, they continued to struggle relentlessly, as if determined to resist to the very end unless killed. In response, Luan directly transmitted his instructions to the students. Try targeting the areas where those strange lifeforms are attached to their bodies. The students, unwilling to waste any more time, wasted no time in acting upon Luan's instructions. Without hesitation, they attacked one of the individuals directly at the waist. With a pop like a bursting balloon, the waist began to shrink violently, billowing black smoke into the air. In an instant, the creature's eyes grew increasingly clear. Finally, it tore off the mask covering its face, revealing a horrifying visage covered in black patterns. Upon seeing his surroundings, he suddenly displayed extreme terror, repeatedly shouting something in the language of the land of cherry blossoms while attempting to flee. Just as the students of Xiuzhen University stood frozen in confusion, a voice rang out. The match is over. Victory belongs to Great Xia Cultivation University. The speaker was the referee. No sooner had he uttered those words than he unleashed a powerful psychic blast, crushing the creature's skull and rendering it utterly incapacitated. It lay on the ground, whimpering incessantly. Indeed, this referee was no ordinary man. He was an S-class extraordinary being from the Lighthouse Nation, possessing immense power. This scene left the Cultivation University students utterly stunned. What the hell was going on? After the 15 ninjas and samurai were cleared from the field, Luan's lips curved into a faint smile. Interesting. Most couldn't make out what the guy had just shouted due to the distance, and even if they could hear it, they likely wouldn't understand Sakura Nation's language, so they remained clueless about his words. Luan, however, had heard it perfectly clearly. Having studied the language during his previous trip to Sakura Nation, he understood exactly what the man had uttered in his extreme terror. He had clearly said, "The Lighthouse Nation deceived us. It's all part of their conspiracy." What exactly that conspiracy entailed remained unknown, as he hadn't had time to finish his sentence before meeting his end. Still, Luan could easily guess. The Lighthouse Nation must have lured them together using some method, then subjected them to some kind of procedure that caused them to fuse with that bizarre life form. So what exactly was this bizarre life form? Frowning, Luan pulled out a dark, fleshy mass. This was the bizarre life form found on those ninjas and samurai. Though dead, the utterly repulsive aura it emitted hadn't completely dissipated. Seeing that there was still some time before the next match, Luan immediately took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Elder Fong, hoping he could identify what this thing actually was. If no answers were found, he would take it to Zhu Long for examination. To his utter surprise, Elder Fong recognized it instantly without needing any investigation. Isn't this the husk of a secret beast? Our Great Xia's Secret Beast Research Center has quite a few specimens. By the way, where did you get this? At the mention of secret beast, Luan's pupils twitched violently. He glanced at a high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation standing nearby, only to find the man staring at him with a knowing smile. Mr. Luan, please don't be too shocked. This is merely one of our technological methods for dealing with secret beasts, all for the sake of humanity's future. Madman. Luan's assessment boiled down to those two words. To actually fuse humans with secret beasts, granting humans powers only secret beasts possessed. Worst of all, they were altering the nature of the secret beast's power to make it appear as though extraordinary beings were at work, attempting to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. How was this any different from deceiving all of humanity? No, it was worse than deceiving all of humanity. It was practically shoving the entire human race into a pit of fire. After this event, he must inform Elder Fong, Great Xia absolutely cannot grow too close to this insane nation. Otherwise, one misstep could drag us down with them. In fact, everything unfolded exactly as Luan had anticipated. The Lighthouse Nation had not abandoned Project X, and Charles's research into the X-Men had reached unprecedented depths. The current anomalies not only possessed less exaggerated appearances than before, but could also alter the state of energy to grant them nearly identical abilities to any other extraordinary being. They could easily claim to the outside world that these were simply certain types of extraordinary beings. To test the capabilities of this group of inhumans for further refinement, the Lighthouse Nation's president directly recruited 15 pitiful remnants of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Subjecting them to human experimentation, he transformed them into abnormals possessing ninja and samurai traits. Clearly, this approach proved viable. However, due to the immaturity of the technology, they possessed little combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, the objective had been achieved. Inside a laboratory, those 15 individuals had just been brought here. Charles placed them directly on the operating table, meticulously studying their bodies. He even went so far as to cut them open, extracting their internal organs for examination. Later, his hands still stained with blood, he watched combat footage of these altered beings fighting against students from the Cultivation University, a constant smile playing on his face. Ah, it will succeed. It absolutely will succeed. As he laughed, a peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes, a light unique to beasts of the wild. Chapter 97, The White Flag Kingdom Surrenders. After this whole ordeal, Lewin didn't want to linger here for even a second longer. But there was no way out with so many people gathered and a live broadcast underway. The entire world was watching. If he simply walked away, it wouldn't just be his reputation that suffered, it would tarnish the prestige of the Great Xia Cultivation University and the credibility of the Great Xia government itself. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and see the tournament through, defeating every participating extraordinary academy. To save time, Lewin immediately transmitted his instructions to his students. Finish this quickly. Upon hearing Lewin's telepathic command, the students instantly understood and prepared to spare not a single second in the upcoming battle. And so, the second team took the field. As expected, it was another obscure minor nation, accompanied by 15 low-tier extraordinary beings who seemed destined to be cannon fodder. Cultivators held a significant advantage over transcendents. With just a few probing moves, they could identify the opponent's weaknesses and easily defeat them by deploying countering spells. Theoretically, this approach could secure victory even if the transcendents were stronger than the cultivators. And these were students from an extraordinary academy. Most were weaker than those from cultivation universities. Thus, battles were often resolved in a minute or two, sometimes even mere seconds. Witnessing the overwhelming ferocity of the Great Xia Cultivation University students, a wave of lesser transcendent academies promptly withdrew their competition entries. After all, if students who had only been enrolled for 3 months were already this formidable, who could even imagine how powerful the Cultivation University and the Great Xia Empire would become in the future? The immediate priority was to cultivate good relations with Great Xia while they could. Conversely, defying the Great Xia would be a thankless struggle, potentially endangering the talented students they had brought along. Thus, the turn soon came to the nations with even modest strength and their extraordinary academies. Among them, the most representative was the Brahma Academy of the Three Nations. These students, upon taking the stage, neither rushed to fight nor hurled threats. Instead, they had their accompanying teachers play a piece of music rich in their ethnic heritage. Then, the whole group began to dance wildly, performing an exaggerated and eye-searing routine. This scene felt eerily familiar to Lewin. He recalled Fang Yan performing a similarly bizarre dance when activating his abilities. He had assumed it was Fang Yan mocking him, but now it seemed this was the pre-dance routine of the Three Kingdoms' extraordinary beings before activating their abilities. However, the students of Cultivation University remained oblivious. Standing rooted to the spot, they actually began to appreciate this martial art form, with Ruan Qing even providing commentary on the side. This is a traditional dance of the Three Kingdoms. Our diplomatic delegation witnessed it during their visit. It's said to bring joy to the gods they worship. Seeing the Cultivation University students' reaction, the 15 participating students from the Three Kingdoms, along with the Three Kingdoms citizens watching the live stream, all smiled. Their dance significantly amplified supernatural abilities, and the longer it was performed, the greater the enhancement. These Cultivation University students clearly knew nothing. They'd surely be crushed in battle soon. Victory belonged to the glorious Triple Kingdom. Yet reality struck the moment these Three Kingdoms transcendents finished their martial dance and prepared to fight. Thick frost froze beneath their feet. Before they could break free from the icy bonds, several fireball spells knocked them off the stage, ending the match with a decisive defeat. After all, the Three Kingdoms Transcendent Academy had only been established less than a year ago. Their students hadn't trained for many years either, making them weaker than transcendents from other nations, let alone compared to the students of Cultivation University. In the face of overwhelming power, any talk of tactics or schemes became utterly meaningless. That was the reason for their lightning-fast defeat. One could even say that their very presence on that stage, daring to battle Shojin University students, stemmed from their nation's peculiar, mystifying confidence. The students from the Three Kingdoms, now lying defeated on the ground, were still in a daze. What just happened? They were defeated? Among them was one guy, coincidentally, Fang Yan's roommate, the one who had come over from Daxia. Now he lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. For some reason, he suddenly recalled his conversation with Fang Yan that day. Images of the two of them even seemed to float onto the ceiling. There was no doubt about it, he had lost this match. The future strength of Great Xia would inevitably skyrocket at lightspeed because of the existence of the Cultivation University. Within a few years, the growing power of the secret beasts would far exceed the capacity of other nations to handle. By then, only the Great Xia Empire might be able to protect its own citizens. What would become of people like them then? Unsurprisingly, the viewers in the livestream chat were all outraged. They began blaming the students of Great Xia's Cultivation University, demanding to know how they could resort to violence immediately after performing a dance. In the words of the Great Xia, it was utterly unethical. Anyone with eyes could see that all 15 of those third-world students had finished their dance and were preparing to attack. Thus, the live stream audience ignored the triple country crowd and turned their attention back to the broadcast, ready to witness the next battle. Finally, after witnessing so many battles, all the extraordinary academies recognized the true strength of the Great Xia Cultivation University and began withdrawing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the only opponents left for Great Xia Cultivation University were those three old rivals. They were White Flag, Sunset, and Lighthouse. First to take the stage was White Flag Nation. Dressed in formal attire, they looked less like combatants and more like guests attending a banquet. They first bowed in unison to the 15 students of the Great Xia Cultivation University before declaring the battle commenced. The White Flag Nation's transcendent being struck with decisive force. The battle had barely commenced when a piercing white light shot through all the Cultivation University students. Realizing the light possessed a scorching effect, the Great Xia Cultivation University students immediately chanted incantations, casting protective spells around themselves. Seizing this opening, they prepared to unleash spells upon the White Flag Kingdom students. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The student standing at the very front of the White Flag Kingdom waved his hand, pulling a piece of white cloth from his clothing. With solemn gravity, he declared, "We surrender." Then, 15 students retreated at lightning speed, their movements seamless and fluid, leaving the Great Xia Cultivation University students utterly stunned. Indeed, no one could defeat the White Flag Kingdom before it surrendered. Next to take the stage was the Sunset Nation. As the world's first established extraordinary academy, the arrogance radiating from their students was palpable, overwhelming even before direct contact. Among them stood a pale-skinned figure with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. His beady eyes fixed on every student of Great Xia Cultivation University, radiating contempt and mockery that made everyone extremely uncomfortable. Just as the Cultivation University students grimaced, baffled by his audacity, he spoke. "Just as I expected, nothing but a bunch of genetically defective freaks." Chapter 98, The Mad Family. The moment the words genetic defects were uttered, the Cultivation University students visibly froze, their expressions turning utterly priceless. It wasn't that the words had affected their emotions though they were young, they weren't so easily shaken by insults but rather that it felt utterly bizarre. How to put it? The guy across from them looked like some medieval Western royal who'd indulged in inbreeding to purify his bloodline, only to end up with a deformed offspring. With that deadpan look on his face, they had to force themselves not to burst out laughing. Yet he was the one who spoke first, calling them genetic defectors? Seeing their expressions, the freak spoke again. He extended his pig hoof-like hand, pointing at them in an instant while licking his lips. "Your reaction doesn't surprise me. After all, with your limited knowledge, it's unlikely you've ever heard of the Jurlis family." At the mention of Jurlis, Ruan Qing's eyes flickered, and he spoke up immediately. "You mean the family that made their fortune brewing red wine before the Age of Transcendence, then invested their entire fortune into the Transcendence Academy after the age began, dedicating themselves to cultivating the most perfect transcendence?" Upon hearing Ruan Qing's words, the deformed man visibly brightened. "Ha ha ha. Since you've heard of our family's name, there's no need for a fight, right? Just surrender now." Seeing the deformed boy's arrogance, all the other students grimaced and turned to ask Ruan Qing, "What's wrong with this guy?" Ruan Qing, however, wore a solemn expression that made everyone else's hearts skip a beat. Could it be that this guy was more than meets the eye, actually a formidable opponent? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Ruan Qing finally began explaining the true nature of this family. "I've heard my family mention this clan before. From top to bottom, all 70-odd members are mentally unstable. After the advent of the supernatural era, they not only poured all their wealth into supporting the Supernatural Academy but also began cultivating the most perfect supernatural beings." So this guy is their creation, the so-called perfect extraordinary being? Not exactly. Calling him a half-finished product is actually flattering him. Their strategy for cultivating perfect transcendence involves finding geniuses with exceptional talent and forcing them to mate, producing offspring with equally extraordinary gifts. But this posed a problem. Superhumans with such extraordinary talent only appeared once every many years. To preserve the purity of the bloodline, they forced these superhumans into incestuous unions, resulting in the birth of numerous deformed children. Most of these deformed children were secretly disposed of. Only a small fraction with acceptable intelligence and powerful talents were kept alive. The man before us is one such survivor. I believe his name was Gal. Hearing this, the others finally understood. So this arrogant bastard really is a deformed product of inbreeding. For a moment, everyone looked at him with pity, feeling sympathy for his tragic background. Seeing the students of Great Xia Cultivation University whom he viewed as genetically flawed now looking at him with such expressions, Gal frowned repeatedly, utterly baffled by the situation. From childhood, he had been indoctrinated with the notion that his genes were rigorously selected, superior to all of humanity. To him, everyone else carried genetic flaws, they were all inferior beings. He had always been the one to pity and look down upon others. When had it become his turn to be regarded this way? However, his intelligence was rather questionable. Unable to figure out the reason, he decided to let his strength do the talking. With that thought, he drew a long sword from his waist. The extraordinary ability of the Sunset Kingdom was elemental transformation, but at lower levels, practitioners could only channel their power into weapons for combat. This explains why, in the early days of the extraordinary era, the inheritors of Sunset Kingdom's ancient traditions wielded swords. Take the one Luan had encountered earlier, he could project energy outward, achieving magical effects. With his lead, all the surrounding students drew their swords in unison, glaring at the Cultivation University students with fierce combat intent. As a rainbow-colored light surged from Gal's sword hilt to its blade, his eyes began to spin. Finally, he pointed at Ruan Cheng. "I shall duel you first." Judging by this, the opponent had no intention of engaging in a chaotic brawl, but rather sought a one-on-one duel. Shrugging indifferently, Ruan Cheng wasted no words and stepped forward decisively. Just then, someone grabbed her arm. "Don't! The extraordinary beings of Sunset Nation excel at one-on-one combat. And though this one isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he's still a D-rank extraordinary being. You might get the short end of the stick going in alone. It's fine. Even if I lose, I still have you guys, right?" With that, Ruan Cheng fixed her gaze on Garl, ready to fight at any moment. Witnessing this, the principal of Sunset Nation's Supernatural Academy smiled and turned to Luan. "Principal Luan, if memory serves, you and this student collaborated during the Heavenly Array project, correct? You share quite the bond. But I must warn you, though my student's appearance is unconventional, her one-on-one combat prowess is formidable." "Oh." Luan dismissed his words entirely, responding with a single syllable before reclining in his seat with a relaxed expression. "Humph, how arrogant. Wait until something happens to her. I hope you remain this calm. What a pity, such a pretty little girl. If only I could have her in my bed." After sunset, the headmaster of Supernatural Academy truly spoke without restraint, his smile growing increasingly unsettling as he spoke. But before he could finish, a chill ran down his neck. Try saying one more word? Only then did he suddenly realize that Luan was a being who could survive a nuclear strike. Though he himself possessed power strong enough to be counted among the world's elite, he was utterly insignificant before Luan. He immediately tried to apologize. The word barely left his lips when pain shot through his neck. He instinctively touched the spot, only to find his hand covered in blood. Luan spoke beside him. "I warned you. And you still dared to say another word. Ugh." The wound on his neck made it impossible to speak clearly. He could only clamp his hand over the injury and desperately cast healing magic on himself, thinking silently. No matter what it took, Luan would pay for his actions. What he didn't know was that Luan had already planted a strand of spiritual energy within him. The moment Luan left this place, his fate was sealed. Death was his only outcome. Back with Luan and Geyer, the battle atmosphere was at its peak, and the livestream chat exploded with all manner of comments. Honestly, if it weren't for those pretty girls on the Great Xia side, I wouldn't have stuck around this long. Especially this one, she looks like an angel. Too bad she's up against that cruel madman Garl. She's probably done for. Yeah, whether it's arrogance or recklessness, there has to be a limit, right? Challenging a foe like Garl alone is just plain overstepping. Most viewers shared this view, convinced Ruan Cheng couldn't possibly defeat Gal. A smaller group mocked Gal and even the entire Sunset Kingdom. Don't you people in Sunset Kingdom have any sense of chivalry? Challenging a woman to a duel? Ha ha ha. Amidst their heated discussions, the battle finally commenced. Chapter 99, Gal unleashes her full power. Everyone except Ruan Cheng and Gal instinctively stepped aside, forming a circle around the center of the arena. The arena was vast, more than ample for a clash of their caliber. Ruan Cheng had already concentrated his spiritual energy into his right eye, opening his spiritual eye through a simple yet forceful method. He began observing Gal through this eye. Through his spiritual eye, the energy within Gal's body transformed into countless threads, continuously surging into the sword he gripped. The blade rapidly began to fill with energy identical to that coursing through his own body. In response, Ruan Cheng chose to wait for her opponent to make the first move. There was still a considerable gap in their respective strengths. If she acted rashly without understanding his attack patterns, she risked being struck, injured, and defeated. But to her utter surprise, this guy kept charging the sword endlessly, continuing until the power within the sword matched his own. This guy genuinely wasn't afraid that Ruan Cheng might strike while he was charging. Perhaps his inbred mind simply couldn't conceive of such a possibility. So, in this instance, Ruan Cheng had essentially been outsmarted by someone who actually used their brain. But then again, what was the point of storing so much energy inside a sword? Typically, in battles among lower-tier extraordinary beings in Sunset Nation, shouldn't they be fighting while charging their swords to unleash all sorts of flashy sword techniques? Someone like Garl, who poured half his body's energy into the sword at once, would lose his combat ability after unleashing that ultimate move if he didn't take down the enemy. The energy drain would be too great. Since unleashing a sword technique not only drains all the energy stored within the sword but also consumes a portion of the user's remaining reserves, charging the sword with such a massive amount of energy in one go seems an unwise choice no matter how you look at it. What exactly is Garl trying to accomplish? Gale raised his sword, pointing it at Ruan Cheng, his face radiating a sun-like smile of confidence. The genetically flawed of Great Xia have no place in this world. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. In the split second before his disappearance, Wan Qing swiftly tracked the trajectory of his energy. Without hesitation, she leapt to the side. In that very instant, a piercing sword chi sliced through the air where she had stood moments before. The deafening crack of the blade cutting through the void sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Witnessing this, Luan couldn't help but swallow hard. This dimwit was even more formidable than he'd imagined. Seeing his strike miss, Gal didn't hesitate. He immediately turned his gaze toward Wan Qing's current position, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. At this distance, there was absolutely no way she could dodge. The thought flashed through his mind. As he stepped forward, he thrust his sword directly at Wan Qing. The sheer speed of that sword left everyone present stunned. The principals of the extraordinary academies marveled in unison. A D-rank extraordinary being possessing such speed. Truly a product of the Garlis family endowed with talents beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Clearly, Wan Qing had no chance to evade. The blade pierced straight through his abdomen, leaving him rooted to the spot, unable to move. Feeling the impact, Gal grew even more frenzied. As murderous intent flashed in his eyes, the energy within his body and the energy within his sword began to tremble simultaneously. Damn it, he's losing control again. Though anxious, the Cultivation University students showed no immediate intent to intervene. After all, Crane's lessons had thoroughly impressed upon them the resilience of cultivators' vitality. A pierced abdomen was hardly a fatal wound, there was still a chance for a counterattack. Thus, they remained largely motionless. Instead, it was the students from Sunset Nation beside them who grew frantic. Run, quick! If he uses that move, he'll slaughter all of us. With that, 13 out of 14 of them fled in panic, completely disregarding the match's outcome as they scrambled off the stage. Only one man remained, a refined, aristocratic-looking gentleman. What's going on? This left the students from Great Xia Cultivation University utterly bewildered. Yet the very next second, they felt a surge of chaotic energy. Yes, chaos utterly lawless, as chaotic and threatening as a sandstorm. Before they could react, countless razor-sharp sword energies shot out in all directions. Even those standing on the periphery, who hadn't participated in the battle, had to exert all their strength just to defend themselves. At the very center, Guy was enveloped in a layer of black mist, as if possessed by some profound darkness. His eyes blazed crimson, his mouth emitting constant hissing growls as he relentlessly attacked Wan Qing before him with his sword. His swordplay, no, this could never be called swordplay. It resembled nothing more than a deranged madman wielding a treasure sword, wildly flailing it forward with no discernible pattern whatsoever. Yet sometimes, it was precisely such moves that proved most deadly. Take Wan Qing now, he seemed utterly clueless on how to counter such attacks, letting blow after blow land on his body as crimson liquid spattered from his wounds. Gal did not pause. He had not lost his mind. On the contrary, his mind was clearer than ever at this moment, focused on a single objective. To kill. To kill relentlessly. From the moment he could remember, his family had instilled one truth in him, the very purpose of his existence. He lived to fulfill one day's mission, to exterminate all genetically flawed beings and make this world perfect. And now, he was striving toward that very goal. As he sensed Wan Qing's breath growing fainter by the second, the sword in his hand moved faster and faster. He had to eliminate the threat before him immediately, then move on to slaughter the rest. Though the entire process lasted only seconds, to others it seemed Wan Qing had died countless times already. The headmaster of the Sunfall Nation's Supernatural Academy was drenched in cold sweat. He wanted to intervene, but it felt utterly futile. His gaze fell on Luan, his lips trembling several times as words failed to form. Truthfully, he was terrified of Luan. After all, that blow Luan had just delivered to his neck was no joke. If Luan wanted his life, it would be gone in an instant. He should never have let that madman, Garl, take the stage. Now it was all over. To my utter surprise, when Luan noticed his gaze, a remarkably calm smile graced his face. Our students are in the middle of a competition, and the exciting part is about to begin. Why are you looking at me? Hearing this, the principal frowned and glanced toward the stage. What he saw next was a scene he refused to believe. After Gal halted his attack, Wan Qing had transformed into a pool of blood, now spreading across the floor. This scene left every viewer in the livestream completely stunned. That guy from Sunset Nation is insane. She was a beautiful girl just moments ago, and now she's been sliced into liquid? My God, what am I seeing? It's just a student duel, why make it so bloody? This student deserves disciplinary action. Ha 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 ha, well done. Let the student from Great Xia Cultivation University pay for his arrogance. As they chattered excitedly, no one noticed that Gal's pupils had begun to tremble violently, as if he had glimpsed something utterly terrifying. Chapter 100, Harmless as a Lamb. What unfolded next sent chills down the spines of everyone watching, leaving them utterly stunned. The pool of blood formed from Wan Qing slowly flowed toward Geyer's feet. Before Geyer could react, the blood surged upward in an instant, clinging tightly to her body. No, don't. Gale erupted with another burst of power, attempting to shake the blood off him. But his energy had been completely drained by his earlier frenzied, reckless slashing. The force he mustered now was utterly insignificant. In an instant, the blood engulfed his head, cutting off his breath. Like a drowning man, he flailed his limbs desperately, struggling to survive. In less than 3 minutes, his entire body crashed to the ground. A fierce will to survive made him whimper in agony as he repeatedly pounded the earth. Surrender. At those words, the blood slowly coalesced, quickly forming a human shape. The figure shifted and shifted, ultimately taking on the appearance of Ruan Chang. A relaxed smile graced Ruan Chang's face as he raised an eyebrow toward Luan on the stage, as if to say, "Pretty smooth move, huh?" Luan merely smiled without reply. Transforming one's body into water was a relatively advanced spell, requiring at least a golden core cultivator to master. Therefore, it was clearly impossible that this was the spell Ruan Chang had used. Luan, who had been probing with his divine sense the entire time, instantly saw through the deception. In truth, Ruan Chang had never actually transformed into a mass of water. Instead, he had used the water sphere spell and then flattened the sphere into a plane. But that wasn't the crucial point. The key was that Ruan Chang could manipulate spiritual energy to alter the state of this watery plane. For instance, she could change the water's color, project her image onto the center of the surface, and render the surrounding areas completely transparent. Thus, to others, the watery plane appeared as Ruan Chang herself, only motionless. Gao reacted similarly. Instinctively seeing the watery plane and sensing the aura Ruan Chang deliberately left on it, he assumed it was Ruan Chang herself. A flurry of moves as fierce as a tiger, yet the damage output was a mere 0.5. Even that meager 0.5 damage came from stray sword energy accidentally striking Ruan Chang, who was hiding in the shadows. At first, Ruan Chang was curious. Why would the opponent charge the sword with so much energy all at once? Didn't they fear losing their combat effectiveness after a single strike? As it turned out, this guy was utterly brainless. He hadn't left himself any backup plan at all, so he lost the battle cleanly. As the referee declared Ruan Chang the victor, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes fixed on Ruan Chang atop the stage, utterly dumbfounded. Their silence stemmed not merely from Ruan Chang defeating Gar, who was significantly stronger than himself, but largely because by the time Ruan Chang and Gar finished their battle, the students from the Sunfall Nation's Supernatural Academy had all fled, leaving only one remaining. In stark contrast, the entire contingent from Great Xia Cultivation University remained rooted to the spot, standing as immovable as ancient trees. Compared to them, the students from Sunset Nation's Supernatural Academy seemed utterly cowardly, didn't they? If the dignitaries on stage reacted this way, the viewers in the livestream were even more vocal. The very crowd that had just mocked White Flag Kingdom for its lightning-fast surrender instantly turned their fury towards Sunset Kingdom. Especially the White Flag Kingdom's people, who had been constantly criticized, seemed to find an opportunity to strike back, launching into frenzied mockery. The last rays of the setting sun have faded. And now the new generation of strong ones gets scared off by a little cutie and a madman? Ha ha ha. It just confirms my impression of Sunset Nation men after all, they're scared of rats on the street. Forget courage, that ugly bastard is a D-rank extraordinary being with immense power. Yet he lost to a female student from Great Xia Cultivation University who's only been training for 3 months? What kind of useless trash is that? Everyone assumed Sunset Nation had lost. No one noticed the lone Sunset Nation Supernatural Academy student still standing on stage, smiling helplessly like a lone warrior fighting a losing battle. Out of courtesy, Ruan Chang still walked over to this person. Is there any point in continuing the fight? Hearing Ruan Chang's voice, the man slowly raised his head. Glancing around at the empty space surrounding him, his expression grew desolate. Let's continue. Even if I'm the only one left, Sunset Nation hasn't lost, has it? With that, he slowly drew his sword. Compared to Gal's, his blade appeared slender and delicate. Yet Ruan Chang, whose spirit eyes remained open, could clearly see that this blade far surpassed Gai's in energy storage capacity. I will challenge all of you at once. The words barely left his lips when a flash of brilliance erupted from his sword, igniting the next round of combat. In the blink of an eye, the elegantly poised man transformed into a streak of light, hurtling straight toward Ruan Chang. Faced with this sudden assault, Ruan Chang dared not hesitate. He immediately attempted to cast a defensive spell, but before he could release it, he sensed that the opponent's target might not be him after all. He instinctively turned his head to look at Chu Mengyuan behind him, only to see the streak of light had already reached her side, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Ruan Chang's suspicion proved correct. The sole remaining extraordinary being from Sunset Nation hadn't targeted her at all, instead employing a feint tactic. After all, his current goal was no longer defeating the Great Xia Cultivation University, but achieving the best possible record. Therefore, he had to select someone who appeared relatively weak as his primary target. Thus, Chu Mengyuan, this seemingly harmless, innocent-looking young girl, had been singled out. Watching Chu Mengyuan stand frozen in place, completely unaware of the danger descending upon her, his eyes flashed with a madness identical to that of Geyer. In his mind, he was already wildly fantasizing about what would happen after he struck. The first strike would target her legs, forcing her to focus most of her attention downward. In that moment, he would strike at her neck or heart vital points. One strike. Just one strike. He could shatter the bones of Chu Mingyuan's neck or pierce her heart, ending her life instantly. To single-handedly take on 15 undefeated students from Great Xia Cultivation University and slay one of them even if Sunset Nation's Supernatural Academy lost, the glory he would earn would be immense. For glory, charge. Just as his blade touched Chu Mingyuan, convinced his plan was nearly complete, he suddenly sensed a threat descending from above. He instinctively looked up and witnessed a scene he would never forget. Chu Mingyuan, who had appeared harmless and innocent with her sweet, pure-faced appearance, now stared down at him with an icy expression. The contempt in her eyes seemed to pierce right through his flesh, striking his very soul. Chapter 101, The Cruel Stew. Clang! The sound of the sword crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! It was the agonized cry of the sole extraordinary being from Sunset Nation on the competition stage. The two sounds echoed through the entire venue one after the other, simultaneously reaching the live stream. Some viewers, confused by the sudden turn of events, slowed down the video to figure out what had just happened. And so they saw, just as the sword was about to cleave through Chu Mingyuan, she suddenly ducked her head and raised her tiny fist high, smashing it down onto the head below. In an instant, the skull caved in. The victim managed only a final, agonized howl before collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Only after the referees swiftly approached, confirmed the outcome, and declared another victory for Great Xia Cultivation University did they begin administering healing magic to tend to his injuries. When he regained consciousness and recalled what had transpired, he looked toward Chu Mingyuan. At that moment, Chu Mingyuan had reverted to her usual innocent, adorable appearance, resembling nothing more than a helpless little lamb. She wasn't just harmless, she seemed as fragile as a reed, ready to collapse at the slightest push. Damn it! All of this had been an act. Though he seethed with resentment, defeat was defeat, there was nothing more to say. After a slight bow, he addressed the crowd from Great Xia Cultivation University. You are all worthy opponents. I believe that in the not-too-distant future, when Great Xia truly rises and the secret beasts grow powerful enough to demand the complete unity of all humanity, we shall meet again. Oh, and my name is Stuhl. With that, Stuhl grabbed Garl, who was sprawled on the ground feigning death, and dragged him off the stage. Watching his retreating figure, the Great Xia Cultivation University group exchanged knowing smiles. So this was the legendary extraordinary university boasting the strongest overall strength apparently, that was all it was. But just then, a sword chi surged once more from the direction Stuhl had departed, instantly putting them on high alert. Could it be that this guy couldn't handle losing and was resorting to underhanded tactics like ambushing them after the battle? Their eyes fell upon a sight shocking enough to haunt them for a year. Gar, utterly defeated, lay sprawled on the ground. His head had been completely severed from his body, and the floor was drenched in blood. Beside Gal's corpse, Stuhl stood calmly, blood-stained sword in hand. As the cultivators from the Cultivation University stared over with expressions of utter disbelief, he offered them a gentle, courteous smile. My apologies for subjecting you to such a gruesome sight. I simply couldn't wait to deal with this genetically flawed creature. Upon hearing the words genetic defect once more, Wan Cheng's pupils contracted. She remembered now this Stuhl fellow seemed to hail from that same madhouse family called Jurlis. Brothers from the same family, and now one had actually killed the other, all because of some so-called genetic defect? Madness. Utter madness. It could only be said that this was indeed a mad family. Every single member, from top to bottom, possessed a madness that belonged to no era of civilization. What on earth was the Jurlis family scheming that could drive them to such madness? What on earth were they planning? Stur clearly had no intention of burying Gal. He walked off into the distance, a sinister grin occasionally flickering across his face. The Great Xia people's genes are even superior than I imagined. It seems I must try mating with Great Xia women to cultivate even more outstanding offspring, thereby conquering the entire world. It seemed that the Sunset Nation, like the Lighthouse Nation, was no pushover. But neither Luan nor the students of the Cultivation University cared about this man or his family's true intentions. What truly occupied their minds was the enemy about to take the stage. Lighthouse Nation. In terms of overall strength, the Lighthouse Nation's Transcendent Academy was actually on par with the Sunset Nation. But the crucial issue was that this nation could not tolerate a Great Xia victory. To win this match, they were likely to resort to every underhanded tactic imaginable. If they weren't careful, there was a real risk of injury or even death in battle. They had to take this seriously. Even Luan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the headmaster of Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy, speaking bluntly. I won't interfere with minor tricks, and I can tolerate casualties from fair combat. But if you resort to extreme, underhanded tactics that harm my students in any way, your fate will be far more miserable than you could ever imagine. Hearing this, beads of cold sweat instantly formed on the forehead of the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary university president. Then, as if anticipating this, he produced a stack of documents and placed them before Luan. Long ago, the core members of our university slipped beyond my control. Whatever they do now has nothing to do with me. Luan skimmed through the documents and found it was indeed as the president claimed. The Lighthouse Nation's government had long since taken control of the core students of his nation's extraordinary academy, ostensibly for secret cultivation, and they were no longer under this president's jurisdiction. Seconds later, Luan picked up one of the documents and confronted him. Isn't this a confidentiality agreement? By telling me this, aren't you afraid of offending the Lighthouse Nation authorities and facing punishment? Mr. Luan, I can answer you with absolute sincerity. Offending the Lighthouse Nation authorities would at worst cost me my position. As long as I retain my abilities, I still hold value to them. They won't truly harm me. But if I offend you... The headmaster of the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy didn't finish his sentence. He merely paused and shrank his neck, implying that doing so would cost him his life. Luan could only shake his head at this. Good grief, does he think I'm some kind of god of death? But it was true. Anyone who dared harbor excessive ambitions toward him or his cultivation university would meet a deadly end. In fact, the sole reason he'd spared the Lighthouse Nation president's life was because this particular leader was easier to control. Killing him and risking a more cunning successor would only invite greater trouble. Recalling that his students possessed spirit talismans and protective magical artifacts and even the array disc bestowed by the ancestral dragon as a last resort, Luan dismissed any lingering concerns. His gaze shifted directly toward the stage. At that very moment, in a corner not far from the competition arena, 3 young men from the Lighthouse Nation stared at the wrist-sized syringes in their hands, each of them swallowing hard. That damned mad scientist actually intended to inject this into us. Thankfully, we discovered it. Indeed, these 3 were among the students representing the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary academy. Just moments ago, 15 students representing their academy had been summoned one after another. During the process, they gradually sensed something was amiss and quietly followed to see what was happening. What they witnessed sent chills down their spines. Their classmates were all forcibly restrained in chairs, while several figures in white coats were injecting them with a substance that looked anything but harmless. Throughout the process, every student receiving the injection contorted their faces in agony. Worst of all, the amount of liquid in that syringe seemed excessive. The thought of it all being pumped into their bodies was sickening. So, just as they were being called away, they decisively teamed up to subdue the lab coats and snatch the syringes. Now staring at the syringe in their hands, fear gripped the trio. They immediately reached for their phones to call their families for help. But the moment they pulled out their phones, several powerful auras appeared beside them. Slowly turning their heads, they saw several A-class extraordinary beings staring intently at them. In an instant, the phones were snatched away, thrown to the ground, and crushed underfoot. No! Chapter 102, The Eerie Superhumans of the Lighthouse Nation. Despite a minor hiccup, the 15 unfortunate students from the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy were still ushered onto the stage. The moment Luan laid eyes on these 15 students, he froze in shock. They're insane. The higher-ups in this country have completely lost their minds. To defeat Great Xia, they'll stop at nothing. For he could see that the energy states within these extraordinary beings were utterly bizarre. Yes, bizarre was the word. Earlier, the energy state within Garl could at most be described as chaotic or frenzied. After all, it was a disorderly explosion of energy completely beyond his control. Yet the energy within these Lighthouse Nation extraordinary beings had transformed into countless threads, weaving endlessly within their bodies and circulating at a speed so fast it was hair-raising. Only Luan recognized these as energy pathways. To the uninitiated, it looked like someone was hosting a car race inside their bodies. That was precisely the situation. At first glance, the energy within them moved so rapidly that Big Eyes mistook it for a tangled mass of spiderwebs. That was precisely why Luan called it bizarre. Needless to say, the power of these extraordinary individuals alone was insufficient to alter their internal energy states. Yet, the fact that their energies now existed in this form could only mean one thing. The Lighthouse Nation authorities had employed some method, whether through drugs or surgery, to forcibly alter the energy state within their bodies. If it were merely about the physical alterations caused by these drugs, Luan wouldn't have called the Lighthouse Nation insane. After all, there were only 15 of them. Even if they were exceptionally gifted geniuses, they were still just 15 D-rank superhumans. But upon closer reflection, the implications were terrifying. Who knew how many extraordinary individuals had been sacrificed as test subjects to develop that drug? It was highly likely that living superhumans were required for the research. These were extraordinary individuals, people who believed themselves to be the hope of the Lighthouse Nation. What must their mental anguish have been like when deceived onto the operating table, only to discover they were nothing but lab rats? The very thought sends chills down one's spine. It was precisely because of this that Luan felt the Lighthouse Nation had completely lost its mind. To resort to such measures just to defeat Great Xia, he couldn't fathom what the president was thinking. But at this point, words were useless. With battle imminent, Luan could only warn his students below. This battle is unlike the previous ones. You must be extremely cautious. You may use spirit talismans directly. Truthfully, he didn't need to remind them. Ruan Qing had already glimpsed the astonishing spectacle within those 15 beings through her spiritual vision. Her power was far too weak compared to Luan's, so the vision appeared blurrier to her, yet all the more shocking. Inside one person's body, a dense spider web stretched everywhere, crawling with what looked like countless tiny spiders. It was utterly nauseating. Yet she could discern that this altered energy state meant they were likely in a state of severe, accelerated exhaustion. The power they could unleash was likely magnified many times over compared to their normal capabilities. Hearing Luan's warning now, she instantly snapped to full alertness and quickly addressed her classmates nearby. Their strength is likely far beyond what we imagined. Don't hesitate, use the spirit talismans you prepared in advance immediately. The moment those words left her mouth, the referee finally finished introducing all the students from the Supernatural Academy. The battle was about to begin. Ruan Qing had intended to observe some pre-battle etiquette out of courtesy. But the moment he lifted his head to look at the 15 opponents, he saw their eyes bloodshot, bodies trembling slightly at an alarming rate, and an uncontrollable aura of menace radiating from them. They were staring intently at them. Their gaze couldn't be described as mere hostility, it was outright hatred. To these students from the Great Xia Cultivation University, they seemed like the very people who had murdered their fathers. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Qing couldn't help but twitch her lips. Before she could even mock their expressions, an aura instantly enveloped her. Oh no! The thought barely formed in her mind before an overwhelming force swept over her, hurling her backward. In the briefest instant, before she could react, she felt herself become a kite untethered from its string, hurtling backward into the distance. Had she not been wearing the protective talisman personally crafted by Luan, she would have been gravely injured. It seemed Luan was right. This battle against the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy was unlike any previous fight. The difficulty was immense. She casually cast a wind control spell mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. She then saw several classmates around her who, like her, had been knocked flying without any chance to react and were only just regaining their footing. After this initial show of force from the enemy, solemn expressions spread across everyone's faces. They stared intently at the 15 foes ahead, their hands instinctively reaching for the spirit talismans concealed at their waists. Witnessing this, Luan couldn't help but shift uncomfortably in his seat, nearly losing all composure to rush forward and rescue his student. Seeing Luan's intense reaction, the principal of the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy, seated nearby, immediately launched into a flurry of apologies. Mr. Luan, this has nothing to do with me. I have no idea what those officials did to my students to turn them into this. To this, Luan only felt the noise was unbearable. He directly used magic to seal the man's mouth shut. Without using any elixirs or weapons, achieving such profound physical enhancement through body modification alone, it seems I've truly underestimated the Lighthouse Nation all this time. That single strike had startled even Luan, let alone the ordinary folk in the livestream people who'd never witnessed anything truly extraordinary. Seeing the once arrogant students of Great Xia Cultivation University get knocked back so far in a single exchange, several nearly flying off the stage, had them buzzing with excitement. Truly the Beacon Nation. Not only leading the world in technology, but their supernatural academy is this formidable too. The Beacon Nation is truly humanity's guiding light. Any person or force that dares oppose it will ultimately meet destruction and death. Go, young people of the Beacon Nation. Defeat these arrogant Great Xia people and claim your glory. Just as they were lost in their own world, convinced that the students of Great Xia Cultivation University had finally met their match and were destined for defeat, Ruan Qing stood at the center of the Great Xia students and crushed the jade pendant Luan had given him. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy filled the entire venue. The students of Great Xia Cultivation University visibly surged with several times their usual vigor. Feeling the shift in the surrounding atmosphere, Ruan Qing took a deep breath and slowly reached for the spirit talisman at his waist. His eyes fixed on the 15 extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation before him, yet his words echoed to the entire world. The game has only just begun. Chapter 103, The Battle Against the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy. The greatest difference between these 15 students from Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy and Garl lay not in the state of energy within their bodies, but in their minds. The faster the energy flowed, the more advanced mental control it demanded, otherwise, effective attacks were impossible. The Lighthouse Nation authorities seem to have long understood this through countless experiments. Thus, when they intervened with these 15 extraordinary individuals, they employed certain methods to forcibly accelerate the processing speeds of their brains. It could even be said that if this battle lasted longer than 5 minutes, these 15 Lighthouse Nation students would die from a fever exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, not because their bodies were overwhelmed by the exaggerated energy states within them, but because their brains were operating at an unsustainably rapid pace. Thus, this battle would unfold at a speed beyond ordinary comprehension. Luan could foresee this, Ruan Qing could foresee this, and the students of Great Xia Cultivation University could foresee this as well. Thus, their primary strategy was not victory, but buying time. These 15 extraordinary beings, whose power was artificially enhanced through cheating, would inevitably pay the price they deserved given enough time. Observing the 15 Great Xia Cultivation University students standing together in defensive formation, the eyes of these Lighthouse Nation extraordinary beings began to dart rapidly, seemingly formulating countermeasures. With their current processing speeds, they had already analyzed much from that single strike. For instance, these 15 students from the Great Xia Cultivation University feared explosive attacks far more than attrition tactics. Realizing this, they exchanged meaningful glances, silently conveying a signal. Instantly, one stepped forward, extending a hand toward the Great Xia Cultivation University students and swiftly pressing downward. Almost simultaneously, every student from the Great Xia Cultivation University felt an overwhelming pressure descending from directly above them. Cultivators were highly sensitive to such pressure. After all, when a powerful cultivator faced a weaker one, if they wished to intimidate without harming, they would release their aura to create an oppressive force. Thus, the instant the pressure hit, their minds ceased all unnecessary thought, immediately channeling most of their energy into resisting this oppressive force. Within mere moments, they realized this pressure wasn't as formidable as they'd imagined. The opponent was likely feigning a move. But this thought barely formed in their minds before they could implement any effective defense. A dozen or so oppressive auras intertwined and surged toward the center of their group. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the first instinct for anyone would be to flee. Even though these cultivation university students could utilize spirit talismans to endure the pressure, their first instinct was still to dodge. Without a second thought, each instinctively leapt toward the space beside them. Thus, in less than a second, the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings successfully scattered all the students of the Supernatural Academy. Their coordination was seamless, as if they'd fought side by side for decades. No sooner had they unleashed their combined strike than all eyes locked onto a single figure. It was a youth who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as he met their gazes without flinching, then drew a spirit talisman. The talisman ignited, and the immense pressure that had enveloped the entire area suddenly contracted, shrinking to the size of a single person. Observing the 15 extraordinary individuals from the Lighthouse Nation revealed that they stood relatively close together. Their gestures were strikingly uniform, each placed both hands over their chests, pressing inward with relentless force. Oh no! Witnessing this scene, Ruan Qing finally grasped the situation. The previous two moves had been feints. The true intent of these Lighthouse Nation extraordinary beings was to scatter them and then defeat them one by one. It was important to understand that the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary individuals possessed telekinetic abilities. Not only could they manipulate objects, but they could also unleash formidable pressure. At equal power levels, the smaller the area they focused their pressure on, the more devastating its impact became. A pressure wave targeting the entire platform could instantly knock them flying. If such overwhelming pressure targeted just one person, the sheer force was unimaginable. Without a moment to spare, she swiftly identified the talismans related to defense among the many at her disposal and immediately deployed them toward the danger. Watching the situation unfold, her pupils dilated instantly, her nerves stretched to the breaking point. From childhood, she possessed an extraordinary sense of responsibility. That's why when Luan chose her to lead this event, she resolved to protect every single classmate. If a student were to die before her eyes at this moment, and she proved powerless to prevent it, she feared she would be haunted by that shadow for the rest of her life. In that instant, a wall of water erupted above the young man from Daxia Cultivation University. The moment it fully enveloped him, it solidified into ice at a speed beyond imagination. Though formidable, this ice wall was ultimately the work of a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Facing 15 pinpoint-accurate oppressive forces, it held for only the blink of an eye before shattering with a thunderous crash. No, don't. Ruan Qing clenched her fists tightly, her breath catching in her throat. She dared not imagine what would happen if her ice wall failed and the pressure struck the youth. At this critical moment, another wall of earth rose up, once again blocking the onslaught of pressure. Seeing this, Ruan Qing quickly glanced to the side. She saw every student of the Great Xia Cultivation University holding a talisman in their hands, tossing them one after another without pause. The entire process was orderly and seamless, as if rehearsed countless times. It felt like they had rehearsed this countless times. Finally, after the last line of defense was breached, the pressure's intensity had diminished immeasurably. The youth merely activated his protective spell and effortlessly weathered the assault. The 15 extraordinary beings watched this unfold, their brows furrowing. Just as they prepared to launch the next wave of attacks, they saw the talisman in the youth's hand burn completely to ashes. While spirit talismans allowed low-tier cultivators to wield spells beyond their actual power, they had one major drawback. To activate them, the talisman had to be completely consumed by flame. If the stored spell was too powerful, it could take an exceptionally long time for a lower-level cultivator to fully ignite the talisman. The talisman the youth held contained a potent fire spell. After such a long struggle, he had finally ignited it. Now it was time to feel its power. The youth tilted his head, feeling the power surge through his hands, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Ha 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 ha! You white dogs of the Lighthouse Nation, taste the might of the Flame King. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a small black flame erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, it began scorching his entire body, causing him to roll around on the ground in agony. Holy crap, what the hell? Burning, burning, burning. Help me. Chapter 104, Cornered. What unfolded before the world left everyone speechless, their jaws dropping in stunned silence. They had just been stunned by the seamless coordination and lightning-fast reactions of the great Divine Cultivation University students, only for him to pull this stunt getting hit by his own spell? Judging by the looks of it, he seemed to be suffering quite badly, begging for mercy non-stop. So his classmates had saved him for nothing? Strangely, despite his dire state, Yuan Chang and the other Cultivation University students seemed frozen in place, staring dumbstruck. This instantly perked up the 15 extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation. Even with their lightning-fast processing speeds, one thought dominated their minds. Seize this moment to instantly eliminate that kid. In the blink of an eye, they acted without hesitation. Seizing the moment when everyone else was stunned, they struck within the blink of an eye. This assault proved even more ferocious than before. The instant they moved, the ground beneath their feet caved in, sending shockwaves that cracked the surrounding pavement. The youth now stood completely defenseless. Still rolling on the ground, he seemed utterly incapable of casting any spells. Everything seemed to point to one thing: this attack would surely take the youth's life. Yet, just as the youth's expression twisted under the overwhelming pressure, seemingly moments away from being crushed into pulp, a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. The next instant, the black flames expanded tenfold and spread relentlessly forward. Within moments, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded upon the arena. Gigantic serpents formed from black flames coiled through the air, their targets none other than the 15 extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation. They've fallen for it. That was the first thought that flashed through their minds. We're done for. These things have completely locked onto us using the power we released. There's no escaping them. This was the second thought that flashed through their minds. And indeed, the moment their released pressure touched the black flames, one thing was certain. That was the onslaught they would face next. They had no choice but to endure it head-on. With their current strength, evading it was utterly impossible. With that realization, they hesitated not a moment. Their hands shifted into position as they thrust palms forward, forming a massive, invisible barrier. In that instant, several massive black fire serpents engulfed them, transforming the entire area into a sea of black flames. Nothing could be seen beyond it. Indeed, this was precisely why the Cultivation University students remained motionless as the flames scorched the youth. They had keenly discerned two critical factors. First, no matter how foolish someone might be, they wouldn't possibly cast an attack talisman on themselves, right? And even if he did, the talisman he used would surely incinerate him instantly. Yet the boy merely rolled on the ground. Second, when the youth called for help, he spoke in Lighthouse Nation's language. They were all citizens of Great Xia. The only possible recipients of his plea for help were fellow Great Xia citizens. Yet he used Lighthouse Nation's language. This proved his cry for help wasn't meant for them at all. It was directed at those 15 Lighthouse Nation citizens. Based on these 2 points, the students of the Great Xia Cultivation University immediately made their decision. They would play dumb and let the youth take his chances. Now it seemed their gamble had paid off. After about a second, the air began to fill with the distinct smell of burning flesh, causing the Cultivation University group to involuntarily sniff the air. Many breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, detecting that scent meant the black fire serpent had likely breached their defenses and scorched their flesh. To be harmed by such an attack meant certain crippling injury, if not death. Surely the battle was over? Yet Yuan Qing showed no sign of relaxation. Instead, her gaze toward that area grew increasingly grave. Obstructed by the black flames, she couldn't perceive what was happening inside. Yet through her spiritual vision, she could confirm that the 15 figures within remained frozen in place, not moving a muscle. This was the agony of flames searing their bodies. How many people in the world could endure such agony without flinching? Therefore, he sensed something gravely amiss within. As the black flames gradually diminished in intensity, Yuan Qing's focus sharpened. Finally, the moment the flames completely dissipated, she immediately issued a command to all the students. Defense! Hearing those 2 words, the students had no time to think before activating their defensive talismans, immediately shielding themselves. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 15 extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation were now enveloped in black flames, most of their bodies charred and scorched. Yet they seemed utterly impervious to pain, standing like war gods bathed in fire. Through her spiritual vision, Yuan Qing discerned the truth: the flames weren't directly scorching their flesh. Instead, they had used their abilities to form a protective barrier around themselves. This protective barrier drastically reduced the damage inflicted by the black flames. Not only that, but they were actively feeding energy into the flames through this barrier, sustaining their own combustion. Given their current state, they wouldn't last a single minute if they kept burning like this. Had these people lost their minds? The moment the question formed in Yuan Qing's mind, the 15 extraordinary individuals answered it with their actions, delivering a profound shock. These people were actually attempting to use the black flames to fight. As a violent wind swept across the arena, the black flames rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire space in an instant. Though the remaining black fire wasn't abundant, only by releasing it all at once could they achieve such an effect. Moreover, this effect would not last long, at most 3 seconds. Crucially, preserving these flames and recovering from previous attacks had taken an enormous toll. Thus, the 15 extraordinary individuals from the Lighthouse Nation had only 3 seconds left. The battle must be decided within these 3 seconds. Within the fiery embrace, one Lighthouse Nation extraordinary being abruptly forced air into his own body, causing his form to explode violently. Blood and flesh fragments erupted into the sky. His comrades showed no sorrow, merely calmly using their abilities to anchor the flesh mid-air, continuously infusing their own power into the fragments. Finally, another extraordinary being soared into the air, extending a single finger and pointing directly toward the direction of the Cultivation University students. They were preparing for their final desperate stand. Boom! 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 Sonic booms erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, reverberating ceaselessly throughout the arena. Simultaneously, countless blood droplets, like deadly projectiles, rained down from all directions, targeting the students of the Cultivation University. Any student struck by these attacks would face a truly gruesome fate. The most critical issue, however, was that the vast majority of students hadn't anticipated any of this. Even after hearing Ruan Qing's command and activating their defensive spirit talismans. But those defenses were designed to counter the abilities of the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings. They offered no protection against fire. This forced them to halt all actions, devoting their full attention to fending off the sudden flames, leaving them utterly unprepared for the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings' true assault. The situation reached a critical juncture. Yet, it seemed only Ruan Qing grasped this reality. The others were frantically fending off the black flames. After all, the black fire was the immediate, burning crisis. Surveying the chaos around him, only one thought remained in Ruan Qing's mind. This is it. Chapter 105, Exposing the Lighthouse Nation's Ugliness. Everything unfolded far too quickly. Just a moment ago, they held a clear advantage, yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had spiraled into a desperate predicament. Even Ruan Qing couldn't fathom any way to turn the tide. In the end, she closed her eyes, waiting silently for whatever was to come. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, nothing seemed to happen. Curiosity got the better of her, and she slowly opened her bright eyes only to be utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her world seemed frozen in time. Everything around her had become a painting, and she felt like a traveler who had accidentally stepped into its frame. If things continued this way, their fate seemed inevitable, half dead, half gravely injured, utterly defeated in this contest. What was going on? Ruan Qing was momentarily bewildered. She slowly approached one of her classmates. She could see every subtle expression on this classmate's face, every movement of their hands, and even the hairs standing on end all over their body. But when she reached out, wanting to change something, her hand couldn't touch anyone, no matter how she tried. What was going on? Her brows furrowed deeply as she was utterly bewildered by the scene before her. Confused, she glanced around. When she looked behind her, shock spread across her face. For there, standing behind her, was her own reflection. She stood rooted to the spot, her face etched with utter despair. The expression alone made it clear she was truly helpless. Time has stopped, but nothing can be changed. Is that what this means? A bitter smile spread across Ruan Qing's face. This smile might have stemmed from the absurdity of this so-called time freeze, or perhaps from her own helplessness in this moment. But then, she noticed something faintly glowing on her own body. At a glance, she recognized what it was. It was the array disc Zhu Long had entrusted to her before leaving a defensive formation. The idea of using the array disc to turn the tide in this desperate situation had crossed her mind before. After all, it was an array disc given to her by Zhu Long. Using it here would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. But activating the array and using it to shield everyone would take a full 5 or 6 seconds, far too long. If she activated it now, she could protect herself at most. Yet choosing that path would not only subject her to the world's skepticism but condemn her to a lifetime of self-reproach. Rather than live on in such a state, she would choose death. Yet now, the array disc suddenly glowed, as if guiding her. She slowly walked over and retrieved it. Over 100 array points glowed on the disc. Visually discerning anything was impossible, so Ruan Qing simply released her divine sense to probe the formation through the array points. The moment she did, her eyes suddenly lit up. Even in this desperate situation, a faint smile touched the corners of her lips. So that's how it is. In her current state, she was oblivious to the passage of time. Once immersed in this state, she found herself utterly captivated. The principles of the formation, resonance between heaven and earth, its structure, the interplay of all things. All the fundamental knowledge of formations seemed condensed within this tiny array disk. She didn't know how long she remained immersed, perhaps a day, a month, a year, a decade, or even a century. Only then did Ruan Qing slowly lift her head, emerging from her trance. Her eyes were now sharp, her expression serene and self-possessed, as if everything lay within her grasp. The next moment, she slowly turned her gaze toward the direction of the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings, murmuring something under her breath. I spoke too soon. The game has only just begun. The moment the words left her lips, everything around her suddenly burst into color, and time resumed its flow. At that very moment, Ruan Qing raised the array disc in her hand without hesitation and smashed it onto the ground. The primordial dragon could use all things in the world as an array. Wherever it went, everything fell within the array's scope. Whatever it took became an item required by the array. Yet through the array disc bestowed by the ancestral dragon, Ruan Cheng had grasped a wholly different approach to array formations. She would make herself the array, her actions the array's core, adapting to every situation, ever-changing and limitless. As the array disc shattered, Ruan Cheng's already watery eyes became as clear as flowing rivers, then burst forth with dazzling white light. Spiritual energy surged from her body, scattering into threads that linked all the students together. Activate! In an instant, every spell cast by everyone vanished into thin air. Along with it, the raging inferno was extinguished. The students, witnessing this, stared at Ruan Cheng in sheer terror, their minds consumed by a single thought. Unity of mind. Facing the towering power of the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary being whose strength could only be sustained for 3 seconds, the optimal solution seemed to be enduring those 3 seconds until the opponent collapsed on their own. But Ruan Cheng understood these Lighthouse Nation transcendents had already begun burning their life force. In this state, the gap in power between the two sides was simply too vast. If they chose to endure it head-on, even if they managed to survive the 3 seconds, some among them would inevitably be gravely injured. Faced with this situation, the optimal strategy was to shift from defense to offense, instantly eliminating the enemy. As the ancients would say, the best defense is a good offense. The 15 individuals now tightly bound together by Ruan Cheng's formation had reached a terrifying level of cohesion. Their information flowed seamlessly, their thoughts aligned, and their actions achieved true, flawless coordination. In other words, their reaction speed against incoming attacks increased 15-fold. When launching their own assaults, they coordinated flawlessly, making enemies feel the full force of 15 simultaneous strikes. Crucially, this simultaneous assault didn't mean attacking one target and immediately moving to the next. Instead, it meant all 14 remaining Lighthouse Nation transcendents were struck by all 15 of them at the exact same moment. Thus, before meeting their end, these Lighthouse Nation superhumans witnessed a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The platform, which had been engulfed in flames moments before, was now completely extinguished. Not even a single spark remained. By the time they could comprehend what was happening, the students of Great Xia Cultivation University had already closed in. 15 powerful auras converged upon them from all directions, leaving no room for evasion. As he attempted suicide to create an opening for his comrades, he tragically realized that what he was enduring, his teammates were enduring as well. Everything unfolded in an instant, so swiftly that countless powerful extraordinary beings present failed to grasp what had transpired. 15 extraordinary beings from the Lighthouse Nation, who had seemed perfectly fine moments before, now presented a horrific sight. One lay in a pile of scattered flesh, blood splattered across the entire arena. The other 14 were charred black, their exposed skin, faces and limbs completely roasted. The sheer visual impact was nothing short of psychologically jarring. A single glance was enough to turn stomachs. The world seemed to freeze once more. Only when someone played the footage in extreme slow motion for everyone to see did the entire crowd rise to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause that thundered on and on. Luan watched the scene, utterly bewildered. Wasn't the array disc given by Zhu Long supposed to be a defensive one? Just as everyone was praising the battle, a Lighthouse Transcendent struggled to his feet. But alone, he posed no threat. Just as Ruan Cheng stepped forward to urge him to surrender, the man turned around, scanned the crowd, and began shaking violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. Ruan Cheng could tell at a glance that this man, like the others, had severely depleted his energy reserves, his body, life force, even his soul. His chances of survival were utterly zero, so she couldn't be bothered to intervene. Just as she dismissed him, a surprisingly loud voice echoed throughout the venue. I am a proud citizen of the Lighthouse Nation. My name is Kydrist. With my final breath, I will expose the Lighthouse Nation's high command and their utterly vile human experiments targeting the extraordinary. Chapter 106, Shocking the World. The sheer volume of his voice clearly indicated he had amplified it using his abilities, piercing through the entire venue. Originally, everyone had risen to applaud the outstanding performance of the Great Xia Cultivation University students. At least part of the reason was genuine admiration for their tactics. But for the vast majority, this match had revealed a stark truth. That despite its late start, the potential of the Cultivation University far exceeded everyone's imagination. After all, it had not only successfully taken on every extraordinary academy in the world at once but also achieved a record of 0 casualties. Given such a display, backed by the Great Xia Empire's formidable national strength, the Cultivation University was certain to reach superhuman levels in a remarkably short time. Therefore, from this moment onward, cultivating strong relations with Daxia was essential. Standing to applaud was merely the bare minimum. The nations backing them would soon implement a series of measures to cling tightly to Daxia's thigh, a thigh that hadn't yet thickened. Just as the applause reached its peak, the students from the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy delivered a statement so loud and unexpected that it left the crowd momentarily stunned. While they were stunned, the referee standing not far from the stage was anything but. His eyes blazed with intense murderous intent as he instantly activated his abilities, teleporting onto the platform. He reached out a hand toward the extraordinary being from the Lighthouse Nation. Both Luan and the students of Great Xia Cultivation University could sense the power gathering in his hand. This man clearly intended to eliminate the witness. Yet, constrained by the opponent's overwhelming power, the students of Great Xia Cultivation University were utterly powerless to intervene. It seemed they could only watch helplessly as this extraordinary being, who had used his final moments to expose the ugliness of the Lighthouse Nation, met his demise. Spectators on the field were all startled by the referee's actions. Had the referee not attempted to silence him, the Lighthouse Nation authorities could have dismissed the extraordinary being's words as mere ramblings. But this desperate rush to silence him, didn't that prove the Lighthouse Nation was guilty as charged? Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned into silence by the referee's actions. After all, this was the land of the free, that very nation that championed liberty. What happened to freedom of speech? Here he is, on the brink of death, and instead of rushing to save him, they want to kill him for speaking his mind? Is this the freedom the Beacon Nation touts? The equality of all men? The crowd held its breath in that moment. It seemed that no one except the judge wished for this extraordinary student to die. After all, they were genuinely curious. What could he possibly say? It might be earth-shattering news capable of shocking the entire world. But their thoughts seemed irrelevant. With the referee's power, ending the life of this already critically injured extraordinary being was as easy as moving a finger. Yet in the next instant, a finger tapped the judge's arm, followed by a deep, resonant voice. "Mr. Referee, the student's battle has concluded. There is nothing left for you here. Would you mind stepping aside?" Luan's voice was utterly neutral, devoid of any threatening tone, almost sounding like a polite request. Yet in that moment, the suffocating pressure emanating from those words was something only the referee himself could comprehend. In that instant, his inner turmoil began to spiral. He understood that if he didn't kill the remaining student from the Transcendent Academy immediately, his words would inevitably spark a massive global uproar. It could potentially disrupt the Lighthouse Nation's future plans. But if he forcibly killed the other person now, Luan would absolutely never let him off the hook. As he hesitated, a crucial realization struck him. What gave him the right to think he could kill someone Luan didn't want him to kill, right in front of Luan? In that instant, the referee shuddered violently, his mind snapping into sharp focus. Luan was a being capable of single-handedly annihilating a nation, a being so absurdly powerful that even nuclear weapons couldn't kill him. How could he possibly kill this student of the Transcendent Academy right in front of Luan? With that thought, the referee flashed a sunny smile and said, "Principal Luan, I believe you've misunderstood my intentions. In truth, I wish to heal this unfortunate student." After saying this, he shamelessly scanned the audience, finally fixing his gaze on the live streaming camera, his face radiating sincerity. "I merely wish to examine this student's health and offer him protection. The Beacon of Liberty guarantees the personal safety of all its citizens." With that, he stood completely still. That was all he could do. The rest was now the president's headache. Witnessing this scene, Luan's lips curved into a faint smile. He then sent a thread of spiritual energy into the boy's body and instantly understood what had happened. It appeared someone had injected these students with a drug. This substance not only altered the state of energy within their bodies, allowing them to temporarily boost their strength by depleting their life force, but also controlled their minds. This explained why they would resort to any means, even knowing certain death, to drag students from the Great Xia Cultivation University down with them. Now that the drug's effects had finally worn off and death approached, their bodies began frantically secreting dopamine. This surge revived the students of the Lighthouse Nation's Transcendent Academy, a phenomenon commonly known as deathbed lucidity. This flood of memories brought back everything he had endured. The crushing sense of fall from grace, plunging from being one of the Lighthouse Nation's most gifted students to becoming mere cannon fodder, ignited a searing rage within him. Driven by this emotion, he resolved to use his final moments to expose all the Lighthouse Nation government's corrupt practices. Luan held a certain respect for this man. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. Had Zuluang or Xianhe been present, they might have attempted to save him. But now, alone and without any means, Luan could only use his spiritual energy to delay the inevitable. After Luan stabilized his vital signs with spiritual energy, the Lighthouse Nation student finally felt somewhat better. Expressing his gratitude to Luan, he began shouting again. "About 2 weeks ago, we were suddenly ordered to head to a secret base for training while at school." He recounted much, including how the Lighthouse Nation government, seeking to enhance the combat effectiveness of the extraordinary, had developed a series of devices to subject them to torture. This method was intended to increase the synergy between the extraordinary individuals and the energy within their bodies. They were also frequently administered drugs to brainwash them, attempting to fuse secret beasts with their hosts. By the end of his story, a single tear trickled from the corner of his eye as he cried out in anguish. "Just as we were about to take the stage, they forcibly injected us with another drug, turning us into suicidal madmen. They're nothing short of demons, no, worse than demons." These words were bound to shock the entire world. After all, people aren't stupid. They could easily deduce from his words the extent of the inhumane experiments conducted by the Lighthouse Nation's government for the sake of those so-called devices and drugs. Chapter 107, The Beaten Down Lighthouse Nation President. the livestream's popularity reached a peak. Even those who had previously shown no interest in the Extraordinary Academy's competition flooded into the livestream after hearing the remarks from the student of the Lighthouse Nation's Extraordinary Academy. Yet, contrary to the rising heat, the number of comments in the chat didn't increase at all. Instead, it became unusually sparse. Everyone who had entered the stream was so stunned by the extraordinary student's words that they were left speechless. The few comments that did appear came from newcomers, their faces blank with confusion as they asked others what had happened. After watching the replay and hearing the extraordinary student's words, they too joined the ranks of silence. The reason for this was simple: to the vast majority of ordinary people, it was simply too dark. Especially for the Lighthouse Nation, which had always positioned itself as the beacon of human civilization. Could this truly be the work of a beacon of civilization? It wasn't even something a civilized society could do. It was utterly inhumane. Why did the Lighthouse Nation's government allow such cruel experiments to be conducted on its own soil? However, before the extraordinary student could finish speaking, he clenched his teeth, recalling everything he had endured. His emotions seemed to boil down to nothing but rage. The lab's location is, cough cough, it's, ugh. Before he could finish, his head dropped as he began coughing up blood in great gulps. It was clear he was finally succumbing to death. Watching him spew blood in agony yet still struggling to reveal the location, Luan shook his head. The young man had done all he could. His state was too agonizing, especially as the memory of that place intensified his suffering. Luan saw no point in forcing him further. After extracting the spiritual energy from his body, the light in his eyes vanished instantly. He collapsed headfirst onto the ground, his vomited blood splattering everywhere. In death, this young man bore no resemblance to a human being. His flesh had completely rotted away, his eyes remained wide open even in death, and the blood had evaporated to near dryness due to the intense heat generated by the rapid flow of energy. This was more than just dying with eyes wide open, it was a death beyond imagination. This scene instantly ignited the previously quiet livestream chat. Unlike Luan, they couldn't comprehend the triple torment: physical, mental, and psychological this extraordinary student had endured in his young body. All they knew was that after all his rambling, he'd failed to reveal the most crucial details. These individuals showed no restraint, unleashing every imaginable curse from their keyboards. In the context of Great Xia culture, it amounted to insulting this extraordinary student's ancestors for 18 generations. Some even dismissed everything he'd risked his life to reveal, enduring immense suffering, as worthless because of this. I reckon he did it on purpose. Everything he said before was just smearing the Lighthouse Nation. He was afraid of revealing the location and getting exposed, so he kept it to himself until the very end. Such remarks were an insult to anyone's intelligence. After all, this was an extraordinary individual who fought for his country until his final breath. How could he possibly squander his last ounce of strength to slander his homeland just before dying? Yet clearly, most people possess little intelligence, swallowing such claims hook, line, and sinker. The livestream instantly fractured into two camps, erupting into a bitter war of words. One user, sporting a giant eagle avatar and the ID lighthouse illuminating the world, even made the outrageous claim that he was a high-ranking member of the Lighthouse Nation and that such a laboratory absolutely did not exist there. At first, everyone assumed this person was just bragging. But upon checking their profile, it was filled with photos of Capitol Hill meeting rooms, seemingly not just empty boasts. Within moments, public opinion did a complete 180. Everyone began condemning the extraordinary student, branding him a morally bankrupt individual with pathetic abilities. Not only could he not harm a single student from the Cultivation University no matter how hard he tried, but he also slandered the very nation that nurtured him in his dying moments. It was utterly despicable. Not far from there, the president of the Lighthouse Nation sat in his office. Before him was a massive screen displaying the live broadcast of the competition between the world's extraordinary academies. Watching the footage of that extraordinary student lying motionless on the ground, a smug grin spread across his face. His expression screamed two words: rotten scum. Through the screen, it was clear he was the one with the eagle avatar and the ID beacon illuminating the world. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he casually dialed a number. Mr. President, we're rapidly incinerating the lab documents and working to destroy all equipment as quickly as possible. We won't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Oh my God. Look at what I just made you do. Do you have any idea how much those research findings cost us? Stop this immediately. What did you say? Stop? Yes, stop it immediately. Understood. After hanging up, the president exhaled a long breath, slumped back in his chair, and wore a victorious smile. But at that very moment, something bizarre happened. Another extraordinary student on the floor slowly rose to his feet, just like the previous one. Before anyone could react, he spoke directly. There are 3 laboratories targeting extraordinary individuals. One is located at north latitude. His speech was rapid and loud, utterly unlike that of a dying man. After rattling off 3 coordinates, he collapsed back to the floor as if he had never risen at all. It felt as though a person who had been in a deep sleep had suddenly sat up and spoken a long string of dream talk. The president, witnessing this scene, gaped in utter speechlessness. He was utterly stunned. After all, the students from the Extraordinary Academy had only ever been to one laboratory, and they knew only its general location, never its precise coordinates. Yet this man had just blurted out 3 locations of experimental bases for extraordinary beings, complete with precise coordinates. How was that possible? Without pausing to think, he immediately reached for the phone to contact those 3 experimental bases. But then, an extremely loud commotion erupted from downstairs. He pulled up the security feed from the entrance and froze in shock. The media, with noses sharper than dogs, had already swarmed the area below, demanding he come down and explain himself. The smile on his face vanished completely in an instant. His cheeks twitched as he took a deep breath, then turned his gaze toward Luan's figure in the livestream. "You'll pay for this." As if sensing this, Luan flashed a smile toward the camera, proclaiming his victory. The truth was that Luan had used his divine sense to locate the nearest experimental base conducting research related to extraordinary beings. What he hadn't anticipated was that within his psychic range alone, there were as many as 3 such experimental bases. He had simply randomly manipulated the corpse of an extraordinary student to reveal their locations. But that wasn't the crucial part. The real key was that all 3 experimental bases were located within the city itself. To avoid drawing attention, they hadn't established excessive security measures. He was certain the enraged populace would follow the coordinates, force their way in, and seek the truth. Chapter 108: The President's Masterstroke. Events unfolded much as Luan had anticipated. Upon learning the precise locations of the 3 secret experimental bases, the fiercely independent citizens of Lighthouse Nation immediately swarmed the sites, accompanied by media crews. These 3 locations were quite intriguing, one disguised as a mental hospital, another a private estate in the suburbs, and the third a basement beneath a cemetery. Had Luan not uncovered these locations through his methods, who could have imagined secret laboratories concealed there? The fiercely independent citizens of Lighthouse Nation, determined to force their way into these facilities, even sparked large-scale gun battles on the streets, setting the nation ablaze with fervor. It must be said, the Lighthouse Nation's civilian armed forces were truly formidable. In a remarkably short time, they had managed to breach those locations. What they witnessed inside those laboratories left them utterly stunned. The darkness within those laboratories proved far more brutal than they could have imagined. It wasn't merely dark, it was suffocating. A single glance was enough to make one feel as though they couldn't breathe. In the days that followed, citizens of the Lighthouse Nation formed numerous organizations dedicated to exposing the government's heinous actions. These groups were diverse in composition, comprising superhumans, ordinary lighthouse citizens driven by righteous indignation, journalists, passionate students, and even substantial investments from major corporations. After thorough investigation, they cataloged the horrific experiments conducted at these research facilities. They documented how superhumans were injected with various drugs, then dissected to observe internal bodily changes. Organs were even preserved as specimens, filling entire rooms. When a female reporter entered that room, she fainted on the spot before she could take any photos. One can only imagine the sheer visual horror. But the most shocking revelation was yet to come. Since the Lighthouse Nation's superhumans possessed telekinetic abilities, which fundamentally involved mental manipulation. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation authorities conceived a bold idea: could they unlock the secrets of the human mind to permanently enhance their own superhuman abilities, mass-producing extraordinarily powerful individuals? Thus, a terrifying experiment was born. They would first anesthetize the superhuman, then forcibly open their skulls. After installing various precision instruments inside the brain, they would begin testing the so-called psychic power through various methods. Among these were pain experiments designed to inflict the most extreme agony, alongside emotional trials involving starvation, mental breakdown, and despair, each pushing the limits of human endurance. Similar experiments, and even more heinous ones, were countless. To prevent any information from being revealed by the test subjects, these laboratories would kill all the extraordinary individuals undergoing experiments before anyone could break in. In some rooms, the floor was littered with the mangled remains of the subjects, a harrowing reminder of the unimaginable slaughter that had occurred within. This reality deeply shook the conscience of every individual. Enraged citizens took to the streets, protesting the Lighthouse Nation government's heinous actions and demanding explanations from the president and relevant authorities. Seated in his office, the president showed no sign of distress over the matter. He calmly and methodically instructed relevant departments to control the media. Within days, new accusations surfaced in the anti-Lighthouse Nation discourse that the government was conducting experiments on the extraordinary beings, and the question arose: where had all these extraordinary beings come from? Moreover, given that superhumans held the fate of a nation in their hands, would the Lighthouse Nation government truly be foolish enough to use them as experimental subjects, sending them to their deaths for nothing? These 2 lines of speculation immediately spurred investigations into the origins of the experiment subjects. The results of the investigation left everyone stunned. The Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy, with 13 campuses including the main campus, was the sole source of supernatural individuals for the entire nation. Every graduate was meticulously documented. Yet, not a single one of the superhumans used as guinea pigs by the Lighthouse Nation authorities was a graduate of the Superhuman Academy. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. So many extraordinary individuals were treated like lab rats, and their abilities were all those of extraordinary individuals from the Lighthouse Nation. They weren't graduates of the Academy of the Extraordinary. So who exactly were they? For a time, the number of protesters on the streets visibly dwindled. Organizations that had previously exposed the Lighthouse Nation's corruption shifted their focus, launching investigations into the origins of these extraordinary individuals. Naturally, they found nothing. Just as the world was growing curious about this matter, the president sensed it was time to make his move. He decisively released two newly fabricated top-secret documents. Document 1 primarily detailed how Sakura Nation, in pursuit of extraordinary abilities, had chosen to sell the souls of its entire population to demons, while harboring delusions of global domination. This essentially described Japan's pact with the demonic race, though in Western culture, referring to demons made the accusation more direct. Document 2 claimed that the Lighthouse Nation had secretly intercepted Sakura Nation's plans. To prevent Sakura Nation's schemes from materializing, they had reluctantly initiated a series of research projects targeting the extraordinary. Yes, in their narrative, the brutal experiments conducted on the extraordinary beings were supposedly out of necessity. They claimed the initial research was mild, but later, a few evil individuals conducted those experiments behind the government's back. As for those evil individuals, for a president, finding a few scapegoats to take the fall is no trouble at all. With overwhelming evidence confirming document 1's authenticity, the previously baseless document 2 suddenly gained credibility. Only then did people grasp the truth: it wasn't Luan who destroyed Sakura Nation destroyed itself. By this stage, the riots in the Lighthouse Nation had largely subsided. Yet one question remained unanswered: where exactly had they sourced the extraordinary individuals used for experimentation? Observing the seismic shift in online discourse, the Lighthouse Nation's president wore a confident smile as he unleashed his final trump card. All these extraordinary individuals were ordinary people who risked everything to sneak into the Lighthouse Nation. It was through our secret cultivation program that they became extraordinary. In the private residence of Elder Fong and Great Xia, Luan sat across from him, sipping tea. Upon seeing the online discourse shift, he couldn't help but shake his head. Truly the leader of a nation, his tactics are boundlessly sophisticated. Elder Fawn, also holding a tablet, wore a constant smile. Labeling them as stowaways reduces empathy among their own people. Moreover, those who risk everything to stow away to the Lighthouse Nation are unlikely to provoke hatred from their original countries. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. After speaking, Elder Fong turned to look at Luan. So, does this matter end here? No need to rush. While he can quell this incident, the relationship between their government and the extraordinary beings will inevitably be strained. From now on, whenever the Lighthouse Nation attempts any underhanded maneuvers, they'll have far more to consider. Chapter 109, Charles's Misguided Direction. It must be said that although Luan had been tricked by Elder Fong into leading 15 students from the Cultivation University to take on the entire world's extraordinary academies, but the outcome of this contest proved remarkably effective. Not only did it reintroduce the world to the might of Great Xia, but it also planted a massive landmine beneath the Lighthouse Nation. For the mad scientist Charles, at least, the repercussions were immense. His research funding had been slashed to a mere tenth of its original amount, a truly miserable outcome. Yet at this moment, he felt not a shred of sorrow over the funding cuts. Instead, he was abnormally delighted. Through various means, he had finally obtained bodily tissue samples from students of the Cultivation University. In a remote corner of the Lighthouse Nation, Charles carefully carried a black box until he placed it on the lab table, then exhaled a long breath of relief. When he opened the black box, his face broke into an uncontrollable grin. Ha 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 ha. With this in hand, the Great Xia Cultivation University? Utterly insignificant. The thought of how Luan had exposed the Lighthouse Nation's extraordinary beings experiment, forcing him to conduct research in this godforsaken place with meager funding, made him grind his teeth in fury. He vowed silently to himself over and over he would develop a virus specifically to infect those students at Great Xia Cultivation University. The contents of that black box held the key to his viral creation. How could he not be thrilled? He couldn't wait any longer. Putting on gloves, he immediately pulled the object out of the black box. It was a piece of chewing gum, covered in a thick layer of filthy residue that looked utterly disgusting. Indeed, despite the Lighthouse Nation's government devising numerous plans to obtain tissue samples from Xia Cultivation University students, none had succeeded. Unexpectedly, just as the students were about to leave the Lighthouse Nation, one of them took an interest in the automatic bubblegum machine at the venue and remarked, "I saw this in cartoons when I was a kid. Never thought it actually existed in real life. I'll buy one and see what it tastes like." After saying that, the student immediately asked the trembling dean of the Lighthouse Nation's Supernatural Academy for a coin and bought a piece of gum. But how could someone who ate spiritual rice and spirit beast meat all day long possibly tolerate the already mediocre-tasting Lighthouse Nation bubblegum? After chewing it just once or twice, he spat it straight into the trash can. Damn, this is awful. Anime really does lie. With that, he walked away, never expecting anyone to notice the scene, let alone retrieve the discarded bubblegum from the trash and deliver it to Charles as if it were a precious treasure. He certainly never imagined that the bubblegum he'd spat out would be treated like a precious treasure by Charles, who would handle it with the utmost care. Charles had his reasons for being so excited. Because chewing gum chewed by a person contained a substantial amount of DNA. There had even been a case where a scientist obtained gum chewed by a primitive human and analyzed everything about that individual from it. So just imagine what this piece of bubblegum, chewed by a student from Divine Cultivation University, might hold. For Charles, who was desperate to pry into the privacy of Divine Cultivation University students, this was nothing short of a super treasure. Yet as his research deepened, his expression shifted from ecstatic joy to utter bewilderment. Why? No matter how sophisticated the equipment, it couldn't detect any residual energy on this piece of gum. It was as if the gum contained absolutely no leftover energy whatsoever. But that couldn't be possible. Every extraordinary being, regardless of nationality, used their entire body as an energy reservoir. Therefore, no matter where they came from, some residual energy would inevitably remain. The Lighthouse Nation's government had gone to great lengths to obtain DNA samples from students at Divine Cultivation University, precisely to extract information about residual energy. Yet now, not even a trace of residual energy could be detected on this bubblegum. How utterly unrealistic. Little did he know that the students of Divine Cultivation University were genuine cultivators. Cultivators store energy in their dantian who would use their entire body for such a purpose? Yet even now, Charles refused to give up. He speculated that the energy state of the Cultivation University students might be exceptionally unique, perhaps non-active, and thus extremely difficult to detect. He immediately switched to a different detection method. First, he located a trace of energy from a Lighthouse Nation extraordinary being. Using this thread of energy to stimulate the bubblegum, he hoped to draw out its energy. What unfolded before his eyes, however, was utterly beyond his expectations. The moment the Lighthouse Nation extraordinary being's energy touched the bubblegum, it instantly fused into it and vanished without a trace. This spectacle left Charles utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Based on his experience, there was only one possible explanation for this occurrence. This bubblegum was nothing more than ordinary bubblegum chewed by an ordinary person. It contained no so-called extraordinary energy whatsoever. Yet the surveillance footage clearly showed that this gum had been chewed by a student from the Divine Cultivation University. Why would this happen? After much deliberation, he could only conclude one possibility: the energy of the Divine Cultivation University student was exceptionally well concealed, requiring far more sophisticated equipment to detect. It seemed his focus couldn't remain solely on this piece of gum. He should redirect funding toward refining the detection equipment. At this thought, a cold smile reappeared on his lips. Students of Divine Cultivation University, and that Luan, just wait. Your apocalypse is absolutely not far off. It seemed his already meager funding would once again be squandered on utterly pointless endeavors. On the floating island, within the Divine Cultivation University, Luan frowned as he examined a calendar. A semester has flown by so quickly. It's time to give the students a long break. Hearing his words, Zhu Long asked blankly from the side. Long vacation? What's that? Simply put, for the next month or so, the students can leave this school to pursue their own interests and relax properly. Zulong, already somewhat confused, grew even more astonished upon hearing Luan's explanation. How can that be acceptable? Cultivation is a matter of constant progress or regression. The students are at a critical stage now. How can we grant them a long break at this moment? It will only hinder their progress. Then when do you think would be a better time for a break? At the very least, it should be another 10 or so years. Zulong stroked his chin as he spoke. After years of cultivation, returning to find everything familiar utterly changed. Only those who've tasted that bitter taste truly understand what cultivation means. This time, it was Luan who was stunned. Another decade or more? Is this even school, or is it prison? This is straight out of a hellish classroom. Chapter 110, The Crane's Confidence. According to Zhu Long's advice, it would be best to wait until these students completed their foundation establishment and solidified their cultivation bases before allowing them to return for a glimpse. Otherwise, their cultivation foundations might become unstable, leading to unnecessary complications. Yet despite these students' extraordinarily gifted talents and the Cultivation University's resources reaching another realm of abundance, foundation establishment remained a distant goal for them. If they were truly made to wait until then to return, wouldn't their longing for the outside world only make their Dao hearts more unstable? With this in mind, Luan voiced his objection. I understand your perspective. After all, it's for the students' own good. But have you considered that these students are nothing like those from your era, or even those in the cultivation world? If we really put them here to study for 10 or 8 years, what do you think might happen? What would happen? Aren't you quite skilled at divination? Why not use your methods to see what might actually unfold? Hearing this, Zhu Long's face twitched. As if divination were something one could simply employ at will. Moreover, this school and these students were all tied to you. Simulating their futures felt like attempting to simulate the very fabric of the Tao itself, an incredibly difficult task. Each simulation exacted a heavy toll from him. Not to mention, previous simulations had only covered the next few hours, or at most a few days ahead. This time, he was being asked to simulate events years into the future. Wasn't this pure suicide? If he were facing a life or death crisis, he might consider it. But now, with nothing pressing, to perform a simulation solely because of Luan's request? That's nothing short of courting paralysis. But the prideful Zhu Long would never admit his inability. He immediately changed the subject. Even if I agreed, do you think Crane and the others would consent? As far as I know, their courses are all at critical junctures. They'd be reluctant to let students leave. This question stumped Luan. Yet, during his tea with Elder Fong, his loose lips had already revealed the news that Cultivation University students were about to break for vacation. If the Cultivation University students were delayed in their break, wouldn't he be branded untrustworthy? After pondering, he decided to convene a faculty meeting specifically regarding the Cultivation University break. An hour later, Crane had just finished his class when he walked into the meeting room with a smile. The others were already seated, waiting for him. Far from feeling the slightest bit guilty about being the last to arrive, his face radiated an extraordinary confidence. One could even say he was glowing with a healthy flush. Spotting Luan, he raised a finger and shook it. Hold your horses. I think I can guess why you called us here to discuss something. Luan felt a chill run down his spine at Xianhe's mannerisms. These gestures were clearly something only a modern person would do. It didn't take much to figure out that the students must have taught Xianhe these things during their free time just for fun, and Xianhe actually found them useful. As for his claim that he knew the purpose of the meeting, Luan was certain he'd misread the situation. After all, if he truly knew about the vacation, he would be vehemently opposed. How could he possibly be this cheerful? Suppressing his inner thoughts, he forced a smile and asked, "So what exactly are we discussing?" Ha ha ha. The students already told me our great Xia cultivation empire defeated every extraordinary academy on this planet with just 3 months of cultivation. So you called this meeting to reward us, right? Xianhe's grin grew even more unrestrained as he rubbed his hands together and turned to ask Luan. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, if you're rewarding us, it must be something extraordinary, right? Quickly, let this old man see what splendid gift it is. Seeing the Crane's eyes brimming with anticipation, Luan merely smiled. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luan laugh, Xianhe thought he'd truly guessed correctly and laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. I guessed right, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two shared an awkward laugh for half a minute before Xianhe continued. So what exactly is this reward? There is no reward. The moment the name Luan was uttered, Xianhe's entire expression visibly stiffened. What? The Cultivation University defeated the entire world, including those established extraordinary academies. Do you have any idea what level of achievement that represents in the cultivation world? We teachers worked ourselves to the bone lecturing, and you tell us there's no reward? Is a verbal commendation all we get? I'm afraid not even that. The single sentence once again filled Xianhe's forehead with question marks. Principal Luan, what exactly do you mean? Setting aside the reason for this meeting, which has nothing to do with our school defeating all the world's extraordinary academies, even if we did defeat them, it wouldn't concern you in the slightest. Ignoring Xianhe's stunned expression, Luan began his explanation. When I asked you for those pills back then, it was for 3 reasons. First, they didn't use any of the techniques you taught during the battle. Second, they weren't injured at all, so they didn't need your pills. Third, their comeback victory was entirely due to the array disc Zhu Long gave them, which allowed Yuanqing to grasp the principles of array formations. As Luan spoke, Zhu Long beside him suddenly stiffened. What do you mean, the principles of formation? I only gave him a defensive formation disc. Ha? Luan was completely baffled. He had assumed all this was part of Zhu Long's calculated plan, but it seemed that wasn't the case. He immediately cast a spell to replay the events of that day before Zhu Long's eyes. When Zhu Long witnessed Yuanqing's display, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Throughout the entire history of the barbarian wastes, there has never been such a monstrously gifted genius. As a master of formations, he knew all too well how incredibly difficult it was to comprehend one's own unique path of formation within less than a second, using nothing more than an ordinary defensive formation. Especially since Yuanqing was, after all, merely a lowly Qi cultivation stage cultivator. In such a short span, he'd barely have time to discern the array disc's form, let alone penetrate its essence and achieve enlightenment. Therefore, this was fundamentally impossible. Yet the evidence stood before him, compelling his belief. For a moment, the ancient Emperor Zhu Long felt something he hadn't experienced in countless years. Fear. For this event was utterly defiant of all reason. Yuanqing's feat could no longer be described as merely gifted, it was downright defying the heavens. This was far beyond what natural talent alone could achieve. After much deliberation, he resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly. He addressed the immortal Crane directly. Stop trying to take credit here. This victory belongs entirely to the students. What does it have to do with you? The purpose of this meeting is to inform you that Cultivation University is about to begin its vacation. All students may leave and take some time to rest. Ha? Vacation? At this news, the others immediately wore expressions of dissatisfaction, about to voice their objections, only to meet Zulong's icy glare. This is a direct order from Principal Luan, not a discussion. Chapter 111, Vacation Assignments. Zulong's forceful attitude startled even Luan. Hadn't this guy been strongly opposed just moments ago? How could his stance have done a complete 180? Little did he know that what seemed perfectly normal to him was utterly shocking in Zulong's eyes. Zulong even sensed that if this matter wasn't thoroughly investigated soon, it could potentially become a major source of trouble. But that wasn't the most crucial point. The real issue was that he'd been noticing something odd about Ruanqing lately. Though neither his aura nor cultivation level had changed, there was an inexplicable feeling about him. It felt as though Ruanqing had suddenly grown weathered after his trip to the Lighthouse Nation. At first, Zulong dismissed it as his own imagination. But now, hearing Luan's account, he realized it might not be an illusion at all. It was highly possible that Ruanqing had experienced something profound, or perhaps Ruanqing was no longer Ruanqing at all, that someone else had taken his place. This seemed unrealistic, yet to Zulong, who had witnessed the bloodshed and turmoil of the cultivation world, it was entirely possible. For within the demonic path of the cultivation world, there existed a secret art. It allowed cultivators, upon the death of their physical body, to detach their soul essence and choose a suitable new vessel to inhabit, thereby achieving resurrection. This secret technique was known as the soul-seizing art. Though the extreme difficulty of performing this technique demanding a perfect environment, immense cultivation power, and being rare among demonic cultivators made such an occurrence nearly impossible. But Zulong had lived for thousands of years, witnessing countless improbable events. He had to take this matter seriously. If his suspicions were correct that demonic cultivators had infiltrated the Cultivation University, then as long as the students remained in their current state, those demonic forces would never dare to act. It would be extremely difficult for him to uncover any clues. But during the vacation period, they might slip up. Even if no demonic forces existed, or if they remained dormant, he could use the break to personally investigate the Lighthouse Nation, the site of the competition between the Cultivation University and other extraordinary academies, to uncover what truly transpired there. Thus, granting Xiuzhen University a holiday now appeared to be a wise decision. Although Zulong's stance was unyielding, as teachers of the Cultivation University, Shinhe and the others had long embraced their current roles and were bound to take responsibility for their students. They couldn't simply dismiss their students to the perils of the world just because Zuluo had spoken. After much deliberation, they turned to Luan and asked, "Principal Luan, you may not fully grasp how arduous the path of cultivation truly is. A single day of stagnation could cause one's cultivation to plummet dramatically. Granting a so-called extended break at this critical juncture could lead to consequences beyond imagination." Even the usually taciturn Black Jade Star Lord chimed in, agreeing that granting such a so-called extended holiday seemed ill-advised. Truthfully, if only Zulong had voiced this opinion, Luan might have dismissed it as the teachers being overly strict with the students. But with all of them speaking up, Luan couldn't help but feel doubt. Could it be that cultivation was exceptionally difficult, and he simply hadn't realized it because he possessed an entire library of scriptures in his mind? After pondering it over and over, Luan's eyes lit up. He remembered something that could make students suffer immensely during the holidays. A faint smile curved his lips as he spoke. "Everyone, I have a brilliant solution that allows students to take a break from Cultivation University without their cultivation progress plummeting." "What is it?" "Assign holiday homework." And so, after more than 4 months, Cultivation University once again convened a full assembly of faculty and students, the last such gathering having been the opening ceremony. Some students had already guessed the purpose of this gathering. They excitedly pumped their fists, chatting nonstop with close friends about where they planned to go and what they would do during the break. Amidst the student formations, familiar figures like Wang Hui, Ruanqing, and Xiaoqun sat together, engaged in lively discussion. "Ruanqing, aren't you close with Principal Luan? Is this vacation news real or fake?" "It should be real." "Ha, hearing that puts our minds at ease. So, if we really do get a break, what do you guys plan to do?" Faced with this question, everyone had different answers. "Ruanqing, I plan to help out at home." Wang Hui, lie in bed playing video games until the next semester starts. "Xiaoqun, I'm going to use all my strength to completely destroy the Dark Realm back in my hometown. They've caused too many families to be torn apart and destroyed." After everyone had spoken, all eyes turned to Chu Mengyuan, sitting quietly in the corner. She wore a faint smile but never uttered a word. Chu Mengyuan always seemed the same innocent and charming, with big, watery eyes and an air of guilelessness. But anyone who underestimated her would face a bitter fate. The beaten extraordinary being from Sunset Nation knew this all too well. "Chu Mengyuan, where do you plan to go during the break?" Ruanqing feigned casualness, but in truth, she asked this question with extreme caution. She knew better than anyone what had transpired when the Cultivation University opened its doors. This young girl, Zhu Mengyuan, had been abandoned by her father since childhood. Her mother had perished in Sakura Nation due to matters involving the demonic race. Her body never recovered. She was now utterly alone, with no home to return to during the break. Out of genuine concern, Wan Qing had asked this question. Yet upon hearing the question, Zhu Mengyuan showed no trace of disappointment. She pointed directly toward the beast taming garden. I promised Heizi I'd stay here and look after him and his siblings. Hearing this answer, the others couldn't help but feel pity welling up in their hearts. Poor child. While everyone else was happily leaving the floating island to return home for the break, she was the only one staying behind, keeping company with a bunch of spirit beasts. Alas. But just as they were sighing, Zhu Mengyuan's next words instantly dispelled their sympathy. In return, I get to ride Heizi flying around the world whenever I want. It's a great way to fulfill my dream of traveling the globe. Hearing this, the group was stunned into silence for a full 4 or 5 seconds before Wang Hui finally asked, his voice still dazed. You mean you can ride that giant black dragon all over the world? Exactly. Holy crap, you're so lucky. I'm so jealous. Zhu Mengyuan, no, Zhu's sister, can I? Seriously, those 9 black dragons were incredibly cool. Every student at Cultivation University knew it. Even Wang Hui harbored a secret wish: if he could ride a black dragon through the skies just once in his lifetime, he'd die satisfied. And now Zhu Mengyuan was telling him she could freely ride a black dragon across the world during her vacation? How could anyone not be envious? Amidst the buzzing chatter, a voice cut through the air. Hello, everyone. I'm Luan. I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of this assembly. Our school is finally welcoming its first ever holiday break. 70 days in total over 2 months. The moment Luan announced this, cheers erupted instantly. The students were clearly overjoyed. Watching their reactions, Luan smiled and nodded. Of course, you can't just play once you go home. For the sake of your studies, I'd like to invite our teachers to assign you a little holiday homework. The students, who had just been cheering, were stunned. What did he mean, a little bit of holiday homework? Chapter 112, The Students' Wails. As Luan finished speaking, every student's expression shifted from elation to frozen disbelief. An ominous foreboding rose within them. It wasn't because of anything else, it was simply because those 4 words, holiday homework, were the ultimate nightmare of every student in modern Daxia. Especially for those who always procrastinated until the last few days or even the very last day to complete their assignments. Alone with a pen, they could pull off miracles overnight. But behind those miracles lay untold hardship and tears, a burden known only to themselves. If it were elementary, middle, or high school, that might be understandable. But now they were in college, Cultivation College, no less, and you were telling them there was still holiday homework? Still, a glimmer of hope flickered in their hearts. Perhaps this so-called holiday assignment wouldn't be too overwhelming and wouldn't ruin their perfect vacation. But that notion vanished the moment Zhu Long slowly ascended the stage, his stern expression and overwhelmingly commanding presence leaving no room for doubt. It had been a week since classes resumed. While these students might lack in other areas, their modern education had cultivated emotional intelligence and interpersonal skills far surpassing those of young people in the cultivation world or previous eras. Thus, the great Xia and those teachers maintained fairly good relationships. Especially Crane, who was essentially an old prankster at heart. After finishing his lessons, he often joked around with the students to foster rapport. Even Li Tinyu and Black Obsidian Star Lord had several students at the academy who were both classmates and friends. Zhu Long was the sole exception. There were likely 2 reasons for this. First, the aura emanating from Zhu Long himself was simply too overwhelming. It was so powerful that even the most open-minded individuals found it difficult to approach him, let alone develop a deeper connection. Had he not deemed Luan someone chosen by the Tao of Heaven, he likely wouldn't have given Luan a second glance to this day. If even Luan faced such treatment, the students were certainly no exception. Second, the first impression Zuluo made on his students was downright extreme. It seemed like the slightest deviation from his expectations would warrant killing someone for amusement. Luan had heard about this firsthand. Zhu Long wasn't joking back then. He was like that in the cultivation world too. If any being dared to cross him, he would find a way to eliminate them. Over the years, he had cultivated a genuine disregard for life. Killing was nothing more than an ordinary act to him. Even later, though the students knew they couldn't be killed, they were still often scared half to death by him. Not to mention his teaching methods, strict to the point of absurdity, which made the students suffer terribly. In the minds of nearly every student at Cultivation University, Zhu Long embodied 2 starkly contrasting identities. One was their idol, the supreme emperor who unified the great Xia Empire. The other was the demonic tyrant who served as their teacher within the university. Now, seeing this demonic figure approaching to assign homework, their terror was palpable. As he stepped onto the podium, Jerome took a deep breath, preparing to urge his students to diligently cultivate during the break. But then he saw the looks they gave him as if he were the plague incarnate. He knew that look all too well. Centuries ago, when a powerful being from another planet had provoked him, and he had journeyed there to find that person, the inhabitants had stared at him with precisely that same expression. It was understandable, though. He was famously known as the god of death in the cultivation world. The inhabitants of that planet probably thought he would obliterate their world. But why, now, were his own students looking at him like this? He had been remarkably patient with them all this time. He had assumed his students held him in high regard, yet this was the response he received. Shaking his head, he resolved to change their perception of him and spoke directly. There are no holiday assignments. But let me make one thing clear, in cultivation, stagnation means regression. If you neglect your practice during this break, the consequences will be far too heavy for you to bear. Take responsibility for your own cultivation journey. With that, he turned and walked away before the students could react. Immediately, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Who would have thought? The strictest teacher of all had not assigned holiday homework, merely urging them to cultivate diligently. This was utterly unexpected. Their applause and cheers stemmed partly from genuine joy, but also served as a show for the other teachers, proof that these students truly detested holiday assignments. Next up was Crane, the teacher closest to the students. Their expectations for Crane were sky high. If even the notoriously strict Zhu Long hadn't assigned homework, surely Crane wouldn't either? Even if he did, it couldn't possibly be much. But Crane's opening words were an absolute bombshell. Ha ha ha. Since teacher Zuluong didn't assign any homework, I'll make sure to give you plenty. Ha? What ha? Which student just said ha? Step forward. I'll give you extra homework. Now no one dared speak. They all stared blankly at Xianhe on the stage, clinging to the last shred of hope. Yet even that sliver of hope shattered the moment the Crane spoke again. The holiday lasts over 2 months. So during this time, all you need to do is engrave the medicinal herb knowledge I've taught you onto your jade slips 10 times. Then, each of you must write an essay on your understanding of the way of spiritual medicines, no fewer than 100,000 words. Not less than 100,000 words? Those who knew it was holiday homework might have mistaken it for a book manuscript. But that wasn't the most critical part. The most crucial requirement was engraving all the medicinal knowledge onto the jade slips. Carving inscriptions onto jade slips demanded spiritual energy, and mastering such control was exceedingly difficult. Frankly, at their current weak cultivation levels, engraving a single character demanded intense concentration. To engrave the entire herbal compendium would likely take at least a week working non-stop without sleep. Now, Immortal Crane casually demanded 10 repetitions, meaning that even during this hard-earned extended break, not only could they not go out to enjoy themselves, but they'd have to work even harder than they did here. Instantly, all eyes turned to Luan, standing not far away, hoping this benevolent principal would stand up for them. Yet Luan remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Noticing the students' glances, he actually began lecturing them. You're all so young, yet so lazy? Before I became principal of this school, I was a student fighting through the college entrance exams myself. Do you have any idea how exhausting that was? Just as he was about to lecture them, Ruan Qing walked over and asked Luan. Luan, even though it's only been a little over 4 months since the semester started, do you know how much Teacher Crane has taught us? How much? Ruan Qing extended a hand, and in an instant, a book so thick it seemed almost absurd appeared in his palm. This wasn't the one Luan had compiled, but rather a volume from the scripture hall cataloging various spiritual herbs. He covered this entire book. Ah, this, how on earth did he manage that? Chapter 113, Vacation Begins, The World is Shocked. Through Ruan Qing's explanation, Luan finally learned that the old hermit Crane, in order to ensure teaching efficiency, had always glossed over the dry and tedious knowledge of spiritual herbs, leaving the details for them to explore on their own after class. Only exceptionally rare or critically important herbs warranted his thorough instruction. For his own convenience, he even had Luan retrieve over 100 books documenting spiritual herbs from the scripture hall. In just 4 months, he had finished teaching an entire volume. The sheer efficiency left Luan feeling chilled to the bone. At first, he'd thought engraving information onto jade slips would be far simpler and faster than copying it by hand. But now he realized that with the students' cultivation levels, forcing them to do that would likely exhaust them to death. With that thought, Luan silently stepped onto the stage. Crane, did I perhaps assign a bit too much homework for the break? Well, what choice did I have? These youngsters couldn't finish it even if they didn't eat or sleep for over 2 months. Then why did you assign so much? You're not me, how could you possibly know what I'm thinking? The Crane flashed a sly, knowing smile before turning back to address the students. Principal Luan just mentioned something to me. It seems you're quite dissatisfied with this holiday assignment. In that case, I'll scale it back a bit. All you need to do is engrave all the pharmacology knowledge onto your jade slips, and then each of you find one spirit herb. Seeing the Crane change his mind, the students erupted in cheers once more, clapping and applauding enthusiastically while shooting grateful glances at Luan. Though engraving it just once would still be exhausting, it was infinitely better than the previous 20 repetitions. Moreover, finding a single spirit herb didn't sound too difficult. Only then did Luan realize what the old fox, Xianhe, had been up to all along. At first, Zhu Long, that unscrupulous fellow, had pulled a fast one by not assigning any holiday homework. But that was because Zhu Long was a cultivation instructor. Even without assigning homework, these students wouldn't stop cultivating during the break. So while it seemed like no homework was given, it was essentially the same as assigning it. Xianhe was entirely different. He was currently teaching purely theoretical knowledge. If he didn't assign some sort of holiday homework, what if the students came back after 2 months of play having forgotten everything they'd learned before? Would he have to start teaching from scratch? Thus, engraving his teachings onto jade slips became crucial. Engraving knowledge onto jade slips not only hones the students' use of spiritual energy but also deepens their comprehension of the subject matter. After all, at their cultivation level, every single character demanded their full concentration. But then again, if Zulong, a teacher who wasn't exactly close with his students, didn't assign any holiday homework, and he, on the other hand, immediately assigned a ton, wouldn't that make the students disappointed in him and lower their favorability toward him? To prevent this, he first assigned an overwhelming amount of homework to intimidate them, then backtracked with a lighter load, making it far easier for the students to accept. It must be said, Xianhe truly understood human nature. Next came Litinio and Black Jade Star Lord. Litinio was a straightforward and honest fellow, at least on the surface. He didn't assign much homework, merely asking each student to choose a spirit beast that interested them and discuss how to tame it based on what they'd learned. As for Black Jade Star Lord, his assignment was even simpler. He asked the students to forge ordinary swords themselves. There were no requirements for the sword's quality, even swords without a trace of spiritual energy were acceptable. After the semester began, he would award credits based on the swords they forged. Seeing that all the teachers had finished speaking, Luan didn't delay them any longer. He directly summoned the 9 black dragons led by Heizi. "Get in the car. This principal will personally escort you home." Then, a piece of news exploded across the Great Xia network. Xiaojin University is now on break. This brief announcement instantly sent shockwaves across the entire world. After all, due to the university's isolation, the outside world had received no news about its students since the semester began. Even at international competitions, only a handful of students had ever appeared, leaving the outside world desperately hungry for news about the university. Now that the students were on break, whichever media outlet could get the scoop would become an overnight sensation. But just as excitement over this news began to build, an even more astonishing report followed immediately. Principal Luan is personally escorting every student home, driving a 9-dragon carriage. In that instant, the news's popularity surged at an unprecedented rate, climbing to the top of the trending charts within mere minutes and shattering all previous records. The entire world was stunned by this revelation. The principal of Divine Cultivation University is just a little bit too awesome, right? Truthfully, such generosity is relative. Compared to other extraordinary academies, Luan's actions were nothing short of extraordinary. Forget extraordinary academies, even among ordinary universities, which school president would personally escort every student home? It's utterly unrealistic. Yet Luan made it happen. All we can say is, he's just too cool. While netizens endlessly debated this story, no one could have foreseen that in the near future, these students regarded as the hope of Great Xia would accomplish something truly earth-shattering while completing their so-called holiday assignments. Across the vast ocean, in the secret chamber of the Lighthouse Nation's president, the president entered and gazed at the eerie painting. The students from Great Xia's Cultivation University are on break now. They've all left that damn floating island. Your damn plan should be able to move up, right? The figure in the painting did not answer him, merely smiled. Your Great Xia language is improving by the day. Don't waste my time with that. I just want to know when Great Xia will finally collapse. I've sacrificed far too much for your damn plan. Observing the president's extreme impatience, the figure in the painting smiled again, its voice growing increasingly cold. In the cultivation world, a lowly creature like you who dared speak to an elder in such a tone would likely see his entire clan wiped out. But here, I need only punish you alone. What do you mean? For some reason, the president felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively took a step back, his face hardening with wariness. The next instant, the figure vanished from the painting, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that seeped into the president's forehead. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Ah. Moments later, the struggle ceased. His gaze sharpened, and he found himself staring down at his own hands. A ruler of a nation? First Emperor, the path you walked, I now tread as well. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 114, The Lighthouse Nation's Choice. The next day dawned, and nearly every high-ranking official in the Lighthouse Nation received a secret directive summoning them to the Lighthouse Nation capital for a meeting that would determine the nation's fate. This directive came as no surprise to the leaders. In fact, they considered it inevitable. After all, the performance of the Great Xia Cultivation University in the competition had been nothing short of dazzling. Anyone with eyes could see that the future of Great Xia would unfold at breakneck speed, destined to become the brightest star among all human civilizations. But that wasn't the most crucial point. The most critical revelation came from the ongoing analysis of the spatial rifts and the secret beasts emerging from them, along with various simulations. Each subsequent wave of secret beasts would prove vastly more formidable than the last. And humanity? The development of transcendent power has hit a bottleneck. In other words, human progress in extraordinary power reaches a certain point and then stagnates. If each wave of secret beasts grows more terrifying than the last, then one day, human reliance on extraordinary power alone will prove insufficient to withstand the onslaught. At that point, humanity would be left only with despair, waiting for the inescapable fate that awaits all life on this planet, extinction. Yet the emergence of the Great Xia Cultivation University offered humanity a glimmer of hope. Within just 3 months of opening its doors, it had utterly crushed a host of established extraordinary academies, even shattering the overpowered lighthouse nation's extraordinary academy. Such potential could only mean one thing. That is, the potential of the Great Xia Cultivation University surpasses that of every other extraordinary academy on this planet. In other words, on that fateful day when all other nations prove powerless against the onslaught of the secret beast tide, the Great Xia Cultivation University will stand as humanity's last hope. At that time, any nation that cultivates friendly relations with Daxia might secure its protection, thereby surviving this catastrophe capable of wiping out all humanity. They understood this, and His Excellency the President surely understood it too. Therefore, they all believed that the President had convened this meeting to ease tensions with Daxia, or even to curry favor with them. 16 individuals attended this meeting, the genuine controllers of the Lighthouse Nation, its absolute elite. Every facet of the Lighthouse Nation, its media, civilian industries, military power, even its entertainment sector was entirely in their hands. It could be said that whatever these 16 individuals desired for the Lighthouse Nation, the nation would become. Yet around the conference table, none displayed the solemnity expected during such proceedings. Instead, laughter and conversation flowed freely. They all understood that the moment the president voiced his desire to align with Great Xia, they would no longer need to fear this so-called president. Their sole focus would then be devising ways to curry favor with Great Xia. After all, these individuals possessed no sense of national or ethnic consciousness. Their thoughts revolved solely around their own interests. From their perspective, maintaining friendly relations with the Great Xia, even going so far as to curry favor with them, yields far greater benefits than antagonizing the Great Xia. This time, the president, who was always punctual, was late, and by a full half hour. While the 16 Lighthouse Nation leaders found this somewhat surprising, they did not dwell on it. After all, today marked a complete reversal in relations between the Lighthouse Nation and the Great Xia, two sworn adversaries. As the current president, experiencing emotional turbulence, or even hesitating to face the moment, was entirely understandable. Finally, just as the 16 began to grow slightly impatient and glance around restlessly, a man slowly entered the room. Today, the president seemed more charismatic and commanding than ever before. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The moment he entered, the 16 Lighthouse Nation leaders felt an oppressive pressure. Several who had been smiling immediately dropped their expressions, inexplicably feeling tense. Yet the president appeared oblivious to it all. He took his usual seat with a smile that clearly concealed an underlying aura of dominance. This scene left the other 16 leaders utterly stunned. Why did the president seem so towering today? Before they could dwell on this question, the president turned his gaze toward them. His tone was utterly steady, so steady that even these 16 seasoned veterans, masters of reading people, could detect not a single flicker of emotion. What do you think is the reason I suddenly called you all here for this meeting? Strangely, though his voice was utterly placid, like something synthesized by artificial intelligence, it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. It felt less like conversation and more like coercion. Yes, coercion, as if failure to answer meant their heads would roll in the next instant. After the president's voice fell silent, the conference room plunged into a deathly quiet. Not a single person dared to answer. Yet this was merely the surface. Only the 16 seated around the conference table knew the true magnitude of the suffocating pressure they now faced. Finally, one high-ranking official could no longer endure the pressure and was the first to answer the president's question. I believe the strength Great Xia has demonstrated thus far has far exceeded our expectations. Given the current situation, the best course for the Lighthouse Nation is to cultivate friendly relations with Great Xia. Upon hearing this response, the president's expression remained unchanged as he slowly turned his head toward the others. Do you all share this view? For some reason, everyone present was now drenched in sweat, their eyes wide. Upon hearing the president's repeated question, they could only manage to nod. Yes, we all agree. The conference room fell silent once more, but moments later, it was shattered by a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. A primitive civilization from a barren wilderness actually attempted to overthrow the once centralized divine court of Huaxia civilization. Ha 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 ha. With your intellect, it's truly remarkable you could make such a decision at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the president's words, everyone else was stunned. Could these words truly have come from the president? How could it feel like the president today was a completely different person? And what exactly was this central immortal court? These questions were beyond their comprehension, and the president gave them no time to ponder. He immediately delivered another shocking statement. I have studied your nation. You are a country that reveres freedom. Yet your pursuit of it has been nothing short of a farce. But now, it will be different. Follow me, and I will grant you true freedom. The conference room fell silent once more. This was the third silence, yet its weight far surpassed the previous two. The 16 high-ranking officials were utterly stunned. What did he mean by your country? Had this man just admitted he wasn't the president of the United States? And what did he mean by true freedom? What was his purpose in impersonating the president? In an instant, an utterly terrifying atmosphere filled the conference room. Chapter 115, An Old Acquaintance of Zhu Long. It took over 10 minutes before a slightly overweight middle-aged man swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Who, exactly are you?" This man commanded nearly all of Lighthouse Nation's military forces, arguably the most formidable among the high-ranking officials. And because Lighthouse Nation was constantly embroiled in foreign conflicts, his nerve was somewhat greater than that of the others. After the president explicitly stated he was not the leader they knew, combined with the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him today, a deeply unsettling premonition took root in his mind. After a full 10+ minutes of deliberation, he made a crucial decision. The moment this man showed any sign of threatening the Lighthouse Nation, he would immediately mobilize the military to eliminate him. Regardless of who or what he was, even if he were powerful enough to survive a nuclear strike, like Luan once targeted by the overwhelming might of the Seagull Assault Squadron, determined to eliminate him at any cost, his fate would be sealed. The reason the Seagull Assault Squad hadn't been deployed against Luan back then was simply because he hadn't posed a threat to the entire Lighthouse Nation's security. Moreover, eliminating an entity like Luan would demand an enormous price. The Lighthouse Nation had no viable means to act against him within the Great Xia Empire, and even if successful, it would face Great Xia's relentless retaliation. Thus, after comprehensive consideration, the Lighthouse Nation abandoned its pursuit of Luan. This fellow, however, is currently on Lighthouse Nation soil. His very presence in this conference room indicates no abnormal energy fluctuations emanating from him. This means that aside from projecting an overwhelming sense of oppression, he is essentially an ordinary human being. With such an individual, all it would take is leaking the recording of this meeting to prove he's not the real president. Then, with a single word, he could have him eliminated. But the moment he uttered those words, he regretted them. For he clearly saw the president's neck twist at an angle impossible for a human being. A pair of eyes, sharp as a falcon's, locked onto his own. Staring into those eyes, his heart seemed to stop beating. A single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Oh my God, what kind of eyes are these? Why were they so piercingly sharp? They were more terrifying than a military dagger. Why were they so cold, colder than liquid nitrogen itself? Why? Before he could recover from his thoughts, a chill instantly crept up his neck. An abnormal, murderous aura spread from his neck at an alarming speed, quickly permeating his entire body. He felt as though his very life had been seized by the president. His fate, whether to live or die, now hinged entirely on the other's whim. Worse still, his entire being felt utterly exposed. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Though it lasted only a few seconds, it caused his pupils to tremble violently. He felt as if he were in hell, consumed by nothing but fear. Just as he began taking deep breaths, trying to force himself out of this state, a voice inexplicably reached his ears. Do not presume any power you wield can eliminate me, nor believe I pose any threat to your interests or this nation's welfare. Understand one thing alone: those who align with me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish. Those who obey me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish. Those 8 words echoed relentlessly in his mind. When he finally snapped back to reality, he saw the president still seated, seemingly unmoved, silent, merely staring at him. A man who had ascended to such an exalted position could not be a fool. He instantly grasped that this president was no ordinary man, an entity of unfathomable power. If he dared show the slightest hint of defiance, his fate would be utterly dreadful. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping straight to the floor and splattering into tiny droplets. Then, he heard the president speak again. Don't you know who I am? Without hesitation, he answered instantly. You are the one who can lead us, and the entire Lighthouse Nation, toward true freedom. You are the real president. The other 15 high-ranking officials were utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before them. Yet at this point, they could neither argue nor voice dissent. They could only clap dumbly, signaling their unquestioning obedience to this president. Witnessing this scene, the president finally revealed a genuine smile. As one of the few great fiends in the entire cultivation world, the desolate heaven demon sovereign had infiltrated Blue Star the moment he became aware of its existence. Though wary of figures like Zhu Long, he had only dared to make minor moves thus far. Fortunately, he had now successfully taken control of the president of the Lighthouse Nation's physical body. After assimilating his memories, he had gained command over all the high-ranking officials. With the nation as his foundation, even without resorting to demonic arts, he could accomplish much. His first move transformed the entire Lighthouse Nation into a realm of demonic arts right under Zhu Long's nose. After the meeting concluded, the demon sovereign of the wasteland pondered these plans as he made his way toward the basement of the building. After navigating layers of security and passing through multiple password checks, he arrived at a top-secret underground chamber. The room appeared empty at first glance, seemingly devoid of anything. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discover intricate patterns densely covering both the floor and walls. Of course, these patterns weren't merely decorative. They formed a demonic array, a true masterpiece crafted by the president of the lighthouse nation over an immense span of time, at the cost of countless lives, both ordinary and extraordinary. Now, this formation was the very foundation of his confidence to exact vengeance upon the ancestral dragon. With this thought, he slowly raised his head, revealing a venomous grin as sinister as a snake's. He, you fear the punishment of heaven's way, but I do not. I shall use the very heaven's way you revere most to condemn you to eternal damnation. As he spoke these words, his features contorted, making him appear even more terrifying. Unaware of any of this, Zulong remained lost in the night sky, endlessly observing the countless stars above. After a long while, Luan staggered over, chuckling as he walked. Zulong, is this what they call observing the celestial phenomena at night? Not exactly. It just reminded me of someone, an old acquaintance. I sealed him away on a star. In another 10 years, he should be able to break free on his own. Ha? What do you mean? You sealed him away, know exactly when he'll escape, and then just don't care? Exactly what it sounds like. I hope he'll mend his ways and not repeat past mistakes. And what if he doesn't? Zulong didn't answer Luan's question, merely lifting an eyelid. The next instant, a star in the heavens shattered with a thunderous boom. Fragments streaked across the night sky as shooting stars, leaving Luan speechless for a long moment. Chapter 116, The Starry Sky as an Array. This scene utterly stunned Luan. He knew Zulong was powerful after all, even top cultivators like the immortal crane feared him greatly. But he had never imagined Zulong could be this powerful. To his eyes, the star the ancestral dragon shattered was merely an ordinary, insignificant speck among the countless stars in the night sky. But in reality, those stars were at least thousands of light years away from Blue Star. What did that even mean? Even traveling at the speed of light, it would take thousands of years to reach them. The sheer distance was almost unimaginable. Moreover, those stars weren't as small as they appeared. On the contrary, any star visible to the naked eye was incredibly massive. Most are even larger than the sun, vastly exceeding the size of our current blue star. Given this context, how incredibly powerful must Zulong be to shatter a star into fragments with a mere wave of his hand? Under normal circumstances, after showing off like this, Zulong would have worn a nonchalant expression, dismissing it as mere trivial skill. But this time, even Zulong furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly struck by a hint of disbelief at what had just occurred. Luan naturally assumed this was all an act, a deliberate display of awe at how much his power had surged in such a short time, a chance to flaunt his peerless, transcendent talent. So he patted Zuluo on the shoulder. I told you, Great Xia is a treasure trove. The concentration of spiritual energy here is many times denser than anywhere you've been before, right? It's only natural your strength improves rapidly here. No need to be shocked. Luan was all about preemptive strikes. To prevent Zulong from bragging about his talent, he quickly attributed the young man's rapid growth to the Xia's spiritual energy. But to his utter surprise, after hearing this, Zulong gave him a look as if he were staring at a fool. Forget whether I could shatter that star. Even if I could, the spell required would be incredibly powerful. Did you feel even a trace of spiritual energy flowing within me just now? At Zuluang's words, Luan instantly snapped to attention. Right, even someone as powerful as Zulong relied solely on spells for attack. But unleashing spells, especially powerful ones, demanded immense energy to channel. If what had just happened was truly Zulong's doing, he would have needed to gather power beforehand, and the amount of spiritual energy required would have been immense. Yet just now, there was absolutely no trace of spiritual energy flowing in the surroundings. Even if Zulong possessed the abilities of a true immortal, how could he possibly achieve that? So what exactly was going on? Luan saw no reason to hide his confusion and asked directly. What's going on? An enemy invasion? Or just some celestial phenomenon? Hearing this, Zulong shot Luan another look of contempt. To prevent the current state of our homeland from being exposed, I've constructed a vast formation using the countless stars surrounding Blue Star. Every star you see is a focal point of this formation. Now, one of those focal points has shattered, indicating a problem with the formation. Ha! The formation is malfunctioning? Could someone be trying to break through it? Luan had read Teacher Lu's books and knew about the potential existence of the Black Forest Law in the universe. The Black Forest Law likened the universe to a dark forest where every civilization sought to remain hidden. After all, discovering another civilization often meant inviting attack. Conversely, the other civilization would also feel vulnerable to attack. Thus, the two civilizations would inexplicably clash, ultimately ending in mutual destruction. To prevent this scenario, the best approach was to conceal oneself, remaining unknown to outsiders. Therefore, Luan remains deeply fearful that Blue Star might be discovered by other strange entities. After all, Blue Star is currently far too weak. So weak that a single flick of the finger from the ancestral dragon could reduce this planet to dust. Not to mention, the Xia civilization on this planet now possessed an extremely dense concentration of spiritual energy. If detected by a cultivation civilization, the trouble it would bring was absolutely unimaginable. He had previously raised this concern with the ancestral dragon, who had solemnly assured him that the matter was entirely in his hands and that Luan needn't worry. Luan had long wondered how the ancestral dragon could conceal an entire planet as vast as Blue Star. Turns out, he'd constructed an array of such colossal scale. Honestly, using a star as the array's focal point and deploying it across the cosmos was even more astonishing than shattering a star from an unimaginable distance. But now that part of this formation had been damaged, how could Luan not feel concerned? If someone were trying to attack the formation, do you think I'd be sitting here chatting with you? Hearing this, Luan instantly felt reassured. Though Zhu Long was known for his cocky demeanor and perpetually indifferent attitude toward everything. But it must be said, his strength was undeniably reassuring. Just as Zhu Long had said, if anyone had truly attacked the formation, he would have gone to handle it long ago and wouldn't be sitting here chatting with Luan. Yet Luan remained puzzled. If no one attacked the formation, then why did the star serving as its focal point suddenly shatter? This formation utilizes over 1 million massive stars. Maintaining it requires immense power. Once a star's energy is depleted, its only fate is extinction. I see. All that worry for nothing. After confirming everything was fine, Luan yawned. Alright then, I'm off to rest. Just wrapped up a pile of messes, and more are coming in a few days. Finally got 2 days off, I need to recharge properly. With that, Luan departed immediately. He wasn't lying, in a few days, he'd be starting his home visits. Don't underestimate the importance of these home visits. These students weren't studying math, physics, or literature, they were learning the serious business of cultivating immortality. In cultivation, even the slightest error was unacceptable. If a student's family issues disrupted their spiritual focus, the consequences could be severe. Moreover, home visits served as a timely reminder for students to diligently practice their cultivation, ensuring they didn't neglect their training, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With over 5,000 students at Cultivation University, conducting home visits for each one represented a substantial workload. That was precisely why Luan had mentioned a mountain of tasks awaiting him. After Luan departed, Zhu Long's eyes slowly sharpened. He hadn't lied to Luan. Within the vast protective array shielding Blue Star, any star that exhausted its energy would inevitably collapse. But there was one crucial detail he hadn't shared: energy depletion leading to collapse could only result in the star shrinking, collapsing, or even forming a black hole. It could never cause a sudden, explosive implosion. Such an occurrence could only mean one thing: some variable had disrupted the array's equilibrium within the formation. To preserve itself, the array had sacrificed several array eyes, triggering the stellar explosion. So what exactly was this variable? Chapter 117, 3 Immortals Gather for Drinking. Half a month passed swiftly. That day, Luan awoke in his cave residence at the Cultivation University and immediately addressed the crowd outside. Blocking the entrance this early in the morning, what do you want? Having reached the nascent soul stage, Luan possessed heightened sensitivity to even the slightest disturbance around him, especially while asleep. This was precisely why he chose to rest at the Cultivation University instead of returning home to sleep. But this morning, he sensed the aura of a sacred crane lingering outside his cave dwelling. He couldn't tell what it was doing there, but it certainly kept him awake. Stepping outside his cave dwelling, he saw the crane striding directly toward him, its expression tinged with a hint of urgency. Principal Luan, how long has it been since you last saw Zhu Long? Luan thought carefully. The last time he'd parted ways with Zhu Long was the night he'd observed the celestial phenomena. Calculating precisely, it had been nearly half a month. About half a month. Why do you ask? Don't you find it strange? Zhu Long usually stays here, never wanting to leave for even a moment. How could he have been gone for so long? Luan could only respond with utter bewilderment at the crane's words. You old codgers, living for thousands of years, and you call half a month a long time? Have you been drinking that spirit wine again? Hearing Luan's words, the crane's face twitched. Haven't you heard the saying? Where there's unusual activity, there's bound to be something fishy. That old dragon is fiercely wary of everyone, even us who've been following him for 1,000 years. What exactly are you implying? Haven't you noticed? Zhu Long fears we'll leak information about this place. He checks on us daily, guarding us like we're thieves without fail. But he hasn't inspected us in half a month. Only then did Luan grasp what Xianhe meant, and he couldn't help but frown. As Xianhe had said, when things deviate from the norm, something sinister is bound to be afoot, especially for someone like Zhu Long, whose schedule was as rigid as a clock. So what could have happened during his 2-week absence? With his strength, shouldn't he be unharmed staying here? The moment Luan finished speaking, Xianhe shot him a look of disappointment, as if he were a piece of iron that refused to be tempered. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I'm worried about Zhu Long? I'm worried that without him around, those 2 jerks Li Tinio and Black Yao Xingjuan will run wild and do something reckless. Cut it out. Those 2 are far more reliable than you. Just mind your own business. You? Oh, forget it. I'll just say it plainly, the ones who seem the most trustworthy are often the least trustworthy. What do you mean? Take me, for example. When I discovered that cultivating spirit herbs in present-day Great Xia yields far faster growth than in the cultivation realm, what do you think I did? Didn't you already do it? Almost every herb in the medicinal garden is yours. Yeah, and then? Didn't you promise me? A large portion of these spiritual herbs will eventually be used as practice materials for the Cultivation University students. True, but what if I had a sudden, twisted thought? What if I decided to sell these high-value spiritual herbs to the cultivation realm for a massive fortune? In that instant, Luan felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. I see. You mean without the constraints of the ancestral dragon, they might harbor ill intentions toward the Great Xia Empire. To profit, they could expose the Empire's treasures to the cultivation world? Only then did the immortal crane nod. Luan wasn't stupid. He recognized the gravity of the situation. If things unfolded as the immortal crane described, powerful beings would inevitably take notice of these Xia-sourced treasures. The ancestral dragon's array might conceal Blue Star, but it couldn't withstand a horde of powerful beings searching the entire universe. What could be done? Should he be sent to oversee it? A mere nascent soul cultivator overseeing those ancient monsters? Remember, the gap between nascent soul and transformation spirit was far greater than that between mortal and nascent soul. If any of them truly harbored ill intentions, I'd likely be toyed with until death without even realizing it. It seemed the urgent priority was to find a way to locate the ancestral dragon. With that thought, Luan hurriedly rose from the bed and addressed the immortal crane. Keep those two occupied. I'll go find Zhu Long immediately. Once certain Luan had completely departed the Cultivation University, a mischievous grin spread across the immortal crane's face. He wasn't the only one smiling like that. Li Tinio and Black Yao Xingjuan beside him shared the same expression. Youngsters are just youngsters so gullible. If we had the guts to pull any tricks here, wouldn't Zhu Long have chopped us to bits long ago? Doesn't he even grasp that simple logic? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Long's vanished without a trace. Now that the only one who could hold us back is gone, this place is finally ours, just the three of us. The immortal crane roared with laughter before swiftly pulling an ancient painting from his sleeve. Simultaneously, the surroundings began shifting rapidly. Where there had been bare ground moments before, a table and 3 meditation cushions now appeared. Once the three of them were seated, the scroll unfolded, revealing an exquisitely detailed portrait of a beauty within their field of vision. Come out. With another wave of his hand, the beauty in the painting sprang to life and was swept into Xianha's embrace. This was the crane's personal passion and exclusive fondness for the most exquisite beauties in paintings. He could be considered one of humanity's earliest anime enthusiasts. Then, countless fragrant wines appeared on the table. The crane poured himself a cup and addressed the other two. With such concentrated spiritual energy combined with top-grade spiritual rice, this spirit wine is truly nectar, a drink fit for immortals. Drink your fill today. Indeed, that was precisely their true intention. Luan had once said that the academy was a place of tranquility, and one must never drink to excess. Plus, with Zhu Long around, they never dared to get too wild. After all this time on Blue Star, they'd never had a proper drink. Now that Zhu Long was absent and Luan had been successfully distracted, they could finally indulge properly. But just as they were reveling in their merriment, an aura suddenly materialized beside them. Li Tinio was the first to react, instantly turning to look in that direction. There stood Luan, staring at them with a blank expression. I didn't. Xianha also turned to look this way, immediately setting down his wine cup. After glancing at the other two, his expression instantly turned serious as he transmitted his voice to Luan. Why are you back? I was holding them off. Even the usually taciturn Black Radiance Star Lord was frantically waving his hands. Luan could only respond calmly. I have a profound connection with this school. So everything you just said, I heard it all. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. Chapter 118, The Striking Contrast Between Two Students. Luan felt utterly helpless. His earlier prohibition against drinking at the Cultivation University stemmed entirely from his fear that they might get drunk, cause trouble while intoxicated, and tarnish the school's reputation. Indeed, even cultivators at their level could get drunk. And when they got drunk, it was no small matter. Ordinary people, when drunk and rowdy, might at worst brandish a machete to intimidate people on the street, possibly injuring or even killing someone. But cultivators of their caliber were different. As Zhu Long had said, the cultivation world frequently witnessed superpowered beings drinking to excess, leading to the extinction of entire races or even the destruction of civilizations. With their power, if they went on a drunken rampage with no one around to stop them, the consequences could be utterly catastrophic. So how could Luan possibly allow them to drink at the Cultivation University? But now that it was vacation and the campus was empty of students, Luan wouldn't interfere if they drank a little spirit wine. After all, to reach the point of drunken rampage, one would need to drink continuously for a month or more, something they were highly unlikely to do. And what happened? These guys actually tricked Luan into letting them drink, claiming that if the ancestral dragon wasn't here to watch over things, something terrible would happen. Faced with this situation, Xianhe and the other two seemed resigned to their fate. Xianhe even clutched the bottle of spirit wine in his hands. I haven't had a drink in ages. No matter what anyone says, I'm getting my fill tonight. His stance was clear, either let him drink today, or he'd rather die. Luan knew full well that these guys, who'd been drinking for over 1,000 years, couldn't suddenly be denied their drink. He sighed. If you want to drink, then drink. Why hide from me? What do you mean? Exactly what it says. You guys drink spirit wine for fun, what's it got to do with me? Didn't you say drinking is strictly forbidden at Cultivation University? That's true, but isn't it vacation time now? When the school closes, it's not just the students who get a break. As their teachers, you naturally get time off too. Luan looked perfectly reasonable, but Xianhe and the others were utterly confused. We are on break too? Exactly. So use these 2 months to do whatever you want as long as it's not too excessive. So, can we leave here? Are you talking about leaving the Cultivation University on the floating island, or leaving this planet? Of course we mean leaving the Cultivation University. With the ancestral dragon's formation in place, how could we possibly get out? Then aren't you afraid of that heavenly oath? Interfering with the homeland of future generations will invite divine retribution, right? Luan clearly remembered the ancestral dragon once confiding that when they departed this place, they had sworn never to interfere with it again. Breaking that oath would invite punishment from the way of heaven. But to his utter surprise, upon hearing this, Xianhe merely smiled with ease. If we cause significant disruption here, then yes, we might face heaven's punishment. But if it's just exploring around, letting me experience this so-called technology, absolutely no problem. Joking aside, after finishing his lectures and chatting with students, he'd heard countless tales of bizarre technologies. He'd long been utterly fascinated and yearned to experience them firsthand, only never had the chance. Now that the chance had finally arrived, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. Incidentally, most civilizations in the vast cosmos focused primarily on cultivation. Without spiritual energy, a planet simply lacks the conditions for life to emerge, resulting in a dearth of technological civilizations. Moreover, throughout history, there had indeed been one exceptionally brilliant cultivation civilization. The problem was that this civilization created technology it couldn't control, ultimately bringing about its own demise. Overnight, most cultivation-based civilizations began viewing technological civilizations as ill-omened, and even fewer were willing to study them. Nowadays, even a simple mobile phone could fill an ancient cultivator like Crane with astonishment and disbelief. After pondering Xianhe's words for a moment, Luan nodded. It's possible, but you mustn't reveal your true form to avoid trouble if recognized. You must also be thoroughly familiar with modern society's rules. If you cause trouble. Luan abruptly halted mid-sentence, his expression turning icy. Though I possess only nascent soul cultivation, I beg you all not to underestimate me. His words carried an undeniable air of dominance and authority. Even Xianhe and the others sensed the supreme authority said to be possessed only by the legendary Tao of Heaven emanating from him. After a moment of stunned silence, they were utterly shaken. Although Luan's identity as the incarnation of the Tao had long been confirmed, it was still shocking that his nascent soul cultivation level could intimidate several of these old monsters at the transformation of the spirit stage. What did this mean? It was utterly equivalent to an ordinary, even somewhat frail mortal devoid of any external power directly terrifying a nascent soul cultivator. How could this not be staggering? Xianhe forced a faint smile and nodded. Certainly, certainly. After handling Xianhe and the others, Luan suddenly lost all desire to rest. He pulled out a jade slip. This jade slip contained detailed records of every student at the Cultivation University. Since he had personally conducted aptitude tests for each student beforehand, this home visit should prove far simpler than the initial recruitment process. The moment he stepped outside the Cultivation University grounds, Luan eagerly pulled out his phone, eager to catch up on any major news. After all, on the floating island, all technologies ceased to function, leaving one completely cut off from the outside world. Staying too long risked falling behind the times. Thus, whenever he emerged from the floating island, unless urgent matters demanded his attention, his first instinct was always to check the latest news. But the moment he opened his usual news app, he was stunned by the top 3 trending stories. Trending topic number 1, a popular celebrity exposed in an extramarital affair. Next. Trending topic number 2, Xiao Chun, a student from Dasha Cultivation Academy, assisted police in dismantling 3 local dark industry chains. Were the abilities he used truly the legendary immortal arts? Trending topic number 3, Cultivation Academy student injures innocent civilian, declares himself the nation's future hope, sparking heated public debate. Below were a few more intriguing stories, like a celebrity chef claiming to be a cook at the Cultivation University cafeteria and publicly proposing a theory about merging spiritual energy with food. Regarding the top trending news, Luan admitted he was shocked but found it reasonable after all, who could compete with those viral celebrities? What truly astonished him, however, was that such a story could push the following 2 news items down the rankings. The latter 2 stories presented a stark contrast. Both were students of the Cultivation Academy. How did one eliminate a menace for fame while the other became the menace? Luan, however, had anticipated this outcome. After all, while these students' abilities were far from the world's elite, they were still formidable. When individuals possess power exceeding their moral boundaries, chaos inevitably ensues, a lesson readily apparent in international news. In nations that had long established extraordinary academies, reports of extraordinary individuals bullying ordinary people surfaced almost daily. It seemed that as the headmaster of Dasha Cultivation University, his responsibilities extended far beyond merely enhancing their abilities. Moral education was equally crucial. With that thought, Luan vanished from his spot. Chapter 119, Home Visits begin. Luan's primary purpose for coming out this time was home visits, so his first targets were inevitably those two students who had made the news. However, since their residences were quite distant, he couldn't complete all the visits in one trip. He would have to tackle them one by one, choosing to visit Xiao Chen's home first. After all, while he had anticipated his students might cause trouble, it still felt somewhat embarrassing. He didn't want to admit that such students were products of his own training. Relatively speaking, he was even more eager to see Xiao Chen, the student who had brought him honor. As for Xiao Chen, ever since returning home, he had been plotting something grand to eradicate every last trace of the Dark Realm forces in his hometown, leaving none behind. Of course, this wasn't merely wishful thinking. He was determined to take action. And his lead? His own father. You see, his father was notorious among the neighbors as a good-for-nothing who spent his days mingling with the Dark Realm. Don't get the wrong idea, this association didn't mean his father was part of the Dark Realm. Rather, his idleness and numerous bad habits had drawn him close to those forces, and he was often bullied by them. On multiple occasions, his father had been detained by the shadowy realm and barred from returning home. It was only through his mother borrowing money from all corners that she managed to ransom him back. While he couldn't exactly say he liked this hopeless father, he couldn't just stand by and watch him sink deeper into trouble. Now he could use him to gather intel on the underworld, then use the spells he'd been practicing for ages to wipe them all out. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, with his father and local police working together, they finally eradicated every last one of those scoundrels. The very next day, as soon as he woke up, the door was swarming with people from all walks of life, even neighbors who had once looked down on his family. Due to the confidentiality of the Cultivation University student roster, those neighbors had no idea Xiao Chen had been admitted. Even though his parents had been bragging about it daily, the neighbors who looked down on them dismissed it as mere boasting. After this incident, however, the neighbors' attitudes underwent a complete reversal. They arrived at the Xiao family's doorstep bearing gifts of all sizes. After all, this was a student from Cultivation University. The prestige was incomparable to ordinary universities like Tsinghua or Peking. Graduating from Cultivation University meant true, skyrocketing success. As the saying goes, when one person achieves greatness, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Once Xiao Chen graduated, wouldn't their entire family soar to new heights? Flattering them then would be too late. Naturally, they had to build connections now. At the very least, they couldn't risk being resented for having looked down on that family before. As for the media, they'd pulled out all the stops to hype him up, even bypassing official channels and the Great Xia Cultivation University altogether to declare him the university's most outstanding student. Xiao Chen knew full well that any other student at the university could have easily achieved what he did, perhaps even surpassed him. But he still felt a bit giddy from all the praise. Now, sitting in his room, he gazed at the wall covered in commemorative banners. Scrolling through his phone, he read the media coverage and the countless netizens' praise for him, unable to suppress the constant upward curve of his lips. He was now consumed by a single sensation that he had reached the pinnacle of his life, even feeling a bit lightheaded with it. Xiao Chen, someone's here to see you. They said they're from Cultivation University. They don't look very old. Could they be one of your classmates? My classmate? Xiao Chen paused, then suddenly thought of his close friends like Wang Hui and Wan Shang. Probably because he'd become famous, they'd found his address and came to hang out? He'd been so caught up in the excitement of the holiday break that he'd completely forgotten to exchange contact information. The thought made him lick his lips as he began scheming in his mind how to show off his achievements without seeming too deliberate. After all, the most lethal kind of bragging is the kind that happens without you even realizing it. When he opened the door, he saw his mother chatting animatedly with someone. Knowing that our Xiao Chen has such a good friend like you at school puts my mind at ease. How could I compare to Xiao Chen? He accomplished such a major feat during his break. It truly brought honor to the entire Cultivation University and to me personally. As a mother, hearing praise for her son, especially from someone attending the same university, made her feel exceptionally pleased. She couldn't be bothered with modesty and blurted out. Don't say that. If you put in the effort and set your mind to it, you could definitely catch up to Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen's mother finally noticed him and hurriedly waved at him with a smile. Your classmate is here. Why did it take you so long to come out? Hurry over. Hearing his mother's voice, Xiao Chen slowly walked over and addressed the so-called classmate. But his expression had long since shed its earlier arrogance, replaced by an obedient demeanor. The words that came out of his mouth were clearly, Principal Luan, you're here. In an instant, Xiao Chen's mother's mind raced. Wasn't this her son's classmate? How did he become Principal Luan? What on earth was going on? Recalling her conversation with Luan, Xiao Chen's mother felt her face flush crimson. What did he mean by just work hard and you can catch up to my son? He's Principal Luan, for heaven's sake. Saying such things would surely offend him. He might even make life difficult for her son in the future. The thought made her immediately want to apologize to Luan, but he swiftly intercepted her. Parent, please don't take our earlier banter seriously. I'm actually here for a home visit. Our earlier chat about Xiao Chen was purely work-related. Seeing him like this puts my mind at ease. Xiao Chen's mother's reaction was perfectly understandable. After all, Luan had rescued Xiao Chen from that extraordinary individual from Sunset Country years ago, bringing him directly to Cultivation University for treatment and even issuing him an admission letter on the spot. Thus, Luan and Xiao Chen's mother had never met face to face. Although Luan frequently appeared in major news media, he was always dressed in either formal attire or a Taoist robe from the immortal realm. His current look, casual clothes and a youthful vibe, was vastly different. Consequently, Xiao Chen's mother didn't immediately recognize him at first glance. Afterward, acting as the university president, he engaged Xiao Chen's mother in small talk to ensure everything was in order before turning to Xiao Chen. Let's go to your room. I have something I need to discuss with you. Upon entering Xiao Chen's room, the first thing that caught his eye was the wall covered in banners of gratitude, all expressing appreciation for his efforts in ridding the people of harm. They were filled with a sense of honor. You've done well. That's the least I could do. Xiao Chen offered no modesty, replying with a smile. But the moment his words fell, he noticed Luan's expression grow slightly stern. Before he could process it, Luan continued. Your cultivation is now at the 4th layer of Qi refining stage, placing you among the top tier at Cultivation University. Could it be that you genuinely believe you did nothing wrong in this matter? Chapter 120, Right or Wrong? Xiao Chen, who had been wearing a smile, even a hint of pride in anticipating some reward from Luan, was utterly dumbfounded after hearing those words. Principal Luan, what do you mean? Could I possibly be wrong for ridding the people of a menace and cracking down on the Dark Realm's forces? Seeing the guy start to get nervous, Luan quickly flashed a smile and said, Ha ha ha, eliminating evil and protecting the innocent, that's certainly a good thing. So you haven't done anything wrong. Then why did you use that tone just now? Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Luan cut him off. But you must understand, many actions start with good intentions. Yet often, only after they're done, or even long afterward, do people realize that what they did was actually a bad thing? Xiao Chen was completely baffled now, utterly confused by Luan's cryptic words. Principal Luan, just tell me straight, what exactly did I do wrong? Honestly, Xiao Chen felt genuinely wronged. He'd accomplished something significant, yet instead of receiving any reward, Luan was interrogating him with this accusatory tone. As a relatively young student, how could he not feel wronged? Seeing his expression, Luan finally decided to cut to the chase. Have you noticed your father has been leaving early and returning late lately? My father leaving early and returning late? Xiao Chen looked genuinely puzzled. Ever since he could remember, his father had always been like this, spending his days doing nothing productive, either loafing around outside or acting like a vagrant on the streets. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to it. But just as the confusion began to take hold, something suddenly occurred to him, and his brow instantly furrowed. His father's previous behavior stemmed from his daily entanglement with the Dark Realm's people, spending his time consuming the Dark Realm's industrial chains. But hadn't he already wiped out all the Dark Realm forces here? Why was his father still like this? Under different circumstances, he might have believed his father had reformed and found a job. But he understood that Luan bringing up his father couldn't be that simple. With his father involved, he couldn't afford to overthink it. Desperate for answers, he cut straight to the chase. Is my father involved in something terrible? Hearing this question, Luan said nothing more. He simply pulled out a jade pendant and crushed it right before Xiao Chen's eyes. The next instant, a barrier materialized in midair, displaying faint, shimmering images. By channeling spiritual energy, one could discern the scene within. It was clearly Xiao Chen's father, conversing with a man who was overweight, wore a thick gold chain around his neck, and looked like anything but a good person. Closing his eyes to sense the conversation, the dialogue immediately filled Xiao Chen's ears. Ha ha ha. Your son truly lives up to his Cultivation University background. To possess such prowess before even graduating, his future is limitless. Of course. Look who his father is, it's all in the genes. And about those promises you made me earlier, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Back out? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You're the father of a Cultivation University student. How could I dare break my promise to you? The portly man finished speaking and promptly pulled out a check, handing it to Xiao Chen's father. This should cover your debt to Black Horse Group, right? Father Xiao was visibly overjoyed, his mouth stretching wide in a grin. He rubbed the check while expressing his gratitude. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Without this money, I might have had no choice but to die. After verifying the check's authenticity, he waved to the portly man. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. But before he could leave, the man with the fat head and big ears grabbed his shoulder. What do you want? Nothing much. Just want to ask you something. This money will only cover your debts. What about after that? How many years until your son graduates? Can you really hold back from living it up these next few years? What's there to endure? Once my son graduates, I'll be a god among men. Ha ha ha, I'll be blunt with you. Truth is, I want to take my business to the next level. Could I borrow your son's sense of justice once more? Expand? My son already helped you purge all the dark realm forces here except you. How much further do you want to go? Ha ha ha, well, naturally, to expand our influence into the neighboring Tianjin city. That's the hometown of Luan, the president of the Cultivation University. It's bound to develop rapidly in the future. If I can lay the groundwork there ahead of time, hehehe. No. Absolutely not. If our deal is exposed, I'll ruin my son. Clearly, Xiao Chen's father still possessed a shred of conscience. He immediately refused the offer and prepared to leave once more. But this time, 2 rows of men in black suits suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Each wielded a club, their bodies radiating a faint, almost imperceptible aura of cultivation. Clearly, these men were all practitioners of the Changchun decision, each having achieved some level of accomplishment and possessing formidable combat prowess. Xiao Chen's father couldn't help but frown, turning to face the man. Mr. Wei, this seems a bit unorthodox, don't you think? Unexpectedly, the once affable Mr. Wei had transformed into a hideously distorted visage. Let me make this clear, you will agree to this, whether you want to or not. If you agree, your son will get to be a hero once more, basking in glory, and you'll receive a huge sum of money to live in luxury. On the other hand, if you refuse, not only will you get nothing, but I'll expose our affair. Your son will be disgraced and ruined, his very enrollment in school will be in jeopardy. After over 10 minutes, the video feed vanished. In the recording, Xiao Chen's father ultimately yielded. He feared the scandal would be exposed, dragging his son into disgrace, and dreaded seeing that look of disappointment in his son's eyes once more. Xiao Chen remained silent throughout. Based on the conversation, he could imagine many possibilities. He wasn't stupid. Yet he dared not think them through, for he couldn't bear the truth. He couldn't believe his own father was an accomplice to the underworld, that he himself had been a pawn for some shadowy faction, helping them expand their influence. Everything he had believed to be a noble cause had been nothing but exploitation from the very beginning. Understand now? There was no ridding the world of evil. Everything you did was merely helping a dark realm faction eliminate its rivals. After your involvement, this place will fall under their complete control. Things won't improve, they'll only get worse. No, that can't be. Xiao Chen suddenly covered his ears, refusing to accept this reality. But the next moment, the door creaked open and his mother's voice drifted in from outside. Your father's back. Hurry up and come out with your principal to see him. Hearing the voice, Luan smiled faintly and vanished from the room, leaving only his whispered words behind. Whether it's true or false, just wait and see what your father says next. Chapter 121, The Scourge of Cultivation University? As Luan vanished, Xiao Chen's heart began to pound wildly. Truthfully, in his 10+ years of life, he'd never felt this tense before. Not even during his life or death struggle against that extraordinary being from Sunset Nation had he felt this tense. Someone once said that tension, to a large extent, stems from fear. If that were true, then what exactly was Xiao Chen afraid of? The answer was simple. He feared his father might truly exploit him, use him to satisfy the demands of that dark realm figure, turning him into a tool for expanding that entity's influence. Taking a deep breath, he opened his bedroom door and forced a smile. Dad, where'd you go just now? Nothing much. Just played a game of chess with Uncle Zhang. Zhao's father spoke with such natural ease, showing not a trace of deception. But that didn't mean he was telling the truth. He'd simply lied so often it had become second nature, so much so that he no longer even registered the act of deception. Chess is good. Xiao Chen nodded, his heart easing slightly. Just as he was about to say more, his mother asked, By the way, where's Principal Luan? He asked me about recent events and then left. That's just how powerful beings like him are, they come and go without a trace. It's normal. His mother accepted this explanation without a hint of doubt. Nodding, she turned to his father with a smile. You wouldn't believe it, Luan, the principal of Cultivation University, just came to our house personally to praise our son. Ha ha ha. It was clear his mother was genuinely delighted. Hearing the name Luan, Zhao's father froze momentarily, his mind flashing back to what that Mr. Wei had told him. Yet he showed no sign of it, joining his wife in laughter as he praised Xiao Chen. My son has grown up. As your old father, I'm so proud of you. Compared to his mother's radiant smile, his father's expression remained slightly stiff. The warm family atmosphere lasted for about 5 or 6 minutes before Zhao's father suddenly changed the tone. He casually asked Xiao Chen a question. By the way, where is Principal Luan originally from? If this had been earlier, Xiao Chen would have had absolutely no idea where Luan was from. After all, in the eyes of students like them, Luan was practically a god-like figure. No one would question if he claimed not to be from Blue Star. When they talked about Luan, they never gave a second thought to where he was from. But after watching that footage, the question just slipped out. He's from Tianjin City, I think. Yeah, it's Tianjin City. Just now when I was chatting with your Uncle Zhang, we were talking about Tianjin City. What about Tianjin City? At that moment, Xiao Chen's heart leapt into his throat once more, his mind repeating over and over. No, please don't ask me to go to Tianjin City to strike against the Dark Realm forces. Please don't. But often, the very thing you dread most is precisely what happens. I heard there's a Dark Realm faction in Tianjin City too. They're incredibly arrogant. That place is your principal's hometown. If you go there and wipe out that Dark Realm faction, your principal will definitely look at you with new respect. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chen felt utterly crushed. Every shred of hope he'd harbored for his father vanished into thin air. Disappointment washed over his face, projected onto his father. His father, naturally, sensed this look. Confusion immediately appeared on his face. What's wrong, son? Are you feeling unwell? This concerned inquiry, however, sounded unbearably harsh to Xiao Chen's ears. Gritting his teeth, he was about to snap at his father when a hand rested on his shoulder. Xiao Chen, don't be angry. It's not as serious as you think. Luan's figure appeared inexplicably beside him, though his parents seemed unable to see him. Before Xiao Chen could react, Luan's voice echoed in his mind once more. Have a proper talk with your father. After all, he's family. I trust you'll make the right decision in this matter. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Luan had no habit of prying into others' family affairs. After saying this, he departed. Xiao Chen glanced behind him in confusion, then clenched his jaw and turned to face his father. Dad, tell me honestly, do you still have any dealings with the Dark Realm? With Xiao Chen's matter settled for now, Luan planned to handle the troublesome student first before checking in on how things were progressing. For him, this was actually a form of training. With that thought, he pulled out a file and began reading. The troublemaker was named Yu Qian, born in the major city of Glorious City. He was the young master of a prominent family there. His background wasn't just wealthy, it was downright fabulously rich. After reviewing the boy's records, 3 giant question marks formed above Luan's forehead. Logically speaking, a student from such a background should have received proper upbringing from a young age. At the very least, shouldn't he have been raised to avoid causing trouble for his family? What on earth was going on? Honestly, as a principal, he naturally harbored some hope for his students. He wondered if perhaps it was some internal family conflict, a struggle over the heir, perhaps where someone had framed him. Upon arriving in Glorious City, he used his perception to locate the student named Yu Qian and immediately rushed over. To further observe the situation, he even used some minor spells, like invisibility, intending to watch from the shadows. The news described it this way: after dining at an upscale restaurant, Yu Qian got into a heated argument with someone before even stepping outside. The commotion drew a crowd. Because the location was unique, a transition zone between the restaurant and the outside world, separated by soundproof glass, no one could hear what the two were arguing about. As for the restaurant patrons, those wealthy individuals, they didn't seem inclined to gawk at the spectacle. Instead, they were all terrified, cowering in the back as if afraid the conflict might injure them. In short, to the onlookers, it appeared as though Yu Qian had struck without warning, knocking the man to the ground before departing without a moment's hesitation. Upon stepping outside and seeing the crowd of onlookers, he showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he addressed them directly. What are you all staring at? Do you know who I am? I'm a student at Great Xia Cultivation University. A legitimate cultivator, the future hope of this nation. Someone like him? I could kill him and face no consequences whatsoever. And just as he claimed, he faced no repercussions whatsoever. Public outrage erupted, while authorities remained completely silent on the matter. The entire sequence of events was nothing short of baffling, filled with inexplicable twists that left Luan suspecting some hidden agenda at play. Chapter 122, The Truth. Luan wanted to investigate this matter. He believed the starting point shouldn't be that student named Yu Qian, but rather the victim. According to online information, the so-called victim had refused all interviews since the incident and was currently undergoing treatment at a major hospital. Precisely because he refused to speak, the exact cause of the incident remained unknown to the public. Although Luan hadn't pinpointed the exact hospital where the individual was staying, he quickly located the target's whereabouts using his current nascent soul-stage spiritual sense and various flashy spells. Outside a luxury ward at Glorious City First Hospital, several young people gathered at the entrance, seemingly pleading with the doctors. Please, just let us in. We won't bring phones or cameras. We just want to ask a few questions. Their words made it clear these young people were all journalists, desperate for first-hand information to generate traffic across major media outlets and rake in a fortune. The doctors swiftly refused their request. But these zealous reporters showed no sign of giving up. Instead, they grew increasingly aggressive, with several even pulling out large red envelopes and forcefully trying to shove them into the doctor's arms, hoping to buy their way into the ward. Exasperated, the doctor tossed the envelopes to the ground and beckoned them closer, signaling he had a few words to share in private. Seeing this gesture, the reporters all smiled and immediately crowded around the doctor. But the moment their ears touched the doctor's lips, they witnessed a scene that made their hearts race. Looking through the glass door of the ward, they saw 2 rows of men in black suits standing solemnly inside. Beside the victim lying listlessly on the hospital bed, their expressions were grim and focused. The moment their gazes met, the men in black suits abruptly turned their eyes toward the reporters, their stares radiating an oppressive intensity. These young reporters had found their way here not only lured by the allure of a major scoop but also driven by a passion for their profession. But confronted by those gazes, their so-called passion vanished instantly, leaving only profound dread. No need for guesswork, these men in black suits were undoubtedly practitioners of the chi cultivation technique. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly radiate such terrifying pressure. One glance was all it took for them to understand. It seemed their attempt to investigate this matter was nothing but wishful thinking. They might as well head home, wash up, and go to bed. After dismissing the reporters, a look of contempt flashed across the doctor's face before he strode directly into the ward. The victim, who moments ago had looked utterly defeated, suddenly turned pale with fear at the sight of the doctor. I won't say a word. Please don't. Clearly, he knew what the doctor was about to do, and he was terrified of it, begging the doctor not to proceed. But his pleas were useless. Before he could even finish speaking, he saw the doctor pull out a long, thin syringe. He pushed the plunger, expelling the liquid inside, then aimed it at the man's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, the doctor injected the entire contents of the syringe into his neck. Within 3 seconds, the victim's body began convulsing violently. The intensity of the shaking made the bed sway relentlessly, the sheer agony visible to the naked eye. Watching this unfold from his hiding place, Luan couldn't help but frown. Through his heightened senses, he could discern the drug's sole purpose, to inflict overwhelming agony, thereby torturing the victim's psyche. Beyond that, it served no purpose. It could be said that the doctor had injected the victim with that agent purely for the sake of tormenting him. What was going on? Wasn't this person a victim beaten by Yu Qian? Shouldn't he be receiving treatment in the hospital? Why was the doctor resorting to private punishment, interrogating him like a criminal? To uncover the truth, Luan didn't rush to reveal himself. Instead, he chose to hide in the shadows, continuing to observe every move here. After the victim's violent tremors subsided, he began retching up white foam in large gulps. His eyes rolled back, and he clearly seemed out of it. The doctor remained impassive at this deathly state. People must pay the price for their actions. Enjoy it. Unexpectedly, these words struck a nerve with the victim. If you've got the guts, kill me. Or lock me up for life. I'll see how long you can hold out with all this public pressure. Public pressure? A mocking smile spread across the doctor's face as he slowly approached the victim, his eyes filled with cold, ruthless intent. The internet has no memory. Once this incident blows over, that's when you'll truly pay for what you've done. Luan now knew for certain, every level of this hospital was controlled by Yu Qian or Yu Qian's family. Moreover, this incident was far from a simple clash between 2 individuals. It stemmed from deep-seated, bitter enmity between them. At this realization, Luan's eyes narrowed into slits. Interesting. Today, I'll get to the bottom of this. But Yu Qian probably won't be able to keep this incident under wraps. Because just moments ago, when the doctor summoned those young reporters to his side, one of them slipped a tiny listening device onto the doctor's white coat. Given the immense attention this incident was drawing, the recording would likely become public knowledge within a day. Then, by observing Yu Qian's reaction, they could uncover the full story and finally take real action. As the head of the school, it is his duty to clarify the mistakes made by his students and impose appropriate punishment. As it turned out, Luan had underestimated how quickly the recording would spread. Within less than 4 hours, he spotted reports about it on the second spot of the trending topics in the news media. Incidentally, the top trending topic was a celebrity's divorce. In a large estate at the heart of Glorious City, Yu Qian listened to the recording of the doctor and the victim, his face flushing red with rage. Fine. So you won't shut up, huh? Then I'll make sure you vanish from this world. As the words left his mouth, his eyes darted toward the table before him. On the table, a straw doll stood out conspicuously. Chapter 123, Netizens' Perplexity. The internet has no memory. While this statement holds a grain of truth, there's another truth people despise most, the brutal honesty. So when the recording of the doctor and the victim surfaced, public outrage immediately reached a new peak. Initially, they had assumed it was merely a conflict between a student from the Cultivation University and a passerby, resulting in the passerby being beaten up. Given the perpetrator's privileged background and the victim's immediate hospitalization, public outrage remained mostly confined to condemnation and demands for official accountability. But with the release of this recording, the public's fury was fully ignited. In an instant, the entire Xia internet erupted over the incident. Determined to make the university pay, countless people began bombarding short video platforms, tagging the incident in the comments of any video they could find. It's true that Cultivation University is the hope of Daxia, but that doesn't mean its students can act with impunity, does it? If we back down on this incident today, then we, and our descendants, will forever be second-class citizens compared to the students of Cultivation University. Exactly. Though there are only a few thousand Cultivation University students now, what about the future? In 10 or 20 years, how many students will there be? If they all stand above us, how oppressed will our lives become? Such rhetoric was endless. Some even claimed ordinary people had no human rights at all. Only those who achieved some mastery in cultivation techniques could claim a shred of dignity. As true practitioners, Cultivation University students were above everyone else. In the future Great Xia, all ordinary people would revolve around these two groups, existing solely to serve them. Though such talk was clearly exaggerated, current realities had convinced many to believe it. Observing these opinions, Luan could confirm one thing. If this matter wasn't resolved properly in the near future, massive internal conflicts would erupt within the Great Xia, triggering a cascade of chaos. At this thought, Luan couldn't help but sigh. He had finally managed to resolve the external troubles through the RA organization's competition, only for such a major internal problem to arise now? That student named Yu Qian was proving to be nothing but trouble. If he didn't have a solid reason for his actions this time, he would face severe punishment. Just as he was preparing to leave the hospital to investigate Yu Qian's situation, the newsfeed refreshed. A breaking update on the incident had shot straight to the top of the trending topics. The instigator of the incident, Yu Qian, has admitted his mistake and is willing to publicly apologize to the victims, accepting all criticism and punishment. Holy crap, Luan exclaimed. He had thought there might be a twist in this story, but never imagined Yu Qian would finally crack and resort to this public apology stunt. It seemed to align with his own speculation there was likely some personal grudge between the two. Since Yu Qian planned to apologize publicly, Luan felt no urgency. After the apology, he would contact the authorities to handle the punishment. As for the university's disciplinary measures, he'd deal with that when classes resumed. Luan had received the news, and naturally, the victim in the hospital bed knew as well. When the doctor relayed the news, the despair and terror that had clouded his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a maniacal cackle. Ha 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 ha. Just a moment ago, you claimed you weren't afraid of public opinion. How quickly you've backed down. Ha 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 ha. Come on, come on. If you've got the guts, keep me locked up here. Ah ha 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 ha. In that brief moment, Luan suddenly understood why Yu Qian hadn't held back earlier. This guy really did deserve a beating. But that thought only lingered in Luan's mind for an instant. After all, whether as a cultivator of considerable strength or as a student of the Cultivation University, publicly attacking an ordinary person was simply wrong. Tired of staring at this guy's infuriating face, Luan turned to leave, but the doctor's words caught his attention. Don't think this will blow over with just a few days in detention. The Yu family has influence in the Lighthouse Nation. Pray your master can protect you then. The words sent Luan's mind racing. He stared at the victim in disbelief, only to find the man's expression unchanged. If anything, he looked even more arrogant. Right now, Great Xia and our Lighthouse Nation are in the most critical phase of cooperation. Even if my true identity is exposed, I doubt I'll face any punishment. I'll just head straight to the Lighthouse Nation. Then, let's see if you dare touch me. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, Luan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He thought the plot had reached its climax and was about to leave, only for this twist to unfold. It seemed the upcoming apology meeting might turn out far more interesting than he'd anticipated. Luan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he pondered various possibilities. By late afternoon, the hospital entrance was swarming with journalists and members of the public. Only those who'd experienced such scenes knew the crushing pressure of being surrounded by so many people and cameras. Truth be told, when Luan had faced that barrage of reporters during the Sky Array project, he'd appeared as steady as an old dog on the surface, but inside, he'd been a nervous wreck. Yet in this situation, Yu Qian showed no sign of tension whatsoever. Instead, he wore an expression of calm composure, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Truly, being born into a prominent family cultivates such composure. Someone like Luan, from an ordinary background, simply couldn't compare. Surrounded by reporters and figures from all walks of life, Yu Qian stepped into the victim's hospital room. The victim lay in bed, all traces of arrogance vanished from his face, replaced only by a look of calm resignation. In his eyes, Yu Qian's true intention was to use the pretext of an apology to expose his identity as a spy from the Lighthouse Nation to everyone, thereby justifying his assault. Though this would lead to his immediate arrest, it was far preferable to enduring the torment of staying here. Given the current state of relations between Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation, this minor spy was unlikely to face severe punishment. Most likely, he would simply be sent back to the Lighthouse Nation. At this thought, a look of resignation spread across his face as he prepared to accept whatever came next. Yet when he glanced at Yu Qian again, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. The reason Leap had immediately sent men to restrain him after the beating, without uttering a word, was simple. After seeing the news of Xiao Chen's purge of the Dark Realm forces, his heart had begun to itch. He schemed about what he could do to bring glory to Cultivation University. Clearing out the Dark Realm forces was out of the question. After all, Glorious City was a major metropolis, and true to its name, it shone brightly with no trace of the dark realm. After much deliberation, he decided to leverage his family connections to find a spy or two to toy with. This led to the scene of the two meeting outside the upscale restaurant. Yu Qian's initial plan was straightforward: reveal his identity to the spy and hand him over to the authorities. But to his utter surprise, after revealing his identity and purpose, the spy reacted with utter arrogance, declaring that even if captured, he wouldn't face any punishment. This completely altered Yu Qian's plan. If handing him over to the authorities meant he wouldn't receive the punishment he deserved, then he would take matters into his own hands. Chapter 124: Sudden Understanding. At that moment, however, Yu Qian merely conceived this thought and still intended to hand him over to the authorities. What he never anticipated was that this guy had a particularly sharp tongue. He began attacking the very identity of Cultivation Academy students, declaring that they were nothing more than tools of the Great Xia government, all destined to be cannon fodder in the fight against the secret beasts. He even bragged about his formidable strength, though he dared not lay a finger on him in front of so many people at that moment. Clearly, the guy had completely underestimated the temper of a rich kid. Without hesitation, he beat him senseless right in front of everyone. He had no intention of handing him over to the authorities either. Instead, he secretly detained him and began administering private punishment. After a series of events, the situation had escalated to its current state. For this so-called victim, the best outcome would be for his spy identity to be exposed, leading to his arrest by the Great Xia authorities. Then, the Lighthouse Nation would intervene, pulling him out along with the large number of spies recently apprehended. Thus, the look he cast at Yu Qian held a hint of expectation. He hoped Yu Qian would spare him for the sake of his own reputation, reveal his true identity, and free him from this living hell. But then, the most perplexing and baffling thing happened. Yu Qian looked into the camera, his face contorted with guilt, and he actually began to apologize. Truthfully, I had no major conflict with this brother. He merely bumped into me accidentally while walking and didn't apologize, that's all. I shouldn't have resorted to violence over this, nor should I have detained him here. After a lengthy speech, his expression resembled that of a truly repentant sinner, on the verge of tears, utterly sincere. No sooner had he finished than he turned to look at him, his face radiating sincerity. I feel profoundly remorseful for my earlier actions. I'll release you immediately in front of everyone. I'll face the consequences for my behavior. Can you accept my apology? The little spy was utterly bewildered. What exactly was Yu Qian trying to do? Why wasn't he clearing his own name by revealing my true identity? Instead, he was genuinely apologizing, offering to set me free, and even taking legal responsibility? If I let him go now, he'd definitely flee straight to the Lighthouse Nation to hide, never giving Leap another chance for revenge. Leap knew this for certain. So why did he do it, knowing full well? For a moment, his mind raced, yet no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't make sense of it. Soon, however, a faint smile touched his lips. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, there were so many people here, and the other party couldn't possibly attack him directly. As long as he could leave this place, everything else could be worked out later. He nodded hastily. Hey, it's really no big deal, and I was at fault to begin with. Since you've apologized, I forgive you. The rest is up to the legal system. I believe you can turn over a new leaf. As his words trailed off, the surrounding reporters began snapping photos frantically. Flashes flickered wildly like stars in the night sky. All right. Since we've settled this, let's shake hands. Sure thing. After enduring the torment of these past few days, the little spy finally understood how refreshing it felt to be free and unfettered. He couldn't wait to return to his own land of liberty. At this moment, even if Yu Qian wanted to do something unspeakable to him, he wouldn't mind. Without a second thought, he extended his hand. Watching the other party casually extend his hand, a barely perceptible flash of malice flickered across Yu Qian's face. He began quietly channeling his spiritual energy, seemingly planning some underhanded trick. Just as their hands were about to meet, a third hand appeared and seized Yu Qian's firmly. Who was it? Why hadn't he sensed a thing? Yu Qian was utterly shocked. He snapped his head up to see Luan staring at him with a smile, speaking slowly. This fellow may be no saint, but judging him is not your place. If you strike now, you become a murderer. Indeed, Luan had instantly discerned Yu Qian's intent. What he truly intended was to cast a special spell, a cursed art known as voodoo magic. This curse could be cast upon another through specific methods, achieving objectives like causing their death. Yu Qian had already crafted a voodoo doll. All that remained was to fulfill one specific requirement: shaking hands with the target to successfully cast the spell. Such curses killed silently. Once completed, the ordinary spy would inevitably meet an untimely end in the future, and it wouldn't cost him a single penny. Thus, Leap's actions were entirely about sacrificing his own reputation to truly punish the spy. Luan understood this, but he wouldn't allow it. In his eyes, Leap was merely a student, a child, and one at a critical juncture in his cultivation. If he were allowed to kill prematurely, believing murder as a solution, he might one day become someone like Jerome, an outcome Luan refused to tolerate. As his principal, Luan had to intervene and stop this. Principal Luan, I. At that moment, the journalists nearby all spotted Luan. Their eyes lit up as they frantically snapped photos of him. After all, this was Luan himself. As the enigmatic principal of Cultivation University, his information was worth its weight in gold. His sudden appearance here was an opportunity they couldn't pass up. They had to snap away relentlessly. Far from being bothered, Luan stepped forward and began speaking. I apologize for my students taking up your time and consuming significant social resources. I intend to use this opportunity to recount the entire incident exactly as it happened. The public has a right to know the truth. In the time that followed, Luan faced the cameras with composure, recounting the entire incident in its entirety. To prove his words were truthful, he presented various pieces of evidence he had gathered, demonstrating that the so-called victim was actually a spy who had been infiltrating the Great Xia for years. It was precisely because this spy had leaked classified information 6 years prior, leading to the assassination of 70 Xia diplomats at the Xia consulate in the Lighthouse Nation, a crime of the utmost gravity. When the truth was revealed, the entire room erupted in shock. Before anyone could leave, the information spread like wildfire to the outside world. Within moments, online sentiment underwent a complete reversal. Just seconds before, everyone had been condemning Yu Qian, but now they were all praising him for his brilliant move. Of course, a minority still criticized Yu Qian, but their complaints centered on why he hadn't finished the job. After all this time, why hadn't he eliminated the target? As the news spread, officials quickly arrived to take the little spy away. Far from feeling the slightest fear, the little spy flashed a cocky grin and looked directly at Luan. The president of Great Xia Cultivation University, quite the big shot, huh? But so what? Before long, I'll be back in the land of the lanterns, living a life of total freedom. Ha 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 ha. He made no effort to hide his arrogance, revealing his true colors right before the media. It was enough to make anyone want to slap him. Now everyone understood the leap. They understood why he had been so determined to beat this guy up back then. Because it was simply unbearable. Chapter 125, The Tycoon. No one at the scene doubted the spy's words. The thawing of relations between Great Xia and the Lighthouse Nation was plain for all to see. Given their previous hostility, both nations had planted numerous spies in each other's territories. With many recently uncovered, the wisest course of action was undoubtedly mutual release of captured agents. Following this logic, even if this minor spy was taken away by the authorities, he would likely escape proper punishment. Before long, he'd be sent back to the Lighthouse Nation to live freely. This is precisely why Yu Qian chose to risk his reputation, endure misunderstanding from everyone, and face potential punishment from the Cultivation University, all to impose the death penalty on him. Even the local police understood his reasoning, which is why they never intervened. And now, because Luan exposed the truth, all of Yu Qian's efforts went down the drain. Glaring at the spy, still arrogantly defiant despite being restrained by officials, Yu Qian clenched his teeth. Though silent, the resentment in his eyes was palpable. It wasn't just him. Voices were already emerging online, blaming Luan for meddling. Had things proceeded according to Yu Qian's plan, the spy would have received his just punishment. In fact, once the truth came out after this incident was resolved, Yu Qian wouldn't even have to worry about his reputation or facing punishment. Sigh, how could the president of Cultivation University be so unreasonable? Despite possessing immense power and ability, he's still just a young man at heart. Exactly. If I were him, I'd protect my student and eliminate the damn spy instead of acting like this. Look at that spy's smug face. How did Luan even hold back from killing him? Even if he had, I don't believe the authorities or the Lighthouse Nation would dare do anything to him. Comments like these were now everywhere online. It seemed everyone thought Luan had handled this situation wrong. While Luan could ignore others' opinions, he cared deeply about what his students thought of him. After all, if his reputation among students deteriorated, they wouldn't take any future decisions seriously. Maintaining goodwill was essential. With this thought, Luan looked at the young man before him, who appeared to be a year or two older than himself. Do you think I handled this matter poorly? Hearing the question, Yu Qian's eyes flickered. Though he clearly believed Luan had acted improperly, he still shook his head. The principal intervened to prevent me from taking the wrong path. What fault is there in that? This response perfectly matched Luan's impression of privileged offspring. If nothing else, they possessed remarkable emotional intelligence capable of spinning lies for personal gain without batting an eye. Sighing, Luan dialed a number. Luan! What's gotten into you? It's been ages since you last visited this old man, let alone my precious granddaughter? Clearly, this was Elder Fong calling. His words were quite interesting. It was unclear whether he wanted to see Luan himself, wanted Luan to see his granddaughter, or both. Under normal circumstances, Luan would have chatted idly with Elder Fong for a bit. But now, with this matter concerning his reputation and popularity among the students, Luan didn't want to waste any time. He addressed Elder Fong directly. Remember when we discussed the spies earlier? You said not a single one would escape. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Because sudden action now would scare them all off. We need to catch them all at once before making our move. Why bring this up now? Nothing much. Just wanted to confirm with you. Besides, it's been so long. If you can move up the operation a few days, why not? People are starting to think you're going to exchange hostages with the Lighthouse Nation. Exchange hostages? Oof. As if they're worthy? After hanging up, Luan flashed a smile at the teleportation device before turning his gaze back to the journalist's cameras. The principal's approach will never disappoint anyone. Seeing the confidence in Luan's eyes, for some reason, everyone felt reassured, suddenly less worried about the situation. It was as if, from some unknown moment, everyone had come to see Luan as an exceptionally reliable figure. His words carried an undeniable weight that compelled belief. It was impossible not to think that someone as formidable as Principal Luan must have his reasons for doing this. Shortly after, everyone departed. At Yu Qian's invitation, Luan headed to his large estate, which conveniently allowed him to complete his home visit duties. After passing through the estate gates and traversing a garden, they finally arrived at the entrance of a large villa. At this, Luan twitched his lips and asked Yu Qian, "Don't you ever get tired of going out and coming back like this?" Yu Qian, however, seemed completely unfazed, replying casually, "Usually, I have a driver pick me up and drop me off. Now that I've cultivated my abilities, riding in a car feels uncomfortable, like being trapped in a confined space. That's why I didn't have the driver come this time." After speaking with a calm expression, he pointed in a certain direction. There, parked in rows, were countless supercars of the kind Luan had only ever seen on television, surrounded by a group of uniformed personnel meticulously maintaining the luxury vehicles. The sight left Luan momentarily dazed. How did he end up living in a TV drama now? Wow, no wonder they're one of the most prominent families in Glorious City. Their extravagance is truly beyond compare. Could anyone in real life possibly be this wealthy? Seeing Luan staring at the luxury cars for a long time, Yu Qian swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "If you like them, Principal, I could gift you a few." That single sentence nearly made Luan spit out a mouthful of blood. These luxury cars drive any one of them out, and you're guaranteed to turn heads. And now Yu Qian was offering to give him one outright? If he hadn't bound the system, even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to these supercars. But then again, without the system awakening, he'd just be an ordinary high school student at best, an extraordinary individual studying abroad in that third-rate country. A second-generation heir of Yu Qian's caliber probably wouldn't even give him a second glance, let alone gift him a luxury car. Shaking his head to clear the jumble of thoughts, Luan spoke. "Enough. Do you really think I need any of this? Hurry up and go meet your parents." Yu Qian nodded in agreement. After all, Luan was a man who could fly on swords and command 9 black dragons, any of which could easily outclass these luxury cars. Just as he was about to invite Luan inside, Yu Qian suddenly froze, his face blank with confusion. "What? Meet my parents? Are you planning a home visit?" Chapter 126, Home Visit. "Yes, just asking your parents a few questions. I won't say anything bad about you, so no need to be nervous." Seeing Yu Qian's expression, Luan assumed he was like his younger self, afraid of home visits because he feared the teacher would speak ill of him in front of his parents. So he offered reassurance. But to his surprise, after hearing his response, Yu Qian simply shrugged helplessly. "My parents are swamped. With relations between the Lighthouse Nation and Great Sail warming up, their business has multiplied several times over. Who knows where they are scrambling around? They probably won't be able to make it back." With that, Yu Qian pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged man in a suit, clearly the butler, opened the door, ushered them inside, and brewed tea for Luan. Though Luan had previously known little about tea, his frequent visits to Elder Fong had given him some basic understanding. With just a sip, he recognized this wasn't ordinary tea, though it still couldn't compare to what Elder Fong served. Some things, it seemed, money simply couldn't buy. After taking a seat, Yu Qian immediately began calling his parents. "What's up? We have guests at home who wish to see you and Mom. You're an adult now. Why do you still need to call about this? Tell him to make an appointment before seeing me. But this person is the principal of my school." Forget the principal, even if it were a board member behind him, no appointment, no meeting. The person on the other end clearly had a fiery temper. After saying that, he was about to hang up, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly asked, "Wait, which school's principal are you talking about?" "I'm a student at Xiaojing University. The person who came to our house wanting to see both of you is, of course, the president of Xiaojing University, Luan." The moment Luan's name was mentioned, the person on the other end fell into a noticeable silence. After a full 3 seconds, he finally blurted out urgently, "You must take good care of your principal. I'm catching the next flight back immediately." The speed at which they changed their tune was nothing short of astonishing. Luan had no urgent matters to attend to, so he decided to sip his tea while waiting for his parents to return via teleportation. He took the opportunity to explore this top-tier mansion. He had to admit, the moment he stepped inside, he suddenly understood what it meant to be dazzlingly opulent. If anyone ever claimed wealthy people were low-key again, he'd argue fiercely with them. Forget everything else, this house alone practically screamed "I'm filthy rich" from every wall. Over 2 hours later, the doorbell chimed again. The butler rose to open it, and a middle-aged couple finally stepped inside. Luan noticed that the moment they entered, they didn't even glance at Yu Qian. Instead, they walked straight up to him and began showering him with compliments. "Mr. Principal, you look even younger in person than on television, barely over 20, it seems." "Indeed. As a legendary cultivator, your youth is enough to make us women green with envy." Faced with such flattery, Luan could only manage a forced smile, his lips twitching slightly. I just turned 18 this year." For a moment, an awkward silence hung in the air. The home visit was straightforward. They asked about Yu Qian's daily life, while Luan tried to gauge the parents' true nature through their responses. But to his utter surprise, no matter how he probed about Yu Qian, this pair of parents only gave perfunctory answers. Instead, they kept circling around to ask Luan whether he knew the government's current stance toward the Lighthouse Nation. They were practically asking outright, how deep did the Great Xia government intend to engage with the Lighthouse Nation? Which Lighthouse Nation companies should they partner with? After a few more exchanges, Luan had no desire to say another word. Their eyes clearly held nothing but business and money. After informing them he needed to speak privately with Yu Qian, he had Yu Qian escort him directly to his room. Truthfully, Yu Qian's parents' indifference toward him wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, given their purely profit-driven personalities, if they had started caring about Yu Qian and trying to educate him, that would have been terrifying. It could very well have turned Yu Qian into someone just like them. For now, it seemed manageable, at least it wouldn't derail Yu Qian's path. With the home visit concluded, it was now time to address Yu Qian's personal matters. Luan entered Yu Qian's room without a word, walking straight to the bedside where he retrieved a straw-woven doll. "Didn't Zulong tell you that using curses might curse you as well? I'm not afraid. Even if I cast the curse, you'd definitely lift it for me once you found out." Yu Qian's current attitude was nothing short of defiant, leaving Luan speechless. "Fine. Let's set the curses aside for now. Just tell me to craft this voodoo doll. You needed an object heavy with blood-tainted energy. Where did you find such a thing?" By heavily imbued with blood energy, he meant something like a butcher's knife, an object that had taken countless lives. Since the voodoo doll was meant for humans, the blood aura it required had to be specifically human-targeted. To put it bluntly, he must have used something that had killed many people to make this voodoo doll. In a peaceful country like Great Xia, where on earth could one possibly find such an item? Luan pressed for answers, not merely out of curiosity, but more out of fear that Yu Qian might have made a deal with some unsavory entity to punish that little spy. "You mean this? Well, it's not just my parents at home, my grandfather lives with us too. When he was young." Before Yu Qian could finish, Luan cut him off. "You mean the one eavesdropping at the door?" Hearing this, Yu Qian quickly glanced toward the doorway. His senses clearly detected a presence standing there. "Grandpa, what are you doing standing at the door?" At his shout, the presence by the door turned and walked away without hesitation. Yet the next second, the door swung open on its own. After Luan opened the door with his spiritual energy, he turned to face the old man. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled, his sunken eye sockets giving him the appearance of an ordinary, harmless elderly man. Yet in Luan's eyes, the old man was anything but ordinary. Opening his spiritual eyes revealed a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from the old man, almost tangible in its intensity. Logically, possessing such an aura should have filled Luan with revulsion. Yet the opposite was true. Far from unsettling him, the old man's aura felt strangely gentle. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Luan addressed the old man. "Old man, I imagine you were once a hero who fought on the battlefield, defending your homeland?" The old man merely turned his head to glance at Luan, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Without another word, he resumed his forward stride. As he walked, he muttered to himself. "You good-for-nothing who let the spy escape. How could the Elders' Council possibly trust you with so many promising students?" Chapter 127, The Younger Generation. Luan had certainly heard the old man's mutterings. But all he could do was shake his head. After all, the man was advanced in years and likely a veteran who had participated in some secret operation to defend the nation. How could he possibly hold it against him? After shaking his head helplessly, Yu Qian hurriedly explained beside him. "My grandfather is just like that. Please don't take it personally, Principal. Don't worry. From his aura, I can sense that your grandfather has undoubtedly lived an extraordinary life. His personality is perfectly understandable. Let's talk about your situation first. When Zulong mentioned curses earlier, didn't he explicitly forbid you from attempting them?" Yu Qian watched his grandfather walk away, shaking his head as he went. Back in his youth, he'd been tasked with dealing with these damned spies and agents. Back then, with the spatial rifts newly opened, nation scrutiny of Great Xia reached unprecedented levels. Consequently, the crackdown on foreign forces was exceptionally severe. Back then, he essentially killed every single one he encountered. Now, however, they preach some notion of civilization. Instead of executing captured spies, they lock them up, feed them well, and pamper them, using them as bargaining chips in negotiations with other nations. Knowing this, when he learned of his grandson's plan, he couldn't help but feel proud of the boy. He had assumed the Yu family's fiery spirit had died out after his son entered business, yet it had been passed down through the generations, reawakening in his grandson. These past few days, he'd been thinking that once Yu Qian had handled this matter, he'd leverage his connections within the government to help his grandson reveal the truth. And what happened? Out of nowhere, this Luan fellow appeared, directly shattering his grandson's grand plan. How could he not be furious? But Luan was the president of the Cultivation University, the sole hope for the nation's future. And what was he? Just a decrepit old man, too frail to contribute anything to the nation. What could he possibly do? With this mindset, he slowly made his way back to his room. His room felt utterly out of place in this opulent villa. The furnishings were sparse, the decor minimalist, basically just a wooden bed, a wooden wardrobe, and a wooden desk. The only modern technological item was an old television set that should have been discarded 5 or 6 years ago. He had imagined what kind of person the president of Cultivation University might be. But the moment he saw him, it was clear he was just a greenhorn. And it wasn't just his youthful appearance, his mindset was equally immature, lacking the flexibility to handle matters effectively. Could such a young man truly lead Cultivation University to salvation in the future? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, he reached for the remote and switched on the ancient television. The moment the screen lit up, the worry vanished from his face. Instead, his eyes welled up with tears, clearly on the verge of crying. This wasn't entirely due to Luan's actions, but rather because he saw an extremely familiar figure. Old Commander. Why didn't you teach Luan a lesson? The figure on the screen that moved him so deeply was none other than Elder Fong, who shared a close personal relationship with Luan. At that moment, Elder Fong stood on a podium surrounded by leaders in formal attire, their expressions solemn. Behind them, numerous journalists held cameras, seemingly poised to capture whatever announcement he was about to make. Yet Yu Qian's grandfather seemed utterly indifferent to the proceedings. He just stared at Elder Fong, lost in memories of his own glorious youth, unable to snap back to reality for a long while. Finally, he could only sigh with regret. Times had changed, and each generation seemed to grow weaker in spirit. But just as he sighed and lifted his eyelids again, wanting to see what Elder Fong was about to say, he heard Elder Fong speak. In response to the large number of potential spies within our country, the government has decided not to yield to any external pressure. We will independently try all spies. The words sent a sudden tremor through Grandpa Leap's pupils, while the journalists present began snapping photos frantically. No compromise whatsoever? But what about the many Great Xia citizens held hostage in other nations? If Great Xia executed these spies, what would become of those still operating undercover for the nation abroad? Clearly, Grandpa Yu Qian wasn't the only one with this concern. Many reporters shared it. One reporter stood up and posed the same question to Elder Fong. In response, Elder Fong merely smiled. The Great Xia government has never dispatched any personnel of a spy nature to other countries. Those captured are all innocent travelers. The governments of various nations have already signed relevant documents, and all individuals will be released in the near future. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Then, everyone realized something, and thunderous applause erupted. Xia had never sent spies to any nation? That was clearly impossible. Yet Elder Fong had stated it so definitively, and the governments of other nations had agreed to release those they had detained without demanding the same from Great Xia. There was only one possible explanation. Every other nation had conceded to Great Xia. They were unwilling to antagonize Great Xia over this matter. No, it wasn't merely unwillingness, it was sheer fear. They were terrified of offending the Great Xia. This was not merely a press conference addressing the handling of spies, but an announcement of an unprecedented diplomatic triumph for the Great Xia. As a famous figure once said, "Dignity rests only upon the edge of the sword, truth lies only within the range of the cannon." What this really means is that strength is the bedrock of diplomacy. A nation's diplomatic triumphs often signify tremendous progress in its power. In this extraordinary era, such advancement in strength invariably refers to transcendent power. There was no doubt that Elder Fong could stand on the podium and declare this news with such authority solely because of the existence of the Cultivation University and Luan. At that moment, Grandpa Yu Qian slumped back in his chair, his mind reeling from Elder Fong's words, feeling profoundly shaken. Indeed, could it be that Luan had anticipated all this from the very beginning? It wasn't because he was young, nor because he couldn't see the bigger picture, and certainly not because he lacked courage. Rather, it was because he considered far more than anyone else ever could. Boom! His mind felt as though something had suddenly exploded within it, bringing to mind his earlier mockery of Luan. With Luan's abilities, he must have heard it. The thought seized him, and without another moment's hesitation, he flung open the door and rushed outside. But when he reached the hall, he only saw Yu Qian closing the door. Yu Qian's parents were already scolding him for not keeping Luan longer. Seeing this, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. He could only give his own back a few thumps. "I'm getting old. My mind's gone foggy." A young man who dared to travel alone across the nation's most perilous lands in his teens, searching for ancient Chinese heritage, how could he possibly lack courage? Too bad I can't apologize to him in person now. With that, he turned to leave, only for Luan's voice to suddenly appear beside him. Grandfather, thank you for raising Yuqian so well, for not letting his parents turn him into a selfish person. You elders have done more than enough. Leave the rest to us young people. As for an apology, it's truly unnecessary. Hearing this, Grandpa Yuqian slightly stooped back, straightened instantly. He looked at Yuqian standing there, facing his parents, scolding with neither servility nor arrogance. Perhaps the younger generation is far stronger than we old folks were in our youth. Chapter 128, No Room for Sentimentality. After Elder Fong's press conference concluded, the online voices that had previously questioned and cursed Luan vanished completely in an instant. Some even offered this assessment of Luan. When you think Luan has done something wrong, you're definitely mistaken. Countless young people began idolizing Luan as a new era role model, showering him with praise. Yet none of this concerned Luan anymore. His sole focus now was completing home visits for every student and finishing the tasks at hand. News of this effort spread, propelling his public image to unprecedented heights. A school principal personally conducting home visits for thousands of students? Who else could demonstrate such dedication? This single act alone utterly outshone every extraordinary academy worldwide. After the buzz had been building for a while, when Luan arrived at Elder Fong's home for Wan Qing's home visit, Elder Fong joked with him like this. It's only because times are better now. Back in the feudal dynasties, this would be seen as overshadowing the ruler. The emperor would definitely find a way to have your head chopped off. Ha ha ha. If the first emperor had heard this remark, he would have surely retorted. You can eat whatever you want, but don't go around saying whatever you want. Not every emperor is so incompetent that they need to kill capable subordinates to secure their position. Luan could only roll his eyes at Elder Fong's remark before returning to his tea. After all, he knew all too well the nature of the relationship between Elder Fong and Wan Cheng. Calling it a home visit was merely a formality. Truthfully, he hadn't even wanted to come, but Elder Fong had pressured him into it. As Luan sipped his tea, contemplating his next move, Elder Fong's next remark nearly made him spit it out. Speaking of which, you're about the age to start dating, aren't you? Haven't you considered finding someone? Not only did Luan nearly choke, but even Wan Qing, busy cooking in the kitchen, let out a sharp clatter. Clearly something had fallen to the floor. This. With the nation not yet fully risen, how could I indulge in romantic entanglements? Cut the nonsense. When I was your age, wasn't the great Xia in even greater peril than now? It didn't stop me from dating. So what exactly are you trying to say? Why are you suddenly so concerned about this? Nothing much. It's just that when I see Wan Qing. Before he could finish, another sharp clatter echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by Luan's violent coughing fit. Change the subject. Change the subject. Elder Fong knew pushing too hard would backfire. A gentle nudge was enough. He didn't dwell on the issue, steering the conversation elsewhere. Like major international events, nothing particularly noteworthy, really. Just that the Lighthouse Nation had been acting unusually lately. Not only had it stopped bullying smaller countries, but it had also become surprisingly weak in its foreign dealings. This was perfectly in line with the Lighthouse Nation's persona. Moreover, a new cultural phenomenon had emerged domestically. Groups of people took to the streets daily, performing bizarre actions while chanting in a peculiar language. Though bizarre, it seemed perfectly reasonable when you considered it was the Beacon Nation after all. Luan couldn't care less about the Lighthouse Nation's affairs, but since Elder Fong seemed fascinated, he casually pulled up related videos on the Elder's phone. The footage showed several white men walking onto the street. First, they collectively bowed in one direction. Then, astonishingly, they began stripping off their clothes and carving patterns into their skin with small knives. They showed no hesitation throughout the process, letting blood flow freely onto the ground. Far from feeling pain, they seemed intensely excited, laughing loudly and gesticulating wildly. It must be said that, judging solely by the footage, the scene was indeed sufficiently bizarre. Had this been any other country, Luan might have overanalyzed it. But this was the land of the free, where seemingly anything could be justified. That was Luan's initial thought. But the very next second, when the camera refocused, revealing the patterns formed by the blood pooling on the floor and the wounds on those people's bodies, his pupils suddenly twitched violently. What these people were doing was neither performance art nor some kind of religious ritual, but rather the depiction of something resembling an array formation. Moreover, judging by the basic appearance of these patterns, Luan felt they resembled the markings of a summoning formation. In other words, these people from the land of the rising sun seemed to be summoning something? But that's utterly impossible. The Lighthouse Nation lacks even the most basic spiritual energy. Even if they somehow managed to activate a punishment ritual through advanced means and summon something, it would be utterly useless. Even the most powerful entities in the cultivation world couldn't endure prolonged exposure to a place devoid of spiritual energy. Moreover, how long has the history of the Lighthouse Nation even been? It couldn't possibly possess any heritage related to cultivator civilization. So was he overthinking this? While he believed the probability of the Lighthouse Nation dabbling in cultivator artifacts was minuscule, virtually non-existent. But the frenzied behavior of those people in the video kept making Luan overthink it. Finally, after dinner, when Elder Fong suggested that Luan and Ruan Qing go see a movie together, Luan stood up immediately. Those people from the Lighthouse Nation are definitely up to something. I must investigate them. Otherwise, they could become a future threat to the Cultivation University or even the entire Great Xia. Ruan Cheng had been idly twiddling her fingers, pondering what movie she and Luan might watch together. Seeing him suddenly rise and deliver that speech, her eyes widened in shock. First, she shot her grandfather a reproachful glance, as if blaming him for showing Luan that video about the Lighthouse Nation. But she didn't try to stop Luan. She just asked, "You're going to the Lighthouse Nation, right? Do you need me to accompany you? Forget it. It's easier to handle things alone. I'll call you next time something comes up, old partner." After saying this, Luan swiftly departed from Elder Fong's residence, his movements showing not a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, a flicker of loneliness crossed Ruan Qing's eyes. Was she truly nothing more than a former partner in his eyes? Perhaps noticing the fleeting expression on Ruan Qing's face, Elder Fong sighed before speaking to him in a tone heavy with solemnity. "Ruan Qing, I know what you're thinking. But you must understand this, as the inheritor of ancient Chinese traditions and the headmaster of the Cultivation University, Luan's first duty is not to any personal feelings, but to the responsibilities he bears. So if you truly wish to be with him, the sacrifices required may exceed your expectations." In response, Ruan Cheng merely gazed in the direction Luan had departed. As he said, "It's far too early to discuss this now. At the very least, I should wait until I'm no longer his student." Chapter 129, The Peculiar Religion. Luan naturally knew nothing of the situation at Elder Fong's residence or what Elder Fong and Ruan Qing discussed afterward, for he had already reached the Lighthouse Nation at top speed. As he walked the streets disguised as an ordinary black person of the Lighthouse Nation using his transformation abilities, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. On the surface, everything appeared normal. On both sides of the street, people huddled in tents, their eyes unfocused from consuming illegal drugs, stood in stark contrast to the glamorous individuals enjoying life on the avenue and the luxury cars that occasionally cruised by. Of course, none of this concerned Luan. His sole mission was to investigate that strange symbol to uncover its true nature and determine whether it posed a threat to the Cultivation University or the Great Xia Empire. After all, the Lighthouse Nation was constantly stirring up trouble, and Luan had to be prepared. His reason for choosing to appear in this city was simple: it looked utterly shabby and carried that oppressive feeling he'd mentioned earlier. If the Lighthouse Nation was indeed scheming in the shadows, this place was the most likely location. Just as he prepared to deploy his divine sense for a comprehensive reconnaissance, a burly figure appeared beside him. "Hey, my good brother, wanna try something exciting?" Turning his head, he saw a dark-skinned man sporting a thick, bushy beard. The man held a piece of paper, its contents unknown, and grinned broadly at him. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Although Luan understood the language of the Lighthouse Nation, he wasn't a native speaker, so his choice of words was naturally simpler. It was like how hello was the official greeting in Great Xia, but in reality, two friends meeting each other were highly unlikely to say hello. Luan's response was immediately misinterpreted by the dark-skinned man as pretentiousness, a look of displeasure crossing his face. "Hey, black guy, what's with that tone? Just cause you're wearing a suit, you think you're better than me?" Only then did Luan recall that when altering his appearance, he hadn't known what to wear. He'd simply thrown on a suit after all. With so many people wearing suits on the streets, blending in that way was the least conspicuous option. But he'd overlooked one crucial detail: while suits were common on the streets of the Lighthouse Nation, black men wearing suits were a rare sight. Luan couldn't be bothered wasting time with this guy. He cut straight to the point. "Excuse me, sir. I don't want any trouble with you. If you bother me again, I'll call the police." "Call the police? Ha ha ha. Buddy? Why don't you just call your mom instead? Ha ha ha." At the mention of the police, the black man burst into unrestrained laughter, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. To him, the idea of the police seemed like a joke. Seeing the man's grin, Luan suddenly understood something. In this land of freedom, it seemed there was absolutely no reverence for official authority. Just as he prepared to swiftly dispose of this nuisance with magic and get back to his business, his attention was drawn to the piece of paper the man held. The paper bore a garishly decorated pattern, seemingly depicting a monster enslaving numerous people. But that wasn't the crucial part. The crucial part was that the people enslaved by that monster all bore the very pattern he was searching for. The instant he recognized the symbol, Luan couldn't contain his elation. The thing he'd been searching for all along was right under his nose, not far off at all. Truly, it had been a long and arduous search, yet now it came to him effortlessly. With that thought, he feigned fear, took a step back, and continued. "What exactly do you want?" Seeing Luan's fear, the black man instantly grew excited, even licking his lips. "Oh, don't be afraid, my black brother. I told you from the start I just want to play a thrilling game with you. So what is it? Come with me." Luan was then led by the black man into a narrow alleyway. The alley wasn't empty. Another dark-skinned man lay on the ground, convulsing violently, foam bubbling from his mouth. Seeing this, the black man beside Luan walked straight toward the other. At first, Luan thought he was going to shoo the man away or take advantage of the situation to steal his belongings. To his utter shock, the man pulled out a small knife and began carving into the unconscious man's body. Blood dripped onto the ground, pooling into the exact pattern Luan had seen in the video. Before Luan could process what was happening, the man on the ground rose to his feet. His eyes were wide open, but Luan could tell with absolute certainty that he possessed not a shred of consciousness. He was in a state of profound unconsciousness, little more than a soulless living corpse. Yet this very walking corpse walked toward the alley exit as if perfectly normal. After exiting the alley, he showed no sign of stopping, continuing steadily in a specific direction as if guided by an inner purpose. After completing this, the black man pulled out the blood-stained knife and gave Luan a cold, sinister smile. "Well, pretty amazing, huh?" Luan nodded. His nod wasn't to play along with the black man before him, but because he genuinely found it astonishing. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy or other supernatural power emanating from this man or the pattern. Yet despite this, the black man on the ground moments ago still rose and moved as if controlled. What on earth was going on? Seeing Luan staring blankly, nodding dumbly, the black man suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Ha ha ha. I knew the moment I saw you that you're different from the rest of those black guys. You're perfectly suited to join our eight-eyed divine cult." The eight-eyed cult? That's right. The eight-eyed cult. After uttering that name, the black man finally placed the paper he'd been holding all along in front of Luan. Our eight-eyed god cult is the greatest faith in the world, no contest. Our goal is simple, to crush those so-called extraordinary beings and cultivators beneath our feet and restore the glorious eight-eyed god to the world. In an instant, Luan's mind began racing. After pondering for a long while, he slowly asked a question. "So what does this have to do with the magic trick you just performed? If you choose to join our eight-eyed god cult, the great priest will teach you those things. Then how do I find this so-called priest?" "You don't need to search. He's right in front of you. All I see before me is a grinning black blob. The priest is the black thing standing before you, grinning like an idiot." Chapter 130, Luan's Speculation. Luan was now certain that his target was undoubtedly this religion that vowed to trample all extraordinary beings and cultivators underfoot and bring about the return of the eight-eyed god. Having seen that video on Elder Fong's phone earlier, Luan instinctively assumed this religion must be filled with lunatics. But this guy claiming to be a religious pastor right in front of him? He looked perfectly normal. Well, at least by the average standards of the United States, he seemed perfectly normal. But Luan couldn't be bothered with that now. His immediate priority was to thoroughly investigate this eight-eyed god cult, so he went along with it, feigning great excitement. "Oh my dear God! Is today my lucky day? Truth be told, I've always resented those extraordinary beings. I'd pay any price to gain such power." Seeing Luan's reaction, the black man practically had a smile plastered across his face. As the eight-eyed god cult's priest for this region, he understood African Americans all too well. Because extraordinary beings required immense resources during their cultivation, nations had no choice but to establish extraordinary academies to limit their numbers. Even a powerhouse like the Lighthouse Nation couldn't allow too many people to become extraordinary beings all at once. Consequently, those admitted to transcendent academies were often not the most gifted, but rather those with privileged family backgrounds. And the blacks of the Lighthouse Nation, though no longer slaves like their ancestors, for the vast majority of black people, entering an extraordinary academy and becoming an extraordinary being was nothing short of a pipe dream. In reality, the overwhelming majority of students at these academies were white, with black students being few and far between. Moreover, students admitted to the academy already come from privileged backgrounds. Once they become extraordinary beings, they ascend to become truly elite among the elite. From their lofty positions, they look down on even white people, let alone black people at the bottom of the social hierarchy. They simply do not regard black people as human beings. In this era of transcendence, black people have lost all means of resistance, seemingly destined to endure this oppression indefinitely. It's no wonder they harbor immense resentment toward the transcendent beings. The eight-eyed cult, precisely as an organization opposing the extraordinary, found that recruiting targets like Luan, a black man in a suit who hadn't yet lost hope in life, had remarkably high success rates. With this realization, the black man nodded approvingly at Luan before waving him over once more. "Congratulations on making the most correct choice of your life. Now, follow me." Under his guidance, Luan traversed the city until they reached an area that was clearly a slum. There were hardly any decent buildings here. Even fast food joints had armed guards stationed at their entrances, their interiors reinforced with bulletproof glass. Without exaggeration, the police station's doors were riddled with bullet holes. Every corner of this place screamed of unrest. Faced with such scenes, Luan could only sigh inwardly. Truly the freest country in the world. Of course, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Luan had finally arrived at a respectable place. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary villa. The land of the free was vast and sparsely populated, with plenty of such villas. But when he stepped inside, he realized this wasn't a villa at all, it was clearly a church. The moment he opened the door, Luan saw a group of people kneeling on the floor, their faces twisted into maniacal and eerie grins. Before them stood a colossal statue, one even more bizarre than their grins. The statue's overall structure was vaguely humanoid, yet it possessed 8 eyes. Its lower body wasn't legs, but a massive buttock, beneath which several terrifyingly long legs seemed to extend. How to describe the image? It was somewhat like an anthropomorphized spider, though only somewhat. This thing was fundamentally nothing like a human being. Seeing Luan staring in a daze, the black man actually began to laugh, patting Luan on the shoulder. "You're truly the one I saw potential in. Meeting the great god Yagi for the first time, yet you can stare at it this long without weak knees or kneeling down. Ha ha ha." Hearing the man's words, Luan snapped back to reality. Such an eerie and oppressive statue would likely terrify any ordinary person into kneeling instantly. He quickly feigned sudden recovery from fright. While he hadn't actually fallen to his knees, his legs buckled slightly, and cold sweat poured from his body. "Haha, my dark brother, there's absolutely no need to be afraid. From now on, this is the God who protects every one of us." With that, he actually dragged Luan straight to the base of the terrifying statue and addressed the crowd kneeling below. "This dark-skinned brother here is joining my congregation today. Let's get this party started." At his command, the crowd who moments before had knelt lifelessly suddenly sprang to life, dancing wildly. They sang a variety of songs and danced in countless different styles. The scene descended into utter chaos, nothing like the orderly free markets of the Great Xia Empire. Luan even spotted the same black man who had been convulsing on the ground earlier among the crowd. After briefly scanning him with his divine sense, Luan felt utterly unsettled. He suddenly realized that every single person here was in a bizarre, half-asleep, half-awake state. How to describe this state? It was like being under a ghostly pressure. Though awake and possessing relatively clear consciousness, one could not control their physical body. In other words, these individuals weren't actively controlling their movements, they were reacting passively. This left only 2 possibilities. Possibility 1, some third-party force, undetectable even to Luan, was manipulating their actions. Each of them was a puppet of that entity. This possibility is terrifying. After all, Luan is now a nascent soul cultivator, yet he remains unaware. How immensely powerful must this entity be? Possibility 2, they've all been hypnotized. This possibility seemed far more probable. Moreover, if this were the case, it would explain the black man's earlier actions. It appears he was guided by an exceptionally skilled hypnotist. By merely etching patterns onto others and drawing corresponding designs with blood, he could hypnotize them into acting according to his will. While such hypnotic techniques were certainly beyond ordinary humans, and no known extraordinary abilities in the world today resembled this. But who knows? Perhaps some fortunate soul acquired some ancient legacy and, unwilling to cooperate with the authorities, created this bizarre cult instead? As Luan analyzed these possibilities, the black man beside him spoke again. "All right, buddy. Tell us your name. We're about to perform your initiation ceremony." Chapter 131, Initiation Ceremony. Initiation Ceremony? Luan's heart tightened. Had this moment finally arrived? He knew next to nothing about this so-called 8-eyed god cult. Everything he'd speculated about was, frankly, just speculation. But once he went through this so-called initiation ceremony, many questions would be answered. At this thought, his face lit up with eagerness. "My name is John. Cut the chatter. Let's get this started." Seeing Luan's eagerness, the black man nodded approvingly before taking Luan's hand and instructing him. "Now, with a sincere heart, we must pray to the 8-eyed god. I will say each phrase, and you repeat it after me. All right. The world belongs to the great 8-eyed demon god." 8-eyed. Demon god? Not the 8-eyed god? What do you mean? Shut your mouth. I told you just repeat what I say. No extra words. Fine. I promise not to say anything else from now on. The world belongs to the great 8-eyed demon god. The world belongs to the great 8-eyed demon god. Only the 8-eyed demon god can grant people true freedom and let them enjoy true equality. Only the 8-eyed demon god. Luan was dumbfounded, repeating the other person's words over and over like a broken record. Finally, after a full half-hour had passed, the other began carving the pattern into his hand with a small knife, instructing him as they carved. "Do not look anywhere else. Keep your eyes fixed here. With sufficient devotion, the 8-eyed demon god's blessings will be bestowed upon you. The greater the blessings, the brighter this pattern on your hand will glow, and the higher your status within the sect will rise." Luan had been utterly indifferent to such matters until the moment the eerie pattern was carved complete. His eyes went wide, as if he had fallen into a void of pure darkness. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful presence locked eyes with him. Though surrounded by pitch-black void and without using his divine sense, he could still feel the overwhelming presence gazing at him with 8 eyes. Before Luan could process it, the sensation vanished abruptly, leaving him utterly bewildered. What had just happened? An illusion? He hadn't sensed anything at all, yet it felt as though he had perceived so much. Thump. 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 Luan's heart began pounding wildly. He hadn't felt this sensation in ages, this thing called tension. What exactly was this so-called eight-eyed divine cult? It seemed far more complex than he'd imagined. As he pondered, he glanced at the black man beside him, intending to ask more questions. Instead, he saw the man's mouth agape, staring at him in utter disbelief. Before he could speak, the man raised his arms and began shouting. The spokesman. John, this black guy, is actually the spokesman chosen by the eight-eyed demon god himself. At the same time, Luan noticed the pattern on his hand, now blazing with an incredibly dazzling golden light. In an instant, the crowd below abruptly halted their chaotic singing and dancing, reverting to their earlier state of kneeling in maniacal laughter. Luan stared in utter bewilderment. What's going on? What's happening? The great eight-eyed demon god has chosen you. You now represent the eight-eyed demon god. I must take you to see His Holiness the Pope. The Pope too? Before Luan could voice his doubts, the black man seized him once more and dragged him away. This time, he was ushered directly onto a private jet, heading toward the capital of the Lighthouse Nation. Recalling everything that had transpired today sent a chill down Luan's spine. These events were beyond bizarre, they were utterly unfathomable. What secrets lay hidden behind this so-called eight-eyed cult? Given how far beyond his previous imagination this cult had already revealed itself to be, Luan had made up his mind, if anything felt off, he'd make a run for it immediately. Time flew by when he was occupied. Upon arriving in the capital of the Lighthouse Nation, Luan was led to a place he knew all too well, the nation's Capitol building. Aren't you supposed to take me to see the Pope? What are we doing here? His Holiness the Pope, he's right inside this building. This statement sent a wave of shock coursing through Luan once more. Regardless of what the eight-eyed cult was all about, the eerie atmosphere within their ranks alone made it a cult organization 100%. Yet the leader of this cult was actually the Lighthouse Nation's Capitol building, meaning an official representative of the Lighthouse Nation government? The Lighthouse Nation was rotten, but surely not this utterly corrupt? Though he found it hard to believe, he followed the black man into the Capitol building. This wasn't his first time here. On his previous visit, he had accomplished two things. One was to execute that damned emperor of Sakura Nation. The other was to threaten the president of the Lighthouse Nation. Now, returning once more, everything felt different. The staff no longer seemed passionate about their work. They moved like robots programmed to perform their tasks mechanically, without any interaction between them. But that wasn't what struck Luan as most unusual. The strangest thing was that as he and the black man walked through the main entrance, everyone else acted as if they hadn't seen them at all, paying them no mind whatsoever. As if sensing his confusion, Black Man flashed what he considered a charming smile. Don't be nervous, John, old chap. This place is actually one of our Eight Eyes cult's territories. What? Are you out of your mind? This is the Capitol building. To his surprise, his rebuke caused the black man to halt in his tracks. His face suddenly contorted into a grotesque grimace. Though still smiling, the expression was rigid and unnatural. His words came out one by one, deliberate and cold. This nation, this planet, this entire world, sooner or later, it will all be the eight-eyed demon god's possession. Luan retracted his earlier thought that the man seemed relatively sane. Luan had initially thought this man had lost his mind due to some hypnotic technique, which was why he was spouting such insane nonsense. How could a fledgling cult possibly control the entire Capitol building, or even the entire Lighthouse Nation? At most, they'd used that bizarre hypnotic technique to control the people on the first floor. After all, the first level was open to the public and lacked any defensive forces. But when he followed the black man and saw the so-called Pope, all doubt about the eight-eyed god cult vanished completely. For the figure the black man referred to as the Pope was none other than the current President of the United States. Chapter 132, Identity Exposed. No, this man was not the President of the Lighthouse Nation. Though his appearance, aura, and even micro-expressions were nearly identical, his entire demeanor was that of a completely different person. From head to toe, the man radiated an unsettling aura of contempt, so intense that Luan had already steeled himself to act at a moment's notice. Thanks to the extraordinary disguise technique he discovered in the scripture hall, the man before him whose aura still marked him as an ordinary president failed to recognize Luan. Upon seeing Luan, his brow instantly furrowed. Wu Nu? Luan froze at the sound of those two words. They weren't from the language of the Lighthouse Nation, they were pure, authentic Great Xia. Moreover, no matter how one heard it, Wu Nu sounded like a derogatory term for black people. Even though no outsiders were present, if this were truly the Lighthouse Nation president himself, he absolutely couldn't have uttered those two words in such fluent Great Xia language, right? Luan was certain, the man before him was 100% not the former Lighthouse Nation president. And judging by his ability to utter those two words, he likely had some connection to the Great Xia Empire. To achieve this level of proficiency, hypnosis was clearly ineffective. Extraordinary methods would be required. But Great Xia had no extraordinary beings, only cultivators. And those cultivators were either professors or students at the Cultivation University, all under his control. How could one of them have defected to become the Lighthouse Nation's president? As he pondered this, the president spoke again. The myriad laws of heaven and earth have their own origins truly wondrous. But none of it matters now. This was still a soliloquy, and it was spoken in freaking Great Xia language. Luan was now certain this guy was undoubtedly a cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used phrases like the laws of heaven and earth. Just as his mind raced, trying to figure out where this cultivator had come from, the president beckoned him over and spoke in the language of the Lighthouse Nation. Come with me. Ultimately, Luan was led by the president through a secret passageway into a hidden chamber beneath the Capitol building. The walls were covered in twisted runic patterns, while the floor was adorned with a peculiar red substance depicting the so-called eight-eyed demon god. I ask you, are you dissatisfied with this world? Hearing this question, Luan began nodding frantically. He was now a black man, positioned at the very bottom of human civilization. Of course he was dissatisfied with the world. Then have you ever considered that the reason this world has become such a mess is precisely because its rules are rotten? Rules? Exactly. Rules. The Great Xia people call these rules the Tao, the way of heaven. I still don't get it. Simply put, the rule in the Lighthouse Nation is that you black people occupy the lowest rung of society, the most despised race. Every other race harbors prejudice against you. That's the rule. Do you think this rule is good? No, not at all. Then do you want to break this rule? Yes. Upon hearing this answer, the smile on the president's face began to twist. Ha ha ha. Now let me tell you, there's only one way to break all these rules: become a cultivator of the demonic path. Cultivator? Aren't those the extraordinary beings of Great Xia? And what exactly is the demon path? Taking a deep breath, the president began to explain Luan's question. This world is actually controlled by the heavenly way. Since the heavenly way is utterly trash, this world is like a piece of garbage too. Yet those so-called righteous cultivators dare not defy such trash, dare not go against heaven. What kind of cultivators are they? After this tirade, he clenched his fists, eyes bulging. Only we of the demon path are true cultivators. My mission is to first dominate this realm, establish it as the cradle of our demon path, and challenge that so-called heavenly way. Now, Luan finally understood completely. The man before him was the demonic cultivator often mentioned by Zhu Long and the others. But how had he managed to possess the president's body and openly cultivate the demon path in the Lighthouse Nation? The president, of course, couldn't discern Luan's confusion. His current body held no spiritual power whatsoever. To him, Luan was merely a slightly dim-witted black man. Seeing the black man silent for a long while, he assumed his words had stunned him and immediately pressed on. Well, do you want to become a cultivator of the demonic path and change this world's wretchedness? Now, Luan faced two choices. Either unleash magic immediately and obliterate the president before him, or continue pretending to be a black man and see what this guy was really up to. After a moment's thought, he chose the latter. After all, a cultivator of the demonic path had just appeared on Blue Star. No need to guess, he must have come from the cultivation realm. Given that, the immediate priority wasn't dealing with this demonic cultivator, but investigating how he managed to slip through and why the Zhu Long formation failed to stop him. Killing the president outright might pose no threat to the demonic cultivator within him and would leave Luan with no way to investigate how the demonic cultivator had arrived here. For the safety of the land beneath his feet, Luan resolved to take a calculated risk and observe what this demonic cultivator truly sought. With that, he nodded directly. My entire family perished at the hands of transcendent beings. I've grown to despise this world. If there exists a power that grants me vengeance and the ability to alter its very rules, I'll do whatever it takes. You know what? There's a saying in Great Xia that fits you perfectly: this child is teachable. As the words fell, every rune in the underground chamber began to flicker. The pattern etched into his arm pulsed in sync with the glow. Simultaneously, the president began murmuring something under his breath. After about 10 minutes, Luan's mind was suddenly filled with the president's telepathic transmission. An ordinary person with no spiritual energy fluctuations had actually used telepathy. Use your consciousness to sense the pattern on your arm. Hearing these words, Luan immediately directed his perception toward the pattern on his arm. The moment he did, cold sweat broke out all over his body. For within the pattern on his hand now lay an unimaginably vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Though nowhere near comparable to the current Great Xia, it was by no means insignificant. With sufficient talent, this spiritual energy could easily cultivate a cultivator to the nascent soul stage. But what principle could possibly explain this? Driven by curiosity, Luan actually used his divine sense to probe the pattern on his hand. This time, Luan was utterly stunned. He never imagined that such a tiny pattern in his hand could connect to another space filled with spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a bold thought took root in his mind. Could it be that every single one of these patterns across the entire Lighthouse Nation contained a miniature space? If that were true, then the current Lighthouse Nation would be no different from a civilization possessing spiritual energy. They could directly develop a cultivation civilization. But just then, the president began to emit a cold, eerie chuckle. I knew it. The legendary 10,000 June spiritual constitution, how could it possibly belong to a non-Dasha slave? Ha 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 ha. Never imagined you, Luan, would walk right into my trap. It seems the heavenly Tao that the ancestral dragon has always worshipped has finally sided with me this time. Chapter 133, The Ancestral Dragon Saves the Day Again. Hearing the president's words, Luan's heart began to pound wildly. This was bad. He had definitely exposed his identity by using his divine sense just now. Without time for further thought, he immediately began redirecting his spiritual energy, intending to unleash a spell to instantly slay the being before him. But something bizarre happened. Every time he tried to channel his spiritual energy, it was absorbed by the pattern on his hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use a single shred of spiritual power. What the hell is going on? Luan's heart pounded faster and faster. This was no longer mere tension, it was sheer terror. The source of his dread wasn't merely the loss of his spiritual energy, but more so the person before him, who had undergone a complete transformation from head to toe. In his eyes, they had once been nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable person. But now, though still devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, the sheer aura emanating from him alone exerted an overwhelmingly oppressive force upon Luan. It felt exactly like that moment in the darkness, when he had locked eyes with the so-called eight-eyed demon god. To achieve this without any cultivation base, Luan could confidently conclude. The person before him was undoubtedly on the same level as the primordial dragon. As a mere nascent soul cultivator, he felt utterly powerless before such an existence. What on earth was going on? Why could such an entity slip past Zhu Long's watchful eye to reach Blue Star? And what on earth had Zhu Long gone off to do? To be honest, Luan felt a twinge of regret in that moment. After attaining the nascent soul stage, he had grown rather arrogant, presuming himself to be the most powerful native force on Blue Star, fearing no other person or faction. That very arrogance had led him to his current predicament. A nascent soul cultivator under 20, and the president of Divine Cultivation University? This is simply too delicious. Once I control your soul, reviving the demon path will be a breeze. The president spoke while slowly fixing his gaze upon Luan's eyes. In that moment, Luan truly grasped the meaning of overwhelming power. Without a shred of spiritual energy, without even a physical body possessing the slightest cultivation, he could exert complete and utter suppression over him. The gap between a nascent soul cultivator and a spirit transformation cultivator was far greater than that between a nascent soul cultivator and an ordinary mortal. As their gazes locked, Luan felt the world plunge back into darkness. Within that boundless void, countless monstrous beings stared fixedly at him, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. He felt like a helpless child, crouched in the darkness, waiting in utter despair for death to come. Fear consumed his mind in that instant, leaving him utterly unable to focus on anything else. From the president's perspective, Luan's soul was now completely bound. He was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, ready to be replaced by the president's own soul at any moment. Success is near. Success is imminent. A cultivator under 20 years old at the nascent soul stage, this was undoubtedly the legendary Chosen One. If he could possess this Chosen One's body, he would not only reap the boundless opportunities bestowed by the Tao but also minimize the cost of defying it. For him, if he wished to confront the Tao of Heaven head-on, there was simply no more suitable vessel than Luan's physical form. Therefore, successfully seizing Luan's body would mean his grand ambition had taken a giant leap forward. As he approached Luan's divine soul, the excitement surging within him defied description. To seize the essence of heaven and earth, to defy the rules of the Tao, this was the pinnacle of his path as a demonic cultivator. Yet the moment his hand touched Luan's body, poised to pluck away his soul and take his place, he discovered to his horror that he was immobilized. What's going on? To access another's soul, there was only one method: releasing one's own soul to enter the target's body. Thus, his current state was one where his soul was inexplicably pinned in place. Before he could ponder his predicament, a voice slowly echoed within his mind. Wandering back to your homeland? If not for that chat with Luan the other day, I'd have completely forgotten about this little episode. Hearing this voice, all traces of his previous calmness and smile vanished instantly. Within Luan's soul realm, he began searching frantically, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Ancient dragon? You? Did you truly believe those underhanded tricks could escape my notice? I waited until now precisely for your soul to reveal itself. As the words, brimming with overwhelming arrogance, fell, another figure materialized within Luan's soul realm. This figure was none other than Zhu Long, who had been missing for a very long time. Zhu Long's face bore no visible expression, yet an intense fury radiated from his very being. I thought you would reflect deeply, yet you still commit such foolish acts. Gazing at the ancestral dragon's form, the demonic cultivator remained silent for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter once more. Foolish? Perhaps my choice to journey back to my homeland was simply a quest for death? What on earth were you thinking? The so-called spiritual journey to one's homeland was actually the innate divine ability of practitioners from their lineage. Typically, its sole purpose was to return to one's homeland at the moment of death, to witness all that had been experienced in life. But this fellow was a demonic cultivator. He had forcibly abandoned his physical body, separating his soul to return directly to his homeland Blue Star. This is precisely why demonic cultivators could bypass the ancestral dragon's formations and reach Blue Star. Hearing the ancestral dragon's question, the demonic cultivator chuckled. I suddenly realized something. Even if I somehow survived, our paths would never align. Before long, you'd imprison me again in the name of that so-called heavenly Tao. If that's the case, I might as well die now. I just wanted to see my homeland one last time before I went. I never imagined that after so many years, my homeland would have changed so much. And then, an idea was born. At this point, the demonic cultivator suddenly turned to look at Zhu Long, a smile playing on his lips. What if I took a desperate gamble? What if I abandoned the cultivation I've honed over millennia, along with this body that has reached its pinnacle? What if I interfered with the outside world by possessing others? Could there be even a sliver of chance to fulfill my vengeance? After hearing his words, Zhu Long shook his head and slowly approached him. Meng Tian, I should never have let you take poison to feign death and follow me down this path of cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Long struck out with a palm strike. In an instant, the demonic cultivator's soul was reduced to ashes. With the soul obliterated, there was no chance of resurrection, let alone reincarnation. It was a truly wretched end. After an unknown span of time, Luan awoke in his cave dwelling at the Cultivation University, unable to suppress a yawn. Sleeping undisturbed is pure bliss. But the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Long sitting beside him. Holy crap, where the hell did you go? Why did it take you so long to come back? The Lighthouse Nation. Oh, the land of the rising sun. At first, Luan didn't think much of those 3 words. But as a flood of memories surged into his mind, his pupils instantly dilated. No, that demon cultivator was the legendary General Meng Tian. You killed him. Chapter 134, The Pranking Trio. I merely dealt with the portal. Had you not appeared in the Lighthouse Nation to draw out his divine soul, I truly would have been powerless against him. Zhu Long uttered this casual remark before striding toward the cave entrance. As he departed, he added to Luan. Find time to visit the mortal realm and keep an eye on Xianhe and the others. What have they been up to lately? Though Zhu Long appeared utterly relaxed, as if killing someone were nothing more than a leisurely pastime, only he knew the true thoughts churning within. For him, uncovering the truth behind the incident was a simple matter, and forcibly disposing of Meng Tian was, frankly, equally straightforward. Yet Zhu Long had held back, delaying action until Luan nearly met his end before finally clearing out the threat. This single incident revealed the depth of his inner conflict. Deep down, he likely still hesitated to kill this former subordinate, this once close friend. Yet time and again, granting him chances only brought disappointment in return. Who could truly fathom the immense psychological pressure Zhu Long endured in that decisive moment? Ultimately, if he hadn't pursued immortality back then, and hadn't forced Meng Tian to fake his death by poison to follow him, none of this would have happened, right? When the other used the divine power to journey back to his homeland, his intention might not have been a final act of defiance. As he said, his original purpose was simply to seek death and to glimpse his homeland one last time before passing. Perhaps he too had long since grown weary. Killing him, in essence, brought liberation to both parties. Luan lay in his cave dwelling, feeling as though everything that had transpired in the Lighthouse Kingdom had been nothing more than a dream. It took him a long while to grasp what had transpired. That so-called 8-eyed demon god was likely Meng Tian's true divine spirit, condensed after he cultivated demonic arts to the level of a transformed spirit. His establishment of that cult in the Lighthouse Nation served to gather the nation's collective resentment. This resentment became his energy source, enabling him to deploy spatial arrays to channel spiritual energy. Moreover, the Lighthouse Nation seemed like fertile ground for demonic cultivation to flourish. Discrimination ran rampant among its various races, while extraordinary beings colluded with big capital to oppress ordinary people excessively. It could be said that at least 60% of the Lighthouse Nation's population harbored deep dissatisfaction with society. Meng Tian's objective is to shift the blame from the president onto the heavenly Tao, transforming these individuals from ordinary citizens into anti-social elements. Then, he aims to turn these anti-social elements into rebels against the heavenly Tao. Once they become anti-heavenly Taoists and embark on the path of cultivation, they will inevitably fall into the demonic path. At a normal pace of development, within 100 or 200 years, the Lighthouse Nation could evolve into a colossal demonic sect. But this was only theoretical. The existence of Zhu Long made such a theoretical outcome impossible. Thus, the sole flaw in Meng Tian's plan was failing to account for the variable of the primordial dragon. After all, in his eyes, the ancestral dragon held profound reverence for the way of heaven and dared not interfere with the homeland in any form. Naturally, it would never meddle in his affairs. Yet he never imagined that Luan was the legendary embodiment of the way of heaven. When matters touched upon Luan, the ancestral dragon feared no interference with his ancestral lands. Reflecting on this, Luan could only shake his head, marveling at the might of the ancestral dragon. It seemed as though everything had always been within Zhuliuang's grasp. But what did that old fox mean when he told him to go to the mortal realm and keep an eye on the cranes? When he and Xianhe parted ways, Xianhe did seem to have plans to go play in the mortal world. Could he be getting himself into trouble? The thought made Luan's head spin. If it was a student causing trouble, he could handle it more easily. But if it was an old codger at the spirit transformation stage who caused trouble, especially if it was the kind of trouble that couldn't be undone, how on earth was he supposed to handle that? With that thought, he abandoned any notion of rest and hurriedly departed the floating island. The moment his phone picked up a signal, he frantically opened the information platform, praying those 3 teachers hadn't caused any newsworthy scandals that would land him on trending topics. Clicking open the feed, the most eye-catching headline was Xiao Chen's righteous act of sacrificing his own kin, personally sending his father to detention while further striking against the Dark Realm forces. Holy crap, Luan exclaimed. Xiao Chen actually sent his own father to detention? Did it really have to be so ruthless? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and kept scrolling down. Celebrities. Celebrities. A spy's final interview before death, claiming his demise wasn't due to espionage but offending Luan, the president of Cultivation University. Celebrities. Celebrity. After checking the trending topics, Luan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Not making the trending list meant that even if those 3 old fools had caused trouble for him, it wasn't anything too serious. Just as he was thinking this, an ad popped up, instantly throwing him off his stride. Miracle Doctor, healing the world, specializing in difficult and complex diseases. It was just a run-of-the-mill spam ad, but the more Luan stared at the old Chinese medicine practitioner in the image, the more he felt he resembled a crane. Frowning, he clicked on it, and his expression grew increasingly vivid. There sat an old man whose appearance bore no resemblance to a crane, yet whose expression shared 8 parts of its likeness, holding a black pill in his hand. This is a pill I crafted using a formula passed down from my ancient ancestors, yes, the long-lost art of alchemy. Though our lineage forbids selling these pills cheaply, after deep reflection, I've made a decision that defies our forebears. Observing the pill's radiant glow and the old man's tone and expression, Luan could confirm one thing. This pill-selling old man was undoubtedly Xianhe. Before he could even grasp what the immortal crane was up to, the price of the elixir was announced. Seeing the number 9 followed by a long string of zeros, Luan couldn't help but swallow hard. This is what you call selling it cheap? While Luan understood the pill was genuine and the price wasn't unreasonable, others didn't see it that way. When they clicked on the ad with puzzled expressions and saw the crane's exaggerated, almost childishly naive sales pitch, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. They left comments beneath the ad. Back in the day, those health supplement scammers would rip you off for a few $100 or $1,000, tops 10 grand. You're trying to swindle 90 million right off the bat? You seriously think people will buy your black pills as elixirs of immortality? I bet this old guy's just pulling a prank. But spending that much on ads for a prank? That's impressive. What prank? He's been selling this for days, he's dead serious. Reading the comments, Luan could only cover his forehead in exasperation. Just as he was about to find Xianhe and tell him no one would spend that much on an unknown pill, a comment caught his eye. That old con artist is live streaming right now. He's got 3 other scammers with him, one selling pills, one selling pet eggs, and one selling whetstones. All at astronomical prices. Chapter 135, Cultivation Powerhouse Live Streaming Sales. On Dahu Live, the top streaming platform in Great Xia, one particular livestream's popularity was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Unlike typical livestreams dominated by young people, this one featured only 3 elderly men. One wore a white t-shirt and a thick gold chain, holding a small black pill as he tirelessly explained. This is Link 1. Take it, and it cures any ailment, plus it cleanses your bones and marrow, extending your life by 10 years. This is Link 2. Take it, and it directly extends your life by 50 years. After this old man finished introducing his products, the second old man took the stage. Compared to the first, this guy was dressed to the nines, a full black punk outfit with an earring. He swayed as he spoke, almost like he was rapping, holding several eggs smaller than chicken eggs in his hands. Hey, look what we have here. These are eggs from the divine spirit bird. Now, this bird, let's not get into its other traits, but the moment it hatches, it recognizes its master. Finally, the third old man made his entrance. Compared to the other 2, he seemed the most normal, dressed in a white shirt and suit. He approached holding a razor-sharp whetstone and looked straight into the camera. He opened his mouth several times but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he picked up a brand new kitchen knife from the side and began sharpening it in front of the entire live stream audience. After half an hour of grinding, the knife had visibly sharpened considerably. Still silent, he positioned the blade against the table and pressed down gently. With a single press, the table instantly crumbled like cake, the blade sinking deep into its soft interior. Finally, the table split cleanly in 2, the cut surface perfectly even. It seemed as if he was showcasing his knife after being sharpened on the whetstone. Its sharpness rivaled that of a legendary weapon. Meanwhile, the live stream's chat was a whole different story. Holy crap, scammers will stop at nothing to make a buck these days, even pulling out the special effects. Seriously, how powerful is their tech team? They pull off such insane effects live, and I'm a computer science major, yet I can't spot a single trace of editing. Didn't you see the prices of their products? If they pull off just one scam, the whole team is set for life. Of course their tech is top-notch. Seriously, why hasn't this stream been taken down after all the reports? Though no one believed these three old men, it didn't stop some people with too much money burning a hole in their pockets from starting to shower the livestream with gifts. Inside the room, Crane and the other two Cultivation University professors were pushing their products with all their might. Yet they were puzzled why, even after slashing prices to rock bottom, wasn't a single purchase being made? Just then, they noticed a plane flash across their livestream. What's going on? The three cultivation masters frowned simultaneously, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. The three of them embarked on their own adventure after leaving the floating island. But after just one day, they realized something. To truly enjoy themselves in the mortal world and experience the conveniences modern technology offered, they desperately needed money. Given their abilities, acquiring money would be a simple matter. But after thoroughly understanding the rules of the mortal world, they abandoned the idea of using their cultivation to make money. For if a large sum of money suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the mortal realm, it would inevitably trigger an official investigation, which would surely cause trouble for Luan. If they angered Luan over this, they might never get another chance to return. Thus, they settled for the next best option, making money by selling goods. Selling items from the Cultivation University or the cultivation realm was out of the question, as it would disrupt certain balances here. Moreover, since the revival of spiritual energy in Great Xia had been underway for some time, the realm was already abundant with spiritual herbs, spirit iron, and similar resources. There was no need to sell items from elsewhere. After a period of hustle, they successfully produced the goods they intended to sell and began strategizing how to market them. Initially, they tried hawking their wares on the streets, only to be dismissed as lunatics. Had it not been for a cultivator university student passing by, they might have ended up in a mental institution. With this student's guidance, they discovered another sales avenue, live streaming e-commerce. They had left the floating island to experience new things below. And live streaming? That was absolutely unheard of territory for them. It offered both income and novel experiences, a win-win situation for them. Without hesitation, they agreed. Later, with this student's assistance, not only were live stream rooms set up for all three of them, but they were also provided with a dedicated space for broadcasting. He invested heavily in advertising and promoted them extensively, which ultimately built the high viewership their live streams enjoy today. As for who that classmate was, at that moment, Yu Qian sat in his own room, watching the three elderly men in the live stream room acting like clowns, unable to stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Three immortal cultivation masters doing live stream sales, and they're being treated like con artists. Ha ha ha. Back in the room used for streaming, the three old men who could be described as omnipotent in the cultivation world had actually begun seriously studying the ins and outs of live streaming. It took them a full 10 minutes to grasp the concept of comments and bullet chats. These words floating back and forth are comments from everyone watching us. Xianha explained proudly to the Black Obsidian Star Lord and Li Tiniu beside him. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the text in the bullet comments transformed into, "The elders finally figured out the most basic stuff? That's quite an achievement, aha. So after all this time streaming, you still don't know how to read comments? No wonder you didn't react to all that hate earlier, ha ha ha. Now I finally get what preaching to the choir means. The whole army that came to troll the old man online must be feeling pretty dumb now, huh?" After scrolling through the comments for a while, one particular one caught their attention. "Stop peddling snake oil. Can't you just enjoy your retirement in peace?" The words showing off and deceiving instantly froze the three old men in place, then infuriated them so much their beards quivered without a breeze. "Who do you think you're calling a fraud? This is a legitimate elixir. Sure, it's only 9th grade, but it's still a spiritual pill. Do you even understand what a spiritual pill is? A man must stand by his words. Do you have any idea how long I labored to find these spirit-infused bird eggs and cultivate their inner essence? My whetstone can imbue ordinary tools with spirit." Thus, what began as a live-streamed product promotion swiftly devolved into three old codgers trading verbal barbs with online viewers across the screen. But the three of them certainly couldn't out-argue the countless netizens online, so they could only grit their teeth and seethe in frustration. Until someone in the livestream suggested, "If you claim your elixir is genuine, why not go to a hospital, find someone with a terminal illness, and cure them with it?" Everyone assumed Xianha would ignore the comment or make excuses about the pills being too precious. But to everyone's surprise, Crane immediately agreed. "What's so difficult about that? I'll go right now." Watching the live stream, Luan couldn't help but cringe. What the hell are these old fools up to? Chapter 136, Crane's Healing. Though Luan didn't understand, it didn't stop him from continuing to follow the situation. Inside the livestream, the three old monsters who had just mastered the comment reading feature were visibly furious at netizens calling them frauds. Shouting that they weren't frauds, they insisted on proving that the items in their hands were genuine. Amidst heated arguments with the chat audience, they set off for the largest hospital in Glorious City. Yes, the very hospital where the little spy, the one beaten up by the teleportation, was staying. In truth, when that incident occurred, this hospital housed not only the little spy but also a renowned researcher from Glorious City undergoing specialized treatment. Due to the Great Xia's spiritual energy revival, hospitals across the nation were now largely empty, and this one was no exception. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted such a swarm of reporters during that previous incident. Under such circumstances, those still hospitalized for illness were either victims of severe accidents or sufferers of critical diseases. Among them was Dr. Qin Ping, a highly accomplished figure in the field of physics. Compared to his former glory days, Qin Ping now resembled a dying animal lying in his hospital bed, savoring the world's tranquility. Sighing, he reached out, picked up the laptop from the bedside table, slipped on a pair of reading glasses, and began a series of tasks. Just then, a young man rushed in breathlessly, seemingly ready to speak. But upon seeing the movements of Qin Ping's hands, his brow furrowed. He hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Professor, the doctors have told you countless times you shouldn't be working in your condition. Your health comes first." Yet Qin Ping paid no heed to his student's concern. "I'm sick, not dead. Why can't I work? If I can't even work, what's the difference between that and being dead?" Cough, cough, cough. Though his voice was weak and faint from the pain, and he coughed for a long time after speaking, then took a sip of water to catch his breath. Yet every word he uttered rang with conviction, sounding less like a patient and more like a frontline researcher battling on. His students understood, their professor was a research maniac. Though confined to bed and unable to conduct physics experiments, he insisted on reviewing past experiments and writing papers on his computer. No amount of persuasion could sway him. "By the way, why did you rush in so urgently just now? Is something wrong?" Prompted by the question, the student suddenly remembered why he'd rushed into the ward and hurriedly explained. "Well, there are 3 elderly internet celebrities clamoring to come here and treat you in front of everyone." Before the student could finish, Qin Ping cut him off. "Internet celebrities? Elderly? Treatment?" His face was etched with shock, utterly baffled by how his student could connect these seemingly unrelated terms. "It's pretty much like that. Please hear me out first." "No need. I refuse. Tell them to get lost." Qin Ping's expression was anything but welcoming. As a researcher, the type of person he despised most were internet celebrities, individuals who achieved fame through sheer luck and riding the wave of trends, lacking any genuine technical expertise. And now such people wanted to treat him? Needless to say, it was purely for that so-called heat. There was absolutely no chance of a cure, and it might even worsen his condition. How could he possibly agree? But his student seemed to disagree and tried to speak up, but Qin Ping cut him off again. "Enough, enough. What kind of illness do you think I have? Don't you know? Frankly, lying here is just waiting to die. How could a bunch of internet celebrities cure me? By the way, did you take money from them?" The words left the student red-faced and flustered. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and thrust it toward Qin Ping. "Professor, please don't interrupt me. What I meant to say was, Elder Fong sent you an email that seems related to those 3 elderly internet celebrities. He hopes you'll review the email before making any decisions." At the mention of Elder Fong, Qin Ping's eyes flashed with recognition, recalling the figure he'd glimpsed at the research conference. Given his standing, he had only ever met Elder Fong once. Yet that single encounter had left an indelible impression. Elder Fong was a man of meticulous precision, utterly serious and unwavering in his approach to matters. Those 3 internet celebrities actually know someone of Elder Fong's stature? Without pausing to think further, he snatched the phone from the student and began examining the letter the sender had sent him. The contents, however, proved exceedingly brief, just 2 lines. "Those 3 influencers who offered to treat you are actually 3 professors from Cultivation University. Their depths are unfathomable. Keep their identities strictly confidential. Do not disclose them to anyone." Boom! In that instant, Qin Ping felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. 3 internet celebrities were professors at the Cultivation University? He had thought combining the 3 concepts of internet celebrity, elderly person, and medical treatment was already astonishing enough. But he never imagined that someone could also be both an internet celebrity and a professor at the Cultivation University, 2 identities that, in his eyes, were worlds apart. Is this letter truly from Elder Fong? Absolutely. Look at this address, it's from that office in the technology building. Even the world's most elite hacker alliance couldn't forge this address, right? After confirming the letter's authenticity, he waved his hand urgently. Quickly, bring those three old internet celebrities in." He almost slipped and called them teachers, but managed to correct himself just in time. Otherwise, exposing the identities of those 3 teachers from the Cultivation University could have led to who knows what. Seeing his teacher's reaction, the student was momentarily stunned. While he had suspected those 3 influencers weren't ordinary, he hadn't imagined they'd provoke such a strong reaction from his proud and ambitious teacher. Seeing his student's dazed expression, Qin Ping grew even more impatient. "Hurry up! If you neglect those 3 elders, I won't be able to take responsibility. Alright, I'm going right now." Meanwhile, the live stream of Crane Trio was filled with laughter and merriment. "Ah, look at these 3 old charlatans. Claiming they're going to treat someone, yet they can't even get through the ward door. I bet they knew they couldn't get past the ward door, which is exactly why they were so eager to claim they'd cure people. You gotta admit, the entertainment value is off the charts. Just look at their expressions, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Luan was also watching the live stream. He watched Crane, his beard twitching with frustration at being blocked, and Litinio, who kept explaining to the doctor what a miracle cure was. It all seemed utterly ridiculous to him. It seemed these three's path to internet fame was about to end right here. But just as everyone was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang out, silencing everyone present. I am Renanqing, a student of Dr. Qinping. Dr. Qinping wishes to invite the three elderly gentlemen inside to treat him. Chapter 137, Crushing the Divine Physician. As Renanqing appeared and his words reached every viewer in the livestream, the chat feed froze completely. Every viewer watching the livestream couldn't believe their ears. Dr. Qinping actually agreed to let these three old charlatans who might even be escapees from a mental hospital treat him? How could that be possible? But when the camera focused on Renanqing, someone who recognized him immediately spoke up. This guy has indeed been taking care of Dr. Qinping's students all along. He's at the hospital now, surrounded by so many bystanders it's unlikely he's faking it. Upon hearing this, no one suspected that these three old men possessed any special status that granted them the opportunity to treat Dr. Qinping. Instead, they assumed Dr. Qinping was a kind-hearted man whose illness was severe enough that he had come to terms with his fate, allowing these three to slip through the cracks. They immediately began mocking him. You three are stunned, aren't you? You're actually going to treat him. Your cover's finally blown, ha ha ha. Ha ha, this is the joke of the year. Three clowns getting to treat a scientific giant live on stream? I'm laughing so hard I'm gonna fall over. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait to see these three old fools floundering around. I bet they can't even name the illness. Under the mockery of the live stream audience, Crane visibly grew furious, his jaw clenched tightly. After all these years, how did the people back home become so skilled at provoking others? Still, he held his temper. After all, he knew that only by actually curing this so-called Dr. Qinping would these nosy netizens finally shut up. Upon entering a hospital ward, they finally encountered the so-called Dr. Qinping. Xianhe said little, nearly releasing his divine sense in an instant. In less than a microsecond, he grasped the full state of Qinping's body. Truthfully, from a modern medical perspective, Qinping's current condition was utterly incurable. His organs were entangled as if wrapped in countless spider webs, rapidly fibrosing and transforming into thread-like strands. Modern medical science couldn't even explain why this was happening, attributing it only to Qinping having contracted some new virus. Truthfully, expecting modern medicine to comprehend Qinping's internal state was an unfair burden on the countless scientists who had dedicated their lives to medical advancement. Even practitioners from the cultivation world might struggle to make sense of it. For what unfolded within Qinping's body was exceedingly rare, so rare that most cultivators might never encounter a single documented case in their lifetimes. But who was Xianhe? A 1,000-year-old nascent soul stage veteran, he instantly recognized the anomaly within Qinping's body, an allergy to spiritual energy. Yes, allergic to spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, those allergic to spiritual energy are typically stillborn. The probability is so minuscule, perhaps only one such case exists in the entire Great Xia Empire, that most cultivators remain unaware of such a condition. But Xianhe had once, by chance, encountered a book documenting this condition, allowing him to recognize it instantly. In fact, it could be said that if not for Xianhe and his companions arriving here, Qinping would have absolutely no chance of surviving until tomorrow. After assessing the situation, he extended a hand, stroked his white beard, and adopted an air of superiority as he spoke with detached authority. Your illness has penetrated deep into your bones. Even if the divine physicians Hua Tuo and Bianke were alive today, they would find it difficult to cure. Hearing this, the livestream exploded once more as viewers unleashed a torrent of mockery. One glance and you're already rushing to declare him dead? Your medical skills are truly superb. Ha ha ha. Great. I actually had a shred of hope in them just now. What a fool I am. You had hope in these three old frauds? Bro, you should get your head checked, ha ha ha. Just look at how they're dressed, I wouldn't believe they're sane, let alone capable of healing. Ha ha ha. Weren't you three acting all cocky just now? Now that you've seen the real deal, why not show us what you've got? Even if you can only alleviate Dr. Qinping's condition, netizens everywhere would owe you a debt of gratitude, ha ha. Xianhe couldn't help glancing at the live chat. Noticing the stream of mocking comments, he took a deep breath in frustration before immediately roaring into the camera. I haven't finished speaking yet. What's the rush? What I meant was, my medical skills far surpass those two charlatans, Hua Tuo and Bien Quebec. Look, look. This old fraud's losing it spouting such nonsense. Claiming he's better than Hua Tuo and Bien K? Ha! I'm laughing so hard I'm about to spit out my drink. What the hell does he mean he's better than Hua Tuo and Bien K? I thought these three were just clowns doing stunts, but now it's clear they're definitely suffering from dementia. Someone should check with the mental hospitals in Glorious City. Maybe a patient escaped and is mimicking others doing live streams. After repeated taunts, Crane finally snapped. You bunch of cowards. Why do you only bark behind your screens? Shut your mouths and open your eyes wide to witness this old man's next move. When Crane claimed he was more skilled than Hua Tuan Bianke, he wasn't exaggerating one bit. The reason Hua Tuan Bianke possessed such extraordinary medical skills in their era was because they had received his guidance. Now to be told he was inferior to those two men he couldn't even call his disciples, how could Xianhe not be furious? Without another word of nonsense, he placed the elixir he'd been selling directly to Chen Ping's lips. Swallow this. It will add at least 20 years to your life. Seeing Xianhe actually intend to make Dr. Chen Ping swallow that mysterious so-called elixir, the livestream audience immediately stopped their mockery and began pleading with him to stop. He actually wants Dr. Chen Ping to eat this stuff? Does he think Dr. Chen Ping is some kind of little cutie? No way. Holy crap. Look at Dr. Chen Ping, he's actually going to swallow it. No, don't. It's over, it's over. Dr. Chen Ping has been so brilliant all his life, but now he's about to fall victim to these three old con artists. Just as the anxious viewers scrambled to dissuade Dr. Chen Ping from swallowing the pill, he merely sniffed it briefly before popping it into his mouth. In that instant, spiritual energy surged within the crane's body, forcibly sealing off Dr. Chen Ping's connection to the external spiritual energy. Only by doing this could he, with his spirit energy allergic constitution, survive in this world where spiritual energy was excessively dense. The next second, the color returned to Dr. Chen Ping's face at a visible pace. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but look at his hands. My body doesn't hurt anymore, my vision isn't blurry, and I feel like I've been rejuvenated by over 20 years. With that declaration, he pulled out the oxygen tube that had been attached to him and began jumping up and down on the floor right in front of all the viewers in the livestream. This mysterious illness that plagued me for so long, even stumping the world's top doctors, was cured so swiftly. Divine healer, you truly are a living god among physicians. Faced with such praise, most masters would smile modestly and offer humble words. But Crane was different. True to his image as an old con artist, he pulled out another pill and started pitching it. One pill cures every illness in the world and extends your life by over 10 years. Haizi, speak up. Is this true? Watching it all unfold, Luan's face remained utterly speechless. Chapter 138, Mass-Producing Elixirs. Of course Luan was speechless. Compared to when he first arrived, this old monster Xianhe had changed drastically. Not a trace of his former ethereal, otherworldly demeanor remained. His interactions with the students at Cultivation University had already shown signs of his unnatural behavior. Though anyone with eyes could see that after Chen Ping consumed Xianhe's elixir, his physical prowess was utterly incomparable to before. Yet even so, a vast number of netizens refused to acknowledge this glaring truth. Their eyes widened as their minds raced, desperately searching for any flaw in this development. Finally, a netizen slowly typed out a line of text on the keyboard. Hey, is it possible that these so-called elixirs are nothing but stimulants? This line appeared abruptly in the livestream chat, silencing the crowd that had been buzzing with disbelief over the crane elixir and curiosity about the crane's identity. After all, when people are online, especially in moments like this, they don't overthink things. If something seems plausible and aligns with what they want to believe, they instinctively accept it. Thus, those who had previously mocked Xianhe immediately began claiming that Xianhe had given Chen Ping stimulants, which was why Dr. Chen Ping had become like this. Many who saw these comments immediately began to think. Two possibilities now stood before them. Possibility 1, a mysterious illness that had stumped even the world's top medical experts was cured by an old man who appeared extremely unstable, using a black pill that looked even more bizarre. Possibility 2, that black pill was actually packed with stimulants. After Chen Ping took it, his body went into hyperdrive, temporarily numbing his pain and making him appear energetic. Which possibility was more likely? It was obvious without even thinking. The result? The crane, who had been smugly convinced he'd debunked the myth, was utterly dumbfounded. How could anyone still doubt this? Watching the relentless stream of comments flooding the live chat, he clutched his chest in fury. This infuriates me. This infuriates me. Litinio, standing nearby, was puzzled. Hadn't Chen Ping been cured? The viewers should be amazed by Crane's medical skills and showering him with praise. Why was Xianhe so furious? Curious, he addressed Xianhe directly. Let me see what's going on here. With that, he snatched the phone and scanned the comments. Murder. These old men are definitely spies from the land of the rising sun. Their goal is to assassinate Dr. Chen Ping. Sacrificing a scientific giant for clicks? Their hearts deserve to be torn out. When will the authorities crack down on this online environment? This is way too vicious. Good grief. They started with skepticism, but now they're acting like it's a done deal. They're piling on the accusations faster than you can blink. Forget the crane, even he, caught in the crossfire of their insults, felt breathless after reading these comments. Do you even know what it means to speak recklessly? To hold your tongue? But their reactions only fueled the netizens' fury, who lashed out even more viciously. As the situation escalated, the crane trio was nearing their breaking point when Chen Ping finally approached them. Gentlemen, please don't lose your temper. Allow me to address the netizens. After calming Xianhe and the others, Chen Ping turned the livestream camera toward himself and began describing how excellent his current physical condition was. But the netizens stubbornly insisted it was due to performance-enhancing drugs. Finally, with no other option, Jinping called in a doctor for a comprehensive physical examination. The results were nothing short of earth-shattering. They sent shockwaves through the entire medical community. The director of Glorious City First Hospital stared at the two reports, his jaw dropping in utter shock. The findings were straightforward. After ingesting that black pill, not only had Jinping's mysterious ailment vanished, but his bone age, organ age, and even cellular age had all reverted to a decade younger. Moreover, his cellular division rate had significantly slowed, indicating that Jinping's aging process had been directly decelerated. What did this mean? The old man selling the pills hadn't lied at all. His elixir truly cured all ailments and could directly extend human lifespan. Quickly seal off this information. We must study that black pill immediately. It likely holds the hidden code of life. 10 minutes later, several figures in white lab coats approached Xianhe and offered a hefty sum to recruit all three of them. Thus, the rest witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. First, Xianhe and the others' livestream went offline. Then, a fleet of official aircraft and armored vehicles descended upon Glorious City, seemingly to escort something to the capital. Days later, the number of Great Xia spies surged dramatically, appearing to multiply beyond containment. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Countless nations condemned the Great Xia within the Blue Star Alliance, claiming it had unlocked the secret to human immortality, yet refused to share this achievement with all of humanity. Viewers from the earlier livestreams began piecing together the recent bizarre events, the fully recovered Dr. Jinping, and the absurdly abstract livestream from half a month prior. The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Could that elixir have been the real deal? Meanwhile, inside the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences building, a highly esteemed academician was on the phone, voicing his frustration. What did you say? Those three are professors from Cultivation University? All our efforts were for nothing? Why didn't you mention this sooner? His face darkened as he glanced at the three old pranksters, each glued to their phones, endlessly scrolling through short videos. He had believed they'd made a major discovery, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect these three to be professors from Cultivation University, the very immortals who had descended to the mortal realm, causing such a stir recently. The elixirs were indeed genuine alchemical pills, requiring a refining furnace to process. Modern scientific methods couldn't replicate them effectively. All these days had been wasted. After hearing his complaints, Elder Fong's voice came through the phone. This information was discreetly shared with me by the university president. How could I possibly broadcast it widely? In any case, you must handle this carefully. These three venerable immortals are absolutely untouchable. The academician-level figure understood perfectly what Elder Fong meant. With a resigned expression, he hung up the phone and approached Xianhe and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Xianhe beat him to it. We all heard that phone call. Looks like some kid has exposed our identities. Ha! The academician was momentarily stunned. Before he could recover, Xianhe continued. After over half a month here, I've gained a thorough understanding of this so-called modern medical system. Therefore, I can provide you with a method for mass-producing elixirs. Though it's the most basic level, it can still handle fundamental functions like curing illnesses and extending lifespans with ease. Ha! The academician remained stunned. Don't overthink it. For ordinary mortals, the so-called life extension is limited to 50 years at most. Moreover, taking the elixir more than twice will induce drug resistance, and its effectiveness will diminish with each subsequent dose. Over a month later, on the eve of the Cultivation University's opening, the Great Xia government announced a revelation that would shock the entire world. The Great Xia Academy of Sciences had developed a drug capable of treating 99% of all known diseases and effectively extending human lifespan. Most crucially, this medicine had been included in the national healthcare coverage. All citizens of Daxia aged 70 or older, as well as those with life-threatening illnesses, could receive it free of charge. The world erupted in uproar. Upon seeing the news, Luan, who was busy preparing for the new semester, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't caused any trouble for himself. Moreover, it would benefit society, proving their trip hadn't been in vain. Chapter 139, The Unbelievable Chain Reaction. The holiday for students at Cultivation University was already drawing to a close in the blink of an eye. Like many students, while enjoying their pleasant break, they seemed to have forgotten one thing: their holiday assignments. Theoretical assignments, like engraving their studies onto spirit slips with spiritual energy or learning how to tame spirit beasts, were manageable and finished in no time. Even forging a sword was manageable, since teacher Obsidian Star Lord hadn't set many requirements for it, allowing them to complete it with minimal effort. The real challenge, however, was the assignment to collect spirit herbs. This task wasn't inherently difficult, given how long the Great Xia Empire had been experiencing spiritual energy revival. Under the influence of extremely concentrated spiritual energy, countless ordinary plants began instinctively absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, transforming into spiritual herbs. The crux, however, lay in the collaboration between the Immortal Crane sect and the Great Xia government. This partnership had spurred the government to mass-produce low-grade spiritual pills. This directly led to a problem. The Great Xia government began purchasing large quantities of certain types of spiritual herbs at exorbitant prices. Thus, within a short span, the poor students discovered that the specific spiritual herbs required for their assignments had become impossible to find. A chain reaction unfolded, resulting in an utterly absurd spectacle across the Great Xia Empire. Thousands of Cultivation University students who hadn't finished their holiday assignments suddenly appeared in various perilous locations across the Great Xia Empire, as if by some unspoken agreement. In a remote desert region of the northern wilderness, a heavily modified jeep came to a halt on the Gobi, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. As the dust settled, a man clad in a leather jacket emerged from the vehicle. A cigar dangled from his lips. He took a deep drag, exhaling a thick plume of smoke before walking straight to the back of the vehicle. He hauled out a burlap sack. The burlap sack clearly contained living creatures, writhing and squirming inside. He kicked the sack twice with force until the movement ceased. Only then did he slowly release its contents. The so-called creature was no bird or beast, but a living human being. A young man barely in his early 20s, covered head to toe in blood, a torn rag stuffed in his mouth, unable to utter a word. Seeing his pitiful state, the man in the jacket smiled. He stamped his foot on the ground, revealing a passageway leading underground. Grabbing the young man, he dragged him through the opening into a spacious basement. The basement was brightly lit, filled with equipment like radar sensors, and bustling with Western-looking people busy at work. Ignoring the crowd, the man in the jacket tossed the young man onto a bed, bound his limbs, and ripped the rag from his mouth. At this point, you have no reason to hold back. Speak! Has the Great Xia government already obtained the life code? The so-called life code was actually a concept originating from the West. Many years ago, Western researchers proposed that everything in the world is actually composed of a code similar to computer programming, and life is naturally composed of this code as well. They believed that mastering the code of life, the very genetic blueprint, could solve all human problems, including death itself. Now, de Xia has astonishingly mastered a method to forcibly extend human lifespan by over a decade from scratch in a remarkably short time. This has sent shockwaves through the Western world, with many believing de Xia has unlocked the code of life. Under other circumstances, other nations might have hesitated to act aggressively, mindful of the potential of the Cultivation University. But the allure of the code of life was simply too great, compelling them to take aggressive measures to obtain it. This man in the leather jacket was actually an agent sent by the White Flag Nation, and this location served as their operational base. The bound young man was an employee of the Great Xia Academy of Sciences. Facing the agent's relentless interrogation, the young man wore an expression of utter despair. I've already told you, there's no such thing as a so-called life code. It's all just a grand delusion of your Western world. What else do you want me to say? The agent, of course, didn't believe the young man's claim. A cold smile curled his lips. Know where we are? The no man's land. Here, I can do whatever I want. Since you refuse to talk, I'll torture you until you do. With that, the agent pulled a syringe from his coat. The drug inside this syringe, once injected into a human body, would inflict excruciating pain. He believed no one in this world could endure such agony. No! Help! Someone, please help me! Driven to desperation, the young man began screaming for help. The agent found this instinctive reaction in the face of utter despair nothing but amusing. Ever heard of a no man's land? Scream all you want. Go ahead. Ha 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 ha. Just as the agent laughed and prepared to inject the drug into the young man, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hey, guys, are you filming a TV show or something? The voice startled the agent so much he dropped the syringe. He turned to see 3 or 4 young men with de Xia features casually strolling around. Where's the camera hidden? Here? 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 Hey, don't mess with their stuff. They're filming right now. Because we showed up, they might have to cut the scene. Actors work hard, you know? It's all because you were curious why there'd be people underground in this uninhabited zone. Indeed, they were all students from the Cultivation University. In search of a rare spiritual herb that only grew in the desert, they had ventured straight into the uninhabited zone. Having cultivated some spiritual power, they could sense an underground chamber hidden within the desert, filled with people busily at work. So they decided to go down and take a look. But when they used their earth diving technique to descend, they were met with this scene. Naturally, they assumed it was a movie or TV show being filmed. At that moment, all eyes converged on them. Except for the students, everyone else had 3 huge question marks floating above their heads. Who were these people? How did they bypass the detectors and come straight down here? The unknown always breeds fear, so no one dared make a move. They all stared intently at the students. The young man lay on the bed, his mind momentarily frozen. But the instant he regained his senses, he began bellowing. This isn't a filming location at all. They're all spies from White Flag Country. Help me, someone. Chapter 140, The Ingenious Use of Student Rules. As the words fell, the atmosphere instantly turned icy. Everyone froze in their actions, staring at each other. The eyes of the Cultivation University students flashed with a pure white light as they scanned their surroundings. In less than a second, they analyzed vast amounts of information through their spiritual eyes. First, this was definitely not a film set. The young man bound to the bed was genuinely gravely injured, and the man in the jacket before them was a supernatural being. Moreover, they could discern from the energy fluctuations emanating from him that this was an ability user from the White Flag Nation, with strength roughly at the A rank level. Given the man's unmistakably great Xia features, they could draw another conclusion. The man before them was undoubtedly one of the exchange students sent by Great Xia to White Flag Nation years ago. Special spies were most commonly disguised as the exchange students sent by Great Xia to various nations back then. This matched everything the young man lying on the bed had said. Combining the young man's words with their observations, they could almost certainly confirm one thing. The man before them, along with every other person in this basement, were all spies from the White Flag Kingdom. Particularly the man in the jacket. He had actually colluded with foreign tribes to inflict such cruel methods upon his own compatriots. Yet they were equally aware of another truth: this place couldn't possibly hold only one extraordinary being like the man in the jacket. There were likely multiple extraordinary beings present. If it were only the man in the jacket, they might still attempt to overwhelm him together. But if a second or even a third appeared, their troubles would multiply. At this thought, the Cultivation University student closest to the jacket-clad man smiled and waved at him. "You're really getting into character, aren't you?" Hearing this, the jacket-clad man also smiled. He then stealthily projected a beam of white light onto the young man, immobilizing him before speaking. "Yeah, I'm a veteran actor after all. By the way, who are you guys? How did you find this place?" "Us? We're students from Cultivation University. We came here sightseeing. We'd never seen a filming location before, so we just walked right over." "Is that so? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." After awkward laughter lasting over 10 minutes, the Cultivation University students finally spoke up. "If there's nothing else, we won't disturb your work. Look, there are quite a few foreigners here. If we stay and cause trouble, it might affect our international image. All right. Come back another time to play." That was precisely the plan of the Xiuzhen University students. Retreating was the wisest strategy. They needed to secure their safety first before seeking reinforcements. But the guy in the jacket wasn't a pushover either. He could tell these Xiuzhen University students had figured out what was going on here. But he had his own concerns. First, he didn't know the true strength of these Cultivation University students. While there were several A-rank transcendents here, if they couldn't wipe them all out and accidentally let one or two escape, what awaited him would be the wrath of Luan, the unfathomably powerful president of the Cultivation University. Spying was just a job. His betrayal of the Great Xia Empire boiled down to profit. Risking his life for this small gain would be a terrible bargain. Just as the Cultivation University students wisely backed away to leave, and the man in the jacket sensibly chose to feign ignorance, a coarse, Mandarin-accented voice cut through the air. "Li, what the hell is going on?" An iron gate creaked open, revealing a heavy-set Caucasian man whose protruding belly preceded him. As he came into view, he absent-mindedly stroked his bushy beard, his gaze fixed intently on the Cultivation University students. His brow furrowed. "Who are these people? What are they doing here?" Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the man with the bushy beard, only one thought remained in the minds of the Cultivation University students. Run! Run fast! They'd only intended to join the commotion, but now an S-class extraordinary being rumored to be exceedingly rare worldwide had appeared? Wasn't deploying S-class extraordinary beings to another country tantamount to declaring war? What the hell was going on? The time left for them was clearly insufficient for deep contemplation. There was only one thing they needed to do now: escape this hellhole immediately and spread the word. Otherwise, death was likely awaiting them. Without a moment's hesitation, they channeled their spiritual energy, their bodies transforming into streaks of shadow as they shot upward. 1 second. Just 1 second was all it took to reach the surface. Knowing that once they reached the surface, the abilities of the extraordinary beings from the White Flag Kingdom would be powerless against them, they could employ any means necessary to complete their escape. In less than the blink of an eye, the basement's ceiling loomed within reach. With a spell to pierce through it, they would be safe. Yet, just as escape seemed within their grasp, an eerie light appeared before them. It radiated a threatening aura, halting every student from the Cultivation University in their tracks. They understood this was the power of the White Flag Nation's extraordinary beings. Forcing their way through meant certain death, perhaps even being reduced to nothing but bones. With no other choice, they halted and turned their gaze toward the man with the bushy beard. The bearded man was clearly in a foul mood, scowling as he berated the man in the jacket. "Li, do you know what you're doing? Do you have any idea what will happen to us if you let them go?" Beyond that, the other party made no further move, seemingly holding no regard whatsoever for these students from the Cultivation University. True, cultivators were powerful, but these students had only trained for 3 months. These men, however, had cultivated for decades, reaching the pinnacle of power as S-class extraordinary beings. Their arrogance naturally made them look down on the students. Just as the leader of the Cultivation University students was about to speak, the white light solidified into tangible form and descended upon them with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, they were pinned to the ground. The white light swiftly transformed into ropes, binding them tightly. Witnessing this, the man with the bushy beard ceased scolding the jacket-clad man and instead walked over to them. So these are the so-called Cultivation University students? Ha ha ha, what a treasure trove we've stumbled upon. What do you think you're doing? The leader understood that the more critical the moment, the more he must avoid showing weakness. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the man with the bushy beard as he asked, each word deliberate. What do we want? Our goal is simple: the life codes held by your Great Xia government. Tell me, are your lives worth forcing the Great Xia authorities to hand over those codes? Ha ha ha. The bearded man's intent was clear. He intended to use the lives of these Cultivation University students as bargaining chips to extract the so-called life codes from the Great Xia authorities. Just as he approached a staff member to relay the message to the White Flag Kingdom's authorities, he suddenly seemed to sense something. His gaze shifted toward the Cultivator University students. The students themselves showed no unusual signs, but beneath them, something seemed to be emitting faint golden sparks. Puzzled, he walked over and picked up the glowing object. It was a small booklet, seemingly the student handbook for the Cultivation University. He shook his head, about to toss it aside, when the booklet suddenly emitted Luan's deep voice. You have threatened the lives of my university's cultivation students. Regardless of who you are, cease your actions immediately. Otherwise, you will face an extremely brutal consequence. Chapter 141, The Farce of the White Flag Kingdom. The moment the voice echoed, the bearded man's pupils flinched violently. The jacket-clad man beside him was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground. That's Luan's voice. It's definitely their university president, Luan. We need to release them immediately. That madman could take the life of the Lighthouse Nation's president without a second thought. Incidentally, after Luan's recent incident in the Lighthouse Nation, the nation's president was discovered. The man wasn't dead, at least not physically. His soul had merely been erased by Meng Tian. Western medical methods were naturally incapable of explaining why their president had suddenly become a vegetable. Thus, countless people began speculating that Luan was responsible for the president's condition. Though they didn't know why, among all the people they could think of in this world, only Luan possessed such capabilities. It must be said, this time their guesses were remarkably accurate, at least half correct. At the jacket-clad man's reaction, the bushy-bearded man's face twitched. Unconsciously, the world's perception of their white flag nation flashed through his mind. The nation of surrender. You can't capture their capital before they surrender. In internationally sports tournaments, the first to surrender is always the white flag nation. These voices echoed relentlessly in his mind. After deep contemplation, he made a decision that defied his nation's traditions. To hell with the Cultivation University president. Today, I will not compromise no matter what. With that, he waved his hand, bundling all 4 Cultivation University students onto his person. He intended to leave Great Xia at top speed, head to its neighboring country, and then find another way back to White Flag Nation. He would turn these 4 Cultivation University students into bargaining chips for his homeland. No matter how formidable Luan was, finding him would take time, right? What he never anticipated was that after hearing Luan's voice, the tension that had been etched on the faces of those 4 Cultivation University students vanished completely. Instead, they wore smiles. Did these little brats truly believe that once Luan knew of their predicament, he would absolutely rescue them? Did Luan really inspire that much confidence? The truth was, he had actually guessed correctly. The sense of security Luan instilled in his students was that profound. They firmly believed that as long as they were on Blue Star, whether soaring through the heavens or buried 10,000 miles underground, Luan would rescue them from any peril. Seeing the contentment on his students' faces, a flame ignited within him. He spoke to himself. Taking all 4 at once is too much trouble. I'll just kill 3 of them here first. He deliberately spoke this sentence in Great Xia language. Just these words alone brought back tension and a hint of fear to the faces of the 4 Cultivation University students. I urge you not to do this. You must have heard of our Chancellor's power. You still have a way out now, but if you dare lay a finger on us, you're dead. Facing the feeble threats from the Cultivation University students, a savage grin spread across the man's bearded face as he raised his hand high. Which 3 should I kill? I'm serious. You still have a way out now. But if you so much as touch a hair on our heads, you're finished. Think of that emperor of Sakura country. Think of that president of the Lighthouse Nation. Yeah, you still have a way out. You don't want to end up like those national leaders, do you? Just as the 4 students grew intensely tense, desperately trying to calm the man with the bushy beard, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions. No. He has no way out left. Exactly. What retreat could I possibly have now? I'll kill every last one of you. The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his hand down. Even in that moment, he could see the 4 Cultivation University students torn to shreds, dead beyond any doubt. But as the second passed, the imagined scene failed to materialize. Instead, the faces of those Cultivation University students showed not a trace of tension. Only faint, almost imperceptible smirks appeared as they looked at him. Instantly, as if sensing something, he prepared to look around. But his body felt as if it had been drugged. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move an inch. Curiosity drove him to look down, only for his gaze to plummet rapidly until his field of vision filled with his own body still standing on the ground, and Luan standing beside it. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. As one of the world's few S-class extraordinary beings, though he hadn't reached the legendary limits of such power, he could distinctly sense a constraint. A limitation that seemed imposed by the gods upon the human body. Once the threshold was reached, no amount of effort could make a human stronger. He had always believed that limit was the pinnacle of human potential. But Luan's emergence shattered his understanding of this matter completely. Is there truly any so-called limit for humans? If so, how could Luan be explained? His power had long since surpassed any so-called limit by an unimaginable margin. But how long had Luan been in the extraordinary realm? Why could he effortlessly reach heights beyond the grasp of ordinary transcendence? Could it be due to a different cultivation system? If that were the case, what unimaginable heights might the future Great Xia Empire reach? When a person is about to die, their mind races at an incredible speed, at least 100 times faster than when they were alive. Yet even with such accelerated processing, he couldn't fathom why two ancient lineages and cultivation paths could yield such vast disparities. After completing all this, Luan stood beside the headless corpse and surveyed everyone present. Tell the president of White Flag Nation, I swear on my honor as the chancellor of the Cultivation University that there is no such thing as a life code. This is all a misunderstanding. If he persists in this nonsense, don't blame me for paying a visit to White Flag Nation. Upon hearing Luan's words, the liaison officer responsible for communications with the White Flag Kingdom trembled as he relayed Luan's message verbatim to the White Flag Kingdom's authorities. Just as several helicopters arrived at the edge of the desert to transport the spies away one by one, a highly dramatic scene was unfolding within the White Flag Kingdom's government. Fearing their intelligence might be intercepted by the Great Xia, the spies had employed an extremely primitive communication method. Consequently, the intelligence only reached the president's hands now, after passing through the relevant departments. Inside the White Flag Nation's presidential office, the president stared at the intelligence delivered by his aides, grinning so widely his mouth wouldn't close. Captured 4 students from Great Xia's Cultivation University alive? Ha 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 ha. The Great Xia authorities must be terrified. I'll hand these 4 students over to the Lighthouse Nation. Now they'll have no choice but to surrender the life code. After muttering to himself, he waved his hand grandly, ordering half the room to open champagne in advance to celebrate White Flag Nation's acquisition of the life code. Inside the White Flag Nation's parliament building, high-ranking officials danced and sang, sipping fine wine with what they considered impeccable elegance. They summoned the head of the Great Xia Embassy to share the news. Some media outlets, sensing a scoop, eagerly began hyping the story, claiming White Flag Nation had employed special methods to force Great Xia into submission and surrender its life code. Yet, just as the head of the Great Xia consulate in White Flag Nation arrived at the scene with a bewildered look, took his seat, and hadn't even taken a bite of food, he saw the president of White Flag Nation standing atop the podium, waving to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. A confident smile spread across his face, as if he had already completely outmaneuvered the Great Xia. Just as all eyes turned toward him, a suited staff member rushed up and handed him a report. As the president of White Flag Nation took the report and began reading, his expression shifted from confusion to utter disbelief, then his entire body began to tremble. Chapter 142, Trouble Caused by Students. Throughout the entire incident, the head of the Great Xia Embassy in White Flag Nation remained utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to what was unfolding. Yet he understood that the president and these high-ranking officials had summoned him specifically, rather than representatives from other nations, and had done so with such arrogance. It was highly likely they possessed something closely tied to the Great Xia. Considering recent developments in the Western world, he had no time to ponder further. He stepped directly before the president of White Flag Nation and spoke. Mr. President, might you enlighten me as to what this surprise entails? Incidentally, the message received by this embassy head was the president of White Flag Nation claiming he had a surprise for him. Originally, the president of the White Flag Kingdom did indeed have a surprise after all. He believed his S-class extraordinary being sent to Great Xia had successfully captured 4 students from the Cultivation University. But now? Gazing at the latest report in his hands, he felt nothing but dizziness. Turns out, the 4 Cultivation University students hadn't even warmed up in his custody before being rescued by their own principal. The consequences were obvious. The Great Xia authorities would undoubtedly learn of his nation's deployment of S-class extraordinary beings. He would face severe questioning, triggering an extremely serious diplomatic crisis. At this critical juncture, the Great Xia Empire was clearly untouchable. Not only did it possess the Cultivation University, an extraordinary academy with limitless potential, arguably humanity's last hope, but it also appeared to hold the key to the secrets of life itself. But what about now? Having already offended them, what should be done? As he watched the consul general of the Great Xia Embassy in White Flag Kingdom rush over to question him, the guilt in his eyes was impossible to conceal. As the representative of an entire nation in a foreign land, the consul naturally discerned something from the president of the White Flag Kingdom's dazed expression and the look in his eyes. His eyes narrowed into slits as he took a step forward, his brow furrowing. "Mr. President, please explain to me immediately what you mean by surprise. At this command, several bodyguards instantly materialized beside the president of White Flag Nation, shielding him fiercely. They even began emanating their extraordinary aura to intimidate the consul. Facing this sudden pressure, the curator showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as his eyes remained fixed on the president of the White Flag Nation. He continued to ask, "What? Could it be that the surprise you prepared for me, Mr. President, is to attack me and then completely sever ties with Great Xia?" As the words fell, the aura emanating from those extraordinary beings visibly retreated. As extraordinary beings from the White Flag Nation, they naturally paid closer attention than ordinary people to the Great Xia Cultivation University's challenge to the world. They also deeply understood the foremost dilemma plaguing extraordinary beings like themselves. That is, once their power reached a certain level, they would inevitably encounter an impenetrable barrier. The more they understood this, the more they recognized the infinite potential of Great Xia Cultivation University and its vital importance to the future of human society. They also grasped how profoundly unwise it would be to antagonize Great Xia at this juncture. Having earned their positions as the president's bodyguards, they possessed considerable strength. If even they understood this, how much more so the ordinary president of the White Flag Nation? The words of the hall master echoed in his ears, causing him to swallow hard. Then, as if someone had pressed pause on the scene, time froze for a full 3 seconds. Only then did the president of White Flag Nation snap back to reality. He forced a smile onto his face and hurriedly spoke up. "Everyone, please don't be so tense. The surprise I wanted to share is that we're completely overhauling our diplomatic strategy with Great Xia." "What do you mean?" "Starting today, for the sake of our relationship with Great Xia, we will exempt all Great Xia goods from taxes within our nation. Furthermore, in future conferences among the nations of Blue Star, we will unconditionally stand by Great Xia's side." The president of White Flag Nation spoke softly, yet everyone standing beside him, including the nation's high-ranking officials, heard every word clearly. Though they hadn't seen the report themselves, the sheer speed of their president's change of expression gave them a vague inkling of what was happening. Instantly, their hearts skipped a beat. It must be understood that dispatching S-class extraordinary beings to other nations was an absolutely forbidden act in this era. To put it bluntly, deploying beings of that caliber to another nation was tantamount to sending a modern military division of thousands. One could only imagine the magnitude of the diplomatic incident it would cause. Had the allure of the life code not been overwhelmingly tempting, they would never have dared to take such a reckless risk. Now that the matter had been exposed, all the White Flag Nation could do was spare no expense to appease the Great Xia Empire's wrath. Thus, every high-ranking official began echoing the White Flag Nation's president, leaving the Great Xia Pavilion master utterly dumbfounded. These individuals represent the core of the White Flag Nation's official establishment. Their stance clearly signals their intent to align themselves completely with the Great Xia. What on earth had happened? Before he could figure it out, the phone in his pocket buzzed. He glanced at the screen. The call was from the Great Xia Technology Building. Waving to the others, he found a secluded corner to take the call. "This is Fong Chanling." "Elder Fong? What can I do for you?" "You should be with the president of Baichi Kingdom right now, correct?" "Yes." "Could you please hand him the phone? I need to speak with him immediately." The fact that Elder Fong had personally called him was shocking enough, but that the call was to speak with the president of the White Flag Kingdom immediately was even more astonishing. Recalling the president's earlier reaction toward him, a vague premonition began to take shape. It seemed the White Flag Kingdom had gotten itself into trouble. But there was no time to dwell on it. He walked straight over to the president of White Flag Nation and handed him the phone. "This is Elder Fong from our country. He wishes to speak with you." At the mention of Elder Fong, the slightly younger-looking president of White Flag Nation visibly trembled, nearly dropping the wineglass in his hand. Nevertheless, he forced a faint smile and took the phone. After 3 minutes of conversation, the president of White Flag Kingdom nodded and stated, "I deeply apologize for failing to restrain our S-class extraordinary being during this incident and am willing to accept all demands put forth by Great Xia." Standing nearby, the Grand Master of the Great Xia Pavilion overheard this statement, utterly bewildered from start to finish. At that moment, he could not possibly realize that he was witnessing the White Flag Nation, one of the 5 great powers, gradually becoming a pawn on the grand stage of Blue Star for the Great Xia. Luan certainly had no knowledge of the situation unfolding here, nor did he care to know. He was far too busy to spare a thought for it. Looking at the 4 students he had just rescued, Luan couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing Luan's reaction, the 4 students immediately wore apologetic expressions. "Sorry, Principal. We've caused you trouble." To their surprise, Luan responded by waving his hand helplessly before letting out a deep sigh. "Ah, if it were just you lot, it wouldn't be so bad. But look at yourselves just to rush through your winter break assignments, you've caused so much trouble for me, for society as a whole. Hearing this, the 4 students looked puzzled. Then they watched as Luan pulled out his phone. The screen displayed the latest trending topics, a dense cluster of hot events, with a full half of them directly related to students from Cultivation University. Oh, this. Luan looked away, his face a picture of exasperation. Do you have any idea how much trouble I've had dealing with this mess? Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Hello? Your Cultivation University students collapsed an entire mountain while digging for spirit herbs. Luan and the 4 students were speechless. Chapter 143, Luan's Wrath. In just a few days, the students of Cultivation University had managed to pull off a string of absurd stunts while completing their holiday assignments. For instance, they trespassed into restricted areas and stumbled upon a secret military base of the Great Xia Empire, where they were detained. Luan had to personally intervene to secure their release. Then there was the time they went to Antarctica to break through the ice in search of the frozen flower, devastating a large swath of the ecosystem there before slowly realizing only the Great Xia possessed spiritual energy on Blue Star, and only the Great Xia could produce spiritual herbs. Where on earth would Antarctica have any frozen flowers? Such incidents piled up one after another, overwhelming Luan's ability to handle them. However, the recoverable losses were manageable. The real problem lay in the fact that 2 students had created an irreparable mess for him. In their quest to dig up a spirit herb, they had caused an entire mountainside to collapse, injuring numerous people. Although Luan could heal their injuries with ease, the incident had already caused extremely negative repercussions. Many now believed that students from the Cultivation University posed a certain threat to ordinary people. Luan stepped out of the capital city hospital's main gate, took a deep breath, and then looked toward the crowd not far away. The 2 students who had caused the mountain collapse stood on the steps, surrounded by reporters below. Behind them, even more people stood holding signs, shouting demands for the 2 Cultivation University students to pay the price. The 2 young students, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, froze in place, too terrified to utter a word. Their faces drained of color as they stood there, seemingly waiting for something. Truth be told, even though Luan had experienced this kind of scene countless times, he still felt somewhat uneasy each time. Moreover, handling this matter presented some real difficulty. Truthfully, the reason these 2 students made such a mistake was due to the absurd assignment Xianhe had assigned. Besides, they hadn't done it intentionally. If he punished them according to the law and sent them to prison for a year or 2, their cultivation paths would be utterly ruined, something Luan certainly didn't want to see. But if he shielded these 2 students, how would the outside world perceive it? He still vividly remembered how mercilessly netizens had compared Cultivation University students to people above others when dealing with the teleportation incident. After pausing to ponder for a few seconds, he straightened his posture and strode toward the crowd. The moment they spotted him, the journalists lit up with excitement, their eyes practically glowing. Flashes erupted relentlessly, bombarding him from all sides. Principal Luan, as the principal of the 2 students involved, how do you view this incident? Will you shield them for their actions? Good grief, these reporters were as predictable as ever, asking questions without a shred of consideration or social grace. Before he could even formulate a response, the barrage continued. Principal Luan, according to these students' earlier statements, they committed these acts to complete a task assigned by Xiaojin University. Did Xiaojin University truly assign such a task to its students? Principal Luan, why hasn't the government sent anyone to arrest these 2 students despite the severity of the incident? Did you exert pressure on the authorities? Principal Luan. The barrage of questions left Luan feeling utterly overwhelmed. He forced a faint smile. First, my students have made a mistake. However, this error is not irreparable. Those who were injured are now able to be discharged immediately under my treatment, and I am already discussing compensation matters with them. Secondly, my student did not act intentionally in this matter, it was entirely an act of negligence. Finally, I have not exerted any pressure on the authorities. The reason they have yet to take any action is solely because numerous unrelated individuals have interfered with the official investigation. After these 3 sentences, the scene fell instantly silent. But before Luan could breathe a sigh of relief, shouts erupted from the back of the crowd. Students of Cultivation University who break the law are guilty as civilians. Sentence them. At first, only 1 or 2 voices joined in, but the chant spread like wildfire. As time passed, the cries grew louder and more unified. The combined voices of countless people shook the heavens and earth, terrifying the 2 offending students so much that their faces turned pale and they instinctively leaned closer to Luan. Those 2 unlucky souls. Luan waved his hand, trying to quell the noise, but the crowd showed no mercy, continuing their chant relentlessly. Left with no choice, Luan forced himself to speak above the din. My students acted this way solely because of their youth and lack of control over their abilities. It was an accident. If this ruins their futures and deprives the Great Xia of these 2. Mid-sentence, a half-eaten boxed lunch suddenly flew toward him. After he dodged it with a quick sidestep, a barrage of objects rained down on him. Simultaneously, new voices erupted from below. Look! Look at him! This bastard is trying to shield his students. He wants them to become above everyone else. Turn the Great Xia into a nation ruled by Cultivation University students. Make us all slaves. The shrillness of the voice made Luwen's face twitch involuntarily. Just as he was about to speak again, the chaotic clamor and relentless barrage of objects being hurled at him kept interrupting him. What was wrong with these people? His students were the future hope of not just Great Xia, but of all human civilization. After completing their studies, they would risk their lives battling those secret beasts. Even if they became the elite, so what? What exactly were they so furious about? The thought sparked an intense aversion within him toward the relentless flashes of cameras. And these reporters. Idle all day, fixated on sensationalizing every detail, relentlessly stirring up drama. He had made his stance crystal clear. Why were they still here, refusing to leave? What exactly were they waiting for? Were they waiting for the truth to emerge, or for him to slip up so they could sensationalize it and drive traffic? Thoughts raced through his mind, and a faint red glint appeared in his eyes as rage built at an alarming speed. Those 2 Cultivation University students will pay the price. Not just these 2 students, but also the principal trying to cover for them. None of them are decent people. They'll all pay the price. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam must follow suit. I suspect the entire Cultivation University is full of scum. Didn't we have that student beating someone up in public before? In the end, they claimed the victim was a spy. I say it was a conspiracy, a scheme by the principal to cover for his own students. All sorts of vile words reached Luan's ears at that moment. Finally, after over 10 minutes, a breaking point within him seemed to snap. His face twitched violently as he slowly raised his head, speaking each word deliberately. All of you, shut up. As the words fell, a fierce wind howled in an instant. A powerful aura pressed down upon everyone, silencing them all. Then, the sky darkened with storm clouds, and countless thunder dragons churned within the clouds, terrifying everyone who witnessed the scene. I will protect these 2 students. Let's see who among you has the guts and strength to oppose me. Chapter 144, Symphony of Despair. Luan now possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, since this cultivation had been directly bestowed by the system, the spiritual energy within his body was exceptionally pure, a level unattainable by any cultivation technique in the world. Thus, Luan could be considered the most formidable among all nascent soul cultivators. Though his nascent soul cultivation seemed unimpressive among peers like Zhu Long, on a global scale, especially within the cultivation world, a nascent soul cultivator was undeniably a formidable powerhouse. Even setting aside the nascent soul stage, cultivators at the golden core stage wield considerable influence within the cultivation world, capable of commanding vast territories of their own. The reason is simple: the path of cultivation is brutally unforgiving. The foundation establishment stage alone blocks the progress of 99.99% of cultivators, let alone the even more arduous gold core and nascent soul stages that follow. On Blue Star today, forget about nascent soul cultivators. If you exclude figures like the ancestral dragon from the previous era, not even half a golden core cultivator could be found among its 8 billion inhabitants. Thus, Luan was an absolute supreme being. The very survival of Blue Star rested entirely on his whim. Under such circumstances, any ordinary person other than Luan would likely have committed countless acts that defied the rules. Yet only Luan, possessing such immense power, could remain true to his original aspirations. He devoted himself entirely to establishing the Cultivation University, striving to save the Great Xia Empire and indeed the entire world from peril. Why can't these reporters and troublemakers grasp this simple truth? Perhaps it's because these people never truly grasped just how powerful they themselves were? At this realization, a faint smile finally touched Luan's lips. He slowly raised his hand into the air, then casually waved it downward. This seemingly insignificant gesture instantly summoned a celestial phenomenon, causing dark clouds to converge within a 100-mile radius. In the blink of an eye, a colossal bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, striking directly atop a distant mountain peak. With that single strike, the entire mountain was instantly shattered. Where once stood a continuous range of peaks, a vast expanse of flat ground now lay exposed. Black smoke billowed upward, filling every witness's eyes. Those facing Luan directly felt the aftershocks beneath their feet, a despairing sense of being utterly overwhelmed by sheer power welling up within them. Luan stood atop the steps, observing the fear etched on their faces. He nodded with satisfaction. He thought, surely they understand now. They won't bother me anymore, right? But to his utter surprise, barely a moment passed before the commotion below erupted once more. Is he threatening us? He's not pretending anymore. He's completely lost it. He's a demon. Trying to protect his students with such brutal force. Kill us. Go ahead and kill us all if you dare. Though the voices weren't as perfectly synchronized as before, Luan's keen hearing picked up every single one. For a moment, he was lost in thought. He often heard tales of the cultivation world from Zhu Long and the others. The rules of that realm were remarkably simple, encapsulated in 4 words. That is, the strong prey on the weak. Powerful cultivators were always in the right, no matter what they did. Weak cultivators were always in the wrong, no matter what they did. But why was it different here on Blue Star? Clearly, with such overwhelming power, I could crush them all like ants in an instant. Yet they still insist on causing trouble for me? Soon, the answer to this question in his heart became clear. Amidst the crowd, a young man who appeared to be only in his 20s stood out, his eyes bloodshot, clearly in a state of heightened agitation. He pointed angrily at Luan. We must make this man hand over his student. Otherwise, he'll only grow more arrogant, he might even kill us. As the words fell, many around him began shouting in unison. Right. Luan, if you've got the guts, kill us all now. Otherwise, hand over your 2 students. Such cries were countless, and they made one thing clear to Luan. These people didn't believe he'd actually go through with it and take their lives. At this realization, the smile on his face grew wider and more twisted, eventually transforming into a maniacal laugh unlike any he had ever displayed before, a smile reserved solely for villains. Very well. Since you're so eager for it, I shall grant your wish. Muttering to himself, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. As spiritual energy surged through his body, the entire world seemed to freeze. Luan sensed everything within heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, the corners of his mouth began to twitch slightly. A string of incantations spilled from his lips, ending with 4 words. Demon devouring divine decision. The words barely left his lips before the scene was engulfed in black flames, followed by crackling bolts of lightning. A torrential downpour poured from the sky, yet the rain did nothing to dampen the flames. Instead, it washed away all sin. Anyone who died was instantly swept away by the water, leaving not a shred of evidence behind. For a moment, the only sounds left were wails of agony and muffled cries of pain. The 2 voices intertwined, forming a symphony rarely heard in this world. Luan named this symphony the Despair Symphony of the Mob. Principal? Principal Luan? Just as Luan was unleashing his fury, the voices of his students suddenly reached his ears. He turned his head and saw the 2 students who had caused the trouble standing nearby, their faces filled with anxiety as they called out to him. Luan merely glanced at them before replying with utter indifference. Don't worry. No one can sanction this principal. After this incident, no one will dare cause you trouble. Oh no, the principal must be asleep. He's even talking in his sleep now. What are we going to say later? Whatever. We made our own mistake, so we'll just have to deal with the consequences. Luan paid no heed to these 2 baffling lines of dialogue. He had only one thing on his mind now, slaughtering every single person present, leaving not a soul alive. But just as he was reveling in his rampage, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him, Elder Fong and Ruan Chang. Elder Fong stared at him in utter disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Even Ruan Chang looked at him with fear in her eyes. Luan, are you going to kill me too? Luan looked at Elder Fong and Ruan Chang, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over his mind. He was the strongest man alive. What consequences could possibly come from killing a few arrogant fools who didn't know their place? But now, even Elder Fong and Ruan Chang were questioning him. Was he supposed to kill them too? In that moment, Luan's world seemed to shatter completely. Chaos engulfed him, leaving him utterly unable to think clearly. Meanwhile, Elder Fong and Ruan Chang kept repeating those 2 phrases, disrupting his thoughts. Kill them. As long as he killed them, they would become quiet. They wouldn't bother him anymore. Yes, just kill everyone, and the problem would be solved. Enough. I'll kill you too. The thought ignited his fury, and he instantly struck out. Channeling his spell, he unleashed it directly at Elder Fong and Ruan Chang. But in that very instant, he suddenly grew calm. What had he done? Was he truly going to kill Elder Fong and Ruan Chang? But it was too late. Once the spell was successfully activated, it could not be reversed. Ah! Chapter 145, Dream and Reality. Luan's eyes snapped open. He found himself sitting on a chair in the hospital corridor, his head spinning. After blinking a few times, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his eyes widened in shock. What on earth did I do? In his panic, he quickly scanned his surroundings with his senses, only to find the world utterly calm, nothing resembling the events he remembered unfolding. What's going on? Did I just have a nightmare? The question barely formed in his mind when fragments of memory began surfacing. After rescuing those 4 students in the uninhabited zone next to the desert, he received a call informing him that 2 of his own students had caused trouble. Not only had they triggered a landslide that collapsed a mountain peak, but they had also injured numerous people. He rushed to the scene, confirmed no one had died, and then swiftly used magic combined with elixirs to heal all the injured. Overwhelmed by the events of recent days, he chose to rest on a chair outside the hospital ward. Unexpectedly, he drifted into sleep. Then came the absurd events he had experienced in his dream. Sighing in relief, Luan's face fell into confusion. He couldn't fathom why, at his cultivation level, he'd fallen asleep so inexplicably and why he'd experienced such a long, vivid dream. The dream felt real, but not in the sense of experiencing it firsthand. If he had to describe it, it felt like the events were real, but they weren't happening in this world. Instead, they unfolded in another realm, with Luan observing them as an outsider. Shaking his head, Luan dismissed the utterly bizarre nightmare and turned his thoughts to his current situation. What Luan failed to notice, however, was that on his arm, an eerie pattern was flickering with faint light. But it only shimmered for a moment before vanishing without a trace. That strange pattern was precisely the one the black man had carved onto Luan's body during his investigation of the eight-eyed demon god. Luan rose to his feet and walked toward the exit, only to find his two trouble-making students chatting with a group of people. This scene instantly brought back memories of his nightmare, causing his heart to skip a beat. Though none of what had just transpired was real, it still compelled him to ponder, if events truly unfolded as they had in the dream, what would he do? Would he really have to hand them over, allowing such an accident to completely ruin their futures? While he was still pondering this, his two troublemaking students waved at him with carefree grins. "Principal, the injured parties have forgiven us." Luan blinked at the words and walked over to them. There were 3 injured individuals, all members of a mountaineering team. Struck by rocks that had fallen from the mountain, their injuries were quite severe. Still, it was a blessing in disguise. Had it not been for the quick reactions of those 2 students, who had cast protective spells in time, these 3 unlucky souls would likely have met their end. While the injuries might have been severe for ordinary people, they were nothing to Luan. He casually healed them all. Now, it seemed the 3 had regained consciousness in their hospital beds. Feeling no major issues with their bodies, they sought out the 2 students who had caused the trouble. When Luan approached, he found the 5 young people chatting and laughing, showing no signs of the tension that should have followed such an incident. Even when Luan approached, the 3 who had nearly lost their lives to the Cultivation University students wore excited grins. "Is this the legendary Luan, president of Cultivation University? I actually got to see him in person. Mom, look. I met the legendary Principal Luan of China. I've made you proud. Principal Luan, could I get your autograph?" This attitude left Luan utterly dumbfounded. "You lot, don't you blame these 2 clumsy staffers who injured you?" The 3 exchanged glances upon hearing Luan's words, their expressions turning sheepish. Truth is, that mountain peak was already designated a danger zone. There's been constant rockfalls lately, and the authorities have banned access. Even without those 2, we might have had an accident. This time, we've learned our lesson. Yeah, at the end of the day, we share some responsibility too. They chose that hilltop precisely because it was deserted at the time. Who could have guessed 3 daredevils like us would show up? Now Luan understood why his 2 students had caused the entire mountain to collapse with just one excavation. Turns out the mountain was inherently unstable all along. After letting out a slight sigh of relief, he glanced around and asked, "Has anyone come looking for trouble, like reporters or something?" "Reporters? They're all busy covering the uninhabited Gobi Desert. After all, for Cultivation University students getting kidnapped by extraordinary beings from the White Flag Kingdom? That's way more interesting than this mess, no matter how you look at it." Luan finally let his guard down. It seemed dreams were just dreams after all, vastly different from reality. Yet he never imagined that the reason events hadn't unfolded as in his dream was entirely due to the favorable impression he'd cultivated among everyone, coupled with his timely rescue of the 4 students in the Gobi's uninhabited zone, which had captured most people's attention. Otherwise, with such an incident unfolding now, it might very well have played out exactly as he'd envisioned in his dream. Everything seemed like a coincidence, yet it also felt predestined. After handling the matter, Luan headed to Elder Fong's residence. Usually, he came when he had business, but this time, he simply wanted to see Elder Fong and Ruan Qing. After all, that nightmare had been far too unsettling. In the end, he had actually tried to kill Elder Fong and Ruan Qing and most likely succeeded. His heart still raced with unease, compelling him to see Elder Fong and Ruan Qing in person to calm his nerves. Inside Elder Fong's residence, Luan rested his hand on the teacup but hesitated to lift it for a sip. Noticing his hesitation, Elder Fong lifted his eyelids slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "What's the matter? Something on your mind?" After a 2-second pause, Luan nodded in response to Elder Fong's question. Glancing at Ruan Qing, he voiced his concern. "I seem to have grown powerful to a frightening degree. Destroying the civilization on this planet could be done in the blink of an eye. What if I were to lose my mind one day and couldn't control my actions? What then?" Chapter 146, Elder Fong's Perspective. If anyone else in this world but Luan had asked him this question, he would have dismissed it as a joke. Even if Luan himself had posed it, he would have immediately assumed Luan was joking. But when he looked up and saw the emotion in Luan's eyes, he was instantly startled. It seemed Luan wasn't joking at all, he was asking him in all seriousness. Realizing this, he straightened his back, striving to maintain the composure of an elder. After drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'With great power comes great responsibility'? But don't you think that's unfair? Why should those with greater ability bear more responsibility?" Hearing Luan's words, Elder Fong took a deep breath and looked out the window. "Do you know what lies in that direction?" Luan nodded. "That's the direction of the technology building. A little further on is the Blue Star International Alliance headquarters. If everything were fair, then why would there even be a technology building? Why would there be us, the government? Why would there be the Blue Star International Alliance at all?" Luan froze upon hearing this. The truth seemed undeniable. He now possessed the power to dominate everything on Blue Star, yet before him, many others had also been exceptionally capable. Simply put, it's like the inheritors of ancient traditions in various countries. When they acquired the ancient legacy, their power inevitably surpassed all others. Take the world's first recipient of ancient traditions, for instance. At that time, Sunset Nation was nearly half conquered. He could have easily used his ancient traditions to become king of Sunset Nation and enjoy supreme power there. Yet he did not. Instead, he chose to regard the salvation of Sunset Kingdom as a personal responsibility, establishing the world's first extraordinary academy and sharing the ancient legacy with others. Such examples abound, especially since the world entered the age of transcendence. Although the Western world often witnessed extraordinary beings oppressing ordinary people, when spatial rift riots erupted and secret beast tides arrived, these extraordinary beings would still rush to resist without hesitation. Did they never entertain any ulterior motives? For some reason, Luan's first thought turned to the heavenly Tao that Zhu Long and the others often spoke of. Could it be that some so-called way of heaven truly existed, silently selecting worthy individuals, granting them abilities, and entrusting them with responsibilities? Seeing Luan lost in thought, Elder Fong took a sip of tea, savored it, then continued. In times of peril, only duty remains. Without that sense of duty, could human civilization have advanced to its current state? At that moment, Luan's pupils contracted slightly, a glimmer of understanding appearing in his eyes. Only responsibility, responsibility. Ever since interacting with Zhu Long and the others, their most frequent conversations revolved around matters of the cultivation world. In his eyes, the so-called cultivation civilizations of that realm scarcely qualified as civilizations at all. From top to bottom, they operated entirely under a barbaric law of the jungle where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Setting aside raw power, the level of civilization in the cultivation world was truly nothing to boast about. Frankly, it bore no resemblance to civilization whatsoever. If one insisted on measuring its level of civilization, it was roughly on par with humanity's primitive, bloodthirsty era on Blue Star might made right. Even concepts like protecting the weak, eliminating evils for the greater good, or the righteous path of exterminating demons were nothing more than excuses for the strong to prey upon the vulnerable. Yet this brutal code is deemed the way of heaven by countless so-called righteous cultivators, the absolute truth governing the world. In contrast, Blue Star's civilization, while still rife with the strong oppressing the weak, places greater responsibility on the powerful. Among ordinary people, those with physical disabilities who beg on the streets rarely starve to death. At the national level, while major powers consistently derive benefits from smaller nations, they remain the pioneers in fields like scientific research. They invest substantial human and material resources into these endeavors for the advancement of human civilization as a whole. The fruits of this research ultimately benefit all of humanity on Blue Star. Moreover, whether for show or genuine intent, society's wealthy and celebrities remain enthusiastic about charitable endeavors, and major powers continue to provide aid to underdeveloped regions. Regardless of their motives, such actions are widely regarded as righteous, while bullying the weak is deemed wrong. This alone underscores the vast gap between our world and the cultivation realm. Now, is the so-called heavenly Tao law of the cultivation world truly correct? For some reason, Luan found himself understanding Meng Tian a little better now. Why would he risk death and sever ties with the ancestral dragon to question the heavenly Tao? Perhaps deep down, he refused to submit to the so-called laws of heaven. At that moment, the inconspicuous, strange pattern on Luan's body began to flicker once more. Then, it started to twist and distort, eventually ceasing to be a bizarre pattern and transforming into a circular design resembling the sun from ancient totems. Luan rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude to the opposing elder. Elder Fong, thank you for resolving my doubts. Many things have now found clarity within me. Elder Fong responded with apparent nonchalance. You are the hope for this nation, indeed for this entire world. Answering such a minor question is truly nothing to mention. Yet within, a storm of emotion raged. Could such a simple question truly provide answers to so many things in Luan's mind? Had he said anything wrong just now? If Luan were to arrive at some erroneous conclusion, wouldn't he become a villain for the ages? Luan nodded and began to take his leave. I've suddenly got something urgent to attend to, so I'll be heading out. Tell Wan Chang we'll catch up after school starts. With that, Luan hurriedly left Elder Fong's residence, heading straight for the Cultivation University floating above the island. Shortly after Luan departed, Wan Chang returned excitedly, carrying a large haul of vegetables and fresh meat. But the moment she walked in, she saw her grandfather sitting alone at the tea table, sipping tea. The smile vanished instantly from her face. Where's Luan? Elder Fong didn't even lift his head, continuing to sip his tea. Only after the flavor had fully spread across his palate did he speak solemnly. He's likely gone to handle a major matter, one so significant it's beyond our comprehension. Ruan Cheng naturally dismissed the notion of it being a major matter, his face clearly showing his displeasure. Why do I feel like he's been avoiding me lately? Perhaps there are things he dares not face, or things he doesn't want to change. In truth, Luan hadn't gone to handle any so-called grand undertaking, or at least, not one that fit Elder Fong's conception of grandeur. What he was about to do was engage in a philosophical debate with that ancient monster, Zhu Long.